Dear friends, Kakashi has traversed to the Douluo Continent. In my previous life, I was the 6th Hokage of Konoha, but I've been reborn in this strange place as a mere 3-year-old child. Next door, the Tang Hao father and son have moved in, and the more I observe Tang Hao, the more irate I become, convinced that he has done nothing right. Meanwhile, I am preoccupied with making money and hunting. What further mischief awaits in this life? I must tell you, in my lifetime, I have encountered many individuals, but none as significant as Tang Hao. What is this Haotian Douluo? After scrutinizing him for some time, all I see is a complete failure standing there. A competent son? He drove his father to his grave. A responsible brother? He made his sibling bear the brunt of his shortcomings, leaving the entire sect humiliated. A dutiful husband? He cannot even protect his own wife. A suitable father? Were it not for the fact that his son is an overpowered reincarnator, he would have perished of starvation at the hands of his drunken father. Wait a moment. Let me start from the beginning, or else you will not understand why I am here, living next to such a character. I'm Kakashi Hatake. In my previous life, I was the 6th Hokage of Konoha, as you surely know. Missions, comrades, Sharingan, Obito, Rin, my mentor. My life resembles a grandiose tragedy. After enduring to reach the finale, I thought I could finally rest in peace, only to find myself reborn in this bizarre realm known as the Douluo Continent. Fortunately, my chakra remains intact, and I can still utilize ninjutsu. Unfortunately, I have returned to the tender age of 3, with a frail little body as fragile as paper and a meager amount of chakra. The most absurd part is that a family has moved in next door. A disheveled man, cradling an infant. I tell you, my instincts as a ninja are ringing alarms incessantly. That man appears to be a despondent drunkard, yet he possesses an aura akin to a tailed beast, impossible to conceal. He is none other than Tang Hao. As for his son, named Tang San, that little Gazetutut certainly does not belong to a child. Who among my family understands? At first glance, I discern yet another reincarnator. Nevertheless, his skills seem like child's play to me. He is clearly a sheltered flower, having never encountered the harshness of battle. Thus, I find myself increasingly infuriated by this Tang Hao. You say you sacrifice for love? I can understand that, as I too have suffered due to the term comrade in my lifetime. But to jeopardize your entire family and sect for such folly, what is that about? I, Itachi Uchiha, extinguished my entire clan for the sake of my village and brother, bearing the weight of eternal scorn that is true responsibility. What you are doing? You are merely a walking emotional black hole, bringing misfortune to all who come near. The Spirit Hall even offered you a way out, stating that as long as you have spirit beasts, both you and your child could leave. But you insisted on confronting them, compelling your wife to make a sacrifice. In her final moments, I suspect she wished for you to cease your tirade and leave with your newfound powers, avoiding further madness. What did you do instead? You took the boon she provided and rushed off to clash with the Spirit Hall, escalating the situation even further. Truly, if Itachi were to witness you, he would likely feel relieved for Sasuke. At least Sasuke was merely misguided, while you are utterly oblivious. Enough of him. It is more crucial to focus on making money. In my diminutive 5-year-old form, my chakra is woefully insufficient. I am unable to perform even the most rudimentary techniques of the 3 bodies. It seems that the world's rules differ, imposing limitations on my abilities. Nevertheless, my focus remains steadfastly aligned with my expertise. Before dawn breaks, I venture into the back mountains, a place shunned by ordinary folk, teeming with tigers and leopards, perfect for fulfilling my KPI. Fortune smiled upon me today as I stumbled upon a fierce confrontation between a wild boar and a tiger. Concealed behind a tree, I awaited the moment when they would weaken each other. Just as the tiger was about to be gutted by the boar, would I allow such an opportunity for a tiger pelt to slip away? Certainly not. With a swift motion, I loosed an arrow that struck the boar's hind leg, causing it to collapse instantly. The tiger, having just caught its breath, had little time to assert its dominance before I unleashed 3 arrows that pierced its neck, pinning it against a tree in an instant and clean kill. The boar, too, received 2 more arrows, bringing it to a swift conclusion. However, a dilemma arose: how to transport these trophies. I retrieved a pre-prepared sealing scroll, and with a resounding bang, I stored the 300-pound wild boar within. This endeavor consumed a considerable amount of chakra, causing beads of sweat to form on my brow. As for the tiger, employing the earth release, light and heavy rock technique, I rendered the several hundred pounds of the beast as light as a pillow, allowing me to carry it with ease. The scent of blood was potent. It was imperative to make a hasty exit. Upon reaching the outskirts of the forest, I found my concealed donkey cart steadfastly awaiting my return. I first secured the tiger upon the cart, then promptly released the wild boar from the scroll, lest I be discovered and face difficult explanations. Release. With a resounding puff, a cloud of white mist erupted, revealing the robust wild boar atop my wooden cart. I must say, after that flurry of activity, my chakra was nearly depleted. I felt as though my essence had been siphoned away. I quickly seated myself in a cross-legged position to begin replenishing my energy. It felt akin to a phone charging from a mere one battery gradually. Energy began to flow anew within me, and the fatigue slowly ebbed. The ninja's constitution serves as a temporary power bank. It can operate under excessive strain for a short duration, but prolonged use leads to depletion. However, my control over chakra is unparalleled. It is akin to others utilizing a slow charge, while I employ a 120W super-fast charge, with a refinement speed of an entirely different caliber. Before long, a shimmering layer of pale blue chakra enveloped me, growing denser and imbuing my form with an enchanting aura. I exhaled deeply, sensing my vitality returning. In an instant, I sprang to my feet, formed hand seals, and struck the heavy wild boar with renewed vigor. Earth release, light and heavy rock technique. This time, I deliberately channeled additional chakra and set a timer for the technique to automatically release in approximately half a day, ensuring I would not forget. With that accomplished, I untied the rope securing my donkey, plopped down upon my donkey brand convertible, cracked the whip, and set forth on my journey. Allow me to share with you that I once possessed a horse, yet the treacherous mountain path rendered the cart prone to disintegration. Consequently, I exchanged it with a family in the village who sought a faster means of transport than a donkey to venture into the city. Were it not for the fear of attracting undue attention, I would have relished the opportunity to carry this hefty pig back to town myself now. That would be efficiency. As for this donkey, he appears quite plump. The flavor should be delightful. Do not expect me to weigh the donkey with precision. I have attempted it, but to no avail. Its sluggishness appears to be ingrained in its very din. Even if it were to soar, it would still maintain the leisurely pace of an elderly gentleman on a stroll, simply exasperating. Swaying along, it was not until the afternoon that I finally ambled to the gates of Nottingham. The guards, familiar with my presence, greeted me with joviality. "Kakashi, you've captured quite a bounty today. Your father is truly impressive." What could I possibly say? I had no choice but to play along, my face concealed beneath a mask. Unable to suppress my amusement, my eyes curving into crescent moons as I responded with a childlike voice, "Yes, thank you, gentlemen." Upon entering the city, I made a beeline for my regular patron, the butcher. Goodness, every encounter with him leaves me stifling an inevitable remark. "Brother Pig, how many years have you spent honing your craft to achieve this human form?" His visage, adorned with layers of flesh, and his corpulent physique produced a wave-like effect with every few steps. Upon spotting me, his face contorted into a grin so broad that it nearly obscured his eyes, exuding an air of approachable warmth. "Kakashi is here. Come, let me weigh this fine specimen." Internally, I scoffed. "How about I weigh you instead? You certainly outweigh this pig." Yet, I maintained my courtesy, uttering, "Thank you, Mr. Zung." I nearly slipped and called him Zung the fat pig. He summoned his assistant to unload the pig, and once weighed, it tipped the scales at 387 pounds. He bellowed with gusto, "Kakashi, consider it 400 pounds. Make sure to return to Uncle next time." What do my family members understand of this tactic, this deftness in winning hearts? I was tempted to inquire, "How long have you rehearsed this line? How many lashes did your father administer for you to memorize it?" Nevertheless, I mustered a beaming smile and replied, "Rest assured, Uncle Zung, I shall return." I nearly let slip Uncle Zung the fool. With a pouch of over 80 silver coins in hand, I urged my donkey cart to the tailor's shop. I must say, my appearance, silver hair, forehead protector, and mask makes it nearly impossible for anyone to forget me. The seamstress, upon seeing me, promptly retrieved my custom-ordered lead weights for my leg straps. After settling the payment, I proceeded to the blacksmith's to purchase 12 corresponding iron blocks, feeling quite satisfied as I made my way towards Sacred Soul Village. Upon returning home, the night had enveloped the sky. I patted my rumbling stomach, having gone a day without sustenance. As I extracted my keys to unlock the door, the moonlight illuminated the oil lamp, and just as I was about to close the door, I found myself frozen in place. At the threshold stood a towering figure, clutching a bottle of liquor, swaying precariously as if about to topple over. However, my seasoned shinobi instincts were blaring an alarm. Level 1 alert. This person exuded an aura of extreme danger. The oppressive presence he radiated was reminiscent of the feeling I experienced only in the presence of formidable beings like Orochimaru. This was undoubtedly a top-tier master. In an instant, My imagination conjured an entire narrative. The man, named Tang Hao, is a blacksmith of astonishing strength, yet he finds himself drowning his sorrows in this dilapidated village, accompanied by a child. It is evident that he has lost his wife, and it is abundantly clear that her demise was no accident. Given his formidable prowess, how could she possibly have perished in childbirth? It is nothing short of absurd. He is engulfed in regret, plagued by guilt, and seeking refuge from his reality. I quietly closed the door, hesitant to cast another glance. Among our elite shinobi, there exists a rule. One must not gaze directly upon such potent beings, for they would surely sense it. Although I am uncertain whether this belief holds true in this world, it is undeniable that Tang Hao possesses a power of shadow caliber. I tiptoed into the kitchen and retrieved a fish I had caught the previous day from the water bucket, preparing a simple pan-fried dish. There was no rice, as I needed to conserve my funds. Should my martial soul awaken at the tender age of 6, and should I indeed become a soul master, I would have little time for hunting. I must secure my initial capital. After finishing my meal, I took out my small treasury from sealed scroll. It was a wooden box divided into 3 compartments, containing gold and silver soul coins. With the Tong Hunbi, I poured the money I earned today into it. After counting, I realized that after a year and a half, I had saved only a handful of gold soul coins and over 100 silver coins. I must say, my life has been quite manageable. With my parents gone, I rely solely on the meager skills I acquired in my previous life to survive. To avoid suspicion, I occasionally pretend to fail a hunting, emphasizing a theme of labor without reward, while occasionally catching a few rabbits to appease the situation. Discretion is essential. However, with the arrival of Tang Hao in the village, this ticking time bomb has left me feeling uneasy. Over the past few months, I have kept myself busy, frequently chatting with the village elders, gradually uncovering the secrets of this world. I learned about soul warriors, soul masters, and the highest rank, the title Douluo. I see if I do the math. A title Douluo is somewhat equivalent to a shadow in my previous world. It is highly likely that Tang Hao is indeed a title Douluo. What kind of formidable enemy could compel such a notable figure to hide in our village? Is it the Tindo Empire, the Xingluo Empire, or perhaps that impressively named Wuhuan Temple? I wish I could warn him, but how should I approach it? Should I say it directly? What if he perceives me as a nuisance and eliminates me in an instant? Writing a letter? If there happens to be a soul beast with a tracking ability, I will be directly exposed. I cannot afford to provoke him. I must tread carefully. Thus, I embarked on a rigorous training regimen. Each day, after refining my chakra, I would strap on lead weights and head up the mountain. Simultaneously, I began preparing a grand project to create military food pills. This delicacy is the ultimate compressed food for ninjas, with an incredibly complex recipe that requires soaking in strong liquor for 3 years. I spent several gold soul coins gathering all the necessary materials, grinding them into over 50 pounds of powder, which I stored in large jars to steep. Time flew by, and I was nearing 6 years of age. Occasionally, I would visit the neighbor, a young boy named Tang San. I immediately recognized him as a fellow extraordinary talent. The flow of soul power within him operates in a remarkably rhythmic pattern, entirely distinct from others. This is akin to possessing a unique internal cultivation method. I would wager that upon awakening at 6 years old, he must have an innate full soul power. I would visit him occasionally, bringing along a rabbit to enhance our meals, thus maintaining a decent relationship with Tang Hao, at least on the surface. The weights on my legs have steadily increased. Currently, one leg bears over 10 pounds, approaching my own body weight. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, with only 2 months left until the soul awakening. I found myself conflicted. Who would understand my concerns? I yearn to become a soul master, to see what it entails. Yet I worry about what would happen to my precious jars of military food pills if I were to attend the academy. They have only been soaking for a little over a year. As for Tang San, he is likely unaware of his father's circumstances. The purity in his gaze resembles that of a blank sheet of paper. As a fellow traveler, I feel compelled to assist him when the time calls for it. I touched my left eye, concealed by my forehead protector. My Sharingan had accompanied me, and thanks to the initial cell power bestowed upon me by Bido, I would not suffer blindness even when using the Mangekyo. However, the question loomed, can a person like me, who possesses a Sharingan, truly hold a martial spirit in this world? This thought weighed heavily on me. Finally, the day of soul awakening arrived. I prepared myself to be in peak condition, ensuring my chakra was just right, fearing it might interfere with the awakening ceremony. Early in the morning, the village chief, Old Jack, called out to me, "Kakashi, your grandfather has come to take you." I was already prepared, and upon hearing his voice, I opened the door and stepped outside. Seeing my eagerness, Old Jack assumed I was desperate to escape from my hardships and reassured me, "Child, do not worry. Once you become a soul master, you won't have to toil so hard." I was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized I had been misunderstood. I shrugged off the need to clarify, nodding as I followed him toward the village's Wuhuan temple. The so-called Wuhuan temple turned out to be merely a larger wooden house. Inside, several children my age had already gathered, looking at me with a hint of reverence. After all, while they were still playing in the mud, I had been wrestling with beasts. In the center of the room stood a young man, in his 20s, quite handsome, dressed in a white outfit with a black cloak draped behind him, adorned with a prominent soul character on his chest. Upon noticing the 3 sword insignias on his left chest, I understood he was a great soul master. Old Jack respectfully greeted him, and the young man, named Su Yuntao, displayed a rather arrogant demeanor as he returned the greeting indifferently, urging us to begin promptly. He expressed his impatience, having searched 6 villages without encountering a single child with soul power. Old Jack sighed and exited, leaving just the 6 of us children and Su Yuntao. His attitude softened slightly as he introduced himself. "I am Su Yuntao, a rank 21 Great Soul Master, and I will be guiding you. Now, I will awaken your martial spirits one by one. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what happens." With that, he produced 6 pitch-black stones and a shimmering blue crystal ball from his bag. I must say, when he revealed those items, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. He placed the 6 stones on the ground in a star formation and shouted, "Lone Wolf, manifest!" At that moment, I wondered what he was up to. Was he about to transform? To my surprise, he did. A streak of azure light emanated from his forehead. His black hair transformed into a gray hue, growing wildly. His muscles swelled as if inflated, his eyes gleamed like high beams, and long claws burst forth from his hands. 2 luminous rings, one white and one yellow, floated beneath his feet, resembling neon lights. The other children were terrified and attempted to flee, only to be caught by him. He remained calm, saying, "Do not fear, this is my martial spirit. In the future, when you become powerful, you will be able to do the same." The atmosphere was stable, while he appeared to be calculating the battle potential. This level of combat power should take about 3 seconds to subdue unarmed. Perhaps only a second if armed. He seemed uninterested in whether it frightened anyone. His only concern was its strength. Subsequently, the Wolfman began awakening each child's martial spirit. He clapped his hands, and 6 streams of green light surged into the stones, enveloping each child in a golden light shield. Unfortunately, while the beginning was spectacular, the result was disappointing. Out of 5 children, the awakened martial spirits were either sickles or hoes, mere agricultural tools, and they possessed no soul power whatsoever. Finally, it was Kakashi's turn. He stepped forward willingly, quite self-aware, as the golden light shield enveloped him. The commotion was tremendous. Golden light particles erupted like a boiling pot, surpassing the combined output of the previous 5. The Wolfman's eyes widened, excitement coursing through him as if he were about to receive a promotion. And guess what? This time, it was not an agricultural tool. A striking silver short sword materialized in Kakashi's hand. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. This was none other than his father's blade, the White Fang. The very sword, long shattered in his memories, had miraculously become his martial spirit. Was this a form of cyber resurrection? At that moment, he felt a whirlwind of emotions. Past regrets, the burden of the Sharingan, the abandonment of swordsmanship, all seemed to hold new possibilities. The Wolfman, oblivious to these thoughts, was ecstatic as if he had just won the lottery, quickly beckoning Kakashi to touch the blue crystal ball to test his soul power. However, upon placing his hand on it, Kakashi sensed a conflict brewing within him between the chakra and the newly awakened power, the soul power. He was alarmed. fearing that if these two forces clashed within his meridians, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Instinctively, he sought to suppress the chakra, wanting to protect the legacy of his family, a natural instinct. In an instant of distraction, the tiny glimmer that had just illuminated the crystal ball extinguished. The expression on the attendant's face transformed from ecstatic joy to bewilderment, culminating in a profound despondency. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "What a pity, there is no soul power." Elder Jack, the village leader, entered as well, and upon hearing the outcome, his countenance mirrored that of the attendants, filled with regret. Kakashi himself was taken aback. He had distinctly felt the presence of soul power. How could it simply vanish? In mere seconds, that nascent force dissipated without a trace. Eventually, everyone departed, and Elder Jack consoled the heartbroken Kakashi on their way home. Kakashi offered a few perfunctory responses and promptly sent the elder away upon entering his abode. Alone, he attempted to summon his treasured sword, Shiroi, yet felt an emptiness within, devoid of any sensation of soul power. Just as confusion enveloped him, a deeply familiar and resonant voice, unannounced, echoed in his mind. "Stop your futile musings and come in." Then, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto his bed. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a classic scene from the world of Hokage, Naruto confronting the Nine Tails in a lavish chamber. In the underworld sewers, a massive iron grate contained a formidable beast, exuding an ominous aura. However, Kakashi remained unperturbed, even casually flicking the pillar and greeting, "Yo, QB, long time no see." The colossal Nine Tails opened its eyes, gazing at the diminutive figure before it, and let out a disdainful snort. Kakashi continued, "In this world, surely no one can perform the Shiki Fujin, right? What is your situation?" The Nine Tails then began an informative lecture, revealing a wealth of knowledge. In essence, during the Ninja World War, Naruto had not merely shared chakra, but had unwittingly left a signal source within Kakashi's body. Additionally, Obito had imparted some of his own power, leaving remnants of the Ten Tails, allowing the Nine Tails to successfully reincarnate in this new world using this spark. As for why it was sealed, the Nine Tails explained it was a self-imposed decision. It deemed itself too conspicuous in this realm and utilized Kakashi's Sharingan and the first Hokage cells to become sealed as Kakashi's second martial soul. To harness its power in the future, Kakashi would need to unlock it through soul rings, with each ring unbinding one tail. The reason Shiroi could become a martial soul was due to its profound connection with Kakashi and his father. The pivotal question of why soul power could not be measured earlier was clarified by the Nine Tails. That minuscule amount of newly awakened soul power pales in comparison to our chakra. It was simply overshadowed and stored within your sword. Thus, it was not that soul power was absent, but rather that it was overwhelmed by chakra. The Nine Tails provided a strategy, suggesting Kakashi concoct a rudimentary sealing technique to separate chakra from soul power, allowing him to utilize whichever he desired with flexibility. Kakashi also inquired about the village's notorious drunkard, Tang Hao, to which the Nine Tails chuckled, revealing that the man harbored immense resentment and was a top-tier powerhouse. Even among the Douluo, after exchanging ample information, the Nine Tails expelled Kakashi. Upon awakening, Kakashi wasted no time and began forming seals. The process was excruciating to observe. As his small hands trembled, 5 flickering flames emerging from his fingertips, culminating in a decisive slap on his abdomen accompanied by a commanding shout. 5 elements sealing. Accomplished. And thus, for years swiftly elapsed. Kakashi, now 10 years old, had forged a close friendship with Tang San from the neighboring Tang family. The two traversing their worlds together and exchanging intelligence with remarkable camaraderie. Throughout these 4 years, Kakashi had also regained much of his ninjutsu proficiency, even mastering the Chidori. As Tang San approached the age of awakening his martial soul, Kakashi whispered to him, "Little San, when the time comes, you will undoubtedly possess innate, full soul power and dominate the scene. Please do me a favor and mention to the examiner that I once felt the same, and request a re-evaluation." Tang San, ever loyal, readily agreed. However, As he nodded, the Kakashi before him suddenly transformed into a puff of white smoke, a shadow clone. Meanwhile, the real Kakashi had been racing through the forest miles away, consuming soldier pills, his speed astonishing. 17 days. 17 days of relentless travel. He finally arrived at the foot of the martial Soul City. This lad was a professional, avoiding conventional routes, slipping in unnoticed as a gust of wind blew. Once inside the city, he did not wander aimlessly but sought a tall building, seamlessly merging into the shadows beneath the eaves. He awaited the night, anticipating a moonless evening. When that night arrived, opportunity presented itself. I transformed into a phantom of the midnight hour, darting across rooftops with a speed that would leave even the city's felines in awe. Within moments, I reached the core of the martial Soul Hall, the papal chamber. The place, perched on a mountainside, was inaccessible via a swing from adjacent buildings. The eerie silence allowed even a pin drop to be heard. Anyone foolish enough to roam here would likely meet a grim fate by dawn. A head-on confrontation was out of the question, but who was I? I was Kakashi. With a resounding clap of my hands, I completed the final seal, vanishing into the ground. I targeted a station knight, who stood perfectly positioned in the blind spot of his companions. Emerging from beneath him, I startled him, just as he opened his mouth to shout intruder. I swiftly raised my forehead protector, revealing the crimson Sharingan. The moment he met my gaze, his eyes glazed over, and he stood as rigid as a wooden post. My friend, you have fallen under my mental control. Calmly, I turned, pressing my hand to the ground, causing the hole I had just emerged from a seal seamlessly, leaving no trace. Truthfully, this was a precarious endeavor. This knight was a soul emperor with formidable spiritual prowess. Had it not been for the full extent of my illusion techniques, he might have escaped. Fortunately, the Sharingan reigned supreme in matters of mental manipulation, and greater risks yielded greater rewards. With him secured, a clear path lay ahead. I stealthily entered the papal chamber, finding a secluded corner to sit cross-legged and attune myself to the surroundings. The Pope, undoubtedly the most powerful presence within, proved elusive. I felt nothing. The Pope concealed her aura so effectively. She appeared as an ordinary person, compounded by the presence of an elder hall nearby, where multiple strong auras interfered with my focus. Very well, I resorted to a simpler approach. I found a corner to lie in wait. Soon, an unsuspecting individual wandered by, and upon turning the corner, he collided directly with my crimson gaze. "Where is the Pope?" I inquired. "In the council chamber," he replied like a robot. "Let me there." "Yes." I followed this controlled guide inward, casually probing, "Is anyone else in the council chamber?" "No, the Pope is alone." "Perfect." This was splendid. Upon reaching the entrance of the council chamber, I made no move to intervene. Instead, I commanded my guide to persuade the guards at the door in the Pope's name. The two guards, recognizing the authority, allowed passage without hesitation. Once inside, I beheld a woman radiating an overwhelming presence seated in the main position. It had to be Pope Bibi Dong. Her brow furrowed, evidently perplexed at how someone could intrude without prior notice. Did I not state that no one is to enter without my command? Her voice dripped with icy disdain. I ignored her and waved my hand toward my guide. "You may leave." He turned and exited like a marionette, and upon returning to his previous location, his memory of this encounter would be erased, allowing him to resume his unfinished duties. Bibi Dong, observing the scenario, quickly comprehended the situation, her eyes flickering with curiosity. "Who are you?" I lowered my forehead protector to conceal my Sharingan and pointed at the character for ninja above it, attempting to make a grand statement. If I must define myself, I am indeed a ninja from afar. I then proceeded to be forthright, engaging her in a top-tier PowerPoint presentation. I conveyed my purpose for visiting. I wish to discuss a collaboration to promote a brand new vocational system known as the Ninja. Furthermore, I assured her that this endeavor would not undermine the foundational principles of your soul masters. Upon hearing this, she chuckled, remarking that my ability to stealthily enter her papal hall was already a testament to the value of ninjas. However, I could sense a hint of skepticism in her words. I immediately began to persuade, or rather, elucidate. I assured her, "Your Holiness, Rest assured, I am an exception. Though I may appear youthful, I am of considerable age. We ninjas have a prominent figure who developed a forbidden technique for rebirth through borrowing one's body. And I am the sole success in the entire ninja realm without any lingering side effects. A normal child at this age could never possess such strength. I further explained that our homeland was isolated from the world, a place one could not enter or leave, dispelling her concerns about a potential invasion by the ninja army. Once I saw her completely at ease, I presented my core proposal. I stated that being a ninja has a low entry threshold, requiring no innate talent, as one can grow stronger solely through effort. If this were to proliferate, it would undoubtedly threaten the status of soul masters. Therefore, to prevent chaos, we must impose restrictions on numbers and monopolize power. Across the continent, I will be the only one capable of training ninjas. Looking into her eyes, I articulated meticulously, thus, I propose that the exclusive rights to ninjas be entrusted to the most suitable individual. BB Dong immediately grasped my implication. That individual was me? Indeed, I replied with unwavering conviction. I painted a vision for her. Ninjas would become the sharpest blade in her hand, a secret force existing in the shadows, dedicated to executing all her clandestine missions. Excellent. She acquiesced with remarkable enthusiasm. The terms were far too sincere for her to refuse. She even promptly decided to allow me to continue as the Hokage, thus serving as the chief instructor of this ninja force, pledging her full support. At last, I had successfully secured the collaboration. Next, I made my demands. I requested 300 orphans under the age of 7 and handed her meticulously drawn schematics for shuriken and kunai, emphasizing that this technology was core and must not be leaked. We agreed that once she had prepared the personnel and equipment, I would return in a year to commence formal instruction. Having finalized the agreement, I executed a swift Doton technique, vanishing from her sight. However, just as I had descended halfway into the ground, I popped my head back up to add, oh, by the way, it is imperative to instill a sense of unwavering loyalty in those children, to establish a firm belief in them, so that their training can be effective. After that, I made my escape. In the council chamber, BB Dong was likely pondering how to leverage my presence to unify the continent. However, my confidence was short-lived. I found myself lost within the papal hall. This vast space was labyrinthine, with countless twists and turns resembling a maze. To make matters worse, I had expended a significant amount of mental energy controlling those few soul emperors earlier, rendering me dizzy and nearly depleted of chakra. If discovered now, it would no longer be a collaboration, but an outright invasion. With no alternative, I sought refuge in a dark corner where visibility was non-existent, preparing to rest and recuperate. I pulled out 2 military rations and began to restore my chakra. That day passed in seclusion. In the midst of my hiding, a couple arrived to enact a melodramatic love story set in 2025. The young man was on the verge of kneeling, making various promises, while the girl appeared utterly uninterested, her expression revealing thoughts of how she might dismiss him next. Those moments were quite entertaining from my hidden vantage. At last, as night fell, my chakra had replenished to 50% and my mental state improved significantly. I took a leap, relying on my memory of the route to navigate my way out. This time, I refrained from using illusions. Instead, I climbed to a higher vantage point, formed hand seals, and executed a Doton, heavy rock technique, making my body as light as a feather, allowing me to leap hundreds of meters silently down the mountain. However, as I reached the city, I froze in my tracks. Before me stood a celestial goddess? Her golden hair danced in the night breeze, akin to a blazing sun, her skin radiantly luminous. And her aura and beauty seemed to have stepped right out of a painting. Yet, I seemed to be staring a bit too intently. The beauty in her eyes began to smolder with irritation. My mind short-circuited, and I instinctively blurted out in Japanese. Realizing my blunder, I quickly switched to frantic bows. Em sore, em sore, em sore. Seeing my flustered demeanor, her anger lessened somewhat, but soon after, a frown formed on her forehead. My cursed Sharingan involuntarily initiated a power assessment. Tall stature, slender waist, not bad, Not bad. How did I get distracted again? The golden-haired girl, unable to tolerate my presence any longer, raised her hand, conjuring a sphere of golden light. Instantly alert, I fixated on the energy ball in her grasp. "Who are you?" she demanded sharply. I attempted to raise my hand to indicate my forehead protector, but realized that such an explanation would be never-ending. As the brightness of the energy ball intensified, I quickly donned a harmless smile, my eyes curving into crescents. Cough, cough, sister, I merely came out to play and accidentally got lost. Surprisingly, that term sister seemed to have a remarkable effect as her golden light dimmed slightly. My heart leaped with hope, thinking I had struck a chord. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, a playful smile crept across her face, and the golden light surged even brighter. What a predicament! My thoughts raced as I spoke. "No, sister. You have already devised your strategy in your mind. In moments like this, one must rely on the wisdom of our ancestors." I suddenly pointed behind her with all my might, shouting, "Look, a melon." She instinctively turned her head, and the energy ball was flung away, only to find nothing there. By the time she realized, I had already sprinted away. "You!" Her frustrated voice echoed behind me. In an instant, a terrifying golden light shot into the sky, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, 5 soul rings. Good heavens, this girl was a soul king. She unfurled 2 pairs of wings from her back and transformed into a rocket, pursuing me relentlessly. I was in deep trouble. My legs were moving so swiftly that they felt as if they might ignite. With no suitable cover around the papal hall, it was a flat expanse. This was blatant bullying of us ninjas. As I ran for my life, I called back, "Angel sister, could you please go easy on me? I have already surmised your identity. The daughter of the previous pope, Qianren Shue." Indeed, she maintained her speed, her voice calm. "Stop and clarify everything. I will not punish you." Her tone almost convinced me. However, I was not about to fall for it. "Angel sister, you truly want to punish me?" I continued to evade. "Rest assured, as long as you explain clearly, I swear by my 6-winged angel martial soul that I will not punish you." Her words were meticulously crafted, promising no punishment for clarity, but not for stopping. I was fully aware of her intentions, increasing my speed while replying. "It's not that I don't trust you, it's that I cannot. Go on and fly. I'll observe how long a soul king can sustain such speed without soul power." Good heavens, I must say, her thought processes were truly unique. Upon witnessing my speed, she deemed me a talent and began to contemplate recruiting me. She considered that if I, with no soul power, was this impressive, pairing me with soul power and having her superiors train me would lead to incredible results. She may have had lofty ambitions, but alas, she had crossed paths with me. If I were a naive child like Tang San, I might have believed in the oath of the angelic Wuhuan. Yet here I am, Kakashi, with a mind sharper than her wings can flutter. From the moment she began pursuing me, I suspected her intentions were to recruit me. This certainly provided ample opportunity for conversation. As I ran, I glanced back and asked her, "If you catch me, how do you intend to deal with me?" My eyes, akin to radar, scanned the surroundings frantically, searching for a patch of woods. Once I entered the forest, it would become my domain, and her grand wings would be rendered ineffective within its confines. She took the bait, spinning a grand tale of not only sparing me, but also offering high rank and wealth, provided I revealed everything clearly. Did you notice how she emphasized clarity? It felt as though she was attempting to engage in a psychological duel. Was she trying to distract me and disrupt my rhythm? Friends, a skilled hunter often presents themselves in the guise of their prey. Do you understand? I immediately grasped her intentions, feigning that I was swayed, and slowed my pace just slightly. I assure you, my composure at that moment was unshakable. She realized I had fallen for her trap and would not charge at me recklessly. Otherwise, her carefully crafted psychological maneuver would be for naught. Thus, we maintained a mutually agreeable pace, conserving her soul power while I conserved my physical strength, engaging in a game of ultimate tug-of-war. Yet, I was inwardly cursing the situation. What kind of desolate place was this? After running for what felt like an eternity, not a single tree was in sight. Nothing but barren land. Qianren Shue, however, was not foolish. As she soared above, she too began to realize the futility of the chase. while she was burning through her soul power in the air. My prolonged exertion had resulted in a rhythm that minimized my fatigue. She soon recognized that if this continued, she would be the one drained. In a moment of desperation, she flapped her wings vigorously, accelerating as if propelled by nitrous oxide. And in an instant, she was above me, her first soul ring lit up with a resounding chime, and a dazzling golden hand reached directly for my crown. Goodness! I reacted, but was too late. Absorbing a strike from a Soul King would surely shatter my arm. In a flash, electricity crackled around my right hand as I prepared a simplified version of Chidori, determined to block the attack even at the cost of injury. But what followed was astonishingly absurd. My focus was entirely on my hand, bracing for the impact, yet my feet continued to propel me forward due to momentum. Guess what happened? I tripped over something beneath my feet, and with a thud, I fell spectacularly. I stumbled forward, and her golden hand merely grazed my arm. The half-formed Chidori dissipated due to my scattered focus, and we both perfectly missed each other. Friends, can you comprehend this? A confrontation between top-tier experts concluded because of my clumsy fall. Qianren Shui was equally stunned, her exquisite face etched with disbelief, instinctively beginning to slow down. By the time she regained her balance, I had managed to rise from the ground. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Hovering in midair, she coldly remarked, "Little brother, I will wait for you once more. Will you join the Wuhu ending?" I dusted myself off and retorted bluntly, "Sorry, I tricked you. You may leave, for I can never follow you." Upon uttering those words, I sensed her frustration boiling over. Surely, she thought, you could simply refuse. Must you do so bluntly and embarrass me? She took a deep breath to regain her composure, her golden aura taking on a sacred and untouchable quality. Thus, I had no choice but to act. Her aura expanded, the pressure descending upon me like a mountain. I instinctively muttered, "What a predicament." Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled, and she cautiously inquired, "Are you willing to join?" See, she was not ready to give up, believing I was merely a frightened child who could be intimidated into submission. I languidly replied, "No, I initially thought I could persuade you without resorting to force, but now that you see through me, it has become somewhat troublesome." With those words, her defenses crumbled. She felt as if I had toyed with her for far too long, exhausting her soul power, only for me to mock her. Gritting her teeth, she stated, "I cannot bring myself to kill someone of your caliber. I shall grant you one more opportunity." "Sure, let me think about it," I interrupted. The abrupt shift in my attitude left her bewildered. Seizing the moment of her confusion, I swiftly turned my upper body, formed a seal, and placed my right hand on my mask. No matter how clever Qianren Shui was, she could not decipher my actions, yet instinctively sensed the looming danger. In that split second when I began to pull down the mask, her survival instincts kicked in. With a powerful flap of her wings, she shot skyward. This action saved her, for in the next moment, I unleashed a minor fire jutsu, the great fireball technique. A fireball with a 2-meter diameter erupted from my mouth, creating a charred trench upon impact. Qianren Shui, observing from above, was left dumbfounded. She could feel the potency of the fireball, and most crucially, I had not activated a single soul ring throughout. My sincerest apologies, I began to speak oddly again. It is regrettable that I could not offer you a genuine opportunity for combat. With that, I struck a ready stance. Qianren Shui remained motionless in the sky, doubting I could leap several meters high to reach her. However, she quickly grasped my intent, as several figures in the distance were rapidly approaching. Her reinforcements had arrived. I leisurely retrieved a piece of white cloth from my ninja pouch, dipped it in the ash from the ground, and began to scribble. Then, gazing at her above, I spoke. "While I generally cannot defeat a Soul King of your caliber, if I employ this technique, I am confident I can overcome you." In the next moment, as she stared in shock, the energy within me began to surge explosively. The 8 gates of Duinjia. First gate, the opening gate, open. Boom. A soul master level aura erupted instantly. Qianren Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. Second gate, the rest gate, open. The pressure intensified once more, now at the level of a high-tier soul master. Third gate, the life gate, open. Her expression shifted dramatically. She was likely contemplating whether to activate her domain. Fourth gate. The wound gate opened. When the fourth gate opened, the energy fluctuations surged toward the Soul King level. Qianren Shui's head buzzed. She understood that today, not only would she fail to capture me, but her own survival was also in jeopardy. Seizing the opportunity, while she and her reinforcements were momentarily stunned by my overwhelming display, I vanished like a phantom, swiftly escaping. By the time she regained her senses, I had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a resonating phrase in her ear. Unable to battle, I can only compensate with praise. She clutched the piece of cloth I had given her earlier, which bore the words in black ash. Apologies, unable to battle. I regret disappointing you. But you're the first girl I have praised. The writing was faint, easily blown away. However, when she flipped the cloth over, she discovered 5 bold characters etched deeply. Bingji Yingu, Yu Jie Bingqing. Though it was merely 5 characters, the latter part was my own addition. What young girl does not relish a compliment? However, I suspect that once she fully comprehended the situation, her face would flush with indignation, for I had clearly teased her. Little girl, when we meet again, let us see who captures whom. I must say, while I am indeed dashing, the aftereffects are undeniably severe. Once I reached the outskirts of the city, I exited the state of the 8 gates, leaning against a large tree, panting as if I were broken bellows. At my age, reaching the wound gate was the limit. My entire body felt as though it were tearing apart with pain. For the following days, I would be a fugitive, shedding all burdens. I deliberately chose to traverse the Soul Beast Forest, a path untrodden by others, hastening my journey with fervor. When thirst struck, I quenched it with dew. When hunger gnawed at me, I resorted to catching snakes and fish, consuming them raw. During my arduous trek, I encountered a massive python, over 5 meters in length, which seemed intent on making me its meal. With a swift strike of my dagger imbued with lightning, I incapacitated it, leaving it unable to move. Thus, I ran for 7 days, and as dusk fell, the silhouette of Shenghun village came into view. I stealthily returned to my abode, which I had not visited for over 20 days. To my astonishment, it was devoid of dust, undoubtedly thanks to that rascal Tang San, who must have tidied up for me. My body felt like it was falling apart as I rummaged through my belongings in search of herbs to tend to my wounds, only to discover that the remaining ones had all gone moldy. I decided to abandon the quest for remedies. I was utterly exhausted. Just as the thought of gathering herbs the following day flickered through my mind, I collapsed onto the bed, and darkness enveloped me, akin to being struck unconscious by a colossal stone. When I awoke, it was Tang San who roused me. I struggled to sit up, but my limbs betrayed me, and I fell back down with a thud. Tang San, with a look of concern etched on his face, urged me not to move, informing me that I had been asleep for over 2 days. I was taken aback. I had slipped into a coma for 2 days and nights, nearly ascending to the heavens. Upon opening my eyes, I found Tang San leaning in, his demeanor serious, declaring that my condition was dire, and I had overexerted myself. At that moment, I was tempted to roll my eyes at him. After all, I had just returned from the brink of death. How well could I possibly be? Yet, his next words caught me off guard. He had prepared porridge for me and advised me to rest. To my surprise, this lad exhibited a commendable level of care. He turned toward the kitchen, but my mind was racing with thoughts. Something felt amiss. How did he know that my physical state was so precarious? Shouldn't a normal person first inquire whether I had encountered a formidable foe? He had jumped straight to conclusions. It dawned on me that his so-called soul power could indeed be akin to that of a medical ninja, capable of probing the human body. This intelligence was invaluable. It operated on an entirely different principle from our chakra. When we insert chakra into another's body, it is akin to causing destruction. Before long, Tang San returned with a steaming bowl of porridge. Just as I prepared to prop myself up, his next statement rendered me speechless. He suggested removing my mask for convenience. With that, his hand reached toward my face. My heart raced with alarm. How could anyone comprehend my inner turmoil? This was a task that Naruto and Sasuke had struggled with for over a decade, and it was nearly snatched away by this boy. I watched in horror as his hand drew nearer. 20 centimeters, 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters. I thought to myself, this was it. My illustrious reputation as Kakashi was about to crumble. Just when I was on the verge of despair, a loud voice from outside called out, "Kakashi, Grandpa Jack has come to see you." What a relief. I reacted swiftly. Seizing the moment while Tang San was momentarily distracted, I ducked my head deep into the blankets and murmured, "Little San, would you please go greet Grandpa Jack?" Tang San acknowledged and reluctantly withdrew his hand to exit. As soon as he stepped out of the bedroom, I sprang from the covers, grabbed the bowl of porridge, and devoured it at an astonishing speed. It was undoubtedly the fastest I had ever consumed porridge in my life. When Tang San returned with the village elder, Grandpa Jack, they were greeted by the sight of an empty bowl and me, lying motionless on the bed, mask intact. I could almost sense the resentment radiating from Tang San. His gaze was filled with a barely contained frustration. Grandpa Jack, however, was oblivious to the tension. He sat down, expressing concern and stating that upon hearing from Little San about my return, he assumed I was ill. As he spoke, he fixated on my closed left eye, heaving a sigh, lamenting the scar it bore, which kept it firmly shut. I could only chuckle inwardly, the tale behind that I was far too intricate for this moment. Once they departed, I exhaled in relief. This return had been perilously close to disaster, but truth be told, the near revelation of my mask had been the most precarious situation. In the following days, I focused on recuperating and ventured into the mountains to procure some game to enhance my meals. Soon, the annual soul awakening ceremony of the village arrived, a significant event. Once Tang San's innate soul power was revealed, it was bound to create quite a stir. My plan was set in motion. Indeed, it wasn't long before someone summoned me to the Soul Hall at the village center. The subsequent events were straightforward. Tang San's innate soul power was determined to be blue silvergrass, causing quite a commotion. When it was my turn, I discreetly manipulated the equipment, causing a minor malfunction. Although the senior soul master, Su Yun Tao, was hesitant to grant me a certificate for innate full soul power, he did provide me with a position as a work-study student. Mission accomplished. This would allow me to attend Nodding Academy alongside Tang San on legitimate grounds. I thought to check on Tang San's situation and headed toward his blacksmith shop, carrying yesterday's catch of wild rabbits and mountain chickens. From a distance, I overheard raised voices. It was Grandpa Jack and Tang San's father, the notorious drunkard, Tang Hao. I swiftly found a corner to eavesdrop. Grandpa Jack was earnestly imploring that Little San was a genius, possessing innate full soul power, and must attend school to become a person of distinction. In contrast, Tang Hao coldly retorted, "What good is being a person of distinction? Who will cook for me when he leaves?" Blue silvergrass is a useless martial spirit. I was compelled to intervene and deliver a punch. What a ludicrous father he was. Eventually, Grandpa Jack stormed off, and Tang San accompanied him to the door. I remained pressed against the wall, enjoying the unfolding drama. Inside, Tang San consoled his father, suggesting that being a blacksmith was still quite respectable. Suddenly, Tang Hao interjected, "What good is being a soul master? It's nothing but uselessness." I felt my anger rising. Just because he was incapable, he dismissed everyone else? Such arrogance. However, the next moment, Tang San's words struck me like a bolt from the blue. He said, "But I have another martial spirit." My mind reeled. Was it a twin martial spirit? How extraordinary. This was the quintessential protagonist's trait. Having traversed into this world, I had heard of the legends surrounding twin martial spirits, a rare and unparalleled talent. Silence enveloped the room for a moment before I heard Tang Hao speak in an incredibly complex tone. "Remember, in your future, you must use the hammer in your left hand to safeguard the grass in your right. Always." I understood immediately. This father had a penchant for riddles, speaking in cryptic phrases. Once the room fell silent, I entered with my game. Upon seeing me, Tang San appeared despondent, lamenting that he might not be able to attend the academy. I tossed the rabbits and chickens aside, smiling as I said, "I just heard everything." He looked at me, bewildered. I had no reason to hide it any longer. I confessed I was just eavesdropping. Then I inquired about his other martial spirit. He replied that it was a small hammer. At that moment, Tang Hao emerged, and upon noticing the game I had brought, he surprisingly offered to help prepare it. The three of us sat down to enjoy roasted chicken and porridge, the atmosphere surprisingly pleasant. Seizing the opportunity, I asked Tang San, What do you plan to do moving forward? He glanced at his father and replied, I won't be attending the Soul Master Academy. I need to take care of Dad. I sighed. This child still didn't grasp the situation. I interjected, what are you saying? Uncle Hao has already agreed, so why are you hesitating? Both father and son froze, staring at me in unison. I calmly added, I was just eavesdropping. Tang San looked perplexed. When did Dad agree? I clarified. Didn't Uncle Hao say that you must use your left hand's hammer to protect your right hand's grass? Isn't that clear enough? If he doesn't want you to train and grow stronger, how can you protect anything? With words? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao abruptly turned away, abandoning his meal and retreating into the house. Ah, how prideful! Tang San suddenly realized that his father's references to the hammer in the left hand and the grass in the right hand pertained to the two martial souls he summoned from each hand. This was an invitation for him to become a soul master and grow stronger. After finishing his meal, Tang San hurried into the inner room, clanging and banging as he began to forge. I followed him in and shook my head in dismay. His hammering technique was excessively rigid, relying solely on brute strength. Unable to bear it any longer, I said, Xiao San, let me take over. I grasped the hammer, inhaled deeply, channeling my strength from the soles of my feet to my arms, and with a resounding clang, I struck down with a force that surpassed his multiple blows combined. Without pausing, I harnessed the rebound force of the hammer, twisting my body to channel all my strength into another strike. Each blow grew heavier and more vigorous. Tang San stood by, utterly astonished, and upon activating his ZGMO Tong, he understood that I was not merely exerting effort, but rather, I was converting each recoil into momentum for the subsequent attack, perfectly utilizing leverage to my advantage. Before long, Tang Hao was drawn in by the sound of the hammering. The look in his eyes as he observed my forging had shifted entirely. Once I ceased my work, he called me outside and, getting straight to the point, said, Kakashi, I wish to entrust you with a matter. I already knew what he was about to say, so I responded directly, I will take good care of Xiao San. He was taken aback, then smiled wryly, remarking that I was too perceptive and insightful for my age. He mentioned that although Xiao San was a genius, he still fell short compared to me. The reason he felt secure in trusting his son to me was due to my forging technique, which was clearly designed for the craft and not for combat, indicating that I was a person without ambition and sufficiently stable. I thought to myself, how amusing. I merely wished to take it easy, all right? Nevertheless, since he put it that way, I consented. In exchange, Tang Hao surprisingly taught me a secret hammering technique from their Haotian Sect right then and there. I must say, that technique was indeed impressive, but alas, my Sharingan was temporarily unusable. Otherwise, I would have surely replicated it. In the following 3 months, Tang San and I embarked on separate paths. He immersed himself in forging, studying the chaotic hammering technique. As for me, concealed weapons served merely as a cover. Researching hammer techniques was laborious, so I chose not to practice much. I devoted all my energy to physical training. For those 2 months, I ramped up the intensity. It was like I was possessed by Teacher Kai, you know? Every day, I ran 100 laps around the mountain. Anything less would betray my fervent heart. If I couldn't manage something, I would do 3,000 push-ups. And if I couldn't break a tree stump with my kicks, I would hunt a soul master. My self-imposed constraints were utterly outrageous, nearly transforming me into a second Songlan beast. Soon, 2.5 months flew by. I packed my belongings, sealing away my money, clothes, and a few ninjutsu scrolls, slinging my newly forged short blade over my shoulder before heading to meet Tang San and the others. After bidding farewell to Tang Hao at the village entrance, I followed Old Jack and Tang San, officially embarking on our journey to New Oding City. Goodness, along the way, Old Jack transformed into the ultimate NPC of the novice village, bombarding Tang San and me with a barrage of world-building lore. He spoke of the Primary Soul Master Academy, Intermediate Soul Master Academy, Advanced Soul Master Academy, the free work study students who had to labor, and how noble scions had their families to protect them. I tell you, his spiel was so repetitive that my ears nearly developed calluses. I could hardly suppress my yawns. Had it not been for my desire to maintain my aloof persona, I would have dozed off on the spot. Old Jack, quite sheepishly, admitted he merely wished to see what a Soul Master Academy looked like. Well, as long as he was happy. At last, we arrived at New Oding City, and the academy's grand entrance was indeed impressive. However, what awaited us was a gatekeeper whose disdainful gaze seemed to suggest he looked down on us as mere country folk. He sneered and mocked us, implying that we were nothing but imposters when we presented our martial soul credentials, scoffing at the mention of Lan Yin Chao and innate full spirit power. I could hardly tolerate it, but his next comment sent old Jack into a fury. He derisively stated, "Holy Soul Village?" More like Beggar Village. At that moment, I felt the air pressure drop, and just as I prepared to intervene to teach him a lesson, Tang San was quicker than I. In a flash, he executed an exquisitely precise grappling technique, effortlessly bringing the arrogant gatekeeper down to the ground. Just then, a somewhat disheveled middle-aged man, appearing as if he had just awakened from slumber, ambled over. Upon seeing him, the gatekeeper instantly transformed from a menacing figure to a sycophantic dog. Bowing and calling him master, this man glanced at Tang San's credentials and, astonishingly, stated, "You possess dual martial souls, do you not?" Tang San and I were momentarily taken aback. He calmly explained that a worthless martial soul like Lan Yin Chao should not possess innate full spirit power. Thus, the only explanation was that Tang San had another, far superior martial soul. My goodness, the logic was akin to that of Cyber Judge, thoroughly convincing. Tang San, being a straightforward individual, after hearing this, promptly knelt down and bowed, seeking to become the man's disciple. This action left me utterly dumbfounded. Later, this master led us to handle our enrollment procedures, and the teachers at the Academic Affairs Office treated us with utmost courtesy in the presence of the master. However, as soon as we left, I overheard them gossiping in a snide manner, dismissing the master as merely a theoretical joke, claiming that his martial soul theories were nothing more than idle chatter. Tang San showed no reaction to their words, instead becoming more convinced that he had chosen the right mentor. I thought it prudent to familiarize myself with the campus environment, allowing Tang San to head to the dormitory on his own. However, upon returning from my exploration, I was taken aback when I reached the entrance of the dormitory designated for work-study students. Inside, I heard a clamor of clanging sounds. Peering through the crack in the door, I was utterly stunned. Tang San, my brother who could take down an adult gatekeeper with a single move, was being held in a headlock by a little girl with a scorpion braid, who then executed a perfect shoulder throw, bringing him crashing down. I pushed the door open, and every gaze in the room instantly turned to me. The little girl, named Xiao Wu, claimed to be the leader of the dormitory. Upon seeing me, she pointed her chin in my direction and exclaimed, "Hey, newcomer, fight me. If you win, you become the boss." I really didn't want to engage. As an 11-year-old mature young man, it seemed ridiculous to spar with a 6-year-old child. But with the entire room egging me on and Tang San giving me meaningful looks, I relented. As soon as we began, I sensed something was amiss. This little girl was extraordinarily agile and possessed an incredible amount of strength. I had no intention of winning. I aimed to demonstrate real combat awareness to Tang San. However, to my surprise, I found myself continuously retreating under her relentless assault. She suddenly leaped, delivering a whip kick aimed at my neck. I hastily raised my left hand in defense while ducking my head, fearing that one misstep would lead to my reputation being tarnished. Goodness, this little girl was truly unprincipled in her fighting. Her attacks were rapid and relentless, as if she were using some kind of cheat. With the confined space of the dormitory and my weighted gear, I struggled to maneuver. Her flexibility was my kryptonite. Brute strength alone was futile unless I possessed the monstrous power of someone like Tsunade. As my stamina dwindled rapidly, I realized that if this continued, I would have no face left to show. Enough is enough. A true gentleman can endure and yield. Seizing a brief opening, I leaped back and shouted, "I concede. I'm done." For those who understand, losing to a little girl was somewhat embarrassing, but a loss is a loss. Resisting was pointless. If I were truly on a battlefield, being pressed by an enemy like this, I wouldn't even have the opportunity to perform a jutsu. I would eventually be worn down to nothing. Seeing the sweat pouring down my face, Xiao Wu also halted her assault, likely recognizing that I was out of stamina. She took a breath, surveyed the group of work-study students around her, and asked, "Could someone introduce me to the situation at the academy?" It was then that our former leader, a sturdy lad named Wang Sheng, stepped forward. He launched into an elaborate introduction, explaining that we work-study students serve as the Academy's free labor force, responsible for cleaning in exchange for some meal money. The Academy is divided into 6 grades, with cultural and woohooing theory classes in the morning, followed by self-cultivation or work in the afternoon. Xiao Wu and Tang San are freshmen, currently in the 1st grade. Wang Sheng, quite the talker, proceeded to share details about everyone in the dormitory, noting he was the most talented among us, boasting a 9th-level soul power, just 1 level away from hunting soul beasts to acquire his first soul ring. After hearing this, Xiao Wu turned her large eyes toward Tang San, inquiring about his soul power level. To this, Tang San honestly replied, "I possess innate full soul power." The entire dormitory erupted in astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost. I must say, possessing such talent is akin to drawing an SSR card, extremely rare. Xiao Wu then shifted her gaze to me. I scratched my head, feeling slightly embarrassed, and said, I'm currently at level 10, but I don't think it's innate full soul power. Just as we were conversing, the door creaked open, and a teacher in his 30s entered, carrying a quilt. He glanced at us and asked, "Where are the new work-study students? Which one is Tang San?" Tang San quickly stepped forward. The teacher introduced himself as Mo and handed the quilt to Tang San, stating it was a gift from the master. I leaned closer to inspect it and found that, while not extravagant, it was brand new, complete with a pillow. The master indeed pays attention to detail. Mr. Mo then began assigning tasks, asking Tang San and Xiao Wu to clean the garden on the south side of the playground for 10 copper soul coins daily, warning them that any dereliction of duty would result in immediate expulsion. He then looked at me and said, "Kakashi, your situation is unique, but you're also in the 1st grade, so the rules apply to you as well." With that, he left, instructing Wang Sheng to explain the remaining rules. Tang San felt warm inside holding his new quilt, but Xiao Wu looked utterly stunned, staring at the item in Tang San's hands, her face betraying her embarrassment for not bringing her own bedding. This provided an opportunity for the other work-study students to ingratiate themselves, each offering, "Boss, use mine. Boss, take my quilt." Xiao Wu furrowed her brow and waved her hand, saying, "Stop calling me boss. It makes me feel old. Just call me Xiao Wu Jia." She then turned her eyes toward Tang San's quilt, grinning mischievously, and proposed, "Tang San, shall we discuss something?" I could tell from her demeanor that they were about to negotiate a sharing arrangement for the quilt. I had no interest in that, so I chose the bed opposite Tang San, placed my belongings down, and turned to leave. After a while, I returned with a brand new quilt. Why would I not prepare like them? I had anticipated the need for bedding and had ordered a set to be delivered to the Academy while in Notting City. This was what I call being proactive. Once I made my bed, I noticed the others had gone to eat. I was hungry too, so I put away my military rations and headed to the cafeteria. Upon reaching the bottom of the cafeteria stairs, I overheard a few upperclassmen making snide remarks. A poor wretch will always be a poor wretch. They probably will never make it to the 2nd floor to eat. We work-study students found ourselves stuck at the bottom. Wang Sheng had explained to me that the head of the 7th dormitory had an unwritten rule to stand up for work-study students. Having just become the new leader, Xiao Wu could not tolerate this insult and was ready to confront them. "Who are you talking about? What's so great about the 2nd floor?" A nearby junior quickly restrained her, whispering, "Xiao Wu Jia, the 2nd floor allows for separate ordering, and it's quite expensive. We can't afford it." The group upstairs noticed Xiao Wu, and their eyes lit up. One, with a mocking grin, said, "Oh, what a pretty little lowly. Too bad she is poor." Wang Sheng declared, "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off." With that, he and his friends ascended the stairs. Furious, Xiao Wu raised her foot to chase after them, but Tang San pulled her back, urging her to let it go since we were there to eat. Xiao Wu shot him a disdainful glance. "Why are you so afraid of trouble?" Tang San didn't reply, choosing to quietly queue instead. At that moment, a series of loud thuds echoed from the 2nd floor, followed by cries of pain. Everyone on the 1st floor was startled, collectively looking up. There, perched on the railing of the 2nd floor, was a familiar figure, myself. I had removed the weighted bags from my legs and waved down to the stunned crowd, saying, "Come up, today I'm treating you. We'll eat on the 2nd floor." Xiao Wu's presence had reminded me that Nodding City was full of hidden talents, and I could not afford to underestimate anyone. Although I had barely demonstrated my strength during our earlier spar, Xiao Wu's skills were indeed formidable. Xiao Wu was the first to react, leading a throng of work-study students up the stairs. As they passed the sprawled figures of the arrogant upperclassmen, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, the Academy's security team arrived, frowning at the scene of chaos. Tang San's expression seemed to say, "See, trouble has arisen." He was ready to step forward to take the blame for me, but I pulled him back and approached the security team, maintaining my composure as I stated, "It's nothing. The cafeteria floor is too slippery," and they accidentally fell. The security personnel were not foolish. They merely came to assess the situation. With a few casual warnings, they departed. Afterward, I invited everyone to sit at the second floor for our meal. Initially, the impoverished students felt a bit uneasy, but under Xiao Wu's social butterfly influence, they quickly relaxed. Tang San discreetly leaned over and asked, "This doesn't seem like your usual style." I glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "Had I not fought with Xiao Wu, I would have remained low-key. However, they have now witnessed my abilities, and I represent the dignity of work-study students. When they face bullying, I must step in." The title of boss is not given lightly. The meal was inexpensive, as the work-study students were quite sensible and did not order anything extravagant. After eating, Xiao Wu patted my shoulder, beaming, "Kakashi, well done. You truly are my little brother." I was left speechless. Later, the master summoned Tang San and me to his room. He asked Tang San to release his hammer Wuhuan. Upon seeing the master's excited expression, I knew this hammer was no ordinary weapon, and my intelligence had failed to mention it. I would need to research it thoroughly. Shortly thereafter, the master announced a significant piece of news. "Tomorrow morning, I will take both of you to hunt for your first soul ring." Tang San and I were momentarily stunned, then elated. Tang San needed the soul ring to break through his bottleneck with his Xian Tiangong, while I discovered that soul power could enhance my chakra volume, a revelation of monumental significance for me. The afternoon passed amidst the master's explanations and Tang San's inquiries. After leaving the master's room, I resolved to continue my reconnaissance of the academy environment. Regarding the weights on my legs, I decided to keep them on. After all, fighting in the academy is regulated by duels, and if trouble arises, I would have time to remove them. Not long after I left, the dormitory erupted in chaos. Tang San informed Xiao Wu that he would be leaving the next day, which distressed her. "You're leaving before the semester even starts. That means I'll have to do all the cleaning by myself." Tang San quickly reassured her that he would take care of all the chores upon his return and even share half of his earnings with her. Only then did Xiao Wu smile, though she muttered about making him pay upon his return. When I strolled back to the dormitory that evening, I found that Tang San and Xiao Wu were missing. I asked Wang Sheng and the others, but they claimed to be unaware. A sinking feeling hit me. It was late at night, and a lonely boy and girl had gone off together. What could they possibly be up to? At that moment, I conjured up a dramatic, emotional narrative spanning 80 episodes, centered around the theme of unspoken urgency. Could it be that Tang San, that rascal, was unable to contain himself? No, I must intervene. As I stepped outside, I discovered Wang Sheng stealthily trailing behind with a few companions, transforming the entire dormitory into a gathering of onlookers. When I inquired how they knew where Tang San and his companion were, one lad boldly asserted, "No matter what, the playground offers more space and convenience, doesn't it?" I was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, cleverness can sometimes lead to folly. Consequently, we all crouched conspiratorially by the wall, peering at the two figures in the center of the playground. Under the moonlight, they were engaged in a playful tussle, while Wang Sheng and his group murmured, Look, Sister Xiao Wu is on top of Brother San. Oh, the teacher is coming." Their chatter was giving me a headache. I had overthought the situation. Tang San was not in a state of desperate longing. Just as I prepared to leave, Tang San's movements captured my attention. His technique for throwing stones was astonishing, enabling several stones to arc gracefully in 3 distinct directions without colliding. This hidden weapon technique was intriguing and definitely worth studying. After observing for a while longer, as the two continued their antics, Wang Sheng and his group lost interest and slipped away. I too returned to the dormitory ahead of them. The following morning, Tang San and I set off with the master. Our destination was the Soul Hunting Forest, located 400 miles northeast of Neighborwith City. Along the way, the master imparted knowledge about soul beasts. He explained that soul beasts are categorized into 5 levels based on their age: 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years, corresponding to soul ring colors of white, yellow, purple, black, and red respectively. The higher the age of the soul beast, the more advantageous the effects of the soul ring. Tang San inquired if wealthy and powerful nobles could acquire superior soul rings. I internally scoffed. If that were the case, high-level soul beasts would have long been exterminated. Instead of leaving the city directly, the master began purchasing supplies. I could comprehend the need for water pouches, cured meat, and flatbreads, but when he procured a staggering 20 pounds of white radish, I was utterly flabbergasted. Was he preparing to feed rabbits in the soul-hunting forest? Fortunately, after completing his purchases, we hired a horse-drawn carriage. Once aboard, the master produced an exquisite belt adorned with 24 milky white jade stones, clearly a remarkable item. I instantly recognized it as a soul guide device, specifically of the storage variety. The master referred to this item as 24 bridges on a moonlit night, explaining that each jade stone provides 1 cubic meter of storage space. Quite impressive, but not to my taste. I prefer utility pouch style. You see, practicality is paramount. Thus, I merely cast a glance and returned to observing the scenery outside. The carriage journeyed for a full day and night before we finally arrived at our destination, the Soul Hunting Forest. The area outside the forest was a bustling little town, filled with soul masters shouting about forming teams to hunt soul beasts. As the master guided us inward, he elaborated that the prices here were exorbitant, which was why he had procured supplies in Neighborwith City. This maneuver was indeed a high-stakes business strategy. The master surveyed the hastily formed teams of soul masters with disdain, stating that a truly exceptional soul hunting team requires perfect coordination among 5 essential components: food, recovery, agility, strength, and attack types. More importantly, there must be absolute trust among team members, allowing them to rely on one another without hesitation. The master's words struck a chord within me, evoking the name of a certain individual, best left unmentioned. The entrance to the soul hunting forest was heavily guarded, featuring a 10-meter-high iron fence and a squad of fully armed soldiers patrolling the area. The master explained that entry requires a hand order issued by the Spirit Hall, and there are law enforcement groups conducting inspections. Being caught could lead to dire consequences. He specifically cautioned Tang San against inquiring about the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the state. Upon hearing this, I noted inwardly that the Spirit Hall's affairs were quite complex. As he spoke, the master produced a black insignia engraved with an intricate design featuring a sword at the center, flanked by a hammer and a beast I had never seen before. He presented the insignia for us to observe closely. I must say, the master then launched into a personal knowledge lecture, pointing at the insignia's design and explaining that it was known as the Spirit Hall Hand Order, categorized into 6 levels. The lowest tier features sword, while the next tier added a hammer. The insignia in the master's hand was impressive, ranked 3rd, in addition to the sword and hammer. It included a dragon named the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, which sounded quite formidable. He mentioned that with this insignia, we could traverse most of the soul hunting forest within the Tiendo Empire with ease, and it was a lifetime pass that did not need to be surrendered. Goodness, this was akin to a VIP gold membership card. However, I noticed a hint of melancholy in the master's eyes when he mentioned the dragon, suggesting there was a story behind it. Yet, Tang San remained oblivious, while I discerned clearly that the master was no ordinary individual. I would have to delve deeper into this later. As we approached the entrance to the soul hunting forest, the captain at the gate, upon seeing the master's golden membership card, was visibly taken aback, quickly bowing and ushering us through without a single question about why a young child was accompanying us. Upon entering the forest, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The cacophony from outside vanished, replaced by a refreshing ambience. The master did not rush forward, but instead surveyed the surroundings with keen vigilance. Tang San, ever the curious one, began to inquire about the esteemed figures represented on the insignia. The master abruptly interrupted him, stating, "Do not ask. Survival is our priority." A chill ran through me. It seemed this place was not safe. Suddenly, the master's demeanor shifted, his hands coming together before him, then forcefully parting as he exclaimed, "Come forth, Luo San Pao." I was momentarily stunned as a puff of purple smoke erupted from his hands, revealing a creature before us. Those familiar with such matters would recognize it as an exceedingly abstract being. If you were to call it a dog, it resembled a plump pig, measuring nearly 1.5 meters in length with a waistline to match. Its fur was a soft lavender hue, with drooping ears and large blue eyes that appeared quite innocent, its rotund body swaying as it moved. Upon its emergence, it scampered over to nuzzle the master's leg, and 2 yellow soul rings, indicating a 100-year level, rose beneath the master's feet. "Little San, this is my martial soul, Luo San Pao," the master introduced. Tang San was left dumbfounded. "Teacher, isn't a beast martial soul supposed to be an embodiment? How can it?" I too was puzzled. Could this creature be summoned like a spirit beast? I blurted out, "Is it a mutation?" Upon hearing this, both the master and Tang San were taken aback. A bittersweet expression crossed the master's face as he confirmed, "Indeed, it is a mutated martial soul. Unfortunately, it has mutated in a detrimental direction. When it awakened, my soul power was only half a level, and I shall never hope to surpass level 30. Here we go again with the melancholy. Goodness, this is the soul-hunting forest, not your little corner of despair." I hastily untied the lead weights from my legs. They were too cumbersome and would hinder my escape in case of danger. My chakra and soul power began to circulate in tandem, ready for battle at any moment. The master, however, did not dwell on his sorrow. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "San Pao, lead the way." Thus, we ventured deeper into the forest, with the master imparting knowledge about mutated martial souls as we traveled. Along the way, we encountered some soul beasts, but he dismissed them as being too low in age. As night fell, we found a suitable spot to set up camp. The master produced some medicinal powder for us to sprinkle around for protection. Once darkness enveloped the forest, it came alive with the sounds of various insects and beastly roars, creating a cacophony. We chose not to light a fire, opting instead to eat in the dark, while Tang San and the master leaned against a tree to rest. Finding the atmosphere stifling, I asked the master for some medicine, stating my intention to explore the surroundings. The master surprisingly acquiesced and instructed me, "Go, but do not wander too far. There is danger, so return promptly." He likely believed that although my soul power was not high, my agility was commendable, and I could manage to escape if necessary. I responded affirmatively and ventured out. Initially, I walked slowly, but once I had distanced myself from them, I leaped gracefully to the treetops, swiftly darting through the forest. Unfortunately, I stepped on something slick. Glancing down, I discovered it was a jet black snake. Reacting quickly, I retracted my foot, but I still felt a brush against my toes, probably the snake's head. Without a moment's hesitation, I exclaimed, "Gun, Sanka no Jutsu." A barrage of fireballs erupted, illuminating the surroundings, and one struck the black snake, causing it to plummet from the tree. I descended and delivered a swift strike, revealing a white 10-year soul ring. It appeared that soul beasts were indeed more ferocious than common wildlife. Instead of fleeing in fear, their first instinct was to retaliate. Finding the 10-year soul ring unimpressive, I sheathed my dagger and pressed on. Not long after, a sudden, thunderous noise emanated from the direction of the master and the others. A pang of anxiety gripped my heart. Had something gone awry? Just as I contemplated rushing back, I heard a chorus of wolf howls drawing near. I halted, straining to listen. It seemed the battle at the master's location had ceased. While the howling grew increasingly closer, I pondered for a moment. That crafty Tang San surely possessed numerous survival tactics, while the master seemed rather inept. However, it was too late to return now. I might as well investigate the wolf pack. Perhaps I could find a suitable soul ring. I promptly altered my course, racing toward the source of the howls. After a few paces, I intercepted a small squad of 5 wolves heading to gather. I resolved to end this swiftly, In a flash, I appeared beside a yawning wolf, delivering a powerful kick to its flank, sending it crashing into another. The remaining wolves, witnessing their comrade being struck, instantly became furious and charged at me from 4 directions. A smirk crept across my lips. Just as they lunged, I executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. The 4 wolves collided with a resounding thud, collapsing in a daze. Having dispatched 3 waves of wolves, I finally arrived at the gathering point. To my astonishment, under the moonlight, dozens of wolves congregated in the clearing, divided into 2 factions, a pack of iron-gray Yaming wolves and a horde of dark-green Jifeng magic wolves. Between the 2 groups trembled a small white fox. I was momentarily taken aback. This was an unexpected twist. It turned out these 2 packs were vying for the fox. Mistaking the howls for promising fortune, I had rushed in to rescue it, only to find myself encircled by the 2 packs. This little fox, of an indeterminate breed, evoked a strange sense of familiarity and a desire to protect it. For a fleeting moment, I even thought that when I grew old, a 9-tailed fox could keep me company. What was I thinking? This feeling was unsettling. I abruptly adjusted my headband, closed my right eye, and my left, I transformed into a scarlet Sharingan. Upon activating the Sharingan, clarity washed over me, as if splashed with cold water. It was the small fox unconsciously releasing an alluring charm. Not only the wolves, but even I had fallen prey to its enchantment. Just then, several wind blades shot forth from the Jifeng magic wolves. Dirt escape, Dorihiki. A stone wall erupted beneath me, elevating me into the air and evading the attack. From my elevated vantage point, my scarlet left, I surveyed the chaos below. The Sharingan was formidable. I could directly perceive the color and intensity of their soul power. There were 26 Yaming wolves, 3 of which were 100 years old, while the Jifeng magic wolves numbered 31, 5 of which were 100 years old. Thankfully, they had just engaged in a conflict, or I might have met my end here. I glanced at the troublesome little fox on my shoulder and sighed. I needed to devise a means of escape. Capturing the leaders would be ineffective. I required an alternative approach. Suddenly, I recalled a piece of information. The Jifeng magic wolves possess an exceptionally malevolent trait. Very well, I would target you, the 100-year-old Wolf King, as my first soul ring. Swoosh! More wind blades came hurtling toward me. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, I executed a body flicker technique, appearing directly above the Jifeng magic wolves. Rapidly forming hand seals, Hotan, Hozenka no Jutsu, several fireballs rained down into the wolf pack. As expected, the Yaming Wolf King seized the chance and ordered an assault. These mindless beasts were instinctively dooming themselves. The Jifeng magic wolves found themselves caught between 2 foes, creating utter chaos, and my pressure significantly lessened. Now was my chance. I formed more seals. Dirt escape, Dorihiki. A low wall rose, allowing me to leap atop it. Drawing forth a scroll and slamming it into the air. Water escape, Suechu no Ho. A torrent cascaded from the scroll, drenching the wolves engaged in combat. Wolves are not afraid of water, so they disregarded it entirely. But that was precisely what I desired. Lightning escape, Reiko. Blinding currents surged through the water, causing over 50 wolves to convulse and collapse, stripped of their combat capabilities. Water escape followed by lightning escape, a single wave to end the lesson. I dare not linger. Such commotion would surely attract attention. I formed a seal, and a massive stone hand emerged from the earth, seizing the unconscious Jifeng magic wolf king. After a moment's thought, I decided to snatch the Yaming wolf king as well, preventing further conflict upon their awakening. Thus, I clutched a wolf king under each arm, with the little white fox perched on my shoulder, hastening back to the master. Upon my return, I found Tang San busy administering an antidote to the unconscious master. What happened to the master? I inquired, setting down the 2 wolf kings. He was poisoned while dealing with the mandala snake. Tang San replied without looking up. He appeared unfazed. In the distance lay the corpse of a snake, its soul ring already gone. Have you absorbed the soul ring? I asked. Yes, he confirmed. Very well. I nodded. I shall not hesitate. You guard us while I absorb mine. With that, I settled down, dispatching the Jifeng magic wolf king with my dagger, commencing the absorption of my very first soul ring. By dawn, As we departed the forest, the master remained unconscious. I utilized the gravity rock technique to lighten his weight, carrying him on my back alongside Tang San in the cart. On the way, the master regained consciousness, albeit still quite weak. We then discovered that the small white fox I had rescued was, astonishingly, a nearly 4,000-year-old soul beast. It was evidently in a state of mental distress, which explained its lethargy. The master remarked that this fox possessed spirit and advised me to keep it close, as it could become a significant ally in the future. What a stroke of luck! In my impulsive act of rescue, I had stumbled upon a treasure. Upon returning to the academy dormitory, I placed the small white fox on my pillow, growing increasingly curious about the nature of the mental attack that could wound a fox of such ancient lineage. I resolved to delve into its mental realm. I gently adjusted my headband, my crimson Sharingan locking onto the half-open eyes of the white fox. Sharingan Jinjutsu. In an instant, I felt myself being drawn into a peculiar space. Upon entering, I was startled. In this mental world, a colossal white fox specter floated in agony above it. A swirling mass of radiant colors incessantly assaulted it through a beam of light. With my Sharingan, I discerned clearly that within that resplendent light resided an overwhelming aura of malice. Good heavens, unbeknownst to me, a fierce battle of mental strength was unfolding. It appeared that unless a victor emerged, the little white fox would remain forever afflicted. Considering it would soon become my companion, I resolutely decided to intervene, locking onto the target of the vibrant light. I cannot tell how long it had been, but I vaguely felt something warm and soft brushing against my left eye, as if something was licking it. Strange sounds reached my ears. Habitually, I opened only my right eye, still somewhat dazed. Kakashi and I is awake. Sister Xiaowu, third brother. Kakashi and I is awake. A loud voice exploded in my ear. Immediately, several voices called out my name in unison, Kakashi. As I opened my eyes, I felt as if my head were filled with lead, throbbing painfully. Before me swayed a white, fluffy object, and I wondered what it was. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a furry foxtail. I coughed a couple of times and propped myself up, only to find Xiao, San, Xiaowu, and a host of others surrounding me, their gazes akin to those observing a giant panda. I felt so embarrassed that I could almost dig my toes into the ground. I could only manage a dry laugh. Are you all preparing to hold a memorial service for me? Wang Sheng pointed to the little white fox in my arms, bewildered, and asked, Kakashi, where did this little creature come from? No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Wu, displeased, snatched it from me and hugged it tightly, affectionately rubbing against it. What little creature? Her name is Fu Fu. Isn't she adorable? I was taken aback. Xiao Wu was incredibly quick, having already named her Fu Fu. I thought to myself, has she secretly taken a naming class? Yet the little fox, Fu Fu, showed no regard for Xiao Wu and promptly leaped from her arms to mine, nuzzling my face with her tiny, pointed nose, tickling me incessantly. I instinctively patted her twice. Oh, the sensation was exquisite, so incredibly smooth. As I reveled in this warm and comforting feeling, Xiao Wu slapped my shoulder, nearly knocking the sense out of me. Stop enjoying yourself. I need to discuss serious matters. She had a serious expression, stating that because of the incident I caused last time, we were going to have a showdown with those arrogant upperclassmen tomorrow. Oh, upon hearing this, I felt a surge of excitement. Wasn't this exactly what the battle-loving Xiao Wu desired? Enough. I'm utterly exhausted. I'm going to sleep now. As I spoke, I attempted to lie down, but Xiao Wu transformed into a shaking machine, vigorously jolting me. Hey, you've already slept all afternoon, and you want to sleep more. Quickly, tell us what to do. And what is up with your eyes? Did you get injured before? There's a scar. Wang Sheng chimed in. Yes, we want to see what you look like. But this little 11T allow us to touch your mask. I turned a glance at Fu Fu, thinking, well done, my treasure. The scars on my eyes were from an injury I sustained in childhood, leaving me unable to open them. Fu Fu is my newly acquired companion. And that was all I needed to explain. I briefly clarified that my mental energy had been severely depleted after helping Fu Fu break that illusion, making me feel utterly drained, and I simply wished to lie flat. Observing my half-dead appearance, they realized they could no longer rely on me and dispersed. Despite my seemingly feeble state, I was in fact quite resilient. Allow me to share a secret. Over the past 5 years, thanks to my innate connection with the Nine Tails energy, I had stealthily advanced to level 22. I had successfully acquired 2 soul rings. One from a 500-year-old Swift Wind Demon Wolf King and another from a 700-year-old Nether Wolf King. Impressive, isn't it? However, this time, the mental strain was substantial. I had exhausted my energy, and I needed to return to the city for replenishment. Otherwise, I would be unable to perform adequately in tomorrow's battle. In the blink of an eye, a semester had passed. Tang San and Xiao Wu were busy packing, discussing their vacation plans. Xiao Wu was clamoring to visit Tang San's home. As I listened to their playful banter over 6 silver coins, I observed discreetly. I must say, Xiao Wu is a veritable bundle of contradictions. Her body's flexibility is almost inhuman. She has no concept of money, spending it as if it were water. Yet, she possesses an indomitable spirit and is somehow a work-study student. One might think she was a spoiled young lady from a prestigious family, yet she mingles effortlessly with us. A bunch of impoverished work-study students, without a hint of arrogance. This character design is too disjointed. While I pondered this, Tang San suddenly addressed me. Kakashi, don't you live alone? Why not let Xiao Wu stay at your place? I thought that would be perfect. I wanted to observe her closely, so I nodded in agreement. Sure, just ask Village Chief Jack for the key. Tang San paused. Aren't you going back? I shook my head and began to speak earnestly. I want to be going back. As a pioneer in the realm of soul masters, I must venture out to explore, paving the way for you so that you may face fewer hardships in the future. Ah, family who understands. While professing my intentions for the collective good, my body honestly chose to fly solo. Mainly, with Fu in tow, I struggled to utilize my instantaneous technique effectively, making it too conspicuous to jump around the academy. Once I exited Nuo Ding City, I felt no reservations. I plunged into the forest, swiftly traversing the treetops. Fu, this little creature, was true to her 4,000-year heritage. Comfortably perched on my shoulder, excitedly chirping, seemingly reveling in the thrill of speed and adrenaline. 10 days later, outside Wuhan City, I employed a shadow clone technique, sending one in first to scout the city while instructing Pope Bibi Dong to facilitate entry for both Fu and me. However, as soon as my clone infiltrated, it was intercepted by a shadowy figure. The aura was so intense that even through my clone, I could sense the palpable terror. The figure announced itself. I am Ghost Douluo Gue Mei. Goodness, the title Douluo personally came to greet me? What a display. Soon, I found myself in the Pope's hall, facing Bibi Dong. She did not assume the haughty demeanor of a pope, but rather treated me with courtesy. Referring to me as Mr. Hokage, I surmised that my previous boast had led her to equate the title of Hokage with her own position, prompting her to treat me with utmost respect. I quickly recounted the situation regarding my clone, and without hesitation, Bibi Dong dispatched Ghost Law to retrieve my true self. With a resounding poof, my clone vanished. Later, I learned that even Ghost Law, an extraordinary figure, failed to detect my clone technique, leaving Bibi Dong quite astonished. She likely mentally categorized me as someone to collaborate with, not to be controlled. Once I entered the hall with Fu, the clarity in my mind was undeniable. Bibi Dong had undoubtedly anticipated my arrival and intentionally sent a titled Douluo as a show of respect while simultaneously asserting her dominance. I attempted to extract information from Ghost Douluo, but he merely stated that he had been waiting for me for many days, confirming my suspicions. Where's the trust between individuals? I was genuinely perplexed. However, we are all astute individuals, and some matters are best left unspoken. We tacitly bypassed this topic. Bibi Dong suggested that the title Hokage might lead to confusion and asked me to adopt another. I pondered for a moment and replied, "Then you may call me the 6th generation." Then, she shifted the conversation abruptly to Fu on my shoulder. She mentioned that 2 months prior, her subordinates had encountered a rare white fox in the hunting soul forest, which had escaped during confrontation. Upon hearing this, my heart sank. She was indicating that she had long been aware of Fu's origins, making it all too easy to trace back to me. An 11-year-old child wearing a ninja forehead protector, clad in tight attire, and masked. Such distinctive features were unmistakable. As I anticipated, she spoke again, her tone tinged with a hint of threat. Mr. Sixth Generation, I do not wish to intrude upon your life. But I hope that the ninja unit you spoke of can be established promptly. Fine, you have your reasons. I responded firmly. Certainly, but I require your commitment. Agreed. I will no longer investigate you, and will treat you with the courtesy befitting an equal. Bibi Dong readily swore. I swear by the name of the Pope. I swear by the honor of the 6th generation Hokage. The deal was struck. Soon enough, I was taken to a top-secret training base. Wow, the operational efficiency of the Wuhan Palace is truly commendable. Within just a year, they had established such a vast base in the primordial forest, with 300 children practicing their physical abilities as if they were dumplings in a pot. Bibi Dong and the others leaped down from the mountain peaks. I lacked that ability, so I hastily formed hand seals as I neared the ground. Water release. Water barrier, utilizing a water wall as a cushion for myself. Bye-bye Dong handed me a black robe, urging me to conceal my youthful appearance. Finding the robe excessively large, I resorted to a technique known as two done. Yinjikai, transforming my form to that of an adult, even crafting hands from earth and stone. After requesting a pair of gloves from her, I was finally ready. Upon the high platform, the individual in charge delivered an impassioned speech that left me frowning in discontent. The notion of loyalty to the Pope struck me as rather pedestrian. When my turn arrived, I promptly revised the speech. In a voice that exuded both maturity and steadiness, I addressed the children. My dear children, once you were forsaken orphans, yet the Wuhan Dian has bestowed upon you a new life. Your mission is to protect the Wuhan Dian. Become the guardians in the shadows of the Wuhan Dian. I shall refer to such individuals as ninjas. Endure all hardships, tend to your wounds, and if death befalls you, do so without regret, all for the everlasting glory of the Wuhan Dian. My words ignited the atmosphere, causing the children below to erupt in fervent cheers, akin to being invigorated by a powerful elixir. I then conjured several shadow clones and began instructing them in the art of throwing kunai and shuriken. After a lengthy session, I dismissed the clones and stealthily retreated to a corner, where I immediately spotted a withdrawn child. His bushy eyebrows and watermelon-shaped hairstyle caught my attention, and upon inquiry, I realized he bore an uncanny resemblance to my lifelong rival, Mai Tai Kai. Though he bore a different name, his appearance was strikingly similar. He confided in me that he struggled with throwing techniques and lacked explosive power, leading to his ostracization by others. As he spoke, a yellow soul ring materialized beneath him. I was taken aback. A soul master? He revealed that he possessed innate full soul power, yet lacked a martial soul, rendering the soul ring useless for him. And thus he was deemed a waste and cast aside. Upon lifting my forehead protector and activating my Sharingan, clarity dawned upon me. This boy possessed the innate qualities of a true ninja. His energy mirrored chakra and could only be refined. Mere meditation held no value. It seemed that heaven had sent me the perfect ally. I imparted to him the methods for refining chakra before taking my leave. As I made my way to the blacksmith to procure some ninja tools, a shimmering golden figure materialized before me. With golden locks, porcelain skin, and a pair of pristine white wings, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. It was Qianren Shui. She coldly addressed me. I did not expect you to be the so-called 6th Hokage. A chill ran through me. I had been recognized. Without allowing me a moment to explain, she declared, last time you escaped. This time, there will be no retreat. Before her words faded, a radiant orb shot toward me at an astonishing velocity. Tudan, Tuliubi. I hastily summoned a wall of earth, but the orb pierced through effortlessly, shattering it to pieces. Amidst the billowing dust, she descended, wielding a gleaming holy sword, a skill from a 10,000-year soul ring. Unfazed, I enveloped my short blade in lightning and charged toward her. However, both of us were astute, unwilling to engage in a direct clash. In the fleeting moment of our aerial encounter, we simultaneously relinquished our attacks and seized each other by the wrist. Upon landing, she emitted a cold huff, unleashing her 57th level of soul power, attempting to overwhelm me with her advantage. I laughed, thinking to use your soul power advantage? How naive. My chakra and her soul power belong to entirely different systems. Her energy crashed against an invisible wall, unable to penetrate. If she dared to withdraw her soul power, my energy would surge forth immediately. Before I could finish my thought, astonishment etched itself across Qian Renshue's face. For a lightning-short sword identical to mine now rested against her neck. Behind her, my shadow clone quietly added, "You cannot move." As those words left my lips, another figure emerged behind her, Kakashi, his blade now pressed firmly against Qian Renshue's delicate neck. The Kakashi who had been clashing with her a moment ago had vanished in a puff of white smoke, leaving only a shadow clone. Qian Renshue appeared utterly bewildered, her icy demeanor faltering as she questioned Kakashi. "Explain this. Wasn't that wall destroyed by me?" Kakashi, exuding calmness, retorted, "Do you know what it means to break a point to shatter the surface?" "I do, but the conditions are exceedingly stringent." "Then what if I let you achieve it deliberately?" At that moment, Qian Renshue fell silent. The onlookers atop the city wall comprehended the brilliance of the maneuver. This was a textbook example of psychological warfare. Kakashi had never intended to confront her directly. He had purposely constructed an earth wall and guided her attack to the most vulnerable point, creating the illusion of collapse. The goal? To cloud the air with dust and debris. As the dust rose, visibility diminished and perception was disrupted, allowing his shadow clone to swiftly take over the battle while his true self burrowed underground, the debris perfectly sealing the entrance. Still unconvinced, Qian Renshue challenged him. "How could you bet that I wouldn't use my mental power to detect?" Kakashi chuckled. "Sister, are you deceiving yourself? Would you dare?" Faced with an opponent of my speed and unknown abilities, would she dare to disperse her mental focus? Her attention would be entirely fixated on me, fearing a sudden backstab. This is what it means to be a high-level hunter, often appearing in the guise of prey. On the city wall, the Pope could not help but lecture his subordinates. "Do you see? This is the essence of a ninja. When soul masters battle, they seek grandeur and soul skills clashing. But we play the game of assassination, of efficiency, of how to eliminate you in the shortest time with the most cunning moves. No chance is given. One strike to end." This was a clear demonstration of intellectual dominance. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. 5 years later, Tang San and Xiao Wu graduated from Neighborwith Academy. Now around 12 or 13 years old, they had matured significantly. Tang San honed his skills in blacksmithing, developing a muscular physique, while Xiao Wu blossomed into a graceful beauty, her scorpion braid nearly grazing the ground. Although numerous mid-tier academies vied for their attention, the master insisted they attend an obscure institution called Shrek in the desolate city of Sota. Upon entering the city, Xiao Wu immediately began to grumble. "Brother, what was master thinking, passing up so many good schools to come here? It's exhausting. Regardless, you owe me some fun to compensate for my tender psyche." Tang San chuckled. "You, the big sister of Neighborwith Academy, with a tender psyche? Your underlings would surely jump into the river upon hearing that." As they exchanged banter, Xiao Wu suddenly recalled, "Hey, didn't Kakashi arrive a few days before us? He was supposed to gather intelligence. But where is he?" Before she could finish, a soft voice emanated from behind them. "Are you looking for me?" Xiao Wu gasped, nearly jumping in fright, turning to find Kakashi standing there like a ghost. "Kakashi, can you not appear so suddenly? You nearly scared me to death." Kakashi lazily waved his hand. "Next time, pay attention. Now let us go have a meal. I'll lead the way." This fellow had thoroughly explored the culinary landscape of Suatuwa City, listing delicacies like steamed buns from East Street and wontons from West Street. Ultimately, Xiao Wu insisted that Kakashi treat them to ramen, deeming it a form of compensation for emotional distress. After feasting, Xiao Wu patted her belly and asked, "Brother, where are we staying?" Tang San shrugged. "We should ask Kakashi." Turning around, they found he had vanished. Xiao Wu was ready to explode. "That scoundrel! He slipped away again." "Oh, not yet." Kakashi strolled out of the ramen shop, clutching something in his hand, having forgotten an item. Tang San and Xiao Wu, utterly exasperated, found him both reliable and infuriating. The trio began their search for a hotel, and Xiao Wu, with her keen eye, immediately spotted an eye-catching establishment named Meiguei Jiudian. The entire hotel was adorned in a striking rose red, exuding an overwhelming flamboyance. Tang San remained indifferent, content as long as Xiao Wu was pleased. After years of working and receiving subsidies from Wuhuan Hall, he considered himself a modestly affluent individual. Upon entering the hotel, a rich fragrance of roses enveloped them, creating an intimate atmosphere. However, the front desk informed them that only one room remained available. Tang San thought, well, I can share the floor with Kakashi. Just as he was about to book the room, a haughty voice called from behind, I believe that room should belong to me. The trio turned to see a striking blonde gentleman, flanked by two identical twin beauties, approaching. His gaze was wickedly captivating, revealing a pair of heterochromatic eyes, radiating an icy demeanor that proclaimed him as the unrivaled ruler. He paid no attention to Tang San and directly addressed the receptionist. New here? Surely you know to reserve a room for me. The receptionist was left dumbfounded. Tang San, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, attempted to reason. Good sir, there is always an order to things, is there not? The heterochromatic-eyed gentleman did not even glance back, coldly retorting, and what of it? At that moment, Xiao Wu, unable to contain her anger, rushed to Tang San's side, pointing accusingly at the man. You are nothing. Get lost. Kakashi, who had been engrossed in his reading, felt a jolt of awareness. He knew this fiery little girl was about to erupt. The heterochromatic-eyed gentleman finally turned, his alluring gaze settling on Xiao Wu, and he nodded. Very well. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Since you are all soul masters, let us engage in a match. If you can defeat me, I shall leave immediately. Just then, the hotel manager rushed out in a flurry. Seeing the handsome man as if he were a deity, Dai Xiao, please do not be angry. This newcomer is unfamiliar with the rules. He then attempted to evict Tang San and his companions. Xiao Wu could not tolerate this affront, exclaiming, we will not leave. You let down on us. Dai Xiao scolded. Having insulted me, leaving will not be so simple. As tensions escalated, Tang San pulled Xiao Wu aside, asserting, let me handle this. This is a matter between men. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's fury diminished significantly, and she obediently stepped back. She wished to call Kakashi for assistance, but he clutched his stomach, claiming, oh dear, my stomach feels unwell. Let your brother take care of this. Tang San stepped forward, addressing Dai Xiao. I welcome your guidance. Without hesitation, Dai Xiao launched a powerful punch. Swift and fierce, Tang San did not evade. He met the blow head-on, activating his Xianyu hand, and countered with a punch of his own. A dull thud resonated as Tang San was forced back several steps, while Dai Xiao wore a look of astonishment, clearly not anticipating such resilience from Tang San. Good. You possess the qualifications to be my opponent, Dai Xiao declared, excitement coursing through him as he lunged forward, limbs outstretched with an unpredictable attack. Tang San swiftly employed his control technique, deftly diverting Dai Xiao midair. As Dai Xiao landed, Tang San seamlessly followed with his ghostly shadow technique, closing the distance and delivering a powerful blow to Dai Xiao's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Dai Xiao executed a backflip, landing with a slightly grim expression, but his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Excellent. You have compelled me to use my soul power. I concede this match. However, I cannot leave without a proper contest. With that, his aura erupted. White Tiger, manifest! A pale light burst forth, his muscles bulging, hair transforming into a striking black and white, a royal insignia appearing on his forehead. His hands morphing into tiger claws covered in white fur, glinting with deadly sharpness. Most alarmingly, 3 soul rings rose beneath him, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Fellow companions, do you understand? The purple one signifies a 1,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wu was utterly stunned. This individual, seemingly just a few years older than Tang San, was a soul master of the 1,000-year ring rank. Dai Xiao proclaimed his title with an air of grandeur. Dai Mu Bai, Wuhuan White Tiger, 37th level Assault Soul Master. I look forward to your guidance. At that moment, the atmosphere was thick with tension. With Dai Xiao's 37th level Soul Master presence unleashed, my heart raced, fearing that Tang San was about to face a substantial defeat. But guess what? Just as Tang San revealed his blue-silver grass Wuhan, which had transformed into a spiky, serpent-like form, Kakashi swiftly positioned himself between them, calmly stating, "Allow me to take this one." I was utterly taken aback. Wow, who is this dashing figure? Dai Mu Bai was equally taken aback, scrutinizing the sudden appearance of the silver-haired masked man. In the next moment, the atmosphere erupted. Kakashi's presence surged, 3 soul rings emerging, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Remarkably, he was a 34th level weapon soul master. Although he was 3 levels beneath Dai Xiao, the appearance of the 1,000-year soul rings silenced the entire hotel lobby. He drew forth a short blade, named Baya, now elongated and stunningly elegant. Even more astonishingly, as he declared his name, Hatake Kakashi, 34th level weapon soul master. Let us make this quick. A pure white little fox dashed in from the entrance, nimbly climbing onto his shoulder. Dai Mu Bai's face turned pale. "You bring this creature to fight me? Who do you think you are?" Kakashi pointed to his forehead protector, calmly stating, "It serves as my ocular enhancement and battle companion." Upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai acknowledged, "Very well, you have my respect." No sooner had he spoken than he launched himself forward like a cannonball, his tiger claws gleaming menacingly, aimed at Kakashi's chest. I must say, in the realm of skilled combatants, every detail matters. Kakashi did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, instantly activating his first soul ring, producing several identical wind blade short swords that shot toward Dai Mu Bai mid-air. With no room to evade, Dai Mu Bai was forced to endure the onslaught. His first soul ring illuminated, forming a protective barrier, but he could not anticipate that Kakashi's wind blades were not mere spectacles. Their penetrating power was formidable, akin to a power drill against a shield. Following this, Dai Mu Bai activated his second soul ring, unleashing a white tiger's radiant wave, a massive sphere of white energy erupting forth. Boom! The sound reverberated as furniture flew throughout the hall. I thought, this is disastrous, but upon closer inspection, Kakashi had already retreated, unscathed. His battle instincts were remarkable. As Dai Mu Bai landed, Kakashi launched more wind blades, to which Dai Mu Bai scoffed, effortlessly dodging with a lateral move. However, he was completely unprepared for the fact that these wind blades were merely smoke bombs. Kakashi's second soul skill, Spectral Flash, activated quietly under the cover of the wind blades. What? Dai Mu Bai's eyes nearly bulged out. In the blink of an eye, the figure that had been 10 meters away was now right in front of him. Kakashi clenched his fist, delivering a heavy blow to his chest. In a moment of panic, Dai Mu Bai instinctively raised his tiger paw to block. But the sound of a dull thud echoed as he felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, his entire arm instantly numb and powerless. He stood there, bewildered, questioning the source of such strength. How could a nimble attacking soul master possess such weight behind their punch? Fellow companions, the most audacious maneuver was yet to come. After delivering that heavy blow, Kakashi's body remained fluid, retracting his fist instantly, sliding forward as his right hand gripped the Baya's short blade, now aimed at Dai Mu Bai's neck. Dai Mu Bai, startled, executed a back bridge, narrowly avoiding the blade that grazed his nose. Just as he exhaled in relief, preparing to unleash his third soul skill in retaliation, the ground beneath him vanished. With a splash, he fell. Dai Xiao fell straight to the ground, lying there with his gaze fixed on Kakashi, who had poised the tip of his blade at his brow. The voice beneath Kakashi's mask was calm, devoid of any turbulence. "In this battle, I have emerged victorious." Dai Mu Bai, embodying the spirit of a true man, gracefully conceded, stating, "I have lost, and I accept it wholeheartedly. However, may I pose a question?" His first inquiry was, "How did you predict my movements after I landed?" Kakashi pointed to a small fox on his shoulder, grooming its paws. "Her name is Fu Fu, a 4,000-year-old spiritual soul beast. She observed your actions." It turns out he had a conspicuous companion aiding him. Dai Bai continued with his second question. That punch you threw was not aimed at my fist, Kakashi clarified, but rather at the highly compressed air. My second soul skill is extreme acceleration, and the air was unable to disperse, exploding against your palm as it was propelled by my punch. I swung my blade to obscure your vision, ultimately tripping you with a sweeping kick. Such a seamless combination of moves, like flowing water. Upon hearing this, Dai Bai expressed his respect, saying, I await you at Shrek Academy, should trouble arise. Invoke the name of the evil-eyed white tiger. With that, he departed with the pair of twin beauties. Xiao Wu, still lingering, remarked, evil-eyed white tiger? More like a lustful tiger. The following day, the three of us ventured into Soto City. Xiao Wu exhibited a soldier-like fervor while shopping, merely browsing without purchasing anything, nearly exhausting me and Sangu in the process. Then, we stumbled upon an eccentric shop. The sign displayed a symbol that resembled a sword, a hammer, and a dragon, identical to a Master S token. Upon entering, the interior was dimly lit, revealing an elderly man resembling a shoe sole, donned in square glasses, lazily swaying in a recliner, radiating an aura of indifference. My Sangu immediately fixated on a corner where a crystal, riddled with impurities, lay. The old man, barely opening his eyes, lethargically stated, 100 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu erupted in disbelief. You want 100 for this worthless stone? I might as well steal it. To our astonishment, the old man raised the price without a hint of concern, 200 gold soul coins. The more Xiao Wu protested, the higher the price soared, culminating in his declaration, 500 gold soul coins, and that's final. If you want to sell, we'll leave. I thought to myself, this proprietor truly understands reverse PUA. Left with no choice, Sangu reluctantly paid for the crystal. Yet, the old man then offered an installment plan, 10 gold coins a month. I was taken aback. How did he know Sangu, a great soul master, received precisely 10 gold coins in subsidy? This old fellow is undoubtedly a master. At that moment, the old man finally opened his eyes and noticed the 24-bridge bright moon belt around Sangu's waist, sitting upright. You are his disciple? He, of course, referred to the master. The old man's demeanor shifted dramatically. He waved his hand, saying, the crystal is yours. Now, lead me to my slumber. As soon as Sangu and the others departed, the most thrilling part unfolded. Kakashi's figure materialized silently within the shop. A shadow clone, indeed. He had been holding back. The old man's eyes widened, his expression sharpening. I failed to sense how you remained. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from the recliner, appearing swiftly before Kakashi, his hand clawing towards Kakashi's throat like an eagle's talon. The speed was astonishing, yet Kakashi was faster. It was as if he had anticipated this moment. With a swift motion, he seized the old man's wrist. For the first time, surprise flickered across the old man's face. Kakashi, unblinking, analyzed coolly. To possess such speed without utilizing a martial soul, you must belong to the agility category, with strength at least at the soul sage level. Any higher, and I wouldn't have been able to grasp your hand. After all, beyond that lies the realm of titled Douluo. With this revelation, the old man ceased his charade, his expression warming to a genial demeanor. Chuckling, it seems to be a misunderstanding. I must say, exchanges between masters are refreshingly straightforward. We engaged in dialogue, clarifying the situation in mere moments. He was merely a recluse, seeking tranquility, while we were three naive newcomers. He feared we might bring trouble, while I viewed him as a potential threat. Thus, we mutually de-escalated the situation. He reclined back into his chair, lazily commenting that Tang San and Xiao Wu were quite exceptional. Albeit Xiao Wu had a bit of a temper. Upon hearing this, I decided to take my leave. Prolonged conversation could lead to errors. Just before exiting, I couldn't resist delivering a parting shot. I hope you haven't deceived me. Otherwise, the three of us might just find a way to take you down. Upon stepping out of the shop, I turned into a narrow alley, and with a puff, the shadow clone dissipated into white smoke, delivering all the gathered intelligence in an instant. Meanwhile, Tang San was already anxiously dragging Xiao Wu and me back to the hotel. His excitement was palpable, akin to winning 5 million, as he clasped Xiao Wu's hand, his palm clammy with sweat. Upon entering the room, he hurriedly locked the doors and windows, drawing the curtains tightly, then mysteriously pulled us into the bedroom. Dear friends, who understands? The Rose Hotel was already laden with ambiguity. Adorned with a heart-shaped bed and a pink ambience, Tang San's sudden display sent Xiao Wu's face pale, instinctively covering her collar. I thought to myself, goodness, has the hotel's pink atmosphere ensnared you? Are you planning to concoct some hotel-exclusive drama? You are merely 12. What happened next? He reverently produced the crystal we had purchased for 200 gold soul coins, treating it as if it were a rare beauty, caressing it tenderly. Unable to contain myself, I exclaimed, "Hey, all this fuss just for this worthless stone? Surely you haven't made a hasty decision and bought yourself a lesson?" Tang San did not lift his gaze. Mesmerized by the crystal, finally managing to utter, "The most precious crystal is not amethyst." Xiao Wu, intrigued, inquired what he meant, and he solemnly replied with 2 words, "It's hair crystal." Hair crystal? What is that? Xiao Wu and I exchanged bewildered glances. We had never heard of it. Tang San then embarked on his little educational session. To summarize, hair crystal forms under special conditions, producing golden threads resembling hair. Just one strand can be worth a fortune. Xiao Wu retorted on the spot, "But I don't see any golden threads in this stone. Besides, if no one recognizes its value, what good is it?" In response, Tang San smiled. "No, this is not an ordinary hair crystal. This is a supreme variant. Essentially, it contained an abundance of golden strands, densely packed akin to a circuit board, requiring at least 10,000 years to form." He asserted that not only was it worth 200 gold soul coins, but 2,000. Before we could fully comprehend, he produced his massive iron hammer, instructing Xiao Wu and me to step back. Goodness. He channeled his Xiantian skill to the limit, his entire being glowing white, and without another word, he swung the hammer down upon the crystal on the ground. Bam! I tell you, that thunderous sound shook the entire Rose Hotel. The crystal shattered into pieces. Yet, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. Countless golden specks erupted from the fragments, transforming the room into a veritable golden rain, jingling everywhere. Xiao Wu, startled, quickly summoned her soul power for protection, and, as the golden light settled, we found ourselves in disbelief. The floor and bed were strewn with tiny, bouncy golden particles the size of rice grains. Xiao Wu pinched one, stating that even if it were pure gold, it wouldn't return the 200 gold soul coins we spent. Tang San was utterly exhilarated, completely disregarding our presence. He employed all his skills, including Kong He Qin Long, frantically sweeping the golden particles off the ground, meticulously collecting them into his waist belt without leaving a single grain behind. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside. It was a hotel staff member, inquiring about a loud noise they had heard. At that moment, I contemplated stepping out to take the blame, but guess what? This rascal Tang San, while tirelessly gathering treasures, maintained a calm demeanor and called out to the door. We heard it, but are unsure of the cause. Alas, for the sake of these treasures. He had even mastered the art of deception. Once he had collected every last golden bean, he finally revealed to us that this substance was called Fa-gene, a natural material used in his former world to craft extraordinarily potent hidden weapons. The following day, we followed the address provided by our master to seek out the Shrek Academy. To our astonishment, we arrived at a village, a dilapidated one at that. At the entrance stood a ramshackle archway constructed of wood, with a weathered sign bearing the words Shrek Academy. At that moment, I exchanged glances with Tang San and Xiao Wu, feeling utterly deceived by our master. The line for registration was considerable, with each face revealing disappointment as murmurs circulated, questioning how such a shabby place could possibly be the prestigious academy that promised noble titles upon graduation. The registration was overseen by a lethargic old man, charging 10 gold soul coins, deposited into a decrepit wooden box before he would pinch your hand twice. The first boy, having just celebrated his 13th birthday, was promptly dismissed, his registration fee non-refundable. When his father attempted to argue, The old man shot a glance and called out, "Mu Bai." The boy Dai Mu Bai sprang forth, without a word, showcasing 3 soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, emanating the imposing aura of a soul master, causing the father and son to retreat in defeat. With that display, nearly half the people in line fled. Another boy approached, 12 years old, flaunting a century-old soul ring, yet the old man shook his head, declaring him unqualified. The parents protested, claiming their son was a genius. The old man, growing impatient, stood and declared, "Our Shrek Academy is a monster academy. We only accept monsters, not ordinary folk. Those over 13 years of age or with soul power below level 21 must leave." As his words resonated, a tremendous aura erupted from him. 6 soul rings rising from his feet, a configuration comprising 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and the final 1 black, which was a 10,000-year soul ring. A guardian of the gate was a soul emperor above level 60. The crowd fell silent, and shortly thereafter, many more departed in haste. The entrance requirements were simply outrageous. Those remaining were undoubtedly formidable. When it was our turn, only 1 girl stood before us, a vision in a white dress, her short hair framing a soft, delicate face. After examining her hand, the old man's expression shifted. He furrowed his brows and inquired whether her family was aware of her presence there. Instinctively, I sensed something was amiss. What was her background that even a soul emperor regarded her with such wariness? Dai Mu Bai's gaze was as predatory as a wolf's. The girl merely smiled, asserting that as long as she met the criteria, they had to accept her. After a moment of hesitation, the old man relented and allowed her entry. As we prepared to step forward to register, I suddenly noticed Dai Mu Bai's gaze sharpened, fixated on something behind us. Tang San and I instinctively looked back, our hearts racing. Behind us stood another girl, tall with long black hair, appearing younger, yet possessing an exaggerated figure. Most striking was her face, beautiful yet icy, devoid of any warmth. Her expression exuding an aura that screamed, "Keep your distance." I realized this academy was strange, as was our master's directive to come here. And the uncle in Soto City was equally enigmatic. Mysteries surrounded us, as if the enigma had yet to unfold. The old man in charge of registration began his peculiar examination. He first grasped Xiao Wu's hand, pinching it lightly and nodding, confirming her age was appropriate. Then, his hand reached for my third brother. Upon contact, he gasped, his expression akin to someone who had been constipated for days, feeling my brother's hand, yet unable to discern its structure. With a look of suspicion, he inquired, "What kind of training have you undergone?" Naturally, my brother had honed his skills to perfection, his hands nearly polished from his dealings with hidden weapons, rendering them almost malleable. My brother, being forthright, merely nodded. The old man, now frowning deeply, instructed, "Raise your calf." My brother placed his leg upon the table, and the old man, through the fabric, began to squeeze vigorously, causing my brother to wince. Finally, he begrudgingly nodded, "All right, your bone age passes. Now, unleash your martial soul." Xiao Wu and I shared a knowing glance as we activated our soul powers. A dazzling array of blue and red light illuminated the space. With the emergence of the century-old soul ring, Xiao Wu's adorable rabbit ears sprouted, and my brother's hands manifested the distinctive blue-silver grass, vines swirling dramatically, exuding an undeniable presence. The old man cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu, but remained fixated on my brother, muttering, "Blue-silver grass? A useless martial soul can cultivate this quickly?" My brother chuckled in response, directly countering, "Master, don't you only accept monsters? With my appearance, do I not qualify as one?" Upon hearing this, a smile broke across the old man's face. "Indeed, you qualify as a little monster. Mu Bai, take them inside." Just as Dai Mu Bai was about to lead us away, the old man's gaze shifted, and he seized the hand of Kakashi, who had been silently observing. Throughout the process, Kakashi had stood like a bodyguard, yet the old man's scrutiny had now turned towards him. What ensued was even more absurd. After a lengthy examination, the old man's face turned pale as he failed to ascertain any conclusive result, prompting him to ask Kakashi to lift his leg. Kakashi, bending down, took his time, to which the old man impatiently demanded, "What are you doing? Hurry up." Kakashi leisurely replied, "Don't rush. It's tricky to take this off." Finally, he raised his leg. The old man squeezed again, veins bulging on his forehead, evidently frustrated, as Kakashi's leg structure was remarkably peculiar. He inquired whether Kakashi had trained in any soul techniques, to which Kakashi simply shook his head. "No, I haven't practiced soul techniques." This response was baffling. Indeed, he had not trained in soul techniques, but his training was purely physical, akin to the intensity of the 8 gates, rendering his bones far from normal. The old man was thoroughly stymied, his face reddening as he stammered, "How old are you?" Kakashi feigned ignorance, pointing to his face and asking, "Do I look that young?" The old man erupted, "With your face covered and wearing a headband, how can I see anything? Speak, how old are you?" Kakashi, startled by the old man's outburst, meekly stated, 16. 16. The old man's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "What brings you here?" Kakashi innocently gestured to us. "I came with them, and you grabbed my hand without a word." I could hardly contain my laughter. This was a classic case of Kakashi playing the ultimate game of stretching the truth. The old man nearly suffered stroke, pointing at Kakashi in frustration until Daimyo stepped in to mediate, whispering a few words to the old man's ear. I suspected he mentioned Kakashi had once bested him in a fight. Indeed, upon hearing this, the old man's expression shifted multiple times before he waved his hand dismissively. All right. When the dean returns, I will inform him. This lad can be considered a talent. Take him inside as well." Thus the 3 of us, accompanied by an overage guardian, finally stepped into this peculiar village. No, this was not merely a village, it was Shrek Academy. Upon entering, I was astounded. The surroundings were filled with dilapidated wooden houses, all embodying a rustic charm. Daimyo led us further inside, his lips murmuring about the newly arrived ice-cold beauty at the entrance, claiming a sense of kinship in our auras, suggesting our martial souls could fuse. At that moment, Xiao Wu retorted sharply, "I think you are better suited for a fierce tigress." I was pondering, come on, your gaze practically screams your desire for romance. And here you're talking about martial soul fusion, as if we were playing out a pure love tale. Just as we were walking along, a soft, melodious cry suddenly rang out beside us. "Sausages for sale. Oscar's gourmet sausages, guaranteed to make your exams easier." Turning my head, I was taken aback by a burly man with a full beard and charming peach blossom eyes, whose voice was oddly feminine, pushing a cart laden with grilled sausages. The aroma was indeed enticing. I noticed Kakashi had already approached, clutching several sausages, savoring each bite, while his little fox, Fu, perched on his shoulder, not on one as well. Considering Xiao Wu had not eaten much that morning, I suggested, "Shall we grab a couple as well?" Xiao Wu nodded, "And I want to purchase them." The bearded man was exceptionally warm-hearted, and I casually referred to him as uncle, which immediately stiffened his expression. "Brother, what did you just call me? I'm only 14. I was utterly astonished. 14? With a beard more lush than my father's? This academy truly lived up to its reputation. Even its students seemed to regress in age. After paying, I held 2 sizzling sausages, ready to hand them to Xiao Wu when Daimyo and the Ice Beauty strolled by. Upon seeing what we held, his expression darkened. "Tang San, you cannot eat this." I was bewildered. "Why not? It smells delicious." Kakashi glanced over with a look that seemed to say, "Don't be ridiculous. These are absolutely delightful." Daimyo gritted his teeth and instructed the bearded man. "Xiao Ao, give him a demonstration." The student named Oscar wore a desperate expression, pleading, "Dai, please. Let us not scare the new students away. Enough chatter. Hurry." With no other choice, Oscar raised his right hand, pinched his throat, and exclaimed in an exceedingly lewd tone, "I have a big sausage." Suddenly, 2 yellow soul rings rose beneath him, and a sausage identical to the ones in our hands appeared out of thin air. I was utterly petrified. My goodness, I felt as if I could crumble. That soul incantation, that repulsive tone, combined with the sausages I held meant I wished I could vanish on the spot. I quickly tossed the sausages back onto the grill, my face burning with embarrassment. Oscar, looking aggrieved, explained it was a soul incantation, unavoidable. Dai Mubai was doubled over in laughter. I swore I had never experienced such social embarrassment in my life. Meanwhile, Kakashi was unfazed, continuing to chew, even telling Oscar, "Oh, this is quite tasty." Oscar was nearly brought to tears, promising discounts in the future. Dai Mubai and I exchanged glances, unable to contain ourselves, bursting into laughter. Xiao Wu, perplexed by our amusement. I quickly pulled her aside to recount the shocking soul incantation. Her face flushed bright red as she chased after me, giving me a good hit, scolding us boys for being so wicked. Dai Mubai chuckled and clarified that Oscar was a unique specimen in the academy with a food-type martial soul, lacking offensive capability but with exceptional effects. Yet the incantation was so cringeworthy that the academy had nicknamed him Big Sausage Uncle. As we continued our revelry, Dai Mubai led us to skip the line, insisting we go directly to the fourth round. The other candidates naturally protested, claiming it was unfair. The teacher responsible for the second round leisurely remarked, "Whoever has a soul power exceeding 25 can head directly to the fourth round." The others were even more indignant, arguing, "But we're only 12. How could we possibly?" Dai Mubai sneered, tossing a testing crystal ball to my third brother. "Come on, show them." The crystal ball illuminated brightly in my brother's hands, glowing like a giant light bulb, clearly indicating a soul power nearing 30. The crowd fell silent. My brother then passed the crystal to Xiao Wu, who, upon holding it, produced another dazzling light. At this moment, the other candidates looked at us as if we were extraterrestrial beings. Dai Mubai guided us onward while elucidating that the first round assessed age and soul power. The second examined martial soul potential and soul ring compatibility, and the third tested martial soul control. We were now heading to the fourth round, which would evaluate combat capability. He mentioned that the dean had specified that pampered students were not welcome. Upon reaching the fourth round's venue, we found a middle-aged man napping in a chair. Dai Mubai approached, calling out, "Teacher Zhao, we brought candidates for assessment." The teacher named Zhao opened his eyes, and upon seeing our group, they lit up. "Ah, this year is promising, having 5 little monsters reach my final round." He stood up. Though not tall, he was as robust as a bear, exuding an imposing presence. "For this round, I will test your practical combat abilities." This self-proclaimed Zhao Wuji smiled amiably, yet his words held a devilish undertone. He stated that since we 4 were so exceptional and had been exempted from testing, he would personally join us in a little game. The term "little game" from his lips sent chills down my spine. He announced that we would have 1 incense stick's worth of time to get acquainted and devise a strategy. Once the incense burned out, the test would commence. The outrageous part was that the 4 of us were to withstand his assault for the duration of 1 incense stick. As long as one of us remained standing at the end, we would be victorious. I thought to myself, this is reminiscent of the bell-grabbing test back in my, both assessing teamwork. Fine, this academy seems to grasp the importance of collaboration. Dai Mubai's face turned pale as he quickly interjected, "Teacher Zhao, this seems a bit excessive." But Zhao Wuji glared. "I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. The dean is absent, and I am the highest authority here. Why say goes?" With that, he pulled out an incense stick from somewhere, rubbed it with his fingers, and poof, it ignited. He then flicked it, and it firmly embedded itself into the ground without a wobble. He plopped back into his chair, closed his eyes, and surprisingly, fell back asleep. Goodness, who can comprehend such flair? Dai Mubai, with a serious expression, called us over, saying, "This time, I truly cannot assist you." I didn't anticipate Teacher Zhao would personally take action. Xiao Wu remained optimistic. This Teacher Zhao, he cannot be like the one at the entrance, a soul emperor, right? Dai Mubai regarded her, as if she were foolish, shaking his head. "He is not a soul emperor." "Well then," Xiao Wu clapped her chest. "The 4 of us combined are nearing 30 levels, and with Kakashi, it's 5 against 1. As long as we are not overwhelmingly outmatched, we should withstand an incense stick's duration." Dai Mubai sighed heavily, dropping a bombshell. "He is not a soul emperor of over 60 levels. He is a battle soul saint of 76 levels, the immutable king, Zhao Wuji. My goodness, 76 levels. A soul saint. Everyone present, except for Kakashi, had their pupils dilate in shock. An individual of such caliber, forget about defeating us. Even thrown into a sea of enemies, he would be an unstoppable force. Kakashi remained relatively calm, likely having sensed it beforehand. He understood that if he could use ninjutsu and prepare in advance, it might be feasible to take down a soul Saiyan at a cost. But now, in front of so many people, it was impossible. It seemed he thought, since he was half a teammate now, they might as well practice teamwork. Daimu Bai, Kakashi initiated, "Please, enlighten us about Teacher Zhao's specific capabilities." Daimu Bai smiled wryly. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the Great Strength Diamond Bear, a powerful attack type, characterized by 4 words, absolutely no flaws. Both his attack and defense are maxed out, although speed is not his forte. The vast difference in soul power means we cannot match his speed. I merely wish for him to strike gently when the time comes. At that moment, the short-haired girl named Ning Rongrong suddenly exclaimed, "Bu Dongming Wang Zhao Wuji." I remember now. He is the ruthless individual who broke free from the siege of 16 priests from the Wuhuan Temple 10 years ago. Back then, he was only at the 60s level. Now, he must be even more formidable. I was left utterly astonished. 16 priests, all at least Soul Emperor level. Such an accomplishment would surely send ripples through the Wuhuan Temple. Dai Mubai added, "Teacher Zhao has 7 soul rings, 200-year rings, 2,000-year rings, and the last 3 are all 10,000-year rings. Furthermore, they all enhance his offensive and defensive capabilities." All right, everyone, quickly introduce yourselves, share your names and abilities, and see how we can coordinate. Just then, Kakashi interrupted him, urging, "Hold on, let's not rush to introduce ourselves. First, clarify Teacher Zhao's abilities." At this critical juncture, a more dramatic scene unfolded. A young boy with chestnut hair suddenly emerged from a distance, glancing around and asking, "Is the 4th round of the exam taking place here?" "Good heavens, another one?" Dai Mubai waved him over. Tang San briefly explained the situation, and the newcomer, upon hearing it, showed no signs of hesitation, though his eyes kept darting toward Kakashi. "All right, time is of the essence. Let us proceed with the introductions." Tang San, Weapon Spirit Blue Silvergrass, Level 29 Control System. Xiao Wu, Bee Spirit Rabbit, Level 29 Assault System. Ning Rongrong, Weapon Spirit 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, Level 26 Support System. Zhu Zhuqing, Beast Spirit Ghostly Ling Cat, Level 27 Agility Attack System. When it was Kakashi's turn, he lazily stated, "Hatake Kakashi, Weapon Spirit Short Knife White Fang, Level 34, considered Assault System, I suppose." Finally, it was the newcomer's turn. Instead of speaking immediately, he fixed his gaze on Kakashi and then, I swear, uttered something none of us understood. "Hatake Kakashi Hodo." "What?" Xiao Wu looked bewildered. "What did you just say?" The newcomer scratched his head and replied, "Ah, it's just my hometown dialect." However, I clearly saw Kakashi's uncovered eye grow serious in an instant. Internally, he must have been in turmoil, but on the surface, he maintained control, waving his hand and saying, "All right, quickly state your abilities. Don't waste time. I am Mou Feng, and my spirit is a long knife that controls wind. Level 32 Assault System." Now, we were all set, 6 against 1. Kakashi took command immediately, and as half a stick of incense burned, he began to rapidly outline our strategy. "Ningrongrong, you're responsible for buffing the 3 of us. Zhu Zhuqing, your soul skills include a thrust and a combo attack. Understood? Yufeng, your wind wall is ineffective against close combat, so let us set that aside for now. What are your first 2 skills? A conical wind blast and a wind blade extending the knife's length." "Okay," Kakashi nodded, then turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, Little San. "Your binding is ineffective against soul saints. Don't use it recklessly. Save it to rescue teammates. Parasite, follow my instructions. Xiao Wu, your waist bow and charm must not be used carelessly. Getting too close is too dangerous. The mental gap is far too great. Using them would be tantamount to giving up." Although Xiao Wu was somewhat dissatisfied, she nodded in agreement. Kakashi concluded, "According to my intelligence, I have some information on Teacher Zhao's soul skills. It should suffice. Gather around, listen closely." He lowered his voice and spoke rapidly and from a distance. I couldn't catch the words, but the expressions on their faces were increasingly bright. Before they could finish, Zhao Wuji's resounding voice boomed. "Have you finished your discussion? The incense is about to burn out." Tang San turned back and replied, "Teacher, we can begin." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Kakashi and Mo Yufeng dashed to the sides, creating a significant distance from Tang San and the others, who stepped forward to shield Ning Rongrong. Zhao Wuji stood up, cracking his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. Ning Rongrong had already taken action. The seven treasures spun forth with brilliance. She twirled in place, vibrant colors flashing as a treasure tower appeared in her palm. The seven treasures being renowned, the first for strength, the second for speed. 6 beams of light shot forth instantaneously. 3 were bestowed upon Tang San and his companions, while the other 3 accurately struck the swiftly moving Kakashi and Mo Yufeng from afar. Zhao Wuji was astonished. Good heavens! There are still disciples from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School this year? Old Flander will be overjoyed. Just as he spoke, he made his move. But instead of charging forward, he crouched low and slammed both fists into the ground. Just as Kakashi had anticipated, Tang San called out sharply. Zhao Wuji was about to unleash a wide-area attack, aiming to incapacitate the support first. Yet, in the second before the ground trembled, Tang San's blue-silver grass had already shot out, wrapping around Ning Rongrong's waist and lifting her into the air. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing leapt simultaneously, expertly evading the wave of earthy shock. "Xiao Wu, go!" Tang San shouted. Following was a dazzling sequence of coordination. Tang San's pulling, Xiao Wu's waist bow, Zhu Zhuqing's lateral disturbance, culminating in a thunderous crash as Zhao Wuji's massive frame was thrown backward by Xiao Wu's shoulder throw, his entire head buried in the ground. Xiao Wu landed on Tang San's shoulder, still a bit anxious. "Little San, did we hit too hard?" Tang San shook his head. He hasn't even used his soul skills yet. At that moment, Kakashi shouted from a distance, "Fall back. Execute the next step." The 3 immediately retreated. Zhao Wuji pulled his head from the ground, shaking off the dirt, his expression displeased. "Damn it, it seems I can't hold back anymore." His entire body became cloaked in brown fur, towering at 2.5 meters, 7 soul rings pulsating up and down, radiating an overwhelming aura. He strode forward, charging directly at Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Now!" Kakashi shouted again. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing confronted him once more, but this time their attacks resembled feints. Just as they neared Zhao Wuji, Mo Yufeng moved. With a swing of his long knife, a gust of wind surged forth. Zhao Wuji roared, his first soul ring glowing. Golden light erupting, revealing his defensive divine skill, Bu Dong Ming Wang. He believed this would send everyone flying. But he was mistaken. Mo Yufeng's gust of wind was not aimed at him, but precisely struck the golden light he had unleashed. The wind greatly mitigated the shockwave. And in that critical moment, Tang San's blue-silver grass acted once more, pulling Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing away from the epicenter of the explosion. An exquisite chain of tactics. Even Zhao Wuji was taken aback. It dawned on him that these little devils had orchestrated everything from the very beginning. The incense had burned halfway. Kakashi's voice rang out again. Next phase of the plan. The 6 individuals instantly spread out, surrounding Zhao Wuji from 3 directions. Zhao Wuji glanced at the situation, scoffed, and charged, targeting the foremost Tang San and Ning Rongrong. In his view, this was the easiest point to breach. His second soul ring illuminated. A massive golden bear paw descended towards Tang San. Yet, Tang San shifted his footwork, slipping away like a wraith and evading the strike. Seeing his attack fail, Zhao Wuji grew anxious. The mighty Bu Dongming Wang was being toyed with by a group of youngsters. How could he face the world if this got out? He decided to stop playing games. Roaring. The 4th soul ring, the purple 1,000-year ring, suddenly glowed. The soul ring detached from his body, as if it had a mind of its own, instantly homing in on Tang San and ensnaring him. Tang San felt a jolt of surprise, but sensed no discomfort. Immediately, Zhao Wuji leaped into the air, realizing that no matter how Tang San moved, he could lock onto his position from above. It was a tracking lock. Zhao Wuji's second soul ring flickered again, and the great power diamond palm launched with full force. This time, He was genuinely aiming to kill. He was eager to witness whether these so-called geniuses would abandon their companions and flee alone in the face of certain doom. I must tell you, the scene left me utterly astonished. Zhao Wujia, that old rascal, had just boasted with bravado, believing victory was assured, only for Kakashi to execute a remarkable countermaneuver. Was the intelligence flawed? Absolutely not. A new strategy was conjured on the spot. He turned sharply, calling out to Fu Fu and Xiao Wu, and before I could comprehend the situation, he had hurled them like projectiles with astonishing precision, landing them squarely between Zhao Wujia and himself. Xiao Wu, too, was formidable. As she hit the ground, her second soul ring flared with a brilliant flash, her eyes transforming to a fierce crimson, glaring intensely at Zhao Wujia. The latter felt a sudden dizziness, akin to having consumed 2 gin of counterfeit liquor, and the formidable force of his palm strike diminished significantly. I must say, this technique is called bewitchment, yet Xiao Wu was clearly operating beyond her level, and both she and Fu Fu began to tremble, on the verge of collapse. At this critical juncture, a thunderous explosion resounded. Zhao Wujia's robust frame trembled violently. The golden aura surrounding him shattered, and he knelt on one knee. Behind him stood the newly arrived Kakashi, looking utterly disheveled. He too knelt, using his blade, dubbed White Fang, for support to avoid collapsing. His left hand, which had struck Zhao Wujia's nape, was a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled as if it had been through a meat grinder. This maneuver had inflicted a concussion upon Zhao Wujia, leaving him dazed and disoriented, his invincible stance shattered. At this moment, Tang San's blue-silver grass retreated, Zhu Zhuqing arrived, and even Mo Yufeng, who had been watching from the sidelines, joined them. Xiao Wu, having exhausted her mental energy, collapsed into Tang San's arms, on the brink of slumber. Yet Zhao Wujia, that old fellow, was remarkably resilient. After shaking his head, he staggered back to his feet, cursing, "You little rascals." His tone clearly revealed his frustration. Just as he regained his footing, with a clang, a long blade was pressed against his throat. Mo Yufeng. "Time's up," echoed Dai Mubai's calm voice. Ning Rongrong rushed over from afar, inquiring, "Teacher Zhao, does this mean we have passed?" Zhao Wujia glanced at the blade on his neck, then at the burnt incense, his face turning pale, and he could only force out a few words. "I suppose you've passed." He then turned to leave, unwilling to linger a moment longer in embarrassment. As Mo Yufeng sheathed his blade, he promptly infused his spirit power into Kakashi, aiding his recovery. Kakashi, who had been holding on, finally relaxed, closed his eyes, and collapsed. Just before losing consciousness, he heard Mo Yufeng whispering in his ear, "I understood your technique. It's based on the principle of the Rasengan." When Kakashi awoke again, it was dark, and he found himself lying on a wooden bed in the dormitory. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Fu Fu's fluffy tail sweeping across his chest. In the room were 3 individuals, Tang San, Mo Yufeng, and an unfamiliar face. Fu Fu, noticing he was awake, immediately called out. Oscar, the newcomer, rushed over, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with excitement, holding a large sausage. "Kakashi, you're awake. Come, have some of my sausage to replenish your energy." I must tell you, the happenings in this dormitory were quite the spectacle. Oscar and Tang San, akin to eager spectators awaiting a prize draw, fixated on Kakashi, eager to see him remove his mask to eat. Their gaze was so intense that one might think they wished to assist him in unveiling it. What happened next? Just as Kakashi raised his right hand to the edge of his mask, he suddenly lowered it, hoarsely asking, "How is Xiao Wu?" Good heavens! He deftly diverted the topic back to his teammate. These folks thrive on the chaos of drama. Oscar, visibly disappointed, replied, "Don't worry, she's fine. She's sharing a room with Ning Rongrong, and a good rest will do her well." As he spoke, he began to fawn again. Then Oscar launched into his personal stand-up routine, introducing himself as Oscar, a level 29 weapon spirit master, nicknamed Sausage Vendor, regaling them with an array of flirtatious quips. Tang San chimed in with a teasing remark, "ISN tea at Uncle Sausage?" Oscar exploded in response, "Pa, tomorrow, I shall shave my beard to show you my dashing side." Dai Mubai has his eyes on that ice queen. Xiao Wu is yours, so I shall reluctantly pursue Ning Rongrong. Tang San frowned. Xiao Wu and I are merely friends. Oscar sported a knowing, mischievous grin, chuckling to himself. Later, Tang San and Mo Yufeng departed. In the dead of night, Oscar pestered Kakashi, inquiring about the formidable technique he had displayed earlier. Kakashi, rather candidly, explained, essentially, it involves compressing air intensely and then making it spin wildly to form a high-pressure air mass that is propelled forward, resulting in an explosion. Understand? It's just a high-pressure cyclone bomb, but due to inexperience, it harms the enemy while injuring oneself, hence my hand is injured and my chest feels constricted. The following morning, after completing his training, Tang San intended to seek out Xiao Wu. However, upon turning around, he was startled by Mo Yufeng, who appeared silently behind him. The two were uncertain of Xiao Wu's whereabouts and decided to visit Kakashi's dormitory to ask Oscar for directions. Upon arrival, they discovered that Kakashi was absent, while Oscar remained asleep, snoring like a dead pig. Just as Tang San roused Oscar, Kakashi entered from outside, holding a book. Mo Yufeng quickly interjected. We came to check on your condition. Knowing you are well puts us at ease. He shot a conspiratorial glance at Tang San. Kakashi looked down at them from his height, his expression suggesting he was skeptical of their story. Tang San, the honest child, caved under the scrutiny after just 2 seconds, admitting, all right, we are here to inquire about Xiao Wu's location. I found it amusing how this generation of geniuses lacked any cunning. They were incapable of even a simple lie. Kakashi sighed, retracting his gaze. If you had said so earlier, we could have avoided this. Come, I will take you there. However, the most explosive events were yet to unfold. Kakashi led them to Xiao Wu's dormitory door, and while Tang San hesitated, wondering if he should knock, he turned around to find, where had they gone? Kakashi and Mo Yufeng had vanished into thin air. In the next moment, they were several kilometers away in a small forest, amidst a flurry of blades moving so swiftly that they left after images. The cacophony of clashing metal sent shivers down my spine. Suddenly, Mo Yufeng spoke in measured Japanese. It is truly an honor to exchange blows with you, Lord.Hatake Kakashi. I was astonished. Could this fellow also be from another world? Kakashi immediately became agitated, retreating swiftly, his gaze sharpening significantly. Who exactly are you? This is classified information. Mo Yufeng, however, chuckled, revealing, you haven't even used chakra or the Sharingan. It seems you do not regard me as a true adversary. Kakashi ceased the idle chatter, accelerating his attack rhythm to such a degree that Mo Yufeng struggled to keep up. Ultimately, with no option left, Mo Yufeng sheathed his blade. Sitting down heavily, panting, my intent is merely to befriend you. I harbor no ill will towards you. Kakashi scrutinized him for a long while, finally coldly remarking, do not betray my trust, before turning to leave. He could discern that although this individual was enigmatic, his gaze was genuine. After retrieving the ninja tools he had scattered along the way, Kakashi began to feel a tightness in his chest, necessitating a slow return. While walking, he heard the sound of a resounding bell. Just as he pondered this, foo-foo, like a white bolt of lightning, dashed from afar, skillfully climbing onto his shoulder while calling out eagerly. The sound of the gathering bell roused that lazy Oscar, who had already made his way to the playground. When Kakashi strolled onto the field, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oscar had shaved off his beard. The once sleazy old man had transformed into a charming young gentleman, gnawing on a sausage. The sight was so splendid I dared not gaze upon it too long. When Tang San approached, he too was taken aback, pointing at Oscar's face and asking, your beard? Oscar chuckled, lowering his voice as he replied, a new beauty has arrived. How can I not spruce myself up? Boss Dai has taken a fancy to that cold girl, while Xiao Wu is yours. My target is Ning Rongrong, so don't even think about competing with me. Tang San, bewildered, retorted, may I ask how old are you? Oscar confidently replied, 14. What's wrong with that? My dad was already a father at 14. Who understands this love-struck worldview? Just then, Dai Mubai arrived with Zhu Zhuqing. But Zhu Zhuqing kept a distance of 8 paces from him, while Dai Mubai wore a face as dark as a pot bottom. I tell you, Oscar's wit is truly sharp. He couldn't resist gloating. Oh, Boss Dai has hit a snag? His charm seems to have faltered. As we were reveling in the drama, a middle-aged man sauntered over from the other end of the playground. To my astonishment, it was none other than that shifty merchant. Tang San and Xiao Wu were equally stunned, and Kakashi frowned deeply. This uncle had quite the distinct appearance. His chin protruded, his cheekbones were extraordinarily wide, and his face was as flat as a shoe sole, complemented by a hawk-like nose and a pair of outdated black-framed glasses. His eyes squinted with a cunning glint. Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Isn't this the shifty merchant?" To which Oscar, with a look of horror, replied, "What shifty merchant? This is our dean, the founder of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle Flinder, a soul sage of level 78. Do you understand? Even more formidable than teacher Zhao." I was stunned. Could it be that this shoehorn-faced man was the one who uttered such a typical middle school phrase about only accepting monsters and not ordinary people? Xiao Wu foolishly asked Oscar if the academy had a soul Douluo. Oscar, utterly speechless, retorted, "Do you think soul Douluo is as common as cabbage? There are hardly any across the continent." But Kakashi, well aware of the reality, thought, "Indeed, how can an ant comprehend the number of dragons?" Xiao Wu seemed relieved after hearing this, and Kakashi pondered why this little rabbit was afraid of a soul Douluo. Tang San sensed something amiss and was about to inquire, when Xiao Wu quickly interrupted, asking if Tang San thought the merchant dean would remember them. Tang San naively responded, "As the dean, he shouldn't be that petty, right?" Oscar chuckled softly. "You are mistaken. Our dean is notorious for holding grudges, but he is also famously protective." Just then, Flinder's shoehorn face loomed closer. His gaze fixated on Oscar. Oscar's face turned pale as he quietly whimpered, "We're done for." He heard us. Flinder approached us, his voice ringing out like a duck's quack. "Not bad, not bad. This year we have 6 new little monsters. Dean Flinder, extend my welcome to you. Oh, and by the way, each of you is to pay 100 gold coins as tuition." Goodness, starting off by demanding money. Is this a blatant push for paid knowledge? He then began to paint a grandiose picture, claiming that our academy's teaching was unique and fraught with life-threatening risks, droning on until my ears felt calloused. After his rambling, he assigned today as tasks to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, both auxiliary system students. Run 20 laps around the village. If you don't finish before noon, you won't get to eat. To my surprise, the little princess Ning Rongrong readily agreed and took off running, while Oscar followed with a look of resentment. I sensed something was off. How could this young lady be so obedient? Kakashi seemed to share my thoughts. He informed us briefly before disappearing, presumably to follow them. Soon after, Tang San returned, stating that the dean and his teacher, Master, were old acquaintances. I thought to myself, so the connections game is afoot. The crucial part was Kakashi's side. I must tell you, Flinder was truly cunning. He actually appointed Kakashi to be our practical combat instructor, claiming it was a suggestion from Master in a letter. Kakashi initially intended to decline, but upon hearing it was at Master's behest, he hesitated. Flinder, this old fox, offered him no time to ponder and insisted he make a decision. Kakashi, fully aware of Flinder's intentions, knew that arguing with him would lead to endless back and forth. So he simply stated, "Fine, I accept." Flinder was taken aback, probably having prepared a plethora of persuasive rhetoric, while they were engaged in their verbal sparring. On the other side, Ning Rongrong indeed threw in the towel. After only a few laps, she turned around and headed towards the city. Kakashi's clone had already followed her, revealing himself to block her path. Ning Rongrong, quite brazenly, asked, "Are you following me?" Kakashi, exuding charm, stepped closer and said, "It's not following. I'm merely guiding a misguided little one back on the right path." Ning Rongrong, indignant, retorted, "I refuse." Kakashi then raised his voice, calmly stating, "If I'm not mistaken, you are the daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's master, correct?" Ning Rongrong, with a proud expression, confirmed it. Then came a most explosive moment. Kakashi raised 3 fingers. "You have 3 choices. First, return with me to complete the task. Second, go back and tell the dean you cannot do it, seeking help from your companions." His tone suddenly turned icy, and I could feel the chill even through the screen. "Third, you may proceed to the city. I won't stop you, but he produced a kunai from behind his back, his eyes cold and terrifying. I cannot guarantee that you won't find a new scar on your neck. My goodness, a direct threat. Ning Rongrong trembled and stammered. Why you dare to lay a hand on me? Kakashi understood how to handle the little princess. He swiftly pressed the kunai against Ning Rongrong's throat, the icy killing intent making her realize he was serious. Shaking, she invoked her father in a futile attempt to intimidate him, but Kakashi simply smirked. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered lightly, "Here, it's just the two of us. If I were to kill you and bury you, your father would never know." Unbelievable. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's defenses crumbled entirely. She closed her eyes, presenting herself as if ready for slaughter. Yet when Kakashi saw her like this, he was taken aback, contemplating, is it really necessary to threaten her life just for a simple task of running? Recognizing that a hard approach was futile, he swiftly changed tactics. Replacing the kunai, he took a few steps back and began to engage in psychological warfare. He pointed at Oscar, who was still panting from running, and asked Ning Rongrong her thoughts. Then he shifted the conversation, asking her if we were in battle. "And I took down one enemy while another held you hostage. What should I do?" Ning Rongrong stubbornly replied, "Of course, you should save me. Isn't it the duty of an auxiliary to assist?" Kakashi shot back with a firm no. "I only save one type of person, and that is my companion." He fixed his gaze on Ning Rongrong, stating, "Your auxiliary abilities do not enhance my strength sufficiently. Therefore, I can completely abandon you. You are merely an auxiliary, not my companion, who understands the brilliance of this top-tier CPU master teaching live." He directly negated Ning Rongrong's value. She was left utterly bewildered, her intelligence allowing her to grasp Kakashi's implications. Sensing the moment was ripe, Kakashi delivered the final blow. If it were your father or your family, they would strive with all their might, even if they could not succeed. A battle soul master must protect those who do not give up halfway. The mere mention of father struck a chord with Ning Rongrong. Her pride lay in her sect, and she could not afford to bring shame upon it. "All right, I will." She gritted her teeth and turned to run back. Kakashi called after her, "You still have 17 laps." Ning Rongrong dared not listen, fearing that if she did, she would lose her motivation. Once she was far away, Kakashi's rock clone descended from the tree, merging with his original self, and their information synchronized instantaneously. Kakashi observed Ning Rongrong's departing figure, withdrew a small yellow book, and settled down to read. At noon, Ning Rongrong returned, and Kakashi promptly produced several military rations from his pocket, stating that as comrades, they must share the same sustenance, without exceptions. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong accepted the offering and consumed it, taking a sip of water before continuing her run. This little princess was indeed firmly under control. After completing several laps, her white dress was thoroughly drenched, and she appeared nearly exhausted. Just as she was about to collapse, Kakashi swiftly appeared before her, steadying her with a firm grip. The essence of camaraderie lies in mutual support, not in solitary bravado. He set Ning Rongrong down to rest. At that moment, Oscar arrived, and Kakashi issued a direct command. "Oscar, from now on, carry her as you run." Despite Ning Rongrong's protests, Kakashi silenced her with a single remark. "Oscar is also a comrade. If you wish for everyone to willingly protect you, this cannot continue." Ultimately, Oscar shouldered Ning Rongrong and moved forward step by step. Kakashi stood by, offering encouragement. "Believe in yourself. Those who lack self-belief, no matter how hard they work, merely labor in vain." Remarkably, his words had an immediate effect, and the determination in their eyes solidified. When night fell and the group assembled, Fran was ready to commence the first lesson with several of us battle spirit masters. Dai Mubai and the others were still puzzled about Oscar and Ning Rongrong's absence, as Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. However, Fran wore a mysterious smile, thinking to himself that Kakashi was indeed cut out for teaching. Meanwhile, Oscar and Ning Rongrong had reached their limits, leaning on each other and moving slower than a snail. Just as they were about to fall, Kakashi leaped down from a tree, his crimson Sharingan activated, casting an illusion that incapacitated them, then conjured two shadow clones to carry them back to the dormitory. After attending to everything, Kakashi's original form appeared in the assembly area. Just as Xiao Wu was about to comment on his frightening demeanor, Friend announced it was time to depart. He led us swiftly out of the academy, moving at a remarkable pace. Dai Mubai took the lead, followed closely by Zhu Zhuqing, while Tang San and Xiao Wu ran in tandem for third place. As we continued, we realized two individuals were missing from the group, Kakashi and Mo Yufeng. When Tang San called out, "Kakashi, where have you gone?" Kakashi's voice echoed from all directions, elusive and whimsical. "Do not worry, I have not strayed far." Then, Mo Yufeng's dramatic voice proclaimed that they would be watching us from the shadows. At that moment, I could not help but think that this guy was quite the melodramatic character. He surely needed a consultation with a specialist. Nevertheless, knowing they were safe put our minds at ease. Fran, that old miser, dashed ahead with the agility of someone who had applied oil to his feet, slowing only as we approached Soto City. Upon entering the city, I was utterly bewildered. It was not night at all, but rather more vibrant than daytime, illuminated as if it were a festival. Xiao Wu's eyes widened with curiosity, akin to a child encountering the world for the first time, eager to explore everything. Had it not been for Tang San's firm grip, she might have gotten lost. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her stoic expression, as if the whole world owed her something. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, feigned calmness, but the most noteworthy was the hefty Ma Hongjun. Those who understand know that his gaze resembled radar, scanning from 6 to 60, almost drooling at anyone with a good physique. At that moment, I thought to myself that this guy clearly understood the cybernetic judge and was likely trying to earn himself some merit. However, Fran, being as stingy as ever, led us into a shabby tea house, ordering 8 cups of the cheapest tea, where the froth far exceeded the actual tea leaves. He then pointed outside, and as I followed his gesture, I understood Soto's Great Spirit Arena, which was merely an underground octagonal cage. Dai Mubai's expression changed instantly. Remarking on the intensity of this first day's experience, Fran began to dispense motivational platitudes, speaking of how we were monsters and thus required a monstrous approach to training. I must admit, I was nearly lulled to sleep by his speech and pulled out my little comic book. Only my dear Fu noticed my rudeness and nudged me with her little tail, insisting I pay attention. Fine, iacquiesced. Fran continued to elaborate on the iron spirit, silver spirit, and up to the diamond spirit, insisting we must achieve at least silver before graduation. I thought to myself that this was akin to ranking up in a game, yet he made it sound overly complex. Mo Yufeng, sensing my impatience, snatched my book and began reading it himself. Once Fran concluded his monologue, we proceeded to the Great Spirit Arena. The architecture was truly magnificent. Upon entering, each person was required to pay 10 gold coins for registration, akin to signing up for a gym membership. Although I registered, I had no intention of participating. In our realm, such events required one to step into a sewing machine, treating individuals like fighting cocks, which was far too lowly for my taste. At that moment, Mo Yufeng suddenly approached me, inquiring if I intended to participate. I affirmed that I did not. He surprisingly remarked, "After all, you're not only a soul master, but also an exceptional ninja." My eyes sharpened at that instant, and I directly asked, "How much do you really know about me?" His response was nonchalant. "Not much, just about as much as you know about yourself." I was taken aback by his arrogance. He then boldly asserted, "We are undoubtedly comrades," adding, "Let's laugh off past grievances." All right, that was refreshingly straightforward. I had indeed found a friend in him. Mo Yufeng then entered the arena for a match against a burly man wielding a massive axe, whose clumsy movements were easily countered by him. The rest of us finished our matches as well, with the exception of Zhu Zhuqing, who lost to Tang San. Everyone else emerged victorious. However, Fran vanished again, leaving us with a directive to return on our own. At that moment, Ma Hongjun began to stir trouble again, expressing a desire to visit Fran's shop, even inviting Dai Mubai in front of Zhu Zhuqing, stating that women do not count as people, but rather as resources. My blood pressure skyrocketed at such abstract statements in 2025. Dai Mubai was rendered speechless, promptly telling him to leave. Zhu Zhuqing exploded, coldly declaring that all men were dirty, which silenced me. I realized I needed to unravel this situation, so I entrusted Fu to Mo Yufeng and vanished in an instant. As expected, Zhu Zhuqing confronted Dai Mubai with full force, accusing him of being repulsive since he was 15. Dai Mubai raised his hand in anger, but ultimately restrained himself. I quietly observed from the shadows, secretly marking them both with my Sharingan. When Zhu Zhuqing returned to the dormitory, I blocked her path. This girl was quite obstinate, claiming not to know me or to have any interest. I employed a tactic of provocation. If you do not continue to respond, I shall assume you concede that your dissatisfaction stems from Dai Mubai, and that you have known each other for quite some time. Remarkably, this tactic worked. She halted and agreed to talk. We swiftly left the village and found a small shop to sit down. She asked how I had discovered the truth, and I began to weave a tale that was half true, half fabricated, stating that while Dai Mubai was a decent actor, her unmasked hatred revealed everything, coupled with Fu Fu's unique ability to sense the imprint in their bloodlines. In reality, it was merely the energy fluctuations I had observed with my Sharingan. But she believed me. I applied gentle pressure, saying she had long wished to express her feelings and should not suppress them. That single sentence shattered her psychological defenses. Consequently, she began to drink heavily, spilling all the details of her tumultuous relationship with Dai Mubai. And what do you know? They were a prince and a princess, entangled in a martial soul fusion technique, bound by a childhood engagement. My word, this academy indeed housed hidden talents. Eventually, she succumbed to intoxication, mumbling her refusal to forgive him. Alas, I had no choice but to carry her back to the dormitory. I must declare that I harbor no ulterior motives. To me, they appear no different than students. The following morning, the cafeteria buzzed with excitement. Dai Mubai began his usual banter, deliberately mentioning his intent to seek out some twins in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Remarkably, Zhu Zhuqing maintained her composure and chose to ignore him. When it was time for class, Oscar arrived late, only to announce his remarkable achievement of surpassing level 30, leaving us utterly astonished. Subsequently, Flender initiated an amusing activity, proclaiming that today's lesson would involve each of us sampling sausages prepared by Oscar. Xiao Wu immediately voiced her enthusiasm. Ning Rongrong, who I had previously guided, wasted no time and was the first to indulge in the delicacy. Fu Fu, ever considerate, approached to lend her abilities in revitalizing Ning Rongrong's weary spirit. When it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn, she hesitated, her expression shifting between shades of green and white. I took on a role of a mentor once more and directly stated, "You can face your sister, who would go to any lengths to win, yet you fear consuming a sausage?" I referred to her sister who harbored murderous intent. My words resonated with her, prompting her to stride forward and take a bite of the sausage. Flender observed with a nod of approval, likely thinking to himself that I was adept at guiding my peers. Once the class concluded, I entrusted Ning Rongrong with taking care of Fu Fu and returned to my dormitory. Oscar continued to boast, claiming he felt capable of running 20 more laps. I thought it quite amusing and replied, "Oh, then off you go." Upon hearing this, Oscar's expression fell as he protested. What is the point of going alone? If Rongrong were to join me, that would be different. I quickly feigned sleep on my bed to avoid further conversation. The next morning, we gathered on the playground, where Zhao Wujia stood like a sentinel, without uttering a word, gesturing for us to commence our journey. Dai Mubai, displaying great initiative, approached me to inquire about the formation. After some contemplation, I decided that our outdoor training should not resemble a carefree outing. Idechizivali declared, Dai Mubai. With your superior spirit power and familiarity with the terrain, you shall lead the way. Zhu Zhuqing, stay close behind him. Oscar and Rongrong, you two precious gems, remain in the center for protection. On the flanks, Tang San and Xiao will form one group, while the Fatty and Mou Phone will comprise the other, ready to provide support. As for myself, I shall bring up the rear. With our plan set, we set off. To our surprise, as we exited the academy gates, we were immediately thrust into a vigorous cross-country run. At that moment, the true value of Oscar's sausages became evident. Yesterday, they had been met with disdain. Today, everyone devoured them with fervor. With each bite, our stamina was instantly replenished, revitalizing us. Even Ning Rongrong managed to keep pace, while Oscar stood tall and proud. They inquired if I wished to partake, to which I replied, "No need. I am a ninja, and this distance is but a trifle. I shall conserve some spirit power for little Oscar. I also suggested a tactical adjustment, advising Dai Mu Bai to carry Oscar while Rong Rong activated her acceleration aura, promoting energy efficiency. We sprinted throughout the day, and as darkness descended, we finally arrived at a quaint town adjacent to the Xingdou Great Forest. The town bustled with life, evidently thriving on the spirit master economy. Zhao Wujia, embodying the archetype of a frugal teacher, promptly announced that accommodation and meals would be self-funded before retreating to his own room, exuding an air of nonchalance. We quickly decided on 2 rooms for the boys and 1 for the girls, efficiently organizing our arrangements. After dropping off our luggage, the first order of business was to rush downstairs for a meal. Having consumed sausages all day, I felt as though even my burps carried the scent of grilled sausages and desperately craved a proper meal to restore my palate. Just as we were enjoying our food, a boisterous group entered the premises. Dressed in flamboyant attire with matching light blue uniforms emblazoned with a logo, they made it clear they were from Tsanghui Academy. At their helm was a middle-aged man with meticulously styled hair, followed by 7 young individuals who walked with an air of arrogance, as if to announce their arrival. Ma Hongjun, ever garrulous, could not restrain himself, while Dai Mu Bai, always one for theatrics, joined in, their banter echoing as they exchanged sarcastic remarks, just loud enough for the opposing group to hear. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I realized trouble was brewing. As anticipated, the opposing group grew agitated and sent a young man to attempt a covert attack on Dai Mu Bai, intending to dump a plate of hot food on him. Surely, in the year 2025, such juvenile tactics should be outdated. I could not allow this to transpire. I rose swiftly, placing a firm hand on the assailant's shoulder, rendering him immobile. With a smile, I called out to the waiter, "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the restroom?" Undeterred, the assailant attempted to kick the leg of Dai Mu Bai's chair. However, Dai Mu Bai, already simmering with frustration, retaliated with a swift slap. The sound resonated like thunder as the young man was sent sprawling, crashing into 2 tables and spitting blood upon impact. This incident stirred the hornet's nest. The remaining students from the opposing group stood in unison, ready to retaliate. Xiao Wu, ever the warrior, leapt forward with excitement, and Tang San followed suit. As both sides revealed their spirit rings, the scene transformed into a display of my 4 formidable companions overwhelming 5 ordinary opponents. Our 8 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings contrasted starkly with their uniform array of white and yellow, effectively silencing them. The teacher, Yi Jiqiu, upon witnessing our spirit ring configuration, turned pale and hastily called for a ceasefire. Yet unwilling to lose face, he revealed his own martial spirit, a formidable 5-ringed soul king, a great black tortoise. Now it was our turn to be taken aback. The troublemakers, realizing they were outmatched, gathered around me, seeking direction. In my heart, I wished to admonish them for their folly, but seeing their fearful expressions, I quickly devised a strategy. The key was to evade. Instead of attempting to win outright, we would utilize our speed advantage to engage in a game of hide-and-seek with the old tortoise. Before long, Zhao Wuji appeared, descending like a specter from the upper floor, ignoring me entirely as he made his way outside. Upon reaching the door, he bellowed, "What are you all doing awake at this hour? Get back inside." Yi Jiqiu, still defiant, approached to demand an explanation. Zhao Wujia, with unparalleled wit, retorted, "Explanation? What is there to explain? Is Tsanghui Academy not a trash academy? My students merely speak the truth." I nearly choked on my soup. Official mockery is indeed the most lethal. Yi Jiqiu lost his composure, letting out a roar as he charged forward, shielded by his tortoise shell. Zhao Wujia, seemingly indifferent, turned his back and proceeded to chastise his own students, a bunch of useless fools, unable to handle an old tortoise. "You shall face repercussions upon our return to the academy." After reprimanding them, he slowly turned around to face the advancing Yi Jiqiu, raising his hand without even activating his martial spirit. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed like thunder, and in an instant, the 5-ringed Soul King, along with his prideful tortoise shell, was sent flying, spinning through the air for several meters before crashing to the ground, the shell fracturing upon impact. I sat there utterly dumbfounded. The intricate strategy one had meticulously devised, involving strategic maneuvers and targeted weaknesses, was rendered moot by Zhao Laosher's singular action. With just one slap, he had incapacitated a formidable opponent possessing a powerful martial spirit. Chapter 55. Xing Do Great Forest. As the sun gradually ascended from the east, the horizon brightened, casting a gentle glow that signaled the dawn of a new day. The radiant light of the sun dispels the darkness, heralding the arrival of a new day. As they exited the small town, the group hastened their pace, for they were now quite close to the Xingdo Dashin forest. Naturally, the most excited among them was Oscar, eager to discover the enhancement effects his third spirit ring would bring to his companions. He was confident that Zhao Wuji would lead the group to hunt at least one ordinary 1,000-year spirit beast for him without needing a reminder. Situated to the south of the Tiando Empire, the Xingdo Dashin forest straddles the borders of two great empires, teeming with spirit beasts and characterized by an indistinct boundary between the two nations. On the map, the majority of the forest lies within the territory of the Xingluo Empire, a fact the Tiando Empire has never acknowledged. The forest has existed on the Douluo Continent for an indeterminate number of years, but upon entering, the dense foliage that obscures the sky serves as a testament to its ancient existence. In the distance, Kakashi faintly sensed a refreshing breeze wafting towards him, imbued with the invigorating scent of plants and indescribable comfort. It had been over 3 years since he last visited this place, he mused. At last, they reached the outskirts of the Xingdo Dashin forest. Towering trees loomed above, each exceeding 20 meters in height, merely the outermost layer of a forest devoid of paths, where shadows obscured the true nature of the landscape within. As they approached the forest, the air became increasingly pleasant, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. The refreshing scent of moist earth continuously stimulating their senses. However, this was no safe haven. It was a place steeped in bloodshed, where countless spirit masters had fallen victim to formidable spirit beasts. Zhao Wuji spoke up. It was time to pause. Their continued exertion had begun to affect their condition, and entering in such a state would hinder their abilities. Oscar produced sausages, distributing one to each member of the group. Even Kakashi, who typically shunned reliance on sausages, accepted one, for this was no place for frivolity. Even the periphery harbored fierce characters. Moreover, there was a possibility of encountering ancient spirit beasts from within, as Kakashi had experienced firsthand when he obtained his third spirit ring. The cultivation of ancient spirit beasts was no easy feat, and Kakashi had opted to retreat rather than engage. Presently, he was unwilling to confront beasts head-on, regardless of their ferocity, partly due to QB and partly because the sausages were now nourishing their bodies, restoring their vitality, and lifting their spirits. Zhao Wuji gazed sternly at the 7 students before him. Listen carefully. The Xingdo Dashin forest is not a place where spirit beasts are domesticated. The creatures within are exceedingly dangerous, and you may encounter 1,000-year or even 10,000-year beasts at any moment. Oscar, distribute the sausages to everyone, Kakashi instructed quietly. Oscar nodded in understanding, quickly chanting a spell, and soon enough, he held a large handful of sausages and dried sausages. He handed one of each to each member, explaining, "My sausages can sustain vitality for 12 hours in the air, meaning that consuming them within that time frame will yield effects. The sausage provides recovery and satiates hunger, while the dried sausage primarily serves as an antidote. In moments of crisis, it may not be possible for Oscar to distribute the sausages immediately. If they encountered a massive spirit beast unleashing a wide-area attack, it was conceivable that a teammate could become separated from the group. There had been instances where a lack of provisions had resulted in fatalities. The continuous release of spirit power left Oscar's complexion somewhat pale, though the stubble on his chin concealed it well. The efficacy of his sausages for others was commendable, yet for himself, it only yielded a third of that potency, balancing out the consumption of spirit power. Thus, he could only restore his spirit power through meditation, though the hunger-satisfying aspect of the sausages remained beneficial. Zhao Wuji surveyed the group, and upon confirming that the 9 ewes were prepared, He waved his hand, signaling their departure. Kakashi arranged their formation, with Dai Mubai leading the way, followed closely by Tang San, while support-type Oscar and Ning Rongrong trailed beside him. The flanks consisted of a duo of Fatty and Mo Yufeng on one side, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing on the other, with Zhao Wuji bringing up the rear. Kakashi, however, had other plans. Once they entered the Xingdo Daxin forest, Xiao Wu was the most exhilarated, seemingly oblivious to the inherent dangers, skipping and bounding with uncontainable joy, much to Zhao Wuji's chagrin. Yet, as long as Xiao Wu did not overstep her bounds, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Upon entering the forest, Kakashi vanished from the group's sight, leaping into the branches of a towering tree. This primordial forest was like a paradise for ninjas. The towering trees enhanced their mobility and provided ample cover. The terrain within the Xingdo Daxin forest was exceedingly intricate, devoid of clear paths. Thus, the task of clearing a route naturally fell to Dai Mubai. Utilizing his martial spirit, Dai Mubai unleashed his tiger claws, effortlessly slicing through the thorns that obstructed their progress, without impeding their speed in the slightest. Tang San followed closely behind, sharpening his vision and hearing to their utmost potential, carefully observing the surroundings. Kakashi moved gracefully between the trees, his movements imperceptible to ordinary eyes, yet the enhanced senses of spirit masters allowed them to keep pace with him. Kakashi not only scanned the area, but also kept a watchful eye on the students below. Mo Yufeng's origins were shrouded in mystery, leaving Kakashi perplexed, aware that he could not unravel the enigma on his own. Typically, Mo Yufeng acted discreetly, as if living an ordinary life, without exhibiting any unusual traits. Coupled with his own promises, Kakashi felt he could temporarily set aside his wariness. There was no need for concern regarding Tang San. Kakashi had watched him grow up, and aside from matters pertaining to the Tang Sect, he was well acquainted with all aspects of Tang San's life. Ning Rongrong's inherent disposition was not malevolent, and with Kakashi's guidance, he felt reassured that there would be no hidden dangers. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai were all seasoned students. The cunning old fox, Fei Land, was adept at discerning character, so Kakashi had no worries there. He knew all there was to know about Zhu Zhuqing. The only uncertainty lay with Xiao Wu. Truth be told, Kakashi had always been unclear about her background, and her behavior could be quite peculiar, as evidenced now. In such perilous surroundings, her carefree demeanor raised questions. What was she thinking? She is, after all, a companion. Kakashi chastised himself for doubting her, deeming it utterly unwarranted. Fu noticed Kakashi's unusual behavior and expressed her curiosity. Infine, Kakashi reassured Fu. Indeed, Kakashi was overly sensitive. He was reluctant to lose any companions, and now he found himself questioning not only strangers but even those he fought alongside. After experiencing the rodent weasel incident, the once vibrant Xiao Wu now appeared despondent, leaning against Tang San's shoulder, seemingly burdened by unspoken thoughts. "All right, everyone, let us take a moment to rest." Zhao Wuji's voice prompted the tense group to relax. Dai Mubai cleared a circle of thorns, creating an open space of nearly 100 square meters, where they could lean against the trees and recuperate for the time being. Kakashi remained concealed in the shadows, not revealing himself, ever vigilant. However, he pondered upon Xiao Wu's unusual behavior. Damn it, there was nothing wrong. She was merely fatigued. Oscar naturally contributed his sausages, yet at this moment, the others lacked the inclination to savor the flavors of food. They consumed Oscar's sausages, sipping from their water supplies, taking a moment to recuperate. "Kakashi, why don't you come down and rest a while?" Dai Mubai called out, unaware of Kakashi's precise location, only knowing he was nearby. "No need, I am fine," came a peculiar response. Kakashi's voice was ethereal, wavering, sometimes sounding distant, and at other times seeming to be right beside them. Seeing Kakashi's reluctance, Dai Mubai chose not to press the matter further and resumed his rest. Kakashi retrieved a military ration pill, placing it in his mouth and using water to assist in swallowing it. Truly, life had become too indulgent. Even the military ration pills required water to consume. Fufu, on the other hand, was not hungry, having remained perched on Kakashi's shoulder without much movement. Just as everyone had rested for about half an hour, an anomaly occurred. Fufu. Fufu's voice rang out, sharp and clear, unlike Kakashi's, echoing precisely in the ears of the group. "What is happening, Kakashi?" Tang San shouted. Without uttering a word, Mo Yufeng immediately unleashed his martial soul as Fufu's cry resonated, a long blade falling into his grasp. Zhao Wujia's commanding voice broke through. "Everyone rise. Something is approaching." The reactions of Mo Yufeng confirmed Zhao Wujia's instincts, even though he had yet to sense it himself. Tang San and Dai Mubai instinctively positioned themselves in front of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the fatty guarded nearby, prepared for any eventuality. All unleashed their martial souls, including Zhao Wujia. Mo Yufeng leapt into the dense foliage. A weapon soul master achieving such feats was a rarity. Perhaps only Tang San and Kakashi could match him. The rustling sound grew louder. Even Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as auxiliary soul masters, could distinctly perceive the rapid approach of the unknown creature. "Kakashi, can you identify what it is?" Zhao Wujia inquired. "It appears to be a coxcomb snake, but with wings. Its tail fan-shaped." "Apologies, my knowledge of soul beasts is not as extensive as Xiao San's. I cannot ascertain its specifics." Kakashi's voice floated down from above. Zhao Wujia's eyes sparkled with realization. "It is a wind-tail coxcomb snake. Such soul beasts are exceedingly rare. The fleshy comb atop its head possesses numerous marvelous uses." "Oscar, you are in luck. Alas, I do not know the age of this wind-tail coxcomb snake. Kakashi, keep your eyes on its path. Report any changes immediately. It is heading our way, moving swiftly, yet it seems somewhat unsteady. Its balance is poor," Kakashi replied, his voice revealing his location to the group. Tang San suddenly asked, "How long is this wind-tail coxcomb snake, and what color are its wings?" At this moment, Mo Yufeng, also concealed in the foliage, interjected, "Its wings are light red, and it measures approximately 6 to 8 meters in length. This is a millennium wind-tail coxcomb snake. The light red wings signify its 1,000-year evolution. Based on its length, it should possess a cultivation between 1,300 and 1,800 years." "Oscar, this is a perfect match for you," Tang San asserted confidently. "The wind-tail coxcomb snake is non-venomous, a rare and formidable constrictor, utilizing its body to suffocate enemies as its primary attack method. While its offensive capabilities are somewhat singular, it moves with remarkable speed. Additionally, the comb stores various nutrients, allowing it to instantaneously enhance its speed in times of crisis. Should you acquire the soul ring, your next soul skill should pertain to speed. Whether it enhances your ally's speed or augments your own, both are excellent choices. Due to its weak attack power and singularity, 1,000-year variants are quite rare. You are fortunate this time. I trust your judgment. Your theoretical knowledge of soul beasts surpasses mine," Kakashi acknowledged. Oscar's peach blossom eyes lit up. "Xiao San, you are the encyclopedia of the martial soul world. Truly impressive." Not only him, but the gazes of all present, except for Xiao Wu, including Zhao Wujia, shifted appreciatively towards Tang San. "Do not be modest. Your combat experience far exceeds mine," Tang San replied to Kakashi, offering a shy smile to the others. "All credit goes to my teacher." Zhao Wujia could not help but ask Tang San, "Since you are familiar with this soul beast, what is the best way to capture it?" Without hesitation, Tang San responded, "All snakes fear aggressive birds, particularly those with long beaks like cranes. While we lack a crane martial soul among us, fatty." Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward. "Your piercing capabilities are well suited to deal with this creature," Kakashi called down. Zhu Zhuqing complied, leaping forth, joining Kakashi and Mo Yufeng in the thick foliage. Though Kakashi's speed was commendable, neither his wind attribute soul techniques nor his white fang could effectively counter this slick-skinned creature. Furthermore, Kakashi was not adept at handling entities with such peculiar textures. This snake was exceedingly slippery, and Kakashi felt uncertain about capturing it without employing ninjutsu, just as he had to rely on ranged attacks against Xiao Wu, seeking an opening. He almost thought of her as an experiment of Orochimaru. Mo Yufeng's voice drew Kakashi's thoughts back. Fufu, still on Kakashi's shoulder, expressed a desire to join the fray. No need. I can manage. Kakashi declined Fufu's kind offer. Yiming piercing activate. Zhu Zhuqing sprang into action. The creature was a massive serpent, just as Kakashi had described. Measuring around 6 to 7 meters, crowned with a vivid red fleshy comb, exuding a menacing presence. As it surged forward, Zhu Zhuqing collided directly with it, executing her Yiming piercing aimed at its comb. The windtail coxcomb snake reacted swiftly, its head veering away in the nick of time, avoiding the strike. Zhu Zhuqing's claw struck its body instead, producing a muffled thud that momentarily reduced the serpent's speed. Startled, the windtail coxcomb snake twisted its head, opening its mouth wide to expel a vibrant mist towards Zhu Zhuqing. Simultaneously, the bright red flesh atop its head began to glow, restoring its previously diminished speed. Daimubai, without a moment's hesitation, shouted, "Be careful." In the flurry of concern, he activated his Millennium Soul Ring skill, the White Tiger's golden body transformation, while Ning Rongrong amplified his speed with the 7 treasure Glazed Tower. As Kakashi made his appearance, he moved faster than the amplified Daimubai, utilizing his body technique to instantaneously appear amidst the vibrant mist. He swiftly hurled Zhu Zhuqing towards the Fengwei Jigwanch, who was poised to unleash her second soul attack. Zhu Zhuqing activated her first soul ring once more, while Daimubai effectively blocked the Fengwei Jigwanch, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to catch up immediately. The colorful mist was merely a facade, devoid of poison, Tang San proclaimed, as the blue-silver grass rapidly coiled around the Fengwei Jigwanch, particularly its wings, restricting its movements. The hefty figure exerted his martial soul's pressure, causing the Fengwei Jigwanch to tremble momentarily, yet it soon attempted to break free, the restraints of the blue-silver grass proving ineffective. With a swift motion, Zhu Zhuqing arrived and struck her cat paw directly upon the flesh crown of the Fengwei Jigwanch, causing its body to shudder violently, significantly reducing its resistance. Kakashi landed gracefully and hurried towards them, while Daimubai, having mitigated his momentum, followed suit. However, Mo Yufeng remained concealed in the trees, observing silently, showing no intent to engage. It seemed he had retracted his martial soul, rendering it impossible to discern the glow of his soul ring from his position. Kakashi's presence added an intriguing element to the encounter, rendering Zhao Wujia's intervention unnecessary. Mo Yufeng mused quietly. Recognizing the effectiveness of her assault, Zhu Zhuqing delivered another strike with her cat paw to the flesh crown, causing the Fengwei Jigwanch to tremble anew. Kakashi, unburdened by leg weights, surpassed even Daimubai, augmented by his third soul technique, in speed, reaching the Fengwei Jigwanch swiftly. "Oscar, come here without delay," Kakashi urged, subsequently delivering a powerful punch to the creature's flesh crown. His strength far exceeded that of Zhu Zhuqing, and upon impact, the Fengwei Jigwanch convulsed violently, succumbing to unconsciousness. This flesh crown not only served as its source of energy, but also constituted its singular vulnerability. "Success!" The group, excluding the still-hidden Oscar, exclaimed in unison. Oscar, merely 14 years of age, could hardly contain his excitement and rushed over in haste. Xiao Wu, standing beside Tang San, lowered her head, her large eyes reflecting pity. "Must we truly hunt the soul beast?" Kakashi retracted his martial soul and regarded Xiao Wu. "Please refrain from such peculiar remarks, Xiao Wu." Tang San sighed softly. "This is the law of survival." Xiao Wu held her tongue, yet her gaze remained downcast, her complexion still pale. Zhao Wujia produced a dagger from his waist and handed it to Oscar. "Time is of the essence. Proceed." A precise thrust beneath its flesh crown will penetrate its brain, and the soul ring shall be yours. Oscar eagerly accepted the dagger, the 1,000-year soul beast before him appearing as a lamb ready for slaughter, his excitement causing his hands to tremble. Kakashi turned away, reflecting, Xiao Wu is merely too kind-hearted, nothing more. In the shadows, Mo Yufeng smirked, sensing that events were about to unfold. Chapter 57. The ownership of the soul beast. Just as Oscar was about to plunge the dagger into the creature, a raspy, authoritative voice suddenly commanded halt. Immediately, two figures emerged from the direction the Fengwei Jigwanch had fled, revealing themselves to the group. One was an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, her white hair meticulously arranged. Despite her age, she radiated vitality, her wrinkled face glowing with a youthful flush. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, and she wielded a 3-meter-long serpent-headed staff, her 6 soul rings pulsating rhythmically. Accompanying her was a striking young woman, seemingly 16 or 17, with short hair and clad in tight-fitting attire that accentuated her well-developed figure. Her deep brown eyes fixated intently on the Fengwei Jigwanch in Zhao Wujia's grasp. She too held a serpent-headed staff, albeit shorter at 2 meters, and her soul rings numbered merely 2, each 100 years old. Kakashi's concerns had materialized. He had urged Oscar to act swiftly, fearing such an eventuality. The Fengwei Jigwanch exhibited an abnormal state, even with limited knowledge of soul beasts. Kakashi discerned that this creature was notoriously difficult to hunt. Its speed rivaled that of a ninja traversing through the forest, and its agility was unparalleled. While it lacked formidable offensive capabilities, its ability to escape was undoubtedly elite. Upon first sighting the snake, Kakashi noted its lack of balance, indicating it was a prey fleeing from another hunter. In a conflict among soul beasts, its erratic combat style would render it severely injured. However, it was clear that its wounds were deliberate, meant to weaken rather than kill. Kakashi, adhering to his character, would likely concede to the opposing hunters. Yet, should Oscar act first, Kakashi would be forced to assume the role of the antagonist. Oscar, caught in his excitement, had momentarily lost focus. As Tang San and the others observed the disparity in soul rings, they relaxed, while the elderly woman's expression shifted. Initially, she had intervened upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words to Oscar, but as she approached, she quickly noticed the 7 soul rings adorning Zhao Wujia. A soul sage? Here, at the outskirts of the Star Doe forest? Her heart sank, realizing the dire implications of their encounter. Is there a problem? Zhao Wujia inquired, casting a glance at the woman and her serpent-headed staff, a name surfacing in his mind. Kakashi, sensing the soul power emanating from the elder, assessed her to be among the pinnacle of soul emperors, surpassing the average guardian knights. The elder coughed gently, softening her expression. Greetings, esteemed soul sage. You cannot allow this child to claim the Fengwei Jigwanch. Zhao Wujia positioned himself between the elder and Oscar, signaling Oscar to wait, and directed his attention back to the elder. Why not? The elder, regaining some composure, replied, "We were the first to discover this snake and initiated the hunt. Otherwise, how could we have tracked it to this point?" Oscar, unable to contain his impatience, interjected, "How can you prove that you were the first to hunt it? When we found it, there was no sign of you." The elder smiled slightly. "Young man, there is no need for haste. Observe the Fengwei Jigwanch's abdomen. It bears 2 scars inflicted by my staff. There are also wounds beneath its wings. It merely slipped away from us. My granddaughter has just reached the 30th level and is in dire need of this soul ring. As you can see, she has inherited my martial soul, the serpent staff. A high-grade serpent martial soul is most suitable for her." Zhao Wujia turned to inspect the wounds on the Fengwei Jigwanch's abdomen, confirming the elder's assertion. However, if she believed that mere words would convince him to relinquish the creature, she was sorely mistaken. Zhao Wujia chuckled coldly. "The esteemed senior, may I inquire your name?" Kakashi was equally curious about their origins. He was well aware of the nature of the immovable Ming Wang, yet he found himself hesitating. It could be inferred that the others hailed from a different village, leading to mutual interests at odds. In the past, Kakashi would have acted decisively, but now that the ninjas had formed an alliance, he felt a twinge of indecision. Alas, it appeared Kakashi remained unable to make a firm resolution. Mo Yufeng pondered this as he perched upon a tree. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would certainly be more intriguing. However, Kakashi's reluctance indicated Zhao Wuji's apparent lack of confidence, and Mo Yufeng mused softly. Zhao Wuji, upon negotiating with the old woman, learned that she was none other than the renowned guy, Shilong Shishi Pe, which extinguished his desire for conflict. Should this matter linger too long? By the time Long Gong arrived, the coveted Millennium Soul Beast would likely slip from their grasp. Kakashi's indecision deepened. He had heard of the illustrious name of Gai Shilong Shi, and given their close ties, he suspected Long Gong was not far off. This situation could not be prolonged any further. Zhao Wuji was evidently resorting to underhanded tactics, his face etched with difficulty. This could prove to be somewhat troublesome. Standing beside Chao Tianxiang, a girl could not restrain herself from speaking out. What troubles are there? We were the first to discover this Millennium Phone Wei Ji Guan Shi. Had we not already injured it, could you have easily claimed it? Hurry and return it to us, or we shall not be courteous. As she spoke, she raised her snake-headed staff. Chao Tianxiang gazed at Zhao Wuji and inquired, "So, young Zhao, are you unwilling to return this phone Wei Ji Guan Shi to us?" Kakashi's internal energy shifted. All eyes were now on Zhao Wuji's resolve. Should he show any inclination to engage, Kakashi would undoubtedly follow suit. Ultimately, both parties agreed to resolve the matter through established rules. Kakashi sensed an anomaly. Long Gong might not be nearby. Otherwise, this old woman would not be so accommodating. The commotion caused by two formidable individuals above the sixth ring would undoubtedly attract nearby soul masters. Never mind, caution is the mother of safety. Although Kakashi was confident in handling a soul emperor, he was uncertain about retaining one, especially under such hurried circumstances, as he had made no preparations. Following Zhao Laosher into battle, Kakashi's hand had already slipped into his ninja tool pouch, seeking a soul guide. "Sister Chao, which of my students would you like to challenge?" Zhao Wuji gestured towards the group behind him, addressing the snake woman Chao Tianxiang. Mou Feng was taken aback. This was not how the plot was supposed to unfold. Oh, right, Tang San felt assured due to his camaraderie with Oscar, and now that Oscar was Kakashi's roommate. He was well aware of Kakashi's capabilities, thus opting not to step into the limelight. Montague Feng reflected. Indeed, Tang San approached Kakashi and suggested, "Kakashi, why not you take the lead?" His voice carried across the gathering, drawing everyone's attention. Just moments ago, while Zhao Wuji was in negotiations, aside from Kakashi, who was converting energy to chakra mode, and Mou Feng, who was concealed in the shadows, the others had already showcased their prowess. "Young Zhao, is this student of yours?" Chao Tianxiang inquired, noticing the peculiar glances directed at Kakashi. Zhao Wuji chuckled and replied, "He is no ordinary individual. Even without a martial soul, he is quite formidable." Fei Lan had previously informed Zhao Wuji of Kakashi's exceptional abilities, having swiftly grasped Fei Lan's outstretched hand. It was well understood that Fei Lan was a speed-type soul master, and Zhao Wuji was acutely aware of how swift he was. At times, even Zhao Wuji struggled to keep pace with Fei Lan's movements, yet this Kakashi. Zhao Wuji sought to probe Kakashi's true strength, deliberately stating that he was strong even without a martial soul. After all, Kakashi was a soul master, and this provocation might just prompt him to engage without his martial soul. Zhao Wuji was unconcerned about Kakashi's potential defeat. After all, even without a martial soul, one would need to possess at least the speed of a soul master, particularly a speed type like Tang San, to keep up with him. Kakashi's ability to match him without a martial soul would surely suffice to contend with the opponent's weapon soul master. Chao Tianxiang scrutinized Kakashi. The youth appeared to be of similar age to her granddaughter, albeit with rather peculiar attire. Initially confident, she grew apprehensive as she observed that many of the students younger than her granddaughter were already above level 20, with one having reached the status of soul master. This Kakashi seemed to garner considerable admiration from the opposing faction. "I shall compete with you," the girl declared, stepping forward. Her mood soured, feeling disrespected that he would dare to challenge her without utilizing a martial soul, as if he considered himself a soul sage. Chao Tianxiang, though initially hesitant, grew more cautious in her old age. However, seeing her granddaughter boldly advance, she set aside her reservations. After all, the opponent was merely 17, and it was improbable he could contend with her granddaughter without a martial soul. Reluctantly, Kakashi stepped forward. This was perhaps the best outcome. The girl, now in position, prompted the others to gradually withdraw, granting them ample space for their duel. The girl coolly introduced herself. Meng Ran, Martial Soul, Snake Staff, 30 level. Second Ring Battle Soul Master. Oh, disclosing levels holds no significance. I shall not employ a martial soul, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. As they drew nearer, Kakashi noted that this Meng Ran was strikingly beautiful. At 16, her physique was exquisitely developed, rendering the three girls from the academy rather juvenile in comparison. Meng Ran possessed large brown eyes adorned with long lashes, her height comparable to Tang San, and her form was perfectly proportioned, with a voluptuous bosom and a slender waist that swayed like a serpent. Though her expression bore a hint of indignation, it did not diminish her allure, creating a mesmerizing scene that left Kakashi momentarily entranced. Suddenly, a small paw struck Kakashi's face. Regaining his composure, he saw that Meng Ran had charged at him, her snake staff sweeping towards his face. Although she appeared as a slender girl, her movements were anything but feminine. Her aura exuded an overwhelming force. Kakashi reached into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving a kunai to parry Meng Ran's attack. She did not aim for a single decisive strike upon having her staff blocked. She swiftly altered her approach, wielding the snake staff as if it were a living serpent, unpredictable and agile. Kakashi showed no intent to counterattack, retreating step by step, occasionally deflecting the staff and delivering a kick to force Meng Ran back. The exchange resembled a playful dance rather than a battle, as neither party unleashed their full power. That will suffice, Kakashi declared, releasing the kunai towards Meng Ran's head. She deftly evaded the projectile, but was met with a powerful kick that struck her staff. The force of the blow startled Meng Ran, realizing that such strength could rival that of a power-type soul master. Kakashi refrained from pursuing, allowing her a moment to regroup. It is time to conclude this, Kakashi asserted, producing another kunai. Do not underestimate me, Meng Ran retorted, her first soul ring glowing as she prepared to engage in earnest. The first soul ring illuminated, and from a serpent's head atop the staff, a 2-foot-long tongue blade shot forth, unleashing the soul skill, Serpent Blade. The tongue blade shimmered with a blue hue, evidently laced with deadly venom, as Meng Ran swung her serpent staff and charged forward. Kakashi also rushed toward her, albeit at a slower pace. The serpent blade transformed the staff into 8 illusory shadows, each exuding a tremendous and domineering soul power, nearly enveloping all possible escape routes for Kakashi. These 8 projections were both real and illusory, constantly shifting between the two states to maintain their existence. However, they were of no use to Kakashi. He deftly dodged the 7 projections, using a kunai to deflect the serpent staff, and with one hand extended, he swiftly retracted the kunai and hurled it directly at Meng Ran's head. Anticipating this, Meng Ran sidestepped, evading the kunai while also attempting to avoid Kakashi's subsequent kick. Yet, Kakashi had no intention of allowing his opponent to fall for the same trick twice, and certainly did not believe she would. As Meng Ran pondered her next move, a voice from behind her caused her heart to plummet. Kakashi's voice echoed from her rear, and he appeared like a specter, his presence startling her. In an instant, her body froze, for a sharp and peculiar kunai rested against her alabaster neck. The speed was astonishing. During her previous battle with Zhao Wujia, she had not paid much attention to Kakashi's movements, but now, everyone clearly witnessed the instantaneous shift that resembled teleportation. Of course, this perception was misguided, as it was not true teleportation. This technique required a momentary burst of power, making it ineffective against opponents of equal standing unless enhanced by formidable abilities such as the 8th Gate of Doujia or Lightning Release Armor. Although the spectators did not fully comprehend Kakashi's movement, it was evident he had executed a swift maneuver. However, that was inconsequential now. The battle had reached its conclusion, determining the fate of the Soul Beast. With victory assured, Kakashi released Meng Ran and approached the fallen kunai, bending down to retrieve it. He experienced a fleeting illusion, reminiscent of his teacher Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. The kunai he had placed against Meng Ran's neck felt like a second kunai he had thrown. Meng Ran stood motionless, her gaze vacant, her martial soul still unrecalled. Kakashi stepped forward, lightly patting her shoulder, and remarked, "Your staff technique is commendable, but your lack of combat experience is evident. With continued practice, you may surpass your grandparents." Fu, perched nearby, seemed to cheer her on. It was then that Meng Iran noticed the small creature on Kakashi's shoulder. Recalling that her 8 serpent staff projections had dissipated only after it had called out. "Why did you bring it into battle with me?" she wondered, a question she should have asked prior to the fight, but her anger at feeling underestimated had silenced her then. Kakashi sighed, exasperated at the need to explain. "As you saw, I require Fu for my left eye. We are partners." "What is it?" Meng Yiran inquired, painting Ati Fufu. "Its name is Fu, a rare white fox," Xiao Wu interjected from behind. "I lost. Even without it, your instantaneous movement could evade my serpent staff projections." Meng Yiran lowered her proud head as she spoke. Kakashi exhaled deeply. "You are likely only 16. Your physical techniques are impressive. If you continue training, you can compensate for the inherent weaknesses of your martial soul." With that, Kakashi returned to the Shrek side, asking Oscar for a sausage to replenish his energy. Meng Yiran remained still, contemplating whether the physical deficiencies of her martial soul could truly be remedied. Chao Tianxiang furrowed her brows, declaring, "Let us depart. We have lost. We will discuss this further once we locate your grandfather." She then turned her gaze toward Zhao Wujia, stating, "The unmoving Ming King remains unchanged. We shall meet again." The old woman emphasized the word again with a glint of menace in her eyes, clearly harboring no goodwill. Of course, this was merely a bluff. The experience of the serpent matriarch was vast, and she would not grant Zhao Wujia any opportunity to strike. After uttering this, Chao Tianxiang took to the skies with her granddaughter, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Watching the duo depart, Zhao Wujia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Long Gong had not appeared throughout the ordeal. Now that the Feng Wei Jiaoguan, she was secured, even if the couple sought revenge. They would have to weigh the worth of such an endeavor. Once Oscar absorbed the soul ring, it was prudent to leave this place soon, to avoid further complications should they encounter the formidable Long Shi family again. At this juncture, twilight had begun to settle, and the air in the Stardow forest was humid. The rich fragrance of the plants was invigorating, and had it not been for the omnipresent soul beasts, this locale could very well be considered paradise. Mo Yufeng emerged after the departure of the serpent matriarch and her granddaughter, having anticipated that the presence of Kakashi would incite conflict. However, he was taken aback to find that Kakashi was aware of the fearsome reputation of the Long Shi. Tang San, for reasons unknown, sat down to meditate immediately after their departure, appearing quite eager. Xiao Wu noticed Tang San's focus, while Mo Yufeng gazed into the distance. Lost in thought, Kakashi, feeling bored, also settled down to practice. Approximately half an hour later, Oscar awakened from his absorption of the soul ring, followed shortly by Tang San, with Xiao Wu trailing behind. "Congratulations, Oscar, for reaching the 31st level of Soul Master," Zhao Wujia smiled at him. After acquiring his 3rd soul ring, Oscar exhibited subtle changes. He seemed to have gained a few inches in height and appeared more spirited. Most notably, his peach blossom eyes sparkled with a myriad of colors, reminiscent of the energy released when the Feng Wei Jiaoguan she had intimidated everyone. Dai Mubai's cheerful laughter resonated. "Little Ao, congratulations. Let us see what your 3rd soul ring skill entails." "Never mind. Let's discuss it later." Oscar attempted to defer. Ma Hongjun chimed in teasingly. "Little Ao, what are you afraid of? Do you fear we might mock you? Your 3rd soul skill surely cannot be more humorous than the first 2. We have all contributed to your success. Quickly show us your results." Oscar nodded reluctantly, but insisted, "You must promise not to laugh at my soul skill." The group nodded in unison, though smiles were already evident on their faces. With the speed of the Feng Wei Jiaoguan Shi, "I can fly for 1 minute," came the exclamatory announcement. "The number of creations my soul power can produce is 10. Oscar added. The students gathered, and Zhao Wujia expressed his satisfaction, stating, 10 is indeed sufficient. As your soul power increases, this number will continue to grow. Your food type auxiliary martial soul now qualifies as extraordinary. Well then, without further ado, let us depart and return to the academy. A chorus of eager responses followed, although they had not encountered exceedingly dangerous soul beasts. The appearance of the formidable Longshi family prompted the students to wish for a swift exit. It might take a bit longer to leave, Xiao Wu interjected, breaking her silence after awakening. Zhao Wuji admonished, "What do you mean? Later? Do you not realize how perilous this place is?" Tang San interrupted. Xiao was already broken through to the 30th level. This was a revelation Tang San discerned through his ZG Mo Tom. Another wave of astonished gasps filled the air, mingled with various expressions of disbelief. "And what of you?" Zhao Wujie inquired of Tang San. "I'm nearly there." Upon witnessing Kakashi's precise movements, I felt inspired. "And I am but a hair's breadth from a breakthrough," Tang San replied. Mo Yufeng, initially taken aback, contemplated that Tang San had not sparred with Mangaran, which meant he would not linger here and thus avoid encountering the Titan Great Ape, altering the trajectory of events. Indeed, in the original narrative, Xiao Wu likely surpassed Tang San's breakthrough by a margin, just as she would assert her advancement if Tang San had not reached the 30th level. It seemed that altering the storyline was a formidable task, Mo Yufeng mused. Nevertheless, the fact that Tang San could gain insights from Kakashi's techniques made his breakthrough inevitable, likely occurring after the Titan Great Ape incident. The plot remains unchanged. Only those scoundrels can manipulate the storyline. My minor actions are utterly inconsequential. Oscar had attained his 3rd soul ring. Xiao Wu had broken through to the 30th level, and Tang San was not far behind. Everyone was filled with joy. After all, achieving such results on the very first day in the Stardow Forest was gratifying enough for all. Even those whose strengths had not notably increased found their experiences broadened in this forest, and the bonds among the group deepened amid their shared peril. Zhao Wujie did not permit the group to rest in place, fearing that Long Gong might return with Shipe. While the likelihood of this was slim, caution was prudent. That night, he led the 8 Shrek students and the youngest teacher onward for approximately 10 miles, concealing their tracks before finally setting up camp. It is likely those individuals will come soon. It is prudent to inform Kakashi of these matters, and Mo Yufeng suggested softly. Kakashi chose not to remain hidden and joined them for rest, recognizing the drawbacks of isolating himself from the team. 2 days passed. Although food supplies were not an issue, living under constant threat in the vast forest kept everyone on high alert, leading to fatigue. So many readers seem to dislike this character. Should I remove them? I have reached a pivotal point, so please share your opinions. This crossroads pertained to the fate of Mo Yufeng, and regardless of the outcome, he could seamlessly integrate or remove the character. He urged everyone to provide feedback in the review section. Chapter 59. The Titan Great Ape. The Stardow Forest was fraught with danger, yet it was this very peril that fostered a growing synergy among the students. Tang San, Daimu Bai, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun took charge of battling any encountered soul beasts, while Zhu Zhuqing, Mo Yufeng, and Kakashi conducted reconnaissance within a certain radius, with Oscar and Ning Rongrong providing support. This level of coordination meant that, barring soul beasts of a millennium or greater, their small group faced no significant threats. As night fell, it was time to rest. Fire was strictly forbidden in the Stardow Forest. While most soul beasts feared flames, a small fraction thrived on them, often being the most lethal. Without needing Zhao Wujie's guidance, the male students set about constructing temporary tents, while the female students gathered food. Naturally, Oscar found himself categorized with the female students due to Dai Mubai and Tang San's insistence. Exceptions existed. Kakashi and Mo Yufeng were tasked with perimeter reconnaissance, their speed recognized as the swiftest in the group. The tents, though small, sufficed for everyone to sit and cultivate, as maintaining peak combat readiness outweighed the necessity of sleep. As the teacher, Zhao Wujie took on the night watch, although Kakashi remained alert, dozing intermittently. However, tonight was different. Fu exhibited unusual behavior. Fu kurlid tightly, trembling incessantly. This was reminiscent of their encounter with Shrek Academy's principal, Flandra, but Fu's distress was far more pronounced. Kakashi pondered whether a powerful entity drew near. If that were the case, the situation would surpass Zhao Wujie's capacity to manage. for Fufu's reaction was more intense than during their previous encounter with Principal Flandra. Impossible, Kakashi shook his head, sensing something amiss. If such a presence existed, it could only belong to a being above Soul Douluo. Kakashi would undoubtedly recognize that domineering aura. Similar to the numerous elders of the Wuhuan Temple, while it might elude the average individual, Kakashi, having faced countless foes of that caliber, could not fail to detect such a presence. Better to err on the side of caution, Kakashi resolved, moving to the girl's tent. After waiting a considerable time, he received no response, only faintly hearing Zhao Wujia conversing with Tang San, their words indistinct. He called out again, "Excuse me." Fufu's voice was intermittent, resembling a groan. Kakashi quickly lifted Fufu off his shoulder and cradled her in his arms, gently stroking her head. At last, someone emerged clad in a white dress, her face pure and innocent. Ningrongrong. "What brings you here, Kakashi?" The girl initially intended to inquire about his presence, but upon seeing Fufu's condition, she refrained from further questioning. "Fufu seems unwood. I need to scout the surroundings. Can you keep an eye on her?" Kakashi requested. Of course, Ningrongrong readily agreed. "Thank you." Kakashi entrusted Fufu to Ningrongrong and turned to leave. Although he had not sensed anything, Fufu's current state was too abnormal to ignore. As everyone vacated the tents, Kakashi suddenly halted, thinking, "This is bad. Something has indeed gone awry." After several days of cooperation, the students had established a certain level of rapport and swiftly emerged from the tents. Naturally, Mo Yufeng did not rely on this camaraderie. He had anticipated Zhao Wujia's actions from the beginning. "Teacher Zhao, what's the matter?" Dai Mubai inquired, swiftly approaching Zhao Wujia with concern. If it were merely a human, Zhao Wujia would not exhibit such a reaction, indicating that, just then, they witnessed a bizarre scene in the direction Zhao Wujia was observing. Two towering trees gradually parted, revealing a massive silhouette that emerged silently. Upon sighting this behemoth, the breath of every onlooker seemed to halt, and they finally comprehended the source of Zhao Wuji's apprehension. It was a being that resembled a mountain, its ebony fur shimmering faintly under the dim starlight and moonlight. Though it was on all fours, its shoulder height undoubtedly surpassed 7 meters. If it stood upright, its height would likely exceed 15 meters. Externally, it appeared to be a creature that was part ape and part gorilla, entirely cloaked in darkness save for its eyes, which glowed with a yellow luster reminiscent of lanterns. In the depths of night, it was nearly impossible to discern its form unless it moved. The creature's physique was astonishingly robust, each part covered in muscles more formidable than granite, protruding like small hills. Despite its colossal size, it moved without a sound. Even its breathing was imperceptible. The first to recognize it was Tang San, thanks to the knowledge imparted by his master. He almost instantly identified the creature. Indeed, it was the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Even a usually composed Tang San's voice wavered slightly. Kakashi, upon hearing Tang San's words, felt a shiver run down his spine and clenched his fists. No wonder I couldn't sense it. Kakashi had previously analyzed that such extraordinary beasts were bestowed by the heavens. When concealed, they could blend seamlessly with nature, rendering most sensing techniques ineffective unless one could see their form. "I will hold it off. You all must flee immediately," Zhao Wuji proclaimed, taking a deep breath as 7 rings of light radiated from him, charging toward the Titan Great Ape. The first, second, third, and fourth rings shone simultaneously as he unleashed 4 of his 7 soul skills against this formidable adversary. Kakashi assessed the situation, realizing he was no match for such a creature. Not only was he unqualified to engage in battle, but the Titan Great Ape was also comparable to a tailed beast. If it were a matter of compressing power into a humanoid form, Kakashi might have had a chance, but facing such a massive entity was a different story. He believed he could safeguard himself, yet his companions were within the creature's attack range. Not good. They must escape first, as far as they can. A thunderous roar echoed as Dai Mubai charged directly behind Zhao Wuji to confront the Titan Great Ape. "Get back!" Kakashi shouted. "You all must leave. I cannot retreat." A soft yet resolute voice emerged as Ning Rongrong's dazzling 7 treasures glazed tower spun into existence in her palm. Kakashi turned to see Ning Rongrong, illuminated by 2 rings, preparing to amplify Zhao Wuji, unwilling to depart. Following her was Tang San, enveloped in numerous blue silver grasses, who rushed forward without hesitation. Zhu Zhuqing showed no intention of retreating either, vanishing into the night forest, poised to strike at any moment. The portly Ma Hongjun, surrounded by purple flames, unleashed an attack augmented by his second soul ring, the flames spewing forth. His quick thinking led him to target the most vulnerable part of the Titan Great Ape, employing a vicious technique that left onlookers in awe. Mo Yufeng, despite being enhanced by Tang San, could not match his speed and quickly caught up, growling. "Throw me over with the blue silver grass." Tang San complied, ensnaring one of Mo Yufeng's legs with a strand of blue silver grass, swinging him around and launching him toward the Titan Great Ape. Aware that confronting the Titan Great Ape was akin to courting death, Tang San acted without hesitation, believing Mo Yufeng possessed the resolve to face his fate. Xiao Wu also initiated an attack, choosing a large tree, displaying no fear as she approached, her demeanor relaxed, as if she had long since reconciled with life and death. Kakashi observed their brave actions, feeling his initial resolve waver. "These fearless youngsters remind me of Naruto," Kakashi murmured, realizing it was time to abandon his previous decision. With the transformation of energy within him, his chakra became the core of his being, and he lifted his forehead protector, revealing his crimson left eye. Kakashi had once resolved that his Sharingan must unveil its true potential, but the actions of these Shrek Academy students compelled him to reconsider. The 3 black tomo within his scarlet Sharingan began to rotate slowly, as he sought to harness this moment of emotion to apply pressure on his mind, aiming for evolution. Suddenly, a piercing scream interrupted Kakashi's thoughts. His attention diverted as he noticed Fu Fu beside him, devoid of her previous fear of the powerful being. Fu Fu chastised Kakashi for not lending assistance. Stunned, Kakashi realized that his imminent success had been thwarted, and the very source of his distraction was now scolding him. Yet, he could no longer afford to waste time. "Fu Fu, listen carefully. You must hide immediately. They are no match for the Titan Great Ape. Once they are defeated, rush to their side to protect them." Without allowing Fu Fu to respond, Kakashi executed a body technique and vanished from his spot, appearing closer to the Titan Great Ape, unleashing his full speed as he charged toward it. The king of the forest unleashed a thunderous roar, and Kakashi, with his Sharingan, clearly saw a wave of black energy erupting from the Titan Great Ape. Immediately, Dai Mubai and Tang San, who were attacking from the ground, as well as Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who attempted to strike from the trees, were sent flying by the terrifying black energy wave. Kakashi, utilizing his chakra abilities, anchored himself firmly to the ground, leaning forward to withstand the Titan Great Ape's assault. Mo Yufeng, unaffected by the attack, cleverly activated his first and third soul skills, using wind to counter the energy wave, minimizing the damage as he soared far from the battlefield. The Titan Great Ape, seemingly enraged, made a sudden, powerful movement as the black energy wave erupted, its colossal body launching forward at an astonishing speed, descending upon the gathered group. The reactions of the Shrek Academy students were remarkably swift, as they prepared themselves to endure the impending pressure, brimming with confidence in their ability to evade it. Kakashi observed this scene without hesitation, swiftly distancing himself from the vicinity as he occupied the edge and possessed the greatest speed. Simultaneously, he raised his hands, ready to form the appropriate seals, either to assault the Titan Great Ape or to rescue his companions. In the next moment, Kakashi's eyes widened. With his Sharingan, he clearly discerned that one of the Titan Great Ape's forelimbs abruptly lifted, seizing the small Wu, who had been flung into the air by Tang San, preventing her escape. Witnessing small Wu fall into the clutches of the Titan Great Ape, Tang San's eyes instantly turned crimson. Without waiting for his body to stabilize on the ground, he immediately sprang into action, utilizing several points of leverage to leap into the air. His hands, moving with lightning speed from his waist, unleashed a dozen gleaming projectiles, all aimed at the eyes of the Titan Great Ape, a critical vulnerability among its few weak points. At that moment, Tang San's heart sank. He understood well that with the Titan Great Ape's immense strength, a mere exertion would render Small Wu unable to escape, regardless of her flexibility. Zhao Wujia had finally landed, having witnessed the scene of Small Wu succumbing to the Titan Great Ape. With a fierce roar, Zhao Wujia activated his final soul ring, a potent black light enveloping his body as it rapidly expanded, transforming into his true form, the Great Bear. Zhao Wujia's height surpassed 5 meters, and his brown fur shimmered with a golden radiance. Without hesitation, he charged towards the Titan Great Ape, aiming to reclaim Small Wu from its grasp. Kakashi was acutely aware that even with Zhao Wujia exerting his full power, he would still be unable to contend with such a colossal creature. Tang San's little tricks held no sway over the Titan Great Ape. It was clear that this could not continue. Kakashi contemplated utilizing the 8 gates. However, he swiftly abandoned this notion. Once the 8 gates were employed, Kakashi would be left powerless to continue the fight, unable to protect the severely injured Shrek students, and might even become a liability. Furthermore, although he had reached the level of the 4th gate years ago, his training had only seen slight progress since, and he had merely practiced the 5th gate, which would be utterly ineffective against an ancient beast like the Titan Great Ape. Meanwhile, the Titan Great Ape closed its eyes, effortlessly deflecting the projectiles Tang San had launched. At the same time, Zhao Wujia, now towering at 5 meters, was on the verge of reclaiming Small Wu. But the Titan Great Ape swiftly retracted its hand to evade capture. Kakashi, invoking the water release, water dragon bullet technique, summoned a water dragon that surged forth, striking the Titan Great Ape's hand that clutched Small Wu. Though it caused a brief pause in the Titan Great Ape's movement, the water-based ninjutsu lacked sufficient offensive power, failing to afford Zhao Wujia the time he desperately needed. Zhao Wujia missed his opportunity as the Titan Great Ape's other hand swung toward him. Yet Kakashi's hands never faltered. He was resolute in assisting Zhao Wujia, for he found himself powerless against such a massive opponent and could only collaborate with Zhao Wujia's assault. With a simultaneous invocation of the water release, water dragon bullet technique 3 times, 3 water dragons ascended into the air thanks to the 2 shadow clones standing beside Kakashi. Each water dragon had a distinct objective. One collided with the Titan Great Ape's hand poised to strike Zhao Wujia, dispersing into a vast spray of water that drenched the surrounding primitive forest. The second surged toward the Titan Great Ape's head, wrapping around it and obscuring its vision. The third rushed toward Tang San, engulfing him temporarily before crashing to the ground and subsequently hurling itself at the Titan Great Ape. All 3 water dragons successfully hit their targets, but proved utterly ineffective. Zhao Wujia was still struck, and the water dragon entangling the Titan Great Ape's head failed to impede its movements. On the other side, Mo Yufeng landed unscathed, observing the rising water dragons with a sigh. Kakashi, it seemed, had no solutions for such colossal foes. However, his chakra reserves had increased, unlike his soul power. Mo Yufeng stroked his chin, furrowing his brow. It was best to keep a close watch on him, as he might resort to that technique. If he were to employ that move, he would need to approach the Titan Great Ape directly, so he would simply wait there for him. Meanwhile, Kakashi had left 3 shadow clones behind and was racing toward the Titan Great Ape. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Wujia staggered back several steps before barely regaining his footing, while the Titan Great Ape remained unfazed, emitting another furious roar. Kakashi executed the true body flicker technique, a combination of chakra and speed, and in an instant, he was beside the Titan Great Ape, with 3 water dragons once again soaring into the air. With a series of thuds, the 3 shadow clones vanished as their chakra was depleted. Kakashi shouted, "I will never allow my companions to be slain. Come with me to death." He raised his hands, gathering the last of his usable chakra. Unexpectedly, the last 3 water dragons that soared into the sky held on longer than anticipated, entangling and colliding with the Titan Great Ape. Kakashi stood below, concentrating on gathering chakra preparing to unleash a jutsu that would demand an immense amount of energy. Mo Yufeng arrived, appearing on a tree behind Kakashi. Without turning his head, Kakashi remarked, "Yufeng, I have long pondered your origins. I am aware of your strength. Now, I intend to send this creature that seeks to take my companions to meet the Grim Reaper. However, I will be left weakened after using this technique, and I will rely on you then." Mo Yufeng readily agreed. Kakashi focused his mind, knowing that using this technique would not only consume significant chakra, but also require immense resolve. A lapse in mental strength could leave him burdened with guilt for the rest of his life. With a resounding clash, a sound echoed as Kakashi collapsed to the ground. In the sky, the three water dragons dissipated into a cascade of rain. The Titan Great Ape lowered its head to gaze at the small wood held, letting out another low growl. This time, it ignored the approaching Zhao Wujia, suddenly leaping away in a single bound, vanishing into the forest beyond 100 meters. Behind the fallen Kakashi, Mo Yufeng stood holding a wooden staff. The situation was clear. He discarded the staff and hoisted Kakashi onto his back, advancing towards the direction of the Titan Great Ape. "I knew you would employ that technique. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been joining you in death before long. This creature may not be so simple." Mo Yufeng quickened his pace, aware that carrying Kakashi would hinder his speed. Chapter 61. Those characters, the devastation wrought by the Titan Giant Ape has left this forest in utter disarray. Ning Rongrong has regained consciousness from her fainting spell, supported by Oscar as she rises to her feet. However, her mind remains somewhat foggy, causing her to lean heavily against him. Dai Mubai emerges from the deep pit he created, carrying Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. The group exchanges glances, each feeling a sense of survival after the calamity. If this were a team of soul masters facing the Forest King, the Titan Giant Ape, and only lost one comrade, it would indeed be a matter of great fortune. Yet, they are not a team of soul masters, but mere students. Everyone bears varying degrees of injury. Even Zhao Wujin appears disheveled, his soul power significantly depleted, rendering him unable to adequately care for the others. This is, however, the extent of Zhao Wujin's capabilities. While he cannot bear the loss of a single student, he is simply unable to rescue Xiao Wu from the Titan Giant Ape. With no other option, he can only express his condolences to Tang San. "No, do not blame yourself. It is I who failed to protect Xiao Wu." Tang San rises from the ground, keeping his head lowered, his voice remarkably calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Zhao Wujin lets out a sigh. Let us rest for a moment, and then we shall move to another location to deliberate." Kakashi and Yufeng glanced around, unable to locate the two individuals, prompting them to inquire. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujin recalls seeing Kakashi charge towards the Titan Giant Ape, but with its departure, Kakashi has vanished from sight. However, those water dragons seem to have been conjured by that boy. Zhao Wujin notes this observation. Tang San has already deduced that the water dragons were indeed unleashed by Kakashi. Given the scale of such a technique, Kakashi must have expended considerable energy, yet he has not returned. He must have gone to rescue Xiao Wu. Thus, Tang San discreetly communicates with Oscar, requesting him to provide a mushroom sausage, as he too intends to pursue Kakashi. "In my eyes, your role is not that of an elder brother, but rather akin to a guardian. You and Xiao Wu interact solely due to our connection. Otherwise, with your disposition of protecting those close to you and reluctance to engage with others, you would not have formed a bond with Xiao Wu. Yet, you treat her with the same regard as you do me, and since the beginning, you have been like a sage, embracing her mischievous nature. I bear the title of elder brother, but have not provided the absolute safety for Xiao Wu as you have. Nor do I possess the strength to confront formidable adversaries. However, your water dragons must have demanded significant energy. Otherwise, you and Teacher Zhao would have acted sooner regarding the matter with the Snake Lady. Are you now out of stamina? If that is the case, let me take on the responsibility of rescuing Xiao Wu this time." "Xiao Ao, what are you doing?" Ning Rongrong's voice suddenly captured everyone's attention. Zhao Wujin, being astute, instantly sensed the impending danger, yet they were ultimately a step too late. Tang San became the first to consume the mushroom sausage, 6 ethereal wings materializing behind him, lifting him into the air just as Zhao Wujin lunged forward. I apologize, Teacher Zhao, but I must find Xiao Wu, even if she is no longer alive. I must recover her body. At that moment, everyone beheld Tang San's blood-red eyes, comprehending the depths of his fury and sorrow. 7 treasures, famous, second day, speed. Ning Rongrong's melodious voice resonated, a radiant light enveloping Tang San, hastening the flapping of his 6 wings. Xiao San, go swiftly, I support you. My increased soul power output should maintain the acceleration effect for about a minute after you leave my range. Be sure to retrieve Xiao Wu, she is my roommate. Ning Rongrong seemingly paid no heed to Zhao Wujin's murderous glare, addressing Tang San with fervor. Ah, finally awake, are we? On the opposite side of the great forest. Carrying Kakashi, Mo Yufeng leaped through the trees. You're awake at last. Even the average ninja would struggle to maintain this speed for long. Mo Yufeng felt the chill upon his neck, without needing to look to know its source, and thus released his grip on Kakashi's legs, coming to a halt. Kakashi clutched a kunai, pressing it against Mo Yufeng's throat, his voice cold and menacing. What's the situation now? The icy tone felt more like a statement than a question, as if Mo Yufeng's response would lead to the kunai slicing through his neck. What aspect are you referring to? Mo Yufeng retorted, appearing relaxed, devoid of any tension. How are Xiao Wu and the others faring? Xiao Wu is unharmed, and the others are well. There are no issues with them. Montauk Yufeng replied. Kakashi sheathed his kunai back into his ninja tool pouch. What do you intend to accomplish by bringing me here? Kakashi inquired. Well, we have a bit of time. I hope you can listen to my account of the current circumstances. I expect a reasonable explanation. Mo Yufeng calmly sat down, as they had reached the ground. In short, it won't be long before a certain individual appears in this vicinity. Their abilities are extraordinary, and I lack the confidence to face them alone. Therefore, you require my assistance? Kakashi asked, a hint of skepticism in his tone. I had not initially intended for your aid, as you are an unexpected variable. What do you mean? Kakashi pressed. Apologies, but that cannot be disclosed. Just know that you will undoubtedly assist me. Mo Yufeng stated, his tone assertive, even laced with a hint of delight. I'm not interested. Kakashi turned to leave. With Xiao Wu safe, there was no reason to linger. Initially, Mo Yufeng seemed trustworthy, but now it appeared he must be eliminated. This individual harbored too many secrets. Further entanglement might provoke trouble, endangering Xiao San and Xiao Wu. If you depart, your comrades will suffer immensely. The calm words echoed from behind, halting Kakashi's steps. Are you threatening me? Kakashi's hand once again reached for his ninja tool pouch. No, merely stating that should you choose not to aid me, I will refrain from confronting that individual. Their abilities are formidable, and multiple such beings may emerge. As Mo Yufeng spoke, his tone grew increasingly agitated, struggling to maintain composure, indicating that the threats he mentioned instilled a sense of fear in him. Speak. Kakashi was no longer inclined to leave, having picked up on a shift in Mo Yufeng's demeanor. So, those who would make your comrades suffer are not my doing. Mo Yufeng's voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of his emotional turmoil. Speak, Kakashi commanded succinctly. For now, those individuals will not arrive in large numbers. Only one will come this time, but they possess unique abilities. I only wish to know what impact these individuals may have on my comrades. Kakashi interrupted Mo Yufeng. Ah, so impatient. Mo Yufeng chuckled softly and continued. Simply put, girls might end up as G, while the men are likely to face castration. I can only assume you're deceiving me. Kakashi had already drawn his kunai. I hail from another dimension, as do those individuals. They are responsible for chaos while I am tasked with safeguarding. Mo Yufeng stated. This explanation is acceptable to me. Kakashi sheathed his kunai, but did not put it away. However, you must first allow me to see those individuals, Kakashi added. Very well. I can sense the power of time and space. Follow me, Yufeng said as he effortlessly leapt to a nearby tree. Kakashi stowed his kunai and took out a soldier pill to replenish himself, following suit. If what he says is true, then that adversary should be formidable. I must recover some chakra first. Chapter 62 commenced and concluded swiftly. In the depths of the starry forest at night, 2 shadows descended, one after the other. "This is the place," the first to arrive spoke. It was Feng. The second shadow was Kakashi, who surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "There are no anomalies in the vicinity." Kakashi fixed his gaze on Feng, expressing his skepticism towards his words. Feng remained silent, sitting down as if waiting for something to transpire. Kakashi turned his back and also sat down, focusing on recovering his chakra, irrespective of the truth behind the statements. Surprisingly, the two waited for an extended period without encountering a single soul beast, nor did they hear any roars nearby. Despite the dense trees of the primitive forest, a gentle breeze wafted through. "Here it comes," Feng intoned. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, ready for battle. A radiant portal materialized, approximately 20 meters in front of them. In Kakashi's crimson left, I discerned a figure approaching from within. The portal shimmered brilliantly in the night, compelling Feng to avert his gaze, peering sideways instead. Kakashi closed his right eye, focusing intently with his left eye on the portal's interior, striving to gain the upper hand. However, it seemed that the person inside had already spotted them and let out a laugh. "Heh, I wonder how so many perished at your hands. It turns out you have assistants." The magnetic voice sent a shiver through Kakashi's heart, its tone imbued with an unsettling charm that could beguile minds. He needed to be cautious. This was akin to Fu's seduction technique, capable of endearing anyone and any soul beast to him. Yet this individual clearly harbored ulterior motives. "It appears he speaks the truth." The voice from within continued, "What an unusual appearance you have, and somewhat familiar. You haven't crossed any lines, have you? That seems improbable." Feng scoffed, retorting, "Humph, you may outnumber us, each possessing those enhancements. How could I possibly prevail without assistance?" As the figure approached, the portal gradually dimmed, and upon his complete emergence, it vanished entirely. The figure was a remarkably handsome man, clad in ethereal white. His striking visage adorned with a smile that belied a sinister aura, causing Kakashi to furrow his brow. "Oh, Kakashi, what brings you here?" the man inquired, casting a glance at Kakashi before addressing Feng. They appeared to be acquainted, leaving Kakashi perplexed. "Who knows?" Feng replied. The man adjusted his neatly cropped hair and continued, "Regardless of the reason, you shall perish today. As for this world, it will be left to me to dismantle." The man seemed to regard Kakashi and Feng with utter indifference, casually declaring his intent. "You are overly confident. The dead may not necessarily be us," Feng asserted, summoning his martial soul and gripping his blade. Kakashi shifted into chakra mode, holding a kunai with both hands crossed over his chest, poised to form hand seals at any moment. "Fear not. No one else will arrive. I intend to savor this world," the man proclaimed, his aura swelling ominously. It became evident that F's words held merit. The current adversary was indeed formidable. His expression grew serious as he spoke. "Ah, I understand now. This individual today." He interrupted Kakashi, fixing his gaze on the man. "No, we must prepare. Perhaps today his life will be forfeit." Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Feng before turning to the handsome man and asking, "What is happening?" Feng did not appear to be one to jest. His words suggested that the peculiar abilities of the man before them might exceed their comprehension. "What is happening?" Feng relayed the question to the man. "I mean precisely what I say. No one will cross over to this side again," the man replied, his smile widening, yet his malevolence elicited discomfort in Kakashi. "Then those who have transformed into mere shadows must be a good thing, right?" Kakashi remarked, sensing Feng's unease. Feng disregarded Kakashi's ignorance, turning to the man and asking, "So, you have killed them all?" "Indeed," the man affirmed. "I initially thought this person was merely emulating Kakashi. It appears now that he is the genuine article," the man added. "I hope you can clarify things for us," Kakashi said. "There is no need," Feng interjected, then inquired of the man. "Your abilities have multiplied? See for yourself," the man replied, first closing his eyes before suddenly opening them wide. "Sharingan," Kakashi gasped. "But that is not all," the man continued, his crimson eyes revealing 3 tomo that spun rapidly, transforming into yet another configuration. "Kaleidoscope Sharingan," Kakashi exclaimed once more, his Sharingan detecting the chakra energy within the man's body. Moreover, Worfen interjected, speaking on behalf of the man, the patterns of the kaleidoscope expand outward, gradually forming the Rinnegan. Who are you truly? Kakashi's voice trembled. His grip on the kunai, now slick with sweat. There are a total of 7 of you, considering the exchange of 2 lives for 1 wish. You have already eliminated the others, Werfeng stated, gasping for breath. Indeed, I am the sole survivor, the man said, his grin becoming increasingly unsettling. First, I will deal with you, and later, not only the 3 girls from the 7 Wonders, but also a rather mature one. He chuckled wickedly, his handsome features twisting ominously. The mature one refers to Meng Iran, who possesses the Rinnegan, radiating confidence as he appears unperturbed by the combined might of the dragon and serpent techniques. In order to pursue your desires, one must first escape this place. Kakashi resolved that today he must ensure this individual remains, for without him, the likes of Xiao Wu and Rong Rong would be left vulnerable. The man's expression darkened, questioning how a mere burden of the Sharingan could dare compare itself to the Rinnegan. Kakashi slightly bent down, gathering his strength as he prepared to harness the wind. Awaken. I must keep this person here today. Whether you assist or not depends solely on you. Although possessing the Rinnegan, the abilities at his disposal may have diminished. Akin to the technique of the Shadow Clone, it was time to test the waters. With a swift motion, Kakashi charged forward, his shuriken poised and ready. Shinra Tensei. With a resounding impact, Kakashi was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Bansho Tenin. Kakashi's body began to levitate, drawn towards the man, while a massive boulder was lifted by the same force, hurtling towards him. It appeared the powers of the Rinnegan were still operational. This was his first clue. Electricity crackled at Kakashi's palm as he unleashed Chidori, shattering the boulder that could not withstand his might. He surged toward the man, maintaining the Chidori, prepared strike. However, the man swiftly switched his Rinnegan to the Mangekyo Sharingan. With a sudden thud, Kakashi fell to the ground, coughing violently. The man shut his left eye, stating, Kakashi Hitake, once again defeated under the Rinnegan, is over. Kakashi lay on the ground, his body crashing heavily twice, rendering him nearly immobile. He abruptly opened his left eye, focusing intently on Kakashi. Amaterasu. The shuriken in Kakashi's hand ignited, forcing him to discard it. Amaterasu only ignites a focal point. As long as one can predict the line of sight, they may obstruct it with another object. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The man suddenly clutched his left eye, screaming in agony. Just as I anticipated, remarked Mo Feng, who had remained still nearby, visibly relieved. Kakashi struggled to rise, still coughing. What is happening? He inquired. Mo Feng observed the writhing man on the ground, explaining, this fool must have wished for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, if it were the eternal Mangekyo, he would not be suffering so severely. Ah, so he is merely a fool with power he cannot wield. What a waste, Kakashi scoffed. But how do you know this? He pressed further. Those who indiscriminately slay their comrades cannot attain the eternal Mangekyo. You must be aware of the requirements for obtaining it. Mo Feng replied with a smile. The method to acquire the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is as follows. 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan from direct relatives, siblings, must merge their ocular powers, resulting in the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, symbolizing the closest bond. Yet, this individual has murdered his comrades and cannot be granted the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan directly. Each use of Amaterasu heavily burdens the eyes. Even Itachi and Sasuke could not maintain it for long, and this man, lacking the rigorous training of a ninja, would not withstand it. But he possesses the Rinnegan, so he should have the powers of the Sage of the 6 Paths. Kakashi began to argue, but then abruptly halted, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. So that's how it is. Kakashi turned to the man, remarking, language indeed holds profound mysteries. Possessing the Rinnegan does not guarantee the presence of the sage's cells. This fool likely did not consider that when he made his wish, unlike Nagato, who underwent direct transplantation. Even if he can wield some abilities, the burden remains. Mo Feng approached, raising his blade with precision, and pierced the man's scapula, pinning him to the ground. It seems your opponents are nothing but simpletons, Kakashi remarked, ignoring Mo Yufeng's actions. Mo Yufeng glanced back, saying, "Not entirely. They merely see the glamorous side of things, without experiencing the underlying realities. However, it appears that Wish is not as omnipotent as one might think, as it cannot directly grant the eternal Mangekyo. Indeed, such entities are formed from the collective beliefs of people, often referred to as the Master." At that moment, Mo Yufeng suddenly paused. Kakashi, confused by the abrupt change, pulled up his forehead protector, revealing a shocking scene through Kakashi's Sharingan. Mo Yufeng was bound by chains, even his mouth restrained by a thick iron link. After a prolonged silence, Mo Yufeng's bindings unraveled, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "Ah, I see now. You truly cannot articulate certain things." Kakashi comprehended Mo Yufeng's reluctance to clarify many matters. Meanwhile, the man on the ground struggled less noticeably. A shuriken flew through the air, slicing his throat, blood gushing forth as he succumbed to death. This was Kakashi's doing, ending his life. It is better to eliminate threats directly, Kakashi reflected. But he turned to witness a remarkable sight. Mo Yufeng emanated a faint white light, transforming into a cascade of colorful luminescence from his feet, gradually dissipating. "Kakashi, I had merely wished to prolong that scoundrel's life a few more minutes. I did not expect you to act so swiftly," Mo Yufeng smiled. Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. Does this mean, as long as this world remains intact and uncorrupted by outsiders, you will depart? "Not so much as disappearing, but rather leaving," Mo Yufeng stated, suddenly glancing at the corpse. Kakashi turned back to find the body also glowing, slowly fading away. "It seems this is how it must be. Those behind me have warned that I entered a flawed timeline, and upon returning, I would encounter unforeseen consequences. So, it is," he continued. "I had thought I would depart upon the demise of all the corrupt, yet it appears this individual, too, must be dealt with. It seems our entanglement will persist through the ages." Mo Yufeng's tone reflected a hint of resignation. He had hoped to resolve this issue, only to find it would require further confrontation. Kakashi furrowed his brow, inquiring about the meaning of a flawed timeline. Mo Yufeng sighed, stating, "I cannot divulge details. If I do, time will slip away. It is best not to speak of it. In any case, take this as a hint. You must trust those children. Regardless of the circumstances, they are safe from harm." Mo Yufeng's words hinted at the original plot, yet Kakashi interpreted them differently. "Rest assured, I shall be more mindful in the future and will not treat others so harshly," he replied. Mo Yufeng paused, puzzled by Kakashi's statement. It seems he did not grasp my meaning. I was implying that he should place more faith in his students to foster their growth." Kakashi reflected on his need to amend his hostile demeanor towards unfamiliar, strong individuals. "Fear not. This world will be sealed, and no beings of our kind shall emerge again. You need not worry." Mo Yufeng's voice faded, echoing in the stillness. Mo Yufeng appeared unable to produce any sound due to the loss of his throat, his lips moving silently. Kakashi, unfamiliar with the language of this world and unable to read lip movements, could only offer a reassuring farewell, encouraging him to leave without concern for this place. Chapter 63. The serpent family. Kakashi stood in place, staring vacantly at the spot where Mo Yufeng had long since vanished. He let out a long sigh as he turned to move outward, uncertain of Zhao Wuji and the others' whereabouts, yet confident they would eventually find their way out. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered nothing but bizarre phenomena. Swiftly, Kakashi made his way through the towering trees, his speed significantly enhanced as he maneuvered like a shadow amidst the branches. As he moved, he reflected on his desire to detach from the group, yet acknowledged he was not in peak condition at present. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, causing a sense of foreboding to wash over him. It was a familiar noise from his past life, Tutuinta Liobi. With a mighty crash, a wall of earth rose to his left as a defensive barrier. Yet, the wall soon bore numerous cracks, threatening to collapse at any moment. Cursing under his breath, Kakashi found the mindless physical attacks of soul beasts to be quite vexing. He swiftly retreated, preparing for battle but not retrieving any tools from his ninja pouch. The wall of earth was struck again, crumbling under the force, and through the swirling dust, he glimpsed a long creature writhing. Indeed, it was a serpent. As Kakashi pulled down his mask, flames engulfed his face, a torrent of fire much more robust than that of Ma Hongjun erupting forth. The long creature roared amidst the dust, its head momentarily dazed from the previous assault on the earthen wall, allowing it to hesitate rather than attack. Kakashi seized his fire technique, raising his mask as the dust around the creature dissipated, revealing the true nature of the serpent. Although he had surmised it before, the multitude of soul beasts rendered it a challenge to ascertain the specifics. It was indeed a massive python, its body adorned with hard, glossy scales, and its robust form had left deep fissures in the ground with the force of its tail strikes, far surpassing that of a foamway jiguang snake. The python measured approximately 10 meters in length, with many charred patches along its body. While typical physical attacks proved ineffective against its tough scales, it seemed that this area of flame attacks had taken a toll. Kakashi approached the great serpent, scrutinizing it carefully. It was likely a soul beast, but he could not determine its age. His studies under his master were primarily focused on soul masters, not soul beasts, and he could not immediately ascertain the creature's age. If memory served, it possessed a venomous attack with a broad range. Considering this, Kakashi quickly retreated, forming the hand seal for fire release, ready to unleash it at a moment's notice. The python remained still, its body trembling slightly but not engaging. His master had once mentioned that while such soul beasts were erratic, their poisonous emissions were treacherous and fell into a unique category of soul beasts. Kakashi decided to unleash his fire technique. A pillar of flame as thick as a human's body erupted from his mouth, aimed directly at the serpent's central mass, intending to sever it with the heat and impact of the flames. However, he knew this task was impossible. He lacked the confidence to achieve such a feat, having already discerned it was a 1,000-year soul beast. The 1,000-year venomous python immediately coiled and exhaled a cloud of poisonous mist, counteracting Kakashi's flame. Rather than engage directly, Kakashi opted for a more strategic approach. He could win, but there was no need to waste chakra on this 1,000-year soul beast. The flames were evidently stronger than the mist, yet Kakashi seized his technique to conserve energy, leaping back onto a nearby tree. The serpent's poison mist surged forward, expanding as it moved. Kakashi observed as the area affected by the mist grew larger than the radius of his earlier fireball attack. Kakashi preferred to gather information on an opponent's abilities during combat rather than merely impart knowledge through instruction, as such experiences left a more profound impression. The python, seemingly unaffected by the earlier fireball, charged forward. Though its movements were noticeably impaired, its agility diminished. Kakashi analyzed the situation. This level of fire release was insufficient to inflict serious harm on a 1,000-year soul beast. He fell backward into the lush underbrush, not utilizing speed, but allowing gravity to take its course. Even so, the 1,000-year venomous python miscalculated, crashing into the branches Kakashi had stepped on, unable to halt its momentum. Though its speed had diminished considerably, it remained a cunning soul beast. Kakashi sprang from the underbrush, pursuing it without fear of retaliation. The 1,000-year venomous python did not glance back, propelling itself forward with remarkable speed, though its body occasionally faltered, granting Kakashi an opportunity. Indeed, the mindless assaults were merely a facade. Its defensive capabilities were formidable, yet it seemed to fear the fire attribute attacks that countered its poison. The earlier feigned retaliation was merely a tactic to escape rather than a genuine attempt to fight back. Kakashi, swift as ever, uncovered his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. This distance was favorable. He took his time with the seals, completing them in mere seconds before unleashing his technique. Shueduan Shue Long Danji Shu. The water dragons surged forth, rapidly closing the gap to ensnare the 1,000-year venomous python, binding it tightly and rendering it immobile. Kakashi arrived, his right hand crackling with lightning as he prepared to strike. The serpent thrashed in desperation, instinctively aware of the lethal blow aimed at it. With a swift motion, Kakashi's Chidori pierced through the serpent's body, ending its life instantly. What an excellent concealment, he remarked, acknowledging the serpent's cunning nature. It appears that this soul beast operates in pairs, albeit at a certain distance apart. Kakashi's Chidori pierced the head of a snake. But it was not the one that initially engaged him. Rather, it was its companion. Although snakes are cold-blooded creatures, soul beasts are unique and often present unexpected circumstances. The injured snake, ensnared by the water dragon, struggled fiercely. For now, I shall spare your life, Kakashi declared to it. Utilizing the earth release, rock fist technique, Kakashi let the Chidori dissipate from his hand, replacing it with a gauntlet of earth and stone. By infusing it with earth chakra, the stone fist became denser and heavier, delivering a powerful blow to the head of the wounded snake. The creature fell unconscious, alleviating much of Kakashi's burden. After scanning his surroundings and finding no anomalies, he felt a sense of relief. The snake's remarkable stealth capabilities were indeed terrifying. Had it abandoned its companion to directly attack Kakashi, he would have had to expend considerable effort to subdue it, much like he would have needed to do with the now lifeless serpent. Perhaps such a commotion would attract the attention of other soul beasts. Contemplating the situation, Kakashi deduced that the venomous python, which had intercepted his Chidori, was likely stronger, indicative of its greater age. Kakashi allocated a significant portion of his chakra to create a lightning clone for protection while he settled into a meditative posture, converting his energy into soul power and shifting into the form of the Nine Tails, absorbing the first soul ring of the Nine Tails. He refrained from utilizing the shadow clone technique, as the residual chakra would return to him upon the clone's dissolution, potentially jeopardizing him if foreign energy flooded his body at a critical moment. The color of this 1,000-year-old venomous python's soul ring was deeper than Oscar's phoenix-tailed coke snake, suggesting it had surpassed the absorption capacity of a 30-level soul ring. Nonetheless, Kakashi was confident in his abilities. Having withstood the 8 gates of death, he regarded this challenge as trivial. As he began the absorption process, Kakashi realized it indeed exceeded the 30-level threshold, as he had always absorbed soul rings faster than others. Yet this time seemed to drag on. Though the Nine Tails had not explicitly stated the required level of soul rings for its powers, Kakashi sensed that ordinary soul rings would be inadequate, hence his reluctance to attach them. A 1,000-year level should suffice. The Nine Tails would likely agree. Perhaps half an hour had elapsed when Kakashi opened his eyes, but he immediately felt a pang of anxiety. He hurriedly stood, checking himself for any missing items. Breathing a sigh of relief, he confirmed his own well-being. Surrounding him lay several serpent carcasses, all sharing common traits with the ones he had slain, indicating they belonged to the same family. The lightning clone had vanished, but Kakashi surmised that the snake he had incapacitated bore marks of electric shock and was now much closer to him. Perhaps it had attempted a surprise attack. The lightning clone had absorbed a blow meant for him, retaliating with electric force. From the other serpent remains, Kakashi deduced they were of a 100-year classification, possibly relatives of the snake he had dispatched. Judging by the strength of the one he absorbed, it was likely the male snake, while the one he had knocked out was the female. A nearby 100-year snake lay severed, the wound likely inflicted by his Thunder Tiger technique. The earth release, heavy rock technique was the pinnacle of Kakashi's earth manipulation, a technique passed down through the Tsuchikage lineage, which he could execute only by analyzing the transformation of earth chakra combined with the replication ability of his Sharingan. His copy was incomplete. The full technique was reserved for the Tsuchikage, and Kakashi's limits prevented him from replicating the ability to make others levitate. Perhaps he would pass this one on to Little San, who had likely surpassed level 30. Kakashi lightened the female snake's weight, hoisting it and dashing toward the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. By this time, the sky had shifted from the darkness of night to a dim twilight, indicating that dawn was imminent. As a ninja, Kakashi could run for several days without issue, though the cost would be significant, leading to a severe illness. However, he felt capable for the next couple of days, maintaining his speed, aided by the enhanced vision of his Sharingan, which rendered his surroundings of vivid crimson. Suddenly, Kakashi halted, sensing something amiss. The sound he heard seemed to overlap. He hypothesized that the female snake had regained consciousness, yet its lightweight body, coupled with his swift pace, rendered it incapable of biting him due to the force of the wind he created. The female snake's head was positioned behind him, and by the time Kakashi reacted, it was still unable to harm him, as the wind generated by his speed was too powerful, and its own weight had been significantly reduced. When Kakashi landed a punch that rendered it unconscious, he perceived another sound simultaneously. He decided to investigate. Kakashi descended to the ground, releasing the female snake, and ascended the tallest tree to survey his surroundings. This soul beast forest was indeed unwelcoming. While the towering trees accelerated his travel, they diminished his scouting capabilities. Even from his elevated position, he could only see a sea of green, obscuring any potential threats. Kakashi slightly lowered his mask to expose his nose and inhaled deeply. The scent was reminiscent of something corroded. He contemplated the direction. Never mind. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Kakashi leapt down from the treetop, hoisting the female snake once more, ready to continue his journey. He took a few steps forward, bending his legs slightly before leaping onto a branch. A soul beast with corrosive abilities would likely be a formidable adversary. Avoiding contact was prudent. As Kakashi pressed on towards the forest's edge, he abruptly stopped. If Naruto were here, he would have certainly pursued the matter. This thought echoed in his mind, the voice of the Nine Tails, now capable of direct communication after absorbing the soul ring. Indeed, for Naruto's sake, I shall take a look, Kakashi resolved, turning towards the source of the foul odor. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails confined within the seal Kakashi had established, smirked and said, Kakashi, all these years, though I couldn't speak to you directly, I have been aware of everything around you. If that kid perishes, you would surely feel sorrow, wouldn't you? Kakashi observed the situation before him, pondering his next move, while responding to the Nine Tails. Yes, indeed. Standing together were 4 individuals. Tang San, alongside 2 he recognized as the serpent matriarch and her grandchild from days prior, and an elderly man, presumably long gone. The Nine Tails, capable of sensing through natural chakra, had previously detected a poisonous creature battling Tang San. Based on the intensity of the soul power, Tang San was doomed, yet he had survived, and 3 others were present. The QB has also made a judgment. Its current limit of perception seems to be entities with a soul power intensity beneath that of Kakashi. Although Manyaran is not stronger than Kakashi, she is accompanied by the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, which renders her undetectable to the QB. The distance is too great for Kakashi to hear their conversation, yet he dares not act recklessly, for any slight movement may draw the attention of the formidable Dragon King. However, I shall proceed directly. In my chakra mode, I am less likely to be sensed. Kakashi deliberated with the QB. Go ahead. This will allow me to express my opinions on that fool. Naruto, was the QB's response. Kakashi assessed that, given the time, the Snake Lady would likely remain unconscious for quite some time, so venturing out should pose no issue. During the journey, Kakashi did not pause to rest. Although he had somewhat recuperated from his battle with the Ruinous One, his chakra was now less than half. Fortunately, his current Sharingan does not consume much chakra, or so he hoped. Kakashi dismissed the notion of combat, not to mention facing the Dragon King. Even confronting the Snake Lady would be a challenge for him at present. As he approached closer, Kakashi gradually began to hear their dialogue. The Snake Lady spoke, Tang San, where's that young man from last time? Kakashi thought to himself that they should not know Tang San's name. It must have been inquired during their earlier negotiations. It seems I have not arrived too late. I do not know. We got separated, Tang San replied. The renowned dragon snake couple paused, puzzled by the meaning of separated. What happened? The Dragon King inquired. We encountered a Titan giant ape. As soon as Tang San spoke, the expressions of the dragon snake couple shifted, unable to believe that the king of the forest would appear at the outskirts of the Stardew forest. One of our companions was captured, and another is missing. I must go rescue the one who was captured, Tang San declared with a resolute tone, not sounding as if he were jesting. Kakashi, upon hearing this, thought that one missing meant 2, did it not? The Dragon King, Meng Shu, flicked his dragon-headed staff, sending forth a stream of white soul power that flipped over the body of the humanoid demon spider. He immediately observed the spider's 8 eyes, which had been thoroughly destroyed, and could not help but nod in silent approval. Although he did not know how Tang San accomplished this, the fact that Tang San could strike at the critical point of the humanoid demon spider illustrated the calmness he possessed in the face of formidable foes. When he looked up at Tang San again, Meng Shu's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. Meng Shu gently patted his granddaughter's head, signaling her to remain calm, and addressed Tang San. Tang San, I now present you with 2 choices. As the Dragon King Meng Shu, I have roamed the Soul Master world for many years and am not unreasonable. In the face of the humanoid demon spider, self-preservation is a natural instinct. Thus, your act of killing it is somewhat justifiable. However, you and your companion have interfered with my granddaughter's acquisition of her soul ring on 2 separate occasions, and that cannot simply be overlooked. Kakashi reached into his ninja tool pouch, realizing he had no choice but to engage in battle, though uncertain of the outcome. It is improbable that one individual could defeat the humanoid demon spider. Such a feat would be difficult for someone like me, who is unversed in soul beasts. The Dragon King would not relinquish a talent of such remarkable potential. Kakashi steeled himself, withdrawing his hand from the pouch. Yet soon after, he reached into his soul guide ninja tool pouch, as the conditions proposed by the Dragon King might be acceptable to Tang San. However, the conditions Tang San would propose to the Dragon King were unattainable. As soon as Tang San mentioned that he too had conditions, the Dragon King immediately grasped his intention. I cannot comply, the Dragon King stated. The negotiations had collapsed. Tang San raised the Zhuge divine crossbow in his hand. With no hope of retrieving Xiao Wu and Kakashi also missing, he resolved that he need not live alone any longer. If you seek death, I shall grant it, he declared. The murderous intent in Meng Shu's eyes was palpable. Such a talented youth, if he could not be utilized, had no need to remain in this world. Kakashi drew a kunai, ready to charge forth, but a deep voice resonated from the other side. Senior Dragon King, please show mercy. Kakashi recognized it as Zhao Wujia's voice. Now that he had arrived, there was enough time to delay, and perhaps this conflict could be avoided. With that thought, Kakashi quietly departed from his concealed location and returned to where the Snake Lady was still hidden. Although Zhao Wujia's strength had diminished, he possessed a trump card, one capable of intimidating all save for the Spirit Hall and the Haotian Sect. Kakashi observed the scene unfold, though he was unaware of the specifics of Zhao Wujia's words. He only recognized that they had quelled the Dragon King's fierce demeanor. Grandfather, Meng Yiran, witnessing her grandparents preparing to leave, became anxious. Grandfather, he has robbed me of my soul beast twice. Shall we simply let it go? Meng Shu glanced at his granddaughter with a hint of resignation and replied, What do you wish to do? At my age, I cannot truly bully the young. Let it be. However, this tone of resignation seemed more akin to helplessness. The Dragon King's mention of a master must have concealed something. The master lacked such capabilities. Kakashi recalled that some time ago, they had fought against Zhao Wujia. Although they were quite fatigued, Kakashi had vaguely sensed a form of pressure even while in a stupor. If it were to intimidate Soul Douluo, then the only one who could relate to Tang San would be him. Yet it appeared that Meng Yiran was unwilling to accept this. While understandable, it would be better for me to reveal myself to avoid further complications. At that moment, the Dragon King, being tugged along by his granddaughter, tightened his grip on his staff, sensing someone approaching from behind. Fu, nestled in Ning Rongrong's embrace, suddenly called out and broke free, running towards the direction of the Dragon King. The Shrek group gasped in surprise. However, another voice drew their attention, coming from behind the Dragon King. The true destination of Fu. With everyone present, the situation felt eerily familiar. Kakashi revealed himself, appearing on a tree behind the Dragon King. Kakashi sighed, having anticipated this outcome. It would be better to get straight to the point. Wasting time was not an option. Fu climbed the tree and settled on Kakashi's shoulder. But as one side was occupied by the Snake Lady, she lay on Kakashi's other shoulder instead. Kakashi leapt from the tree, landing beside the members of Shrek. He dispelled the technique on the Snake Lady, causing her body to leave a deep imprint in the ground, indicative of her weight. Kakashi intended to explain to Ning Rongrong, but she was interrupted by Kakashi. I am already aware, he stated as he approached the corpse of the humanoid demon spider. How do you wish to handle this? Meng Iran exclaimed in frustration, her anger flaring at his nonchalant demeanor. A remarkably executed technique. You accurately blinded the 8 eyes of the demon spider, Kakashi commented. Stop pretending to be an otherworldly sage. Speak up, Meng Iran shouted. Kakashi turned and approached the still-dazed snake lady, lifting her gently rather than slinging her over his shoulder. As Fu had once again claimed his other side, Kakashi carried the snake lady over to Meng Iran and set her down. Meng Iran observed the scene before her, her brow furrowing in confusion. What do you mean? Kakashi replied, a transaction, of course. The magical spider belongs to the third party. There's no other choice. The sole beast I prepared for him is now yours. Is there a problem? Well, it sounds rather reasonable, Kakashi added, clapping his hands as if to signify resolution. He then turned to walk back. Chapter 65. Returning to the academy, the situation had been resolved. Kakashi made his way back, leaving the members of Shrek in stunned silence. Clearly aware that this girl was seeking trouble, yet Kakashi had handled it effortlessly. Wait a moment. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Kakashi, whom he recognized as Long Gong. Kakashi turned around and inquired, is there anything else you wish to discuss? What is your name? Long Gong asked Meng Shu. Kakashi. He responded without a moment's hesitation, understanding that in such circumstances, asking for a name was merely a means of remembering it, posing no significant threat. Meng Shu remarked, I have heard that you defeated my granddaughter without utilizing your martial soul. That cannot be termed as a defeat, Kakashi countered. His words left Long Gong momentarily speechless, and the others were equally taken aback. Even Meng Iran harbored doubts, wondering what else could it be called if not a defeat. That would be termed as overwhelming. Long Gong coughed repeatedly, clearly exasperated by the youth's insolence. The members of Shrek, observing from a distance, stifled their laughter, amused by Kakashi's vivid descriptions. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Would you care to join my family? Meng Shu inquired. A talent who can defeat my granddaughter without a martial soul must not be allowed to escape, he thought, recalling that Tang San had a father. Thus this child likely had no significant backing. However, Zhao Wuji interjected, Elder Long Gong, although this individual has not been a disciple of the master, he possesses half of the master's knowledge, which may complicate matters. Kakashi internally scoffed at the notion of needing the master, considering such powerful figures did not require the master's teachings to thrive. Long Gong discerned this sentiment, his expression darkening. This child is undoubtedly connected to that esteemed individual. While I may not join your family, I would indeed be interested in teaching your granddaughter, Kakashi stated, his tone somewhat pretentious. The Shrek group furrowed their brows, deeming it unrealistic, and even Shi-Pa exhibited discontent, feeling it was overly presumptuous. To everyone's surprise, Long Gong nodded in agreement. Then I entrust my granddaughter to you. Grandfather, Meng Yiran exclaimed. Kakashi was taken aback, pondering Long Gong's intentions for agreeing so readily. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, for any display of astonishment would signify defeat. You can rest assured, I will take good care of your granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Long Gong's forehead twitched, as the implication of Kakashi's words was rather ambiguous, and his tone resembled that of a rogue. The members of Shrek whispered among themselves, Kakashi has finally found something to be passionate about. Indeed, I noticed something was amiss with Kakashi when I suggested visiting the brothel. It appears he has truly reached his limit, came the voice of the plump one. Oscar looked quite bewildered, noting how direct Kakashi was, which was uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor. Men are all the same. He is no exception. Zhu Zhuqing thought she had found a good person, only to reconsider. Do not speak out of turn. Kakashi is not that kind of person, Tang San defended him. Meanwhile, Long Gong and Meng Shu engaged in a congenial conversation, both wearing smiles, albeit both were slightly taken aback by each other's revelations. Kakashi, do not let my granddaughter come to harm at Shrek Academy. Do not worry. Others lack the courage to do so. In fact, I wish to embrace my grandson soon. That is simple. It will not take long for your wish to be fulfilled. In the distance, the group observed as Long Gong ultimately took Meng Yiran away. Without leaving her behind, Kakashi's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, reclining backward. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun rushed over, concerned for Kakashi's well-being. At that moment, Fu Fu, having departed from Kakashi's shoulder, gently called out beside his head. "Kakashi, are you all right?" Ning Rongrong asked, her expression filled with concern. "I am fine, but conversing with that old man is truly exhausting," Kakashi replied, still coughing lightly. Meanwhile, far from their location, the formidable couple, the world-defying dragon and serpent, had come to a halt, with Long Gong leaning against a tree, coughing incessantly. That boy, truly unlike a child, he coughed, his words punctuated by fits of hacking. The members of Shrek Academy now wore solemn expressions. Amidst their encirclement, Tang San sat cross-legged in the center, enveloped by a faint red mist. This mist was not a manifestation of soul power, but rather his blood. Moments earlier, as the intense fluctuations of soul power coursed through him, his skin began to exude tiny beads of blood. As the soul power evaporated into the air, it transformed into this delicate red haze. Tang San's brow was tightly knitted, his lips pressed firmly together, his body convulsing incessantly. The emergence of blood beads beneath his skin indicated the immense agony he was currently enduring. From within the mist, the sound of cracking bones could occasionally be heard, each snap sending a jolt of terror through the onlookers. The anticipated third soul ring that should have manifested with the absorption remained elusive, signifying that Tang San had yet to fully absorb the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider. Kakashi frowned, recalling Tang San's description. Meng Yiran was attempting to absorb a soul ring of 1,700 years, precisely at the limit for a third soul ring. From this, Kakashi deduced that the first soul ring he had added to the Nine Tails had surpassed 2,000 years, nearing the level of 2,700. Though it took him a considerable amount of time, he faced no significant issues. Tang San's current predicament seemed excessively dire. Is it indeed due to the 8 gates? Perhaps I should teach them. No, I must dismiss that thought. The secrets of the shinobi world must not be carelessly divulged. You must trust the children, regardless of the circumstances. Their lives are not at risk. Kakashi recalled the words of Mo Yufeng. Believe in them, just as you believe in Naruto. With this thought, Kakashi shifted his focus away from Tang San and concentrated on the already departed Meng Yiran. With her short hair framing her face, at 16, she had matured beautifully, surpassing the youthful charm of Shrek's trio of girls, her figure perfectly developed. Kakashi found himself lost in thought, his gaze becoming somewhat dazed, reminiscent of his first encounter with Qianren Xue. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he felt someone nudge him from behind. Hey. Your drool has dampened your mask." Kakashi instinctively wiped his chin, the sensation confirming that nothing was amiss, while his rapidly processing thoughts realized he had been tricked. Turning around, he found Oscar and Dai Mubai laughing heartily. Ha, Kakashi, I never expected this would happen." Dai Mubai laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. It seems you all have too much time on your hands," Kakashi remarked. Oscar reassured him, "Do not worry. We want to compete with you. At your age, it is rare to find someone who stirs your heart." Kakashi chose not to linger any longer, vanishing swiftly, retreating into the shadows. Heartfelt emotions could merely be construed as carnal desires, Kakashi mused with a hint of self-deprecation. He closed his eyes, striving to cultivate a semblance of inner tranquility, deliberately steering his thoughts away from troubling matters. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu returned, yet Kakashi remained ensconced in his contemplations, believing that a deeper introspection would yield clearer insights. Xiao Wu spoke of the characteristics of the Rimyan Emoju, explaining that the length of its legs serves as a measure of its age. Kakashi found it perplexing that Xiao Wu took such matters seriously. It seemed implausible. The roar of the Nyo host startled the Titan Great Ape, leaving Kakashi at a loss for words. The Wuhuan Temple possessed certain tomes chronicling the origins of these 200,000-year soul beasts. Yet some information appeared to have been deliberately expunged. Kakashi had no intention of delving further into this mystery, as it pertained to the Wuhuan Temple's affairs, over which he held no authority to intervene. But did he desire to request access to prohibited materials from the Pope? This was indeed the truth. The narratives surrounding the two formidable beasts were half-truths, and even Kakashi could not uncover the complete story. The process was flawless. Tang San not only completed his soul ring absorption, but also acquired the extraordinary ability to wield 8 spider legs. However, according to Tang San, the consumption of these legs was somewhat substantial. It remained uncertain whether it was due to his inexperience or if the spider legs were inherently burdensome. Subsequently, Tang San demonstrated the might of the Juga divine crossbow, which undoubtedly surpassed the lethality of Kakashi's shuriken. Ning Rongrong expressed a desire to purchase this weapon, prompting Kakashi to harbor suspicions. It was no surprise that a child of a prominent family would respond so swiftly. After a brief celebration hosted by Dai Mubai, the group returned to Shrek Academy after a 5-day respite. Kakashi found it curious that throughout this time, no one inquired about Mo Yufeng's whereabouts. However, upon further investigation, he discovered that the name Mo Yufeng had been erased from this world. He alone retained the memory. Chapter 66. The arrival of the master at long last. They had returned home. The sensation was indeed delightful, exclaimed Oscar with exaggerated exuberance. Zhao Wujia shot him a glare, admonishing him to lower his voice. For the night had fallen. All right, you all head back to your dormitories for some rest. I must meet with the dean to report on our journey. After a long day of travel, everyone was weary, including Kakashi, who made his way to his dormitory. Tang San, wait a moment. Ning Rongrong called out just as he was about to enter his room. Tang San paused. Rongrong, is there something you need? Kakashi halted as well, sensing that Xiao San's peculiar weapons had garnered considerable interest from these noble families. Should the opportunity arise, he wished to introduce them to the Wuhuan Temple. Ning Rongrong bit her lip. I would like to speak with you privately, if I may. Oscar, standing beside Kakashi, stiffened slightly. You two carry on. Kakashi and I will head back. All right, Kakashi replied. Entering his chakra mode, he infused chakra into the ground, forming an earth clone while his true self accompanied Oscar back to the dormitory. Sensing the acidity in Oscar's tone, Kakashi sighed inwardly. Oscar was indeed naive, fixated on such matters without considering Ning Rongrong's perspective. Xiao Wu observed Ning Rongrong with curiosity. Rongrong, what do you need with Xiao San? Can't I listen? After a moment of hesitation, Ning Rongrong nodded. Xiao Wu pouted and made a face at Ning Rongrong before dashing towards the dormitory. Dai Mubai, Ma Ongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing had already returned, leaving only Tang San and Ning Rongrong, along with Kakashi's earth clone at the entrance of the academy. Rongrong, what is it? Tang San inquired. The earth clone reflected on how it could not be said that Oscar was naive if even Xiao San could not discern the truth. They were indeed still children. Ning Rongrong stated, Tang San, I wish to engage in a business transaction with you. A business transaction? Tang San looked at her in surprise, pondering whether Ning Rongrong had reverted to her previous demeanor. Ning Rongrong nodded earnestly. Although I know you may not lack for money, I am very eager to complete this transaction with you. However, I cannot make the decision unilaterally. I wanted to ask if you would be willing. Observing her serious and somewhat excited expression, Tang San felt reassured that she was not merely reverting to old habits. Please, just tell me directly. Ning Rongrong sought a substantial quantity of hidden weapons for the protection of her immediate family. It was clear that Tang San could not produce them in a short time frame. They need not be of exceptional quality. As long as they serve their purpose for self-defense, slightly inferior quality would suffice to save time. You are quite impatient, Tang San replied earnestly. In that case, do not mention it again. If I do it, I will strive to produce the best. It seemed that Xiao San was indeed committed to quality and would not settle for inferior products. Kakashi nodded but also shook his head. Such unwavering dedication could have its drawbacks, though he remained uncertain. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue. Is there truly no other way? There are methods, but I need to ponder them carefully before providing you with a response. Oh, what is Xiao San contemplating? Ning Rongrong smiled slightly. How about this? You can first provide me with the initial set of hidden weapons. I need to take them back to show my father. Only he can decide whether to equip your hidden weapons to the direct descendants. If it is indeed possible, you must charge a high price. Do not hold back. With a playful laugh, she turned to head back to her dormitory. Watching her retreating figure, Tang San's face broke into a relaxed smile. Money was a valuable asset he would not refuse, as he would need financial support to produce more powerful hidden weapons in the future. He resolved to contemplate thoroughly upon his return, considering the possibility of emulating the operational methods of the Tang Sect. For the mass production of hidden weapons was not something he could accomplish alone. Kakashi's Earth clone departed, and upon returning to the dormitory, he entered directly. For the door was ajar, revealing only Kakashi's true form inside, with Oscar absent. Approaching, he placed a hand on the shoulder of the Earth clone, reflecting that had Oscar not sought Xiao San regarding Rongrong, this retrieval might have required more effort. With chakra reclaimed, the Earth clone transformed into a pile of earth and stones, scattering to the ground. Using the Earth escape technique, Kakashi formed hand seals to merge the residual earth and stones into the ground. As night slipped away, the first light of dawn broke across the distant sky, and the dormitory door creaked open. No fatigue could alter his routine. Tang San silently slipped out of the dormitory. Despite the lingering darkness outside, he cherished this time of day above all others, for it heralded dawn, a fresh beginning. And in those moments, he felt as though everything within him was awakening. And all was splendid. Behind the brilliance of talent lies arduous effort. Without diligent training, even the most gifted soul master would achieve little. Beneath Tang San's apparent strength lay over a decade of relentless toil. Skillfully leaping onto the roof, he nearly lost his footing upon spotting someone seated there, gazing intently at him. At dawn, the human spirit often finds itself at ease, and Tang San was no exception. Thus, his earlier inattention to his surroundings led to an unexpected shock. A figure atop the roof seized Tang San by the shoulder, pulling him down to sit beside him, while signaling for silence with the other hand. The surprise quickly transformed into joy as Tang San recognized the individual on the roof, his master. "Master, when did you arrive?" Tang San inquired with delight. "Just last night, Kakashi appeared, joining them on the rooftop." He added, "I couldn't sleep, so I took a stroll and overheard what seemed to be an argument involving the dean. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, so I came to investigate." This was indeed the truth. Kakashi had been restless due to Tang San's newfound popularity with hidden weapons. Pulling out a newly acquired book, he settled down beside them, indicating that they should discuss important matters without minding his presence. Kakashi understood the master's early visit was related to the matter of absorbing soul rings and the 8 spider legs, but he was unsure of the associated taboos, prompting his interest in listening. The master offered guidance to Tang San, who humbly accepted it. Eventually, the two planned to leave the academy, with the master wanting to inspect the 8 spider legs, signaling to Kakashi that the main topic had arrived. Upon exiting the academy and the village, Tang San summoned the Lan Yin Chao, presenting it before Kakashi and the master. The master scrutinized the Lan Yin Chao Tang San conjured, murmuring, "The Lan Yin Chao has thinned, yet appears even more lustrous than before. In addition to its original tea fragrance, there is now a faint sweet and fishy aroma, likely due to the toxins from the Renmian Mo Zhu. Given the resilience of the Renmian Mo Zhu silk, although your Lan Yin Chao has become finer, it should be more durable than before. Xiao San, wrap it around that tree and pull with all your might." "Understood." Tang San lifted his hand, and a strand of Lan Yin Chao shot forth, swiftly coiling around a large tree 10 meters away, with both hands exerting force. He activated his Xin Tian Gong to its fullest extent. The tree, substantial enough for an adult to embrace, began to bend gradually under Tang San's relentless pulling. The master approached the tree, observing the Lan Yin Chao entwined around its trunk. As Tang San exerted force, the Lan Yin Chao began to embed itself into the bark, emitting a faint plume of smoke from the contact point. It was evident that the Lan Yin Chao was penetrating deeper into the trunk, and as Tang San continued to pull, the bending of the tree increased significantly. "All right, you can stop now," the master gestured to Tang San. Only then did Tang San relax the Lan Yin Chao, which retracted swiftly like a nimble serpent, appearing unchanged. "Xiao San, come look." The master beckoned Tang San closer to witness the resilience of the Lan Yin Chao. Kakashi turned his gaze to the tree, now deformed and difficult to realign, confirming that the Lan Yin Shao had indeed grown significantly stronger. Furthermore, it seemed to carry potent toxins, as the area where the tree met the Lan Yin Shao had turned charred, evidently corroded. Subsequently, Tang Sect demonstrated his third soul skill, the instantaneous spiderweb, showcasing its formidable binding capability, though it bore the inherent weakness of being a plant-type martial soul, vulnerable to fire. Tang Sect expressed his desire to augment it with a fire-resistant soul beast soul ring, only to be outrightly denied by the master, who emphasized the importance of collaborating with companions in future endeavors, a sentiment Kakashi wholeheartedly endorsed. Tang Sect then proposed the idea of cultivating a hammer martial soul, but the master disapproved, and Kakashi shared his confusion, noting that cases of dual martial souls were exceedingly rare, with scant records on optimal cultivation methods in the archives of the Spear Hall. Tang San unveiled the 8 spider legs, demonstrating their immense power by dissolving a large tree within moments. The master informed him that this was an external soul bone and explained its significance, though Kakashi paid little heed, as such information was well documented in the Spirit Hall. Soon after, they returned to the academy, but the master expressed his dissatisfaction with the students' meals, vowing to cultivate these exceptional students properly and rectify the inappropriate aspects. Chapter 67. Teacher Kakashi. After breakfast, the bell rang punctually, summoning all students to the academy's playground. The atmosphere was unusually lively, with both the dean and vice-dean, Flinder and Zhao Wujia, present, along with the master and several other teachers. Besides the 2 deans, there were originally 3 other teachers responsible for the first 3 tests during the entrance examination. Tang Sect recognized one of them, the elderly man who had frightened many with his stick martial soul. Fu perched on Kakashi's shoulder, happily munching on a sausage with both tiny paws, while Kakashi stood with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a book, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. "All right, everyone is here. I have several announcements to make," Flinder declared as he approached the 7 students and the yet-to-be-revealed combat teacher, Kakashi, casting a serious glance over the group. "First, let me introduce the teachers to the 5 newcomers." With this, Flinder pointed to the elder with the long stick martial soul. "This is Teacher Li Yusong. His martial soul is the dragon-patterned stick, and he is a soul emperor at level 63. He then indicated a second, older gentleman, seemingly in his 70s. "This is Teacher Lu Qibin. His martial soul is the Starry Chess, and he is a soul emperor at level 66. Finally, he gestured to a younger teacher, resembling Flinder in age. "This is Teacher Xiao Xian. His martial soul is the Jelly Bean, and he is a soul sage at level 71. Teacher Xiao is undoubtedly among the top 5 food-type soul masters I know." Kakashi's attention momentarily shifted from his book, realizing that food-type martial souls were akin to Oscars. According to records, few could cultivate to such a degree. Flinder then proceeded to elaborate on the master, causing Kakashi's eyebrows to twitch involuntarily. However, upon hearing the title of master, the students were visibly shaken, turning their gazes towards Kakashi, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, although they were unfamiliar with the master. From their perspective, the 3 were all products of his teaching, regardless of Tang San and Xiao Wu's talents or Kakashi's combat experience. They held a deep admiration for their master, naturally piquing their interest. Flinder cleared his throat and added, "One more thing, Kakashi-sensei." With a serious tone, he continued, "From today onward, Hatake Kakashi will be your dedicated combat instructor, so you are to address him as Kakashi-sensei." Oscar exclaimed, "Dean, are you joking? Kakashi may be the oldest among us, but does that make him a teacher?" Xiao Wu pouted discontentedly. "Exactly. He hardly resembles a teacher." Tang San appeared astonished, while Dai Mubai frowned but quickly relaxed, and Zhu Zhuqing remained indifferent. The chubby Ma Hongjun, however, was quite excited, for earlier that morning, Kakashi had discreetly inquired about the local entertainment spots, intending to bring Kakashi along next time. This delighted Ma Hongjun, as he could now unleash his evil fire freely and attribute it to Kakashi's approval. Only Ning Rongrong maintained her composure, her sweet smile unwavering. "Please go easy on us during practice, Kakashi-sensei." "Oh, I will, Kakashi responded. Felinda coughed a few times and said, from today onward, Master will be solely responsible for your instruction. We shall all cooperate with him. As you have only just returned yesterday, I believe everyone is quite fatigued. So today will be a day off. Classes will resume tomorrow. During this expedition to the Qingdao Great Forest, 3 individuals have attained the rank of sole respect. Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, who have yet to break through level 30. You must also strive diligently to catch up with the others. Master, do you have anything to say? Kakashi greeted the students before continuing to read, indifferent to anything else. Once dismissed, the portly boy began to stir up trouble, insisting that the 3 youngest girls call him brother. Xiao Wu cast him a disdainful glance and extended her hand, saying, No problem, bring out the red envelope. And I shall comply. The portly boy was taken aback, looking quite troubled. Ning Rongrong was even more relentless, stating, Portly boy, if you can last 3 exchanges against Teacher Kakashi, I will call you that. Kakashi sighed, realizing the added emphasis on teacher was laced with deep sarcasm. It was merely a title after all. Was it necessary to make a fuss? Zhu Zhuqing offered the most succinct response, her cold gaze directed at Ma Hongjun, simply stating, Defeat me. Fine, I shall tolerate this, the portly boy muttered, waving his hand in frustration. It was no small feat to withstand 3 exchanges against Kakashi, given his speed. Just surviving would be a miracle. Is anyone heading into town? After a hard-earned day off, I want to explore Soto City. Dai Mubai had also been feeling somewhat stifled these days, but after the journey through the Qingdao Great Forest, his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had finally eased a bit. He would not ruin the image he had just begun to establish, so he looked skyward, feigning indifference. Kakashi, with a sidelong glance, noticed Dai had learned to restrain himself. That was commendable, and now it was up to him to manage his own affairs. Oscar yawned. Not going, I'll head back to catch up on sleep. Finally, I've reached level 30. Life could be a bit more leisurely now. The 3 girls were glaring at Ma Hongjun, evidently aware that his venture into town was not for anything good. At that moment, Tang San suddenly spoke up, I'll accompany you. The portly boy's eyes lit up, secretly glancing at the subtly changing expression on Xiao Wu's face. Ah, 3rd brother, you've come to your senses. Tang San paused for a moment. What do you mean? I'm looking for a blacksmith shop to see if I can hire 2 blacksmiths to craft some equipment. Otherwise, with my own strength. It will take ages to equip each of you. Ning Rongrong chuckled. I knew 3rd brother wouldn't be as unscrupulous as you. Xiao Wu's expression also quietly returned to normal. I'll go with you. Tang San smiled and shook his head, saying no need. You've been through enough fright. Rest at the academy. I will return soon. Xiao Wu did not insist further and nodded in agreement. The portly boy looked at Ning Rongrong with annoyance. What do you mean by unscrupulous? I'm addressing the issue of the evil fire. This is a special approval from a dean. Kakashi, are you coming? Dai Mubai covered his face with his hand. Enough, portly boy. Kakashi has finally found someone he is interested in. What are you trying to do? The others wore strange expressions, wondering what had gone awry with the portly boy. Let us go. Kakashi's voice broke through the confusion. The group was taken aback. Ning Rongrong could hardly believe that the person who had previously reprimanded her would have such an inclination, tentatively asking, Are you going to buy something? Others turned their gaze toward Kakashi, hoping for a satisfactory answer. Even Xiao Wu, who usually teased him, appeared somewhat tense, as this was a matter of reputation. Zhu Zhuqing could not help but glance sideways, wishing to hear more, unwilling to believe Kakashi could be that kind of person. Indeed, a series of heavy breaths filled the air, startling everyone. The portly boy's eyes widened. Kakashi, you're coming with me, right? Kakashi replied, yes. Coughing ensued, and the group was nearly choked. Fufu also voiced its opinion. Kakashi, clarify what you mean. What is going on? Xiao Wu shouted. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders, exasperated. I've stated it quite clearly. Purchasing items can be considered a transaction, exchanging money for desired goods. Going to such a place is also a type of transaction, equivalent to buying something. Although his statement was brief, the group remained perplexed, unsure of Kakashi's intent. Ning Rongrong was also somewhat confused, asking, So are you going or not? Kakashi sighed, helplessly inquiring, I've explained it clearly. Do you interpret that as going or not going? The group remained silent. Xiao Wu exploded, her clenched fists showing veins. gritting her teeth. How can you still be a teacher? Go to hell, you pervert. A shoe flew through the air, moving at great speed. Kakashi instinctively dodged, but felt a force gripping his shoulder, rendering him immobile. Tang San and the portly boy headed to Soto City, while the others returned to their dorms. Kakashi, having been struck by a shoe thrown by Fufu, was dragged back to the dormitory by Oscar. Chapter 68. Master S training the following morning. Tang San habitually climbed to the rooftop to practice the Ziji magic eye, breathing in the purple aura brought by the rising sun. Kakashi silently approached from behind, standing quietly without disturbing him. The sky was clear, and as he gazed at the orange-yellow sun rising and the distant sky painted golden, Tang San slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, the purple energy in his eyes swelling, his spirit reaching its peak. He knew he had made progress once again. Kakashi observed all of this, pondering. He had seen Tang San practice this technique multiple times. This peculiar method allowed an ordinary person to possess the formidable observational ability akin to the Sharingan. Kakashi was baffled, unable to comprehend how Tang San had achieved this. It's time for breakfast. Tang San flipped off the roof and headed straight for the cafeteria, unaware of Kakashi following behind him. Kakashi vanished, actually returning to the dorm to wake Fufu, and then headed towards the village outskirts. Fufu, still somewhat groggy, rubbed her eyes with her snowy paws. Fufu, if you don't wake up soon, you won't be able to enjoy the delicious food. Kakashi affectionately patted Fufu's head. Before seeking out Tang San, Kakashi had visited the cafeteria and noticed Master was busy there, preparing meals for the students. However, Kakashi did not intend to stay at the cafeteria. He estimated the ingredients were for porridge and eggs, and Fufu could only eat eggs. Therefore, he decided to take Fufu to Soto City. Kakashi moved swiftly like the wind, racing with Fufu to Soto City. By now, many breakfast shops had already opened, the aroma of various foods wafting through the air. Kakashi entered a ramen shop, but Fufu on his shoulder had vanished. Meanwhile, another Kakashi, with Fufu perched on his shoulder, stepped into a street lined with meat shops. Half an hour later, Kakashi returned to Soto City with Fufu, just as the school bell rang, signaling the time to assemble. The sun shone brightly on the earth, a warm breeze bringing freshness and vitality as all things awakened under the brilliant sunlight. A new day had begun. Master stood in the center of the playground, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the 7 students arranged by age before him. Today, the only instructors present for class were he and Kakashi. Fulande had previously mentioned that all the academy's teachers would begin collaborating with the master in their instruction starting today. The master cast a cold, indifferent glance across the students and declared, "I expect to see you all in the cafeteria at breakfast tomorrow, earlier than usual. After consuming your meal, you will require time for digestion, so vigorous activity should not commence immediately. I will prepare breakfast at dawn, and if you do not arrive within half an hour, you shall forego your meal." The master's piercing gaze swept over the students, and while he could discern that some had not fully absorbed his words, he chose not to reiterate his point. Kakashi had procured some meat for Fufu, as his soul guide was not connected to the material realm, ensuring the food would not spoil due to lack of air exposure. "I have familiarized myself with each of your martial souls and abilities. From today onward, I will commence your enhancement training. Daimubai, step forward." Daimubai took a step forward, his eyes glinting with a mischievous light. Perhaps his previous lifestyle had been less than exemplary, but in class, he was undoubtedly a diligent student. The master's words were commands to him. The master regarded the tall Daimubai and said, "I am assigning you a task. From this moment, without causing any injuries, you are to defeat each of them one by one." This was the first thought that crossed Kakashi's mind upon hearing the master's directive. Such a task was beyond Daimubai's capabilities, even at level 37. Engaging in a battle against 2 soul respect cultivators, particularly a power type against control type and the peculiar techniques of Xiaosan, would be an arduous challenge. The master's assessment had indicated that opponents below level 10 could not escape the binding of Xiaosan's 3rd soul technique, and Daimubai was evidently within that range. Daimubai paused, staring at the master in astonishment. The master's expression became rigid as he replied, "You possess 37 levels of soul power, while they are at most 31. Is there a problem?" Daimubai turned to look at the others, his gaze landing first on Tang San. He could afford to disregard the others. But Tang San's remarkable hidden weapons instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Kakashi lifted his gaze, understanding Daimubai's concerns. However, the master would not permit Tang San to utilize those weapons, and it was unlikely he would allow the third soul technique to be employed either. As expected, the master immediately summoned Tang San and forbade him from using special weapons or his third soul technique. Kakashi remarked, once ensnared by Xiao San's third soul technique, no peers, save for fire-type soul masters, can escape. As the battle commenced, Damubai utilized his third soul technique, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, aiming for a swift resolution. Kakashi shook his head. Deploying his strongest technique without knowledge of the opponent's hidden cards would surely result in defeat. No, once Tang San activated his third soul technique, Daimubai was already destined to lose. Indeed, not long into the battle, Tang San employed the blue silver grass, enhanced by the renowned man spider, to restrict Daimubai's movements, concluding the confrontation with his third soul technique. Spider web binding. The master approached to admonish the students. When engaging with control-type soul masters, power-type soul masters must maintain distance to prevent their opponents from gaining control. Kakashi mused that this strategy would suffice against typical control types, but Tang San's peculiar agility and speed enhancements were unparalleled for a power-type soul master. The battle continued, with Daimubai facing off against the chubby Mahangjun and Ayasaka, while Tang San battled alongside Xiaowu. Both skirmishes commenced almost simultaneously, and Kakashi's eyes darted between the two combat zones. Daimubai was poised to lose again. Kakashi quickly discerned this, as he observed Ayasaka producing sausages for Mahangjun, who boldly charged forward. A single White Tiger's blazing wave would have sufficed to resolve the conflict. The outcome on that front was already determined, prompting Kakashi to redirect his attention to Tang San and Xiaowu. Tang San had indeed succumbed to the allure of Xiaowu's charm technique, but he could not afford to underestimate them. Perhaps he was in a state of desperation. The battle progressed, and Kakashi witnessed Xiaowu's third soul technique, which transcended the spatial time techniques of the second and fourth generations. Kakashi pondered, recognizing that this technique surpassed the Flying Thunder God technique in potency, as it required no markers and lacked the complexity inherent to the latter. However, the Flying Thunder God was already astonishing, and this instantaneous teleportation skill was even more formidable. The master meticulously chastised each student, finally turning to Xiaowu. Your third soul technique is indeed a form of teleportation, albeit with distance limitations. If I surmise correctly, it must be the capability of a 1,000-year level lightning rabbit. This soul technique is among the rarest of its kind. You have impressed me. While acknowledging the distance constraint, Kakashi felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, he would have been exceedingly envious of this skill. Ultimately, the master's stern visage reflected his displeasure. Is this what is termed a monstrous genius? Your performances today have left me profoundly disappointed. Each of you has committed unforgivable errors, and now you shall all face punishment. Run forward, supervise one another, and do not utilize your soul power. You must run to Suatuwa City and back before lunch. I expect you to complete 10 laps. You shall eat only upon completion. Tang San, your mistakes are the gravest, so you are to run 12 laps. Now commence. Initially, as they ventured out, Ningrongrong had been laughing, but after a few words of admonition from the master, she and Zuzuking joined in the running. Must I not partake? Kakashi inquired of the master. The master replied tersely, if you join, it ceases to be a training exercise in teamwork and devolves into a solitary display of heroism. Such burdens are inconsequential for you. Kakashi scratched his head, contemplating the master's words. They held merit. He harbored no concerns about the cooperation among the 7 students. Ningrongrong and Ayasaka had been personally instructed by him, providing ample reassurance. Although Daimubai often behaved like a troublemaker, he exhibited loyalty. Xiaowu, always adhering to Tang San's lead, would not cause disruption. Zuzuking may not have been cognizant of this dynamic, but she was obedient and capable of discerning the intentions of others. Mahangjun, though viewed by Kakashi as a loathsome brat, still relied on his identity as a soul master to exploit the village's young women. However, the other 6 would adhere to the principles of teamwork. He alone lacked the audacity to defy such norms. By the time the punishment concluded, the Shrek's 7 monsters lay exhausted. A smile crept across Kakashi's lips, for he suspected that even in his absence, these students would have managed to accomplish their tasks. Obito, Rin, such occurrences shall never transpire among them again. Chapter 69. A further conversation with the Nine Tails. After a period of the master's rigorous training, Kakashi distinctly perceived an enhancement in the strength of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Of course, there was no significant change in their individual abilities. Rather, it was the collective power that had grown. For ordinary individuals, such physical training over time could yield substantial improvements in strength and speed. However, for Soul Masters, the benefits were marginal, unless one trained for over a decade, like Kakashi. The augmentation of physical capabilities bore little significance for Soul Masters. Yet, this assertion cannot be entirely dismissive. In a perfectly matched confrontation, the outcome might ultimately hinge on who could endure longer and deliver a decisive blow. Thus, these training sessions could indeed prove pivotal at times. Then came the practical combat training. Kakashi, by observing their actual battles, gained insight into the combat data of all the participants. Simultaneously, he learned of Xiao Wu's third soul skill, which currently had a practical range limitation of 5 meters. Kakashi had heard whispers regarding the Academy's funding issues, yet he lacked a solution. However, the master had devised a plan, granting the students a holiday, thus allowing them a well-deserved respite. Oscar was deeply ensconced in his bed, indulging in a lazy slumber, while Tang San persisted with his usual training. Zhu Zhuqing, committed to maintaining her physical conditioning, was accompanied by Dai Mubai, who volunteered to assist her. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, akin to Oscar, opted to seize this 7-day break for relaxation, while only Ma Hongjun remained restless. During the grueling training, he had voiced the most complaints, yet now that a holiday had arrived, this plump individual promptly slipped away from the academy to Soto City to address his fiery predicament. Kakashi had intended to accompany him, but Fufu would not permit it, employing her enigmatic ability to restrict his movement through physical contact. Subsequently, Kakashi was knocked unconscious by a swift kick from Xiao Wu. During the student special training, Kakashi, with the assistance of the Nine Tails, ascended 2 levels within a few months, now reaching level 36. He was capable of establishing a genuine connection with the Nine Tails, which significantly accelerated his training pace. Kakashi refrained from seeking out certain places during this training period, partly due to his desire to witness the growth of these youngsters. As a member of the new generation, he did not consider himself part of the older generation among Soul Masters. However, should the opportunity arise, he hoped to introduce a few of them to the Wuhuan Temple. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Kakashi's mind. "Kakashi, come in." The scene before him shifted dramatically. It resembled a darkened sewer, with thick iron bars imprisoning the beings within. Initially, there had been 9 glowing hooks at the lock, but now only 8 remained, as Kakashi had absorbed 1 soul ring, thereby lifting a seal. Kakashi stepped forward and inquired, "Is it finally time, Kyubi?" After absorbing the soul ring, Kakashi had previously conversed with the Nine Tails, asking if he could wield its power. The Nine Tails had responded that it needed to adapt to chakra transmission through the soul ring. Now, a genuine answer should be forthcoming. 9 fiery tails swirled in the air, with the Nine Tails Kyubi resting its chin on its arms, poised on the ground. In response to Kakashi's question, the Nine Tails replied, "It has failed." "What happened?" Kakashi pressed. "That requires a lengthy explanation," the Nine Tails began. It turned out that the power of the Nine Tails was substantial. Each tail's strength necessitated a 10,000-year soul ring for proper manifestation. The 1,000-year soul ring Kakashi absorbed was of limited use. However, through various efforts, the Nine Tails could now establish a closer connection with Kakashi. Consequently, Kakashi's chakra capacity would significantly increase under the influence of the maximum chakra that the Nine Tails could release. Additionally, while it could not directly grant Kakashi chakra at this moment, there was a unique way to utilize its power. The Nine Tails stated, "Kakashi, during this period when I cannot directly bestow chakra upon you, I want you to learn Senjutsu. This world's natural energy gathering places, unlike Myobokuzen or the Earth Dragon Cave, were not isolated from the world. Although they resided within the Soul Beast Forest, they were still accessible. Thus, the rich natural energy could easily condense, making it an ideal location for learning Senjutsu. Do you know Senjutsu? Kakashi inquired. While I do not possess the ability, my half residing within Naruto, who inherited the legacy of the Sage of Six Paths, might be of assistance. Your Sharingan now contains the chakra of the first Hokage, which is specifically attuned for learning Senjutsu. I not only utilize the power of your Mangekyo Sharingan, but this seal also incorporated the chakra of the first Hokage. Although it binds me, it is not without its benefits. I can sense the first Hokage's chakra responding to natural energy. Kakashi was taken aback, forming a conjecture, and eagerly expressed, so, does that mean I can use would release? Baka, the Nine-Tails retorted. How could you think it so simply? Well, considering your position as Naruto's teacher, I suppose I can understand. Kakashi felt deflated and asked, why can't I use would release? The Nine-Tails sighed, contemplating. Teaching Naruto is one thing, but this time, the Kakashi who has always been quick-witted seems to lack understanding. In simpler terms, the chakra of the first Hokage is limited. Half is used for your Sharingan, and the other half fortifies my seal, leaving insufficient chakra for you to utilize would release. Your body has not been transformed to harness would release. I understand, was Kakashi's response. The Nine-Tails stood up, smiling, and said, all right, next is the matter of Senjutsu, which requires a specific time frame for practice, as this place differs from Myobokuzen. Kakashi refrained from further inquiries regarding Senjutsu and instead asked, how significantly will your chakra influence my chakra capacity? The Nine-Tails leaned down, gazing intently at Kakashi. Yet Kakashi discerned that it was not truly looking at him. He had previously experienced that sensation of standing before someone whose eyes seemed devoid of acknowledgement. Kakashi understood that the Nine-Tails was in deep thought. Due to its age, it could not exert a massive influence, but it assured Kakashi that his chakra capacity would indeed see substantial growth. The Nine-Tails rasped its response. Afterward, Kakashi posed numerous questions, and the Nine-Tails answered each one, resembling a living encyclopedia. Kakashi departed the mental realm connected to the Nine-Tails and returned to his dormitory, longing for a restful sleep. Although he had conversed with the Nine-Tails for an extended period, only a fleeting moment had passed in the real world. However, unaccustomed to such dialogues, he felt mentally fatigued. Fufu had been sleeping soundly during this time, and clearly did not wish to retire so early. After calling out several times without response, she pushed open the dormitory door and dashed outside. Kakashi was unconcerned for Fufu's safety. The White Fox clan was sparse in number, yet possessed diverse abilities, such as the one that had momentarily immobilized him. Thus, he slept soundly until the afternoon, awakening naturally. Ah, that was refreshing, Kakashi remarked, turning to glance at the still slumbering Oscar, shaking his head slightly. This kid, wishing to pursue the eldest daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, ought to put in more effort. How can he win the approval of her family without diligent training? With that, Kakashi vanished from his bed. Meanwhile, Tang San diligently assembled concealed weapons for his companion's self-defense. Kakashi slowly rose from the ground behind him, then pressed against the ceiling, concealing himself in the shadows, quietly observing Tang San's movements. His right hand rested on the forehead protector covering his left eye, ready to elevate it slightly to replicate Tang San's actions with the Sharingan. Ultimately, Kakashi lowered his hand. Although these weapons were enticing to him, it seemed inappropriate to pursue them. Previously, he had contemplated requesting Tang San to craft these weapons for him, but he ultimately deemed it unsuitable, as ninjas should not overly rely on external forces. Moreover, Kakashi came to realize that what he truly needed was not these weapons, but rather Tang San's skills. Chapter 70. The unpleasant incident. One was engrossed in assembling hidden weapons, while the other observed the process. Time flew by swiftly. It was only when Oscar awakened from his slumber and noticed Kakashi's absence that he called Tang San to dine, only to discover that the sunlight had transformed into moonlight, marking the passage of an entire day. Kakashi, proficient in the art of concealment, had hidden himself when Oscar knocked at the door. After they departed, He revealed his presence and slipped out through the window, instead of directly following them. He chose to circumvent and make his way to the dining hall. Kakashi paused, momentarily distracted by a swaying figure that appeared strangely familiar. As he trailed behind, he discerned that the individual was headed in the direction of Tang San and Oscar, and by the light of the moon, he recognized the figure with an extraordinarily swollen head. It resembled a pig's head, prompting Kakashi to speculate whether a monster had come to trouble the academy, given how the grotesque swelling seemed far from human. Who on earth is that? Why does he look like a pig? Oscar exclaimed, his reaction somewhat exaggerated. Kakashi nodded in agreement. While Oscar's observation was indeed dramatic, it served to heighten their vigilance. What on earth happened to you? Tang San rushed forward to steady the staggering Ma Hongjun, while Oscar skillfully conjured his restorative sausage and handed it over. This is Ma Hongjun? Kakashi marveled, having failed to recognize him. Perhaps it was due to Tang San's unique ocular technique, which, even when not actively engaged, provided a significant enhancement to vision. Ma Hongjun wasted no time devouring the sausage, visibly revitalized. Damn, this is humiliating, he lamented, his eyes filled with resentment. His round face and small eyes were now nearly obscured by the swelling. Who did this to you? Tang San's voice was laced with an unmistakable chill. After 3 months of rigorous training, they had supported one another through thick and thin, and seeing his brother in such a state ignited Tang San's fury. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. This hefty fellow was no innocent. His beating was likely not without cause, and it was probable that he bore some responsibility himself. I was beaten by a lecherous old man. What a disgrace, Ma Hongjun scowled. Oscar frowned. You weren't fighting over a girl, were you? Ma Hongjun retorted angrily. What do you mean fighting over a girl? I had my honor first, and that lecherous old man was utterly shameless. Kakashi suppressed a cough, stifling his laughter while thinking, I had indeed guessed correctly. He pondered whether this hefty lad had some culpability in the matter. Tang San placed a reassuring hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. Come, let us first head to the dining hall and discuss this further. Kakashi then revealed himself, stating, I heard everything. The four prepared to enter the dining hall, eager to hear Ma Hongjun's account of the incident, for it was essential to ascertain the truth before passing judgment. Thanks to Oscar's restorative sausage, Ma Hongjun felt considerably better, and they proceeded into the dining hall. Inside, Dai Mubai was indulging in a feast, while Zhu Zhuqing was notably absent from his side, causing Kakashi to furrow his brow. Had something gone awry again? What happened to you, fatso? Dai Mubai exclaimed, startled by Ma Hongjun's disheveled appearance. His temper was far more volatile than Tang San's, and he sprang from his chair, his eyes ablaze with fury. Kakashi intervened, placing a hand on Dai Mubai's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm and allow Ma Hongjun to explain. Ma Hongjun, with a woeful expression, lamented, Boss Dai, you must stand up for your brother. Look at what they did to me, even distorting my handsome visage. How am I to attract women now? Oscar chuckled. Handsome? You look like a pig's head. What on earth happened? Tell us. Kakashi took a seat, turning his back to them, lifting his mask to take a bite before covering his face again, maintaining an air of mystery while listening intently to their conversation. Ma Hongjun pulled out a chair and recounted the events. I left this morning for Suatawa City to resolve my issues with that wicked fire of mine. Upon arrival, I discovered a gem in the grass, and just as I was about to invite that girl to assist, a lecherous old man appeared. He looked to be in his 40s, with short hair, and at first glance seemed quite benign, but upon closer inspection, his eyes were filled with lecherous intent. He even had one hand bandaged, but insisted on vying for that girl. I asked him, Old man, how can you? There is no need to hear the rest. It clearly escalated into a conflict. Tang San interjected, turning to Kakashi. What do you think should be done? This inquiry momentarily caught Kakashi off guard. How could he determine the right course when he was unsure of the truth? Yet, Tang San was quick to leap to the conclusion of engaging in a fight. Kakashi pondered deeply. Although the old man had been in the wrong for forcibly claiming someone else's affection, it was evident that Ma Hongjun had initiated the altercation. However, the old man's response was excessively violent, and the fact remained that a boy like Ma Hongjun should not have ventured into such a place. This situation has become increasingly complicated, Kakashi sighed. You all decide what to do. I prefer not to involve myself." The group exchanged glances, understanding that they required Kakashi's abilities. Yet they could not compel him against his will. Such matters should indeed be resolved based on personal convictions. Nevertheless, Kakashi remained attentive to the information regarding the lecherous man, intending to follow along and adapt as necessary. Soon, the group devised a rough plan for their confrontation, and after Ma Hongjun consumed a couple more of Oscar's restorative sausages, they stealthily made their way outside the academy. Ma Hongjun refrained from informing others, as the incident in the grass hut was hardly something to boast about. Kakashi vanished from sight, yet when he materialized in another location, he stumbled and fell to the ground. His usual demeanor, seemingly lethargic, belied the effort required to regain his footing. Dusting himself off, he lamented, "Without Fu by my side, this rapid movement is truly disconcerting." Meanwhile, Fu, blissfully asleep in Ning Rongrong's embrace, stirred momentarily before contentedly resuming her slumber upon surveying her surroundings. Meanwhile, Kakashi discreetly shadowed the group, eventually joining the formidable Xiao Wu in close combat as they hastened towards Suatoa City. This opportunity would also allow him to glean further insights about the location, perhaps for future endeavors. After a short while, Kakashi had completely lost hope regarding such places in this world. Before him lay a row of low houses in a secluded corner of Suatoa City. The structures, barely 3 meters high, appeared dilapidated, with several areas in disrepair. Hanging at the entrance were several pink lanterns, beneath which stood a handful of heavily made-up, mature women of the night, soliciting the passing pedestrians. Ahem, those women could indeed serve as aunts to gentlemen of the plump variety, probably in their 40s. Kakashi resolutely decided that he would never accompany the rotund fellow to such places. Even if he could endure it, the man's taste was simply abominable. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. Before him stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark skin slightly over 1.6 meters tall, bearing a lewd grin on his face. His right hand wrapped in bandages, clad in tattered shorts with several holes, and wearing flip-flops. Kakashi's attention was immediately captured, as this man had the audacity to wear their wooden clogs in such a state. He deserved a lesson. Thus, he thought it fitting to allow Xiao Wu to take action against him without interference. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Douluo was forcefully slammed to the ground by Xiao Wu's 8th-section staff, and Kakashi closed his eyes, shivering at the noise, opting instead to turn away to avoid amplifying his hearing through the loss of sight. Ma Hongjun, glancing at Xiao Wu, who was panting slightly nearby, cautiously inquired, "Xiao Wu, you didn't actually kill him, did you?" Kakashi's eyelids lowered slightly, reassured that Xiao Wu, despite her mysterious origins, did not possess a murderous intent to such a degree. Xiao Wu disdainfully observed Buli's twitching form, replying, "Killing him would dirty my hands. I know my limits. The third will doesn't allow me to kill indiscriminately. This is merely a lesson. However, I suspect he won't be up and about for 3 months. I always keep my word. Many of his joints are dislocated now, and for a time, he will be unable to care for himself." Ah, Xiao Wu truly is Xiao Wu. After delivering a few kicks to Douluo, as if struck by a sudden thought, Ma Hongjun chuckled and said to those nearby, "You all go ahead. I will catch up shortly." Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Don't go too far. While this guy is no saint, he doesn't deserve death. Hurry up." Understood. As Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and Xiao Wu vanished around the corner, a peculiar smile crept on Ma Hongjun's face. He raised his right hand, a swirl of crimson flames emerging from his palm, his gaze fixated on Buli's lower half. Kakashi remained, sensing something amiss with the rotund fellow, and indeed, it appeared the man was attempting something unsavory. "Strange uncle, did you not claim my endowment was lacking? Very well, I shall show you," the scoundrel declared, preparing to strike. Kakashi intervened, sharply reprimanding him and sending him on his way. His unseeing eye glanced at the barely conscious Douluo. Though not a virtuous character himself, such a beating seemed sufficient punishment. His hand delved into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving a bag of gold soul coins. "Forget it," Kakashi muttered, withdrawing his hand, deciding against further action. Even Naruto would hardly show kindness to someone as loathsome as this. With a swift movement, Kakashi vanished from beside Douluo, reappearing atop a nearby rooftop. He resolved to keep a watchful eye. One could never be too cautious, for the man might have enemies. While it was normal for one to seek revenge, Kakashi did not wish for this individual to meet his end while vulnerable. At that moment, footsteps approached, gradually drawing closer. The establishment's madam had mentioned that Douluo was coming this way with a young lady. Surely, this fellow would not indulge in something extravagant all by himself. Kakashi felt relieved. The tone and manner of speech indicated that it was indeed a companion approaching. The 7th chapter, How Lonely is Invincibility, unfolded swiftly. The 7-day respite passed in the blink of an eye, and the day to resume classes arrived. As days passed, the instigators of the earlier events began to forget about Douluo. Ma Hongjun had also tempered his demeanor significantly and refrained from returning to Suodo City in the following days, as his wild impulses seemed to have subsided amidst rigorous training. However, Kakashi's memories of Ma Hongjun's methods lingered vividly, robbing him of sleep for several nights. He worried about the possibility of the rotund fellow evolving into a character akin to Douluo. The man's potential was vast, and his future achievements would not be confined to merely being a lowly soul master. Such thoughts deepened Kakashi's concerns. A powerful individual straying down a misguided path posed an even greater threat, reminiscent of Lord Orochimaru. After breakfast, as the familiar school bell rang, Tang San and his companions arrived punctually at the playground. Today, the sun shone exceptionally bright against a clear blue sky. Although it was still morning, the sunlight already felt somewhat scorching. The master's shadow stretched long in the sunlight as he stood with arms crossed, waiting alongside Kakashi for the 7 students to assemble. It has been 3 months since I began instructing you here. With the guidance and support of the teachers, you have laid a foundation for your physical abilities. Yet this is far from sufficient to become an exceptional soul master. Fu, resting on Kakashi's shoulder, yawned and muttered softly, having understood that this introductory speech was unnecessary to hear. Thus, starting today, I shall commence the 2nd phase of your instruction. According to Flender, you have all visited the Suodo Great Soul Arena, which will serve as your educational venue for the time being. This session of teaching will require. Kakashi's gaze shifted slightly from the book in his hand, quickly returning. The rapid transition to the main topic was commendable, though it seemed of little relevance to him. Yet, Kakashi listened attentively. Despite his internal conflict, he could not help but care. At the Great Soul Arena, all accommodation and food expenses will be self-funded, relieving the Academy of financial burden. I believe betting is allowed, which could also yield additional income for the Academy. The battles at the Great Soul Arena typically took place at night. The group arrived in Suodo City and chose a modest hotel near the arena for their stay. Despite its simple decor, the prices were inflated due to its proximity to the arena, costing twice as much as elsewhere. However, for students receiving monthly subsidies in Kakashi, it was not a significant burden, as only a few establishments rivaled the exorbitance of the Rose Hotel. After settling the students in, the master summoned the 7 and Kakashi to Tang San's room. Am I not to join? Kakashi pondered, uncertain of the master's true intentions. Now you may freely form teams to decide which type of soul battles to participate in. The Great Soul Arena generally begins with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches, team battles, while separate commence later and tend to attract the largest audiences. By staggering the times, we can generate more ticket revenue. Each day, you must partake in 1 team battle, while the second can be of your choosing. If you wish to compete in 3 matches, I have no objections, provided you manage your soul power appropriately. Having listened intently, Oscar immediately adopted a pitiful expression, pleading with Dai Mubai to team up with him, fearing it would take him ages to accumulate enough for the silver soul coin level otherwise. Kakashi caught a glimpse of Dai Mubai's startled expression, realizing the lad had initially intended to team up with another, most likely Zhu Zhuqing. Among the 7 individuals, it is evident that Dai Mubai and Tang San possess the most formidable combat prowess. Oscar promptly chose to ally with Dai Mubai. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong turned to the master and inquired, "Master, must Kakashi not participate in the Dahan?" This time, Ning Rongrong appeared far more serious, as she typically appended the title of teacher to Kakashi's name with an exaggerated tone for the sake of mockery. Kakashi's gaze also shifted toward the master. Although he had harbored suspicions regarding this matter, he could not be entirely certain. Moreover, had it not been for this situation, Kakashi would have directly questioned the master regarding his purpose for being there. Kakashi will participate in the Duhan, the master stated. I refuse, Kakashi replied firmly, expressing his unwavering resolve not to engage in this forbidden activity of ninjas. Even during the Chunin exams, several prominent figures placed private bets, and the clashes among genin showcased their strength to various nations. Such blatant conduct was something Kakashi could not condone. Instantly, the eyes of the 7 students, along with the masters, were fixated upon Kakashi, perplexed as to why he would decline an opportunity that was both lucrative and beneficial for practical experience. Moreover, given the earlier interaction, it appeared that Ning Rongrong intended to team up with Kakashi. Why would he refuse to partner with a beautiful woman? What was he truly thinking? Kakashi, Tang San spoke up. Despite having grown up alongside Kakashi, there remained many facets of him that Tang San did not comprehend. He only knew that the seemingly exceptional Kakashi would not make a misguided decision. The master interjected, I would prefer you to team with Ning Rongrong. Without needing to elaborate further, Kakashi reiterated, I will not partake in this. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for compromise. The master sighed softly, as if contemplating retreat, yet ultimately continued. What if this is a request from the academy regarding you, the practical instructor? The students' expressions shifted, for they were well aware of the formidable nature of both the dean and the master, and the use of the term request was unexpected. Please, do share your reasoning. Kakashi prompted, recognizing the master's disposition and surmising that there must be some underlying circumstances. I apologize, but there is no specific reason, came the master's response, astonishingly offering an apology without any justification for requesting Kakashi's participation in the Duhan. Kakashi stated plainly, I accept. Kakashi's intuition suggested that the master was not being entirely truthful, and he found this response rather agreeable. The students nearby were left in disbelief, as Kakashi had acquiesced without receiving a reason from master. Tang San could not help but cough a few times, uncertain as to why Kakashi had agreed so readily. In truth, there was another reason behind Kakashi's acceptance, the request from the academy. Xiao-san, we must not casually reject a commission, Kakashi explained, adhering to their principles. The notion of being a ninja flashed through Tang San's mind, for Kakashi had previously shared insights about the ways of ninjas, which Tang San found chaotic and off-putting. Kakashi internally mocked himself, reflecting that one should not casually dismiss a commission. Otherwise, the value of ninjas in the eyes of the populace would diminish, rendering them an increasingly contemptible existence. You may decide how to participate in the Dawn. Here, take one each, the master said, distributing a mask to each of them. While on the Duhan stage, speak little and strive to conceal your ages from your opponents. As he spoke, the master retrieved 7 pre-prepared masks from his soul-guiding bracelet. Kakashi, however, did not require one, as his mask and forehead protector sufficed to obscure his identity, leaving only one eye visible. During the team battle, the 7 of you will compete as the Shrek 7 monsters. When engaging in your individual Duhan matches, you may choose your titles for the 2-on-2 matches, while I will assign you each a nickname for the 1-on-1 battles. Just indicate your chosen name during registration, and your real names will not be revealed in the Duhan arena. Oscar curiously asked, what will our titles be? The master replied, Mubai will be known as his original title, the evil-eyed white tiger, and you shall retain your own. The titles for all 7 members were thus established, leading to Kakashi's turn. At this moment, the master appeared somewhat troubled, as he had yet to devise an appropriate title for Kakashi, possessing an idea that seemed somewhat unsuitable. Observing the master's hesitation, Kakashi directly proposed, I shall choose my own title. With Kakashi aiding and alleviating the tension, the master secretly exhaled in relief and replied, very well. What will it be? The White Fang of Konoha, Kakashi declared, I shall inherit and cultivate this name. As night fell, the Soto Great Duhan Arena buzzed with its customary vibrancy, with throngs of spectators converging from all directions to partake in the most traditional and beloved form of entertainment. Here, the affluent could indulge in ultimate enjoyment, while even the less fortunate could witness the battles of soul masters, thanks to specially priced tickets for the common folk. Thus, as long as they could afford basic sustenance, the populace was willing to flock to witness the soul masters' duels. For merely seeing these figures was sufficient to satiate the vanity of the majority. However, due to the low-cost tickets, they could only access ordinary Dahan matches, while the truly thrilling encounters demanded a hefty price, and Soto City was never short of lavish spenders. Furthermore, the Dahan served as a clandestine battleground for the wealthy and nobility, engaging in covert rivalries. At this moment, the commencement of the scheduled Dahan was drawing near, with the one-on-one and two-on-two preliminary matches about to commence. Following these bouts, the most exhilarating team battles would unfold. Just then, a team of 11 individuals captured the attention of those preparing to enter the great Dahan arena, as among them were 7 individuals wearing identical masks. They were the Shrek 7 students, accompanied by the Dean, the Vice Dean, and Master Xiao Gang, alongside their practical instructor, Kakashi, who, despite appearing to be only slightly older, held a significant disparity in experience. After registering their team name at the registry, they counted as 7 participants: Evil-Eyed White Tiger Dai Mubai, Sausage Specialist Oscar, Thousand Hand Azura Tang San, Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, Gentle Bone Charm Rabbit Xiao Wu, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Ning Rongrong, and the substitute team member, the White Fang of Konoha, the second-generation White Fang Kakashi. Although he had agreed to participate in the Dahan at the master's behest, there was no stipulation requiring him to attain a silver Dahan rank. He was only expected to partake in 2-on-2 matches alongside the support type Ning Rongrong, with no other demands. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun teamed up with Zhu Zhuqing, combining ranged and close-quarters combat. However, Ma Hongjun dared not entertain any improper thoughts, for he could barely match Zhu Zhuqing's speed. Should he attempt any untoward actions, Dai Mu Bai would surely strike him down. The Dahan proceeded smoothly that day, with the Shrek group achieving victory without exception. Kakashi's opponent was in an exceedingly awkward position. Their side consisted of 2 soul sovereigns, and victory seemed assured. Even the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, lacking its soul rings, should not possess such overwhelming prowess as to allow one individual to contend against 2 peers. Yet, that silver-haired masked man, known as Konoha's White Fang, managed to conclude the battle in less than a minute. His speed was astonishing, far surpassing any competition. Even a soul saint would struggle to match it. The opponent mused that such velocity was merely characteristic of a soul saint, but before he could even catch a glimpse of his adversary, he was eliminated from the fight. Tang San and Xiao Wu faced off against the combination of the lanky cat and the stout mouse, swiftly determining the outcome. Tang San dispatched 1 feline Wuhuan soul sovereign in mere moves, while the mouse Wuhuan soul sovereign was sent flying by Xiao Wu's instantaneous movement and her waist bow. Everything proceeded seamlessly, with Ning Rongrong, who was teamed with Kakashi, consuming no soul power at all. She merely unleashed her Wuhuan to reveal 2 soul rings to the opposing team, thus negating the need for Oscar's replenishment. The battlefield for the group match was notably larger than that for 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 encounters. The competitors' waiting area was abuzz with excitement, housing over 30 soul masters. Kakashi entered alongside them, feeling a twinge of concern about not personally seeing them onto the arena. Sure enough, the 7 of them settled in a corner to meditate and gather their soul power in preparation for the upcoming match. This was a common practice. Yet trouble was soon to arrive. A towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height and exceedingly muscular, approached them. He appeared to be in his 30s, bare-chested, with exaggeratedly dark muscles. It was evident he was a power-type soul master. Kakashi instantly recognized that this man sought confrontation. He shifted closer to Dai Mu Bai, whispering 4 words, "Stay calm. Hey, little girl, you have quite the figure. Why hide your face? Let big brother have a look," he directed his remarks at Zhu Zhuqing, the most voluptuous of the 3 girls from the Shrek 7. "Leave." Zhu Zhuqing's response was in perfect alignment with her usual demeanor, a cold retort consisting of a single word. How dare you speak to me like that, little girl? Do you know who I am? As he spoke, his large hand rose threateningly. With a resounding thud, the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed, and the hulking man was sent flying, landing several meters away. The assailant was Kakashi. No one witnessed his movements. Even the keen-eyed Tang San only caught a glimpse of Kakashi retracting his leg, unable to discern the preceding actions. Kakashi returned to his original spot and quietly addressed the seven. It won't be long before you engage in combat. Seeking trouble now is quite unusual. Perhaps this man is your opponent. The seven nodded, recognizing the validity of Kakashi's suspicion. The brute, having suffered humiliation, initially sought to regain his pride, but was swiftly subdued by an authority figure who ordered him to retreat. With this figure intervening, Kakashi felt a sense of relief. Sensing the authority's formidable strength, it seemed unlikely that further trouble would arise. Kakashi sought out the master, retrieving the previously entrusted Fu, and then exited the grand arena, heading towards the food street. Today's opponents were exceedingly weak. Such was the case in the 2-on-2 match and the earlier brute, too. While it was somewhat troublesome to engage a defensive Kakashi without ninjutsu, penetrating defenses simply required a careful search for flaws. Kakashi sighed softly, lost in contemplation. Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible. Kakashi's invincibility brought him misfortune. He had faced rejection twice in signing contracts and sought votes for recommendations. Chapter 72. The battle continues. Kakashi was indifferent to whether Tang San and the others won or lost, having no interest in witnessing such tedious battles. Regardless of the outcome, it bore little significance for him. Engaging in meaningless endeavors was unnecessary. Although reluctant to watch, Kakashi left a shadow clone concealed in the arena shadows, which would dispel itself as the match drew to a close, enabling Kakashi to promptly return. Meanwhile, his original form, accompanied by Fu, meandered along the night market, stopping intermittently for Fu to eat or change her preferences. They strolled for nearly half an hour before receiving a message from the shadow clone. Fu, it's time to go, Kakashi whispered in her ear, leaving a silver coin on the table before vanishing in an instant. Kakashi reappeared at the Soto battle arena, where the seven had yet to emerge. The shadow clone, having only heard cheers, dispelled itself. Indeed, it wasn't too long before they exited, confirming the clone's accuracy. Kakashi approached and quickly regrouped with the seven, the master, Flinder, and Zhao Wujin, exiting the grand arena's confines. Once they were no longer the center of attention, the seven removed their masks, exchanging glances and laughter. Kakashi silently observed them, his thoughts reflecting on their first genuine experience of a fair team victory. The joy of triumph felt profoundly intense. Upon returning to the inn, the master summoned everyone to Tang San's room, including Flinder and Zhao Wujin. Observing his disciples, who appeared fatigued yet exuberantly spirited, he calmly inquired, "Tell me, what were your feelings during today's battle?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi's interest piqued. Dai Mubai remarked, "Individual matches were manageable, but our coordination in team battles still lacks harmony. After all, this was our first encounter with such immense pressure." Oscar added with a hint of bitterness, "In team battles, I became a burden to everyone, and lacking a combat force made it difficult for us to secure victory against formidable opponents." Others had thoughts to express, but the master raised his hand to silence them. Kakashi lifted his gaze, noticing a flicker of a smile gradually spreading across the master's previously stoic face. Save for Tang San, the other students rubbed their eyes, believing fatigue had caused them to hallucinate. This was the first time they had witnessed the master's smile since the grueling training began. "You are all mistaken. What I wish to convey is that you performed excellently today, and I am immensely satisfied. Indeed, you still lack synergy, but this is merely the beginning." Kakashi exhaled quietly, relieved to learn that praise was the master's intent, though it certainly contrasted with his previous training style. Flinder, overhearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. "Master, surely you didn't come back just to commend these children?" The master replied with a serene smile, "Of course not. I merely wish to inform them that they are the best, yet still not perfect. Tomorrow, I permit you to forego participating in battles for a day. However, aside from resting, you must collectively reflect on today as team battle gains and losses, and present your insights to me before the battle's the day after tomorrow. Now, we must take our leave. Remember, do not cause trouble in our absence, especially not with any soul masters, as you may encounter those from certain families." The master's words rang true. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflicts. However, should anyone dare to bully them, they must not tarnish the name of Shrek Academy. Flinder added, "Kakashi, your practical combat instructor, will remain behind. Should you find yourselves unable to handle a situation, you may seek his assistance." "Hey, don't just assume I'm your muscle." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, signaling his reluctance. As the master and the vice deans took their leave, the Shrek 7, unbound by constraints, remained close, ordering a lavish feast in the hotel restaurant, accompanied by 2 barrels of fine wheat beer, inviting everyone to partake in the revelry. "Tang San, allow me to toast you. I am grateful for your timely assistance," declared Dai Mubai, raising his glass filled to the brim with beer towards Tang San. With a gentle smile, Tang San reciprocated, lifting his own glass to join Dai Mubai in a hearty drink. Their conversation wandered to discussions of the recent competition, a matter of little concern to Kakashi, who mused that he was not particularly fond of beer. "Ning Rong Rong, I raise a toast to you," she announced, standing with earnestness. She hesitated to drink, gazing at her companions. "When I first arrived at the academy, I did not regard you all highly. It was only with Kakashi's presence that I truly grasped the essence of camaraderie. While my words may evoke unfavorable sentiments, I must express them. Over these many days, we have trained together, fought together, and endured life and death trials side by side. Thank you, my companions. This drink is also for you all, and I wish to convey something I have long struggled to articulate. I am sorry." With those last 3 words, Ning Rong Rong down her beer, tears shimmering as they traced down her fair cheeks. The others, except for Oscar, were momentarily taken aback, for they had never fathomed that this girl who always wore a sweet smile harbored such a poignant story. They turned their gazes towards Kakashi, who remained unresponsive, tacitly acknowledging her sentiments. Despite Ning Rong Rong's heartfelt words, a mediator was required to ease the atmosphere. It was evident that this role fell to Dai Mubai, for he possessed a greater finesse in social matters than Tang San. Dai Mubai stepped forward, declaring, "All right, we understand that Rong Rong is typically quite well behaved. Such matters do not trouble us. Rong Rong, do not drink so hastily," Oscar kindly cautioned, recalling the time when Flander had them undergo physical training. Ning Rong Rong had abandoned the exercise shortly after, leaving him disheartened. However, Kakashi had brought her back, and it seemed that she had undergone a significant transformation, persevering resolutely, reigniting his nearly extinguished spirit. As the night wore on, the allure of the drink intensified, leading to a loss of restraint. Even Dai Mubai, who had initially advocated moderation, found himself incessantly requesting more. Though the 7 were still youthful, their status as soul masters endowed them with extraordinary physical prowess, and the extensive training they had undergone enhanced their capacity to handle alcohol significantly. The reason there were 7 was that Kakashi did not partake. When the 7 awoke from their drunken stupor the following day, the most vivid memory was of the one who had consumed the most, Ning Rong Rong, who possessed the 7 treasures glazed tower, martial soul. Ultimately, it was Kakashi who carried each of the inebriated souls to their respective rooms. Due to the presence of other patrons in the restaurant, Kakashi refrained from employing ninjutsu, while this physical labor was trivial for him. The task of transporting them was indeed cumbersome. Subsequently, the Shrek 7 soul battles continued, achieving a remarkable record of 27 consecutive victories over the span of a month, their strength unmatched within the 30th level. They also excelled in individual and 2-on-2 matches, attaining commendable results. Kakashi deemed their performance exceptional. Additionally, during this period, he had become adept at utilizing the abilities granted by the 9 Tails, significantly enhancing his capabilities in both combat and travel. Yet, an unsettling premonition loomed over him, stemming from the recent competitions that sparked his apprehension. The Royal Fighting Team had emerged as a formidable force, and although Kakashi typically paid little heed to the Soul Battle Arena, he found himself intrigued by the recent buzz surrounding this team, which had also achieved a string of victories akin to Shrek. The 7, engrossed in preparing for their own battles, remained oblivious to this development. While Master concentrated his efforts on training them, the Vice Deans were consistently worried about the Shrek team's soul battles, leaving Kakashi, who maintained a relatively relaxed training regimen, as the sole individual concerned with these matters. This team, known as the Silver Fighting Team, was composed entirely of members wielding Silver Soul badges, while the Shrek 7 were merely Iron Soul badges. Under normal circumstances, they would likely not cross paths. At that moment, someone called out to Kakashi from behind, "Excuse me, are you the substitute member of Shrek, Konoha's White Fang?" Kakashi turned to face the speaker, who donned the attire of an official. It was evident that he had come regarding matters pertaining to the soul battles, specifically concerning the team. Kakashi replied, "Indeed, I am Konoha's White Fang." The official respectfully continued, "Mr. White Fang, your team leader has summoned you." "What is it?" Kakashi inquired, sensing that the summons pertained to the entire team, indicating potential complications. Shortly thereafter, not only were the Shrek 7 and substitute member Kakashi summoned, but Flander and Zhao Wujia were also invited, revealing the depth of the Soul Battle Arena's knowledge about them. As anticipated, Kakashi's surprise grew when he learned that the Shrek 7 were to face off against the Royal Fighting Team. The Master calmly recounted the earlier words of Supervisor AO and spread the newly acquired information across the table. Kakashi cast a cursory glance at the documents before turning his attention to the Master, eager to hear his thoughts, as he had accepted the challenge. In that moment, Kakashi witnessed something he had not seen in the Master, a man now past 50, whose eyes sparkled with fervor, a fiery glimmer that Kakashi, seasoned by experience, recognized as a profound battle spirit. Flander, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Xiao Gang, you ought not to have agreed so hastily. At least wait for us to arrive before making such decisions." It has been said that a grand noble has placed a substantial wager. The stakes are evidently significant. If we negotiate properly, they might offer even greater concessions. Kakashi contemplated this notion. Though it was a sound idea, it did not align with his own principles, prompting him to withdraw from the discussion and approach the table to examine the documents. The Royal Fighting Team comprised 7 members, all possessing Silver Soul badges. The captain, Tian Hung, wielded the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul, a 39th level assault type Soul Master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Kakashi paused, recognizing this martial soul as one associated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, one of the 3 prestigious sects in the Soul Master realm. This implied that the team's background was quite extraordinary, and the name Royal Fighting Team suggested not only strength but also audacity, as such a title required both prowess and boldness, likely necessitating more than just the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon to instill fear. The vice captain, Dugu Yen, possessed the Phosphorescent Snake Martial Soul and was a 38th level control-type Soul Master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The Phosphorescent Snake was indeed recorded in the archives of the Martial Soul Hall. At this moment, the Master began to address this particular aspect, referring to the Bai Lin Shihan Shi. Since she has chosen to specialize in control, she reminded me of someone, Falanda. Do you remember him? Upon the Master's prompt, Falanda's expression changed dramatically. You don't mean him, do you? The Master nodded, confirming, Indeed, I am speaking of him. There was no need to continue listening. It was sufficient that a person like Falanda, who was on the brink of becoming an 80-level Soul Douluo, would react so strongly. In terms of Bai Lin Shi, it could only be that individual known as Lao Duwu. However, such a person typically remains aloof from worldly affairs and would unlikely assemble a soul fighting team. The team members included Shi Mo, with a martial spirit Xuanwu Turtle, a 38-level defensive soul master, possessing 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Shi Mo, also with a martial spirit Xuanwu Turtle, a 37-level defensive soul master, also with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The 2 Xuanwu Turtle martial spirits presented a formidable defense, rendering their defenses nearly impenetrable. While this posed little challenge to me, it was certainly formidable for them. Yu Feng, with a martial spirit Feng Ling Niao, a 36-level agility-type soul master, equipped with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Ao Si Lu, with a martial spirit Gue Bao, a 36-level agility-type soul master, similarly equipped with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The configuration of this team was indeed impressive, showcasing the remarkable capability of their commander. Kakashi evaluated the team and concluded that if both sides were to engage in direct combat, Shrek would undoubtedly lose. Even if Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai unleashed their ultimate move. Yi Lingling, with a martial spirit HokageKakashi, a 35-level support type weapon soul master. Also with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Kakashi found himself nearly compelled to undermine them. This team was infuriatingly unique, boasting even such a rare support-type soul master. HokageKakashi, let me take a look. If its effects are as beneficial as suggested, I shall certainly give it a try, he murmured. At that moment, Ning Rongrong also spoke about the abilities of HokageKakashi, plunging the Shrek members into a state of despair. The master's countenance grew rigid. He stood in silence for a moment before slowly articulating. This is indeed a near-perfect combination. Even Fu Fu felt a sense of hopelessness. We can win. Amidst the dwindling morale and the pervasive silence, Tang San suddenly declared these words, filled with a shocking energy, drawing the focus of everyone upon him. Kakashi turned his head, surprised. Even he perceived that Shrek would likely lose given this lineup, although his initial instinct hinted at a possible opportunity. However, he recalled that Tang San had always been somewhat slow-witted, merely following the current. This time, however, he exhibited remarkable courage and foresight. I say we can win. Mubai, Xiao Ao, Fatty, Xiao Wu, Rong, Zhu Qing, have you forgotten? We already possess a record of 27 consecutive victories. The opponent is indeed formidable, but we are not without strength. We have Mubai's top-tier assault martial spirit, Xiao Ao's sustained combat capabilities, Fatty's exceptional mutated beast martial spirit, and Xiao Wu's marvelous agility. Rong, do you not believe in your own abilities? Kakashi, initially surprised, felt his eyelids lower as he glanced back at the materials with a sigh, realizing that it was merely a morale-boosting statement. He had thought Tang San had devised a strategy. Yet, as he observed Tang San once more, he noted that, despite it being only a morale boost, he had swiftly recognized the necessity to prevent them from descending into despondency. It appeared that during his time at Shrek, he had matured significantly. Kakashi's lips curved into a subtle smile beneath his mask, revealing a sense of satisfaction. Master, allow me to take full charge of this soul battle. If I may. Tang San looked resolutely at the master. Could you grant us one small request? Supervisor Ao, whose presence had gone unnoticed, appeared at the doorway. The master replied, please go ahead. Supervisor Ao glanced at the masked 7, then back at Kakashi, before turning to the master and stating, though I am unaware of your situation, please agree to let your substitute player, Muyi Baiya, participate. Although Kakashi had registered as a substitute player under the name Muyi Baiya to the Shrek 7 Monsters team, he had never participated in a team battle, raising doubts in the Great Soul Arena. While the specifics of their situation were unclear, allowing the typically overwhelming Muyi Baiya to fight would undoubtedly enhance their chances of victory. However, this request put the master and the vice presidents of Shrek in a difficult position. To Falanda and the others, victory had become secondary. These children had already surpassed their expectations, and all they sought was to observe how the 7 monsters would coordinate under such circumstances. Winning or losing mattered little. Yet, introducing Kakashi into the fray would change the stakes entirely. Their hopes might be dashed. Tang San, too, felt a sense of bewilderment. Kakashi had not participated in any of the team matches over the past month, and the synergy with the other 6 had already solidified. If they were to disrupt this now, I will participate, Kakashi agreed. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Ao expressed his gratitude profusely and quickly departed, leaving the others. Aside from Kakashi, in a state of confusion, Kakashi had already noted the details, casually pulling out a yellow book, feigning nonchalance, but in truth, his mind was racing with thoughts. After a prolonged silence, the group regained their composure. The master approached Kakashi, saying, come with me. He then exited the room. Falanda nudged Zhao Wuji and followed suit. Zhao Wuji trailed behind, but not before warning the students no eavesdropping. The teachers are in a meeting, you stay here. Upon reaching a secluded corner, the master stopped and asked Kakashi, "Why did you agree to participate?" Fu, perched on Fu's shoulder, also expressed its opinion, having been swayed by Kakashi's earlier words. Falanda and Zhao Wuji exchanged glances, pondering Kakashi's decision. Kakashi, returning the book to his possession, replied calmly, "It is merely to fulfill a commission, nothing more." The master furrowed his brow. While he had previously hoped for Kakashi's involvement to secure a victory, he was more interested in witnessing the extent of the seven monsters' unexpected growth. The master proposed, "Is it not beneficial to give Xiao San and the others a chance?" Kakashi retorted, "Opportunities abound, but this time it is about fulfilling a commission. It is different from a regular match." Kakashi spoke the truth. Had the Great Soul Arena not commissioned Shrek, he would have been indifferent to the outcome. After all, it was merely a match, and a lost streak was of little consequence. However, as a former ninja, he understood the gravity of missions. In a certain sense, the mission itself transcended even the life of a ninja. Of course, there was something more important than the mission: companionship. He could not allow them to recklessly engage with the Huangdo team under the guise of growth. Should misfortune befall them, it could result in irreparable damage affecting their lives. Kakashi was either all in or not at all. Having interjected in this matter concerning the Huangdo team, he had no choice but to fight. Over the past month, aside from the initial skirmish with the frenzied battle team, the other teams had proven to be relatively weak, and Tang San had shone brightly in that first match, as the subsequent teams lacked the strength to pose any significant challenge. Tang San, despite his audacity in proposing to take over the master's role, raised concerns within Kakashi. The latter, recognizing that Tang San's understanding of soul masters paled in comparison to that of the master, believed his presence was essential as a trump card. This would allow Tang San to devise strategies without the anxiety of potential failure, while Kakashi would solely execute the plans, thereby granting Tang San an opportunity to shine. Reluctantly, the master acquiesced, understanding that Kakashi would not engage in frivolous endeavors. He was merely a touch reluctant, eager to witness the unexpected brilliance of his disciple. In the 74th chapter, Formidable Opponent, Tianheng, we find ourselves at the center of the Soto Grand Soul Arena. Contrary to the grandiose expectations of the commoners who could only witness from the sub-arenas, the central arena was relatively modest in size, only slightly larger than the other venues. Curiously, this arena was enveloped in an unusual silence, devoid of open stands and instead composed of numerous enclosed boxes. Behind the crystal glass that offered a singular view, esteemed guests of significant backgrounds remained concealed, reluctant to reveal their identities or cheer like ordinary spectators. They sought a sense of pride and superiority unique to their status. The crystal glass, while opaque from the outside, allowed a clear view of the happenings within, illuminated by the resplendent golden lights of the soul guiding devices. The arena itself was immense, measuring an impressive 70 meters in diameter, more than sufficient for a battle involving hundreds. The central arena boasted 12 high-class VIP rooms and 320 ordinary VIP rooms, which were perpetually occupied, with the former already claimed by their owners and the latter booked solidly at the start of each year. Suddenly, the already bright golden lights intensified, coalescing towards the arena, as if a colossal spotlight were descending from the heavens. In the arena's center, the ground rose to reveal a circular platform, supported by a thick golden pillar, upon which stood a young lady. Appearing no older than 18 or 19, she wore a graceful white gown, her flowing brown waves framing a figure that exuded remarkable beauty. Holding a conical sound amplification soul guiding device, her face adorned with a professional smile, she addressed the esteemed guests with honor. "It is a privilege to once again host the grand battle for all distinguished guests." As she stepped onto the elevated platform, she twirled gracefully and waved to the surrounding boxes. The platform then descended without a trace, returning to its original position. "It is an honor for me to preside over this grand team battle at the main arena. I hope you all enjoy this evening's performance, which is the highlight of the event, as we have arranged only this singular battle for tonight. Although the combatants are merely at the Soul Master level, they each possess the honor of the Silver Soul Badge. If I were to bestow upon them a title, Genius would be most fitting. I shall provide commentary throughout the match. Now, allow me to introduce the teams. From the Royal Battle Team, led by Tianheng, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, and from the Shrek 7 Monsters, led by the Evil Eye White Tiger, the White Tiger Soul Master. This time, they have opted to employ a substitute, the participant known as my Baya, indicating their seriousness regarding this match. The host, Douluo, skillfully introduced both teams, aiming to evoke anticipation among the esteemed audience. Without further ado, let us welcome both teams to the arena. Douluo, a Soul Master of the Soul Master rank herself, eagerly anticipated the performance of her equally ranked peers. As she spoke, a brilliant white light erupted from her, and a strand of white appeared amidst her brown waves, while a pair of pure white wings unfurled behind her. 3 yellow soul rings manifested around her, and with a flap of her wings, she soared into the air, holding her sound amplification device. Simultaneously, 2 doors on either side of the arena opened silently, and both teams entered, making their way to the center. On the left, the Royal Battle Team emerged with Tianheng, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, leading the way, closely followed by Douluo. Behind them were the Shijia brothers, Osro the Black Panther, and Yufeng the Wind Bellbird. Bringing up the rear was the enigmatic Soul Master, Yi Lingling. Participants of the team battle, you now have 1 minute to summon your martial souls. Attacks may commence only upon my signal, continuing until one side concedes, is entirely defeated, or falls from the arena. Kakashi's gaze fell upon Douluo, the wielder of the Bailin Snake martial soul, a twinge of anxiety stirring within him. As records suggested, this martial soul possessed area control abilities and likely included a toxic attack. He then glanced at Tang San, aware that he had devised a plan, but still concerned for the child he had watched grow up, who, despite possessing secret techniques, had always been under his protection. The Shrek side experienced a shift in personnel, with Ma Hongjun presently observing the match alongside the master and others, his substitution deemed the least disruptive for the team. The 6 monsters and their combat instructor, Kakashi, released their martial souls, illuminating the arena with a dazzling array of 19 soul rings, transforming it from a mere sea of gold. The 2 support-type members of Shrek stood at the rear, with Kakashi taking Ma Hongjun's position before them, standing protectively behind Tang San. In the front row stood Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. The Royal Battle Team also unleashed their martial souls, prompting Kakashi to regard them seriously. As their martial soul quality stirred envy within him, he observed the transformations of their souls, internally beseeching, "Kyubi, how much longer?" Indeed, Kakashi was seeking chakra from the 9 tails, intending to utilize ninjutsu while in a soul power state. Despite the 9 tails' prior insistence on withholding chakra freely, a trickle of chakra would naturally seep out, merging with Kakashi's own. This time, the 9 tails was focused on releasing chakra from the seal. Though the amount was minimal, its quality was unparalleled, allowing Kakashi to perform grand ninjutsu with just a small portion. What's the rush? This isn't the 8 trigram seal, and given the insufficient lifespan of that soul ring, we need time. For now, just stay put, the 9 tails chided. Though it seemed fruitless, it indicated that the 9 tails would indeed manage to keep pace when the moment arrived. The chakra of the tailed beast possesses a unique quality, distinct from the ordinary chakra that is repelled by soul power. Although tailed beast chakra cannot merge with soul power, it can be utilized in its state. The battle has commenced, yet Kakashi remains unperturbed, for the initial phase is firmly under Tang San's control. Kakashi muses whether this could be another aspect that Shikamaru lacks. Certainly not, as Tang San is nearing 40 years of age. If he were still ineffectual, Kakashi observes his opponent gradually falling into Tang San's trap, feeling a sense of satisfaction at Xiao San's growth over recent days. Captain Tianheng of the Huangdo team has ventured too deep, ensnared by the allure of Dai Mubai and Tang San, entering the encirclement. Meanwhile, the agile combatants, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, were also drawn back by Tang San's blue silvergrass. The chakra of the 9 tails arrives just in time. It is prepared and ready for use. Kakashi nods as he connects with the 9 tails, exclaiming in Japanese, "Yoshi." Alas, it is a trap. He urgently warns Douluo, whose expression shifts dramatically as she darts forward like a swift serpent. The other members of the Huang Do team discern the Shrek team's objective, yet their response is a beat too slow to catch up. In an instant, Kakashi forms 4 seals, placing one hand on his mask. As he pulls it down, his entire face is engulfed in flames. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Compared to the Great Fireball, this fire technique exhibits greater speed and power, its sheer impact capable of shattering large trees. Kakashi suggests substituting Ma Hongjun due to the latter's fiery prowess. Though his flames may not be as unique as those of the Hefty One, their potency is undeniable. However, Kakashi must now protect Oscar and Ning Rongrong behind him, as they are too distant, compounded by the limited chakra provided by the Nine Tails. To manage consumption effectively, he fears that after hitting the target, only the fiery damage will remain. The speed of the dragon fire technique is indisputable, and Tianheng has no time to prepare. Regarding ninjutsu, Kakashi deceived the master, claiming to have ingested a peculiar herb on the village's back mountain, which resulted in an erroneous soul power assessment, but granted him this additional ability. Although the master excels in soul master matters, he has little knowledge of these strange herbs, and Kakashi's explanation seemed somewhat plausible, leading him to overlook it. Tianheng is acutely aware that he is in a perilous predicament, as the second and third soul rings shine brilliantly. Countless serpentine electric currents surrounding his body amplify simultaneously, and in the next moment, they transform into innumerable bolts of lightning, flashing in all directions. This marks Tianheng's true final assault, as the full force of his thunder fury amplifies the power of his second soul skill, Thunderous Might, unleashing unparalleled offensive capability. Kakashi is taken aback. This technique is formidable, generating such intense lightning around him that the dragon fire technique alone may not suffice. Yet, there is no time to switch tactics. He continues to unleash the dragon fire technique while urging the Nine Tails to accumulate chakra through the seal, for this meager chakra will not suffice. The force of the lightning is ferocious, scattering the internal flames while simultaneously repelling the ongoing flames Kakashi has been releasing, preventing them from advancing. As Tianheng unleashes his third soul skill, Thunder Fury, Dai Mubai similarly activates his Millennial Soul Ring ability, White Tiger King Kong Transformation, accompanied by a ferocious tiger roar. The malevolent gleam in Dai Mubai's eyes merges into one, releasing a dazzling white light enveloped by the golden radiance of the White Tiger King Kong Transformation. This white light expands in the air, reaching a diameter of 2 meters, resembling a meteor as it hurtles toward Tianheng. Upon contact, Tianheng, distracted by countering the dragon fire technique, finds himself at a disadvantage against Dai Mubai. As Tianheng's thunderous might concludes, Kakashi seizes the moment to catch his breath, having underestimated Tianheng's formidable soul skill, leading to his own complacency. Recently, he has felt increasingly detached, grappling with a desire to abandon writing in pursuit of refinement. Thus, his word count may dwindle, and updates may become scarce. In any case, he requires time to adjust. He requests understanding from his audience. Chapter 75, Bitter Struggle. Ultimately, Tianheng suffers a grievous fate, his body battered and bloodied, as he faces too many adversaries alone. Dai Mubai's claws, Xiao Wu's grappling techniques, Zhu Zhuqing's sharp talons, and Kakashi's flames converge upon him. With a resounding impact, Tianheng collides heavily against the shields of 2 Xuanwu Turtle Soul Masters, blood gushing from his wounds as he coughs violently. After a relentless barrage of attacks, he finds himself gravely injured, even his thunder fury nearly dissipated by the Shrek 7's onslaught. This restraint is due to Shrek 7's reluctance to kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, if Tang San were to unleash another 8 Spider Lance's attack, Tianheng's predicament would be far more dire. As the next phase begins, Kakashi readies himself, noting that some chakra remains from the Nine Tails, possibly allowing for multiple fire releases. Damn it, I will kill you all. At this moment, Du Guyan entirely forgets Qin Ming's instructions, and with a sharp cry, her third soul ring suddenly shines bright. Her originally emerald green eyes transform entirely into violet, and even the green scales on her serpentine tail are enveloped in a faint purple glow. She opens her mouth, unleashing a dense purple mist that rapidly expands through the air toward the Shrek 7. Come back. Tang San bellows, pulling Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, who had intended to rush forward to attack, behind him, positioning himself at the forefront of the Shrek 7. The opponents, the Fengling Bird Soul Master and the Black Panther Soul Master, initially aimed to exploit their speed for an assault, but ultimately retreated, wary of the purple poison. Kakashi glances at Tang San. He excels in other combat aspects, but his knowledge of poison is lacking, leaving him reliant on Tang San. He observes Tang San forcefully throw 2 pouches into the air, shouting, "Boss, White Tiger Radiant Wave, Baya, Fire Unleash, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, White Tiger Radiant Wave." The 2 water pouches shatter instantly before the White Tiger Radiant Wave, releasing a torrent of water that disperses into a vast mist under the intense soul power impact. At that moment, Kakashi's dragon fire arrives. In an instant, the original water mist transforms entirely into a fiery haze, suffused with a unique fragrance that envelopes the area, consuming the purple mist within. The solidified purple haze ignites in the face of the raging flames, emitting a series of popping sounds before vanishing entirely. In the air, illuminated by the light, only the remnants of the shattered water pouches drift down, while the barrier between the 2 teams has completely dissolved. Kakashi looks up, closely observing Tang San's efforts to dispel the poison. Though he understands that high temperatures are effective against toxins, it is evident that the water from the pouches is the true key to neutralizing the poison. No, this is impossible. How could you dispel my, Bai Ling, purple poison? Duguyan stares blankly at Tang San across from her, her eyes filled with disbelief. Not just her, but every member of the Huangdo team is momentarily stunned. Tang San replies nonchalantly, "The Bai Ling snake poison is merely a trivial technique. If all 5 Bai Ling poisons were present, I might have to be more cautious. But your Bai Ling snake poison is not yet ripe." Kakashi, listening to their exchange from the rear, contemplates that Tang San's original world shares many similarities with this one, even in terms of poison. It is no wonder then that the force within Xiao San is indeed the soul power. If the members of Shrek are considered geniuses, then Xiao San can only be deemed a flaw. At that moment, a cool voice suddenly emanated from behind the Huangdo team, questioning why they hesitated, as if a mere minor setback had instilled fear of their opponents. Following this, accompanied by a faint fragrance, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, taking the form of petals that gracefully floated down, landing directly upon Tianheng, softly merging into his being. As Tianheng lay in the embrace of Dugu Yin, his body trembled, and to everyone's astonishment, his exposed wounds began to miraculously heal at an astonishing rate. His complexion improved significantly, and he managed to rise to his feet. Declaring with conviction that Lingling was right, they should take action. The light of lightning reappeared, and despite having been heavily injured by the Shrek 7 monsters, he charged forward, electric serpents swirling around him. Even the fractured dragon arm was lifted anew. Upon hearing that cool voice, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, for the emotions conveyed within it tugged at his heartstrings. The solitude expressed in the voice was palpable, causing him to tremble, as that profound loneliness pierced deep into his soul. Were it not for the need to give the other students a chance, Kakashi would have rushed in to defeat the Huangdo team, driven by an intense curiosity to uncover the source of that solitude. If his assumptions were correct, such profound feelings of loneliness could only belong to Yi Lingling, a legacy passed down through generations. In Yi Lingling's hand was a crimson begonia, its petals a blend of white and pink, radiating vibrancy and elegance. The flower's leaves and tendrils cascaded from either side of her palm, swaying in the breeze like a lady whose hair veils her face, exuding a deep and tender grace. Tianheng's grievous injuries were likely healed by the miraculous martial soul of the nine-heart begonia. As the purple light emanating from Yi Lingling indicated, she had recently utilized a 1,000-year soul ring. Having learned from previous lessons, the Huangdo team was evidently more cautious this time. Two Xuanwu turtle soul masters followed closely behind Tianheng, while a winged bellbird soul master launched directly towards the rear of Shrek's 7 monsters, targeting Ning Rongrong of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. And the Black Panther soul master Osro charged toward Zhu Zhuqing from the side. Du Guyan unleashed a green mist from her weapon, enveloping the arena. While the Huang Do team had taken measures to shield themselves from the toxic fog, Dai Mubai let out a roar, confronting Tianheng head-on. His white tiger transformation had a time limit, and Tianheng's Thunder Fury remained active, leading to another clash between these two formidable soul masters. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing faced off against the ghostly Panther Osro, both being agile attackers, their rapid exchanges nearly imperceptible to the average observer. Although Zhu Zhuqing was not originally a match for Osro, with Ning Rongrong's assistance, she managed to keep pace, albeit at a disadvantage. Kakashi remained stationary, adhering to his pre-battle vow of non-interference, trusting that Tang San and the others would handle the situation. However, he was not idle. He needed to remain vigilant against the Wind Bellbird, which could strike at any moment. While preparing for the Wind Bellbird's attack, Kakashi focused his attention on the battlefield, observing every movement from both sides, as he was well aware that the aerial opponent was cautious about descending. In truth, the Wind Bell was also wary. Their teacher Qin Ming had warned them of a swift combatant on the Shrek side, known as the Konoha White Fang. Tianheng had already noticed Kakashi protecting the support class and deduced that Kakashi would not act rashly, as he lacked the courage to confront a high-speed attacker. The Wind Bell's sole purpose now was to restrain Kakashi, occasionally swooping down to threaten the 2 support members, knowing that should Kakashi dare to provide fiery support, he would promptly dive down to eliminate the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. The situation for Shrek was tense, with the green mist of the biphosphorus snake spreading throughout the arena. Even having consumed Oscar's small sausage, there were still slight, dizzy spells. Tang San and Xiao Wu exhibited remarkable synergy, yet they were no match for the relentless advance of the Shijiao brothers, who pressed them with unyielding force, leaving little room for retaliation. Zhu Zhuqing struggled to endure. She was simply outmatched by Osro's ghostly panther, and despite Ning Rongrong's assistance, she could not withstand the onslaught. Currently, the most unburdened were undoubtedly Dai Mubai and Kakashi, the latter of whom paid little heed to the Wind Bell bird above. Dai Mubai faced Tianheng, whose soul power had drastically diminished, making him considerably weakened. Yet even in this state, Tianheng remained a formidable opponent, and Dai Mubai found it challenging to secure a decisive victory. Kakashi surveyed the various battlefields, feeling a sense of relief as he realized that his moment to strike was approaching. Zhuqing, move closer, Dai Mubai bellowed, preparing to execute the move Kakashi had mentioned. Kakashi looked up at the Wind Bell bird and advised, "You might want to assist your captain. Our 2 are about to unleash their ultimate techniques." The Wind Bell hesitated. He felt his presence here was inconsequential. Although he seemed to be restraining Kakashi, he suspected that Kakashi had no intention of attacking, and he was merely wasting time. After a moment of indecision, he ultimately departed, recognizing that at the other battlefield, a little more effort would suffice to topple their opponents, thereby securing victory. Moreover, this individual appeared sincere. If those 2 from Shrek truly had a secret move, it could only be that one, which their captain and Osro would undoubtedly struggle to counter. Kakashi's words reached Ning Rongrong and Oscar, prompting Ning Rongrong to exclaim, "Kakashi, you!" Kakashi smiled and replied, "I cannot allow him to leave so easily. If I strike now, he surely would not believe it." Fire release. Dragon fire technique, Kakashi intoned inwardly. The Wind Bell instantly turned back, activating his 3rd soul skill, Wind Rising Clouds. To trust an enemy's words is the folly of a fool. Although the Wind Bell retreated, he remained alert to what lay behind him. Indeed, Kakashi unleashed his fire-based attack. The 3rd soul technique of the Wind Bell bird, Wind Rising Clouds, coalesced into a massive bird shape, diving down to collide with Kakashi's dragon fire technique. "QB, is the chakra ready?" Kakashi silently urged. The 9 tails confirmed, "It is ready. The quantity is substantial. Use your previous technique first." Kakashi, now endowed with soul power, could not afford to waste any of the 9 tails chakra, as they could not merge but could coexist. His soul power remained intact. and the limited capacity of a nine-tailed chakra required him to deplete some before replenishing. Upon receiving the nine-tails response, Kakashi reacted swiftly. The chakra from the nine-tails coalesced, amplifying the power and scale of the dragon fire technique instantly. Amid the sky, the azure bird created by the wind bell's third soul skill faltered. Yet it managed to withstand the enhanced dragon fire technique, despite the minimal energy expenditure. Although Yu Feng managed to withstand the dragon fire technique, it was a Herculean effort. What manner of monster is this? He hasn't even activated his soul ring. Yu Feng's soul power has significantly diminished in order to sustain his third soul skill. And Kakashi's dragon fire technique, fueled by the chakra of the nine tails, is far more potent than those wielded by others. Even in small quantities, its quality is exceptional. In another battlefield, Tang San and Xiao Wu struggled against the Shurja brothers. Xiao Wu was gravely injured, and the blue silver grass that connected Tang San to his allies was severed. Simultaneously, Duguyen, wielding the ability to control toxic gas, unleashed a wave of green mist, thickening the poisonous atmosphere on the battle arena. It seemed as though they aimed to end the fight decisively, and the Huangdo team finally began to take things seriously. Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai unleashed the formidable Yuming White Tiger. As the captain of the Shrek 7 monsters, witnessing Xiao Wu's injury ignited his fury, and in this moment, he held nothing back. It was finally time to employ that technique. With the opposing duo manageable, the focus must intensify, as it now involved three. Although Kakashi was engaged in a battle of attrition with Yu Feng, he remained vigilant of the situation around him. With Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing having activated the Yuming White Tiger, Kakashi felt it was time to conclude matters here. Chakra at the ready, Kakashi nodded to himself, forming hand seals to switch to his fire release ninjutsu. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The flames surged dramatically, engulfing the Qingniao and even wrapping Yu Feng. The wind chime bird's soul master in its fiery embrace. Yu Feng screamed in agony as the flames seared him, yet his extensive experience allowed him to summon the wind, enveloping himself to evade the flames. Though he escaped the fire's range, he could no longer maintain flight and descended unsteadily. Kakashi noted the potency of the chakra. He donned his mask and swiftly appeared beside Yu Feng, delivering a palm strike that rendered him unconscious. Kakashi turned to observe the imposing Yuming White Tiger, towering at over 2 meters in height and 8 meters in length. This was the manifestation of their martial spirit fusion technique. Kakashi contemplated its unusual abilities. With such a massive form, its strength was extraordinary and certainly challenging to counter. Having studied the characteristics of martial spirit fusion techniques through documents from the Martial Spirit Hall, Kakashi knew that once this skill was activated, the two opponents were destined to be eliminated. However, had he allowed Yu Feng, the Wind Chime Bird Soul Master, to advance, it was possible that only Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing would have fallen. After all, even with amplified power, it was improbable to defeat 3 fully committed Soul Masters, especially since Zhu Qing had not yet reached the Soul Master level. Even with the third Soul skill activated, the Ghost Leopard Oscar couldn't withstand a single strike from the Yuming White Tiger, and he was sent tumbling through the air alongside his captain, Tianheng, blood gushing forth. The 2 Soul Masters facing the Yuming White Tiger fell unconscious, unable to endure its overwhelming might. With their soul power nearly depleted, Oscar-S Small Sausage's anti-poison effect was gradually fading, leaving Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing reeling in the toxic mist. Without hesitation, Kakashi hoisted the 2 exhausted support-type fighters and rushed to their aid. Kakashi furrowed his brow. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit truly lived up to its reputation as one of the mightiest beast martial spirits. Despite sustaining severe injuries, Tianheng had not succumbed to unconsciousness, though he lay incapacitated on ground. Kakashi's attention shifted to Tang San's battlefield, where the situation appeared dire. A sudden realization struck him as he perceived a menacing aura and murderous intent emanating from Tang San. After ensuring Xiao Wu's safety, Tang San faced the 2 Shurja brothers, unleashing the 8 spider lances. At that moment, he radiated a chilling atmosphere, evoking an unsettling sensation in those around him. The temperature in his vicinity dropped noticeably, and a faint purple aura enveloped the 8 spider lances. The toxic mist released by the Bailin snake's soul master Yin rapidly dissipated upon nearing the 8 spider lances, as if melting away like snow. Kakashi keenly observed this development, gaining further insight into Tang San's abilities. The spider lance seemed capable of absorbing toxic gases, rendering gaseous toxins ineffective against him. Yin sensed impending doom as the 8 spider lances emerged from behind Tang San. However, as the master had noted, the 8 spider lances bore a striking resemblance to Tang San's blue silvergrass. Thus, as long as he did not reveal the truth, no one would suspect it to be an external soul bone. The momentum of the Shurja brothers faltered momentarily. Their second soul rings illuminated simultaneously, transforming their turtle shells into shields that materialized in their hands. In their current state, their most formidable skill lay in the synergistic use of their second and third soul techniques. Kakashi contemplated their integrated offense and defense. It was a pity they lacked speed. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly surpass Tang San and his companions. Ignoring the slowly advancing Shurja brothers, Tang San turned his gaze toward Kakashi, his expression seemingly seeking guidance. Kakashi noted Tang San's look. Absent the unforeseen circumstances, he would have allowed Tang San to confront the Shurja brothers and Yin, providing him with an opportunity to hone his skills. Moreover, without this unexpected turn, he would not have participated in this battle at all, choosing instead to heed Mo Yufeng's advice and trust in his team. However, with this variable in play, Kakashi could not let the opportunity slip away. This 1-on-3 confrontation could not be surrendered to Tang San. This variable held a compelling force that Kakashi found irresistible. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing beside Tang San with a swiftness akin to Xiao Wu's instant teleportation soul skill, leaving the remaining 4 members of the Huang Do team unable to react. "I wish to avenge Xiao Wu myself." Tang San's voice emerged, low and chilling, laden with palpable intent to kill. The Shurja brothers retreated rapidly, shielding their control and support members behind them. Having witnessed Kakashi's terrifying speed, they could not afford to reveal any vulnerabilities and remained entirely focused, ensuring they maintained a safe distance, never allowing Kakashi an opening. With the Shurja brothers retreating, Kakashi felt no concern regarding the troublesome threat posed by their Xuanwu turtle. He turned to Tang San and remarked, "Your journey ahead will be long, and such situations will arise. Save that energy for later. The book has surpassed its new release period. Some friends advised me to either abandon it or dual publish, leaving me quite conflicted." Chapter 77. Victory. Kakashi placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder, urging him to remain calm while he surveyed the injuries of their teammates. Xiao Wu was temporarily unharmed, thanks to Xiao San's death methods. The Yuming White Tiger had exited its fusion state, but with Oscar providing support, there were no concerns. "I possess a trump card that can withstand one of their attacks." Tang San, restrained by Kakashi, felt a sense of calm wash over him, though his voice remained dark and cold. Kakashi, glancing askance, inquired, "Is it your third soul skill?" "No," Tang San denied, then elaborated, "It is their captain. I have planted a seed within his body using my blue silvergrass, which can be activated once." "That will not suffice," Kakashi declined, turning to gaze intently at Tang San, and solemnly stated, "If this were a battlefield, I would acquiesce, but this is merely a competition." Tang San pondered in silence for a considerable time before exhaling a deep breath. "I understand. Let us convene to discuss our forthcoming tactics. Shimo, keep a close watch on that Konoha White Fang. His speed is terrifying," instructed Yin, the vice-captain of the Huang Do team, to the Shurja brothers. "Understood," replied the Shurja brothers succinctly, not uttering another word. Kakashi released Tang San's shoulder and softly announced, "It's time to move." Tang San responded, driving his 8 spider lances into the ground, then propelled himself into the air, targeting the control specialist Yin. Beside Tang San, the blue silvergrass surged violently, obstructing the Huang Do team's line of sight towards Kakashi. This was the first step of the plan. Tang San would draw half of the opponent's attention while using the blue-silver grass to shield Kakashi, thereby leaving the remaining half of the focus on him. Here they come. One of the Shijiao brothers, Shimo, stepped forward with his shield raised, prepared to intercept Tang San, while the other brother stayed close to Douluo, ensuring they remained vigilant against Kakashi, who might appear behind them at any moment. Tang San urged the blue-silver grass to grow wildly, signaling his intent to provide cover for Kakashi. Thus, the most observant control specialist was tasked with monitoring Kakashi's movements while leaving one Xuanwu turtle for defense. As Tang San continued his advance, he reflected, Kakashi was right. They have indeed sent someone to deal with me. He then chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seems I have been underestimated. Kakashi, ephemeral as a shadow, swiftly formed 6 hand seals, and upon reaching the Yin seal, bellowed, Shao San, get down. His voice resonated loudly, ensuring it reached the ears of both teams, precisely the effect he intended. Tang San complied with Kakashi's command, stepping into the ghostly shadow steps, maneuvering sideways to evade Kakashi's impending ninjutsu. The Huangdo team, sensing the imminent danger, reacted swiftly. Shimo retreated rapidly to join Shimo, forming a united front. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. A torrent of flames, broader and more ferocious than those unleashed by the third soul skill, erupted from Kakashi, expanding in size and intensity as it traveled farther, nearing 10 meters in diameter as it approached the remaining 4 members of the Huangdo team. The commentator, Dodo, gazed in stunned disbelief, muttering, such a powerful flame soul skill. Who are these people? The flames engulfed the 4 members of the Huangdo team, persisting relentlessly, showcasing the formidable nature of the Nine Tails chakra. Kakashi had no intention of allowing this to determine the outcome. Even the Nine Tails fire style could not breach the defense of the Xuanwu turtle. He had anticipated this, thus did not place his hopes solely on it. Moreover, the chakra the Nine Tails could provide was dwindling. Even if fully utilized, it would not penetrate the defense, and the turtle shield would only become more heated, enhancing its lethality. Enough, Kakashi withdrew the fire technique, pausing as the moment to conclude the contest approached. As he had surmised, the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb was thwarted by the brothers' turtle shield, and they successfully protected the 2 members behind them from harm. The shield had grown hot, but posed no threat to the water attribute Xuanwu turtle. Should they employ the turtle shield against Tang San, it could easily slice through the blue-silver grass. Cough, cough. The Shijiao brothers, enveloped in flames, struggled against the imp, gasping for air, finding it arduous to withstand this technique. Despite the overwhelming fire attack, Douluo, the core control soul master of the team, maintained her composure, keenly observing the battlefield, utilizing the blue-silver grass for cover and launching fire attacks. The blue-silver grass had evaded the flames earlier, and as Douluo processed this, she promptly commanded the Shijiao brothers, Shimo, turn around quickly. Noticing that Tang San was absent from their immediate vicinity, she surmised he must be behind them. She speculated that since Kakashi was merely a soul master, employing such a powerful fire attack would surely fatigue him. Thus ordered both Shimo to pivot and confront Tang San. Douluo had noted Tang San's ability to absorb toxins with his 8 spider lances. If it were just her and a weary defense specialist, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand Tang San's onslaught, so she resolved to muster all her strength. The Shijiao brothers obeyed instantly, turning to face the imminent threat of Tang San, who was indeed exploiting Kakashi's exaggerated fire attack as cover to launch a surprise assault from behind. Tang San was now mere moments away. Had it not been for Douluo's warning, they would have already been defeated. Tang San mused. The secondary attack was indeed ineffective. Kakashi's calculations were remarkably precise. The 8 spider legs split into pairs, each embedding themselves into the Xuanwu turtle-esque shield, the searing heat failing to phase the 8 spider lances. As Tang San was not yet finished, cough! A pain sound emanated from behind the Shijiao brothers, diverting their attention, for that voice belonged to Douluo. Simultaneously, another voice rang out, do not underestimate me. The Shijiao brothers turned in unison to find a glimmering silver blade aimed at them, while its wielder had the vice captain Douluo in a chokehold. Tang San sighed with relief, retracting his 8 spider lances, for the battle had drawn to a close. Kakashi fixed his gaze upon Devoid, remarking, "Recognizing the secondary attack is commendable, but do not hastily assess your adversaries, lest you find yourself in a predicament such as this." "Release her, we concede," Tianheng declared. At this juncture, the outcome was unmistakable. Had Kakashi been more ruthless, he could have severed the limbs of the unprotected Shijiao brothers instead of merely holding them at bay with his blade. Kakashi, without casting a glance at Tianheng, relinquished Devoid, allowing her to regain her composure on the ground. Tang San lifted his gaze towards the now-dazed Douluo, the dove-haired soul master and commentator, pondering whether it was time to announce the results of this soul battle. Douluo, awakening from her reverie, hastily proclaimed, in a team battle, "The Shrek's 7 monsters emerge victorious." With that, Kakashi turned, meeting the gaze of the enigmatic Yililing, the 9 Hearts Sea Tang soul master, who was also observing him. Veiled in black, both Kakashi and Yililing exuded an air of mystery. Kakashi noted Yililing's strikingly beautiful large eyes, their clarity unblemished, with long lashes slightly as if they could whisper secrets with each flutter. Yet, beneath that exterior lay a depth of sorrow and solitude. The interplay of her lively eyes and melancholic emotions captivated Kakashi, leaving him momentarily speechless. His right eye, wide with astonishment, seemed to have shed its previous deadness. Yililing's gaze flickered with uncertainty, for as a healing support soul master, she had spent the most time observing the battlefield and had witnessed the full extent of Kakashi's prowess. If this person had unleashed his full strength from the outset, would the battle have endured for so long? Yililing pondered silently. Tang San brought Xiao Wu before Yililing, seeking her healing with the 9-heart Sea Tang, only to discover that the 2 masked figures were still locked in their gaze, seemingly lost in an endless moment. Tang San furrowed his brows. The battle had only just concluded, yet he was already quite familiar with the opposing team members. "Hey, Kakashi, Xiao Wu's injuries are quite severe," Tang San reminded him, signaling Kakashi to be mindful of the situation. Kakashi snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile as he said, "I apologize. I may have exerted too much force earlier, and now I feel a bit dizzy." Tang San dismissed him with a wave, prioritizing Xiao Wu's treatment. At that moment, Devoid suddenly spoke up. "You are Konoha's White Fang, right? With your strength, why aren't you the captain of Shrek?" Kakashi ignored her, deeming the question unnecessary to answer, as it was entirely his prerogative. He noticed Yilingling, who was treating Xiao Wu, also looked up, seemingly wanting to inquire about the same matter. "If you had employed those 3 attack methods earlier, we would have lost by now. You should still possess the strength to unleash your formidable flames," she stated. Chapter 78. The Eyes Leading to the Soul. The members of the Emperor Do team felt despondent. The Konoha White Fan before them was on an entirely different level. They had multiple opportunities to conclude the battle, but refrained from striking. During the first siege incident with Tianheng, had he utilized his speed to intercept Tianheng and prevent his return, the outcome would have been determined. He was capable of this, given his ability to teleport from the Nether White Tiger battle zone to the Shijiao brothers area in an instant, when Devoid's biphosphorus purple poison was dispelled. Had he added fuel to the fire and unleashed those 3 attack methods, leveraging the might of the Nether White Tiger while Tianheng was still recuperating, the battle could have reached its conclusion. "If it weren't for the arena's request for me to fight, I might not have involved myself," Kakashi remarked. However, he inadvertently cast a glance at Yilingling, pondering, "If it weren't for this girl, I wouldn't have intervened." He was already aware of the healing abilities of Jiao Exine Haitang. This fortunate encounter compelled him to witness her prowess in battle, thereby deepening his impression of her. "With your strength, why are you merely a substitute?" Yilingling's voice, now more melodious, reached Kakashi's ears, refreshing him and making each breath feel considerably easier. Kakashi gazed at Yilingling, her blue hair cascading like a waterfall behind her, with a few strands framing her snow-white forehead, leaving him with only the sight of her slender figure and a pair of soulful eyes. Kakashi felt hesitant to meet her gaze, for each time he did, he felt himself becoming entranced. Thus, he replied casually, "Who knows, perhaps I am simply not suited for it." The members of the Emperor Do team were astonished. With such immense power and a meticulously crafted battle strategy, coupled with the trust placed in him by his comrades, how could he not be captain? After speaking, Kakashi turned to walk away, knowing that lingering further would only draw him deeper into the allure of Yi Lingling's captivating eyes. Her pure and clear gaze held a magnetic pull for someone like Kakashi, who possessed two types of eyes. His soulless right, I offered his companions the utmost reassurance, while his crimson left, I symbolized slaughter, granting only the enemies caught in its gaze the right to endure his chilling aura. Kakashi had no need to contemplate further. He had already achieved his 3 objectives in this battle, and there was no reason to linger any longer. The 2 team leaders engaged in their final negotiations. Tianheng took a deep breath before addressing his companions, the Black Panther Soul Master Osro, and the rest. Let's go. The group of 7, with somewhat staggering steps, slowly made their way towards the Soul Master entrance, their defeat casting a pall over their retreat. Douluo, the biphosphorus snake Soul Master, abruptly halted, turning to face Tang San, who was retracting the 8 spider lances. I can see that the poison attached to that weapon is quite potent, capable of even countering my snake venom. I will forever remember the humiliation of today. One day, I will bring you down beneath my venom, she declared. Tang San calmly regarded his opponent and replied nonchalantly, I await your arrival at any time. Yi Lingling, the Jiu Xian Haidang Soul Master, regarded him with a gaze imbued with a unique brilliance, contrasting with Douluo's resentment, as she briefly glanced at Kakashi, seemingly wanting to say something. Kakashi offered her a crescent-shaped smile, which eased her anxiety, prompting her to ultimately remain silent as she turned to leave with her teammates. Kakashi watched them depart before joining Shrek's group to celebrate. Although Kakashi had intervened, much of the victory was due to their own efforts. They believed that, with Tang San's capabilities, even in Kakashi's absence, they could still triumph using the lethal power of the 8 spider lances. Kakashi merely ensured their success. The Master and the Vice-Deans were astute enough to recognize this, and thus they genuinely rejoiced for the students. Kakashi accepted Fufu from the Master and quietly listened to their conversation while his mind was consumed by thoughts of Yi Lingling. It was only when the current leader of the Emperor Do team, a former Shrek student, came to pay his respects, and Flanders revealed the Master's background, that Kakashi snapped back to reality, for such revelations were sufficient to ground him once more. With the Master's secrets exposed, he departed without further ado. Kakashi mentioned he would take Fufu out for a bite to eat before leaving, but in truth, he followed the departing Master. Kakashi was certain he was not mistaken. The Master's departure was not merely to avoid suspicion, but also stemmed from a longing for his family. The members of the Emperor Do team, supporting one another, made their way back to their hotel. Yi Lingling assisted Douluo, while the Shijiao brothers helped Osro, Tianheng, and Yu Feng, appearing like a band of defeated soldiers. The 7 walked in a heavy atmosphere. Just as they were about to return to their hotel, a voice suddenly resonated, blocking their path. Tianheng, do you still recognize me? A somewhat peculiar yet resonant voice startled the dejected Tianheng into looking up in surprise. Under the moonlight, he barely discerned the figure before him, hesitating momentarily. You are... Uncle, what are you doing here? The one obstructing the Emperor Do team's path was none other than the Master. He stepped forward to stand before Tianheng, stating, we need to talk privately. At that moment, Tianheng had almost forgotten his earlier despondency, eagerly nodding and gesturing to his teammates to return to the hotel first. Upon hearing that this person was Tianheng's uncle, the members of the Emperor Do team said nothing further and made their way back to their nearby lodgings. Unbeknownst to them, Kakashi followed closely behind, utilizing Earth-style techniques to infiltrate the hotel. Unlike the Shrek students, these Royal Academy students did not have to worry about expenses, so each had their own room. After settling the injured, they each retired to their respective rooms, drained from the day's exertions and the weight of their defeat weighing heavily on their spirits, necessitating rest. As it was not a mission involving assassination or the like, Kakashi emerged without leaving any traces, ensuring the ground appeared undisturbed. Fufu, she whispered, puzzled by Kakashi's intentions. Shoo! Kakashi gestured for silence, instructing her to keep her voice down so as not to disturb others. He then began to linger near a room's door, unsure of how to proceed. His purpose for coming here was remarkably simple. He merely sought the assistance of the person in this room for a small favor, with no ulterior motives. However, the timing seemed rather inappropriate. Approaching a young lady at such a late hour could potentially lead to him being perceived as a pervert. What should he do? Should he knock on the door? Yet, what if he inadvertently woke her neighbor? The thought of drawing attention by calling out loudly was truly vexing. Conversely, entering directly might breach some form of privacy, which was also unacceptable. Kakashi found himself lingering indecisively at the door, torn between options and unable to reach a conclusion. His head felt somewhat dizzy as he paced back and forth, seemingly trapped in an endless loop. Finally, he resolved to enter, committing to a more decisive course of action. He stepped forward and raised his hand to knock on the door. However, doubts crept back in. Should he really proceed? A mental barrier held him back. The image of those clear, pure eyes flashed in his mind, and Kakashi's resolve solidified. He would knock on the door without fear in the presence of those eyes. Admittedly, he was not particularly skilled in matters of romance, and his narrative might seem somewhat cliched, so he sought your understanding. Chapter 80. The lowly cultivation plan. Yi Lingling tidied her belongings before stepping into the bathroom to wash away the fatigue from her depleted soul power and the blood on her hands. The beauty bathed, her slender figure gracefully moving through the mist like a vision from a fairyland. Kakashi, however, was devoid of the fortune to witness such a scene, as he lay soundly asleep on the bed. Yet, fortune favored him in a different manner, enveloped in the fragrance of Yi Lingling's unique Jushin Haidang. This was the most comfortable slumber he had experienced in this lifetime. Yi Lingling, draped in a white bathrobe, her damp blue hair cascading down her back, with a few strands framing her forehead, exuded an ethereal beauty. The black veil still concealed her face, likely removed only for her bath. She settled beside Kakashi, gazing intently at his face, remaining silent for an extended period. She reached out, gently touching Kakashi's mask, and slowly attempted to lift it to glimpse his true visage. However, upon doing so, she was taken aback, for beneath the mask lay yet another layer. Her red lips parted slightly, revealing pearly white teeth, a symbol of her amusement. Not wishing to unveil Kakashi's second mask, Yi Lingling withdrew her hand, turning her back to him, and sat cross-legged to meditate. The night passed without incident. When Kakashi awoke the following day, it was nearly noon, yet Yi Lingling remained immersed in her meditation. He attempted to move, but his body was enveloped in a painful stiffness, rendering him nearly immobile. Fu, having also awakened, noticed Kakashi's discomfort and emitted a somewhat anxious sound. The other members of the Huangdo team lay still in their beds, recovering from the significant toll taken on their bodies and spirits after their battle with Shrek. Seeing that Kakashi was still unable to move, Fu nudged Yi Lingling with her head, hoping to attract her attention to Kakashi's condition. Kakashi did not intervene. Perhaps Yi Lingling could provide a solution. Hey, Kakashi. In an instant, Kakashi's consciousness was drawn into a place akin to a sewer, the seal of the Nine Tails, where he maintained a connection with the creature. What's the matter, Kyubi? He inquired, kneeling on one knee, supporting himself with his hands. The pain coursing through his body affected his mental state, leaving him feeling quite unwell. You've been here for an entire night. What do you wish to do now? The Kyubi remarked, laced with teasing. Let us think of a way to leave quickly. Otherwise, it could lead to misunderstandings. Kakashi replied helplessly. Ha. I bet you secretly wish to stay here, don't you, Kakashi? Hey, Kyubi, I need your help, not your jokes. The Kyubi burst into laughter. Who would have thought that the esteemed 6th Hokage would have such proclivities? If the people of Konoha found out, your reputation would be in tatters. At that moment, Kakashi realized that Yi Lingling was likely only 15 or 16 years old. He had overlooked her age, captivated instead by her grace and those enchanting eyes. Yes, let us set that aside. Help me think of a way to leave. Hey, I've already thought of a plan. You need to switch to chakra mode. That way, you can fuse with my chakra and use that technique. All right, Kakashi responded, focusing his mind. As he shifted to chakra mode, he whispered inwardly, Kyubi, how much longer? This time, there's plenty. I prepared it for you a while ago. Enough for you to return to the hotel. Instantly, the QB's chakra fused with Kakashi's own, alleviating much of his pain, at least allowing him some mobility. However, walking back directly was still impractical. The soreness in his legs remained, having nearly lost sensation when his entire body was in pain. Fu, we should leave now. Kakashi called to Fu. Fu chirped joyfully, climbing onto Kakashi's shoulder, but lingered a moment longer, captivated by Yi Lingling's intoxicating Jushin Haitang fragrance. All right, my chakra is sufficient, Kakashi murmured. Though his limbs remained still, he managed to sit upright, as four thick, blood-red tendrils emerged from behind him to support his form. One tendril extended to open the window before retracting. This appendage was the QB's chakra-infused tail, capable of elongating and contracting at will, both practical and easily controlled. Utilizing its extendable nature, he gathered all his ninja tools into his equipment pouch before reaching the window. Kakashi glanced back at Yi Lingling, still in meditation, and felt a pang of hesitation. Approaching her, he extended his right hand toward her black veil. Yet, he hesitated, his hand lingering on the veil for a considerable time, caught in an inexplicable turmoil, uncertain whether to lift it. Seeing Kakashi's indecisiveness, Fu called out a few times, seemingly urging him to make a decision. Hey, Kakashi, I've never seen you so hesitant before. Decisiveness is your hallmark? Isn't it? The QB taunted. Indeed, I can't believe I'm hesitating. Perhaps it's because I haven't executed a mission as a ninja in quite some time. Kakashi reflected with a hint of self-mockery. This was truly unlike him. Once resolute in his decisions, he now found himself second-guessing, having been softened by a life of ease. Ultimately, he did not uncover the black veil, opting instead to turn and move toward the window. With remarkable speed, he exited through the window and swiftly closed it behind him, his movements a testament to his status as a jonin. The QB's chakra tail was expertly utilized, crafting a crimson silhouette as he darted swiftly between the high rises. Hey, I thought you would initiate a lowly cultivation plan, but it seems you hesitated after all, the QB's voice echoed, laden with sarcasm. Perhaps I might, Kakashi replied ambiguously, uncertain of what he truly meant. Upon returning to the hotel where Shrek resides, Kakashi entered through the window. Given that his legs were incapacitated and his chakra was limited, he would have had no choice but to crawl in through the front door. As he closed the window, the Nine-Tail spoke once more, Kakashi, look outside. In response, Kakashi supported himself with 4 chakra tails and peered out. There he saw a pair of 12-year-old girls. One was serene and gentle, with skin as white as snow, symbolizing purity, while the other was lively and energetic, her rosy complexion representing health. It was indeed them. After yesterday's battle, it was only natural that the master would grant them a break. Kakashi rubbed his eyes and returned to bed to continue his slumber, though not before consuming 2 soldier food pills. That said, even if the seal was only slightly unbound, the Nine-Tail's sensory ability was remarkably acute, which explained why Naruto's Nine-Tails mode had such formidable perception. Heh, Kakashi, perhaps you could embark on a lowly cultivation plan. You're particularly annoying today, Baka. Chapter 81. Flying heavenly claws. As Kakashi had anticipated, the master granted the 7 monsters a 2-month leave. The master and the heads of the academy returned with the 7 students, while Kakashi remained temporarily. It took Kakashi a week to recuperate, as the chakra released from the seal was minimal, and its integration with his own chakra was insufficient to heal his injuries. The method of channeling chakra from the Nine-Tails in larger quantities could not be employed frequently, as each instance would exacerbate the fissures in the seal. Should the limit be exceeded, the 2,000-year-old Soul B Soul Ring would not suffice as a medium, potentially leading to the Nine-Tails' annihilation in this world. The clanging of metal echoed from Tang San's room. Others may have been oblivious, but Kakashi was well aware, as he was among the few who understood Tang San best in this realm. He was engaged in crafting those special weapons. Over the course of 2 months, Kakashi reached level 37, a feat accelerated by the Nine-Tails, rendering his training pace enviably rapid. However, at 17 years of age and level 37, he seemed to possess talent comparable to that of Tianheng, falling short of the 7 monsters. Yet, this was merely superficial. He had been adapting his body for hands, vertical climbing, and complex physical coordination, which proved far more beneficial than simply honing soul power. Kakashi also learned that the master intended to leverage the resources of the Tiendo Royal Academy to aid the 7 monsters in their training. After 49 days, Tang San finally ceased his endeavors, coinciding with Kakashi's ascent to level 37. On this day, Kakashi was having breakfast with 6 of the 7 monsters in the cafeteria. He finished his meal swiftly and engrossed himself in a book, leaving no opportunity for others to behold his true visage. Fufu was unaccustomed to the rice and flour dishes, opting instead for the delicacies Kakashi had brought back from Suwatawa City. The interior of the Soul Guide was unique, devoid of air circulation, ensuring that food would neither cool nor spoil. However, this was not the case for Soul Guides capable of containing living creatures. "Our Iron Man has arrived. Oh, why does he look so clean today?" spoke Dai Mubai, grinning at Tang San. Kakashi glanced sideways. Indeed, while Tang San's training was not as rigorous as that of a ninja, his perseverance was commendable. Tang San smiled slightly, stating, "Once the work is done, one naturally emerges. Considering the time, we have only a few days before we head to the Tiendo Royal Academy." Ning Rongrong, curious, inquired, "Brother San, what remarkable items have you crafted this time?" "Let's have a look," Tang San replied. "Actually, I haven't made many items lately due to the complexity of their creation. Besides a few concealed weapons, I've also prepared something quite practical for everyone." Kakashi's attention was piqued. Although he was not entirely in favor of weapons that could slay soul masters with ease, the craftsmanship was undeniably impressive. "We want in." Ning Grongrong, 8th climate. Her excitement mirrored by the others of Shrek 7. Tang San's standards for concealed weapons were nearly exacting. Each mechanism they had received was exquisitely crafted, indicating that the quality of this new creation would be exceptional. Ma Hongjun chuckled, saying, "Brother San is generous. Let us see what you've got." Xiao Wu shot Ma Hongjun a glare, retorting, "What do you mean by generous? How inappropriate. Little San hasn't even finished eating yet. Let him have his meal first." Ning Rongrong laughed. "Xiao Wu really cares for Brother San." Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue, serving the breakfast set aside for Tang San before him. Kakashi listened attentively, contemplating the practicality of the new item, which should no longer be merely a weapon for indiscriminate killing. The 8 of them ventured to the Academy's training grounds. The playground was desolate, bathed in sunlight. It was early summer, and Shrek Academy, situated in the heart of the continent, remained pleasantly warm even in the morning. "Xiao San, hurry and reveal what you've made." Ningrongrong urget impacienti. Tang San smiled faintly, producing his new weapon, the Flying Heavenly Claw. It was a cylindrical object entirely forged from metal, gleaming silver, reminiscent of a sleeve arrow, but larger and more robust. To ensure clarity, Tang San rolled up his left sleeve. With a twist of his hands, he opened one side of the cylindrical object, forming 2 semicircles, revealing a plush lining within. Tang San demonstrated its function by grasping a stone, and the Flying Heavenly Claw embedded itself into the rock as easily as if it were tofu. Kakashi observed and analyzed. Its lethality was formidable. A strike to a vital point would undoubtedly result in death. Subsequently, Tang San explained 3 modes of operation for the Flying Heavenly Claw: release, grasp, and transport the body, with a weight limit of 300 pounds. It was indeed a convenient and practical tool. While it had lethal potential, its mobility offered greater promise. If only he could invent mechanisms that couldn't kill. Such creations would bring blessings to this world rather than sow the seeds of conflict. The other 6 could only familiarize themselves with the operation of the Flying Heavenly Claw, for in their minds, strength, namely soul power, remained paramount. Kakashi, however, required various techniques to achieve victory with minimal expenditure. Entrusting Fufu to Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, he exited the village to continue practicing with the Flying Heavenly Claw. The steel wire of the weapon was adjustable according to weight and could be lengthened. Kakashi sought out Tang San, feeling that this weapon was genuinely useful, with multiple configurations unlike the previous direct trajectory concealed weapons. When he found Tang San, he was advised against making modifications, as Kakashi's weight might not be the only concern. It could potentially aid others as well. For safety's sake, it was best to leave it unchanged. Yet, Kakashi was resolute, insisting on modifications and even requesting 2 sets from Tang San. Tang San sighed, noting that the creation of the flying heavenly claw was complex, and with their impending journey to the Tiendo Royal Academy, he had little time to spare. Upon arrival, it is likely that the training intensity will be considerably heightened, and forging in the royal domain seems fraught with inconvenience. In a state of resignation, he entrusted the disassembly of the steel cable segment to Kakashi, allowing him to manage it independently. His motivations were not entirely selfless. The secrecy surrounding Tongmen's hidden weapons was paramount, akin to the confidentiality of Kakashi's 8 gates. Thus, he only imparted the necessary disassembly techniques to Kakashi. To enhance it, one could release the claws just before being pulled over, utilizing the momentum to reach the desired destination. The flying heavenly claw piqued Kakashi's interest with its versatile applications. While it may appear that Tang San only described a few methods of operation, in reality, it could yield countless variations. Kakashi was particularly fond of such weapons, rich in diverse techniques. Indeed, among all the concealed weapons exhibited by Tang San thus far, the flying heavenly claw was Kakashi's favorite, as it lacked direct lethality. In the final days, Dai Mubai and the portly Ma Hongjun sought out Kakashi, inquiring whether he wished to join them in Soto City. Ma Hongjun, having subdued his fiery temperament due to his ongoing battles in the Fighting Soul arena, found his fervor rekindled after a few days of recuperation. He had endured this for several days, but now could no longer suppress it, thus turning to Dai Mubai, who had been holding back for quite some time, to persuade Kakashi to accompany them. Although Kakashi had previously expressed a desire to visit such a place in front of everyone, he ultimately refrained from going, leading the women to speculate that Kakashi was merely influenced by Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai's enthusiasm, yet still managed to resist. The women regarded this as a commendable trait. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's purpose in approaching Kakashi was to coax him into joining them, hoping to instigate an internal conflict within him, believing that a little push would sway him. Kakashi's response was succinct and decisive. Rest assured, I tell you, that last Ma Hongjun initially did not realize what was happening, still engaging in conversation. The two were taken aback by their misinterpretation. However, they understood Kakashi's steadfast nature, knowing he would not easily alter his decisions. Thus they resolved to adopt a different approach. This time, it was Dai Mubai who took the lead. Kakashi, do not accompany this rotund fellow to such places. Let us meander through the city. With my charm and your enigmatic mask, attracting the attention of young ladies will be effortless. Far removed from the tastes of someone like this fatso. Kakashi's retort left Dai Mubai momentarily speechless, and soon after, the two were ejected from the premises. If these two miscreants were ninjas, Kakashi would have surely given them a lesson. The vacation period swiftly drew to a close, and the students and teachers of Shrek Academy prepared to embark on their journey, gathering at the entrance of the academy. Chapter 82. The Journey. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Flinder gazed at the somewhat dilapidated sign inscribed with the words Shrek Academy, his heart awash with mixed emotions. Kakashi, with a sidelong glance, wondered what the fuss was about. It was not a farewell forever, as they would return to visit. Indeed, much like his own anticipation of passing the mantle of Hokage to Naruto when the time was right, he too would seek to revisit cherished memories. Let us depart, Flinder said, regaining his composure and issuing the command to set off. A group of over 10 individuals commenced their journey away from Shrek. The imperial city of Tiendo, situated in the northeastern region of the Tiendo Empire, serves as the political nucleus of the entire empire and is one of the 2 largest cities on the continent, rivaled only by the imperial city of Xingla. To reach Tiendo City, the group from Shrek Academy needed first to exit the borders of the Bala Kingdom, then traverse the entirety of the Sylvis Kingdom to the north before entering the imperial city of Tiendo. The eastern path led directly to the imperial city of Tiendo, a lengthy journey of nearly 2,000 miles, highlighting the vastness of the Tiendo Empire. All right, little monsters, you have rested for 2 months. From now on, we shall accelerate our pace. Each of you must keep up with my speed, or else. Flinder's demeanor reverted to his former self. A glint of cunning in his eyes as he seized Master's arm. And with that, he sprang forward. Kakashi shook his head, deeming this approach unwise. A gradual increase in speed was far more beneficial for the body to adapt, as a sudden surge could easily lead to fatigue. Flinder, of course, would not push to his limits. Otherwise, even Kakashi might struggle to keep up. The academy's instructors, led by Zhao Wujin, followed closely beside him. While Kakashi could match Flinder's pace for a short duration, over time, it would become unsustainable. In combat, agility could compensate for a slight decrease in speed, allowing one to keep pace with an opponent's movements, which was the rationale behind Kakashi's boldness when confronting Flinder at the Soul Guide shop. The Shrek 7 exchanged glances and, without hesitation, began to run. They were unconcerned about the burden they carried, so a simple run posed no challenge. They needed no soul power. Even Oscar and Ning Rongrong could effortlessly match Flinder's current pace. Kakashi noted that the Seven's physical condition was commendable, albeit more suited for endurance, as the demanding distance of their weighted runs had conditioned them to maintain a steady pace. While explosive speed could quickly conclude a battle, endurance offered its own advantages, increasing survival chances on the battlefield. Kakashi assessed the situation. Flinder, in an attempt to save on lodging and meals, began to quicken the pace, testing the limits of the students. Kakashi, however, was unfazed. Flinder's speed without his martial spirit was something he could exceed, and since this was not Flinder's full speed, he found it quite manageable. Conversely, the Shrek 7 struggled, having to exert themselves fully to keep up. Yet, in Kakashi's eyes, this was the only commendable aspect, as it enhanced team cohesion. One might say this was rather beneficial. Had it been the obstinate Naruto and the reticent Sasuke, the initial effect might not have been so pronounced. That evening, an incident occurred. Xiao Wu requested Tang San to help her massage her legs, after which she spoke a torrent of sweet nothings, causing Kakashi to sense impending trouble between the two. He was fundamentally opposed to such relationships, believing that bonds formed in secrecy should remain steadfast and unchanging for their purity. If blood relations were involved, Kakashi would be supportive, as bloodline families often engaged in such practices to preserve their lineage's purity, seldom marrying outside their clan. Ultimately, he decided to let them navigate their own paths. Even if they crossed boundaries, it would be their concern to address. Kakashi was not indifferent, but rather aware that meddling would only complicate matters further. Having once held the position of Hokage, he understood that some things, when left alone, might find resolution. The following day, the group continued their journey. Passing through Sylvis City, Flinder resumed his cunning ways. After settling into a luxurious hotel, he, typically frugal, surprisingly booked 5 rooms and laid out an impressive spread of food and drink, revealing his intentions. It turned out he wanted them to engage in battles at the Fighting Soul Arena, where gambling was involved. Kakashi thought foolishness for a moment. Where would one find so many level 30 silver fighting souls, let alone the fact that Tang San was at the golden fighting soul level? If it were earlier, Kakashi could accept the notion of allowing Ning Rongrong's Duhan points to catch up with others as a valid reason for participating in the Duhan. Later, when he engaged in the Duhan with the Imperial Do team, it was due to a commission from the Duhan Arena, which he regarded as a task to be fulfilled. However, now, being merely a source of entertainment for the audience, driven by monetary gain, raises significant concerns about how they perceive humanity. A direct refusal could lead to complications, as he would likely be seen as a peculiar individual by the students. Therefore, it was prudent to employ some clever tactics. Kakashi momentarily excused himself and soon returned, indulging excessively in alcohol while carefully concealing his true identity from prying eyes. Although Furland found this behavior peculiar, he did not intervene. Knowing that Kakashi had little fondness for Dahan, he would not force Kakashi unless absolutely necessary. With that, they set off. Furland promptly settled the bill and inquired about the location of the Zyreway's Dahan Arena, leading the group out of the hotel. However, Kakashi, having overindulged, collapsed on the table and was escorted back to his room by Daimu Bai. After their departure from the hotel, a shadow discreetly followed them, a silver-haired man obscured by a mask, who was, in fact, the supposedly inebriated Kakashi. He decided to keep his shadow clone technique intact for the time being. After all, he had consumed too much. Yet he pondered that had he drunk less, he might have been forcibly compelled to attend. Fufu did not remain behind and was taken to the Duhan Arena as Ning Rongrong promised to treat her to a late-night snack upon their return. As Kakashi had anticipated, the Zireway's Duhan Arena lacked any high-level teams of the 30th rank, dashing Furlan's hopes. Finally, Furlan understood why Kakashi had drunk so much. Had Kakashi replaced Tang San in the arena, it would not qualify as the Golden Duhan team, as Kakashi was merely at the Copper Duhan level. Ultimately, the Duhan Arena proposed participation in a match against a team of the 40th rank, but Furlan declined, wishing to protect the students from unnecessary risks. Yet, the master readily agreed, prompting Kakashi to frown, even if it was to prepare the students for the inevitable injustices they would face in the world of soul magic. This approach was excessively extreme. Moreover, the master had selected the most ferocious team from the 40th rank, which Kakashi found utterly unacceptable. The students shuddered in apprehension. Although Oscar and Ma Hongjun understood that the master must have his reasons, they could not help but voice their complaints. Kakashi remained hidden in the shadows, quietly observing everything, unable to decipher the master's intentions. However, when the master permitted the 7 monsters to use hidden weapons, Kakashi grasped the situation. Indeed, these children were too naive, having never confronted death. Every child aspiring to become a ninja prepares mentally for the reality of taking lives, which is essential. Presently, even Japanese schools take students to morgues to experience death firsthand. Upon witnessing the fierce team, Kakashi recognized that mercy was unwarranted, for they reeked of bloodlust, clearly reveling in slaughter. The Duhan concluded with unprecedented swiftness. The 7 members of the fierce team emerged unscathed, while all others lay lifeless. Following the event, aside from Tang San, Daimu Bai, and Xiao Wu, the 7 monsters were left retching, deeply traumatized by the experience. Kakashi departed and returned to the hotel, dispelling his shadow clone and sinking into a profound slumber. Out of sympathy for the children and buoyed by Furland's profitable venture, their journey over the next few days proceeded at a moderate pace. Gradually, the Shrek's 7 monsters began to recover from the terror of taking lives, realizing that being part of Shrek Academy meant they were already exceptional. Once they comprehended this, their hearts felt less burdened. Kakashi attempted to view matters from the perspective of the 7 monsters, but found himself unable to recover for quite some time. For regardless of how malevolent the adversary, it remained a matter of life and death. Chapter 83. Trouble. Master, according to the map, we are nearing Tiendo City. Where exactly is the Tiendo Royal Academy within the city? Furland inquired while studying the map, which bore no indication of the Tiendo Royal Academy. The master glanced at Furland, responding, "If you do not know, how could I? It is quite unfortunate that you still qualify as a dean." Furland retorted with annoyance, "What do you mean by barely qualifies? I am indeed the dean. Since you are not familiar either, Wuji Xiao Xian, do you know?" Zhao Wuji chuckled ruefully. "You know we are not sole masters from formal academies, let alone from a noble establishment like the Royal Academy. I have only visited Tiendo City once or twice and have no recollection of the Royal Academy's location." The other 3 teachers nodded in agreement, signaling their inability to assist. Kakashi had previously been to this place and was aware of the Tiendo Royal Academy's location, but he needed to devise a plausible excuse to avoid being exposed. He had entered the Tiendo Royal Academy years ago when Qian Rinxue infiltrated it. He had accompanied her and had returned several times thereafter. After Qian Rinxue's infiltration, Kakashi assassinated the Tiendo Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, while Qian Rinxue took his place. Later, at Qian Rinxue's behest, he eliminated several other princes, leaving only the false crown prince and the 4th prince, Xuebong. Kakashi had previously participated in the Umbu's assassination tactical unit, employing various techniques to kill, and staging false scenes post-murder was a commonplace occurrence. The Tiendo Empire's royal family lacked any titled Douluo-level figures, while there were several sole Douluo guarding them. They were either dedicated to their vassal kingdoms or remained by the side of the Snow Knight Emperor. The only protectors near the princes were soul emperors, with soul saints also keeping watch over the royal family. This made Kakashi's assassination endeavors considerably easier. However, he did not always need to take lives directly. Some were slowly poisoned by the toxins given by Qian Renshue. Honestly, finding a suitable excuse was quite challenging. Just then, Ning Rongrong resolved the pressing issue for Furland, sparing Kakashi from further contemplation. My family's castle is not far from Tiando City. I used to visit Tiando City frequently with my clan and have been to the Tiando Royal Academy. While my direct relatives study within the sect, some collateral branches are indeed enrolled at the Royal Academy. In fact, the Tiando Royal Academy is not situated within Tiando City, but rather outside it. Much like how our Shrek Academy is located outside Swoto City. Kakashi's right eyelid, devoid of expression, slightly lifted. He indeed had some recollection, but did not see Ning Rongrong. Nevertheless, he could sense some ominous presence passing by the academy. Furland, feeling a sense of pride, remarked, "It seems the first president of the Tiando Royal Academy shares my vision. It proves that I have quite an eye for these matters." The master interjected with skepticism. "I believe that is incorrect. You did not place the academy within the city because of financial constraints." After consuming some provisions, the group resumed their journey. As night fell, under Ning Rongrong's guidance, they finally reached their destination, the Tiando Royal Academy. "Rongrong, are you certain this is the place?" Furland inquired, his voice tinged with unease. Ning Rongrong nodded, affirming yes indeed. The Tiando Royal Academy would not change its location. "I am certain this is it." Kakashi surveyed his surroundings, confirming that he was indeed in this place. Furland, perhaps, felt a similar sentiment to his own when he first arrived here. However, this was a mountain, and indeed, it mirrored his initial impressions. This mountain belonged entirely to the Tiando Royal Academy. Moreover, the forest behind and the lake at the foot of the mountain on the left also fell under the Academy's jurisdiction, and they were about to enter its domain. Casting a glance at the astonished Furland, the master spoke with a relaxed demeanor. "Nestled by the mountains and waters, it is indeed a splendid location." The other instructors nodded in agreement, expressing their admiration. Kakashi lifted his gaze, sensing something amiss, and looked around, but to no avail, leading him to furrow his brow in resignation. The scenery here was undeniably beautiful, especially at this moment when the sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of crimson. Under the glow of the western sunset, both the lake at the mountain's base and the towering peaks adorned with various flora exuded an ethereal charm. Kakashi nodded, reflecting on how the late Xue Qinghe had met his end here, deeming it a twist of fate. Kakashi's method of disposing of the body was also exceptional. The Crown Prince Xue Qinghe was reduced to gaseous form by a potent acid scattered throughout the academy. The sound of fu 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 carried a note of melancholy as it accompanied Kakashi, who had summoned it during an assassination attempt to perceive the surrounding situation. Given the unique spiritual abilities of the Baihu clan, Kakashi could sense the presence of a tidal Douluo, a feat that even a soul Douluo could scarcely achieve. However, through numerous encounters with such formidable beings, Kakashi had honed his ability to perceive their essence. This place was less than 20 kilometers from the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, with its exquisite environment. The thought of this becoming his future residence filled him and several teachers, including Zhao Wujia, with satisfaction. Along the ascent, the master exhibited unexpected exuberance, likely due to his joy, yet Kakashi found himself overwhelmed by the noise. Suddenly, Kakashi halted, crouching down to press 2 fingers gently into the ground with his left hand. The sound of fu 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 indicated the presence of individuals ahead, and the feeling it conveyed was ominous. Approximately a dozen people approached, their brazen strides unmistakable as those of spoiled aristocrats, which explained the warning from Fu. The distance was short, and they were about to cross paths, realizing that his sensory perception was still lacking. "What's wrong, Kakashi?" Tang San gestured for everyone to stop and inquired. Kakashi rose, realizing it was too late. His dull senses had betrayed him. Fu's hesitation earlier was likely due to the unsettling feeling that had prevented it from alerting Kakashi sooner. "We might be in trouble," Kakashi remarked, and just as he spoke, 10 young soul masters around 18 or 19 years of age blocked their path, though they had not summoned their martial spirits. Their pale yellow uniforms indicated they were students of the Tiando Royal Academy. "Stop! Who are you?" one of them demanded arrogantly. Firen boldly responded, "We are from Shrek Academy. Here at the invitation of your Tiando Royal Academy for an exchange. Lead the way." The lead youth scrutinized Firen and the others, a hint of disdain creeping onto his face. "You lot are just a bunch of country bumpkins come to our academy for an exchange? I de-wager your beggars from somewhere else. Scram, or we will resort to force." Kakashi recognized this individual as Bong, the only surviving son of a Knight Emperor, whose demeanor was rather peculiar. Despite Shrek's plain attire and their weary appearance from the long journey, it was evident to anyone, including this prince, that Shrek had 3 female members of notable grace. Yet, his gaze passed over them without acknowledgement, indicating something was amiss. At this moment, Xiao Wu appeared innocent and charming, concealing her fiery temperament. Ning Rongrong, despite some dust on her white dress, radiated noble elegance. And Zhu Zhuqing's striking figure and cold beauty were undeniable. If they were perceived in such a way, Shrek might indeed struggle to remain in Tiando. Earlier, Kakashi had sensed someone watching him from the shadows, his elite ninja instincts rarely failing him. If this prince had been fixated on Shrek from the outset, their tenure here would be short-lived, inevitably leading to expulsion. The leak of information was likely from Qin Ming's side, if memory served. The Tiando Royal Academy was under the influence of the Crown Prince, suggesting Shrek had become entangled in royal strife. While pondering this, Dai Mubai had already acted, delivering a kick that sent Bong sprawling while summoning his martial spirit, sending the others scattering with a few swift strikes. Kakashi sighed, initially hoping to leverage the prince's title to defuse the situation, but Dai Mubai's impulsive action escalated matters significantly. These seemingly refined youths, once so brash, now found themselves utterly defeated, their earlier bravado evaporating. Despite their numerical advantage, they had failed to coordinate an effective response against Dai Mubai. The scene resembled that of a battlefield, with many reduced to tears, utterly lacking the demeanor of soul masters. In a mocking tone, Firen remarked, "So this is the caliber of students at the Tiando Royal Academy, simply a heap of trash. I'm beginning to question whether coming here was a mistake." Zhao Wujie could only respond with a wry smile, while the master appeared mortified, having been the one to propose this visit, now embarrassed by the antics of these pampered youths. "Enough, Mubai," Firen called out. "If this continues, it won't just be a beating. Someone might end up seriously injured." Dai Mubai reluctantly ceased his assault, his eyes flashing with a sinister light as he assessed who had been knocked down. Kakashi thought to himself that if Dai Mubai were a ninja, he wouldn't tolerate such unruly subordinates. Even Naruto, though impulsive, would first attempt reason, his verbal prowess often more effective than jutsu. "You dare cause a ruckus at our Tiando Royal Academy? This is an affront to the Empire. Just wait, you'll pay for this," the lead youth threatened. Firen coldly replied, "Your hat fits well, but unfortunately, it's merely trash. Call your academy's instructor out." Kakashi was already contemplating strategy. This 4th prince had sought trouble and would undoubtedly seek reinforcements. He was well aware that the Tiando Royal Academy housed 3 sole Douluos, and to suppress them alongside Shrek's instructors, he would likely require the assistance of a particular individual. The intelligence from his spirit hall was extensive, and Kakashi had already anticipated who he would soon face. Even if that individual were the weakest title de law, he had no confidence in his ability to contend with them. Now, he needed to devise a plan. Should he use a shadow clone to summon Shinrin Shue? No, time was too tight for that. Perhaps it was best to have Shrek retreat first, head into Tiando City, and then... All right, that's the plan. At that moment, a robust voice suddenly echoed, inquiring about the commotion. A figure swiftly emerged from the shaded path on the hillside, clad in silver attire, appearing to be of similar age to Falanda. His visage resembled a polished silver plate, with prominent brows and large eyes, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of prowess. "Excellent. It is teacher's son who has arrived." The leading youth, resembling a drowning man grasping at a straw, hastened to greet him. "Teacher's son, they dared to come here and create trouble, even assaulting us. You must stand up for us." Teacher's son gazed upon the student before him, who appeared as if bereft of dignity, and frowned. "Shuepeng, what manner of behavior is this? In the presence of outsiders, he refrained from rebuking his student further, instead directing his gaze towards the group from Shrek Academy. The distinction between teacher and student was palpable. Upon locking eyes with Fulanda, Teacher Sun felt a stirring within and quickly stepped forward, slightly bowing. "Greetings, I am Sun Buyu. May I inquire what brings you to our Tiendo Academy?" He did not mention the incident involving his students being assaulted, standing with an air of composure. Fulanda, recognizing the courtesy, chose not to dwell on past grievances, and replied calmly, "We are here to seek Qinming. Just now, your students referred to us as beggars and told us to leave, which led to this altercation." "You seek Teacher Qin?" Sun Buyu's heart stirred. "Are you from the Shrek Academy of the Ballot Kingdom?" Fulanda nodded affirmatively. Sun Buyu's expression shifted to one of respect. "To have produced a genius like Teacher Qin, I hold you in high regard. Regarding the previous incident, I apologize on behalf of the Tiendo Royal Academy. Please come in." He gestured invitingly while casting a stern glance at the students of Tiendo Royal Academy, as if to say he would deal with them later. One moment, Kakashi interjected, halting the advance of the Shrek group. The team turned back, puzzled. With Fulanda being the first to ask, "Kakashi, is there a problem?" Kakashi stepped forward, cupping his hands to Sun Buyu. "The Royal Academy's invitation is greatly appreciated. Yet as the evening grows late, our attire is not fitting for such an abrupt visit. It would be more respectful to return tomorrow, properly attired." Kakashi then turned away, denying Sun Buyu the opportunity to respond, urging his companions to depart. "It is already too late. To intrude now would be disrespectful. We shall head to Tiendo City first." At this, the Shrek group fell into a momentary daze, uncertain of Kakashi's intentions. "Kakashi, what are you doing?" The master frowned, finding Kakashi's behavior peculiar. The students echoed their confusion, not comprehending Kakashi's motives. Shui Peng, opening his mouth to speak, hesitated, as his thoughts were of a plea for retention. Had Shrek advanced immediately, he would have informed Prince Xueshing to bring that individual directly to the academy, expelling the Shrek group. Now if Shrek withdrew, Sun Buyu would undoubtedly report to the academy's higher-ups, potentially inciting the Crown Prince or even the Snow Knight Emperor, thus derailing his plans. Fortunately, he had a backup. "Please, wait." Figures emerged from a distance, all teachers from Tiendo Royal Academy. Upon understanding the situation, they stepped forward, inviting the Shrek group into the academy. This was Shui Peng's contingency plan. Even without Sun Buyu's presence, these individuals would have emerged one by one. Should he prepare two strategies? First, if Shrek retaliated, a mediator like Sun Buyu would appear, allowing them entry while he summoned Prince Xueshing. Second, if Shrek's side proved sufficiently resolute and left, a crowd would arrive to plead for their stay, ensuring Shrek would fall into his trap regardless. All these individuals were Shui Peng's confidants, embedded in the Royal Academy through the influence of his uncle, Prince Xueshing, to monitor the Academy's movements. After Qin Ming's return, he had acquired relevant intelligence, investing considerable effort to arrange this. With so many teachers imploring them to stay, Fulanda could hardly refuse, and even Kakashi found it challenging. For to decline would cast them in the light of disrespect towards Tiendo Royal Academy. With no other recourse available, they could only confront the situation head-on, hoping Fulanda and the other teachers would exhibit the courage to face a titled Douluo. Thus, the Shrek group, under the guidance of Teacher Sun and the other educators, embarked on their ascent toward the academy nestled within the mountains. Once they departed, Shui Peng's haughty demeanor melded with the surrounding inept students as he sought out his uncle, Prince Xueshing. Breathing in the fresh air, the group felt as though they had entered a verdant realm, with Tang San experiencing it most profoundly. The essence of his Xian Tian Gong intertwined with the aura of his martial soul, Lan Yin Chao, pulsating vibrantly amidst the lushness of the mountains. Although a similar sensation had been felt when they first entered the Stardow Forest, it was far more pronounced now. Tang San understood that this was due to his recent breakthrough beyond the 30th level. After surpassing the 30th level, Soul Masters develop a heightened sensitivity to energies akin to their own attributes. Tang San's martial soul, Lan Yin Chao, being of the plant variety, naturally thrived in this botanical environment. One of the pivotal reasons the Master decided to bring the Shrek 7 to Tiendo Royal Academy was due to its status as a prestigious institution founded for the imperial family of the Tiando Empire, equipped with unparalleled facilities. While external conditions are not the sole determinants of a soul master's training, they serve as invaluable support. Among these, the most significant is the simulated training for various attribute soul masters. For instance, environments dense with forests or plants are ideal for cultivating Tang San's plant-based martial soul. Conversely, the atmosphere of a kitchen and a dining hall is well suited for Oscar's food-based martial soul. Beast soul masters, too, align themselves with animals akin to their martial souls. Kakashi shook his head, uncertain whether Shrek would be permitted to remain. If they dared to push their luck, there was still hope. But if Fulanda and the other educators lacked the fortitude to confront a title Douluo, their prospects would be bleak. Along the path, Sun Biyu and the other teachers elaborated on the academy's interior environment to Fulanda and his leading instructors. Ultimately, they entered the main teaching area, where Sun Biyu led the Shrek group to a reception room before departing to locate Qin Ming. Others likewise claimed to have matters to attend to, each withdrawing. In Chapter 85 of Tiando Royal Academy, Fulanda inquired of the other teachers, excluding Kakashi, "What do you think of this place?" The Soul Master Xiao X, with a smile, replied, "It is splendid, exceeding my expectations. I particularly enjoy the air here." Zhao Wujing remarked, "The Master's recommendation is indeed commendable. Although the students are somewhat lacking, this place serves as a fine option for retirement, conveniently close to Tiando City." Fulanda chuckled. "It seems we are truly destined to retire here." Kakashi began to pour cold water on the situation, stating, "If you wish to stay, be prepared for a fierce battle. Otherwise, we will be expelled from here." The master inquired, puzzled by Kakashi's unusual demeanor, as he had always been mysterious, yet never acted without purpose. The root of the issue lay in Mo Bai's impulsiveness. He rushed into attack without a second thought. Kakashi advised, "Prepare yourself mentally, otherwise, it will be too late to react later." Before long, accompanied by hurried footsteps, Qin Ming entered with a beaming expression. "Dean Flandra, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival," he exclaimed, promptly bowing to Flandra and several teachers from Shrek Academy. Flandra helped him up, smiling. "No need for such formalities. After all, we will be following you from now on. Have you made the necessary arrangements?" At this point, Flandra refrained from questioning Kakashi further. It was better to observe the situation first. Qin Ming nodded eagerly, assuring, "Rest assured, Dean. I have everything arranged. I have already informed the higher-ups at the Tiando Academy, and they are very welcoming of your presence. Although they are somewhat skeptical about the strength of the younger generation, the Royal Combat Team has proven their capabilities, so everything is in order. How about this? Since you all have traveled a long way, take some time to rest today. I will arrange accommodations for you, and tomorrow I will introduce you to the Academy's higher-ups to finalize everything." Qin Ming's arrangements pleased Flandra greatly. He promptly led them to a courtyard in the western section of the main campus of the Tiando Royal Academy. The area was impeccably tidy, with each individual having a separate room and a communal reception area, all furnished with brand-new amenities. The courtyard resembled a self-contained entity, boasting far superior conditions compared to Shrek Academy. However, the expressions of the group remained somber, largely due to Kakashi's earlier remarks, which weighed heavily on their hearts. After navigating Qin Ming's warm hospitality and indulging in a sumptuous welcome dinner, the Shrek team prepared to retire to their respective rooms. Upon stepping outside, they gazed at the full moon hanging in the starry sky, and the master queried, "Kakashi, could it be that you are overthinking things?" The others turned to Kakashi as well, their earlier enthusiasm dampened by his ominous words, yet nothing had transpired thus far. "We are now trapped within this academy. We cannot go anywhere and must quietly await the arrival of tomorrow," Kakashi replied. Although he partook in the feast, his focus was solely on replenishing his energy, unlike Flandra and the others who were reveling in the festivities. "If we do not confront a title Douluo, we should consider when to make our exit," Kakashi concluded, turning to depart, leaving the others with his retreating figure. The group understood that they were indeed trapped here. Having come this far, suggesting an exit would be highly irregular. It could incite trouble from those with ulterior motives, leading to more severe consequences. Discreetly leaving was impractical, as the area was teeming with students from the Tiando Royal Academy. And there might be surveillance in place, meaning that even if they were not caught on the spot, they could easily be branded as conspirators. Moreover, upon Kakashi's mention of title Douluo, they grasped the gravity of their impending challenges. When they had encountered the vice-captain of the Royal Combat Team, Douluo, the Master, Flandre, and the others had immediately thought of that individual. Now that they were here, although they were unsure of Kakashi's sources of information regarding the prince's backing by Douluo, it was prudent to prepare for the worst. However, they were adept at self-deception in order to secure a good night's sleep. They consoled themselves with thoughts that perhaps Kakashi was merely overthinking, and that Douluo could be an honorable man. After all, how could a title Douluo support such a scoundrel? Amidst this blend of reassurance and anxiety, everyone except Kakashi enjoyed a restful night. The following morning, as Tang San completed his training with the purple extreme magic eye, Qin Ming arrived, accompanied by a chef hired by the academy bearing a steaming breakfast. They engaged in a lengthy conversation before concluding. As the Shrek Academy members rose in succession, Qin Ming provided a brief overview of the personnel structure at Tiando Royal Academy during breakfast. Kakashi listened quietly. Terms like heavenly rank were lost on him, as he was unversed in the training of soul masters and the nuances of soul beasts. His expertise lay solely in understanding the characteristics of soul masters' martial spirits. Do you truly not need to utilize my chakra? The Nine-Tails inquired, its voice deep and hoarse. Throughout the night, the Nine-Tails had been urging Kakashi to harness its chakra to confront Douluo, eager to comprehend the true might of a title Douluo. No, that won't be necessary, Kakashi replied firmly, as he had his own plans. Confronting Douluo was inevitable, but the actual engagement would depend on Flandre and the others. If they disagreed, Kakashi had no means to proceed. Very well, you have your own ideas, and they're surely correct, the Nine-Tails conceded. As it regarded Kakashi as an exemplary ninja, Qin Ming, lead the way. Let us meet the 3 esteemed members of the committee, Flandre instructed. Certainly, Qin Ming replied promptly. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy's committee, the 3 elderly figures were already awaiting their arrival. Although they merely stood there, they exuded an extraordinary presence, as if they were the very core of the Tiando Royal Academy, if not the entire institution. Their gentle smiles could not conceal the unique aura of strength that surrounded them. Clad in black robes adorned with golden thread and embroidered with peculiar patterns. These robes were not exclusive to them, but were ceremonial garments issued by the Spirit Hall for soul masters of level 80 and above possessing the title of Soul Douluo, symbolizing their esteemed status, second only to the red robes of title Douluo. Kakashi's unseeing right eyelid flickered slightly. He mused. The higher-ups of this academy truly regard Shrek with high esteem, donning such formal attire for this solemn reception. Noticing the significance with which they treated his side, Flandre swiftly approached to pay his respects, and the 3 committee members warmly welcomed him. Subsequently, the central figure introduced himself as Dream Shinji, Martial Spirit, Black Demon, and proceeded to introduce Tianxing Lu Bai Bao and Tianqing Tang Jiling. Thus, events unfolded gradually. This chapter may be brief, and it was posted a bit late. I initially intended to return home in the morning and post while traveling, but I was delayed while purchasing medicine for my grandmother. Chapter 86. Opportunity. One of the 3 committee members, Jiling the Soul Douluo, seemed particularly intrigued by Tang San, who also belonged to the control system, and personally initiated a test of Tang San's abilities. At that moment, the Nine-Tails spoke once more. Kakashi, an extraordinary aura, is approaching us. I will ask you once more, do you wish to utilize my chakra? Kakashi was startled. The Nine-Tails' perception was astoundingly acute. He and Fu had yet to sense anything, while the Nine-Tails, despite being sealed, possessed such formidable awareness. Observing Tang San struggling under Jiling's scrutiny, Kakashi felt indifferent. This was merely a minor skirmish. Until one grows, all efforts are futile. Even the most talented individuals are of little use. Just like now, if Kakashi were to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan and engage in a one-on-one battle with Douluo, how would the outcome unfold? However, this is not a fairy tale, and such fortunate events are seldom realized. Kakashi, at present, is unable to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, unless he were to tragically eliminate a comrade to ensure the survival of many others. Yet, this thought was immediately dispelled by a self-deprecating smile, as he reflected on the absurdity of such an idea. No, there was no necessity for that. This was not a life-or-death struggle, and losing was simply part of the game. Kakashi observed Tang San, who was exuding the formidable aura of a soul Douluo, without a flicker of disturbance in his heart. Although the energy within Tang San resembled soul power, its deliberate circulation imparted a unique quality to it. While the intensity remained relatively unchanged, the control had significantly improved. Though he could not directly perceive the pressure, Kakashi could sense the emotions reflected in the eyes of the three elderly men. Fufu had been resting on Kakashi's shoulder. Initially, the invisible pressure from the soul Douluo had made it uncomfortable, but it had gradually acclimatized to the situation. Kakashi mused that if his conjecture was accurate, Tang San was currently bearing soul power that surpassed his original level. Generally, a soul master would reveal their martial soul by now, yet Tang San remained unresponsive, not exhibiting any sign of his martial soul. It seemed that, in terms of soul power, Tang San surpassed him. With a flicker of blue light, blue-silver grass surged forth from Tang San's palm like blooming flowers, swirling through the air to form a colossal cage enveloping his body. The azure and violet radiance erupted brilliantly, with all the blue-silver grass swaying in the air, each movement creating a unique sensation, as if the very air were dancing in harmony with it. Under the immense pressure, Tang San could no longer endure and released the blue-silver grass for protection. Gradually, Kakashi sensed something amiss. Although he could not directly withstand the soul power emanating from Tang San, he could vaguely feel the heaviness in the air. He could also discern that the pressure exerted by the Tianqing Tung Jilin soul Douluo on Tang San seemed to be gradually dissipating with the emergence of blue-silver grass. This was a surprise not only for Jilin and his two companions, but also for Kakashi, who prided himself on understanding Tang San better than anyone else. The child exhibited an astonishing array of miraculous abilities. The astonishment on the faces of the three soul Douluo gradually transformed into delight. The technique of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds was commonly employed by Tang San in his previous life. However, in Kakashi's world, such concepts did not exist. Instead, there was only the notion of cushioning. First, he would use cushioning to alleviate pressure and then shift the trajectory to deflect the soul power aside. Tang San was quite ingenious. Nevertheless, this method could not be sustained for long, as Tang San's skin began to flush, and the pressure escalated to the level of a 45th ranked soul power. Kakashi felt compelled to advise Tang San that this level was sufficient and that he should not overexert himself, lest he suffer consequences like himself. However, glancing at the leisurely master sipping tea and then at the increasingly strained blue silvergrass, Kakashi held his tongue. Suddenly, the blue silvergrass surrounding Tang San erupted, and his entire body trembled. He finally reappeared before everyone. Yet, when they beheld him, all were taken aback. Even Kakashi furrowed his brow. At that moment, Tang San's physique appeared to have swelled, and behind him, the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances had been unleashed, shimmering with a violet brilliance as if fluttering like wings. The spider web-like patterns reappeared on Tang San's forehead, now markedly clearer. His expression was serene, as a layer of white mist enveloped him, inhaled through his nose and exhaled from his mouth. The 3 soul Douluo from the Tiando Royal Academy gasped in unison, prompting Jilin to immediately cease the pressure he was exerting on Tang San. At the tip of the 8 spider lances, a hint of white began to manifest, emanating from within the lance itself, while Tang San's body remained unchanged, continually inhaling and exhaling the white mist. Thanks to Jilin Soul Douluo's assistance, the master stood up with a smile and bowed respectfully to Jilin. Jilin appeared momentarily stunned. What assistance? Kakashi felt a weight lift from his heart. It turned out the master had harbored intentions all along, which explained his calm demeanor. Ever since Tang San acquired the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. His strength had notably increased, yet he had struggled to truly integrate with it. Under the pressure exerted by Jilin Soul Douluo, it seemed that this time he was finally merging with his external soul bone, rendering it a part of him rather than an external entity. This was indeed a fortuitous event. However, having foreseen the arrival of a significant personage, it was likely that they would not remain here. And it was unexpected that Tang San would reveal his external soul bone. Was the master determined to engage in battle? The 3 Soul Douluo were greatly astonished by Tang San's talent and resolved to retain Shrek Academy, fully aware that such a prodigy would not remain insignificant and would undoubtedly achieve great accomplishments in the future. Fufu suddenly curled tightly around Kakashi's neck, trembling. Kakashi recognized that someone was already outside, as he could sense it himself. Fufu's perceptive abilities complemented his own. Fufu could sense individuals beneath the title Douluo, while Kakashi could only perceive the title Douluo. However, both had the peculiarity that if the other deliberately concealed their presence, they would be unable to detect it. Nonetheless, who would constantly remain on edge and suppress all their energy while strolling down the street. Transitioning into chakra mode, Kakashi prepared for the impending confrontation. Everything had been set in motion. Now it was merely a matter of waiting to see whether they would stand and fight or retreat. The Tiendo Royal Academy, led by Meng Shinji, was naturally in discussions with Flandra from Shrek Academy. Thanks to the favorable conditions presented by Meng Shinji, their dialogue had become increasingly harmonious, as if they were long-lost acquaintances. The Black Demon Soul, Douluo Meng Shinji, sought Qin Ming's assistance in arranging for Shrek's inclusion, and Qin Ming readily agreed. Kakashi felt a small stone settle in his heart. After all, a ninja should maintain a low profile and refrain from disclosing his capability to unleash large-scale fire attacks. Yet, immediately afterward, the weighty stone in his heart swelled once more. The voice of Meng Shinji, who had yet to arrive, echoed from outside. His voice was resounding and confident, yet carried an air of superiority, lacking any semblance of humility or courtesy. Kakashi recognized it as that of Dai Mubai's uncle, Prince Xuesheng, brother of the Tiendo Snow Knight Emperor, whom he had secretly monitored in the past. He had been assigned to report immediately upon discovering that this individual was not as overbearing as anticipated and to devise a plan for his elimination. Prince Xuesheng's demeanor before others was that of a bully towards the weak, and he would likely adopt a harsh stance soon. Kakashi decided to observe his eloquence. Should he act irrationally and attempt to expel them, Kakashi would seize the opportunity to counter him. Upon returning to my hometown, I found myself persistently interrupted by my 2 younger sisters, leaving me uncertain if I could manage 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 87, Tension Mounts. Soon, 3 individuals entered from outside. Among them was a young man previously encountered by the Shrek Academy members, the same individual who was kicked away by Dai Mubai yesterday at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the young man stood to the left, his demeanor radiating arrogance, with an unmistakable glint of hatred in his eyes. Walking in the center was an elderly gentleman adorned in opulent robes. His attire, a magnificent yellow garment embroidered with intricate floral patterns, was impeccably arranged. His hair, a mix of white and gray, was neatly combed back, and although he was of average height with a slightly portly physique, his countenance was dignified. The scene had long been anticipated by the members of Shrek, or rather, it was Kakashi who had foreseen it and subsequently informed the others. The elderly gentleman's eyes appeared somewhat diminutive, detracting from the overall impression of his features. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he displayed no hint of deference even in the presence of 3 Soul Douluo committee members, instead exuding an air of superiority. To the right of the elderly gentleman stood another elder, distinct in appearance, being tall and slender, resembling a javelin. His hair and beard were an unusual shade of emerald green, and his eyes sparkled like emeralds. The man emanated an ethereal presence, his movements almost imperceptible, yet he remained closely aligned with the elderly gentleman. His expression was entirely devoid of emotion, his cheeks sunken, and his disheveled green hair added to his peculiar appearance. Clad in a simple gray robe, he starkly contrasted with the opulent figure beside him. Though he emitted no discernible aura, It was evident that he was the formidable ally summoned by the fourth prince, Shui Peng, the grandfather of the poison control system's Dugu Yin, known as the Poison Douluo Dugu Bo. Your Highness, what brings you here? Meng Shinji approached with a bow, while discreetly observing Dugu Bo, as they were still unaware of the incident involving Shrek. Kakashi gently lifted Fu Fu from his shoulder, cradling her against his chest. The creature trembled increasingly in the presence of a titled Douluo. Meng Shinji stepped forward to negotiate, eager to ascertain the situation. Especially since the arrival of Prince Shuexing was remarkably coincidental, and his words bore a hint of disdain, evidently dismissive of Meng Shinji's status. Given their standing in the realm of soul masters, even a royal prince should not behave so rudely. However, they chose to endure it. For Prince Shuexing was the one overseeing this academy. Dugu Bo kept his hands hidden within his robe sleeves, entering the committee hall with his eyes closed, not once glancing at the assembled crowd. Nevertheless, the members of Shrek recognized his qualifications, evident from his nine-ringed spirit power. Now, Zhao Wujia and the others placed their hopes on the master and Flender, trusting that the master would make the proper decision. Though it was ultimately Flender's prerogative to agree or disagree. Meng Shinji introduced Shrek to Shuexing, only to be met with disdainful remarks that ignited their ire. It seems Shrek Academy is unfamiliar to me. It must be an inconsequential institution, he remarked sharply. Upon hearing these words, the Shrek members immediately frowned, their expressions darkening. Although they had anticipated such disparagement from this individual, they had not expected such brazen insolence, as he essentially labeled them as unworthy charlatans. Simultaneously, he subtly mocked the three-souled Douluo, revealing a clear intent to provoke discord. Meng Shinji's expression shifted as he furrowed his brow, elaborating on Shrek's credentials and presenting Qin Ming as a living testament, hoping to prompt Shuexing to temper his words. Upon learning that Qin Ming hailed from Shrek Academy, Shuexing's demeanor softened slightly as he directed his gaze towards Flender. Meng Shinji, according to the Academy's regulations, hiring teachers should involve an assessment, correct? I wonder how these individuals. He swiftly bypassed a series of questions, delving into the crux of the matter by insisting on witnessing the strength of Flender and his colleagues. You must demonstrate to me that you are indeed capable talents. The dialogue shifted toward the main topic. Had they been unaware of Dugu Bo's presence, Flender might have boldly queried, "Very well, Your Highness, how do you wish us to prove ourselves?" However, knowing of his involvement, anyone who dared to provoke him would be deemed foolish, as the initiative would undoubtedly lie with Shuexing. Flender, with a cunning smile, exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us showcase our martial spirits for His Highness to witness our capabilities as educators." Several teachers complied, with the exception of Kakashi. 31 soul rings emerged, the overwhelming pressure transforming the atmosphere within the room into one of palpable tension. The formidable presence of a 63rd level dragon pattern staff soul emperor, Li Yusong, a 66th level star Luo Chess soul emperor, Lu Chi Bean, a 71st level candy bean soul saint, Xiao Xan, a 76th level mighty king Kong bear soul saint, Zhao Wujia, and a 78th level cat eagle soul saint, Flender, was unmistakable. The three instructors promptly retreated, shielding the Shrek students and Kakashi behind them, releasing their auras in defense. Although Shuexing was an imperial prince with considerable strength, he trembled in the presence of 2 soul emperors and 3 soul saints. At that moment, Dugu Bo made his move, emitting a low snort, and a wave of formidable energy enveloped Prince Shuexing. A brilliant green light erupted from him, and a series of ethereal rings ascended from beneath his feet, while his own form remained unchanged. 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, swirled upward, the oppressive force rebounding instantly, causing the Shrek instructors to stagger back several paces before regaining their footing. The might of a tidal Douluo was not easily withstood, rendering numerical advantage futile. The 3 soul Douluo's expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that Prince Shuexing could summon a tidal Douluo merely to assert dominance. Meng Shinji stepped forward, his voice cold. "Prince Shuexing, what is the meaning of this?" With Du Gubo's intervention, Xing's expression improved significantly. Clearing his throat, he replied nonchalantly, "I merely wish to ascertain whether these individuals possess the requisite talents to teach at my royal academy." Meng Xinji instantly grasped Xing's intent. This was a blatant attempt to dismiss them. Is this not sufficient? 2 high-ranking soul saints, a food system soul saint, and 2 soul emperors. Surely that is adequate? He retorted, suppressing his anger. In truth, Xing was somewhat flustered. His initial expectation was that Flinder would falter and directly inquire about passing the assessment, thus falling into his trap, allowing him to expel them. However, Flinder proved to be unexpectedly formidable, revealing an impressive level of soul power that exceeded his calculations. Flinder, at 78th level, was still in his 50s. It would not be long before he reached the level of the 3 instructors. If he were to expel them now, the consequences would be dire. Yet, retreating was no longer an option. They could not afford to let these individuals remain. With this thought, he resolved to proceed with his plan. "If you can, Prince Xing began, but Flinder adeptly interjected, interrupting him. "Your Highness, we have evidently passed the evaluation of our strength. Thus we can naturally remain here. Or is it that Fei Lan has set his sights on Xing? Or perhaps your Highness finds us intolerable and wishes to complicate matters." Such words effectively seal the fate of Prince Xing's next actions. Should he dare to continue speaking, he would be branded with the sin of jealousy towards the worthy. Initially hesitant due to Fei Lan's display of prowess, Xing now finds himself unable to bear the escalating situation, which has exceeded his capacity to manage. The imposing figure of Du Gubo, standing behind Xing, let out a cold snort, releasing a tremendous pressure that surged toward Shrek. "Let us 3 old fellows witness your poison." Tianxing Lu Sol Douluo by Bao Shan and Tianxing Tung Sol Douluo Ji Lin positioned themselves behind Meng Xinji and simultaneously unleashed their formidable auras. In an instant, Meng Xinji's form became illusory, transforming into a shadowy silhouette as dark mist enveloped him. 8 soul rings of 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black pulsated into existence. The trio steadfastly resisted Du Gubo's oppressive force, leaving the onlookers astonished. What could have possessed Du Gubo, a dignified title Douluo, to play the villain for Prince Xing? The nature of their relationship was of little consequence now. What mattered was that Du Gubo was determined to act and expel Shrek from this place. With 3 soul Douluo and 3 soul saints alongside Qin Ming, who also commanded 3 soul emperors, as well as Kakashi, who had previously engaged with title Douluo on numerous occasions, the question remained, should they fight or not? In truth, the rhetoric employed by Fei Lan today was imparted by the master. He had contemplated throughout the night, rehearsing how the prince might target Shrek, and indeed, he had been correct in sealing the prince's speech. However, he could never have anticipated that a title Douluo would be willing to assist him, even at the cost of becoming a villain. Fei Lan's performance exceeded Xing's expectations, while Du Gubo's actions surpassed those of all present. At this moment, Kakashi sensed something amiss behind him. He hesitated to turn around, driven by an instinct that warned him turning would result in the immediate loss of a companion, causing his body to stiffen. If memory served correctly, after Poison Douluo entered, Xiao Wu had retreated to the back. Could she be in trouble? Note, for readers who may have forgotten the plot, at this moment, Xiao Wu does not possess the CC Duan Chong Hong, rendering her unable to stabilize her state before a title Douluo, making it easier for him to detect her. If Kakashi were to turn around, he would notice Xiao Wu's peculiar state. Should he inquire about her well-being, all attention would be drawn to her, resulting in the loss of her as a teammate. Therefore, the moment Kakashi turns, he would instinctively ask that question, as it is a natural human reaction, uncontrollable. Thus, turning would lead to the immediate loss of a companion. With the intuition that turning would result in losing a teammate, Kakashi instinctively attributed this pressure to Du Gubo. He felt that any misstep could lead to Du Gubo striking, leaving him unable to provide aid and resulting in the loss of a companion. The records of the Spirit Hall indicate that this Poison Douluo is notoriously ruthless, adept at employing extensive poison. Once engaged, he shows no mercy. having even caused the demise of his own kin due to this poison. The master stepped back until he stood between Kakashi and Tang San, quietly speaking to both. Are you ready? We have been prepared. Kakashi had previously entrusted Fu Fu to Ning Rong Rong, ensuring her safety. And now he could devote himself entirely to the matter at hand. Although the antidote materials were not yet complete, a certain degree of toxicity could still be mitigated. This was Tang San's response. As long as sufficient materials were available, he was unconcerned about the toxicity. Indeed, the master advanced, taking over from Meng Xinji and the others who were engaged in negotiations, and inquired, I presume you are the esteemed Poison Douluo, Mr. Douluo? Indeed, I am Douluo Bo. Since you are aware of my name, why do you not leave? Douluo Bo's demeanor was not merely assertive. As a titled Douluo, he possessed ample qualifications. The master remained composed, knowing that the Shrek instructors behind him were formidable and possessed excellent quality martial spirits, thus had no need for concern. The students behind them were also of no consequence. Should a confrontation occur, it was evident that the venue was inadequate, and they must exit, allowing the students to remain behind. With Kakashi's flames and Tang San's antidote techniques, much of Douluo Bo's poison would likely prove ineffective. In terms of strength, their side's formation was not inferior to that of their adversaries. The master, well-versed in the ways of the world, recognized that although Douluo Bo was renowned for his unparalleled poison, his own strength was reliant on that poison. Without its efficacy, a sole Douluo could likely contend with him. We do not intend to leave. I have long heard of the illustrious Poison Douluo's reputation, and today I wish to experience it firsthand. The master stated calmly, swiftly following with, however, the space here is rather confined, making it difficult to unleash our full potential. Should a battle ensue, I fear your companions may also be affected. Let us proceed outside. The master spoke these two statements in quick succession, mindful of the possibility that Douluo Bo might resort to lethal measures. Ha ha ha. Douluo Bo laughed heartily several times, saying, Good. It has been quite some time since I have engaged in a scuffle. Today, I shall entertain you. With that, he turned and strode toward the exit, with the others following closely behind. Grandfather. After walking a short distance, a charming young girl dashed toward the resplendent Douluo Bo. The previously cold expression of Douluo Bo softened upon seeing her, as he embraced the girl with a hearty laugh. Yin Yin, splendid, your strength has improved once more. This girl, recognized by the Shrek 7 monsters, was none other than Douluo Yin, the control-type soul master who had previously battled them at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Upon seeing Douluo Yin leap into her grandfather's arms, she naturally spotted them as well. When her gaze fell upon Tang San, her expression noticeably altered, as she whispered something in her grandfather's ear while clinging to his neck. Douluo Bo held her close as they continued walking. The academy possessed a dedicated training ground for students and teachers to engage in sparring. The other instructors at Shrek remained silent, having joined the academy to escape regulation. They were once rebellious figures themselves, more than willing to risk their necks at a brother's command. The training ground typically saw little traffic, as instructors were ranked by level, each possessing distinct strengths, while the students ranged from inept to prodigious, rendering comparison futile. Douluo Bo leaned down to speak with Douluo Yin, who responded with a cheerful laugh before taking her place in the audience, quietly observing the proceedings. Come, Douluo Bo declared with fervor, though outnumbered. His absolute strength was undeniable. That young man, Douluo Bo pointed at Tang San. I've heard you have dispelled my granddaughter's poison. This time, I shall take you along. Hearing this, the three committee members were momentarily taken aback, partly due to Tang San's poison-clearing capability, and partly because Douluo Bo had chosen to involve such a junior in the fray. Very well, Tang San readily acquiesced, eager for the challenge. The three Soul Douluo committee members exchanged glances, but Fei Landa's gaze provided them reassurance. Fear not, then let us commence. Tang San, Kakashi, Fei Lanze, and the esteemed Shrek teachers, along with the three committee members and Qin Ming, formed a rather intimidating ensemble. Upon seeing the addition of the 17-year-old Kakashi to their ranks, Douluo Bo frowned slightly but refrained from further comment, deeming it a matter of the enemy. Xiao San, let us proceed, Kakashi declared as he stepped forward. The dream deity could not contain a chuckle. How could two individuals of merely level 30 hope to contend with Douluo? There was a reason Kakashi only chose to fight alongside Tang San. He had observed numerous battles between soul masters, which often devolved into mere brute force, lacking in finesse. Moreover, the variety of personal skills was quite limited, and each type of soul master possessed a corresponding soul skill that was readily apparent in their attack methods. Tang San did not advance, but instead stepped back. Addressing Fei Londa and the three committee members, we need only to observe quietly. He will draw the enemy in, allowing us to analyze Douluo's attack patterns. This is his intent. The dream deity was incredulous. How could a soul master of over 30 levels possess the audacity to face a titled Douluo? Kakashi did not wish to withhold their power, but this situation differed greatly from his encounter with Zhao Wuji. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to inquire about soul skills. Relying solely on their martial souls for a battle strategy was too vague and ineffective. "Oh, they have sent you, this little one, to face Douluo," came the surprised remark, realizing that only Kakashi had been dispatched. They were not ordinary individuals. Through sensing the fluctuations of soul power, they could discern the levels of others' abilities. "Enough chatter. Let us commence," Kakashi declared as he swept his headband aside, revealing his crimson left eye. This was not a typical opponent. He had to give his all, and his Sharingan could no longer be concealed. How swift was the reaction of the spectators witnessing the unfolding battle. The prowess of a titled Douluo was formidable, even if Douluo was a control type. His speed was akin to that of a soul emperor, discernible only to those of comparable strength. However, in the presence of Kakashi, who wielded the Sharingan, this was inconsequential. The audience's exclamation of swiftness was not in reference to Douluo, but rather an assessment of Kakashi's abilities. Within the realm of the Sharingan, all motion was decelerated, and Kakashi's own overwhelming speed became manageable. How is it possible that this boy has yet to unleash his martial soul? Kakashi's vigilance heightened as he perceived an unusual presence in the surrounding air. It became evident that the toxic prowess of Douluo was enhanced by soul power. The Sharingan could only perceive the flow of chakra and soul power, and the presence of an additional element in the air indicated that Douluo's poison could potentially be evaded by Kakashi. The quality and quantity of these two chapters have diminished. I apologize to everyone, and I shall endeavor to make amends with additional updates in the future. Chapter 89. The Assistance of the Nine Tails. Strategy unveiled. How could this boy evade the poison I dispersed in the air? Douluo was taken aback. Regarding Kakashi with newfound respect, is the speed of a titled Douluo limited to this? Kakashi taunted, noting that compared to Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo, Douluo's movements were exceedingly sluggish. As I suspected, just as Xiao San mentioned, Kakashi mused. After their emergence, Tang San discreetly informed Kakashi that while Douluo's poison was formidable, it exacted a toll on his own physical condition, resulting in a significant decrease in his stamina. Presently, Kakashi's speed not only matched Douluo's, but even surpassed it. Douluo emitted a disdainful snort and expelled a plume of green toxic mist, retreating swiftly. He was now genuinely concerned about Kakashi, opting not to employ his less proficient hand-to-hand combat techniques. Yet, Kakashi would not grant him such an opportunity. Allowing him to retreat unscathed would not align with the principles of a ninja's combat style. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fireball, exceeding 2 meters in diameter, swiftly engulfed the toxic mist and surged toward Douluo. However, such a level of fire release would prove ineffective against someone of Douluo's caliber. Merely a trivial technique, Douluo scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at the flames. With a mere wave of his hand, he dissipated the overwhelming fireball with his vast soul power. Fire naturally countered poison. Douluo's direct assault of toxins was visible, and Kakashi could utilize fire release. The speed at which the poison spread through the air was too slow for him to evade. Thus, such trivial maneuvers were of no consequence to him, much like the ineffectiveness of ordinary fire release against Douluo. At that moment, Douluo was engaged in contemplation, pondering the best method to secure victory. Kakashi had retreated after his attack, no longer approaching. For Douluo's immense soul power indicated that the title Douluo differed from the shadowy figures he had previously encountered. The soul power attacks were exceedingly challenging to counter. Kakashi concluded that had he engaged in close combat with Douluo earlier, he would have undoubtedly faced defeat. It seemed the only course of action was to harass from a distance and seek an opportunity. However, Douluo was yet to reach a resolution, grappling with the dilemma. If he were to employ his final soul skills directly, the reputation of the formidable Poison Douluo being thwarted by a mere level 30 soul master, who had yet to summon his martial soul, would be utterly humiliating. How could this boy's life be worth my dignity? He speculated that common poisons would likely be incinerated by fire, rendering them ineffective. Thus, it was prudent to observe how this boy would proceed. Kakashi remained cautious, unwilling to act recklessly against such an opponent, wary of leaving even a slight opening for him to exploit. Meanwhile, Douluo continued to deliberate. Should he eliminate him swiftly, or time pass slowly? No, wait. After a prolonged interval, Douluo finally reacted. Enough of this. I must end him. If this continues, I will be branded as the Poison Douluo who is helpless against a soul master. Here it comes. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, recognizing that a significant offensive was imminent. Douluo's sixth soul ring illuminated, and a torrent of emerald light erupted from his mouth, traveling at remarkable speed, imbued with seemingly potent toxicity. This was Douluo's second most powerful poison-based soul skill, a form of energy attack. However, it failed to strike its target. Kakashi evaded the attack, surprising everyone. Despite its swiftness, it should not have been so easily dodged. This was the collective thought of all present. Yet, Kakashi regarded this Poison Douluo with derision. What did it matter if he was of a higher level if he lacked understanding of his opponent? Such foolishness wasted years of cultivation. The body flicker technique, while not a spatial movement, functioned similarly to Xiao Wu's instantaneous teleportation, allowing one to appear in another location. However, if trapped within a barrier, Kakashi would be rendered helpless, whereas Xiao Wu could escape using her space-infused teleportation. Douluo's sixth soul skill collided with the celestial star furnace of Bai Baoshan, one of the three committee members. Although the attack was formidable, it was insufficient against a purely defensive soul Douluo, as Douluo's poison lacked the necessary offensive power. Despite the disparity in soul power, Bai Baoshan managed to withstand the assault, being a defensive soul Douluo. Meanwhile, the accompanying toxicity was neutralized by Tang San's intervention. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Having evaded one attack, Kakashi swiftly unleashed a large fire technique, preparing for the forthcoming assault. As he had gained a general understanding of Douluo's offensive strategies, Douluo experienced a slight headache. The flames were exceedingly troublesome, and the poisonous mist proved utterly ineffective, as would be the case with venomous attacks. Should he unleash his ninth spirit skill directly, it was quite possible that everyone in this vicinity would perish, rendering the Tiando Royal Academy unnecessary. To manifest his martial soul's true form, that would be preposterous. To employ such a tactic against a junior was an excessive display of power. Confronted with the extensive fire release, Douluo remained motionless, his formidable protective soul power repelling the flames, preventing any advance. Ordinary spiritual power could not keep pace with Kakashi's speed. The three committee members, possessing spirit Douluo-level spiritual power, were dispersed across the battlefield, capable of sensing the full range of movements. Yet they could not maintain a lock on Kakashi due to his remarkable swiftness. Douluo harbored a degree of trepidation towards Kakashi, refraining from fully locking onto him with his spiritual power, as he sensed something extraordinary about Kakashi. This was an instinct. Although he could not precisely discern what incited his wariness, an unsettling feeling lingered. Indeed, as I suspected, the Nine Tails emitted a voice, seemingly brimming with pride. Kakashi also sensed something amiss. Previously, he had exchanged several moves with Douluo and Douluo. Due to the influence of spiritual power, Kakashi had utilized his Sharingan, revealing his movements. Despite Douluo's physical limitations, he should not fall significantly behind in physical combat due to his spiritual prowess. How could it be that Kakashi, Listen, this old man cannot lock onto you with his spiritual power. You need not worry, came the deep voice from the Nine Tails. Kakashi dared not relax. His crimson left eye fixated firmly on Douluo, unwilling to divert his gaze. Internally, he pondered, what is happening? Some of my chakra has fused with yours. Once other spiritual power locks onto you, they can sense my presence through your chakra. However, the Nine Tails chuckled darkly, and Kakashi could easily envision its chilling expression. What is it? He inquired. The Nine Tails responded in a somber tone. My chakra was once filled with hatred. Although Naruto has transformed me, that is merely my yang half. My yin half once inhabited Obito's body, so I am now primarily the yin half. While Obito once contained the Nine Tails yin half, which was later transferred to Naruto, remnants of that chakra remain within him. Before he perished, he bestowed the remaining chakra along with the Sharingan to you. My yin half, whether within Minato or Obito, was merely accepted. They could not fully transform my chakra like Naruto did. The Nine Tails paused, knowing that Kakashi would understand what followed. So your chakra still harbors malevolent emotions? Kakashi inquired. Indeed, those with darkness in their hearts cannot wield my chakra. Individuals harboring darkness will only evoke negative emotions when faced with my chakra. Thus, aside from you, Kakashi, no one else can contend with it, the Nine Tails explained. Kakashi's expression shifted slightly, and he felt a sense of reassurance as he thought, I have no darkness within me now. He boldly directed his consciousness towards the Nine Tails seal, his eyes narrowing. Arigato, thank you, Kyubi. The Nine Tails appeared momentarily taken aback, the corners of its mouth twitching slightly before it barked. Baka, you are facing a formidable opponent. Hurry and deal with him. A surge of power propelled Kakashi out, returning his consciousness, yet he smiled faintly. You really do have your own style, Kyubi. He referred, of course, to the Nine Tails' elusive nature. TCH, the Nine Tails laid down again, closing its eyes in feigned slumber. Kakashi turned his gaze towards Douluo, his mind already formulating a plan. This multifaceted attack might yet overcome Douluo. Kakashi had devised a battle strategy. Barring any miscalculations, Douluo should be defeated. However, he could not bring himself to kill. Once the thought of wanting to eliminate Douluo arose, he would inadvertently exude killing intent, which a formidable opponent like Douluo might perceive. He lamented his insufficient strength, wishing that the seal on the Nine Tails could be further loosened, allowing the pure essence of life to mask his killing intent. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He resolved to resolve this matter first. Kakashi decisively made his judgment, dismissing distractions and focusing solely on confronting Douluo. Meanwhile, those protecting Tang San were utterly astonished. Kakashi's performance had truly exceeded expectations. Not only had he withstood the presence of a titled Douluo for such a duration, but his speed rivaled that of Tang San, who possessed external soul bones. Kakashi's hand delved into his ninja tool pouch. He was about to make a move to execute the preordained plan. With a thud, he produced a smoke bomb. The crimson smoke billowed, enveloping Kakashi's immediate vicinity and obscuring everyone's vision. The smoke was vast. Had Chien Rinshua been present, she would have swiftly retreated, engaging Kakashi in guerrilla warfare. Yet Douluo was different. He prided himself as a titled Douluo, contemplating which move would best defeat Kakashi. Douluo hesitated to probe with his spiritual power, sensing an ominous feeling. The closer his spiritual power approached Kakashi, the heavier that sensation became. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. He unleashed a large-scale fire attack once more. This time, Douluo would not remain idle. The crimson smoke was clearly intended to obscure visibility. With spiritual power unable to penetrate, he had to rely on his eyes to discern Kakashi's movements, lest Kakashi engage in some trickery. Douluo's capabilities were beyond his expectations. One misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Are you still not done? Douluo declared fiercely, resolved to conclude the battle, for it could no longer continue as it was. The seventh spirit ring glowed. Douluo, indeed, possessed the audacity to employ one of his trump cards, his martial soul's true form. He aimed to eliminate Kakashi first, then confront the three remaining committee members. Damn it, Kakashi's plans have crumbled. He never anticipated that Douluo would resort to such measures against someone like him, a junior, employing his martial soul's true form. The fire dragon flame bullet, exceeding 30 meters in length, was swiftly dissipated by the sweeping tail of the biphosphor snake emperor. The tail continued its sweep, tearing through the ground. Before the three committee members could react, the massive tail was upon Kakashi. Douluo, true to his title as a Douluo, was decisive and ruthless. He executed his martial soul's true form, surpassing everyone's expectations. The snake tail struck Kakashi with such speed that he could not respond. It was indeed a skill possessed only by those above the rank of Soul Sage. The transformation speed of a titled Douluo's martial soul was extraordinarily swift. With a thud, Kakashi struck, transformed into white mist, and vanished. This was a shadow clone. It was originally Kakashi's method to confuse Douluo, utilizing the shadow clone to launch a fire attack, while his true self burrowed underground for a surprise assault. However, now all had been shattered. Kakashi's true form erupted from the ground, returning to the side of the three committee members. As Douluo's martial soul's true form was beyond what he could contend with, not to mention the various augmentations. The sheer size of the creature alone is beyond what Kakashi can handle. The enormous Bailin she let out a cold snort, evidently surprised that Kakashi possessed a technique for creating clones. Kakashi, you may step back and observe. We shall take it from here, Fei Londa urged, pulling Kakashi behind him to confront the formidable figure of Douluo, who had transformed into the true form of the Bailin Shi. Kakashi refrained from overexerting himself. He was not like Naruto, and he comprehended the gravity of the situation, which had clearly surpassed his capacity for control. The three Soul Douluo instructors, along with the two vice presidents of Shrek, both Soul Saints, and two combat-oriented Soul Emperors, Long Wengun and Xing Luo Qi, accompanied the newly promoted Soul Emperor Qin Ming as they advanced together, leaving the food-type Soul Master Xiao Xin to be protected by Kakashi and Tang San. Kakashi had grown weary of the battles between Soul Masters, which often relied on brute force without regard for the outcome. As expected, a fierce clash erupted ahead, with the Soul Saints activating their martial souls to counter Douluo's Bailin Shi true form. The battlefield was exceptionally intense, with dazzling soul rings flashing and immense power wreaking havoc on the surroundings. Amidst the chaos, Douluo unleashed his fifth soul skill, releasing a massive cloud of poisonous mist, potent in its toxicity. However, in the face of Kakashi and Tang San's combined efforts, the poison proved largely ineffective, merely tainting the air with an unpleasant odor. Douluo attempted to charge forward, but was firmly restrained by Zhao Wuji's powerful golden bear true form. Douluo found himself besieged, facing defenses on both sides. Even a martial soul, true forms of title Douluo could not withstand the onslaught of so many high-ranking soul masters indefinitely. Kakashi observed with a sense of restless anticipation. He was not adept at dealing with such colossal entities, yet with the nine tails now within him, there was a possibility that he too could one day transform into such a magnificent beast. However, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts, for Douluo's toxic mist was upon them once more. Another ominous flask was hurled into the fray as Kakashi unleashed his potent dragon fire technique. The air grew even more unbearable. Kakashi felt a sense of relief. Aside from his poison, Douluo was remarkably lacking in other abilities, ranking among the weakest title Douluo. Otherwise, had any other title Douluo been present, Kakashi would not have endured for so long. Even a nimble attacker among the Soul Douluo would have forced Kakashi into a grueling battle, rather than allowing him to handle Douluo with such ease. This leniency was only granted because Douluo had restrained much of his power. He had not even utilized his martial soul true form or his last two soul skills in their entirety. This was akin to fighting with his hands and feet bound. Facing Kakashi at his peak, Soul Masters differ significantly from ninjas. While both may be classified within the same realm of power, there are many distinctions. Kakashi felt confident that he could contend with those of Hokage caliber. However, he found himself at a loss when faced with the now 30-meter-long Douluo in his Bailin Shi form. If Tsunade were present, she would have incapacitated the serpent's innards without hesitation. Kakashi pondered this, reflecting that if Hokage were here, Douluo would not have had the opportunity to unleash his martial soul, true form at all. Kakashi could not help but press his forehead in frustration. He believed himself capable of battling against the shadows, yet he struggled against Douluo, who had yet to unleash even half of his strength. The battle dragged on, as it was a confrontation between soul masters. Battles among ninjas tend to be brief, for they are masters of lethal techniques, often willing to injure themselves to inflict greater harm upon their enemies. This exchange of life for life dictates a swift conclusion to such encounters. However, the scenario here was different. Those who had activated their 7th soul skill were relentlessly employing their prior 6 skills, resulting in a spectacular clash of soul techniques. In the midst of the battle, the tide shifted dramatically. Initially, they had the upper hand against the Bai Lin Shi, but now they were cornered by Douluo's 8th soul skill. They relied on by Bao Shan, one of the 3 instructors, to maintain their ground, as the Tianqing furnace shielded them from harm. Douluo's 8th soul skill, time condensation, was met with by Bao Shan's valiant resistance, his face flushed with effort. Although Douluo's 8th soul skill was not inherently offensive, the presence of an 8th level soul wielding the Tianqing furnace was no trivial matter. Despite the immense strain, Bao Shan managed to prevent the effects of time condensation from reaching the others within the furnace. He was determined to protect Shrek and ensure a future for the Tiando Royal Academy. "Oh man, if you keep this up, I won't hold back," Douluo warned, planning to intensify his efforts to break through the Tianqing furnace's defenses. However, Bao Shan was crucial to the academy, having been invited by Prince Xuexing, and Douluo could not simply harm him. Having lived for so long, Douluo understood the intricacies of human relations. His primary objective was to aid Xuexing in weakening the prince's power, not to harm those who stood in his way. The tension between the 2 parties was palpable, each poised to strike. "Wait," Prince Xuexing interjected as he descended from the spectator's platform, seeking to mediate. He was acutely aware of the weight these 3 instructors carried in the heart of the Snow Knight Emperor. Should anything happen, he would bear the consequences. If Douluo were to strike any harder, Bao Shan would surely not withstand the attack. Prince Xuexing lowered his proud head, knowing he must intervene to prevent further conflict. If Bao Shan were merely injured, it could be overlooked, but if he were to die, Xuexing's authority within the academy would be irrevocably compromised, leaving him unable to assist in the future. Moreover, Xuexing's already tenuous reputation would plummet, rendering him incapable of attracting any talent. In his eyes, this was merely a minor opportunity to diminish the prince's power. If he were to lose control over the Royal Academy due to this single chance, it would be a grave miscalculation, even if Shrek's members were to remain. As long as he maintained governance over the academy, it would only be a matter of time before he could scheme against them. Since His Highness the Prince has intervened, I shall let bygones be bygones, Douluo conceded with a flick of his sleeve, agreeing without hesitation. He had long desired to cease this engagement. Battling against these 3 old foes without utilizing his full strength was profoundly unsatisfying. "Dean Phylan, do you mean to say?" the Dream God Machine inquired. Although he too wished to halt, it was preferable for the rightful leader to make such a decision. Upon hearing this, Phylan retracted his martial spirit, waved his hand, and wearily stated, "Let it be. There is no need to continue." The others also withdrew their martial spirits, their conditions far from optimal. Facing a tidal Douluo had compelled them to exert their utmost, leaving them all battered and drained of soul power. As the battle concluded, the other 6 members of the Shrek 7 immediately gathered around, discussing Kakashi's left eye with fervor. Xuexing personally mediated, instructing someone to escort the Shrek group to rest while he followed Douluo. Kakashi dismissed the others, reluctant to elaborate on the Sharingan. If his opponent were a soul sage or below, he had confidence in his victory. This would elevate him to a soul master, triumphing over a soul emperor with his enigmatic eye, ensuring the Sharingan would gain immense renown. Kakashi felt no apprehension about the Sharingan being taken from him. The technology here was not so advanced. While it was feasible to kill for soul bones, to murder for an eye would be a farce. That evening, Dean Phylan summoned all members of Shrek to his chamber. Indeed, Everyone was present, including both the teacher and the students. The vice dean, 3 teachers, and 7 students, alongside the unique presences of Grandmaster and Kakashi, were gathered. "What do you think?" he inquired, leaving many puzzled. "Damn it, we can't linger here any longer. We just arrived and are already battling a title Douluo. Who knows what troubles may arise in the future?" Zhao Wujing, known for his fiery temperament, slammed the table and shouted. Grandmaster also wore a grim expression. The fact that Xuesheng could bring a title Douluo to trouble them meant they would inevitably face ongoing strife. This animosity had been established, ensuring a future of unrest. The others shared solemn expressions. Facing a title Douluo was akin to wagering their lives. Surviving this encounter was mere fortune. Yet now they all bore injuries, and if Xuesheng were to strike again, their lives would certainly be in peril. "This is not a place to linger." Grandmaster voiced the sentiments of the group. "When are we leaving?" Phylon asked directly. His previous willingness to confront Douluo stemmed from a refusal to swallow their pride, bolstered by Tang San's detoxification methods and Kakashi's unique abilities. However, after engaging in battle, they had witnessed the terrifying might of a title Douluo. Even if Douluo's most adept poison was rendered ineffective in the face of absolute power, all else was inconsequential. Although it was said that long nights breed many dreams, departing now would be unwise. Kakashi expressed his perspective. Indeed, after such a fierce battle, the Shrek teachers had sustained varying degrees of injury, given that their opponent was a title Douluo and the disparity in strength was too vast. "If we don't leave now," Zhao Wujing exclaimed, his eyes wide, "we'll be killed by that damned prince." Phylon sought to soothe Zhao Wujing, yet he did not overly restrain his emotions, understanding Wujing's sentiments. The Shrek 7 remained silent, as they recognized their inability to contribute in terms of strategy. They were still too inexperienced. Even Tang San found himself at a loss for words due to his limited experience. Grandmaster fixed his gaze upon Kakashi, asking, "What do you think we should do?" Kakashi raised his eyes, stroking the soft fur of Fu nestled in his arms, responding in his characteristically lackadaisical manner. "I don't know." This answer was quintessentially Kakashi, often unreliable. "Let us rest for a few days. We can decide what to do after regaining some strength," Phylon suggested. Zhao Wujing became agitated, exclaiming, "How can we afford to rest for a few days? If we linger, that damned prince might poison us." This statement was somewhat exaggerated. Xuesheng was not foolish enough to act so brazenly. To allow someone to die from poison on his own territory, especially when past conflict existed, would be illogical, particularly with a Poison Douluo at his side. Anyone could see that. While it was regrettable for the 3 committee members who valued Shrek, it was crucial not only for Shrek's future, but also for the ongoing training of the 7. They could not remain here any longer. During the day, their willingness to fight had been a matter of loyalty. Now, however, they needed to conclude matters realistically. With Tang San's detoxification methods, Douluo's potency had been significantly neutralized. Without Kakashi's presence, relying solely on Ma Hongjun's flames would have been insufficient. Even if powerful, they could not rival Douluo's toxic mists. It was best to rest for a few days and recover before departing. Given their current state, it was too perilous. The group ultimately reached a consensus. Indeed, after the battle, the combat-capable Shrek teachers were injured, and the strongest vice deans had utilized their martial spirits, leaving them weak. Exiting now could prove disastrous if someone were to act maliciously. They might not even survive. The Shrek group rested for several days, refraining from teaching and remaining in their dormitories. Since they were destined to leave, there was no need to wander outside. Otherwise, if they were caught in a compromising situation, it would only add to their troubles. A few days later, with the assistance of Tang Do, Sol, Saint Xiao, Xian, Phylon, and the others fully recovered from their injuries. This was fortunate. To heal from wounds inflicted by a Poison Douluo in merely a few days was serendipitous. Although Tang San and Kakashi had worked together to neutralize Douluo's primary toxic attacks, his body, being inherently toxic, still bore residual effects. While not life-threatening, the lingering poison proved troublesome. Although it posed no mortal danger, its impact remained. Nevertheless, one should not underestimate Soul Saint-level food-type remedies. While they could not immediately dispel the toxicity, prolonged exposure would render food-type remedies ineffective. After all, this was merely a trace poison. Phylon ventured alone to bid farewell to the 3 committee members, while the others descended the mountain, leaving no opportunity for the academy to retain them. The 3 committee members could only sigh, lamenting that keeping individuals was futile if their hearts were not retained. They could only blame the royal family. Yet they held no authority, as this academy belonged to the Tiando royal family. Although initially they attempted to dissuade them from leaving, Phylon was resolute in his decision, and he could only respond with apologies to the committee members' sincere intentions. At the foot of the mountain, they were nearing the boundaries of the Tiando Royal Academy. The Shrek group had reached this point when Phylon, activating his martial spirit, pursued them. "What do you think?" Phylon inquired. Although they ultimately decided not to stay, there was no trace of regret upon his face. Having had the opportunity to contend with a titled Douluo and seeing that the opponent had ultimately retreated, it afforded him a semblance of dignity. Moreover, it appeared as though he had chosen to depart rather than being expelled, leaving him with little to resent. Additionally, having enjoyed several days of good meals without cost was a boon. Had he paid out of pocket, it would have been rather unjust. All in all, this had been a profitable venture. "The dean is quite open-minded," Oscar murmured. Ma Hongjun felt similarly to Phylon, stating, "I think it's quite good. If the First Academy of Tiando wanted to keep me, I wouldn't even glance back. It would be quite a spectacle to mention." Zhao Wujing queried, "So what should we do now?" He was not so accepting. Having initially believed they found a good refuge, they ended up merely sharing a few meals while nearly losing their lives to a titled Douluo. However, being able to engage with a titled Douluo like Feng Hao is indeed a matter of pride for him when it spreads in the future. Although he is aware that Douluo did not exert his full strength, this outcome is still favorable. Finally, he has returned, free from the disturbances caused by his 2 young cousins, and his condition has improved significantly. Chapter 92, Lamba Academy. The emotions of the crowd vary, but the sense of disappointment is minimal, as Shrek has still gained a great deal from this encounter. Qin Ming did not pursue them, for even though Shrek did not remain, they did not suffer significant indignities. Flandra harbored some grievances, concerned about the potential for his students and his old comrades to fall victim to underhanded tactics, so his departure was quite understandable. Qin Ming could not leave. As the 3 committee members clearly valued the duel with Douluo out of gratitude, he could not simply depart. The proximity from Tiando Royal Academy to Tiando City is indeed short. The group traveled with an odd mix of emotions, neither particularly joyous nor overly somber. After a brief journey, they arrived at the capital of the Tiando Empire. In the distance, the fluttering banners atop the city walls of one of the continent's largest and most prosperous cities could be seen. The city walls of Tiando City rise to a height of 100 meters, constructed entirely of the hardest granite. Soldiers patrolling the walls are clad in full armor, brandishing long spears. The fierce aura emanating from them reveals their formidable nature. However, Kakashi found this somewhat unsettling. While elite soldiers are advantageous, such an overwhelming display of hostility within the imperial capital seems inappropriate. If stationed at the borders, such a force would be a blessing, ensuring the safety of the frontiers. But within the capital, it feels excessive. As the capital of a nation, it should be a sacred place. Having soldiers exuding such bloodthirstiness presents a rather grim image. The Grand City Gate measures 10 meters in height and width, wide enough for 6 riders to pass side by side. There are also 2 smaller gates, each 5 meters high and wide, through which pedestrians must enter. The central gate remains tightly shut, likely reserved for special occasions when important figures are departing. As the Shrek Academy group approached the city gate, they noticed a large announcement on the bulletin board beside it. The announcement read, "Recruitment, Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Due to expansion, is currently seeking the following personnel: 10 Soul Masters of level 40 or above. Higher soul power preferred, generous treatment upon hiring." Upon seeing this news, Flandra expressed his surprise, remarking on the cost of such an advertisement being posted at the city gate. This old rascal is so frugal that he even frets over a few days' worth of food and lodging, let alone the cost of advertising. The term penny-pinching old businessman suits him well. Kakashi stepped forward, scrutinizing the announcement repeatedly until he finally recalled something. However, he could not express it, as he had not yet devised an adequate excuse. Kakashi could not disclose his connection to the Spear Hall just yet, as the time was not right. If memory serves, Zhao Wujia had some past grievances with the Spear Hall, which had once deliberately made things difficult for him. Even those who have little direct connection to the Spirit Hall would likely be hesitant to accept it due to Zhao Wujia's influence. To be frank, while these individuals are technically teachers, they resemble a band of seasoned rogues, frequently willing to engage titled Douluos in a fight, simply because Flandra has issued the order. Though Ning Rongrong did not possess extensive knowledge of Tiando City, she had some information, albeit vague. Strangely, she remembered Lamba Academy vividly, although she could not articulate the reason. It felt as if there was something significant, yet she could not recall it. Ning Rongrong noted that this academy only admitted commoner students, which the others naturally took as her reason for remembering it so well. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief, resolving to express his gratitude to Ning Rongrong for alleviating so many troubles. Flandra had formed a plan. They would join Lamba Academy. Kakashi scratched his head, sensing something amiss. His understanding of the academy was limited, akin to Ning Rongrong's knowledge. What exactly felt wrong? Lamba Academy, Kakashi muttered to himself. What are you mumbling about, Kakashi? Tang San turned to him and inquired. Fufu, called out Fufu in response. Kakashi shook his head, striving to clear his mind. He had rarely utilized his full speed in the past 2 years. The recent battle with Dugu Bo had caught him off guard, leaving him somewhat dazed. Although familiar with Tiando City, he could not reveal this familiarity. Having entered the city multiple times before, he had long since familiarized himself with its layout. Knowing the environment can facilitate assassinations, making them smoother, Kakashi was quite experienced in this regard. After questioning numerous passers-by and navigating through twists and turns, they finally reached their destination, albeit with some difficulty. Tiando City is exceedingly prosperous, with all streets paved with blue bricks, each as wide as the main thoroughfare of Suatuwa City. The city's expanse could easily stretch over 100 miles, befitting its status as a royal capital. The entrance to Lamba Academy appeared remarkably similar to the city gate of Tiando City. Although less imposing, the entrance stood at a height of 10 meters. The entrance, sculpted from white marble, may not be opulent but possesses a certain grandeur, adorned with 8 gilded characters spelling Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Kakashi's eyelids twitched. The gilded characters of Lamba struck him as somehow unsettling. Unable to smack his forehead due to his protective gear, he found little clarity. Kakashi knew the location was inconsequential. His uncertainty lay in where the registration area was. Familiarity with the surroundings did not extend to every household, and Kakashi only knew this location. However, this was not a problem. He could simply inquire with the gatekeeper. To his surprise, the gatekeeper was also a soul master, such as the difference at a reputable academy, showcasing their substantial resources. At the reception area adjacent to the gate, a sign read Recruitment Registration Room. The group scratched their heads, realizing that navigating without a guide would indeed be troublesome. However, this situation also alleviated the mixed emotions they had upon leaving Tiando Royal Academy. The individual responsible for reception, appearing to be a middle-aged soul master in his 40s, directed his inquiries primarily at the Shrek 7 monsters and Kakashi, as they seemed to be merely teenagers. Although Kakashi wore a mask, one could instinctively gauge his age at first glance. Flanders stated, "No, it is us who are registering. These children are our disciples. If we succeed in applying here, our disciples also hope to enroll in the academy." The reception teacher replied, "Students must also undergo assessments for admission. How about this? You soul masters will first take our tests. If you can become teachers at the academy, I believe your disciples can be accommodated for classes, especially since the new student enrollment period has already passed and your disciples are rather young. Generally, advanced soul master academies require exceptional soul masters to be at least 16 to 18 years old for admission. Typically, the average age is 20, apart from Kakashi. Tang San and the others did not appear to be near 18. The testing posed no issues. In what place is the reception teacher? He has been waiting here for several days, and the number of soul masters coming to register is quite scant. After all, being a teacher at a Soul Master Academy cannot compare to the benefits of being affiliated with a prestigious family. That is the best pathway for high-level Soul Masters. However, at this moment, at least 6 teachers have arrived to register, which demands his attention. He promptly stated, "I will take you to participate in the assessment." Upon entering Lamba Academy, it was evident that there was a significant difference from Tiando Royal Academy. Although it lacked the picturesque mountains of Tiando Royal Academy, everything here exuded a grand atmosphere. The spacious path led directly into the interior, flanked by stretches of woodland. Upon reaching the end, one could behold a large playground exceeding 200 meters in diameter, surrounded by a circle of 3-story buildings. Kakashi had previously been here, but merely took a cursory glance. His time was limited, and he could not familiarize himself with every inch of Tiando City. The only times Kakashi ventured out were during holidays from Notting Academy. It was not that he could not go out. Rather, he chose not to. Although Notting Academy had rules, they did not impose restrictions on outstanding students like Kakashi, who could freely leave the academy. However, Kakashi did not wish for his new life to be eternally tethered to being a ninja. He yearned for a life of his own, even if just for a brief period. The reception teacher introduced the various facilities within the 3-story buildings, which included simulated environment training areas, student dormitories, and teaching buildings. If Tiando Royal Academy was built on the mountainside, then Lamba Academy was established in the heart of the forest. The remaining space surrounding the teaching buildings was entirely forested. It was said to be the largest plant cluster within Tiando City. Who could assert that Lamba Academy lacked a substantial background with such a forest within the capital? The reception teacher led everyone into a pointed roof building, which appeared to be the sturdiest structure on the campus. Upon entering, one found a vast hall without any partitioned rooms. Transparent light streamed in through the surrounding windows, illuminating the space. Kakashi surveyed his surroundings and understood the purpose of the hall. The floor was paved with granite, and the walls were simply painted white, devoid of any decorations. Kakashi noted the considerable hardness of the granite floor, suspecting that the walls were also likely granite beneath the paint. He shook his head, realizing that preparing this space would require a significant investment of manpower and resources. However, if he were to undertake it, it would be a matter of moments, as earth release was well suited for construction, saving costs. Am I becoming so frugal? I must be influenced by the principle. Kakashi mused with a self-deprecating smile. Nonetheless, the condition of the hall seemed quite suitable for combat without causing much disturbance. The use of granite enhanced the defenses, suggesting it was indeed a place for practical assessments. He recalled that the principal of Notting Academy was only at level 42, while any random teacher here was at least level 40. The disparity was considerable. The reception teacher instructed everyone to wait in the hall before departing. It was not long before 3 soul masters entered from outside. These 3 appeared to be in their 40s, with unremarkable appearances, yet their expressions were notably stern. Kakashi raised his eyes, unsure of how to assess the situation. While strict evaluations could be beneficial to ensure competent teachers, if they maintained such stern visages towards students and exhibited anger over trivial matters, it would inevitably lead to rebellion among the students. In summary, each had their merits and flaws. The 3 walked to a stop within the hall, and the leading individual addressed the gathered soul masters. Please come forward one at a time for the assessment. Who will go first? All eyes turned to Flander, who contemplated before suggesting, Old Lee, you go first. Teacher Lee Yusong, with the dragon-patterned staff martial soul, nodded and approached the 3 middle-aged soul masters, inquiring, May I ask how the assessment will proceed? The previously speaking soul master replied, Please manifest your martial soul. As long as it exceeds level 40, you will engage in a battle with one of us for 10 minutes to be considered qualified. Kakashi did not linger to hear more, as he had already discerned the soul power levels of the 3 individuals. Moments earlier, he had casually adjusted his forehead protector. In a flash of crimson in his left eye revealed the soul power levels to him. Based on his assessment, the 3 were Soul Kings, but not of a particularly high caliber, likely at the initial stage of Soul King. He retrieved a half-duck from the Soul Guide and placed it onto the small claws of Fufu perched on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Kakashi casually placed one hand in his pocket while holding a dubious book in the other, awaiting the outcome. However, it was not long before they had to change locations, as the level of the Shrek teacher was too high for these individuals to make decisions. They needed to consult the principal of Lamba Academy. Kakashi resignedly tucked away his book and followed them outside. The three Lamba Academy teachers, led by Inshur, walked ahead, exiting the pointed roof building and taking a small path towards the rear of the academy. Before long, they entered the forest surrounding the main campus area. The master inquired curiously, "Does your principal not reside within the campus area?" Inshur responded, "The principal is seldom present in the academy. She prefers solitude and resides deep within the forest. The routine affairs of the academy are managed by the teachers. Only significant matters require the principal's guidance." When speaking of the principal, a genuine respect shone in Inshur's eyes, emanating from the heart. Although he wished to inquire how much longer the journey would take, he refrained out of politeness. Nevertheless, one could not help but ponder about Lamba. What mysteries lay within? Kakashi glanced around, appreciating the surrounding flora. As long as no unforeseen events occurred, he would likely reside here in the future. Quite pleasant. Perhaps I will have the opportunity to visit the palace and see Qian Rengshu. Although Kakashi was younger than Qian Rengshu in this life, due to the hierarchy, he still referred to her as Xiao Xue. As Hokage, he was on equal footing with the Pope in terms of seniority, while Qian Rengshu was the Pope's daughter. However, Qian Rengshu would still address him simply as Kakashi, unable to acknowledge someone who appeared younger and had once offended her as an elder. That tree is truly massive, its branches lush and leaves vibrantly green, teeming with life. This one is also remarkable. It is already morning, and the temperatures of this season are typically high, yet it remains refreshingly cool here. The principal certainly knows how to enjoy life. After walking for about 10 minutes through the fresh forest air, a faint yet melodious song drifted from ahead. The voice was soft and enchanting, filled with a lingering melancholy that tugged at the heartstrings. The melody, looping and intertwining, was extraordinarily beautiful. What can soothe the sleepless nights? So many emotions. How can one face them? It's not that I do not wish for your company, but some things you cannot comprehend. Kakashi felt the urge to cover his ears, recognizing immediately that it was a love song evolved from a romantic poem. To be honest, it was quite sentimental. Kakashi noticed that both Principal Flander and the Master displayed unusual reactions. The melodious voice of a woman gradually resonated, singing a song that was composed for me by you. Xiaogong, do you know, my heart is in turmoil. Where on earth are you? Kakashi raised his head, glancing around in search of the source of the voice. If Xiao Gang recalled correctly, this was the same as the Master's name, which, given the Master's unusual behavior, must be accurate. Kakashi understood that this was the third individual in the Golden Iron Triangle. The records of the Wu Hun Temple were extensive. Any character once renowned was documented there. Since she was here, there was an explanation for the so-called Lanba Academy. It was the Landianba Wanglong. However, the Wu Hun Temple did not record matters of the heart, indicating that something must have transpired among the three, or else the Master would not have wished to flee. Flandra stubbornly held onto the Master, preventing him from leaving, dragging him forward. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, thinking, it seems some intriguing events are about to unfold. Yet, these intriguing matters are likely to be quite troublesome. Continuing forward for several hundred meters, the trees thinned, revealing a particularly stout tree with a sign hanging from it, inscribed with the words, Academy Ground, unauthorized entry prohibited. The show was about to begin. Kakashi tilted his head and smiled slightly. Upon passing this large tree, the scenery before him changed dramatically. It was a small lake, merely 50 meters in diameter. A stream about 3 meters wide quietly flowed in from the other side of the woods, only to return, keeping this pond perpetually filled with fresh water. Beside the pond stood a humble thatched cottage, constructed of wooden planks and straw, perfectly blending into the surrounding environment. A circle of fences surrounded the cottage, within which various flowers bloomed, competing for attention with their vibrant colors. Among these flowers, a woman stood, holding a watering can, tending to the blossoms. Perhaps alerted by the sound of footsteps, Her gaze instinctively turned towards the direction of the group from Shrek Academy. She seemed slightly frowning, as if disturbed by the tranquility of the place. However, when her eyes passed over the three soul masters from Lanba Academy and landed on Flandra and the master behind them, her entire body suddenly stiffened. The watering can slipped from her hand, crashing to the ground with a thud, its contents spilling everywhere, but she had completely forgotten about it. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, felt even more certain of his suspicions. Perhaps this time, he could contribute some private information about the Golden Iron Triangle to the records of the Wuhan Temple. However, he dismissed the thought, acknowledging it as an invasion of privacy. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a simple blue cloth dress. Yet it did little to conceal her elegance. Her hair was tied up, and despite her pale complexion, her features were exquisitely captivating, with painted brows and large, expressive black eyes that, though momentarily vacant, still sparkled with life. Beneath her robe, her curves were undeniable, showcasing a mature and voluptuous figure, far beyond that of an ordinary girl. Kakashi's eyes widened. Her stature was surely comparable to Lady Tsunade. A sudden clap from Fu jolted him awake. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to him. Otherwise, he would have lost face. Dean, several new soul masters have arrived for recruitment, 5 of whom possess soul power exceeding level 60. We cannot make a decision, and thus seek your judgment. Xiao Gang, is that really you? Am I dreaming? Her melodious voice questioned twice, trembling with emotion. However, this touching reunion seemed a bit different. It appeared the master, for some reason, could not be with this woman. Kakashi was uninterested in hearing the ensuing details, merely listening enough to grasp the situation. Otherwise, if he inadvertently immersed himself in it, he might easily become lost. The Golden Iron Triangle engaged in a nostalgic exchange, their carefree demeanor proving somewhat unbearable. Flandra, from today onwards, this academy is yours, declared Lu Erlong, one of the Golden Iron Triangle, rendering everyone speechless. Eventually, Lu Erlong regained her composure and redirected her focus to the others. Taking a deep breath, she reluctantly shifted her gaze from the master and introduced the group from Shrek Academy, stating, "Welcome to Lanba Academy, or rather, it should now be referred to as Shrek Academy. This forest is the largest within the Tiendo city and entirely belongs to the academy. Although our facilities may not be as splendid as those of the Tiendo Royal Academy, they are still commendable." Kakashi's eyelids grew heavy. Oh, it was merely a standard introduction. He did not pay much attention to the subsequent details, deeming them unnecessary. A casual understanding sufficed. While the human brain can retain vast amounts of information, excessive data can lead to confusion. Remembering too much can be detrimental. No one could guarantee their mind would remain clear, and Kakashi was no exception. Lu Erlong proceeded to provide a detailed account of Lanba Academy to the group. It exceeded expectations. Although the academy had only about 200 students, it had earned an impeccable reputation within the soul master community of the Tiendo Empire. Even soul masters from noble backgrounds had to concede Lanba Academy's significance in the realm of soul masters. It could be described as the cradle of civilian soul masters, having produced numerous capable individuals in its mere decade of existence. Even the Wuhan Temple sought collaboration with Lanba Academy, but was consistently rebuffed by Lu Erlong. Although the facilities were not as impressive as those of the Tiendo Royal Academy, they were still vastly superior to the former Shrek Academy. Though one may sometimes be hindered by emotions, control is still achievable, Kakashi commented, seeking to understand the newly acquainted individuals. Lu Erlong seemed to have forgotten about the master and displayed her cheerful nature during the following interactions. After treating the group from Shrek Academy to lunch and addressing their inquiries, she then guided them on a tour of Lanba Academy. Finally, she arranged accommodations for everyone in the faculty dormitory. As for matters regarding treatment, Lu Erlong directly deferred to Flandra. After all, starting tomorrow, this academy would be renamed Shrek, no longer Lanba. The past few days, from the tension of confronting the Poison Douluo to the subsequent relaxation and the eventual clarity brought by Lu Erlong, have been quite eventful for the group from Shrek. Dinner, at Flandra's request, was not as lavish as lunch, and everyone finished their meals quickly. Xiao San, accompany me for a walk, the master remarked, unable to meet Lu Erlong's intense gaze as he stood up from the table. He called for Tang San and headed outside. Oh, Tang San replied, quickly standing up to follow. Fu Fu called out, expressing confusion. Kakashi understood what Fu Fu was conveying. Fu Fu felt the atmosphere was somewhat off. Do not worry, it's nothing, Kakashi reassured. Though Fu Fu was quite perceptive, its nature remained youthful, and it was oblivious to many things. Aren't you afraid he might run away again? Flandre remarked with a hint of a smile, addressing Lu Erlong. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance, pondering that it seemed Master truly had reasons for not being able to be with this woman. Old man Fu, do you think there's any chance of me seeing him again? This time, even if I have to bind him, I will keep him by my side. He coughed lightly, unable to suppress it. The violent woman has been identified. During the 2 feasts, Kakashi had scarcely eaten anything, merely sampling a few bites when no one was paying attention. After all, the face concealed beneath the mask must remain hidden at all costs. He wondered if these 7 little brats would attempt to unmask him like Naruto and his friends. Nevertheless, participating in these gatherings could be a means of strengthening team cohesion. Fu, having indulged, let out a satisfied burp. Kakashi could only shake his head helplessly, lifting Fu and heading outside. He intended to find a place to clean Fu's oil-stained little paws before retiring to his dormitory. Upon stepping outside and gazing at the twinkling stars, Kakashi let out a long sigh. The moonlight illuminated Fu's snow-white, sleek fur, bestowing upon the white fox an aura of sanctity. Hey, Kakashi! From behind, Oscar Daimubai and Ma Hongjun rushed out to catch up with him. Hearing their voices, Kakashi paused momentarily before continuing on his way. Oscar voiced his dissatisfaction. Kakashi, we called out to you. Why are you still walking ahead? Yeah, it's exhausting for me to walk a few extra steps with all this weight. Ma Hongjun chimed in. Forget it, this is just Kakashi's style, Daimubai remarked with a smile, having long since understood that Kakashi never engaged in unnecessary actions. Kakashi, carrying Fu, made his way toward a small lake, intending to wash Fu's paws. Meanwhile, Daimubai and the others were whispering amongst themselves, their voices low and soft. Kakashi sensed that their conversation was likely not benign, prompting him to ignore them entirely, focusing intently on washing Fu's pristine little paws. He became so engrossed that he forced himself to disregard the murmurs of the 3 nearby. The sound of water splashing resonated as Fu's tiny paws kicked up waves, drenching Kakashi in the process. Fu, stop messing around, Kakashi admonished, his tone hinting at reprimand. Fu seemed to apologize in response. The trio nearby grew anxious, reiterating, Kakashi, are you coming or not? Realizing he had been lost in thought, Kakashi turned to them and inquired, what were you just discussing? We the 3 fell silent, realizing how adept Kakashi was at tuning them out. His expression and tone suggested he was not merely pretending. Oscar, flustered, exclaimed, we wanted you to join us in listening to Master S' story. Kakashi returned his focus to washing Fu's paws, saying, you could just go on your own. Why drag me into it? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes, replying, if we went alone, that Director Erlong would be there too. The way she talked about binding the master, she must be a fierce woman. If she discovers we're absent, we won't fare well. Daimubai concurred. Indeed, if you were with us, it would be different. Your skills in hiding are remarkable. You would never be discovered. Oscar had it right. Kakashi's hand trembled slightly. The 9 tails within him suddenly growled, as if alerting him to something. I understand, Kakashi responded. After washing Fu's paws, he glanced at the still chattering trio and vanished from the spot in an instant. These little brats, if they merely sought knowledge, could have directly asked the master or Xiao San afterward. It seemed, however, they were after some thrill. Yet, it was evident that the master had called Xiao San out to reveal his innermost secrets. They were rather clever. Kakashi reappeared in his dormitory in a flash. The swift movement of Shunshin no Jutsu allowed Fu, who had just eaten, to enjoy the gentle caress of the wind, now appearing drowsy. Kakashi tucked Fu under the covers, leaving its still damp little paws exposed, ruffling Fu's head to provide some comfort. He hoped it would quickly drift into slumber. It's time to go. That fellow hasn't come looking for you, suggesting he has other intentions. The Nine-Tails' deep voice resonated in Kakashi's ear. Kakashi opened the window, exited, and then closed it behind him, dashing towards the woods outside the dining hall. "Kyubi, I must rely on you once more, but do not attempt to break the seal." "It's fine to use less chakra," Kakashi said as he leaped through the trees. "I'm not foolish enough to stake my life for you." "You better think it through," the Nine-Tails replied. "One ungracious fellow." Chapter 95, Pursuit. "Kyubi, can you sense Douluo's location?" Kakashi paused atop a large tree and inquired. "No, this world's inhabitants are rather unique. Though this individual's overall strength rivals that of a Hokage, his technique in concealing his presence is highly sophisticated." The Nine-Tails explained. After a moment of contemplation, the Nine-Tails added, "However, I can sense others." "Are you certain about that fellow's target?" Despite the Nine-Tails' formidable sensing abilities, reaching the level of a tidal Douluo meant the concealment of one's aura was extraordinarily advanced. Beyond a certain distance, the Nine-Tails could no longer perceive them. Although Kakashi could sense intuitively, if the opponent deliberately concealed themselves, he would be at a loss. After a moment's contemplation, Kakashi decisively stated, "All right, perhaps I know where he will go." Meanwhile, Master was revealing everything to Tang San, while Lu Erlong emerged from the woods behind them. Her face was radiant, and as she looked at Master, she approached him step by step, her beauty captivating. This time, Master finally did not shy away from Lu Erlong's gaze. Watching her as she drew closer, his heartbeat quickened noticeably, and the internal barriers of his heart began to shatter under the overwhelming surge of emotions. The 2 decades of repression could no longer contain the golden affection buried deep within. Quietly, Tang San withdrew, gradually merging into the forest. He understood that at this moment, no one should interrupt them. Silently, he wished Master well in his heart. How could he not see the loneliness that Master often displayed? Tang San did not rush to return, but meandered alone through the woods, lost in thought. Suddenly, the air turned cold, causing Tang San to shiver and furrow his brow in confusion. At that moment, he was taken aback, halting abruptly as he noticed a figure had appeared 3 meters in front of him. A person clad entirely in green. Green hair, green eyes, green nails with a cold, malevolent gaze reminiscent of a venomous snake. The figure that had suddenly manifested before Tang San was none other than Douluo, the Poison Douluo, whom he had encountered days prior and had even countered his poison. Douluo flashed forward, directly appearing before Tang San with remarkable speed and ethereal footwork. Tudu Tuliu B. With a resounding rumble, a wall of earth and stone rose between the 2 individuals, effectively separating them. Douluo instantly comprehended that his presence had been detected. He swiftly turned around, encountering Kakashi in the striking crimson hue of his left eye. There was no longer anything to conceal. The Bailan Shahuang immediately took over. For his opponent was the exceedingly swift Kakashi, warranting his utmost caution. Without reservation, the 6th soul ring illuminated as his martial spirit manifested. A beam of green light, imbued with potent toxicity, surged toward Kakashi in an instant, leaving no opportunity for evasion. Douluo, a seasoned title Douluo, executed this entire sequence in the fleeting moment following the wall's ascent. From the manifestation of his martial spirit to the release of his soul skill, all transpired in the blink of an eye, too rapid for any reaction. The beam struck Kakashi directly, who could not evade in time. With a thud, Kakashi vanished in a puff of white smoke. Douluo's gaze sharpened, recognizing that this clone possessed considerable skill. He then extended his spiritual energy outward in search of Kakashi's trace and charged in a specific direction. Previously, he had locked on a Tang San with his spiritual energy, enabling him to locate him directly. Although Kakashi could not be pinpointed immediately, the ominous sensation from his spiritual energy would reveal his presence. The speed of a tidal Douluo far surpassed that of a mere soul master like Tang San, who was swiftly overtaken. With a muffled groan, Tang San succumbed to unconsciousness under Douluo's hand. Without pausing, Douluo departed, disregarding Kakashi entirely. Meanwhile, Liu Erlong arrived at the location where Douluo had dispelled Kakashi's clone, accompanied by the master. The wall of earth and stone clashed starkly with the surrounding scenery, detracting from the area's beauty. The master wore a grave expression upon observing a nearby large tree gradually wilting. This was a somewhat fortunate sign, as several other trees ahead had already withered to mere desiccated husks. The air was tainted with an unpleasant odor, a clear indication of poison. Douluo's sixth soul skill had not only obliterated Kakashi's clone, but had also penetrated several trees before coming to a halt. The master stated with certainty, "This wall was conjured by Kakashi, and the trees bear the mark of poison. Douluo has arrived." His tone reflected complete confidence. "Kakashi, confronting such a formidable foe is unwise," the Nine Tails warned in a low tone. Without hesitation, Kakashi replied, "I understand, but I must proceed." In the midst of battle, Kakashi's stamina could sustain him at full speed throughout the engagement. However, in this pursuit, human endurance is finite, and a ninja cannot maintain maximum velocity indefinitely. In terms of speed, he could not compare to a titled Douluo, thus he had to progress at a steady pace. Douluo continuously channeled his soul power to sustain his velocity, never faltering. As the distance between him and Kakashi widened, he felt a sense of relief. Gripping the unconscious Tang San, Douluo mused, "This one-eyed brat is quite troublesome. If I remain entangled in the city, it will surely lead to complications. I shall return to my domain first. Once I reach my territory, there will be no reservations." Kakashi pursued until he reached the outskirts of Tiendo City. Finally coming to a halt, he surveyed the vast, open ground around him with a furrowed brow. His ability to follow had stemmed from his exceptional tracking skills, as Douluo had hastily left behind some clues. Now, surrounded by emptiness, he pondered which direction to take. "Kakashi, why have you stopped?" the Nine Tails inquired, its voice deep and hoarse. Kakashi reflected momentarily before responding, "This is open ground. Individuals of that caliber do not leave footprints, so any direction is viable." Kakashi remained composed and unhurried. The fact that Douluo had abducted Tang San indicated a particular interest in whatever Tang San possessed, suggesting that he would not resort to lethal measures just yet. If he merely sought to take Tang San's life, he could have easily done so earlier without the need for abduction. Given Douluo's proficiency with poison and his capabilities for erasing bodies, he was undoubtedly more adept than Kakashi, who had once served in the Umbu. Since Douluo had specifically taken Tang San, it was likely he intended to interrogate him thoroughly, rather than dispose of him carelessly. Kakashi concluded thus. At that moment, he concealed himself within the woods outside Tiendo City, for standing directly at the city gate would draw undue attention to his peculiar attire, a green vest exclusive to Konoha, deep blue ninja garb, and a mask obscuring his silver-haired visage. "Let us contemplate the intelligence regarding this Poison Douluo," the Nine Tails urged. "Do not expect me to remind you of such matters." "I apologize," Kakashi replied. "The Wuhuanding also possesses records on Douluo. He wields the Bailan martial spirit, proficient in poison and residing in the Sunset Forest outside Tiendo City. The Sunset Forest harbors a unique area known as the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, highly conducive to plant growth. Douluo's prolonged residence there is to utilize various herbs for his poison research." The Nine Tails chuckled. "A solution has emerged. Do you have a plan?" Kakashi queried, knowing that the Nine Tails rarely laughed frivolously. "We have identified a lead, but it will require time," the Nine Tails responded. "Time is both ample and pressing," Kakashi conveyed. "The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye fosters plant growth, yet it remains ineffective for animals. In essence, every authentic soul beast forest possesses a site of natural fortune. The Shingdo Great Forest is home to two dominant forest overlords. Likewise, the Sunset Forest features the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. These locales are abundant in natural energy, drawing soul beasts and becoming gathering places. The Nine Tails intends to utilize its sensitivity to vast natural energy to locate the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye." Kakashi surmised that, while Douluo might not bring Tang San back to his lair, he would undoubtedly safeguard it, perhaps establishing some defenses to alert him of intrusions. In any case, directly raiding his stronghold could not go amiss. "Let us proceed," Kakashi commanded. "Understood." Chapter 96. A difficult journey within the sunset forest, Kakashi leapt through the trees. His form was stained with the blood of numerous soul beasts that inhabited the area. These soul beasts were all over 1,000 years old and notoriously ferocious, attacking humans on sight. Kakashi had vanquished several thousand-year soul beasts, his right hand now drenched in their blood. He refrained from delivering fatal blows, concerned that the Nine-Tails might develop reservations about him. If memory served, typical soul beasts reaching a millennium in age generally acquired a level of adult intelligence. At that stage, aside from their inability to speak human language, they bore similarities to tailed beasts. Kakashi worried that the Nine-Tails might. We are drawing closer to the area rich in natural energy. Kakashi, it will be prudent to halt for now, the Nine-Tails advised gravely. Soul Masters possess a plethora of unique abilities, and the disparity in soul power between Douluo and Kakashi was insurmountable. If Kakashi were to engage in combat with an opponent of Douluo's caliber, even a confrontation akin to that of a shadow among ninjas would yield no chance of victory. However, escaping would prove far easier. Yet now, with the need to rescue Tang San, the challenge intensified. Upon careful consideration, a successful rescue was not entirely out of reach, but this was undeniably the adversary's territory. Alas, this task was proving to be quite arduous. Kakashi came to a halt, recognizing that it was time for a respite. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from a distance, akin to that of a tiger. This fierce cry reverberated through the air, causing a painful ringing in the ears. A mere mortal would have surely succumbed to its overwhelming force. Even Kakashi found himself unable to withstand it, clutching his ears and kneeling on one knee, unable to bear the intensity. The soul beast had evidently tracked him down, drawn by the scent of blood emanating from his body. He had intended to rest and devise a plan to rescue Tang San, but now the cacophony of chirping birds filled the air as Kakashi's palm glowed with chakra, crackling with the energy of lightning. Kakashi's understanding of the physicality of soul beasts was limited, yet he was acutely aware of their combat prowess. Judging by the power encapsulated in that tiger's roar, it likely exceeded the level of a 1,000-year-old soul beast. In response to the multitude of bird-like cries, the tiger soul beast seemed to perceive a challenge, unleashing another thunderous roar. Kakashi intensified his chakra output, the lightning in his hand surging forth, gradually coalescing into a luminous sphere. The sounds of the chirping birds intertwined with the crackle of electricity, a precursor to his signature technique, Raikiri. After arriving in this world, Kakashi had acquired a new energy known as soul power, which augmented his physical capabilities but also posed challenges. Balancing the presence of two distinct energies was no simple task. Thus, the immense control required to perform the S-rank ninjutsu, Raikiri, was currently beyond his reach. However, as Kakashi gradually regained his senses and re-established control over his chakra, he assessed that the ferocious soul beast before him had likely attained the level of a 10,000-year-old entity, necessitating a cautious approach. The chakra of the Nine-Tails had not been bestowed upon Kakashi this time, due to the previous battle with Huang Do, which had caused the seal to loosen. A loose seal was never a good omen. Typically, such a situation would spell doom for the host, reducing them to a mere killing machine. Yet on this occasion, Kakashi was spared from harm. Conversely, if the seal on the Nine-Tails loosened to a critical degree, it would face obliteration from this world. Kakashi heard the sound of something slicing through the air. The 10,000-year tiger was on the move. Without hesitation, he removed his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan, prepared to unleash his full strength. This soul beast, a 10,000-year-old Yundan who possessed incredible speed that Kakashi's normal vision struggled to track. Although the thunderous roar did not carry a mental assault, its inherent power was formidable. Kakashi closed his right eye, using his left to scan for the movements of the Yundan who. This tiger's appearance was distinct from other soul beasts. It was neither a white tiger nor a black tiger, but rather bore a pattern reminiscent of a zebra. Nevertheless, being a Yundan, it had a coat of black adorned with white cloud-like markings. His master had taught him that such soul beasts balanced speed and ferocity, proving to be quite formidable. Their attacks, however, were somewhat simplistic relying heavily on physical combat without any additional abilities. Yet, their strength was immense, and their claws could easily rend flesh and shatter stone. As Kakashi's Sharingan darted back and forth, he finally pinpointed its location. He refrained from utilizing the body flicker technique due to insufficient preparation time. Moreover, Chidori required a swift execution to maximize its lethality and piercing capability. The Yundan who responded swiftly, turning to face Kakashi as he charged forward. With another mighty roar, it attempted to disorient him. However, to utilize sound waves as an attack against Kakashi, it would need to exceed the volume of the cacophony of chirping birds. Kakashi was resolute in his approach. He sought to resolve the conflict swiftly, leaving no room for hesitation. This was the essence of a ninja's combat style, decisive and unyielding. He intended to settle the matter with a single blow and depart immediately. Lingering in the Soul Beast Forest was unwise. As the Yundan who lunged at Kakashi, the two forces collided. The sound of a piercing strike echoed, but it was unclear which party emerged victorious. Kakashi's lightning continued to flicker. Yet this did not guarantee his safety. It might merely signify the last vestiges of his strength. Blood stained the claw of the Yundan who, indicating a wound inflicted upon Kakashi, though this did not confirm its victory. Behind the Yundan who, the light of Kakashi's lightning began to fade, revealing a blood-soaked palm. His fingerless gloves were drenched, and his entire hand was covered in crimson. Kakashi had also summoned two tendrils composed entirely of chakra, forming chakra tails. Although the nine tails could not directly provide Kakashi with chakra, it could manifest its own chakra into tails, enabling Kakashi to utilize them. Two chakra tails emerged, tasked with intercepting the Yundan whose strikes. This battle was fleeting. Despite the relatively equal capabilities of both combatants, it concluded abruptly. In the final moments of their encounter, the Yundan who activated its innate transformation skill, increasing in size and disrupting Kakashi's strategy. The tiger's claws elongated, extending its reach to pierce Kakashi's body first. Indeed, this old beast had gained intelligence, and its cunning was honed by years of experience in the brutal world of soul beasts. Kakashi was taken aback by the Yundan whose ability to transform so swiftly. In desperation, he expended a considerable amount of chakra to summon the chakra tails. Lacking the nine tails chakra as a conduit, the consumption was substantial, and Kakashi was already fatigued. With blood flowing, Kakashi staggered backward, while the Yundan who collapsed, lifeless. Regardless of the outcome, Kakashi had emerged victorious. A sharp claw had pierced his left shoulder, blood streaming down his arm. The two chakra tails gradually retracted as Kakashi wobbled forward. Kakashi, you must not proceed any further. Your injuries are grave, the nine tails admonished, urging him to halt. The Yundan whose claws lunged toward Kakashi's shoulders, aiming to neutralize his attack and then strike with its fangs. Yet, in this critical moment, Kakashi deployed his chakra tails, ensnaring the attacking claws and preventing them from advancing. With his right hand, which had initially evaded the Yundan whose vital areas, he thrust directly toward its heart. There was no doubt Kakashi had triumphed. His lightning-infused right hand pierced the Yundan whose heart, delivering a fatal blow. However, the force of the attacking claws against his left shoulder was tremendous, and he had not managed to defend himself adequately. Kakashi's body swayed, the depletion of chakra and his injuries compounding his predicament. "Thank you, Kurama," he murmured softly, expressing his gratitude for having slain a sentient soul beast. The nine tails, rather than sinking into contemplation, remained focused on his well-being. "Put aside such thoughts for now. We must find a place to hide," the nine tails urged urgently. "All right," Kakashi replied weakly. He found a place to sit down and retrieved a small vial filled with powder from his tool pouch. This was intended to eliminate the scent of blood, a concoction he had asked Tang San to assist in preparing. Previously, he had refrained from using it, as the powder would be blown away by the wind due to his speed when applied to his body. Thus, it was not particularly useful during travel. He poured some onto himself and sat still, recuperating his stamina and chakra. His left shoulder ached to the point of numbness, with occasional sharp pangs of pain. Even a slight touch elicited involuntary groans from Kakashi. The nine tails ceased conversing with Kakashi, falling silent as if deep in contemplation. Chapter 97. Arrival. Kakashi remained motionless, sitting there like a specter caught in a moment of stillness. His eyes were closed, his expression serene. Yet the pain from his shoulder and the bloodstains from the previous battle with the Yunban who made him appear ghostly. In that confrontation, Kakashi had unleashed his half-freightened Chidori, piercing the heart of the Yunban who, resulting in an immediate spray of blood that drenched him as if he were basking in a sanguine shower, transforming his Konoha ninja vest into a blood-soaked garment. He sat there for half an hour, devoid of any movement, resembling a corpse. "It is time to go." A voice emerged from the seemingly lifeless Kakashi as he rose. In a flash, he executed the Shunshin technique, appearing before a towering tree. Cradling his left shoulder, he leaped forward. "Kyubi, I need a position." "All right, go ahead," responded the Nine-Tails, refraining from dissuading Kakashi, knowing his resolve was unwavering. Meanwhile, at the residence of Douluo, where the ice and fire duality I resided, he lamented, "What a pity it has merged. Otherwise, this boy would have presented me with a great gift." Douluo's eyes glimmered with a green light as he gazed at Tang San, akin to a connoisseur admiring a rare treasure, a flicker of greedy light shimmering within. "I must concede, you are stronger than my granddaughter, even surpassing that Tianheng lad. At 13, possessing over level 30 soul power, an external soul bone, and deadly poison. Alas, what a pity. To think I might meet my end at the hands of an old monster wielding worthless toxins. What a tragedy indeed," Tang San retorted, dismissing Douluo's poison as inconsequential. Douluo remained unfazed, instead laughing coldly, a laugh tinged with malice. "Do not be hasty in seeking death. I will not kill you. Your silver-haired masked companion piques my interest, so I shall spare you for now." There was a sinister edge to Douluo's smile. "Do not underestimate Kakashi. With his speed, if he wishes to leave, no one can stop him," Tang Sen coldly replied. In his heart, he recognized Kakashi's prowess, yet he feared this old monster's treachery more. "Do not underestimate me either. That boy may already be on his way here. Capturing him is merely a matter of time." Douluo disregarding Kakashi, believing that even his peculiar abilities could not bridge the fundamental gap in strength. None of this matters. The outcome is already clear. Now let us discuss something else. Douluo shifted the conversation to matters of his interest. "Can you cure the poison afflicting me?" This inquiry held great significance for him. If Tang San could identify his ailment, it would indicate a profound understanding of toxins, perhaps surpassing even his own. Tang San replied nonchalantly, "Even if I could cure it, I would not. You would only suffer more. Kill me if you must. Perhaps you fear not death. After all, it is rare for one to live to 70. However, your flower-like granddaughter may not endure as long. She is likely to suffer more intensely, for she has been steeped in this toxin since birth." Douluo recognized that Tang San likely possessed a means to antidote, but unease lingered in his heart. Desperate for his granddaughter, he had no other choice. "I shall not waste words with you. If you can indeed relieve the afflictions on my granddaughter and me, I shall spare your life and even agree to assist you with 3 tasks, as long as they do not cross my bottom line," Douluo declared, placing his trust in Tang San due to his evident expertise in toxins. Tang San responded coolly, "You sparing my life is akin to your earlier assertion. Why should I trust you? You could easily slay me with a mere gesture. It is no novelty for someone like you to repay kindness with malice." Douluo felt a flicker of irritation at Tang San's obstinacy. "Wait a moment, Kakashi," the Nine-Tails interjected as Kakashi prepared to move forward. "What is the situation?" Kakashi inquired, for before him loomed the formidable ice and fire duality mountains. The Nine-Tails paused, seemingly sensing something, then chuckled softly. "This individual has set a commendable poison array, utilizing the characteristics of this natural energy convergence. How do I proceed?" Kakashi asked, for this was his primary concern, as Tang San was ensconced within. The area was saturated with natural energy, significantly enhancing the Nine-Tails' perception, which quickly detected the presence of 2 individuals, Tang San and Douluo. To advance, one must unravel the principles of this grand array. "Listen closely," the Nine-Tails instructed, elucidating the situation. It turned out that Douluo had harnessed the power of the ice and fire duality eye, combining it with his toxic arts to create the poison array. To enter safely, one had three options. First, possess the strength of a soul Douluo to force the toxins out after traversing the array. Second, disrupt the balance of the natural energies here, thereby throwing the poison array into disarray and seizing the opportunity to rush in. Third, the third option is custom-tailored for me. Kakashi interjected, preparing himself to enter. Channeling energy into soul power mode, he manifested his martial soul, summoning the short blade. By 3 soul rings adorned him, gently undulating, 2 yellow and 1 purple, an optimal configuration. The third soul ring illuminated, activating its soul skill effect. As he sensed the surrounding air pressure, Kakashi relaxed, knowing the compressed air would suffice for his needs. Without hesitation, he charged forward, wielding Baya as he entered the poison array. The third method required avoiding contact with the airborne toxins, a feat few could accomplish. The toxins permeated the air, influenced by the ice and fire duality eye, capable of infiltrating protective soul power. Hence, even enveloping himself entirely in soul power would prove futile in thwarting the poison. Holding his breath was likewise ineffective, as these toxins could infiltrate through the pores, rendering defense nearly impossible. Thus, this was the third method meticulously crafted for Kakashi. By leveraging the characteristics of his third soul skill, he manipulated the wind within a 3-meter radius, compressing the air around him. In this highly compressed air, other gases struggled to infiltrate, including the toxins present in the atmosphere. Every few seconds, Kakashi would expel a layer of wind to dilute the surrounding air's toxins. However, the range of this poison array was extensive. He had to employ his second soul skill multiple times to break free. He could not utilize his own speed, for his rapid movements risked exceeding the wind pressure he could generate. Rather than gradually adapting, Kakashi opted for the second soul technique he had previously experimented with, which aligned with the wind pressure, enhancing his speed. Tang San, where the energy could be converted back, was now centered around chakra. With that negligible soul power, he had no chance of winning. Utilizing chakra was the better choice. Chakra and soul power were mutually exclusive, thus minimizing the influence of Douluo's soul power pressure in that space. Apologies for the frequent mentions of Kakashi. I ended up having a nightmare related to Hwoarang. My spirits have been low today, so there will only be one update. Chapter 98 can be temporarily reassured. At this moment, Tang San was still negotiating with Douluo. Prove that your ability to use poison surpasses mine, and I shall believe you, Douluo stated, harboring subconscious distrust towards Tang San. After all, before him stood merely a 13-year-old boy. While he had delved into the realm of toxins for decades without finding a solution, how could this youth possess such capability? However, Tang San's ability to articulate his affliction caused a flicker of doubt within him, prompting a desire to test him, even if not for himself. He had to consider his sole remaining kin, his granddaughter Douluo. Tang San spread his hands in resignation, saying, I possess nothing. How can I prove my superiority in the art of poison? In the shadows, a crimson left I fixated on them. It belonged to Kakashi. He had reverted to chakra mode, enveloped in chakra that Douluo could not sense. If he were a ninja, such a potent chakra fluctuation would have revealed Kakashi long ago, without the need for sensory abilities. However, the soul masters were different. Aside from mental probing, there were no other means. Kakashi, do not act impulsively. Wait for this fellow to reveal a flaw before striking, warned the Nine Tails. Kakashi nodded slightly, contemplating within, I understand. This is his domain, and those herbs might well be lethal. Just as well, wait patiently, the Nine Tails replied. Kakashi widened his Sharingan. Ordinarily, he could not read lips. But with the Sharingan, it was a different matter. All right, take me to your medicinal garden, and do not disturb me for a day, Tang San instructed. Follow me. Douluo responded. What? Kakashi, arriving late, could only discern those 2 sentences after fully concealing himself. The Nine Tails, tapping into Kakashi's thoughts, was aware of this and chuckled, asking, should we follow? Kakashi pondered, assessing the current situation. It seemed unlikely that Douluo would resort to lethal measures now. Tang San's relaxed demeanor indicated his safety, alleviating any worries. Based on their conversation, they were headed to Douluo's medicinal garden. Previously, Tang San had informed Kakashi that Douluo's obsession with poison had ensnared him as well. Thus, it appeared Tang San intended to pressure Douluo into submission. However, Douluo clearly did not fully trust Tang San, so the visit to the medicinal garden likely served as a test of Tang San's detoxification abilities. Kakashi, ever perceptive, possessed eyes that transcended even the Sharingan. Much like his evaluation of Itachi within the Uchiha clan, he was the only one endowed with the true sight that pierced through all illusions. Deciding to follow, Kakashi trailed behind. The Nine-Tails chuckled, "Your deductive abilities remain sharp, Kakashi." "Indeed, yet I grapple with whether to snatch Tang San away now or continue to wait." Kakashi mused internally, unable to make a decision. The Nine-Tails, without hesitation, burst into laughter, remarking, "Cold-hearted Kakashi is influenced by emotions. Such a situation should warrant no deliberation." Kakashi paused slightly, realizing the Nine-Tails spoke the truth. He was indeed swayed. "Tell me, what should I do?" he inquired. The Nine-Tails, suppressing his mirth, replied, "The Kakashi of old would feel shame for your current hesitation." Kakashi remained silent. Following Tang San, who was now making his way to Douluo's medicinal garden, while awaiting the Nine-Tails' response. Observing Kakashi, the Nine-Tails noted that although the adversary had relaxed his vigilance, this was still his domain. Even if they rescued that boy, escape from his grasp would be improbable. If they believed in that boy's detoxification abilities, their safety would be assured. "Very well, and thank you." "What thanks? You could have figured that out yourself," the Nine-Tails retorted before falling silent. Exiting the cave, Tang San soon realized they stood amidst a dense forest, on a hill approximately 500 meters high. At night, visibility was limited, obscuring much of the surrounding scenery. Douluo ascended the mountain path as if traversing flat ground, although he appeared to move slowly. Each step covered a distance of 10 meters, and the pace was remarkably uniform, giving the impression of vertical ascent. Tang San hurriedly gathered his soul power, trailing behind Douluo. He certainly did not believe that merely exiting the cave would grant him freedom. Escaping from a tidal Douluo was a foolish notion. Kakashi followed at a measured pace, maintaining his composure to tail an enemy of tidal Douluo caliber. However, Douluo had become somewhat complacent. He presumed that any intruder would carry toxins due to the poison formation's barrier. With such toxins present, no concealment techniques would elude his perception. Soon, under Douluo's guidance, Tang San arrived at the mountaintop. Upon reaching this point, Tang San was taken aback by the terrain before him. They stood at the edge of an inverted conical depression, with thick, humid steam rising from within. The steam was laden with the distinct scent of sulfur. "There is a hot spring here," Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Douluo cast him a sidelong glance. "You seem quite knowledgeable." Subsequently, the two leaped down. Kakashi, upon witnessing their figures vanish, immediately pursued. Upon reaching the location, he too was somewhat astonished. He recognized the allure of the hot spring, albeit through his past experiences of frequenting such places, contrasting with Tang San's understanding of medicinal properties. They jumped straight down. Due to the fog and the night, coupled with the steepness of the cliff, Kakashi could not discern the bottom nor the presence of the two individuals. Forming seals, he concentrated chakra at his feet, running vertically down the cliff face. Without chakra, he would have faced considerable difficulty descending while avoiding Douluo's detection. After a brief period, the Nine-Tails suddenly commanded, "Stop immediately, Kakashi." Kakashi halted abruptly, his body wobbling, almost toppling forward. Fortunately, he managed to draw a kunai and plunge it into the ground, preventing his face from colliding with the earth. "I cannot proceed further, Kakashi." "What is happening?" The Nine-Tails urgently urged. "You must retreat. The target is too conspicuous. If that fellow emerges unexpectedly, it will lead to trouble." Upon hearing this, Kakashi leaped backward, quickly darting away. "What is going on?" he inquired once more. The Jiwei emitted a deep voice, stating that there existed an exceedingly high concentration of natural energy below. If you venture further down, that individual would be able to sense your presence through the natural energy. Kakashi furrowed his brow, pondering the perilous nature of the situation. Indeed, that must be the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Given this, Kakashi swiftly descended the mountain, concealing himself within the lush underbrush, patiently awaiting his opportunity. Should an antidote be required, Tang San's cautious nature would certainly prevent Douluo from staying nearby. Thus, it sufficed to wait for Douluo to emerge before making his entrance. What did you say? Only a 50% chance? Douluo's words were laced with malice. Young man, you have been deceiving me all along. They had been discussing the poison afflicting Douluo, to which Tang San candidly admitted his certainty was merely 50%. Tang San replied coldly, "Do I have any need to deceive you? Your body has been corrupted by toxic mist for so many years. A 50% chance of a cure is already the highest possible. However, even if it cannot completely heal you, it will alleviate your suffering. As for your granddaughter, I possess sufficient confidence to heal her without the aid of the yin-yang eyes." Upon hearing this, Douluo's expression lightened considerably, prompting him to issue a warning to Tang San while also imparting certain insights. After their discussion, Douluo soared upwards, his toes briefly touching the mountain wall, ascending like a majestic bird towards the mountain's peak. Meanwhile, Kakashi observed Douluo's departure and waited a while before re-entering the mountain. To be honest, I am intrigued by the so-called yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Kakashi murmured. The records within the Wuhuan temple documented that the vicinity of the yin-yang eyes was replete with potent herbs, making it an excellent training ground. However, due to the presence of peculiar medicinal plants, ordinary title Douluo would not dare approach, for even those of such caliber could face mortal peril. Douluo, being well-versed in medicinal research, was an exception. This place is remarkable. I could teach you a thing or two if the opportunity arises, Jue remarked slowly. However, just as Kakashi was about to inquire further, Jue ceased its speech. Chapter 99. The duality of medicinal herbs. The Zhushao Yin has surprisingly grown to such a size. Unlike the nourishing effects of cordyceps, Zhushao Yin thrives in shadowy and cold environments. Its inherently cold nature counters heat and is a precious medicinal material, remarkably effective against fire toxins. Tang San busied himself with these herbs, astonished by their unexpected presence. Subsequently, he discovered numerous rare herbs, each revelation leaving him astounded. Ultimately, he stumbled upon the rare and exquisite Qi Luo Yuxiang. To encounter such a treasure, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Tang San sat cross-legged, quietly reviewing the esoteric records contained within his mind's treasure trove. The passage of years had dulled his memory due to lack of application, necessitating a serious recollection. Otherwise, even a slight error in discerning the properties of the herbs could lead to a fatal outcome. As dawn gradually broke, and the first light of morning appeared on the horizon, Tang San also opened his eyes. Douluo's words were eloquent, claiming to grant Tang San an additional night. It was merely an extra hour. At that moment, he concealed himself within the woods outside Tiando City. He had brought Tang San here during the latter part of the night. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared before Tang San. Upon descending, he did not reveal himself immediately, opting instead to observe for a while. Kakashi? Tang San voiced his confusion, astonished. The earlier stillness outside indicated that Douluo had not detected Kakashi, implying that Kakashi could now move freely beneath the watchful gaze of a titled Douluo. "You seem to enjoy yourself here," Kakashi remarked, bending down to scrutinize Tang San, who was seated on the ground. "Of course, there are many treasures here," Tang San replied, gesturing towards the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Kakashi sighed, realizing that the young man was indeed thrilled. "So you don't wish to leave?" he inquired, though it seemed he already knew the answer, his tone tinged with resignation. Tang San sprang to his feet, excitedly exclaiming, "Leave? With so many treasures here, it would be a grave mistake to miss out. Moreover, I am quite confident in my ability to cure that old monster's poison." Kakashi raised an eyebrow and asked, and then, as he lowered his forehead protector to conceal his Sharingan, "Come, let me tell you," Tang San urged, eagerly introducing the various herbs one by one. "This one, if absorbed, will be of great use in the future. This one, if absorbed, can..." Kakashi listened as Tang San described one herb after another, many of which had unfamiliar names that he scarcely understood. A headache began to form. Tang San's enthusiasm for these subjects was remarkable. In his recollection, aside from hidden weapons and cultivation, nothing else occupied Tang San's mind as much as these herbs. After a lengthy discourse, Tang San finally paused, granting Kakashi a momentary reprieve. Kakashi scratched his head and remarked, "I can't comprehend what you're saying. Why do you keep talking?" He recalled that those in the village who were more familiar with medicinal herbs were typically medical ninjas, while others seldom delved into such studies. "It's precisely because you don't understand." Tang San clapped his hands, stating without hesitation, his expression brimming with excitement. Kakashi momentarily froze, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish as he stared at Tang San, speechless for a time. "Knowing I don't understand and still speaking. Is this kid just showing off?" Kakashi thought. "Feeling a bit feisty, are we?" Tang San smirked. "If you understood, I wouldn't be telling you otherwise. The information collected by my Tang Sect would be exposed, and I cannot bear that blame." "Ah, this kid." Kakashi seized Tang San by the back of his collar, lifting him up, his right eye glaring at him with a disapproving tone. "If you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation, I will interpret it as you needing to digest a tonic, hence seeking to irritate me." Hey, no such thing, absolutely not." Tang San hurriedly denied, not wishing to become Kakashi's adversary. "Oh, really?" Kakashi set him down, signaling for an explanation. Tang San admitted that knowing so much alone made him feel stifled. Thus he wished to share it. Speaking to the air would make him feel like a fool. Discussing it with others from Shrek or the Master would surely elicit the question, "How do you know all this?" Yet apart from them, Tang San knew no one else. Thus, seizing this opportunity to speak with Kakashi allowed him to relieve the burden of his secrets. Kakashi exhaled deeply. "I see. That is understandable." He had experienced similar sentiments in his past life, albeit not as intensely. As a ninja, one must guard their secrets. He had prepared himself for this from the outset. Although he once contemplated sharing his secrets like Tang San, thoughts of his village compelled him to refrain. Over time, suppressing such thoughts became habitual, to the point where he no longer knew which secret to divulge. Kakashi took a deep breath to clear his mind, realizing that the names of the herbs had left him somewhat bewildered. "It seems you have no intention of leaving. What conditions did Douluo offer that led you to agree so readily?" Kakashi inquired. Tang San regarded Kakashi with an expression akin to that of a creature observing a curious anomaly. He pondered how Kakashi could possibly discern the conditions laid out by Douluo. Kakashi, catching the flicker of confusion in Tang San's eyes with a sidelong glance, remarked, "If merely stating that your life would be spared is the extent of his offer, it would be quite peculiar for you to accept it. He surely would not propose such a lowly condition to diminish the gravity of negotiations." Upon hearing this, Tang San felt an unsettling dissonance. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the underlying implications. "Hey, what do you mean by claiming I wouldn't agree to such a paltry condition? It sounds as if I were akin to a shrewd merchant." Tang San expressed his dissatisfaction, finding Kakashi's words unduly disparaging. "Oh," Kakashi raised an eyebrow, realizing the essence of his prior statement. "What I meant to convey is that a condition deemed too low lacks sincerity, and thus you would be unlikely to trust him." "Ah, so it is thus," Tang San mused, and the two engaged in a lengthy discourse. Eventually, Tang San recalled the pressing matter of time and hurriedly resumed his tasks. He first approached the Hanjiin Quan near the ice and Fire Liang Yin to harvest the Ba Jiao Xinbing Chao, followed by the collection of the Lihua Xingjiao Shu. During this endeavor, Kakashi could only observe as the intricacies of these herbs eluded his understanding. Likewise, Tang San found himself equally perplexed by many aspects of Kakashi's being, rendering collaboration impractical. As Tang San lingered near the ice and Fire Liang Yin, a sensation of anguish began to manifest within him. Despite his efforts to position himself at the convergence of the two extreme hot and cold springs, aided by the fragrant Shi Luo Xianpin to mitigate the effects of cold and fire toxins, his body nonetheless began to react adversely. The symptoms intensified after he harvested the two herbs embodying such extreme properties. The alternating temperatures surged within him, causing his complexion to fluctuate between shades of blue and red. As his internal energy surged uncontrollably, "Kakashi, stay back," Tang San called out, halting Kakashi's approach. "The cold and fire toxins are unbearable even for me, let alone for someone as uninformed about toxins as you." Kakashi, sensing the ominous aura of the two herbs from a distance, refrained from advancing. "Hey, these are remarkable items." The voice of a nine-tails rumbled, deep and gravelly. "You recognize those herbs, don't you?" Kakashi mused internally, searching for a way to assist Tang San. Tang San wasted no time and consumed the two herbs, and an icy blue aura enveloped him, rising from his feet. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a figure entirely cloaked in blue, only to be soon followed by a crimson glow. At that moment, Tang San resembled a shrimp freshly boiled, alternating between blue and red, an extraordinary sight to behold. "Xiao San," Kakashi gasped, yet remained steadfast, unwilling to advance. He understood the potential dangers of the situation. Should he act recklessly, the consequences could be dire. "Kakashi, do not concern yourself with him. This young lad has his own plans. Simply observe from the sidelines." The nine-tails instructed. "I share your sentiment. Xiao San will endure. He is truly exceptional," Kakashi reflected, having watched Tang San grow over the years. Their bond, forged through shared experiences as travelers from another world, had fostered a connection that transcended even that of Tang San with his master. Nevertheless, a flicker of unease remained as he scrutinized the situation, recognizing that the herbs represented extremes of yin and yang, and consuming them could lead to perilous consequences. "Enough. Just watch over him and cease your needless worrying," the nine-tails admonished. "Understood," Kakashi acquiesced, settling into a protective stance for Tang San. Just sitting idly by while watching him is a waste of time. The nine-tails bellowed, its voice ringing painfully in Kakashi's ears. Kakashi, momentarily bewildered, took a moment to collect his thoughts before calming himself. The rapidity of his transformation left the nine-tails momentarily taken aback, as it expected him to inquire about the appropriate course of action. "Hey, if you have something to say, do so promptly. As you said, let's not squander time," Kakashi urged, sitting cross-legged and awaiting further instruction. After what felt like an eternity, the nine-tails finally spoke. "Fine, let us discuss this further inside." In an instant, Kakashi found himself in a dimly lit sewer, surrounded by robust iron pillars and the eerie sound of dripping water. With the 9 crimson tails of the nine-tails swaying ominously behind him, glowing like flames. Kakashi regarded the peculiar scene with a calm demeanor, his right eye half opened, portraying an air of nonchalance. "Well, QB, just get to the point. You're not one for idle chatter." The nine-tails scrutinized Kakashi with palpable irritation. "While I appreciate your mental agility during combat, your casual demeanor in these moments is exceedingly frustrating." Kakashi chuckled lightly, continuing, "So, you mean to imply that I should remain still, yet there are still tasks to be accomplished? I recall the fifth tails, Mu Wang, remarking on your lack of sincerity." The nine-tails retorted, "Are you listening or not? Mastering this technique is far from simple." The nine-tails roared once more. Realizing his words had struck a nerve with the nine-tails, Kakashi raised his hand apologetically and offered a sheepish smile. "My apologies." The nine-tails exhaled deeply, regaining composure. "Enough of that. Let us discuss the matter at hand. First, relinquish your body to me, and I shall demonstrate." "Very well." Upon surrendering control, Kakashi sensed a peculiar alteration within himself. His exposed right eye had morphed into a slit-like pupil, the surrounding iris transformed into a vibrant yellow. This is the essence of sage techniques, though it remains woefully scant. "Since you lack mastery, I have only been able to gather this little," the nine-tails explained, seemingly relieved, as the risks associated with sage arts were considerable. Indeed, the chakra he had amassed was minimal. However, Kakashi felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. The power of sage techniques was undeniably formidable. "Fortunately, this is but a fraction. Had it been any more, I would likely have morphed into a frog," Kakashi quipped, a hint of self-deprecation evident in his tone. Were he still burdened by the Sharingan, he might not have been able to manage even this small amount of sage chakra. inevitably leading to transformation. Remember this sensation and practice it gradually. The Nine-Tails instructed, reclining upon its arms, feigning slumber. Hey, I need to disperse my chakra. Kakashi interjected. Figure that out yourself. The Nine-Tails replied. Utilizing sage techniques, Kakashi produced several right-on shadow clones, ultimately reducing his sage chakra to a mere fraction. He preserved this remnant to ensure he could genuinely retain the sensation, aided by the pull of natural energy. Kakashi endeavored to sense the natural energy for several hours. But ultimately, his efforts bore no fruit. Despite his genius, the time and assistance required to master sage techniques were simply insufficient. During the training of Minato, Naruto, and Jiraiya in sage arts, they had the assistance of the oil from the toads of Mount Myaboku. Kakashi, bereft of any such aid, faced insurmountable challenges. Even with the remnants he retained for guidance, it was far from adequate. Mastering sage techniques proved to be an arduous task. Ugh, I cannot bear to watch any longer. Relinquish your body to me once more. Kakashi readily agreed, relying solely on the Kyuubi for assistance in this matter. Once the Kyuubi took possession of Kakashi's body, it stirred uncomfortably, displaying evident dissatisfaction and an overall sense of discomfort. TCH, the powers of the Uchiha and Senju are truly bothersome. You should be grateful to me. I'm taking a risk this time. The Kyuubi sat on the ground, wearing a disdainful expression. Kakashi observed quietly, unsure of what the Kyuubi was doing. Yet he refrained from interrupting. Vaguely, Kakashi sensed something amiss with his left eye. It felt itchy and uncomfortable. Bear with it, he thought. This is merely the shedding of power. The pain inflicted upon a Jinchuriki during the extraction of a tailed beast is far more intense. After a considerable period, the Kyuubi halted and transferred its body back to Kakashi. Every time you use my body, I sense a change. I almost feel as if this body no longer belongs to me. Kakashi scratched himself, feeling an oddity throughout his entire being, though he could not pinpoint it. The sole advantage was that he felt invigorated, brimming with strength. What is the principle behind this? He inquired. I have divided the other half of the Hashirama power within your Sharingan into 2 parts and extracted half of it, the Kyuubi explained. With the assistance of Obito, Kakashi had transferred the Sharingan along with the first Hokage's power. To implement its self-sealing, the Kyuubi divided the Hashirama power, allocating 1/2 to the Sharingan and reserving the other half for the sealing process. Your Sharingan is not yet a Mangekyo. It does not require excessive Hashirama power. So I extracted half as a means to aid your sage mode cultivation. The power of the first Hokage is formidable, capable of manipulating with release, and its cells possess remarkable vitality. Furthermore, it greatly facilitates the cultivation of sage techniques. Upon Madara's resurrection, due to the power of the first cells within him, he could wield sage chakra without ever having practiced sage techniques. This is the maximum amount that can be extracted. The remainder must stay in your left eye, or else your Sharingan will be doomed. Why? Kakashi queried. Do you believe that your Sharingan can remain activated in your soul state without the Hashirama power? Once the Sharingan is used, it necessitates chakra, yet in the soul state, you possess no chakra to utilize. Your Sharingan, like in your previous life, cannot be closed, leading to constant consumption. Although the burden is now minimal, the consumption persists. The remaining Hashirama power is intended to allow the Sharingan to function in the soul state. When the Kyuubi performed its self-sealing, half of its power was sufficient, hence the other half was retained. All right, now that we have the power of Senju, let us not dawdle. In the external world, Douluo had just endured a round of torment from the ailments resulting from his poisonous cultivation when the Golden Iron Triangle arrived. Both sides exhibited a firm stance, their words sharp and uncompromising, unwilling to yield even an inch. The atmosphere surged with tension, as if a confrontation could erupt at any moment. The master, desperate to save Tang San and the missing Kakashi, felt his long unchallenged composure shaken to its core. Douluo, with an inflated sense of self, regarded the master and his companions with disdain, believing his strength to be far superior. Lu Erlong, fiery in temperament, was eager to act but held back, restrained by a measure of caution. Flanders, cunning and shrewd, relentlessly pressured Douluo with various moral arguments. However, Flanders' efforts proved futile, as Douluo remained unyielding, acting solely on his whims. Ultimately, provoked by the incessant taunts of several juniors, Douluo snapped when the master mentioned Tang San once more, declaring bluntly, "That boy is dead." His words ignited an uproar, plunging the master into despair. His lifelong aspiration lay in ruins, enveloping him in a chilling sense of hopelessness. As the sun and moon shone brightly, the golden iron triangle united against a rare opponent, a titled Douluo of the continent. Since Douluo was of such caliber, there was no need for restraint. The golden iron triangle unleashed their full might from the outset. During the preparation for their martial soul fusion technique, the toxins from Douluo's poison formation were forced out, compelling him to take the situation seriously. After a brief moment of surprise, Douluo remained passive, hands clasped behind his back, patiently awaiting the outcome. In his arrogance, he would not strike first against three foes far beneath his strength. Such was the demeanor of a true powerhouse. The master's aberrant martial soul, the pig-dog-type creature Luo Sanpao, bore 16 soul rings and endured tremendous suffering. Yet, having absorbed such formidable power, Luo Sanpao underwent a dramatic transformation. Within mere breaths, its body had expanded to a length of 20 meters. Scales on its back split open, revealing a pair of enormous dragon wings that unfurled majestically. With its wings spread wide, it could hover in mid-air without assistance. Its once innocent eyes now radiated a fierce majesty, transformed entirely into a golden hue. Its 4 claws, encased in thick dragon scales, exuded an air of authority from its golden dragon gaze. Witnessing this transformation, the Poison Douluo felt a surge of interest. Typically, he regarded soul masters of such ranks as mere ants, dismissing them entirely. However, seeing 3 ants wield such tremendous power invigorated him, igniting a desire for a piercing roar escaped his lips, an emerald green light erupted from within him. The first 7 soul rings lit up simultaneously, causing his lanky frame to swell within the brilliant green aura, ascending rapidly. The human form vanished, and Douluo transformed into a colossal emerald green serpent. His transformation was evidently swifter than Luo Sanpao's, and in the blink of an eye, he had surpassed Luo Sanpao, measuring 30 meters in length and as thick as a water tank. A significant portion of his serpentine body rose to confront Luo Sanpao. Douluo unleashed a torrent of green poisonous mist, while the master commanded Luo Sanpao to counter with a dragon's breath, engaging in an intense battle. "Kakashi, the fight has begun outside. You should go and take a look," spoke not the QB but Tang San, who had just awakened after absorbing 2 potent herbs. A divine dragon imbued with divine aura faced off against the peak level by Lin Shihuang, both boasting bodies spanning several meters, their clash capable of shattering mountains and stones, annihilating all within a 1,000-meter radius. The ruckus was so immense that even the ice fire Tu Yong I could discern clearly. "Are you all right?" Kakashi inquired with concern. Even he recognized that the 2 herbs Tang San had just consumed were extraordinary, leaving him somewhat uneasy. Tang San remained seated cross-legged, responding, "I'm fine. The effects of the herbs were too potent. I just need to rest a little longer." Kakashi nodded in affirmation and turned to leave without hesitation, embodying his decisive nature. "If it's the master and the dean, remember to stop them," Tang San's voice called out from behind. Kakashi acknowledged him with a reply and leaped forth. The martial soul fusion technique of the Golden Iron Triangle was an opportunity too good to miss. The circumstances dictate the course of action. "Young ones, do you truly wish to court death?" As Kakashi approached the cavern, he was immediately met with the thunderous roar of Douluo. Both his tone and words were laced with fury, clearly stemming from a recent confrontation where overconfidence had led to his downfall. This was indeed a sacred dragon, a most peculiar creature. Ninjas belonged to the East, and the dragons known in that era were solely the Eastern divine dragons. The sacred dragon is a creation of Western mythology. Kakashi was astonished, having witnessed a rare skill. Enraged, Douluo unleashed the 1,000-year-old soul bone skill, Medusa's gaze. The eyes of Douluo transformed into those of the azure phosphor serpent king, turned pale and devoid of light, resembling the lifeless Sharingan. The preparation and attack speeds of this skill were rapid. The body flicker technique could only evade it once, and if it were a surprise attack, the technique would be rendered useless. Kakashi assessed the situation, holding this skill in high regard and expressing his trepidation towards it. Concealed in the shadows, he observed quietly. Battles of this caliber were as rare as those at the Hokage level, and he could not afford to miss it. Moreover, it was even more splendid than battles of the shadows among ninjas, with a dazzling array of soul skills dazzling in the air, a truly magnificent spectacle. Such grandeur was reminiscent only of the limited encounters he had witnessed between Naruto and Killer Bee against the six-tailed beasts, showcasing vibrant soul techniques. The master dared not allow the sacred dragon to withstand Douluo's next strike, fearing he could not endure the full brunt of Medusa's gaze. Golden light flared once more, and Master, Flinder, and Liu Air long simultaneously coughed up blood, which fell upon the central ring of the golden triangle formation. In an instant, their blood coalesced within the ring, transforming into a point of golden light that struck Luo Sanpao, spreading his dragon wings. Luo Sanpao chose not to evade the attack of the azure phosphor serpent king this time. His entire body ignited with golden light, burning fiercely as his dragon's roar grew ever louder. The golden flames converged before him, forming another entity, a transparent dragon shadow that surged towards the azure phosphor serpent. This was the essence of the golden sacred dragon, the true form of the sacred dragon. As the light-shadowed sacred dragon soared forth, Luo Sanpao's body rapidly shrank in midair, transforming into a blue-purple glow that returned to the master, vanishing from sight. Concurrently, the aura surrounding the golden triangle began to dissipate, and the faces of the three turned pale as a sheet. Scoundrel, Douluo Bilot. Kakashi frowned, aware that he was within the attack range of the true form of the sacred dragon. Kakashi silently acknowledged that Douluo would undoubtedly counter this move. Yet, he felt compelled to descend once more into the cavern. The true form of the sacred dragon was one of the most potent secrets of the golden sacred dragon. Even a pseudo-golden sacred dragon wielded extraordinary power. If Douluo managed to evade it, the mountain behind him would be obliterated in an instant, and the ice and fire yin-yang would be destroyed and vanish. Thus, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to confront this strike with his own strength. Regardless of the pale-faced trio of the Golden Triangle or the Sacred Dragon's true form in the air, everything around them seemed to pause in that moment. Even the wind hung still in the air. All was frozen in time. Douluo activated his 8th soul skill, Time Convergence, shattering the Golden Triangle's desperate move. The Sacred Dragon's true form. Although the master had witnessed Douluo wield this technique during a battle alongside the 3 committee members at the Tiando Royal Academy, it had ultimately been withstood by the Titan Star Furnace by Bao Shan. He had believed that the power of the Sacred Dragon's true form would be sufficient to render this move ineffective, yet he had underestimated its potency. Douluo resolved to employ the immensely taxing 8th soul skill once more to vanquish the Golden Triangle. The master's calculations had faltered. He had not anticipated the might of Douluo's 8th soul skill. In the past, the Titan Star Furnace's soul master by Bao Shan, with his over 80-level soul power and a series of soul skills, had prevented Douluo's time convergence from affecting those nearby. The master had thought that with the all-out force of the Sacred Dragon's true form, he could prevail. With Tang San's demise, he had lost all reason to continue living and thus was prepared to pay any price. However, the one who had long been regarded as the theoretical strongest had overlooked the nuances of human relationships. By Bao Shan's ability to withstand time convergence was entirely due to Douluo's leniency. Douluo had been summoned by the Snow Star Prince to resolve issues. Should he harm the 3 committee members, the Snow Star would not escape culpability. Douluo was a man who acted on his own terms and held contempt for the weak. However, he was attentive to those he aimed to assist, embodying the pride of a strong individual. Douluo restored his corporeal form and approached the Golden Triangle. Yet, he was somewhat taken aback by their strength and offered them his admiration. Within the cavern, Kakashi noted the sudden silence, realizing it was time for him to make his entrance. His training in senjutsu had yielded no progress, and he sought to request a favor from Xiao San, hoping to remain for a while longer within the three promises. At that moment, Lu Erlong announced her identity, hoping to intimidate Douluo into allowing Flender to depart. You hail from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan? Very well, and so what? Even if I cannot defeat the dragon of your clan, it will be a simple matter for me to eradicate you, leaving no evidence for your kin to seek retribution. Douluo replied directly. Liu smiled. Senior speaks wisely. Should you eliminate both me and Xiao Gang, then even if our family sought retribution, you could easily evade responsibility. However, Flender has no ties to our family. Should he disclose anything, I doubt he would be believed. His solitary testimony would not suffice for evidence. We may perish, but might I ask if you could spare him? Douluo laughed heartily. Do you take me for a fool? While there is nothing in this world I fear, I have always adhered to the principle of eradicating the root cause. Killing all three of you would be far more secure. Douluo found the situation amusing, unsure whether to label Lu Erlong naive or foolish. The decision to spare them held little weight for him. A toxic doll. This woman still attempted to negotiate. Lu Erlong's eyes turned cold as she flicked her wrist, revealing a blue metallic sphere. You may test me. This is a unique communication device of our clan. Although you are stronger than us, should you choose to kill us. Kakashi, moving quickly, had already arrived. However, he had overheard the negotiations between Lu Erlong and Douluo. He resolved to remain hidden for the time being, aware that the information from the Spirit Hall was often ambiguous, and he hoped to glean some intelligence. Now was a critical moment for survival. The master and his companions would hold nothing back. Reveal all your cards. Let me see what stakes you have. Kakashi's interest was piqued, seeking to probe into the foundation of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan. Erlong, what are you saying? Do you think me a coward? Flender protested, feeling slighted by Lu Erlong's words. If you were to kill, then do so. Once we descend into the depths, I shall become a matchmaker for you and Xiao Gang. What does it matter if we, the Golden Triangle, perish together? Release the communication device in your hand. At the very least, someone will seek vengeance for us. Flender swiftly positioned himself before Lu Erlong and the master. Lu Erlong exclaimed, Fla, you have lost your mind. Flee at once. This is not the time for bravado. With a sigh, Flender remarked, having lived more than 50 years, my death cannot be deemed premature. Erlong, though you do not love me, you reside in my heart. Kakashi felt a shiver run down his spine. He had never encountered such forthrightness. Those from his past life often spoke with more subtlety. This directness was overwhelming. Douluo, I am unafraid to reveal to you that the father of Xiao San is someone you cannot provoke. Should we fail to return, my people will swiftly seek him out. His existence is far more formidable than that of the Lan Dian Ba Wanglong clan. Kakashi's heart surged with joy. This information was invaluable to him. It was indeed concerning Tang Hao, a figure shrouded in mystery. Kakashi had once investigated the hammer martial soul, which, upon awakening, exuded immense pressure, capturing his attention. Historical records suggested that this martial soul likely belonged to the first sect that had remained hidden for over a decade, Haotian Sect, a name that commanded respect across the continent and was renowned as the premier sect in the world. Regrettably, while there was documentation about the sect, information regarding the current Haotian Douluo was obscured. For reasons unknown, that information had been deliberately erased. Only the upper echelons of the hardware store from over a decade ago were privy to it. Kakashi refrained from inquiring with the Pope, as it was said to relate to the demise of the previous Pope, who was seemingly the partner of the current one. Kakashi wished to avoid touching upon the Pope's painful past. Douluo found it amusing. Few things in this world truly instilled fear in him. The master, with an air of mockery, taunted him, revealing that Tang San's father was Tang Hao. This development seemed to signal Douluo's intent to act. Kakashi rose, poised to reveal himself. Indeed, Douluo, now aware of Tang San's identity, hesitated no longer and prepared to strike. His eyes glimmered with a tumultuous light as his right hand slowly ascended, a murderous intent flickering within. To simply walk away would be far too effortless. Kakashi smiled, forming hand seals in preparation for a series of ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Douluo was resolute. He intended not only to eliminate the three before him, but also to swiftly deal with Tang San. The mere reputation of Tang Hao instilled dread within him. As a fellow titled Douluo, they were not on the same tier. Suddenly, he was startled by the collective gaze of the master and others fixated behind him. Success. A voice, dark and foreboding, echoed like a death knell. Though calm in tone, it resonated as a proclamation from the depths of the underworld. Moreover, he faintly heard a cacophony of noises, danger. Douluo, the Poison Douluo, had performed an action he had not undertaken in decades. Truly, such trivial tricks could not defeat him. Emerging from the ground behind Douluo was Kakashi, crackling with lightning. He had attempted a sneak attack, but Douluo had evaded by bending low. Douluo scoffed. Boom! Douluo reacted with remarkable speed, counterattacking immediately after dodging. In an instant, a powerful force erupted, sending Kakashi hurtling away. This was a manifestation of his immense soul power, creating a seismic shockwave. Thud! Before Kakashi could regain his footing, a sound erupted behind him. Realizing the dire situation, it was too late. Bang! His body was propelled away. Courtesy of Kakashi, who had surged forth from the ground, launching a kick that sent Douluo flying. Douluo's prior shockwave had left him momentarily vulnerable, allowing Kakashi to seize the opportunity. Damn clone, Douluo cursed. As a titled Douluo, his combat experience was extensive. The moment Kakashi had kicked him away, he unleashed a cloud of toxic mist as retaliation. However, that too was simply a clone. The true Kakashi emerged from the ground beside the master and the others, standing guard over them. You seek death, Douluo roared, infuriated that this youth dared to humiliate him. Boom! A fierce aura of killing intent surged forth, enveloping the area. Yet it proved futile. Kakashi, having once belonged to the Umbu, was not to be underestimated. The assassination tactical unit, designed for killing, thrived in darkness, with hands stained in blood. How could someone so young exude such a palpable killing aura? Douluo was astounded, while Tang San had dazzled him. Kakashi invoked a sense of peril. He recognized that Kakashi was not the unformed fledgling like Tang San. He had matured significantly. Such a talent was a rarity, and even a top-tier powerhouse like Douluo could only exert a simple restraint over them in their early stages. At Kakashi's level, he had to approach with caution, for he might possess lethal techniques. Crushing genius was an endeavor he found gratifying, yet sacrificing himself would be unwise. Kakashi, perceiving Douluo's cautious demeanor, offered an apologetic smile and said, "My apologies for the dramatic entrance." Douluo, puzzled, queried, "You were unaffected by my poison formation?" As a master of poison, he was aware of the effects of his own traps. If someone else remained unharmed, he would know. Kakashi smiled amicably, stating, "That poison formation indeed posed some trouble. However, I managed to navigate through it." This interpretation of Kakashi's words left Douluo grave. To penetrate the poison formation unscathed was no small feat. His mind raced, formulating numerous thoughts in mere moments. If Kakashi had not succumbed to the poison, it suggested two possibilities. Either he possessed an antidote that allowed him to bypass the poison formation, or he had developed an ability to evade toxins. Originally, Douluo considered a third option, immense strength capable of expelling toxins, but dismissed it, for only those at the soul Douluo level and above could achieve such feats. Douluo was certain that Kakashi lacked that level of power. Had he possessed it, he would have engaged directly at the Tiendo Royal Academy rather than providing assistance from the sidelines. It seemed Kakashi had employed some technique to evade the poison. Douluo's thoughts crystallized in mere seconds. His vast experience and quick-wittedness served him well. Observing a flicker in Douluo's gaze, Kakashi knew he was contemplating something. In truth, there's no need for us to continue this conflict. While unaware of Douluo's precise thoughts, Kakashi recognized that prolonging the confrontation would only intensify his animosity. Thus, he sought to communicate and ease the atmosphere, preventing Douluo from striking once more. He is capable of self-preservation. However, considering the masters beside him in the past, Kakashi would have only saved the masters. Although the masters did not strengthen themselves in the same manner as Shao Li from his previous life, their theoretical knowledge is incredibly rich. They are a veritable treasure trove of wisdom, which would yield even greater benefits for future generations. Douluo merely scoffed at Kakashi's words, believing that traversing the poison array unscathed was an impressive feat, but he was certain that today Kakashi would meet his demise. Kakashi, aware of this inevitability, sighed in resignation, realizing he must speak up quickly. Douluo, without a moment's hesitation, knew that Kakashi would require time to prepare to cross the poison array. Otherwise, it would be utterly absurd for a soul Douluo to pass through a poison array that even a soul sage could not escape. Douluo gathered his soul power, preparing to charge through, intending to eliminate the four of them in one swift motion. Meanwhile, Xiao San was already prepared. Just as Douluo was about to strike, Kakashi uttered a statement that startled him. "That kid hasn't he died yet?" Douluo was taken aback, as that place was one where even he could not linger for too long. "Xiao San is still alive," the master inquired upon hearing Kakashi's words. At that moment, hope ignited within him. "Of course, I am not dead," Tang San burst forth from the thicket behind the master, standing alongside Kakashi. Behind Tang San, the 8 spider spears retracted to avoid harming those nearby. At that moment, Tang San appeared somewhat different. The 8 spider spears on his back had undergone some peculiar changes compared to before. The size of the 8 spider spears remained unchanged, but their original blue-purple hue had transformed into a dark crimson. Upon the dark crimson body, intricate white patterns intertwined, resembling delicate white floral designs, rendering the 8 spider spears strikingly vibrant. "Xiao San, Master," the 3 exclaimed in astonishment. However, at that moment, Flander, the master, and Lu Erlong were so taken aback by Tang San's survival that they failed to notice these details. Douluo, on the other hand, would not overlook such minutiae. He was inwardly astonished, though he did not understand what had transpired with Tang San. As the Poison King, he was well aware. In the realm of poison, the more vibrant the color, the stronger the toxicity. This lad had evidently gained something within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Kakashi also took note of this, as the external soul bone was of significant concern to him. Although Kakashi was not an expert in poisons, the changes in the 8 spider spears, especially after consuming 2 extreme herbs, indicated an evolution. Observing the transformation of Tang San's 8 spider spears, Douluo felt an intensified murderous intent. He thought to himself that this was fortuitous. Eliminating all 4 at once would spare him the trouble of returning. Kakashi, naturally, was acutely aware of this. The palpable killing intent and that gaze were impossible to ignore. Kakashi lowered his forehead protector, signaling that he had no intention of striking. His previous ambush on Douluo was not merely for the sake of theatrics. Should he manage to eliminate him, this place would undoubtedly become a no-man's land, alleviating much trouble for himself. Moreover, if this old poisoner were to attack him or those around him in the future, it would spell significant trouble. Upon hearing Kakashi's general admonitions, Douluo reined in his murderous intent and calmed himself. Kakashi's previous remark about Tang San being prepared indicated that he was aware of everything. Now, as he concealed his left eye, which Douluo found foreboding, Douluo felt considerably relieved. Since Kakashi implied that he was prepared, it suggested that his poison could be cured. Tang San, having heard Kakashi's words, addressed Douluo, "Senior Douluo, did you not mention that you would fulfill 3 requests for me? Therefore, the first is that you must never harm anyone associated with our Shrek Academy, regardless of the circumstances." Douluo understood that Tang San had the confidence to heal him. Thus he nodded in agreement. "Very well, I promise you." Tang San smiled slightly and then bowed to the master, Flander, and Lu Erlong. "Teachers, I apologize for causing you concern. In truth, Senior Douluo had no ill intentions in bringing me here. He merely wished to examine the characteristics of the toxins contained within my 8 spider spears. Senior Douluo recognized my extraordinary talent and decided to impart some knowledge regarding poison martial souls." "How did you come into conflict with Senior Douluo?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, not only the master and his companions, but even Douluo was momentarily stunned. None of them had anticipated that Tang San would speak in such a manner. Kakashi, with a half-open right eye, was also taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. Try to smooth things over, are we? Xiao-san, you've made considerable progress. Kakashi mused inwardly. He then thought to himself that it seemed there was no real issue at hand, and he could attend to his own matters. He retrieved a book from his ninja tool pouch, quietly waiting. Xiao-san, you should hurry up. I still wish to continue my training. The master regarded Tang San with some confusion. He could discern no flaws in his disciple's expression, wondering if it was truly as he said. Yet just moments ago, Senior Douluo had claimed he had killed him. Tang San chuckled. That was merely Senior Douluo's jest. With his status and standing, how could he possibly resort to such actions against me? Tang San adeptly explained everything to the master. Kakashi, observing from the side, was taken aback. This was not the usual honest demeanor of Xiao-san. Douluo had long since abandoned his murderous intent. He understood. If he were to kill these 5 individuals before him, it would not only yield no benefits, but might also incur considerable trouble. Setting aside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family behind Liu Erlong and the Master, the real headache was Tang San's father, who was indeed a formidable adversary. Given Tang San's talent and the prior words of the Master and the others, Douluo could naturally deduce that they could not be deceiving him. After all, at that time, they all believed Tang San to be dead. If he refrained from killing them, with Tang San's cover, the animosity would naturally dissipate. If this lad could also relieve the toxins afflicting himself and Yin Yin, it would indeed be a fortuitous outcome for all. Moreover, Douluo was quite intrigued by Tang San's poison. Even if he did not directly harm them, obtaining a bit of poison for research purposes would not be a significant offense. After a final failure, he implored everyone to help promote this book. Chapter 104, Kakashi's Idiomatic Proficiency. Ultimately, after the master's earnest counsel, the Golden Iron Triangle departed, leaving Tang San and Kakashi behind. Before their departure, Douluo provided 3 pills to ward off toxins. This antidote was uniquely crafted by him. Others could not concoct it, which was also the reason Douluo confidently asserted that Kakashi would need time to prepare to traverse the poison array. Though the 3 of them had expended considerable soul power, as long as they exercised caution, they should have no trouble exiting the Sunset Forest. Watching the trio depart, Douluo coldly remarked, "Kid, why did you choose to cover for me? Was it necessary? Don't be ungrateful, Xiao-san. It's rare for you to be so diplomatic." Kakashi reclined against a large rock, his tone somewhat languid. With the crisis averted, he no longer felt the need to remain on high alert, reverting to a more unreliable demeanor, which was quite characteristic of him. "This is our agreement. You promised to fulfill 3 requests for me. Have you forgotten?" Tang San turned to face Douluo and stated. Douluo let out a cold snort and said, "That will depend on your ability to detoxify both me and Yin Yin. However, I increasingly doubt that you're truly just 13. You are nothing short of a little monster. Time is also running short. If you cannot pass my test, you will meet the same fate." I recall a phrase that goes something like shooting at nothing. In any case, it certainly does not apply to Xiao-san. This statement left both Tang San and Douluo momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. The turmoil was palpable as the phrase hung incomplete in the air. "Talent. What's the matter with you two?" Kakashi inquired, his confusion evident. Eventually, Tang San, wearing an expression of resignation, replied, "Kakashi, it's shooting at nothing. If you don't understand, please refrain from misusing idioms." "Ah, is that so?" Kakashi paused, feeling somewhat awkward. "My apologies. I have never been very good with idioms," he said sheepishly. "If you wish to express the idea of meaningless speech, you could simply say boasting. That would be more straightforward. Clearly, you lack the talent for idioms," Tang San remarked with a wry smile. From a young age, Kakashi had struggled with vocabulary, which seemed incongruous with his usual sharp intellect. Douluo listened silently, his expression impassive. It was not that he was devoid of humor. Rather, he was suppressing laughter, striving to maintain the demeanor of a master. This was proving to be a considerable challenge. The cultural disparity between this world and his previous one was vast, making adaptation quite difficult, Kakashi thought, scratching his head in frustration. If this is what you find hard to endure, how much more challenging it is to converse with the likes of the Sage of 6 Paths," the QB remarked in a low voice. The Sage of Six Paths and Naruto existed in a time far removed from one another, complicating communication. When we read translations, we may not fully grasp the difficulties. It is akin to ancient scholars attempting to converse with us in classical Chinese, hence Naruto's initial struggles to communicate with the Sage of Six Paths. Douluo found himself in a quandary. A once-in-a-lifetime talent like Kakashi, who could not master idioms, was a rare occurrence. Kakashi lamented, scratching his head, finding this a perplexing dilemma. It seemed insurmountable to overcome the barrier of idioms. Then, Kakashi appeared to have an epiphany. Xiao-san, I recall your proficiency with idioms. Perhaps you could mentor me. I refuse, Tang San replied decisively, mirroring Kakashi's earlier tone. I refuse, he stated emphatically, leaving no room for negotiation. In the past, Tang San would have expressed his refusal more delicately, perhaps suggesting, sure, next time, and then postponing the commitment with various excuses. This was not the first time Kakashi had requested his guidance. He had attempted to help before, but with little success. Cultural gaps between two worlds are not easily bridged and require considerable time for understanding and integration. Generations of research are needed for two entirely different cultures to comprehend and merge with one another. Despite Kakashi's prowess, he had only lived 17 years in this world, which was far from sufficient. Moreover, he had many personal obligations that demanded his attention, as he was not only Hatake Kakashi, but also the Hokage and the founding leader of the 6th generation of the Wuhuan Temple's Konoha organization. Yet, he had resolved that merging the cultures of both worlds would become his life's mission. I refuse. Tang San's response was resolutely clear. Kakashi was taken aback. This was not typical behavior for Tang San. I have taught you numerous times, yet you remain obstinate, as if your head were made of stone. What I impart is what you must absorb. You lack the ability to adapt, Tang San exclaimed, expressing his frustration. This world shared numerous similarities with his former Tang Sect, making learning much easier for him compared to Kakashi's struggles. Alas, Kakashi, you will not grasp these more complex expressions. Perhaps you should just give up, Tang San concluded, his confidence in Kakashi's ability to learn waning. Douluo observed them from the sidelines, concealing his amusement. He had nearly burst into laughter several times. Kakashi had certainly caused him a fair amount of trouble. He had initially thought that someone like Kakashi would pose no further concerns. The half-developed Kakashi had already proven to be a challenge for him, who was known as the titled Douluo. Previously, he had employed his poison to cause trouble for others. But now the tables had turned. Kakashi had demonstrated the use of fire, earth, and lightning techniques before him, leading Douluo to surmise that he possessed skills across the 5 elemental attributes. Moreover, Kakashi's speed was astounding, allowing him to evade many of Douluo's attacks. He realized that defeating Kakashi would require significant effort on his part. As the years passed and Kakashi continued to grow, Douluo feared he would ultimately be unable to contend with him. Yet, the fact that such a genius could not even master idioms was disheartening. To put it bluntly, one could say he struggled with communication, akin to having a unique language barrier. That's precisely why I sought your assistance. Xiao-san, please lend a hand, Kakashi pleaded, his urgency palpable. The amalgamation of both cultures was Kakashi's raison d'etre, and he could not afford to be frivolous. Time was of the essence, and he bore the weighty responsibilities of the 6th generation, leaving him no time to squander. However, Tang San was thoroughly exasperated and truly reluctant to teach. Since arriving at Nodding Academy, Kakashi had persistently requested his help. Over 6 years, he had attempted to educate Kakashi on more than 20 occasions, yet progress remained minimal. It was akin to pouring water into a cup. No matter how much was poured, it would never autonomously increase and would likely diminish over time. Next time, Tang San finally relented, feeling overwhelmed. However, he wondered if Kakashi would devise better excuses next time. If so, that next time may never come. Kakashi's struggles with language were simply too pronounced. Chapter 105. The Trial of Absorbing Herbal Venom. Let us proceed. With that, Douluo concluded the discussion regarding Kakashi's idiomatic dilemmas and turned toward the towering mountains housing the ice and fiery Nyang-ai. He intended to present 3 trials to Tang San, testing whether he possessed the ability to detoxify him. In truth, when Douluo had reigned in his murderous intent, he had already resolved to spare the Golden Iron Triangle and Tang San. When he captured Tang San, he had not anticipated the presence of so many forces behind him that would pose a significant challenge. Killing Tang San would offer him no benefit, only a multitude of complications. Though he acted based on his preferences, he was not a mad dog that attacked indiscriminately. Thus, Douluo had decided that even if Tang San failed his trials and could not detoxify him and his granddaughter, he would not take Tang San's life. Additionally, the presence of Hatake Kakashi had complicated matters significantly. Having used his 8th soul skill twice in front of Kakashi, Douluo felt a twinge of unease. Kakashi's ninjutsu was highly unusual. He could potentially have a means to counteract the time-space stasis, which made Douluo hesitant to reveal himself carelessly. He had previously expressed a degree of fondness for Tang San, and that sentiment was genuine. In the brief time they had spent together, Tang San had exhibited qualities that genuinely inspired admiration in Douluo. Now, an almost fully matured Kakashi has joined the fray, weighing the pros and cons without the desire to take further action. Douluo has returned to the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Tang San, aided by the 8 spider lances, has not fallen behind, and Kakashi's speed is beyond compare. At this moment, the sky is gradually brightening, and after a night of turmoil, a faint weariness is evident on Douluo's aged countenance, despite his strength surpassing that of the master and his companions. The arrival of the Golden Iron Triangle marks a time of profound suffering for him. The subsequent battles exert considerable pressure on him, and although his soul power remains abundant, his physical stamina has begun to wane. After all, age does not favor strength of muscle and bone. "Oh, by the way, Kakashi," Tang San suddenly remarked. "What is it?" Kakashi turned to him, awaiting further elaboration. Tang San approached one side of the Eye of Ice and Fire, fiddling with something before returning. He held out a herb to Kakashi, stating, "You should consume this." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, indicating his lack of understanding regarding medicinal matters, trusting only in Tang San. "Just tell me its effects," he replied. Although he trusted Tang San, consuming something without knowledge of its effects seemed rather imprudent. "This is the least potent herb here, designed to accelerate wound healing and enhance the vitality of the body," Tang San explained. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's unresponsive right eye slightly lifted, followed by a frown. Accelerating wound healing refers to hastening cell division, right? Lady Tsunade's Baika no Jutsu accelerates cell division, but the consequence is a shortened lifespan. He gazed at the herb in his hand, feeling hesitant. Finally, he inquired, "It won't have any side effects, will it?" Tang San rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that Kakashi was underestimating him, and replied, "Rest assured, the herbs here are rare treasures, devoid of side effects." "Really?" Kakashi still felt unsure. "There are no side effects. It is merely the least effective among these rare treasures," Tang San clarified. Douluo, listening nearby, felt a surge of astonishment. Having resided here for decades, he had never dared to consume medicine indiscriminately. Yet, Tang San, having been here for merely a day, so casually offered a herb for someone to consume. Moreover, Tang San's earlier words hinted that he had discerned the properties of all the herbs. This is the least effective, which implied he was aware of all the herbs. Through Kakashi's partially exposed right eye, Tang San discerned the conflict within him. "I say, could you not have a bit of faith in me?" Tang San expressed his dissatisfaction. Kakashi was clearly lacking trust in him. Kakashi remained torn. He did not wish to risk his lifespan. "Eat it, Kakashi," the Nine Tails urged, encouraging him to consume the herb without reservations. "Is it really all right?" Kakashi questioned the Nine Tails in his mind, feeling apprehensive. After a moment's contemplation, the Nine Tails finally said, "Let me phrase it differently. You should feel reassured now. I'm waiting. Kid, whether you eat it or not is none of my business, but you should accept my challenge," Douluo bellowed, feeling quite irked at being ignored. Tang San could only cast a helpless glance at the still-dazed Kakashi before moving in another direction. He accepted Douluo's challenge of poison, confident yet aware of the risks involved. Douluo's poison was of a group control variety with a wide range. Although his strength as a titled Douluo would ensure decent control, it was wise to proceed cautiously. So that's how it is, Kakashi murmured. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi had gleaned all the information from the Nine Tails. The precious herb provided by Tang San was meant to improve his constitution, akin to how soul power enhances the body. The notion of hastening wound healing reflects the manifestation of a robust life force. It was reminiscent of the first Hokage, Hashirama, whose wounds healed automatically, indicative of a sage body with immense vitality. In contrast to the self-destructive nature of the Baika no Jutsu, which also involves regeneration, the two are fundamentally different. Furthermore, the Nine Tails mentioned that consuming this herb, combined with a quarter of Hashirama's power that I will share, will significantly enhance your constitution. All right, Kakashi readily agreed. Compared to Tang San's confident demeanor, who, despite his profound knowledge of herbs, struggled to convey that understanding, Kakashi found the Nine Tails analogy far more convincing. As Kakashi quickly consumed the rare herb, Douluo's trial began. The initial wave of poisonous mist was effortlessly dispelled by Tang San, who remained within the fragrant domain of the Yoko Kira. Although Kakashi was unaware of the specifics, he recognized that the environment played a role, as that type of poison could not penetrate, which could only be explained by this circumstance. Kakashi, hurry and absorb the power of the herb. I'm fine. Tang San reassured him. It was better for Kakashi, who had no understanding of poison, to focus on absorbing the medicinal properties rather than fixating on the situation. While the herb was not a supreme elixir, it was still a rare treasure, and perfect absorption of its effects was not an easy feat. If left unattended for too long, the potency would become a burden. Additionally, although the herb's effects were not strong, it remained exceedingly rare and should not be wasted. Understood. Kakashi decisively replied. Wise and resolute. This was the true nature of Kakashi, who rarely wavered. He promptly seated himself, transforming his inner energy into soul power. Chakra could not assist in absorption. It had to be soul power, as instructed by the Nine Tails. When he transitioned to soul power, he realized that not only could chakra not aid in absorption, but in chakra mode, he had merely sensed something within after consuming the herb. Now in soul power mode, he could feel a force within his body that needed to be guided. Otherwise, it would be obstructive. At this point, the second trial commenced, with the poisonous mist of a 9-section emerald posing Douluo's next challenge. Kakashi quickly absorbed the herb's power, then inquire about more herbs from that little brat. The Nine Tails urged, excitement evident in its tone. It seems you have another idea, Kakashi observed. There are herbs here designed to assist with soul power cultivation. They will be perfect for your sage training. Oh, then I'll just find some directly later, Kakashi began. Not possible, the Nine Tails firmly interjected, leaving no room for argument. Indeed, the tone was so commanding that it rendered Kakashi speechless. Such exchanges involving his body were not to be taken lightly. Until he could fully utilize my 4 tails, he must refrain from overindulging. Kakashi frowned and asked, a soul ring nearly 3,000 years old can only slightly loosen the seal? Of course. Don't think the power of rules is so easily shaken, the Nine Tails retorted, its tone filled with dissatisfaction, the earlier excitement having dissipated. Initially, it had not informed Kakashi that only a 10,000-year soul ring would suffice. This was partly due to its own uncertainty and partly to observe under what circumstances Kakashi would absorb a soul ring of such high age. I understand, Kakashi replied. At this moment, Douluo's second trial truly began, featuring the toxic mist of the 9-section emerald. The outcome was a wave of anti-poison that seemed insurmountable for nearly everyone except Douluo. The Jiujia Feitsue, which had bitten Tang San, unexpectedly convulsed its stomach and fell into a state of unconsciousness in Tang San's hands, completely still. Ultimately, Douluo presented his third trial, the innate venom of the Bai Lin Shihuang. In Chapter 106, the situation was resolved smoothly. Tang San, you must think this through. The poison I am about to unleash is something I cannot even control myself. Douluo paused momentarily, seemingly embarrassed by the presence of someone unacquainted with poison. If you regret your decision now, it is still not too late. I can spare your life and allow you the chance to attempt to neutralize the toxin's backlash. Observing Douluo's hand, Tang San's expression grew serious as he tucked the Jujia Feitsue into his bosom. He understood that Douluo was employing his innate poison, which belonged to the Bai Lin Shi Huang and was the most potent toxin he possessed. Given his current state, resisting such a potent venom would indeed be exceedingly challenging. However, Douluo's words ignited Tang San's pride, prompting him to engage in a contest of wills. With this thought, Tang San pondered briefly, then reached into the large flower of Haotian Douluo with his right hand before stepping in front of Douluo and raising his left arm. Come at me. Douluo furrowed his brow, questioning, are you truly resolved? Tang San nodded firmly. A glint of cold light flashed in Douluo's eyes as he contemplated whether the years he had spent mastering venom would be insufficient against this young opponent. Douluo flicked his finger, piercing Tang San's arm. In an instant, a wave of black energy surged from the punctured spot, visibly ascending. Tang San swiftly pressed his right hand against the wound on his left arm, taking advantage of his remaining mobility to retreat a few steps. He returned to the protective area of Haotian Douluo, settled into a meditative position, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his Xiantian gong. Tang San had previously brushed the large flower to utilize the detoxifying properties of Haotian Douluo to suppress the Bai Lin Shi Huang toxin. This toxin, being Douluo's innate venom, was not easily neutralized. Nevertheless, the flower's medicinal potency was sufficient to weaken the Bai Lin Shi Huang toxin's effects. Coupled with the earlier consumption of Bajiao, Xianying Chao, and Liehua, Xingjiao Shu, Tang San finally possessed the means to counter the Bai Lin Shi Huang toxin. Douluo observed Tang San quietly, uncertain even of his own ability to dispel the Bai Lin Shi Huang toxin. As he watched Tang San, now shrouded in black energy, collapse, a sense of regret washed over him. After years of fame, what was he doing competing with a mere child? Should he perish here? The predicament would indeed escalate significantly. The thought of Tang San's formidable backing, the man named Tang Hao, brought Douluo considerable distress. Suddenly, he felt a chilling presence envelop him, as if from the depths of the underworld, accompanied by a palpable sense of murderous intent. The mere utterance of the words, "It won't be a problem, will it?" instilled a profound sense of death's threat in Douluo. He sensed this bone-chilling aura emanating from behind him, piercing through his very soul. As he attempted to turn, he felt a peculiar weapon pressed against his neck, and he realized that his soul power was being suppressed by an unseen force. He understood that it was the person behind him. The natural outward flow of soul power lacked the capacity for significant pressure, rendering it ineffective against the individual lurking behind him. If anything happens to Shao San, I assure you that your fate will be dire, the icy voice declared. Surprisingly, Douluo chuckled lightly, responding, "You must not truly wish to kill me. If you did, you could simply act without all this talk." Douluo added, though internally alarmed, as Kakashi's sudden appearance surprised him just as much as Tang San did. Kakashi's speed surpassed even the murderous intent he exuded. He had taken advantage of Douluo's momentary distraction following the poisoning to slip behind him. "I only wish to know about Shao San's safety," Kakashi stated, his voice frigid. The scarlet hue of his left eye rendered his visage menacing, and the intensity of his murderous intent shocked Douluo. "The little monster is likely fine. Just look," Kakashi remarked, his weapon poised against Douluo's neck. Yet Douluo exhibited no concern. Indeed, changes were occurring in Tang San's body as a faint red glow emerged from beneath his skin, soon followed by a white light, the two colors alternating vividly. The previously surging black energy was now contained within this interplay of red and white, unable to spread further. The Bajuzuo spear erupted from Tang San's back. In his fervent struggle against the poison, he could no longer control his martial soul and soul bones. The black energy had ceased its advance, indicating that the toxin was under control. Douluo remarked, an element of surprise tinging his tone. Kakashi withdrew his kunai, dissipating the murderous intent. Although he was not a poison expert, the sight of Tang San's condition suggested that Douluo's assertion might hold merit. Were it not for his inherent caution, Kakashi would not have felt secure, But with Douluo's acknowledgement, he had no reason to doubt. Douluo had no need to deceive him, for he had already squandered his sole opportunity to eliminate Douluo. Now that Douluo was prepared, Kakashi's chance to act lay solely in a moment before his murderous intent was detected after positioning himself behind Douluo. The title Douluo was not easily slain once prepared. Even if Kakashi held a blade to his throat, the odds of successfully killing him were slim. You refrained from killing me, believing I possessed the means to save this little monster, Douluo observed, gazing at Kakashi. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I will not allow my companion to perish, Kakashi replied, his focus unwavering as he monitored Tang San for any unforeseen developments. Upon hearing this, Douluo felt a newfound admiration for Kakashi. For the sake of a weaker companion, he dared to confront a titled Douluo who was stronger than himself repeatedly. In his experience, Kakashi was the first to do so. A smile graced Douluo's face as he noted that Kakashi appeared far more dependable than usual. Kakashi, however, did not spare Douluo a glance, his tone dark as he stated, I require no praise. I only wish to know if Xiao San can endure. The vibrant colors of the Douluo spear were not the only striking hue present. The Lan Yin Xiao within Tang San also began to emerge. The originally blue-purple Lan Yin Xiao remained unchanged in thickness, but underwent a transformation in color. The blue-purple hue was now adorned with patterns identical to those of the Douluo spear, alternating in vibrant red and white, creating a dazzling and eerie spectacle that was almost blinding. Like venomous serpents, these vines spread from his body, encircling Tang San and forming a cage-like shape. The formerly useless martial soul, Lan Yin Xiao, had been cultivated to this extent, prompting even Kakashi to express admiration. A small black hammer appeared in Tang San's left hand, immediately recognizable to both Kakashi and Douluo as the Haotian hammer. With the appearance of the Douluo spear and the Haotian hammer, Kakashi's interest was piqued anew. Old Poison Master, I have a few queries for you, Kakashi said, his tone significantly more composed. Douluo found this shift somewhat peculiar. The young man who had previously exuded such murderous intent now approached him with a seemingly casual demeanor. Speak, and I shall see if I am in the mood to oblige, Douluo replied, his tone tinged with amusement, as if genuinely intrigued. I seek to unravel the past of Haotian Douluo. Kakashi, with his remarkable words, invoked the illustrious name, instantly subduing Douluo. Haotian Douluo loomed like an indelible shadow. Even in his absence, Douluo dared not exhibit any negligence. In every aspect, these were the facts. Douluo sighed, having spoken all that he could. The fame of Haotian was overwhelmingly profound, with every mention of Haotian Douluo's legend. A weight settled heavily in his heart. Though he too bore the title of Douluo, Haotian's renown resonated across the lands, instilling fear and awe. In stark contrast, he found himself confined to this place, enduring the agonies of illness, reliant solely on a poisonous art that ultimately cursed the future generations. Kakashi acknowledged his understanding. Having gleaned all there was to know, Tang San's ordeal with the previous pope was nearing its conclusion. The crimson and white luminescence gradually faded beneath his skin. The obsidian hammer first melded into his being, followed closely by the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, and finally, the blue silvergrass. Tang San's complexion gradually returned to normal. I am grateful for your mercy, esteemed elder, he expressed, springing to his feet with a renewed smile. Kakashi remained vigilant. He had absorbed a multitude of past events that required time for contemplation. Douluo had regained his composure, stating that discussing Tang Hao had not greatly affected him. He approached Tang San, inquiring about his methods, eager to comprehend how Tang San had achieved such feats. Tang San, unreserved, explained, after you brought me here yesterday, I pondered deeply and consumed the 8-star ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Were these 2 names? Douluo questioned, having never heard of them before. Tang San nodded, clarifying that they were 2 varieties of poisonous herbs cultivated by absorbing the essence of extreme yin and extreme yang, located at the central points beside the ice and fire springs. Kakashi, preoccupied, felt the need for time to process this information. The revelation that Tang San's father was Haotian Douluo, who had slain the previous pope, weighed heavily on him. An urgent notice. The book has collapsed and updates are paused, but will resume shortly. Kakashi's Umbu chapter, a dialogue with the third Hokage. It must be noted that a brother responded almost immediately after I sent out the notice, for which I am grateful. This is a gift chapter. The previous plot was so riveting that it nearly brought me to tears. The protagonist of this book is Kakashi, and out of curiosity, I felt compelled to document this moment for your perusal. I believe it would be beneficial for everyone to witness, as the later arcs of Naruto delve into flashbacks. Some readers may wish to skip them, so I selected a segment to share. It recounts a conversation Kakashi had with the third Hokage during his time in the Umbu. At this juncture, the background music is May Rain. If any Naruto enthusiasts are reading, please add May Rain to your music library. The narrative backdrop. Following the death of the fourth Hokage, Feng Danzo seized the opportunity to recruit Kakashi, aiming to ascend to the position of Hokage. During the Nine Tails turmoil, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, issued an order that weighed heavily on Kakashi's conscience. To safeguard the village's future combat capabilities, Hiruzen decreed that all young talents were prohibited from engaging in battle against the Nine Tails. At that time, the only recorded achievement regarding the Nine Tails was a life-and-death confrontation alongside Uchiha Madara against the first Hokage. The power wielded in that era could only be described as unfathomable. The third Hokage, prioritizing Konoha's future, could not permit the youth to confront such a terrifying entity. Ultimately, the Nine Tails was sealed away by the Shiki Fuin, dividing the Yin and Yang chakra. The fourth Hokage fell in battle, and Kakashi, still reeling from the shadow of Lin's death, found his inner darkness deepening. Danzo exploited the third Hokage's directive to sway Kakashi to his side. Kakashi succumbed to the darkness, betraying the third Hokage by disclosing his whereabouts. After losing his most cherished companions, Kakashi's resentment towards the third Hokage burgeoned. At that time, Danzo, desperate for the position of Hokage, even ordered the assassination of former comrades who had become the current Hokage. To maximize the success rate of his plans, he deployed a replica of the first Hokage, known as Tenzo Yamato, believing that the third Hokage would surely reveal a flaw upon witnessing the wood release. After all, the wood release had been lost for decades, and it was only natural for anyone to be astonished by its reemergence. Furthermore, the third Hokage had confirmed that the wood release could not manifest again. Due to the transplantation of the first cells, Konoha had suffered great losses, and research had been prohibited. The reappearance of the wood release was deemed hopeless, a conviction the third Hokage held steadfastly. Thus, Tenzo Yamato, trained in lethal techniques, was expected to eliminate the third Hokage. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred with Kakashi. It could be said that apart from those from Danzo's rude organization, Kakashi was the sole survivor after witnessing Tenzo Yamato wield the wood release. Following the emergence of a wood release ninja, he infiltrated the Hokage's archive room, seeking the truth. However, he was discovered by the third Hokage. Yet Hiruzen, inheriting the first Hokage's will and embodying a philosophy of benevolence, not only refrained from punishing Kakashi for breaching the confidential archives, but also patiently elucidated the history of the wood release. Upon hearing this, Kakashi promptly switched allegiances. Danzo's conspiracy unraveled, yet he faced no repercussions as the third Hokage's principles forbade further harm to innocents, a reflection of the first Hokage's character. Subsequently, Kakashi sought forgiveness from the third Hokage. Now, to the crux of the matter, Kakashi knelt on one knee, bowing his head in contrition to the third Hokage, who had his back turned. Kakashi spoke, "Professor, I am unworthy of remaining in the Umbu." The third Hokage, renowned for his mastery of ninjutsu, was present at the Ninja Academy during Kakashi's time. It remains uncertain whether he taught there, but Kakashi had engaged in physical training alongside the third Hokage. Hence, he referred to him as Professor. Hiruzen turned around, saying, "Why? It is thanks to you that I was able to preserve my life." Kakashi lowered his head even further. "Nevertheless, I once harbored thoughts of betrayal against you." The third Hokage pondered for a moment, then replied, "I failed to protect the fourth." It is understandable for you to harbor resentment towards me. Hiruzen's gaze drifted upwards, lost in reminiscence. In truth, Minato had once confided in me. The third Hokage recalled a conversation between himself and Minato at the Hokage Rock, where the two Hokages discussed Kakashi's role in the Umbu. Their ceremonial robes billowed in the wind, and Minato's golden hair danced gracefully. Minato spoke first, his brow furrowed in concern. I arranged for Kakashi to join the Umbu, hoping it would help him alleviate his inner pain. Yet, I have recently heard troubling rumors regarding his conduct during missions, and I fear that this approach may have only deepened his wounds. During his time in the Umbu, Kakashi acquired the moniker Cold-Blooded Kakashi. The Umbu's missions were invariably accompanied by bloodshed and darkness. Whenever Kakashi encountered enemy ninjas, his response was always the same. He left no survivors, extracting no intelligence from them. When questioned by his teammates, Kakashi would respond with those cold, unyielding eyes. His crimson Sharingan instilled fear even in his comrades, a palpable aura of murderous intent. Minato, unable to bear the weight of these thoughts, closed his eyes, continuing, "Now I find myself filled with regret." The third Hokage, too, shut his eyes. No one could mend the wounds of the heart. Only time could dull their sting. Shuemin, no, there is indeed a solution. The third generation has conceived a plan to make him the protector of Jioshinai, allowing him to distance himself from the dark missions and observe the miraculous process of human life. This might stir something within him. Shuemin smiled and readily agreed, expressing that it was an excellent idea. The scene shifted back to Kakashi, whose eyes shimmered with unshed tears, his nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. Though uncertain of how well I had portrayed this, every time I witnessed this, akin to Kakashi, I pondered whether to free you from the dark side after Shumen's passing. Yet, it appears that I still require your strength. Can you continue to serve in the direct command of the Hokage's Umbu for a while longer? Rijan slowly lifted his gaze to the sky, seemingly catching sight of that radiant figure. He murmured, "I hope Shuemin will permit me to do so. The narrative requires some adjustments. Perhaps it will be ready by tomorrow." Chapter 107. As if nothing had transpired. The father of Shao San is Haotian Douluo, who ended the life of the previous pope. That disheveled blacksmith, who spends his days drinking, is actually the renowned title Douluo of the continent. Kakashi glanced at Tang San, his mind racing. It turned out that the blue-silver grass was not what it seemed. Kakashi had sensed something amiss during the Master's first encounter with Tang San, deducing that if the blue-silver grass was a useless martial spirit, the other must be extraordinarily powerful. Kakashi harbored doubts. Based on current knowledge, he was only aware of two individuals with twin martial spirits, the current Pope Bibidong and Tang San. Kakashi was somewhat familiar with the Pope Bibidong's martial spirits. One was the Death Spider Queen, and the other was the Soul-Devouring Spider Queen. Both spirits were undeniably formidable. There also existed the concept of family martial spirits, which were inherently potent, as they could not have been passed down otherwise, having long been assimilated by other powerful spirits. Thus, the Master's previous statement contained some inaccuracies. However, this was not the time for such discussions. Kakashi needed to make some decisions. Kakashi's heart resonated with the voice of the Nine Tails, calling him. The scene before him shifted, revealing Kakashi in the ceiling place, a location reminiscent of a sewer, illuminated by a dim yellow light. With stout iron pillars and 8 hooks remaining in the seal, alongside the blood-red demon fox brandishing 9 tails behind him. Kurama, the 9 tails, sat cross-legged, unfazed by sitting atop water. He felt despondent, as the forthcoming choice weighed heavily upon him. "You need not feel this way," the 9 tails began. It had to engage Kakashi in conversation. Currently, Kakashi was deeply affected by Tang Hao, making it difficult for him to enter a state of cultivation. This state refers not to the cultivation of soul power or sensing natural chakra, but rather to the path of enlightenment. The journey of cultivation is long, requiring the accumulation of experience gradually and the essence of one's character. Focus is paramount. One must be wholly dedicated and devoid of distractions. Yet, Kakashi's spirit was low, his focus shattered by the events surrounding Tang Hao. "You truly do not need to feel this way." Kakashi seemed to ignore this statement, as if it went unheard. "Hey, Kurama," he called. "Yes." The Nine-Tails sat up, visibly concerned about the matter at hand. Should we follow the path of the first Hokage's decisions, or? Kakashi pondered, realizing that few would betray their village for personal gain. He recalled that both Madara and Sasuke had acted against their village for personal reasons, leading to the destruction of peace within the ninja world. The first Hokage had made it clear that anyone daring to oppose the village would face retribution, as he did with his dear friend Uchiha Madara. After Sasuke killed Itachi, he might return to Konoha, but with Obito revealing the truth. He stood in opposition to the village for the sake of his beloved brother. Both Uchiha Madara and Sasuke's actions posed a threat to Konoha, as the balance of the 5 great nations hinged upon it. Konoha, though powerful, often acted as a mediator promoting peace treaties. Thus, the first Hokage and Sasuke represented 2 divergent extremes. The first Hokage sought to protect Konoha, which in turn safeguarded the shinobi world. Without Konoha's constraints, the other 4 nations would descend into chaos, leading to inevitable destruction. Indeed, the death of an individual may not impact the world significantly, yet the sorrow it inflicts upon their family is profound. If a clan were to fall, it would deeply affect the entire village. Should Konoha, the most vital military nation, be destroyed, one can only imagine the fate of the shinobi, perhaps reduced to the status of outcasts like the samurai. Kakashi now faced a choice between the path of the first Hokage and that of Sasuke. The ninjas within the Spirit Hall, though trained and assembled by Kakashi, held little emotional significance for him. Perhaps he viewed them more as tools rather than comrades, lacking the deep-rooted affection he held for Konoha. Obito once succumbed to darkness, and Kakashi had to take his life to protect the world, piercing through Obito's heart. This situation was different. Tang San likely did not harbor such intentions. Although his mother had perished, Tang Hao had slain the Pope, in a sense balancing the scales. However, the Spirit Hall had initiated the conflict. Conversely, Tang Hao's union with the Soul Beasts was inherently unacceptable. This turmoil was indeed troublesome. Could it be that these 2 factions were destined to perpetually clash? The Nine-Tails could no longer contain itself and let out a thunderous roar, startling the despondent Kakashi. "Ah, my apologies, I lost my train of thought," Kakashi chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. These matters were indeed quite vexing. "Get out!" The Nine-Tails, furious, kicked Kakashi out. Kakashi trembled, the abruptness of the awakening leaving him somewhat disoriented. Although he had spent an extensive time in the Nine-Tails realm, the ceiling space mirrored his innermost depths, and time was not symmetrical. What felt like a long duration was merely a few moments in reality. "Kurama, Kurama, Kurama." Kakashi attempted to call out, but the Nine-Tails remained unresponsive. Without the Nine-Tails' consent, he could not enter the ceiling realm uninvited. The seal was crafted by the Nine-Tails itself, and the power resided solely with it. Kakashi could not alter the state of that place. Even the ceiling itself would have to be gradually unraveled by the Nine-Tails through the medium of the soul rings. It requires time. After obtaining the soul ring, Kakashi finds that the Kyuubi cannot immediately bestow its power upon him, as the unsealing of that power necessitates a period of time. Despite this, the Kyuubi remains unresponsive, showing no interest in Kakashi's plight. Regrettably, he must devise a solution on his own. Had he paid more attention earlier, perhaps things would be different. Nonetheless, he recalls that the Kyuubi seemed to be speaking moments ago, its voice resonating with a certain intensity. However, his thoughts were consumed by the matters concerning the first Hokage and Sasuke, causing him to overlook the Kyuubi's utterances. Kakashi merely sensed that it was muttering something, perhaps a warning that if he were to perish, it would demand retribution. Meanwhile, the negotiations between Douluo and Tang San are drawing to a close. Douluo insists that Tang San consume his inner Dan. Should Tang San inadvertently cause his death, the Dan Pearl would explode, resulting in Tang San's demise as well. Originally, Douluo intended for Kakashi to consume it instead. Kakashi, in his commitment to Tang San, had previously risked everything, even missing opportunities to eliminate Douluo for Tang San's sake. The honor of slaying a titled Douluo, especially one of such caliber, is immense, and the threat to life felt by the titled Douluo was palpable. However, Kakashi chose to forego this glory, clinging to the faint hope of ensuring Tang San's safety. The bond between Kakashi and Tang San is profound, with each valuing the other's life above their own. If Kakashi were to consume Douluo's inner Dan, it might impose greater restrictions on Tang San. Yet, upon reflection, Douluo abandons this thought, wary of Kakashi's peculiarities and the potential repercussions. The danger Kakashi presents is formidable, and Douluo does not wish to take such a risk. Although the likelihood of Kakashi consuming his inner Dan is slim, the mere possibility looms large in Douluo's mind. Kakashi observes the interactions between Douluo and Tang San, acutely aware of their every move. Yet, he remains silent, faced with a dilemma regarding Tang San, to assist or to eliminate. This choice weighs heavily upon him, as it straddles the line between camaraderie and duty. The QB, irritated by Kakashi's despondency, expresses its disdain. Kakashi, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, acknowledges the QB's agitation. Speak directly if you have something to say. I find myself in a predicament, Kakashi implores. The QB suggests that they act as if nothing has transpired. Kakashi begins to understand, realizing that Tang San remains blissfully unaware of the ongoing complexities, particularly regarding his father, Tang Hao. Revealing such sudden truths would be premature. It would be wiser to allow time for reflection. Despite Tang San's growth, his perspective differs greatly from Kakashi's, and their viewpoints may not align. Thus, it is perhaps too soon to draw conclusions. Should there come a day when Tang San perceives matters from Kakashi's vantage point, the decisions made then could influence Kakashi's actions. Therefore, the best course of action now is to treat the situation as if it had never occurred, awaiting the right moment in silence. Kakashi finds merit in this approach and readily accepts it. Subsequently, he reconciles his previous confrontations with Douluo, wiping the slate clean. Although Douluo harbors reservations towards Kakashi, he grows to appreciate the depth of Kakashi's loyalty to his companions. Since they have reached an understanding, he chooses not to dwell on past grievances, recognizing his reliance on Tang San for the antidote. As for the world-renowned volleyball match taking place today, it is quite thrilling, with the national team facing off against Russia, narrowly losing the first game and fiercely contesting the second. In Chapter 108, Troubles, having agreed not to observe Tang San's medicinal preparation, Douluo departs. He had considered the possibility of accepting Tang San as a disciple, but ultimately dismissed the idea, recognizing Kakashi's formidable abilities and the necessity of relying on Tang San's expertise in antidotes. Once Douluo leaves, Tang San collapses, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. He realizes that his back has grown cold from perspiration. Although he successfully navigated Douluo's mind, he lacks complete confidence, fearing that the old man might act irrationally and turn him into a lifeless body. In Tang San's eyes, Douluo is akin to a monstrous being, unpredictable and capricious. Despite Kakashi's presence, the disparity in their strengths makes Tang San feel vulnerable. Even if Kakashi could eliminate Douluo, it would likely result in mutual destruction. Moreover, Douluo could take Tang San down with him. Come on, it can't be that bad, Kakashi quips, raising an eyebrow at Tang San's state. Tang San rolls his eyes, contemplating that if he possessed Kakashi's strength, he would dare to confront Douluo without hesitation. Tang San perceives the arrogance of the titled Douluo and royal figures around him, each believing their life to be of utmost value, while someone like him is deemed expendable. He understands that these powerful individuals cherish their lives, and if he shows determination, they will likely relent. Those with power and wealth tend to prioritize their own survival above all else. Tang San does not genuinely wish to perish. Having been granted a second chance at life, he is still concerned about the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. As he surveys the lush, rare herbs around him, he begins to formulate a plan. Kakashi furrows his brow, sensing a shift in Tang San's gaze toward the herbs, feeling a sense of unease. Why do I get the impression that your look betrays a sense of opportunism? Kakashi remarks. That's not the case. Tang San deflects, feeling somewhat embarrassed. By the way, had her injuries healed? He quickly changes the subject, retrieving the 9-sectioned emerald from his arms and tossing it toward the Binghol Yang Yi. The 9-sectioned emerald, having absorbed Tang San's blood, is now poisoned and will perish without the aid of the Binghuoliang Yi. Kakashi watches the 9-sectioned emerald intently, feeling a sense of unease regarding its safety. In the event of a war erupting, the utilization of this could likely lead to the development of highly toxic weaponry. However, these matters are beyond his control. Tang San has an affinity for such things and is likely to possess a solution. Well, it's all right now, Kakashi replied, internally noting that he could distinctly sense the regeneration of flesh. A tingling sensation emanated from his shoulder, a clear indication that the wound was healing. Yet, this was not something he could divulge to Tang San. Even if Tang San's herb could aid in the healing process, it could not possibly yield results so rapidly. Should Tang San become aware of this, he would undoubtedly hesitate in providing Kakashi with herbal remedies in the future, lacking confidence in their efficacy. Kakashi's peculiarities were something Tang San was well aware of. At this moment, Kakashi was the only one within Tang San's budgetary considerations who possessed a robust physique. While significantly stronger than many of his peers, there were still limitations to his abilities, as per Tang San's deduction. If Tang San were to discover that Kakashi's body had undergone substantial alterations, he might begin to regard Kakashi with a different perspective in the future, which was not something Kakashi wished for. Similar to Naruto, despite possessing remarkable regenerative capabilities, no one would assign him tasks that were guaranteed to result in injury, barring certain unavoidable circumstances. Tang San surveyed the surrounding herbs, deep in thought. Presently, he could not consume any additional herbs, but Kakashi was free to do so. The herb he had given to Kakashi was merely a newly grown plant of mediocre quality, and it had surely been fully absorbed by now. The herbs in this vicinity were available for Tang San's use. However, he could not partake, as the effects of the 2 divine herbs had yet to be fully refined within him. Nonetheless, he was uncertain about which divine herb would be suitable for Kakashi. Tang San scratched his head, unable to determine the best choice. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Wait, why should I be pondering this? Kakashi likely has his own preferences. After a moment as consideration, Tang San turned to Kakashi and said, "Please provide me with a divine herb that enhances sensitivity to external energy." Kakashi immediately responded, cutting off Tang San mid-sentence. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Kakashi, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "You are quite the pragmatist. If you intended to concoct an antidote or a poison, you would have gathered your tools long ago. You have consumed those 2 herbs yourself. So you must be holding up, which means you're likely contemplating what to choose for me." Kakashi had resolved to observe Tang San's growth, hoping for future developments. After all, as long as nothing significant transpired, it would suffice. Tang San was momentarily stunned, realizing that Kakashi's assumption was indeed accurate. However, he felt somewhat indignant. To have his intentions so easily deciphered was rather disheartening. He huffed slightly and retorted, "Why do you not consider that I am merely consulting you regarding the types of herbs for Xiao Wu and the others?" Kakashi rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking that Tang San held him in too high regard. "I only thought of seeking a divine herb for the cultivation of immortal techniques. Otherwise, I am hardly knowledgeable about herbs to offer you advice. Moreover, you and your 6 companions likely know them as well as I do. So why would you need to consult me?" Yet, he awkwardly added, "Well, luck is also a part of strength, is it not? Let us quickly appease this child." Tang San had previously shared stories of his past life with Kakashi, which were indeed quite astonishing. For over 20 years, he had barely stepped outside the Tang Sect, spending every day diligently practicing. It was no wonder that he had grown so naive. Luck is also a facet of strength. Hearing Kakashi say this made Tang San smirk. He decided to let the matter rest. They would act as if nothing had occurred. After some searching, he finally found a suitable herb, albeit with some risks involved. This particular divine herb was unique and required the accompaniment of other herbs for optimal results, thus necessitating time. Kakashi, unfamiliar with herbs, was content to let Tang San proceed as he wished. At that moment, all he desired was a good night's sleep, as fatigue was beginning to weigh on him. Even though the burden of his Sharingan had been lifted, the chase from Shrek Academy had left him weary, compounded by his injuries and the depletion of his chakra. While the physical endurance of a ninja could typically sustain them for days, Kakashi felt the toll of his current condition. His injuries were no longer a concern, and his chakra had been replenished prior to practicing immortal techniques. However, mentally, Kakashi felt utterly exhausted. Unlike in his previous life, the current Kakashi faced no arduous tasks, and the issues regarding his Sharingan had been resolved. This series of favorable circumstances had led him to a sense of complacency. His current strength was, in reality, only marginally superior to that of his past. Although his chakra reserves had increased, the distractions posed by soul power and soul skills divided his focus. He had only mastered 3 elemental transformations: lightning, water, and earth. He even lacked the time to complete his Raikiri technique, finding himself in a state of limbo between it and Chidori. Contemplating these matters only added to his sense of frustration, deepening his weariness. All of this required time to adjust, yet Kakashi now had the added burden of cultivating immortal techniques, which could not be rushed. Even he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by this situation. Perhaps it would be best to sleep on it and leave the rest for tomorrow. Chapter 109. Idleness. Kakashi's sleep was far from restorative. Tang San was busily tinkering with something, creating a clamor of clinking vessels that kept him in a half-asleep, half-awake state. Later, Douluo returned to inquire about the antidote. However, Tang San had none, citing a lack of tools. Kakashi felt like smacking his forehead. What had Tang San been doing all day without tools? The next morning, Kakashi woke up and greeted Tang San with a casual "Ohio." Tang San replied in kind, knowing that in the Holy Soul Village, Kakashi had greeted him similarly one morning. Tang San understood that Kakashi's cultural background was somewhat different from that of this world, and that the language bore its peculiarities. The term "Ohio," though slightly awkward, struck him as rather amusing at times, serving as a form of entertainment. Tang San had risen earlier than Kakashi, moving about in the dim light of dawn in search of the necessary herbs. "How did you sleep, Kakashi?" he asked. Kakashi rubbed his unseeing right eye, feeling a slight swelling. Internally, he mused that it was rather audacious of Tang San to inquire about his rest after keeping him up late the previous night. In reality, he had only managed about 4 hours of sleep. Tang San, however, seemed unfazed, cheerfully pondering over herbs while Kakashi felt somewhat weak. "That was rather pleasant," he said with a forced chuckle. The ice and fire 2-eni environment was exceptionally conducive to plant growth, with lush green grass carpeting the ground. However, most animals found it unbearable, resulting in a lack of insects, allowing Kakashi to simply lie down without the need for bedding. At that moment, a low, somber voice echoed in his mind. "Kakashi, channel your chakra. The power of the first Hokage should have fused with your cells." The voice belonged to the Nine Tails, its tone devoid of any warmth. The fifth tail, Mu Wang, Kurama, has always been unreliable. Kakashi complied with the Nine Tails' command, activating his chakra. Kakashi discerned a peculiar transformation in his chakra. Despite having scarcely slept and feeling utterly fatigued, the activation of his chakra invigorated him, providing an exhilarating sensation that coursed through him. Unable to withstand the delight, he reclined on the ground, gasping for breath. It had been ages since he had experienced such a feeling. This chakra bore a striking resemblance to Naruto's chakra during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Naruto had shared his chakra with everyone, lifting their spirits. The first recipient, Hinata, had exhibited a clear manifestation of this uplift. Kakashi murmured that while this chakra was neither as potent nor abundant, it was entirely his own. This was the product of the fusion of his powers with those of the first Hokage, a stark contrast to the past. This chakra belonged to him, allowing him to connect more intimately with natural energy, thereby facilitating the practice of sage techniques. The voice of the Nine Tails remained deep and hoarse, affirming that it indeed made the process easier. Kakashi's eyelids twitched in response, realizing that the cultivation of sage arts was inherently challenging. The notion of it being easier was quite absurd. He sat up once more, scanning his surroundings. Tang San was still occupied, having witnessed Kakashi's sudden collapse, but he had dismissed it, assuming Kakashi was merely groggy from sleep. Tang San was aware that his earlier antics had likely disturbed Kakashi. Without rising, Kakashi called out, inquiring about the availability of the sage herb. The urgency in his voice stemmed from the herb's significance in his cultivation of sage techniques. Without it, he could not sense natural energy. While his regular meditation and cultivation of soul power did attract natural energy, it was largely an unconscious absorption, yielding only minimal strength. This unconscious absorption was the basis for the classification of soul power levels. The higher the level, the greater the amount of natural energy absorbed. The cultivation systems of ninjas and soul masters differed significantly, as the energies contained within them were not the same, leading to varying methods of cultivation. While chakra was a fusion of spiritual and physical energy, it originated from the fruit of the divine tree and was not inherently human. Thus, controlling chakra required practice. Unlike soul power, which was easily manipulated. In response to Kakashi's inquiry, Tang San scratched his head, uncertain and believing that it would take some time. He pondered why Kakashi had to choose that particular herb, feeling exasperated by its complexity. Kakashi sighed and remarked that if Tang San could not procure it, he might as well abandon his plans for crafting hidden weapons. Tang San, taken aback, inquired if Kakashi was truly relinquishing his request, as that would allow him to focus on his own pressing matters. Kakashi smirked, indicating that he was merely jesting. If Tang San failed to fulfill this task, his aspirations for crafting hidden weapons would be in vain. Tang San, momentarily startled, realized that if he did not succeed, the opportunity to utilize the bountiful resources for poison crafting would be squandered. Kakashi's playful demeanor led him to inquire how Tang San knew about his intentions regarding hidden weapons. In truth, Tang San could craft hidden weapons anywhere. Here, he merely sought to create toxins to apply to them. The abundance of rare medicinal materials available here encompassed both restorative and lethal varieties, which was why Douluo was hesitant to experiment recklessly. Kakashi coughed lightly and chuckled, admitting that he had not known of Tang San's plans until now, which brought him some relief. Tang San, momentarily dazed by Kakashi's cunning laughter, regretted not having recognized this side of him sooner. Kakashi, sitting cross-legged, resumed his sage cultivation, but soon felt discomfort, realizing he was still clad in blood-stained attire. He removed his green ninja vest, grimacing as he stripped off the upper half of his clothing, revealing that he was covered in blood, a testament to the fierce battles he had endured in the forest. Unlike a pure soul sage who could unleash their full power with reckless abandon, Kakashi had to strategize meticulously to minimize losses, resulting in minimal injuries. His most significant wound was from the clouded leopard, which had pierced his shoulder, leaving 4 small holes akin to being shot multiple times. Fortunately, the damage from the clouded leopard had healed, thanks to the natural energy gathered by the Nine Tails and Tang San's herb. Tang San, catching sight of Kakashi's impressive upper body, marveled at his physique, noting that while he may not be as muscular as the formidable leader, he appeared to possess a more refined allure. Kakashi's well-defined abs and muscular arms were devoid of excess fat, presenting a balanced physique that radiated a certain charm rather than brute force. Tang San continued to comment on Kakashi's physique, noting the numerous scars adorning his body, including those inflicted by the clouded leopard. In his memory, Kakashi was an undefeated warrior who had never tasted defeat, even when facing the formidable Douluo, a titled Douluo who could not best him. The future remained an enigma. Yet Tang San was certain that at 16, he would not have possessed the ability or courage to confront a titled Douluo. However, the scars on Kakashi's body puzzled him greatly. Kakashi, stroking his chin and appearing drowsy, recounted how these injuries were likely acquired in confrontations with the royal family of Tiendo. Assassinating those princes was no simple task. It was impractical to employ poison against them, as the toxins were reserved for the Emperor Shuya. Thus, Kakashi, as a master of assassination, had to take action. In response to Tang San's inquiries, Kakashi could only offer vague reassurances, as he had been wandering outside for quite some time, and sustaining injuries was a normal occurrence. Tang San recalled that Kakashi had indeed been away for several years, not returning to Nodding Academy or attending the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After exchanging a few more words, Tang San resumed his examination of the herbs, while Kakashi busied himself with his own matters. His attire was beyond salvaging, and his pants were equally unfit for wear. In truth, his form-fitting clothing was a one-piece suit, fastened by a zipper at the back. The upper half had been rendered useless by the clouded leopard's claws, and naturally, the attached pants were equally compromised. Kakashi sighed, recognizing the inconvenience of the situation. Though he possessed basic sewing skills, he had no needle or thread at hand. Adorned in the attire of a shinobi, Kakashi embodies the proud spirit of Konoha. Should his garments sustain significant damage, one could easily procure replacements within the village. Kakashi takes pride in his village, yet he finds it unbecoming to wander about in tattered ninja wear. He retreats into the shadows, exchanging his worn outfit for a loose, breathable black kimono. Tang San, engrossed in the study of herbs, remains largely oblivious to his presence. Exhaling deeply, Kakashi contemplates the plethora of tasks before him. Indeed, there are many, yet each presents its unique challenges. He ponders the potential of harnessing the subtle power of the first Hokage, experimenting with the possibility of performing wood-release techniques, honing his mastery of chakra, and nurturing a rapport with the Nine Tails. Thus begins Chapter 110, The Gradual Progress of Sage Arts. From this day forth, Tang San and Kakashi take residence within the eye of the Ice Fire Tuin. Whenever Douluo is absent, Tang San immerses his body within this unique realm for training. This not only accelerates the flow of Xintian Gong, but also enhances the absorption of the medicinal properties of the two revered herbs, the Baijiao Xianyin grass and the Lihua Xingjiao Shu. The Ice Fire Tuin harbors the essence of extreme yin and pure yang, embodying the utmost cold and the fiercest heat. While Tang San benefits immensely from the consumption of both herbs, Kakashi, despite having absorbed one, finds himself insufficiently equipped to withstand such intense forces. While Tang San enjoys the advantage of the herbs and the exquisite Xintian Gong, Kakashi finds himself momentarily divided, unable to dedicate himself fully to the cultivation of sage arts. The pursuit of these arts demands considerable time, and without external aid, significant progress is elusive. Moreover, the Nine Tails, residing within him, is unable to provide instruction, as its innate affinity for natural energy is a gift rather than a skill earned through training. Even the toads of Myobokuzan can only guide their contracts to cultivate independently, using toad oil to attract natural energy. Thus, Kakashi dedicates the morning to practicing wood release, a synthesis of water release and earth release, transforming chakra into the essence of life to accelerate and control plant growth, unleash powerful attacks, and fortify defenses. The bloodline limit necessitates the simultaneous manipulation of two chakra natures, a task of considerable complexity. Kakashi clasps his hands together, fingers interlocked, one channeling water release while the other channels earth release, merging them into wood release. Yet, before him lies an unsettling stillness. Frustrated, Kakashi scratches his head, musing on the daunting nature of wood release. The Nine Tails emits a mocking chuckle, advising him to abandon his efforts, noting that harnessing even a quarter of the required power is exceedingly arduous, and that half should not pose an insurmountable challenge for him. Kakashi, undeterred by the taunts, persists in his practice, though Tang San's irritation surfaces as he complains about the noise disrupting his own cultivation of the herb's power. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Kakashi acknowledges Tang San's grievance and admits that the quarter of power he has allocated solely enhances his physical constitution, devoid of other strengths. The Nine Tails urges Kakashi not to squander his time, to which Kakashi contemplates the allure of wood release, a coveted secret technique of the Ashura lineage, desired by all shinobi. If the quarter he has dedicated is for enhancing his constitution, then the remaining fractions must also serve purpose. He deduces that the first pertains to the innate power of his bloodline limit, while the second involves improving his body to augment both the quality and quantity of his chakra, thereby enhancing his sensitivity to natural energy. Although only the enhancement of quality has manifested thus far, he anticipates that the increase in quantity will gradually reveal itself. The third aspect concerns the enhancement of his Sharingan, mitigating the risk of blindness associated with the Mangekyo Sharingan while offering the potential for evolution into the Rinnegan. The fourth pertains to his control over tailed beasts, a technique that should apply to other creatures and individuals as well, intended to soothe chaotic emotional energies. Resigned, Kakashi decides to focus on chakra control instead. Despite possessing the power of the first Hokage, the inability to wield would release leaves him feeling disheartened, as if his efforts were in vain. The Nine Tails interjects once more, suggesting that chakra control exercises, such as traversing trees and rivers, are unnecessary, as the chakra in question is inherently his. The Nine Tails reassures him that his body will adapt to the newfound strength in due course. Kakashi, puzzled by the Nine Tails' dismissal of the importance of chakra control, questions why he had not been informed sooner. The Nine Tails, somewhat irate, retorts that Kakashi should be grateful for the reminder. Grudgingly, Kakashi expresses his gratitude. With the day ahead, Kakashi resolves to focus on sage arts, would release, chakra mastery, and fostering a relationship with the Nine Tails, determining that for now, he shall set aside the pursuit of wood release. In the morning hours, Kakashi devotes himself to composing various texts. The opportunity to embark on a new journey in this alternate realm fills him with joy. However, due to his ties to chakra, the Sharingan, and the Nine Tails, he finds it difficult to sever his bonds with the shinobi world. Kakashi remains resolute in his desire to continue as a shinobi, prompting him to seek a union with the Pope, BB Dong. Kakashi's writings encompass numerous volumes, primarily focusing on culinary methods and the customs of this new world. Another genre pertains to the regulations governing shinobi conduct. In the afternoon, Tang Sect dedicates his time to alchemical pursuits. Having not engaged in such practices for many years, he approaches his work with utmost caution, gradually regaining his proficiency. However, as a member of the Tang Sect, he excels in the creation of poisons, but finds himself lacking in the crafting of healing elixirs, a regrettable shortcoming. Nonetheless, he possesses some knowledge of the renowned herb that aids Kakashi's training. While he lacks the ability to refine it into a pill, he understands the necessary supplementary herbs for direct consumption. Meanwhile, Kakashi's afternoon consists of routine physical training, not aimed at advancement, but rather to ensure his physical capabilities do not wane. However, this only lasted for half a month, as after that time, Tang San was able to enable Kakashi to utilize the mystical herb. Consequently, Kakashi made significant progress in his mastery of senjutsu. However, due to the rapid advancement, the Nine Tails was compelled to intervene, expelling the natural energy from within Kakashi. Although his body had become more attuned to natural energy, the rate of absorption was somewhat excessive, nearly transforming him into a toad. Nonetheless, progress had indeed been made. The Nine Tails was able to assist Kakashi in expelling the natural energy without concern for the constraints of the rules. With renewed vigor, Kakashi was determined to complete his senjutsu training. Tang San devoted an entire 3 months to meticulously studying the herbs surrounding the Binghua Liang, experimenting with nearly every type of poison. After consuming the antidote crafted by Tang San for a week, Douluo experienced a notable alleviation of the suffering caused by the poison's backlash. Following Tang San's guidance, he gradually channeled the poison into his soul bone, not only maintaining his strength, but also showing signs of breaking the long-standing bottleneck at level 91, a threshold he had been unable to surpass for an entire decade. It is worth noting that each level beyond 90 is a formidable barrier, and the prospect of breaking through was exhilarating for him. The efficacy of the antidote significantly improved Douluo's attitude towards Tang San. He became much more amiable and, during his nightly visits to take medicine and deliver daily necessities, would engage Tang San in discussions about the intricacies of poison. Meanwhile, Kakashi also completed his senjutsu training in 3 months. Now, he had ascended to the status of a sage, albeit only within the confines of the Binghua Liang Yin, as Kakashi was temporarily unable to sense natural energy outside its bounds. The toad oil, which could attract natural energy, was utilized by Minato, Naruto, and Jiraiya as an auxiliary in their senjutsu training. However, without the toad oil, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Although Kakashi's situation was not as dire, he still struggled. as the natural energy in the outside world was remarkably thin compared to that found within the Binghuo Liang Yin. It was at this moment that Kakashi realized his perception of natural energy was not as profound as he had believed. In Chapter 111, Practical Senjutsu Combat, he said, "I'm leaving now." After changing out of his black kimono, Kakashi donned a set of spare ninja attire. Having spent over 3 months here, he felt adequately rested. Prolonged stay would likely lead to stagnation. Though he occasionally trained, enduring the dense energy of the Binghuo Liang Yin proved to be quite arduous, even for one who had mastered Senjutsu. Douluo did not remain there for long either, given the overwhelming energy. Tang San, having absorbed the two extremes of herbal medicine, exhibited no adverse reactions. Rather, he thrived in such an environment. Even immersing himself directly in the polar springs of the Binghuo Liang Yin caused him no discomfort. Kakashi's extended presence there was largely due to the nine tails, which guided the abundant natural energy to minimize contact with him. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed. Even while Kakashi practiced Senjutsu, the nine tails meticulously regulated the natural energy, allowing just the right amount to approach. He wore a green vest of Konoha's ninja village over a deep blue shirt, layered beneath with a form-fitting ninja suit. His lower attire consisted of deep blue trousers, the inner layer being the snug pants of the ninja suit, with his silver hair concealed by a mask. His left eye was covered by a forehead protector inscribed with the character for ninja. Observing Tang San diligently at work, Kakashi's vacant right eye drooped. "Hey, Tang San, do you need me to bring anything?" Kakashi approached, yet Tang San remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed intently on several herbs. Kakashi sighed, pondering the allure these peculiar herbs held for Tang San, who had not paused for a moment in the past 3 months. He recalled the times Douluo had visited, arguing with Tang San over the quantities needed for a potion. Shaking his head, he realized why they referred to each other as Old Monster and Young Monster. They were indeed unconventional individuals. Kakashi patted Tang San on the shoulder. Hey, Tang San, are you listening?" Yet Tang San ignored him, still engrossed in his contemplation of the herbs. Hey, Tang San. Kakashi reached out, grasping one of Tang San's arms, shaking it gently. "Stop it." Tang San shrugged off Kakashi's hand, returning to his musings. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Who was causing trouble? Although Dashur and Phelan Day had visited a few times, they remained unaware of the intricacies and could only provide assurance upon their return. Kakashi, however, was different. If Tang San had anything inconvenient to discuss, he could convey it. Suddenly, Tang San, sitting on the ground, slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "That's it." Startled, Kakashi wondered if Tang San had indulged in substances the previous night. "Tang San, are you all right?" Kakashi expressed concern, for he was not well-versed in herbalism, and feared he could not save Tang San should anything go wrong. Tang San turned to Kakashi, tilting his head. "Who are you?" Kakashi was taken aback. "What did you just say?" Tang San rolled his eyes, then seemed to recollect something. Oh, it's Kakashi. Where am I?" After scratching his head and reflecting for a moment, he finally recalled. He then explained to the bewildered Kakashi, "No, I was just thinking about how to arrange these herbs to maximize their toxicity, and somehow I ended up like this." Kakashi raised his eyelids slightly, realizing that Tang San had entered a frenzied state of research, a phenomenon he recognized from certain obsessive scholars. "Do you need me to bring anything back?" Kakashi inquired. While he lacked expertise in pharmacological research, he understood the potential dangers. Tang San had just mentioned maximizing toxicity. If Dashun wants experiments went awry, it was the test subjects who perished. If Tang San were to fail, it would be himself who faced the consequences. When Kakashi posed his question, Tang San briefly pondered, realizing there was nothing he particularly needed Kakashi to bring back, and thus shook his head. Originally, some of the mystical herbs were meant for the other 6 members of Shrek, but their effects varied by individual, making Tang San hesitant to entrust Kakashi with them. "Is that so? I'll take my leave." Kakashi turned and, with a swift motion, vanished. Tang San shrugged, turning to see 2 other figures seated on the ground. Upon closer inspection, Tang San asked, "Hey Kakashi, why are you still?" Tang San seemed to have noticed something. The two figures seated there remained unmoving, unresponsive to Tang San's words. I see, these two are clones. Tang San contemplated, observing the two identical figures of the silver-haired masked Kakashi. With a puff of smoke, one clone dissipated, leaving Tang San momentarily stunned. Is there a particular purpose for this? Tang San questioned, confused about Kakashi's decision to leave two clones behind and the swift dissolution of one. The scene shifted to Kakashi, who found himself at the center of a toxic formation, having traversed halfway without employing his martial soul technique. This is an excellent method for training control over Senjutsu chakra, Kakashi praised. In Sage mode, Douluo's poison formation completely bypassed Kakashi, ensuring he could not approach within a certain distance. This method is akin to that of the Jiuwei in channeling natural energy. Kakashi merely needs to direct the toxins present in the surrounding airway. In Sage mode, the natural energy around him becomes at his disposal. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi surged out of the poisonous formation, making his way towards Tiando City. In Sage mode, Kakashi's perceptive abilities are heightened, and he does not feel the urgency to return. The fluctuations of soul energy over there must be of the 10,000-year level. It is Kakashi's first time sensing the age of soul beasts, and he feels somewhat uncertain. It should be around that level. I shall take a look. Kakashi darted in a specific direction with remarkable speed, his newfound confidence as a sage invigorating him. Before long, Kakashi arrived at his destination. At that moment, his right eye was enveloped by a yellow ring, and his iris had transformed into a word-like shape, a hallmark of his ascension to sagehood. His target was two 10,000-year soul beasts before him. Rising on their hind legs, both stood over 2.5 meters tall, their sharp claws glinting menacingly, their bodies cloaked in black fur, with a pair of green eyes radiating lethal intent. The black fur shimmered with an unusual sheen, and low growls emanated from their gaping maws. One was a 10,000-year soul beast wolf, though Kakashi could not recall its name. His knowledge of soul beasts was still predominantly derived from Tang San. The other was a massive black bear, entirely black-furred and robust, standing over 5 meters tall, reminiscent of Zhao Wujia's martial spirit. With a mighty roar, the two 10,000-year soul beasts ceased their hostility towards each other and redirected their focus upon the silver-haired man who had intruded upon their battle. The sound of thousands of birds chirping echoed as lightning flickered, accompanied by a faint crackling sound. This was a semi-finished version of Raikiri, with Kakashi's right hand enveloped in lightning. Even in his current state, Kakashi could not afford to underestimate the two 10,000-year soul beasts. With a surge of electricity, the lightning clone emerged from Kakashi, large arcs of lightning converging to gradually form a human figure, ultimately materializing into another version of himself. This was a clone composed of lightning chakra, requiring a significant amount of chakra as well as sufficient control over it. The two 10,000-year soul beasts had been engaged in battle for quite some time, their fur stained with blood and numerous wounds visible. On one side was the 10,000-year soul beast, the magic wolf, and on the other stood the immensely powerful 10,000-year black bear. The black bear was renowned for its defense, and against the speed of its equally ranked adversary, the magic wolf, its attacks proved ineffective. Despite its formidable defenses, the black bear bore several wounds inflicted by the magic wolf, whose offensive capabilities should not be underestimated. Both soul beasts possessed significant intelligence, with the wolf demonstrating exceptional cunning, seizing opportunities to land heavy blows on the black bear. Although the black bear exerted all its effort, its defenses were too robust, resulting in only minor damage. It did retaliate, but its speed was lacking. Although it managed to strike its target using innate skills, the effectiveness was minimal, merely grazing the wolf's fur with its claws. As the two sides remained locked in a stalemate, they contemplated retreating, but upon Kakashi's arrival, they had no choice but to redirect their hostility towards him. The Jiuwei remarked, "Kakashi, I shall now guide you in the combat techniques of sage arts. Pay close attention." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. He had his own plan. The lightning clone would confront the magic wolf while his main body engaged the black bear. "What should I do?" Kakashi inquired. This was his first experience utilizing sage arts in battle, and he was unfamiliar with its techniques. although he understood their potency. With the Jiuwei's guidance, he would not have to fumble through the learning process alone. All right, listen closely. Charge directly at the black bear and deliver a punch. The Jiuwei's unexpected instruction startled Kakashi. It was indeed audacious to suggest that a human engage in close combat with a 10,000-year-old beast, particularly one as powerful as a bear. Hey, Jiu Lama, are you sure about this? Kakashi exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, the lightning clone had already engaged the 10,000-year magic wolf, its form enveloped in arcs of lightning. Somewhat reminiscent of Tianheng's thunderous might, this was not a lightning armor, as it did not enhance speed or defense, but rather augmented the range of its attacks. With a defiant howl, the 10,000-year magic wolf surged forward, cloaked in a dense aura of dark energy, charging at the lightning clone. Do not underestimate sage arts. Engage that black beast with direct blows, the Jiuwei retorted. Before Kakashi could initiate his attack, the black bear bellowed and charged at him with overwhelming force. Kakashi retreated, clasping his hands together, ready to form hand seals, but was interrupted by the Jiuwei's commanding voice. I said to strike directly. Kakashi gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve. Fine. He halted the hand seals, clenched his fists, and charged towards the black bear, intending to engage in close combat. Despite the rigorous training he had undergone, it was still an audacious feat for a human to grapple with a 10,000-year black bear. The black bear, taken aback for a moment by Kakashi's boldness, pondered who had instilled such confidence in this seemingly frail human, daring to challenge it. However, in the next instant, the bear would comprehend the source of Kakashi's audacity. With astonishing speed, Kakashi seized one of the bear's outstretched paws, executing a shoulder throw that sent the black bear crashing violently into the ground. The impact reverberated, shaking the earth as the bear created a deep crater upon landing. The black bear, too, felt the overwhelming force of the impact, its bones nearly dislocated from the shock. Moments later, a fist loomed large before the bear, crashing down onto its snout, eliciting a sharp pang of pain. The black bear let out a furious roar. Overwhelmed by the intense agony, Kakashi planted a foot on the black bear's chest, then began to rain down punches. After numerous strikes, the bear's snout was broken, its eye sockets shattered, blood oozing from its mouth and nose as it lay still, seemingly devoid of consciousness. However, Kakashi, through the enhanced perception provided by sage arts, discerned that the black bear was merely feigning unconsciousness, prompting him to continue his assault. The augmentation of physical strength granted by sage chakra was immense. Each punch carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Yet, despite the black bear's formidable defenses acquired over 10 millennia, the blunt force attacks had a limited effect. Nevertheless, Kakashi, fueled by the inexhaustible energy of sage chakra, relentlessly struck, delivering nearly 100 punches until the black bear finally succumbed, foam escaping its mouth as it fell unconscious. On the other side, the battle between the lightning clone and the 10,000-year magic wolf also reached a conclusion. Kakashi, exhilarated by the newfound power he had wielded, felt a surge of joy for having attained such strength. His esteem for sage arts skyrocketed several notches. Yet upon glancing towards the 10,000-year magic wolf, he was struck with awe. There he beheld the magic wolf, pinned to the ground by a 6 or 7 meter long lightning beast, immobilized and unable to move. The tail of the beast was connected to the right hand of Kakashi's lightning clone, a robust and dense arc of lightning establishing the link. Kakashi recognized this technique as an advanced version of his own Chidori, the Thunder Tiger's lethal strike. However, he recalled that at the peak of his power, having expended all his chakra, the lightning beast had barely measured over a meter in length. As Kakashi gazed upon the 6 to 7 meter long lasso, he felt a pang of weakness for his past self. The purpose of practical Shansu training had been achieved. Kakashi refrained from slaying the two soaked, and it was only after the unconscious had awakened that he departed. The essence of Shansu training was to accumulate experience rather than to indulge in slaughter. Furthermore, during this period, his soul power had only progressed marginally, remaining at the pinnacle of level 36, yet he had not yet attained level 37, until he reached level 40. He would not resort to killing those soul beasts that had gained sentience, mindful of it away. He temporarily refrained from bestowing a second soul ring upon Zhu, as he lacked the confidence necessary to absorb a ban on Huan. Thus, he planned to wait until he acquired his fourth soul ring before bestowing one upon Zhu. At this moment, his Shansu chakra was still abundant, and he even had a reserve from his Ing Fun Shun, which meant he had no intention of returning to just yet. Kakashi resolved to continue his pursuit of formidable soul beasts for his adversaries. In the morning, the bustling king was characterized by broad avenues paved with blue bricks. Its scale truly magnificent. The city bustled with vehicles and pedestrians, while shops lined the streets, incessantly calling out the delights of their various snacks. Within the city, the renowned Lanba Shiyan had vanished, replaced by the illustrious Shulaiku Shiyan. The grand entrance remained as impressive as ever, adorned with a large plaque bearing the gilded characters, Shulaiku Galji Onshur Shiyan. A weary figure staggered toward the grand entrance, mere meters away. Clad in a snug, deep blue night outfit, he wore a green vest that shielded his neck. With silver hair cut short, a mask covering his face, and a forehead protector obscuring his left eye, this was none other than HokageKakashi. With each step, his body trembled slightly. For one who had exhausted his strength, walking was a daunting task. In his heart, Kakashi silently blamed Zhuama for his unfortunate predicament. The Zhui, upon hearing this, bristled with indignation, exclaiming that it merely sought to train him, and now he had pushed himself to the limit. Kakashi seldom utilized the chakra tails, as their consumption was rather substantial. The Zhui informed him that only by bestowing a soul ring upon it could he minimize the chakra tail's expenditure. The usual arrangement dictated that if he granted it a soul ring of sufficient age, the consumption of one chakra tail would be reduced to a minimum. However, the current consumption was evidently significant, as Kakashi's entire chakra was barely sustaining him for half an hour. Now, Kakashi's chakra reserves were incomparable to before. The quality had seen a tremendous enhancement, far surpassing that of ordinary chakra. Despite this, he could wield the chakra tails effectively in battle, yet he still could not completely master them due to their high consumption. Kakashi felt a wave of emotion as he reminisced about the days when he had to meticulously ration every bit of chakra, unable to afford the slightest waste. The thought of his current extravagant expenditure left him feeling as though he were being gnawed at by 1,000 ants, yearning to weep. Kakashi entered a small room at the gate, requesting assistance in relaying a message, while he himself pulled up a chair to sit. With a long exhale, he slowly closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. When the guards arrived with Master and Fei Londa, along with the other 6 members of the Shulaikuchigoth, they found Kakashi sprawled on the floor, snoring loudly, a testament to how soundly he slept. Xiao Wu nearly exploded with anger. Had it not been for Fei Londa's assurance that Tang San was safe with Douluo, she might have rushed over to rouse Kakashi with a flurry of strikes. However, her concern for Tang San's safety kept her from acting too rashly, and she stifled her frustration, preparing to awaken the figure sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances and nodded subtly. Xiao Wu took a deep breath, gathering all her strength and even channeling her soul power for a mighty shout. Ka! But she was destined to be cut off as her 2 female companions embraced her from behind, covering her mouth. Calm down, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong said with a hint of exasperation. Can't you see Kakashi is merely snoring? Doesn't he appear to be injured? And if Tang San were truly in danger, he wouldn't be so relaxed. Though there was merit to her reasoning, Xiao Wu's nature resisted, muffled cries escaping her lips as she was dragged away by Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. They understood her concern, but realized that such commotion was of little use and would only serve to torment everyone's ears. Master Fei Lon shook his head in dismay. Although Kakashi was the strongest among the children, he had a penchant for unexpected antics at crucial moments. Back in Soto City, he had seemed ready to follow Ma Hongjun to a brothel, only to be knocked out by Xiao Wu's shoe. Mobai, take Kakashi back to the dormitory, Fei Londa instructed, to which Dai Mu Bai responded affirmatively. In the afternoon, Kakashi's left eye remained shielded by his forehead protector, a habit formed to avoid suspicion. Out in public, One eye appeared normal, while the other was a blood-red hue, adorned with a scar and concealed beneath a black mask, giving off the impression of a masked bandit. However, this effect was typically achieved by ordinary individuals in such attire. When Kakashi revealed his left eye during combat, the intensity of his gaze exuded a unique aura of dominance, imbued with an extraordinary charm. Yet, he could not maintain such an expression at all times, lest he appear as a ruthless killer. In his slumber, Kakashi felt a slight itch on his face, as if something was gently brushing against it. His right eyelid fluttered open, revealing a white ceiling above. Simultaneously, a fluffy, snow-white tail danced before his eyes, playfully brushing against him. Fufu is being mischievous, Kakashi murmured with a faint smile. Upon realizing Kakashi was awake, Fufu joyously called out. Clearing his throat, Kakashi sat up, his unseeing right eye scanning the surroundings. He discovered he was in the dormitory he had vacated 3 months prior. He felt no nostalgia, as he had only just settled in before Douluo had whisked Tang San away. Now, the chalet Haotian was far more accommodating, with spacious dormitories for each individual. Unlike the cramped quarters he had previously endured, Fufu nestled against Kakashi's chest, affectionately rubbing against him. As he gently stroked Fufu's pristine fur, an epiphany struck him. He recognized the fleeting amnesia that often accompanied awakening from sleep. Even years of training could not shield him from it. Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle at his own self-mockery, reflecting on how, living in a time of peace, he no longer faced the pressing urgency of training he once did. Kakashi awoke, drew back the curtains, and, cradling Fufu, leapt out of the window. His destination was Lanba, the new Shrek Academy, specifically the simulated environment for intermediate soul masters. Along the way, he encountered several independent structures and scattered trees, which served as stepping stones, allowing Kakashi to maintain his swift pace despite the surroundings. His speed remained unimpeded, and he soon arrived at the forest training grounds of Lanba Academy. Fufu, Kakashi softly called. Instantly, Fufu understood his intent and began to employ her formidable mental prowess, unmatched by any soul beast from 4 millennia ago, to scan the vicinity for others. Kakashi was somewhat reluctant to trouble the Nine Tails unless absolutely necessary. Fufu's light exclamation conveyed a message. Over there is Xiao Wu. Kakashi was moved. He initially considered approaching her, but reconsidered, remembering her reaction upon seeing him. Perhaps it would be better to first check on the others. Fufu, let's go to Rong. Your added weight is likely due to her feeding you well, Kakashi remarked. Fufu retorted. Are you suggesting I have become overweight? Kakashi smiled apologetically. Having just recovered, many narratives could not be altered, and he hoped for their understanding. Chapter 113. Prelude to Training. Kakashi arrived at the forest of the new Shrek Academy, observing from the shadows through Fufu's mental capabilities. He spotted a white figure curled up within the underbrush, Xiao Wu, who was diligently meditating, seemingly quite serious. The surroundings were serene, devoid of any chirping birds or buzzing insects. Kakashi felt a sense of satisfaction. He had not anticipated Xiao Wu, typically rather lazy, to be so industrious in her training. It seemed that the others were likely doing well too. With a swift motion, Kakashi departed, heading toward another direction to assess the training conditions of the remaining 6 members of the Shrek 7. He visited Fatty Ma Hongjuan's training area, a room filled with numerous furnaces. Subsequently, he checked on Dai Mubai in the beast pen, then on Oscar in the kitchen. Kakashi quietly observed each individual and comprehended their current circumstances, formulating a plan for future actions. He chuckled to himself, realizing that since becoming their practical instructor, he had yet to conduct a proper lesson. Kakashi sought out the master, requesting him to inform the other 6 of the Shrek 7 to prepare adequately for a gathering in the forest 3 days hence, where Kakashi would impart a lesson on combat. Meanwhile, he returned to his dormitory to contemplate a more refined plan for the most effective training regimen for the 6. After 3 months of training, the soul power levels of the Shrek 7, including Kakashi, had progressed as follows. Dai Mubai, level 39, Kakashi, level 37. Having surpassed level 36 through numerous large-scale battles in the Sunset Forest using his sage techniques, Tang San, level 36. Significantly advanced by absorbing 2 rare celestial herbs and the inner core of Douluo. Xiaowu, level 34, having recently broken through. Managed to increase 2 levels in just 3 months, the reasons for which need not be elaborated. Kakashi, unaware of the underlying circumstances, could only feel a bit helpless, ultimately bestowing upon Xiaowu the title of genius in his heart. Oscar, level 32, having broken through a month prior. Yet the difficulty of food-type cultivation combined with his laziness impeded further progress. Ma Hongjun, level 29, Zhu Zhuqing, level 29, Ning Rongrong, level 29. Ma Hongjun faced significant challenges in his training due to issues with his evil fire. 3 days later, excluding Tang San, the other 6 members of the Shrek 7 gathered in the forest of the new Shrek Academy. Ah, at last, we are to receive a lesson from Teacher Kakashi, exclaimed the lively Ning Rongrong, adorned in a pristine white dress, her laughter ringing like silver bells. The word teacher was drawn out, seemingly laden with unusual significance. Ma Hongjun, brimming with excitement and sincerity, remarked, Kakashi, if we learn from you, will we not also become as formidable as you? This statement elicited intrigued glances from the others. As a blade and sword-type soul master, Kakashi possessed astonishing speed and immense strength. Daimubai had once attempted an arm-wrestling match with Kakashi, only to be defeated despite wielding the White Tiger martial spirit. Initially, they suspected Kakashi's abilities stemmed from his chakra. Yet Kakashi himself knew that his chakra bore no enhancements to his physical capabilities. Kakashi regarded him with a sidelong glance, contemplating that if he could shed 100 pounds, perhaps his soul master physique could benefit from his assistance, though it was evident that he could not. No, that's not the case. Kakashi refuted the rotund man's assertion. Neither Zhuqing nor Xiaowu can manage it either. Daimubai inquired, as all 3 were battle soul masters, each excelling in power, speed, and agility, respectively. Was that not sufficient for selection? Kakashi understood his implication, but shook his head, stating, it's not feasible. Then why did you summon us here? Xiaowu, irritated, interjected, for she had never quite gotten along with Kakashi. No, that's not what I meant. Kakashi hastily waved his hands, retrieving a pair of weighted leg bags from his ninja tool pouch and tossing them to the ground. Though merely ordinary lead weights, their quantity left distinct indentations in the soft earth. Pointing to the leg bags, Kakashi explained, this is the source of my extraordinary speed and strength. Give them a try. Daimubai, being the strongest among them, took the lead. The combined weight of the bags was substantial, designed specifically for training. Although Daimubai could lift them, he ultimately shook his head. They're too heavy. I can't use them. While Daimubai could manage the weights, binding them to his legs was an impossible task. Kakashi clarified, I used these years ago. Such equipment is best utilized from a young age. Forcing training now will yield little improvement. It is better to focus on cultivating soul power. Daimubai nodded, finally comprehending the legendary speed Kakashi possessed. He couldn't help but glance at Kakashi's legs, pondering the pain endured and the resolve required to achieve such speed. This training method seemed almost inhumane. Seeing that even the strength-oriented Daimubai could not manage, the others likewise conceded defeat. The allure of extraordinary speed was undeniable. Yet if it was unattainable, there was little they could do. Kakashi, you didn't summon us merely to show off, did you? Oscar, feeling somewhat restless, expressed his hope to possess extraordinary speed and strength like Kakashi, despite lacking combat prowess. Ning Rongrong, also somewhat dissatisfied, urged, Teacher Kakashi, please do not keep us in suspense. We have been eagerly waiting. Come on, Kakashi, came the impatient voice of Xiaowu. Zhu Zhuqing merely cast a cold glance, her frosty demeanor reflecting her characteristic style. Seeing their eagerness, Kakashi decided to forego any trivial chatter and promptly shifted to the main topic. Clearing his throat, he organized his thoughts and began to articulate his perspective. First and foremost, I must clarify that my training methods may not be suitable for you, so do not harbor any intentions of appropriating my techniques. Ning Rongrong playfully retorted. We understand. Please proceed, teacher. Kakashi felt somewhat uneasy with the constant references to him as teacher from both sides, pondering whether a simpler form of address would suffice without the drawn-out intonations. Now, let us delve into the core matter at hand. Chapter 114, The Unique Training of the Six. At the new Shrek Academy, Kakashi led the remaining 6 members of the group, excluding Tang San. In a specialized training session, he meticulously outlined his arguments, striving to prepare them for the imminent Advanced Soul Master Academy competition across the continent. Clearing his throat once more, Kakashi stated, "As I have previously mentioned, you cannot enhance your abilities through the same training methods I use. Instead, your focus should be on augmenting your inherent strengths through various techniques." Ning Rongrong's large eyes darted as she inquired, "Enhancing our innate abilities. Surely cultivating soul power is the most direct method, right? Surely there are techniques involved." The others nodded in agreement. If they were to enhance their natural capabilities, the path of soul power cultivation seemed to be the only avenue available. "No, it is not as simple as that," Kakashi replied. He then cast a peculiar glance at Ning Rongrong, remarking, "You should be quite knowledgeable about this. You ought to have posed that question yourself." Ning Rongrong appeared perplexed as she responded, "What do you mean I should know?" Kakashi explained, "According to my information, your family has inherited a secret technique that proves beneficial to the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda martial spirit, and you must have dabbled in it as well." "What is this secret technique?" Oscar inquired, showing great interest in Ning Rongrong's background. However, he was promptly pulled back by Dai Mubai, who subtly indicated that Oscar should refrain from prying further. Family secret techniques are traditionally shrouded in mystery and are strictly forbidden from being disclosed, making Oscar's inquiries potentially troublesome. Sighing, Ning Rongrong expressed, "Kakashi, I feel as though there are no secrets left between us." Xiao Wu scoffed. "After all these years together, I have yet to see him uncover my secrets," she murmured softly. "What were you just saying, Xiao Wu?" Fatty interjected from the side. "Oh, nothing. I merely mentioned that it feels a bit warm today." "Is that so?" Ma Hongjun looked up at the sky, noticing the thick clouds and predicting rain. "All right, let's continue. As I was saying, let's skip to a demonstration instead. Sometimes words can be rather inadequate. If the audience lacks comprehension, it becomes a burden. Action speaks louder," Kakashi stated. The incessant questions from the 6 had begun to irk him, fearing that his intelligence would be divulged among the children. "Let's have Ma Hongjun go first. Pay close attention," he instructed. Kakashi formed hand seals, intending to demonstrate how to enhance Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire. In a fleeting moment, the 4 seals were completed with astonishing speed. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A linear inferno erupted forth. Just before unleashing the flames, Kakashi lifted his mask, and his face became obscured by the fiery blaze. The impact of the linear flame struck a large tree several dozen meters away, shattering it instantly. While the initial fire was modest, it expanded rapidly, reaching a diameter of over half a meter by the time it reached the tree, resulting in its thunderous collapse. The flames did not last long. As Kakashi halted the technique, he quickly donned his mask again. He had executed the technique expertly, stopping the fire just as it made contact with the tree, ensuring it was merely broken and not ignited. "Now you try," Kakashi encouraged Ma Hongjun. "Kakashi, just get to the point," Xiao Wu shouted from the back. "Fine," Kakashi replied with a hint of exasperation. The power of flames consists of 2 components, temperature and impact force. In a clash of flames, the first thing to consider is the impact force. If it is insufficient, it will be overpowered by the opposing force. Kakashi continued, "Your impact force relies on your substantial soul power. As long as your soul power is adequate, you can maintain a sustained output of long-range soul techniques." Fatty scratched his head and remarked, "That certainly makes sense. Without soul power, what else can we rely on?" Kakashi chuckled mysteriously. The 6 were now fully attentive, anticipating Kakashi's forthcoming insights. That smile, that laughter brimmed with confidence, and they eagerly focused on the lips concealed beneath his mask, waiting for the revelation. Then, the moment of truth arrived. Kakashi opened his mouth, and indeed, it was reliant on soul power. To their shock, the 6 simultaneously spat blood. Subsequently, under the intense scrutiny of the 6, Kakashi completed his original statement. "It is about highly compressed soul power. Just as air, when compressed, can explode, water, when compressed, can evolve into a high-pressure water jet capable of cutting through stone. Kakashi directed his gaze toward Ma Hongjun, stating, in summary, practice this method. Remember, compress your soul power as much as possible, then expel it in a linear form. All right, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, eagerly seeking an open space to practice, confident in Kakashi's reliable approach. The next steps were significantly simpler. First was Dai Mubai with his white tiger martial spirit. Kakashi had devised a plan for him. The white tiger, embodying strength and ferocity, required grand movements and an indomitable spirit in its techniques. Thus, Kakashi instructed him to strike a sandbag. The sandbag posed no threat, would not evade, and would not inflict pain upon being struck, allowing Dai Mubai to practice freely and unleash his every punch and palm without reservation. In truth, many training regimens need not be excessively strenuous. Achieving the same results suffices. Next was Zhu Zhuqing, whose training focused on refining certain aspects of her speed. Kakashi imparted techniques for exerting force, executing strikes, and identifying vital points on the human body. Do not underestimate the complexity of these concepts. They require considerable time to assimilate fully. Every movement is habitual, and combat styles develop unique patterns that are challenging to modify. To integrate Kakashi's teachings into her own movements necessitates a significant investment of time. Of course, one could opt to disregard the integration, but such a choice may lead to physical discord. While it may suffice against ordinary opponents, facing a close combat expert would be tantamount to courting disaster. Following Zhu Zhuqing was Xiao Wu, whose soft martial arts appeared to resemble a form of combat technique, seemingly unrelated to soft fist styles. Kakashi possessed a modest understanding of soft martial arts, which were effective against individuals of considerable strength and unwieldy stature. Kakashi possesses a modicum of knowledge in Rushu, yet he cannot impart much to Xiao Wu in this regard. However, he can certainly instruct her on the art of evasion. Though Xiao Wu's Rushu is formidable, it proves futile when faced with an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Thus, Kakashi takes it upon himself to teach her the intricacies of escape. He retrieves various smoke bombs from his Ranjabal, Ringabao, presenting her with yellow, black, and blue variants. Surprisingly, Kakashi, you also utilize these escape devices, Xiao Wu chuckles, her satisfaction evident. Although fleeing may seem ignoble, it is certainly preferable to being cornered. More importantly, it astounds her that the nearly invincible Hatake Kakashi would prepare such an array of smoke bombs for the purpose of retreat. While it may seem slightly embarrassing to flee, it is far better than the alternative of losing one's life, Kakashi solemnly remarks. Who would have thought you were so timid? I shall remind you of this in the future, Kakashi retorts, momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Sect had enlisted her for training with hidden weapons, and despite his good intentions, he received such treatment in return. The next phase consists of specialized training for the two auxiliary types. Having arranged their exercises, Kakashi returns to the dormitory to prepare, intending to take Fu to the Binghua Liang Yin. The little one has accompanied Kakashi for many years without returning to the Soul Beast Forest, resulting in slow progress in her cultivation. Kakashi reflects on the brevity of human life, pondering Fu's fate after his demise. He hopes the power of Binghua Liang Yin will benefit her. The preparation time is brief, and soon Kakashi sets off with Fu. For the sake of safety, he takes a longer route, spending 3 full days to locate Binghua Liang Yin within the Sunset Forest without provoking the Nine Tails. Upon arrival, he finds Tang San Xian waiting eagerly for them. As Fu arrives, she is greeted by one of Tang San's prized herbs. Meanwhile, Kakashi continues his training in Xianshu, though progress remains slow. 3 months swiftly pass. The time feels fleeting, as Kakashi Xianshu practice yields little advancement, each day blending into the next. Fu seems to have made a breakthrough, likely due to Tang San's herb, yet her precise cultivation level remains unclear. This uncertainty arises partly from the rarity of the Baihu clan, making it difficult for both Tang San and a master to gauge the duration of her cultivation. Moreover, Fu herself appears somewhat befuddled, unable to articulate her current state. Recently, Tang San has become preoccupied with a task that seems perilous, gathering numerous herbs while forbidding Kakashi from intervening. Chapter 115. Yin Wang's Notice Little Monster. I have arrived, Douluo Bo declares as he descends from the heavens. Noticing the usual resting place of Tang San, he observes an unusual silence. Typically, Tang San acknowledges his presence each evening, but today there is no response. Concerned, Douluo Bo glides closer, only to find Tang San sitting there, which alleviates his apprehension. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Douluo Bo finds himself devoid of past animosity toward Tang San, even regarding him as a friend. As for his relationship with Kakashi, while animosity has dissipated, the prior intent to harm lingers unvoiced, creating a subtle barrier between them. Tang San sits in contemplation before a copper cauldron, seemingly entranced by its contents. Behind him, Kakashi sits cross-legged on a large stone, diligently writing in a somewhat thick notebook. Occasionally, he pauses, lost in thought. The copper cauldron, positioned over a blazing yangchen, yangquan, is subtly warmed, its base barely touching the heat source. Tang San has modified the cauldron with herbs from the extreme cold yinchen, inchuan. Otherwise, it would have melted into a puddle. Seeing Tang San's intense focus, Douluo Bo refrains from interrupting and approaches Kakashi instead. What is this little monster up to? Douluo Bo inquires, curious about Kakashi's writing. Kakashi, however, ignores him, continuing his task. Feeling slighted, Douluo Bo prepares to leave, but as he turns, Kakashi suddenly lifts his gaze, causing Douluo Bo to halt and glance back. Unfortunately, Kakashi merely appears lost in thought, still disregarding him. Veins throbbing on his forehead, Douluo Bo grits his teeth in frustration, feeling mocked. Meanwhile, Kakashi, now aware of Douluo Bo's presence, queries, "Is there something you need?" He has been engrossed in writing a recipe, grappling with various translation issues and pronunciations as cultural integration demands considerable effort. Nothing, Douluo Bo replies with a long face. Turning away. Approaching Tang San, he intends to speak, but Tang San gestures for silence, his gaze fixed intently on the cauldron. Following Tang San's line of sight, Douluo Bo observes wisps of faint purple smoke emanating from the cauldron's sealed seams, swirling gently above. Though Douluo Bo's expertise in toxins renders him unafraid, he soon realizes that the purple smoke bears no discernible odor, leaving him unable to ascertain its composition. Watching the ethereal smoke rise, a chill runs through him, understanding that Tang San is concocting something extraordinary. What kind of poison is this little monster brewing? Even I feel a sense of threat, Douluo Bo muses inwardly. Kakashi, however, remains unconcerned with the matter of toxins. He is more invested in the cultural fusion between the two realms, aspiring to cultivate a new culture. He sighs at the thought of Tang San's mechanical assembly skills being applied to benefit the common folk. If such skills were utilized to create engines rather than lethal hidden weapons, it would be a significant achievement. Having been reborn, he wishes to contribute positively to this new world rather than resort to crafting instruments of death. It is a time of peace, not war. So why engage in such pursuits? Shaking his head, Kakashi returns to contemplating the varied pronunciations of certain ingredients. Tang San's expression is unusually grave as he maintains his focus on the cauldron and the violet smoke rising from it. As time progresses, the smoke becomes increasingly sparse, shifting colors from purple to white, then to black, undergoing a peculiar transformation. Throughout this process, Tang San uses blue silver grass to manipulate the cauldron, adding herbs at intervals. Even though his blue silver grass has attained a level of resilience against toxins, each interaction results in at least one strand wilting. Douluo Bo's interest is piqued. As a master of toxins, he recognizes the blue silver grass as formidable resistance to poison, yet it still succumbs upon contact with the cauldron smoke. With such potent toxicity, Douluo Bo's curiosity intensified. After consuming the antidote today, he cautiously activated his poison skills to test the essence of the smoke. Yet despite his efforts, he could not discern the nature of the toxic substance within that smoke, nor the precise concoction from which it was derived. Douluo Bo faintly sensed that it was likely a lethal blend of various toxins, intricately intertwined and exceedingly fearsome. Was this little rascal attempting to poison me? What else could he possibly intend with such a deadly concoction? Douluo's thoughts spiraled into wild conjectures. The process of concocting poisons was exceedingly protracted. Kakashi had barely begun writing before succumbing to slumber. It was wise to cultivate one's abilities gradually. Relentless training like a madman would inevitably lead one to madness. Observing Kakashi lie down to sleep, Douluo felt a twinge of discomfort, even a flicker of irritation. Such a rare and formidable poison existed in this world. Even if one was not versed in the arts of poison, one should at least regard its peril with due seriousness. To fall asleep so nonchalantly was far too dismissive. As dawn broke the following morning and Douluo's patience waned, the black smoke emanating from the bronze cauldron finally began to settle and slowly retract into the vessel. Success! Tang San leaped joyfully from the ground, his excitement barely contained, embodying the exuberance of his peers. Damn it! Had I known it would take so long, I would have slept too, Douluo cursed inwardly. Had it not been for Kakashi's sound slumber, with Tang San keeping him company through the night, he would have merely felt a hint of impatience. However, witnessing Kakashi's languid stretch only fueled Douluo's inexplicable ire. At his level, a few days without sleep were inconsequential, but with toxins coursing through his body, he felt somewhat unwell. After waiting an entire night with no results, his mood soured. Little monster, what exactly is this? Douluo could not help but inquire. This is a treasure, a life-taking treasure, Kakashi remarked, suppressing a groan, pondering how Tang San was always preoccupied with thoughts of murder, lacking any other pursuits. After considerable effort, Tang San produced 3 slender, 1-inch-long, jet-black needles. This item is called Yin Wang Tai, he explained, and requires a soul power of at least level 40 to activate. Its venom is capable of slaying a tidal Douluo. The term Yin Wang signifies the god of death. An ancient tongue. When the god of death sends you an invitation, what do you think that entails? Naturally, it beckons you to return to the embrace of death. If Yin Wang calls you at the 3rd watch, who dares to keep you until the 5th? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Was the god of death synonymous with Yin Wang? How had he been unaware of this? He then realized it must be a term from another culture, and that the 2 deities of death were likely quite distinct. In truth, even Tang San had not anticipated that he could successfully concoct Yin Wang Tai. In his past life, the 3rd-ranked Yin Wang Tai of the Tang Sect would evoke tremors among all present. To create Yin Wang Tai, Tang San had utilized 49 exceedingly rare herbs from the ice and fire duality eye, rendering its toxicity unparalleled. The 3 1-inch-long black needles were not metallic, but comprised purely of venom, a product of immense effort. Once injected into a body, they would instantly transform into lethal poison. Not only was there no antidote, but even the opportunity to consume one would be lost, rendering any desperate measures futile. However, utilizing this item would require a significant expenditure of internal energy. Tang San calculated that in order to activate Yin Wang Tai using the Xian Tiangong, he would need to reach level 40 and would only possess enough power for a single strike. Kakashi sighed, pondering how another malevolent creation had emerged, uncertain of which unfortunate soul would eventually fall victim. Subsequently, Douluo retrieved the rare storage soul guide, the Rui Baobao Now, and gifted it to Tang San. In gratitude, Tang San presented him with a recently crafted concealed weapon, the Zimu Jue Han Duo Ming Dan, solidifying their genuine friendship. After storing the 2 iron pills, Douluo clasped his hands behind his back and addressed the ice and fire duality eye. Little monster, when will you treat my granddaughter's poison injuries? Chapter 116. Douluo's choice of son-in-law Tang San was momentarily taken aback by Douluo's words, which effectively inquired when he intended to depart. Old monster, do you wish for me to leave so soon? Tang San gazed at Douluo's somewhat forlorn figure. Is it finally time to go? Surprisingly, Kakashi felt a tinge of reluctance. The natural energy here was exceedingly abundant, making it ideal for cultivating immortal techniques. In this place, he felt nearly invincible, even confident in defeating Douluo at his peak. However, they were no longer enemies, and Kakashi preferred to avoid further conflict. Moreover, Douluo's poison was not easily dealt with. A careless brush against it could spell trouble, even for Kakashi. Not dwelling on these thoughts, Kakashi resumed writing. Sushi in pinyin is pronounced sure, the same as fast food. However, rougher version of sushi could indeed be considered fast food. Time passed, and with Douluo's departure, Tang San began his search for herbs. Kakashi's unblinking right, I followed Tang San, observing his actions. Tang San is truly remarkable. Kakashi mused, this is not merely selecting herbs. It's akin to a grand sweep. This space has been thoroughly ravaged by him. The area ravaged by Tang San resembled a field plowed by oxen. The soil turned over and in disarray. 3 days later, little monster, you scoundrel. I'll have it out with you. Douluo bellowed, raising his hand to strike Tang San, who hastily evaded with a nimble retreat. Old monster, you told me to take what I wanted without specifying how much. And I've left roots and seeds behind. In a few years, they will grow again. However, old monster, your Rui Bao Bao now is truly impressive. It holds a great deal. You truly infuriate me, you little monster. Douluo exclaimed, at a loss for words. Although these herbs held little use for him, they had accompanied him for decades, making their loss all the more painful. At that moment, Kakashi stepped in with an apologetic smile, attempting to mediate. All right. Those herbs were of little use to you anyway. In Tang San's hands, they will serve a far greater purpose. Douluo shot them both a fierce glare and coldly huffed, leave. Tang San swiftly unleashed his 8 spider lances, propelling himself forward in pursuit of Douluo, invigorated by the consumption of 2 divine herbs. Kakashi glanced at the shadow clone seated nearby and swiftly followed in their footsteps. Although Douluo was present, it was prudent to maintain a contingency plan. Should they encounter a particularly formidable soul beast, the chakra contained within that shadow clone could prove invaluable. If there is no danger in the end, let this shadow clone engage in practical training. His proficiency in Xianshu, during combat remains insufficient, and accumulating practical experience is beneficial. Ultimately, no soul beast troubled them, and the 3 emerged safely from the Luori forest. After exiting the forest, Tang San, in order to avoid complications, sheathed his Baju Mao and relied solely on the ghostly steps of Guiying Bizong, Guiying Mizong, to keep pace with Kakashi and Douluo. Before entering Tiando City, Douluo's anger had dissipated, warning Tang San not to let it happen again. Tang San hurriedly led the way, and the trio made their way to the former Lanba Academy, now known as Shirlike Academy. As they walked, Tang San could not help but say to Douluo, old monster, it would actually suit you well to come to our academy. Our Shirlike Academy is also known as the Monster Academy, where an old monster teaches little monsters. Is that not a delightful prospect? Kakashi stood by, engrossed in a cookbook, currently penning recipes. Upon hearing Tang San's words, he paused momentarily, pondering. Little monsters? How absurd. Douluo raised his hand and playfully struck Tang San atop his head. He towered over Tang San, who stood around 1.70 meters by a full 2 heads. Tang San winced in pain, exclaiming, if you knock my clever head silly, who will cure your granddaughter's poison? Upon mentioning his granddaughter Douluo, Douluo seemed to recall something, and his previously cold demeanor softened. He scrutinized Tang San and Kakashi, a smile gradually emerging at the corners of his mouth as he contemplated. Kakashi was lost in thought, yet felt uneasy under Douluo's fervent gaze. Tang San, too, felt a chill run down his spine, asking, old monster, what are you smiling about? Douluo chuckled and said, to be honest, I am quite pleased with both of your talents. You are mature in mind, and I rather like your personalities. Tang San gestured for him to stop, urging him to speak plainly. Kakashi had already reached a conclusion. Tang San's mention of Douluo and Douluo's beaming demeanor hinted that he was likely considering a son-in-law. Indeed, Douluo's subsequent remarks straightforwardly indicated his intention to select a grandson-in-law. He counted upon his fingers and stated, I have calculated it carefully. Little monster, you are merely 7 years younger than my granddaughter, which is not too significant. When you are 18, she will be just 25. Besides, you align quite well with my temperament. He then turned his gaze towards Kakashi and remarked, you're only 3 years younger than my granddaughter. The saying goes that a woman 3 years older than a man brings fortune, and although our relationship is not particularly close, your regard for the little monster suggests that you would treat my granddaughter well as well. Heh. So, which of you will become my grandson-in-law? Douluo inquired. Faced with this question, Kakashi merely rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that if their ages were combined, they would total around 60. He could even address him as old brother. It would place him in the grandfather's generation. If this were to materialize, it would be nothing short of crime. Tang San gasped, exclaiming, "You must be joking. I have no intention of marrying your granddaughter." Douluo chuckled mischievously, throwing an arm around Tang San's shoulder. "Can you really refuse? While your research on poisons is commendable, could you counteract an aphrodisiac? I could procure some delightful concoctions, like Chuan Feng Lu, to ensure that matters proceed smoothly. We shall see if you can resist." Coughing, Kakashi felt a surge of discomfort, thinking that this old man was utterly deranged. Tang San also stared in disbelief. "Old monster, you are truly insane. Nevertheless, I believe Kakashi is more suitable. You should pursue him." Thus, Douluo shifted his attention. He held Kakashi in high regard, acknowledging him as someone who had repeatedly engaged with formidable opponents for the sake of his comrades. Choosing such a person as a grandson-in-law would alleviate any concerns about his granddaughter's safety in the future. "What do you think?" "Consider it," Douluo asked, believing that although Kakashi currently lacked a substantial background, he would undoubtedly forge one in the future. In response to Douluo's inquiry, Kakashi smiled. "How do you know that the one you drugged isn't my clone?" Douluo was momentarily taken aback. Having battled Kakashi multiple times, he had often found himself striking Kakashi's shadow clone instead. At times, he even questioned whether the Kakashi beside him was also a shadow clone. Thus, he could only turn back to Tang San. "Little monster, I cannot contend with a white-haired youth. You remain my best option." After all, she was following Tianheng, who had the entire Lan Dianbao Wang Long family backing him. According to the teacher, Tianheng was likely to become the next head of the Lan Dianbao Wang Long family, an immense force to reckon with. How could I possibly compare? Furthermore, your granddaughter may have already been cooking rice with him, so to speak. The second chapter is halfway through, and my eyes are a bit sore. Starting tomorrow, I must write 2 chapters. Chapter 118, Shanpin Pei Qi Guai. Shinpin Pei Qi Guai. Tang San and Xiao made heartfelt vows, expressing their emotions to one another until their feelings gradually settled. Tang San was considerably more composed than Xiao Wu. He gently patted her on the rear, saying, "All right, come down now. The teacher and Kakashi are still here." Only then did Xiao Wu recall the presence of the two. Her face instantly flushed as she released the long legs that had been entwined around Tang San's waist, landing on the ground. Yet, she continued to cling to one of Tang San's arms, refusing to let go. "Teacher, let us find the others," she suggested. The master glanced up at the two. Though they were still young, they could already be considered a pair of perfect matches. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he nodded and continued deeper into the woods. Kakashi and Tang San, along with Xiao Wu, followed closely behind. Along the way, Xiao Wu was whispering sweet nothings to Tang San, causing the master and Kakashi to shudder with discomfort. In a short while, the master had led Tang San to reunite with all the members of Laika Academy, except for Daimu Bai. 6 of the Laika 7 were gathered together, along with a combat instructor who was only a few years older and also served as a substitute team member. Upon seeing Tang San, everyone was naturally thrilled. Tang San recounted what he had shared with the master. "What did you say? That Douluo came to the academy with you?" Xiao Wu asked, looking at Tang San with surprise, her complexion slightly pale. Tang San assumed that Xiao was afraid of Douluo's strength and potent poison, quickly reassuring her, "Do not worry. Elder Douluo is quite amiable. He has promised me not to harm anyone in Laika Academy. There will be no issues, and besides, he is now our academy's advisor." Kakashi raised an eyebrow, feeling something was amiss. Given Xiao Wu's cheerful disposition, no matter how formidable an opponent, it should not affect her mood. Was it fear of potent poison? That did not seem right. Potent poison was not that terrifying, especially with Tang San present. Was it the overwhelming strength? Perhaps. But perhaps not. Why, then, had no high-ranking teachers from Laika caused her any concern? Even the three soul masters from Tiando Royal Academy did not faze her. By that logic, a title Douluo should not be much different, yet she reacted this way. Was her concern for title Douluos due to caution or some other reason? Alcika laughed, saying this is truly splendid. With a title Douluo as an advisor, our Shurlaika Academy will surely dominate in the academy realm. The master furrowed his brow. The academy's success did not solely rely on teachers, but on the efforts of you students. Oscar stuck out his tongue, feeling quite intimidated by the master, and thus refrained from retorting. Tang San, noticing that Dai Mubai was absent, requested for him to be summoned, clearly stating that he possessed a method to help him break through his bottleneck. The master expressed skepticism, believing that relying on external forces for cultivation might lead to adverse effects and lingering repercussions. Confidently, Tang San reassured, "Rest assured, Master. What I intend to present to everyone is tailored to each individual's unique characteristics, ensuring there will be no side effects." The master acquiesced, recognizing that Tang San was not a reckless individual, and instructed Ma Hongjun to fetch Dai Mubai from the beast enclosure. After some contemplation, Tang San suggested, "Master, we need to find a secluded place, for any external disturbances might hinder everyone's absorption of the medicinal properties." The master pondered briefly and replied, "Let us go to the former residence of Lu Erlong. It is guaranteed to be tranquil and seldom visited." Since Flander took charge of the academy, Lu Erlong had relocated to reside within the teaching building, not because she deemed it more suitable, but rather because the master also resided there, leaving her previous wooden cabins vacant. Before long, Ma Hongjun returned, accompanied by a freshly emerged Dai Mubai. Upon arriving at Lu Erlong's former dwelling, Tang San delved directly into the matter, retrieving a mystical herb from the soul guide, Rui Bao Bao Nan. It was a magnificent chrysanthemum, resplendently purple. Strangely, each petal appeared delightfully fuzzy, the entire flower seeming to be a cohesive entity, yet exuding no fragrance. The central pistil towered over the petals by more than half a foot, glimmering with a faint golden hue. This was the Chirong Tongtianju, a neutral-grade celestial herb, which, when consumed, would invigorate the limbs and enhance blood flow through the 8 meridians, enabling the cultivation of an indestructible body. Dai Mubai was taken aback, astonished at the potency of such a miraculous herb. Kakashi was equally startled. The prospect of cultivating an indestructible body was astounding. Yet, he felt a tinge of discomfort, having left Fufu behind at the Ice-Fire Yin-Yang-I, as it seemed to have been unwell lately, possibly due to its consumption of Tang San's celestial herb. Typically, Fufu would react to any stirring events, but its absence left Kakashi feeling quite disoriented. Fufu was akin to a confidant. Its presence always brought him solace. Tang San began to instruct Dai Mubai on the proper method of consuming the herb, and Dai Mubai, without further ado, moved to a corner to follow Tang San's guidance. Subsequently, he distributed the 8-petaled Xianlon to Oscar, the chicken-crowned phoenix flower to Ma Hongjun, and the Chiloat tulip to Ning Rongrong. Then, he approached Zhu Zhuqing, presenting her with a seemingly ordinary white flower, about the size of a palm, resembling a peony, devoid of foliage. The root was attached to a substantial black stone, evident from Tang San's grip that it was remarkably heavy. Tang San solemnly declared, "This herb is called Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, a divine treasure among celestial herbs." Accompanied by a legendary tale. Long ago, there was a youth of serene disposition who cherished nurturing flowers and plants, filling his garden with vibrant lotuses and myriad blossoms. He would often recite poetry to the flowers and invite the moon to share in his cup. Whenever a flower would wilt or lose its petals, he would be consumed by sorrow, gathering the fallen petals and burying them in the earth, shedding tears repeatedly. It is said that true affection can move the heavens. His profound love for flowers touched the celestial flower fairy, who secretly became his spouse. Yet, such bliss was fleeting. When the heavenly deities learned of this, they were greatly enraged, declaring that mortals and immortals should not be united, and commanded the flower fairy to return to the celestial realm. Since losing his beloved, the youth lamented daily, abandoning his floral pursuits, leading to the decay of his garden, which once thrived in beauty. One day, an elderly man appeared, informing him that the white peony he adored was the incarnation of his wife, and that by destroying the flower, the fairy would lose her celestial form and descend to be reunited with him. However, he must not forsake the flowers. After imparting this message, the old man vanished like a gentle breeze. The youth realized his folly, regretting his neglect of the flowers, and began to care for them diligently once more. Though he loved his wife dearly, he could not bear to destroy the peony, nurturing it even more fiercely, weeping day and night until his heart shattered from longing. In his final moments, he shed blood upon the petals. The crimson stains you see are the embodiment of his heart's sorrow. The white flower bore several striking red spots, vivid as blood, evoking a sense of profound emotion. Enraptured by the enchanting tale, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were entranced, while the master appeared to be lost in thought, and Kakashi remained indifferent. Afterward, Tang San explained how to recognize the flower's master and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. Kakashi, with an expression of disinterest, was asked by Tang San about his thoughts on the story. Noticing Kakashi's lack of reaction, Tang San found it peculiar, as one would not typically remain unmoved by such a narrative. Kakashi, turning to him, smiled and replied, "It is quite an extraordinary story." His vague response left Tang San feeling somewhat unsettled, prompting him to touch his nose awkwardly. Clearing his throat, Kakashi chuckled softly and added, "This is a unique manner of speaking for my world." Tang San nodded, acknowledging this. Recently, Kakashi had been preoccupied with peculiar endeavors, often scribbling strange terms in his writings, such as sushi and tonkatsu. Sushi? I'm not quite familiar with that. Is tonkatsu fried pork rice? There were also incomprehensible symbols of a foreign language. However, Tang San inquired, "Could you articulate your thoughts on the story?" He mused that Kakashi had yet to express his views on the tale of Xiangxi Duanchonghong, diverting the conversation to grammar and such. Kakashi pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "If I must switch perspectives, I could say, though peculiar, it remains captivating." Tang San rolled his eyes, thinking that Kakashi's manner of speaking was rather odd. To label a tragic tale as captivating was beyond him. Nevertheless, he refrained from pressing further, deeming it a waste of time. Turning back to Zhu Zhuqing, he earnestly elaborated, "This extraordinary flower chooses its master. When plucking it, one must focus intently on their beloved, pouring forth sincere emotions, and shed blood upon its petals. Any wavering intentions, even at the cost of one's life, will prevent the flower from being harvested. Once taken, as long as it remains with its master, it shall never wither. The stone beneath it is known as Wujue. If forcibly destroyed, the Xiangxi Duanchonghong will also lose all its potency. Consuming this herb bestows upon one the power of immortality, akin to that of heaven and earth. I conservatively estimate it can elevate one's soul power by at least 10 levels and will also facilitate a comprehensive transformation of the body." Zhu Qing, although I am not entirely privy to the matters between you and Daimu Bai, you two stand as the only confirmed couple among our 7. Thus, I present this to you, hoping you may become the destined individual. Zhu Zhuqing gazed vacantly at the enchanting blood-stained peony, Xiangxi Duanchonghong, and gently nodded, her gaze drifting towards Daimu Bai, who was not far away, practicing diligently. "I shall give it a try," Kakashi observed quietly from his side, reluctant to voice his true thoughts. He feared that should he express his opinions regarding Xiangxi Duanchonghong, Zhu Zhuqing might waver internally, which would significantly impact the herb's extraction. Initially, Kakashi held little belief in this tale, yet the flower's presence here made him ponder the possibility of its truth. In his eyes, the cultural disparity was evident. Even the stories were peculiar. A spendthrift who squandered his days tending to flowers, drinking wine, and composing poetry amidst a garden full of blooms seemed to neglect practicalities. With the fall of the flowers, this individual would sorrowfully weep and collect the petals for burial, continuing to lament at the gravesite. One might wonder how such a flower cultivator sustains himself. Selling flowers was out of the question. A person so infatuated with them would likely consider himself too noble, believing that no one else on earth could appreciate flowers as he did. Furthermore, He would deem the association of his beloved flowers with monetary transactions to be utterly vulgar. Upon encountering a fated person, he would gladly offer them, but selling flowers was simply inconceivable. This flower devotee, seemingly incapable of anything else besides nurturing flowers, had the audacity to attract the attention of a flower fairy, who was evidently deluded. It was as if this flower fairy, acting childishly, disregarded all reason simply because of this individual's affection for flowers, hastily descending to unite with the spendthrift. The flower fairy's naivety was indeed perplexing. Eventually, the heavens, with keen insight, separated the fairy from the mortal, concluding this ill-fated romance. Much to the relief of many, the origin of this tragic tale lay in the existence of someone so enamored with flowers, or perhaps in a flower fairy's shame in bearing the title of fairy, leading to the actions of Douluo. One should not concern themselves with the harshness of heavenly edicts. Those edicts stand firm and do not target you. Yet it was the flower fairy who transgressed the law. Thus, she alone bore the consequences. Just as one cannot evade punishment for taking a life simply because the victim was a villain, similarly, the flower fairy, driven by her desires, disregarded the heavenly laws and must accept responsibility for her actions. She likely believed that once the deed was done, it could not be undone. However, the laws of heaven are devoid of compassion and demand accountability for transgressions. The flower enthusiast not only squandered his wealth, but was also a coward. After losing his partner, he fell into despair, sighing daily. Consumed by melancholy and neglecting his floral duties, the garden fell into disarray, a scene of desolation reflecting his sorrow. It seemed, in his eyes, his wife held more importance than the flowers. If that were the case, he ought to devise a way to reclaim his wife. Even if he could not bring her back, expressing his frustrations to the heavens daily would be a step forward. Such an attitude is commendable. Yet, to merely sigh in despair while losing both his wife and flowers is lamentable. An elderly man revealed to him that the white peony was the embodiment of his wife. To destroy the flower would result in the flower fairy losing her celestial form and uniting with him. The flower-loving youth awakened to this reality, determined to nurture the flowers once more, but unwilling to destroy any blooms. Previously, he had forsaken floral care for his wife, leading to the garden's demise. Yet now he hesitated to sacrifice a single flower, preventing the couple's reunion. Caught in this dilemma, perhaps out of guilt towards his wife, he wept day and night over the flowers, his tears exhausting, heartbroken, and ultimately succumbing to his unfulfilled longing. Initially, he abandoned floral matters for his wife's sake, only to later withhold a flower's destruction, preventing their reunion. What was he truly trying to achieve? Perhaps within this conflict, the flower-loving youth comprehended that he neither loved the flowers nor his wife. His affection for flowers stemmed not from a genuine passion, but from a self-righteous desire to elevate himself morally, to look down on others. His neglect of the flowers after his wife's departure was not out of love for her, but rather a reflection of his internal anguish. This implies that regardless of the circumstances, if his heart were distressed, he would treat the garden in such a manner. He had never truly loved the flowers or his wife. Instead, he was consumed by self-absorption. This narrative is not a touching love story, but rather the tragic life of a self-righteous and selfish individual. Perhaps this is merely my conjecture, as it is a tale from a different culture, and I might be overthinking some aspects. Kakashi mused inwardly. Meanwhile, due to Dai Mu Bai's constant entanglements with women, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of unease, resulting in her failure to obtain the flower. Tang San sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation. Zhuqing, there is no need for such distress. I have prepared other herbs as a backup. Please wait a moment. Tang San then approached the master, holding Xiang Si Duan Chang Hong. Master, you and Nyang Lu share a profound bond. Why not give it a try? Perhaps this herb could alter your martial soul. However, the master failed to extract the flower, as he was perpetually burdened by an insurmountable chasm regarding Lu Erlong. At that moment, Xiang Si Duan Chang Hong trembled more violently, teetering on the brink of falling from the Wuju stone. Yet it ultimately lacked the final ounce of strength to do so, swaying back to its original position, and both the master's earlier bloodshed and Zhu Zhuqing's had gradually faded. The master spoke somberly. I cannot release the burdens within my heart. What right do I have to possess this herb? He turned towards the window, seemingly reminiscing about his sorrowful past. Kakashi stroked his chin, his mind racing. At that moment, Tang San unexpectedly handed Xiang Si Duan Changhong to Kakashi. Kakashi, why not give it a try? Everyone was taken aback, including Kakashi himself. The master and the others thought, although Kakashi's whereabouts have been unpredictable over the years. Given his strength, it seems he has dedicated much of his time to training. How could he possibly engage in matters of love? Tang San had his own reasons. He remembered Kakashi discussing past lives with him, and knew that Kakashi had lived far longer and possessed rich experiences, making it highly probable that he could successfully extract the flower. The master, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, though somewhat skeptical, felt a glimmer of hope, curious to see if Kakashi, who often exuded an air of authority, could achieve this. Kakashi hesitated repeatedly before accepting Xiang Si Duan Changhong, wishing to switch to his soul power state. Yet he paused again. Xiao Wu, feeling a sense of urgency, urged Kakashi, "Hurry." "All right," Kakashi replied helplessly. Since it required blood, he placed his hand over his mask, about to pull it down. However, he caught sight of the expectant gazes directed at him. Kakashi mused, "Do they wish to see the depth of my love, or my face beneath the mask?" Regardless, he could not fulfill their hopes. The hand that was about to lower the mask suddenly changed course. He extended his thumb into the mask, biting down to break the skin, allowing blood to flow and drip onto Xiang Si Duan Changhong. Cough. This left Tang San in a state of helplessness, caused Xiao Wu to feel a tinge of anger, almost made Zhu Zhuqing choke on her own saliva, and prompted Master to cough uncontrollably. Blood dripped onto the petals of the Xiangxi Duan Changhong flower, and after a long while, there was no reaction at all. Instead, the blood on the petals vanished. What was going on? Everyone turned their gaze towards Kakashi. Kakashi, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled and said, "I apologize, I've been pondering who it is that I love." The four of them spat out blood. The kindergarten had commenced, and they had finally sent away the two revered figures. He needed someone to accompany him while watching television, and he enjoyed pressing down on me, which left me with no opportunity to write. From tomorrow onwards, I shall resume my normal routine, and I will not go back on my promise of 2 updates. Chapter 120, Transition. Kakashi's words earned him a punch from Xiao Wu, who then stood to the side with a swollen forehead. That shocking response left even the usually proud Zhu Zhuqing utterly flabbergasted, and even the typically stern master found himself in a state of helpless amusement. Subsequently, Xiao Wu, determined, took advantage of Tang San's inattention to spray a mouthful of fresh blood onto the Xiangxi Duan Changhong flower, successfully plucking it in an instant. Kakashi sighed lightly, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. Even if there were such occurrences between siblings, it could be understood as an uncontrollable force. But these were bonds forged through deep affection, and the sibling relationship should be unbreakable, yet it had evolved into such a predicament. This world is truly wondrous, Kakashi mused. He turned to leave, unwilling to remain any longer, as these matters were beyond his comprehension. To him, these two were indeed failures. The bond between sworn siblings could sometimes be even deeper than that of blood relatives. Regardless, both parties should be able to navigate their emotions well. Yet these two presented such a dismal spectacle, a shame for those hailed as geniuses. However, Kakashi paused, pondering a thought. Could it be that they did not truly understand what love was, but merely harbored a sense of dependency on one another? Perhaps it was so. Xiao Wu's identity remained ambiguous, yet she appeared largely unremarkable, albeit occasionally exhibiting oddities. Fundamentally, she resembled an innocent little girl. This was not a facade. Kakashi could perceive that. As for Tang San, his relentless cultivation over the past 20 years had rendered him a cultivation fanatic. What could he possibly understand? Oh, right. It was due to the flower fairy's ignorance, as this mystical herb was said to be her incarnation. Indeed, only those who lacked understanding could pluck the flower. Those more mature, like Master and Zhu Zhuqing, would be unable to do so. Alas, what a pity. Kakashi returned, but Tang San and the others barely noticed him. The center of attention was now Xiao Wu. How could one bear to consume such a wondrous herb? Did you not say that once it acknowledges its master, it will never wither? I want it to accompany me forever. I love and cherish it. Xiao Wu rejected Tang San's suggestion to absorb the mystical herb, wishing to keep the Xiangxi Duan Changhong flower intact, unable to destroy this marvelous blossom. Kakashi stepped forward. He wanted to express his thoughts, urging Xiao Wu not to be so infatuated with the flower, but instead get lost and stop ruining the atmosphere. Xiao Wu glared at Kakashi as if he were a nemesis, as if she would like to devour him. Has such an impression already been left? Kakashi retreated, deciding not to interfere with Xiao Wu's choice regarding the absorption of the Xiangxi Duan Changhong flower. Tang San prepared his own reserve supplies. Shui Xianji Gu, Zhu Zhuqing, Jupin Lingji, Master. Tang San also prepared the mystical product Wanchuan Qiushui Lu to upgrade his Ziji Demon Eyes. Kakashi and Xiao Wu did not need to absorb the mystical products, quietly observing from the side. Although Xiao Wu had her back to Kakashi, he felt an intense aura of hostility emanating from her. The source of this killing intent was likely Xiao Wu herself, and as for the reason, one would have to infer. Kakashi departed, realizing that staying any longer would serve no purpose. Forcing himself to remain would only invite discomfort. Within the modest wooden cabin, the only one fully aware was Xiao Wu, standing there, her gaze fixed upon Tang San, her eyes reflecting a struggle. In her heart, a voice echoed that only she could hear. Should I leave him? If I leave, will we ever meet again? Yet if I do not leave, that titled Douluo who returned with him will surely pose a threat to me. Thank you, Tang San, for this Xiangxi Duan Changhong flower. It has illuminated so much for me. No, I cannot leave. I have just sworn an oath to never part from him. Only when I am with him do I feel the happiness my mother once spoke of. Xiao Wu's eyes shone with determination, and no one knew the boldness and resoluteness behind her decision. After being nourished by the mystical herb, the strength of the Shrek's 7 monsters had undergone some changes. Bai Hu Zai Mu Bai, Lever Bon Mui, Si An Jang Oscar, Lever Ba Mui Dam, Lan In Gao Tang San, Lever Ba Mui Bai, Si Huo Feng Hong Ma Hong Jun, Lever Ba Mui Shao, Dugu Mai Tu Xiao Wu. Level 35. Chi Bao Lu Li Ta Ning Rong Rong. Level 37. Yuming Mao Zhu Zhu Qing. Level 38. Kakashi, too, had decided to enter seclusion, as he had neglected his soul power cultivation during this time and had fallen behind them. Dugu Bo, accompanied by Dugu Yin, approached Tang San requesting the antidote. Dugu Yin, still harboring resentment from the previous failed battle, had a poor attitude towards Tang San, insisting that next time, Kakashi should not participate, and they should have a rematch. The poison afflicting Dugu Yin was expected to be cured shortly after Tang San provided the antidote, and then Dugu Bo departed. Dugu Bo left quietly, without informing anyone, and by the next day, he had vanished without a trace. Flinter was not surprised by Dugu Bo's departure. After all, he was a titled Douluo. Could anyone truly restrain his freedom? Dugu Bo's exit instead relieved Flinder, as it meant the academy was rid of a ticking time bomb. Before leaving, Dugu Yin was tasked by Tang San to deliver a mystical product to Yi Lingling, who possessed the 9-heart begonia spirit, along with instructions for its consumption. Dugu Yin wished to refuse, but Tang San countered with, "This is the intention of Baiya," silencing her objections. Dugu Yin held a sense of admiration for Kakashi, a strong figure, and had no thoughts of defiance. Days later, the Shrek 7 monsters completed their temporary seclusion. Flinder and Lu Erlong personally accompanied Master and Dai Mu Bai to the nearby Sunset Forest, which had once been Dugu Bo's lair, to hunt soul beasts. Ning Rong Rong took a leave of absence to return home, while the remaining 5 were temporarily assigned to the Academy's advanced class for study. Due to her absorption of the mystical product Chiluo Yijingxiang, Ning Rong Rong's martial spirit had upgraded to the 9-treasure glazed tile, now with 9 layers. This was a significant matter, and she returned to her sect to inform her father, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, about the incident involving Tang San's hidden weapons, seeking his decision on subsequent actions. Recently, Kakashi had rarely ventured outside and was no longer the carefree person he once was. The growth of the seven monster soul power made him aware of his own inferior level. Apart from basic necessities, Kakashi devoted all his time to cultivation. Occasionally, he would step out to observe any new happenings, but mostly, he remained in his dormitory to train. When the seven monsters next ventured into the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts, Kakashi intended to bring Fufu back. After several days without Fufu by his side, Kakashi felt somewhat unaccustomed, as if his shoulders were missing their usual weight. Recently, the remaining 5 of the 7 monsters began to grumble about the unattractive school uniforms, which were a dull green with faded yellow, emblazoned with 5 large red characters. Shrek Academy. Chapter 120. Transitional Reflections. There are no grievances regarding the school uniform. However, Kakashi recently heard that Tang San has encountered some troubles, seemingly having assaulted the academy's top student. Kakashi is unaware of the identity of this top student. Yet it is reasonable to assume that he must be rather foolish to engage in a brawl over Xiao Wu, evidently driven by jealousy. Why would one go to such lengths for Xiao Wu? Kakashi mused, expressing indifference towards her. Sharing the sentiment, he found himself somewhat intrigued by this dim-witted youth, prompting him to emerge from seclusion to discern the situation. Upon investigation, Kakashi discovered that the top student was named Tai Long, whose martial spirit was the Great Strength Gorilla. The name rang a bell for Kakashi, and, as he pondered, he recalled some information from the Martial Soul Palace. The Great Strength Gorilla belongs to the Leaf family, currently led by an 86th-level Soul Douluo, possessing immense strength, with only about 200 remaining family members. Kakashi found it puzzling why there were so few, as it was not indicated in the records. The external rumors suggest that the Leaf family is fiercely protective. Should anyone provoke the younger generation, the elders will swiftly seek retribution. Kakashi intended to seek out Tang San, but was informed that he had already departed. Deciding to let it be, Kakashi thought it might be a good opportunity for Tang San to learn a lesson, as his straightforwardness might lead to misfortune. Indeed, news soon spread that Tang San had been grievously injured and was spitting blood. Nevertheless, Tang San utilized the 8 spider lances, employing its potent venom to defeat the 58th level Soul King, Tai Long, the son of the Leaf family leader. Kakashi realized that Tang San would face further challenges ahead. It seemed that over a decade ago, the Leaf family was affiliated with the Haotian Sect, though the circumstances of their separation remain unclear, as the Martial Soul Palace did not document it. If Tang San were to reveal the Haotian hammer, it should pose no significant threat. Kakashi resumed his seclusion, occasionally inquiring about external matters from Ma Hongjun and Oscar, while primarily remaining confined to his dormitory. At the Chibao Liuli sect, Ning Rongrong was seated on the hall's sandy floor, continuously swinging her slender legs, her lips pursed in a pout. Having returned for over half a day, her father, Ning Fengji, was still absent, causing her initial excitement to wane. Opposite Ning Rongrong sat a gaunt old man, savoring his tea. His presence was remarkable, though not overly muscular. His skeletal structure was quite imposing. The already spacious seat appeared considerably smaller with him occupying it. His attire seemed entirely supported by his bones, with skin and muscle appearing shriveled and eyes sunken. If seen at night, he would resemble a massive skeleton. Sparse strands of white hair lay on his scalp, contributing to his ghastly appearance. Had Kakashi been present, he would have identified this man as an extraordinary individual, the Bon Douluo Gu Rong, one of the 2 protectors of the Chibao Liuli sect. Ning Rongrong exchanged a few words with Gu Rong, who, notorious for his enigmatic nature within the Soul Master community, displayed a fondness for her. Shortly thereafter, Ning Fengji returned, exhibiting a demeanor similar to Gu Rong's, as he treated Ning Rongrong with utmost tenderness. Behind Ning Fengji stood another protector of the Chibao Liuli sect, the Sword Douluo Chen Xian. Their reunion was heartwarming. After venting her emotions, Ning Rongrong regained her lively and cheerful spirit, finding ways to request gifts from the 3 elders. Ning Fengji had attempted to embrace Ning Rongrong twice since his return, but she deftly evaded him each time. Due to the unique nature of the Chibao Liuli Tower, even titled Douluos cannot discern the extent of her soul power. Curiosity piqued. Ning Fengji inquired about her soul power. Initially, Ning Rongrong mentioned that she had progressed 10 levels within a year, prompting concern from Ning Fengji and the two title Douluos. In the Soul Master realm, there exist dubious cultivation methods that trade one's vitality for accelerated power growth. However, as Ning Rongrong recounted her experiences over the past year, their suspicions were alleviated. Rongrong, are you certain? Children of your age are typically stronger, Gu Rong exclaimed in disbelief. Ning Rongrong chuckled. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Our principal, Flinder, has a famous saying, Shrek Academy only admits monsters, not ordinary people. He even calls us little monsters. Dressed in white, Sword Douluo Chan Exine remarked. If what you say is true, then indeed, you little ones are monsters. Shrek Academy lives up to its reputation. Yet, I still find it hard to believe that he could teach you to elevate your soul power by 10 levels in a year. Ning Rongrong insisted, listen to me. She proceeded to narrate the process of Master S arrival at Shrek Academy and the subsequent intensive training they underwent. As they absorbed her words, Ning Fengji and the two elders gradually displayed expressions of realization, secretly admiring her progress. Ning Rongrong continued detailing her experiences at the new Shrek Academy, mentioning her breakthrough to the 30th level and obtaining her third spirit ring 2 months prior. Under the astonished gazes of the three elders, she then revealed her consumption of the divine grade Chilua Tulip. Following a brief investigation, Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile emerged before their eyes. After a moment of astonishment, she urged Ning Fengji to present gifts. To her surprise, she recognized that the gift from Ning Fengji consisted of Tang San's 2 concealed weapons, the sand containment and the silent sleeve arrow. Ning Rongrong provided further explanation, leaving the 3 elders in a state of shock. Ning Fengji inhaled sharply, a serious glimmer in his eyes as he expressed, I truly wish to know what kind of genius your third brother is. The elderly man in white nodded in agreement. If he is indeed as exceptional as you say, he might be a suitable candidate for our granddaughter's suitor. Ning Rongrong, however, shook her head resolutely. That is not to be considered. My third brother already has someone he cares for. This matter remained to be discussed, and the group decided to first test the effectiveness of the so-called third brother's concealed weapons to assess their power. Sword Douluo Chan San was the first to step forward to try the weapon, only to suffer the consequences, as his tongue was poisoned and felt numb. Rongrong kneel. Ning Feng Chi Barket. Ning Rongrong, too frightened to approach, knelt down pitifully, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. Observing the scene, Poison Douluo immediately intervened, swiftly moving to embrace Ning Rongrong. Fengji, what are you doing? It is Chun Xin's own incompetence. How can you blame Rongrong? He chuckled as the saying goes, all is fair in love and war. This merely proves the utility of these concealed weapons. Rongrong splendid. You've avenged your grandpa Bone. Haha, it has been years since I've seen you make Chun Xin look so wretched. Ning Fengji was left speechless. This scenario had played out countless times in the past. Whenever he sought to discipline his daughter, either Sword Douluo or Poison Douluo would always step in, both figures he dared not offend. Ning Rongrong slipped out of Poison Douluo's embrace and hurriedly approached Sword Douluo. This time, without Ning Fengji's prompting, she voluntarily knelt before him, tears streaming down her face. Grandpa Sword, Rongrong was wrong. Please punish me. Observing the panic and regret in his daughter's eyes, Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback. In his memory, his little sorceress daughter had never admitted to being wrong before. It seemed that the Shrek Academy visit had indeed been worthwhile. At this moment, Jian Douluo had also recovered, clearing the lingering toxicity from the previous spray of venom, and hurriedly reached out to embrace Ning Rongrong, speaking to her as one would to soothe the child. Rongrong, don't cry. It is my own inadequacy that is to blame, not you. We agreed to test the hidden weapon, and you did nothing wrong. This weapon indeed possesses an element of surprise. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Ning Fengji, saying, Zhongzhu, if possible, we must do everything in our power to recruit the young man who crafted this hidden weapon into our sect. The gravity of Jian Douluo's words, along with his addressing of Ning Fengji as Zhongzhu, underscored the importance he placed on this matter. Ning Fengji shared this sentiment. These hidden weapons were evidently quite useful, and if they could truly bring Tang San into their fold, It would significantly bolster the sect's strength. However, Ning Rongrong shook her head decisively. Don't even think about it. That is impossible. Surprised, Ning Fengji inquired, why not? In Chapter 121, Ning Rongrong's words left Jian Douluo and Bon Douluo, who were eager to bring Tang San into their ranks, astonished. Ning Rongrong explained, it is simply out of the question. The three of them exchanged bewildered glances, wondering why such an evidently advantageous opportunity could be deemed impossible. Could it be that this third brother had already joined another sect? Ning Feng Ti Preset Rongrong. What do you mean by that? The Qibao Yuli sect was affluent enough to rival nations. In recruiting Tang San should not pose a challenge. Yet, Ning Rongrong's expression turned serious as she replied, although third brother has never joined any sect, his skills and talent are such that he could easily establish his own sect in the future. Upon hearing this, the three men felt a wave of relief wash over them, realizing the reason behind her earlier dismissal. With such talent, what did it matter if he was merely a child? Surely, with the promise of great rewards, a child would not refuse the wealth of the Qibao Yuli sect. Ning Rongrong cast a glance at the three of them, stating, third brother's maturity is beyond his years. Mere material incentives may not sway him. Startled, they pondered how Ning Rongrong could so easily discern their thoughts, wondering if perhaps this third brother had taught her a form of mind reading. But soon they found solace in the notion that recognizing emotional fluctuations through expressions was a skill easily acquired by seasoned practitioners. Yet, it was puzzling how such a young child could possess this ability. Did this come from her third brother as well? Ning Feng si harporet dopes. Recalling his encounter with the masked Tang San, who had not appeared particularly mature, yet lacked the naivety typical of his peers. This skill seemed unlikely to have been imparted by him. Once more, Ning Rongrong employed her mind-reading skills, saying, third brother is indeed exceptional, but he is not so remarkable as to have taught me this. It was Master Kakashi who did. The mere thought of Kakashi's laid-back demeanor brought a smile to Ning Rongrong's face, but when he revealed his crimson left eye, he exuded a unique charm. With his silver hair, forehead protector obscuring his brow, and a scar that did not mar his appearance, coupled with a mysterious mask, he possessed an intriguing allure. Ning Fengji and the two titled Douluos exchanged astonished glances, realizing that their teacher taught such skills. Indeed, these practical abilities were invaluable, and although they might induce a premature maturity, constant training could lead one astray if not balanced appropriately. Ning Fengji chuckled. Ah, Rongrong, this Kakashi seems quite impressive. His teaching methods are rather unique. We might consider poaching him, though I wonder what his soul power level is. As Ning Rongrong contemplated her father's inquiry about Kakashi's soul power, she felt a complex mix of emotions regarding the disparity between skill and power. However, she soon adopted a playful expression, smirking slightly as she said, it is said that Dean Flanders himself does not have complete confidence in defeating him. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and the others were taken aback, for Dean Flanders was close to level 80 in soul power. If he lacked full assurance, could it be that Kakashi was also a formidable opponent nearing that level? They pondered Kakashi's age, wondering if he were in his prime, as he could potentially become a titled Douluo in the future, making his recruitment essential. But wait, if he were so powerful, he should be quite well known. The Qibao Yuli sect, with its extensive network, should have gathered intelligence on such a figure. Ahem, Rongrong, how old is this Kakashi? Ning Feng Ti inquired. About 17 or 18. She replied. The two older, titled Douluos and Ning Fengji were left sputtering in disbelief, contemplating how a 16 or 17-year-old could possibly possess such prowess. Jian Douluo finally regained his composure and chuckled wryly. Rongrong, stop being mischievous. Can't you speak plainly? Ning Rongrong playfully blinked her gorgeous eyes and replied, I am being serious. Dean Flanders said that in 2 more years, he would no longer be Kakashi's match. Ning Fengji caught a hint of something unusual in her tone and asked, Rongrong, why did your address suddenly change? He had noticed that when she mentioned Kakashi, there was a slight awkwardness in her voice, unlike her fluid references to Dean Flanders and her third brother. In truth, during the special training Kakashi provided to the 6, he tailored each individual's training approach. given that Neighborwith was likely to take the helm of the Douluo sect in the future. Kakashi had deliberately taught her certain skills befitting a leader. Mind reading was one such skill. Neighborwith waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. Kakashi is just generally easygoing and doesn't mind what you call him." Skill 2. When someone detects a flaw in a lie, use natural body language to mask the momentary panic, followed by a half-true, half-false statement to cover it up. When a lie contains elements of truth, unless one possesses genuine mind-reading abilities, it is nearly impossible to discern the truth from the falsehood. To Ning Fengji's response, he felt an unease bubbling beneath the surface, but could not pinpoint anything amiss in his daughter's words. Often, extraordinary individuals possess peculiar traits, and Kakashi's teaching methods were certainly unconventional. Is that so? Ning Fengji could only respond in kind, feeling a subtle disquiet in his daughter's remarks, but unable to articulate it. As the leader of a commercial sect, he was keenly aware of the need to shift the conversation. Rong, what is Kakashi's soul power level? Ning Fengji sensed that his daughter was beginning to indulge in mischief. Continuing to ask about such seemingly foolish questions as his age would be futile. Thus, he opted for a more direct inquiry regarding his soul power, which would yield more fruitful results. It's about on par with mine, though he may have improved recently. Probably around level 38. Ning Fengji nodded. Oh, 38. No wonder Dean Flanders finds him so challenging. Ning Fengji was momentarily at a loss for words. While Jian Douluo and Bon Douluo were equally stunned, their minds buzzing with the implications of such a revelation. Such a significant matter, Ning Rong would hardly resort to deception. The three individuals instinctively placed their trust in her words. Thus, Kakashi must be a genius akin to Tang San. However, despite both being prodigies, the impression Tang San left was one of sheer brilliance, whereas Kakashi seemed to evoke a sense of chaos. Immediately, Ning Fengji resolved to personally meet these two remarkable talents. One was Tang San, who had already been deemed an essential ally. The other, Ning Rong, was no longer the capricious little which she once was and should not be prone to falsehoods. At merely 17 or 18 years of age, possessing over 30 levels of soul power, she could stand against a soul saint nearing 80 levels. This warranted a closer examination, as Ning Fengji still harbored doubts. In the Douluo Continent, strength was revered, and thus soul masters were held in high regard. Among them, those with superior soul power commanded the utmost respect, leading soul masters to primarily focus on enhancing their soul power. It is accurate to assert that aside from soul power, they seldom entertained other means of augmenting their strength. Consequently, no one had unearthed the training methods of ninjas throughout history, akin to the rare scholars who delved deeply into academia. The fixation on soul masters and soul power had constrained much. Chapter 122. The Titan of Strength Kakashi emerged from seclusion, sensing impending trouble. The reasons for the Strength Clan's estrangement from the Haotian Sect remained unclear. Should it stem from animosity, Tang San would indeed be in peril. Moreover, the majority of his kin appeared rather foolish, as evidenced by Song Tailong. It was possible that before the Haotian hammer was even revealed, Tang San might be severely injured. Thus, Kakashi decided to break his seclusion, primarily concerned about the Strength Clan seeking trouble. This was no trifling matter. Tang San had previously triumphed over a soul revered at over 30 levels and subsequently defeated a soul king exceeding 50 levels. Should they come again, it would be against soul emperors or soul saints. The single attribute Strength Clan possessed terrifying might, their power rendering even opponents several levels higher nearly impotent. For Tang San to have barely overcome a soul king was already a formidable challenge, let alone against higher-tiered foes. After several days of seclusion, Kakashi had advanced to 38 levels, confidently anticipating a rapid surge to 39 and 40 levels. He did not exit through the door, instead opting to leap through the window. He needed to revisit the actions of ninjas while in a state of cultivating soul power, lest the monotonous training cause him to stagnate. The morning air was always invigorating. After taking a few deep breaths, he felt rejuvenated. Most people should be in the cafeteria by now. Kakashi leaped gracefully, casting a fleeting shadow against the backdrop of the academy's buildings and trees, perfectly suited for his ninja-like movements. He eventually landed at the entrance of the cafeteria. The surrounding individuals were unfazed. After all, the academy housed a myriad of martial souls, and due to the diverse personalities of the students, many exhibited peculiar behavior. Yet, Kakashi was not a student, he was a teacher. In the sea of students, he spotted Tang San and approached him with a greeting, "Good morning." Xiao Wu and Oscar were also present, engaged in casual conversation. Tang San seemed to have recovered well, although he had sustained injuries from his battle with Tai Long's father. His recuperative abilities were impressive. "Good morning," Tang San replied politely. "Morning," Xiao Wu echoed, her demeanor markedly less hostile than before, suggesting that Kakashi's smoke bombs had resonated well with her. Oscar, feeling familiar, leaned in and asked, "Kakashi, do you think I have a chance to pursue Ronron?" Kakashi shot him a sidelong glance, internally doubting that Oscar had any realistic chance of winning Ning Ronron's affection. Kakashi leaned towards a pragmatic view. From a realistic standpoint, Oscar clearly had no opportunity. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect had regulations prohibiting direct descendants from marrying auxiliary types. As the daughter of the sect leader, Ning Rongrong's future was not entirely at her own discretion. Moreover, she had been indoctrinated with such beliefs from a young age and had never even contemplated a union with an auxiliary type. Even if Oscar could touch her heart, unless he possessed his own combat prowess, it was likely that rationality would triumph over impulse in Ning Rongrong's decision-making. The scions of prominent families were wholly devoted to their clans and sects, fully aware of their responsibilities and prepared to sacrifice everything for their family's needs. Kakashi understood this dynamic, as it paralleled his own experiences, where ninjas would similarly prioritize their village's needs. If someone ultimately succumbed to emotional pressures, it was an unfortunate inevitability. Humans often struggle to control their feelings. A person capable of mastering their emotions would undoubtedly be exceptional. If you put in the effort, it might be possible, Kakashi replied, attempting to navigate the situation. "Where is Tang San?" Just as the four were chatting and eating, a few hurried students from Shrek Academy rushed in, shouting loudly. "Looking for me?" Tang San was taken aback. He did not recognize these students. More accurately, aside from his acquaintances from Shrek Academy, he only knew Tai Long from their recent encounter. Kakashi sensed something amiss. The urgency of these students indicated a significant issue. At this juncture, what could possibly be so urgent? "Tang San, hurry, come see. Tai Long and his crew are back." Indeed, it was the Strength Clan seeking trouble once more. Kakashi thought that it seemed he would have to intervene. The Soul Emperor and Soul Saint levels were beyond Tang San's current capabilities. Haven't they had enough? Tai Long's father is back. Tang San was furious, pondering the absurdity of the situation. What began as minor altercations among students had escalated into this chaos. After dealing with Tai Long, now they had to contend with his father, and it would not be long before his grandfather made an appearance. The students continued, "It's not just Tai Long's father. This time, even his grandfather has come." "No way," Xiao Wu and Oscar exclaimed in unison. Kakashi remained far more composed, waving his hand decisively. "Let us go. Whatever happens, this teacher will protect you." Tang San felt uneasy. Having faced the Strength Clan twice, he understood their formidable nature. With not only Tai Long present, but also his grandfather, the situation was precarious. Kakashi's abilities were well known to Tang San, but to be safe, he added, "Xiao Wu, go find Vice Principal Zhao Wujia. We'll head out first." Flander and Lu Erlong had accompanied Master and Dai Mubai to hunt soul beasts. With their departure, the Academy's affairs fell to the esteemed Vice Principal Zhao Wujia, known for his strength and reputation within the Academy. Xiao Wu dashed off, while Tang San, Oscar, and Kakashi, surrounded by a throng of students, exited the cafeteria and hurried towards the Academy's entrance. Many students, still partaking in breakfast, abandoned their meals, prioritizing the excitement unfolding before them. Nevertheless, some managed to grab a few buns to munch on as they followed. Without seeds or snacks, it resembled a rural gathering of spectators. Outside Shrek Academy's gates, Tai Long and Tai Lon stood beside an elderly man. The elderly man, with his white beard and hair standing upright like steel needles, possessed a physique reminiscent of the mighty Wang Tai Nua, yet his gaze was far more profound. Standing there, he exuded an aura of authority without uttering a word, and the reverence reflected in the eyes of Tai Long and Tai Nua revealed the elder's esteemed position within their family. "Grandfather, I implore you, please return. If this continues, I truly cannot survive at the academy," Tai Long pleaded with a bitter smile directed at his grandfather. The figure standing between him and Tai Nua was none other than his grandfather, Tai Tan, the patriarch of their clan. With his hands clasped behind his back, Tai Tan cast a cold glance at his grandson, commanding silence with just 2 words, effectively silencing Tai Long. Not only Tai Long, but even Tai Nua was bewildered as to why the elder insisted on accompanying them to the Shrek Academy. After returning home yesterday, Tai Nua had dared not conceal the events and recounted the ordeal, only to receive a stern rebuke and the words shameful from Tai Tan. Early this morning, both Tai Long and Tai Nua, still recovering from their previous injuries, had planned to sleep a little longer. However, they were abruptly roused by their grandfather and brought to the academy without any explanation of his intentions, his imposing demeanor rendering even Tai Nua speechless. Tai Nua was keenly aware that his father was not one to be trifled with, his protective nature even more intense than his own, and he feared that rash actions might ensue. If it were not for such a temperament, their family would not have found themselves in this predicament. Tai Nua could not help but sigh inwardly, praying that his grandfather would refrain from acting impulsively, considering that Tang San was merely a young boy and surely the elder would not take him seriously. Even from a considerable distance, Kakashi felt a surge of pressure emanating from outside the gates of Shrek Academy. Tai Tan, the leader of the Li Ji clan, possessed formidable strength, boasting a soul power level of 86. Although he did not exude an overt aura, he also did not deliberately suppress it, allowing those with similar strength to sense him. After all, his singular focus on the power attribute granted him a unique presence, the depth of his soul power unmatched by others of his level. This was the source of the pressure Kakashi felt. At this moment, Kakashi and his companions had emerged from the academy, surrounded by a throng of students. When Tang San first laid eyes on the elder, his heart involuntarily contracted. With the enhancement of his ZGMO Tong to the Jiezi realm, he could perceive far beyond the surface, instantly recognizing that this elder was likely even more formidable than he had initially anticipated. Though he stood alone, he bore an imposing presence akin to a towering mountain, steadfast and immovable. Kakashi, without needing to look closely, instinctively understood that this robust elder was not to be taken lightly, until he discerned the reasons behind the Li Ji clan's separation from the Haotian Sect. He dared not let Tang San reveal the Haotian hammer in an attempt at reconciliation, fearing it might backfire. "Who is Tang San?" Titan Inkarith. His voice tinged with age, yet resonant with authority, the forceful words seemingly causing the air around them to tremble. "Do you have business with him?" Before Tang San could respond, Kakashi stepped forward to shield him. "Who is Tang San?" Titan disregarded Kakashi and continued his inquiry. "I am Li San," Kakashi replied. This unexpected declaration startled both Oscar and Tang San, prompting them to wonder if Kakashi had lost his senses. However, upon reflection, they recognized that Kakashi was unlikely to engage in frivolous behavior. He remained silent, observing intently. "I am looking for Tang San," Titan stated with an unwavering tone. "Then you seek the one with the surname Tang?" Kakashi began to probe. Titan paused momentarily, sensing that the question was inappropriate. As an experienced veteran, he knew that the silver-haired youth before him was clearly fabricating the name Li San. He scrutinized the silver-haired boy, pondering whether the question was a mere jest or if he was aware of the connection he shared with the Tang family. Nevertheless, as the clan leader with profound insight, he quickly redirected his focus. Regardless of the inquiry, his objective remained clear: to seek vengeance for his kin. In the blink of an eye, this thought crystallized, and to outsiders, Titan's momentary pause appeared insignificant as he continued, "I am looking for Tang San." Kakashi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had not accurately gauged Titan's attitude towards the Haotian Sect, which now posed a minor complication. However, it seemed unlikely that he harbored deep-seated enmity. Otherwise, the mere mention of seeking someone with the surname Tang would likely have provoked a violent reaction. "Kakashi, let me handle this," Tang San whispered at his side. With no other recourse, they decided to observe the elder's intentions. Kakashi stepped aside, allowing Tang San to take the forefront. "I am Tang San," he announced, advancing steadily while channeling his soul power to its optimal state, ready to respond at a moment's notice. "It was you who injured my son and grandson." Doiten kvivid calmly. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement, feeling no need for further explanation. Believing that a soul master of Titan's caliber would not seek out a confrontation over such matters. Very well, Titan's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity, an unparalleled sense of power erupting from him. The father and son duo of Tai Nuo and Tai Long instinctively stumbled back several paces, struggling to regain their footing. All the students of Shrek Academy, including Tang San and Oscar, were compelled to take a collective step back as the air thickened in that instant. Although Kakashi remained unaffected, he chose to step back, positioning himself to strike unpredictably if necessary. "You have harmed my son and grandson. While their inadequacies are evident, it does not reflect the impotence of the Li Ji clan. I shall not strike you down with my strength. Instead, let us engage in a wager," Titan proposed in a measured tone. Kakashi felt perplexed. A wager did not seem characteristic of the Li Ji clan's demeanor. "What shall we wager on?" Tang San inquired, locking his gaze on a Titan. With a casual flick of his wrist, Titan produced an incense stick from his sleeve, launching it like an arrow to a distance of several dozen meters, where it became embedded in the iron gates of the academy, igniting as it did so. Witnessing this spectacle, the students of Shrek Academy gasped in unison. Even Oscar could not suppress an expletive in disbelief. The gates were forged from iron, making the fragility of the incense stick starkly apparent. To embed it so far into the gate without damage was a testament to tremendous power. Tang San perceived more than the others. He understood that the incense ignited not from prior ignition, but due to the rapid speed of its flight. Igniting from friction with the air, a detail only his ZGMO Tong could discern. Kakashi remained nonchalant, considering this merely an application of soul power. By enveloping the incense stick with soul power, he protected it from damage while using strength to drive it into the iron gate. This was a feat beyond Kakashi's capability. His soul power was not sufficiently robust, and without substantial soul energy, he could not breach iron. Enhanced by the transformation of his chakra through the power of Hashirama, Kakashi's speed and strength had significantly increased. His training had rendered him formidable in his own right. During the era of the Three Kingdoms, there was a legendary figure said to possess the strength to bear 500 jin and traverse 700 li in a single day. Kakashi has surpassed both feats. After the modification bestowed by Zhu Jian's power, his arms could wield a force in the thousands of jin. Previously, in the setting of the Sunset Forest, when Kakashi first grasped sage techniques, he struggled to harness their power. The force he exerted against the 10,000-year-old black bear was merely a reflection of his innate strength. The potency of sage techniques can be epitomized by Shun, one of the two sages from the mystical land of the toads, Shingu. Shun once effortlessly lifted a frog statue towering over 10 meters and measuring 5 to 6 meters in width, a weight that likely exceeded tens of thousands of jin. However, currently, without a mentor to guide him, Kakashi could only rely on his own exploration, making it improbable for him to unleash such formidable power in the short term. The Nine Tails could only impart a general understanding and could not perfectly teach Kakashi the combat techniques of Sage Mode. Kakashi's strength was already sufficient. It was his spiritual power that lacked fortitude. At this juncture, Titan proposed a wager. If Kakashi could withstand the pressure he would exert until the incense burned out, he would declare Kakashi the victor and have his son and grandson bow in apology. Conversely, should Kakashi fail, he would be compelled to join their clan. This was decidedly unjust. Before Tang San could voice his thoughts, Oscar interjected, aware that Tang San's character could be even more resolute than Dai Mubai's at times. If Tang San agreed without hesitation, there would be no turning back. Thus, Oscar glared at Titan, asserting that they had lost, and that all that was required was for his son and grandson to bow in apology, while it might be a source of embarrassment. It entailed no real loss for them. However, should Tang San lose, he would be bound to their family, restricted for life. What kind of wager was this? Kakashi opened his mouth, hesitating to express his thoughts, for the essence of the wager was not the issue, but rather discerning Titan's true intentions and whether this matter could be settled amicably. Oscar's suggestion clearly indicated that he wished for Tang San to accept the wager, which was evidently reckless. Kakashi recognized Oscar's intentions, believing that since Tang San had previously withstood the pressure exerted by one of the 3 Soul Douluo from the Tiendo Royal Academy, he could similarly withstand this challenge. Observing his naivete, Kakashi noted that they were unaware of the type and level of the enemy's Soul Master and had hastily concluded that Tang San could endure the pressure. It was as if he had consulted a half-baked fortune teller on the roadside. As for the wager with Titan, Tang San, fueled by youthful bravado, readily agreed. Kakashi did not strongly oppose, for as long as Tang San revealed the Haotian hammer, the clan of strength would not dare to act recklessly. Regardless of any grievances with the Haotian Sect, regarding the proposal of servitude, it was unlikely Titan would dare to treat his former master as a slave. Moreover, with Tang Hao backing Tang San, the clan, consisting of merely 200 members, would not dare provoke the once mighty Haotian Douluo. Setting aside the merits of the Haotian Douluo, the Haotian Sect's reputation alone was sufficient to deter such foolishness. If Titan disregarded the consequences, Kakashi would intervene. While he could not guarantee an immediate defeat of Titan, rescuing Tang San would pose no challenge. Go for it, Xiao-san. Acquiring 2 servants would not be amiss, Oscar shouted from behind, speaking as though Titan were a mere weakling, asserting that if Tang San stood firm, the 2 servants would be easily captured. However, for Tang San, the gravity of the situation was far from lighthearted. Although he had once withstood the pressure from a Soul Douluo at the 33rd rank and used that opportunity to open his meridians, he was acutely aware that the elder before him would exert even greater pressure, as he too was a Soul Douluo. The previous Soul Douluo, Jilin, was a control-type Soul Master, whose soul power was not overwhelmingly formidable, whereas Titan and his kin were pure strength-type Soul Masters, rendering their pressure incomparable. Titan, indifferent to the conversation, noted that the incense had already burned significantly. He possessed immense confidence in his own strength. In the face of his absolute power, no so-called genius would suffice. Begin, Kakashi announced with a wave of his hand, stepping back. To achieve a surprise effect, he could not reveal his strength before Titan. Kakashi had discerned that the people in this world generally exhibited a lack of intellectual acuity, relying solely on superficial observations without delving deeper into their instincts. As a result, they often underestimated their opponents and fell one after another without anticipatory caution. In this martial-centric realm, such a mindset was common, with few pondering matters beyond mere brute strength. With the command issued, Titan gradually summoned his soul power, allowing ample time for Tang San to prepare, intent on ensuring that Tang San would concede gracefully. How shameless! To employ strength to intimidate. Meanwhile, Tang San swiftly circulated his soul power, as the opponent was a strength-type Soul Douluo with an exceptionally potent soul power. Enduring such pressure would not be an easy feat. The surrounding students watching could only perceive the air between Tang San and Titan warping, creating rippling waves akin to water, without truly feeling the intensity of the pressure. Yet, in that instant, Tang San's expression altered dramatically, and he instinctively retreated a step while immediately unleashing his martial soul. If the pressure from the previous Jilin had felt like an unending river, the pressure from Titan was akin to a tumultuous storm. The overwhelming and violent force enveloped every part of Tang San's being, to the extent that he could hear the faint cracking of his bones under the strain. Observing this, Kakashi felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed likely that Tang San would lose this wager. Kakashi's perceptiveness allowed him to see the unfolding situation clearly. The initial encounter had already presented significant challenges for Tang San, and the difficulties would only escalate. On the other side, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Titan's eyes. To secure victory in this wager, he had unleashed about 60% of his pressure right from the start. In his estimation, Tang San was merely a 37th level Soul Master, and this alone should suffice to conclude the wager. Though he appeared formidable, Titan's mind was astute. Since arriving, he had refrained from disclosing his own rank as a soul master while being acutely aware of Tang San's soul power level. In such circumstances, one would typically prepare for the worst, and Titan's intellect was evidently limited. Following the previous day's discussions with Tainuo and Tai Long about their battle with Tang San, Titan had quickly recognized him as a prodigy among prodigies. Thus, he had ventured here personally, eager to witness the young man's capabilities and hopeful to recruit a future powerhouse for his declining family. Tainuo was nicknamed the King of Strength, while Titan bore the title of the God of Strength. His martial soul was also of pure strength type. Furthermore, as Tang San had surmised, Titan's soul power had surpassed the 80th level, reaching 86. The cultivation of soul masters often exhibits preferential tendencies, leading to classifications such as offense, defense, control, agility, food, and support. Nevertheless, regardless of classification, it is challenging to ensure that all soul rings contribute solely one type of attribute. To achieve the goal of attaching all spirit rings with the same attribute, there exists only one feasible approach. Each spirit ring must originate from the same type of soul beast. It is relatively easy to locate a 10-year power-type soul beast, and finding a corresponding 100-year soul beast of the same kind is not particularly challenging. Even a 1,000-year variant can often be discovered. However, the continuous pursuit of this singular type of soul beast exponentially increases the difficulty. Moreover, adhering strictly to a singular route for soul ring attachment presents significant drawbacks, particularly the limitation of abilities. When confronted with diverse adversaries, the adaptability of such a soul master is considerably inferior to that of an ordinary soul master, resulting in strength concentrated in a singular aspect. This phenomenon is unique to the Douluo Continent. In the realm of ninjas, such constraints would not pose significant issues. The prevailing reverence for spirit power, spirit rings, and spirit bones leads soul masters to neglect varied combat methodologies. Given that cultivating spirit power requires substantial time investment, they seldom have the opportunity to devise their own unique combat style. Consequently, power-type soul masters find themselves constrained, dominated by control-type masters, and reliant on their soul ring abilities, placing their lives at the mercy of high-level spirit power. When encountering opponents of equal rank, the outcome is akin to waiting for death. While spirit rings and spirit bones provide numerous conveniences, they simultaneously impose excessive limitations. Nevertheless, the method of singularly attaching spirit rings possesses a distinct advantage. It maximizes the unique attribute. The Titan family exemplifies this approach, with the 3 generations pursuing a power-type singular path, embodying the essence of their family legacy. Titan's spirit power reaches an impressive 86 levels, and even among the title Douluo, few can surpass his strength. For instance, at 58 levels, Tainuo's strength nearly rivals that of Zhao Wujia at 76 levels, illustrating the benefits of singular attribute attachment. As a pure power-type soul master, Titan's released pressure emanates inherently from his strength, although it may appear that he does not utilize his martial soul or skills, seemingly granting Tang San a momentary reprieve. The reality is that facing a pure attribute soul master imposes an extraordinarily terrifying pressure. Tang San feels as though his body is on the verge of being crushed by this overwhelming force, prompting the blue-silver grass to surge forth from within him, enveloping his form in a protective cocoon with rhythmic movements. Using the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, Tang San strives to mitigate the damage inflicted by the pressure on his body. Yet, he soon realizes that as the pressure escalates, the efficacy of the blue-silver grass diminishes significantly, rendering even the slightest fluctuations increasingly arduous. The incense burns slowly. Titan and Tang San stand facing each other, engaged in a silent yet perilous confrontation. The incense has barely burned a third, yet Tang San's garments are already drenched. Observing Tang San's condition, Kakashi discerns that despite his agony, he remains resilient, having yet to unleash the 8 spider lances or the formidable Haotian hammer. Additionally, Kakashi senses something amiss in their surroundings, casting furtive glances to assess the area, though the nature of this anomaly remains elusive. In the shadows, three figures observe the wager between Titan and Tang San. Fengji remarks that this third brother possesses remarkable tenacity, managing to withstand such an immense pressure despite being merely in the 30s. An elderly man, whose wide stature and ghastly visage are supported entirely by a skeletal frame, expresses intrigue to a refined middle-aged companion. "Grandpa Gu, do you think third brother will be all right?" inquires a petite figure, her expression tinged with concern. "Rest assured, this lad has sturdy bones and seems to possess some unique techniques. He has not fully succumbed to that old gorilla spirit power pressure," the skeletal elder reassures. The trio consists of Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and Bon Douluo Guro. In the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it is customary for only one dual Douluo to accompany the sect leader when departing, while the other remains to oversee the sect. Previously, Jin Douluo Qinshin accompanied Ning Fengji, but this time it is Bon Douluo Gurong's turn. As a result, the two Douluos had engaged in a lengthy, each eager to witness the extraordinary talents of the two young prodigies spoken of by Ning Rongrong. However, Bon Douluo's tone shifts subtly as he exhales. "What is it?" Ning Rongrong asks, wondering if something has gone awry with Tang San. "Your third brother certainly resembles someone of merit, but that silver-haired masked figure seems somewhat peculiar." Bon Douluo muses. "I already informed you that teacher Kakashi consumed a medicinal herb in his youth, resulting in an unusual energy manifesting within him," Ning Rongrong replies, pouting in dissatisfaction, feeling that Bon Douluo doubts her. Bon Douluo turns back, chuckling softly. "This energy is rather extraordinary. It remains to be seen if it can be inherited." Chapter 123, The Wager. Bon Douluo turns back, chuckling softly. "This energy is rather extraordinary. It remains to be seen if it can be inherited." Ning Rongrong's face flushes and she pouts. "Grandpa Gu, what are you saying?" Bon Douluo smiles at Ning Rongrong before turning his attention to Ning Fengji. "Fengji, what do you think?" Ning Fengji replies with a smile. "You should speak first." The two seasoned individuals begin to assess potential suitors. They have noted Tang San's talents, and Kakashi, possessing a unique energy, has also captivated their interest. The energy within Kakashi does not enhance his physical abilities, leading them to doubt its significance. Their lives have been steeped in the beliefs of soul masters, and the idea that ordinary individuals could achieve speed and strength without spirit power seems entirely implausible. Regardless of whether this energy possesses enhancement properties, the formidable skills and ninjutsu described by Ning Rongrong suggest that if this energy can indeed be inherited, the marital constraints on direct disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would no longer apply. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji and several instructors have arrived at the academy's entrance, guided by Xiao Wu, whereupon he quickly learns of the situation unfolding before him from the surrounding students. "Teacher Zhao, you must stop them," Xiao Wu exclaims urgently. "Do not act recklessly," Kakashi cautions as he approaches. Upon sighting Titan, Zhao Wuji thinks to himself that he would not dare make a move. Titan is one of his formidable adversaries, possessing terrifying strength. However, Kakashi's next words send a shiver down his spine. There seems to be something amiss in the surroundings. The presence here may surpass that of Titan. If he were to gaze directly at Kakashi, even a titled Douluo attempting to conceal their aura would not escape his perception, unless they possessed hidden skills, rendering all else futile. Zhao Wujie's scalp prickles with apprehension as he muses that if someone more terrifying than the mighty Titan exists, it must be another titled Douluo. Due to Titan's focus on a singular attribute, he is nearly invincible at the soul Douluo level, and finding someone capable of surpassing Titan among the soul Douluos is exceedingly rare. However, it is impossible for a titled Douluo to conceal themselves without being detected by either Titan or Zhao Wujie. The ability to remain hidden so effectively, coupled with formidable strength, likely indicates the presence of a titled Douluo. Zhao Wujie internally curses, lamenting that he has been entangled with such individuals for nearly 2 years, encountering 3 within less than a year. He is relieved that he had not acted against Tang San earlier. or else he would have likely faced dire consequences from that esteemed figure. In the original text, during the entrance examination at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujing inflicted injuries upon Tang San, only to be subsequently attacked by Tang Hao that very evening. Due to Kakashi's interference, Zhao Wujing was unable to strike Tang San, resulting in Tang Hao merely issuing a warning. Zhao Wujing silently lamented his misfortune, having first received a warning from the Haotian Douluo and recently clashed with the Poison Douluo, now finding himself confronted by yet another formidable opponent. He turned to Xiao Wu and remarked that the wager had been established. Any matters must await the conclusion of their bet, as agreements among soul masters are sacred. To intervene now would mean that Xiao San could no longer navigate the soul master world, for without trust, one cannot stand. However, he pondered how his adversary could be this old man, foreseeing trouble ahead. Isn't that Tyrone's grandfather? Xiao Wu inquired with confusion. Zhao Wujing responded gravely. Of course I recognize this old fellow. Initially, I was relentlessly pursued by him after unintentionally injuring his clan's junior, which led me to join Flender in establishing Shrek Academy. What, is he even stronger than you? Xiao Wu, upon hearing Zhao Wujing's words, became somewhat flustered. Zhao Wujing nodded, his expression somber. This old man was indeed terrifying. With a strength exceeding level 80, a true soul Douluo, while he might have confidence against other soul Douluos, facing this one left him with no chance. He was a powerhouse specializing in raw strength, formidable enough to surpass most titled Douluos. Against him, Zhao Wujing felt utterly helpless. The oppressive force he emanated rivaled that of titled Douluos. Without at least 60 levels of soul power, it was nearly impossible to withstand. Thus, he asserted that Xiao San was in significant trouble. What should we do? Xiao Wu's face flushed with anxiety. Almost immediately, she sought a solution. Kakashi, think of a way to save him. Kakashi, taken aback, thought to himself how she only sought his assistance now that trouble had arisen. He chuckled wryly, I'm not omnipotent. This is an exceptionally pure power type, quite challenging to handle. Xiao Wu's stubbornness flared, insisting, I don't care. Even if you have to die, you must bring my brother back. Kakashi coughed, slightly choked, reflecting on her bluntness. All right, let's assess the situation first, he replied, aware that the hidden individual's intentions remained unclear. It was best to refrain from acting hastily. In the shadows, Bon Douluo smiled satisfactorily, noting the silver-haired youth's perceptiveness, indicating the efficacy of the herb. This old man attributed everything to chakra, as if anyone consuming that non-existent herb could become as formidable as Kakashi. With a smirk, Bon Douluo addressed Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, which one do you prefer? If this thing can be inherited, I would highly recommend this lad. Grandpa Bone, if you say that again, I will ignore you. Ning Rongrong shyly turned away, acknowledging that such topics could be somewhat inappropriate for a girl. Ning Fengji remained silent, secretly favoring Kakashi. Setting aside the potential benefits that Tang San and Kakashi could bring, in terms of strength, Kakashi was undeniably more reliable than Tang San. Ning Fengji, a man of great wisdom, recognized that Kakashi had matured significantly into a talent, surpassing the still weak Tang San. Throughout history, many prodigies have emerged, with several having the potential to become titled Douluos. However, the distinction between potential and realization is vast, and the suppression of genius has always existed. Just as Ning Fengji himself would not hesitate to eliminate a genius opposing him, ensuring no future threat. Presently, Tang San remained vulnerable, easily dispatched if necessary. In contrast, a mature genius presents a different challenge. One must consider whether anyone can defeat them. Typical soul emperors and soul saints would struggle against Kakashi, and it would be virtually impossible for a soul Douluo to intervene, as their hard-won cultivation would deter them from taking risks. Mature geniuses possess a defining characteristic: their hidden trump cards, capable of ensuring mutual destruction with their foes. Various means exist for self-preservation, yet the most dependable is a technique that leads to both sides' defeat, particularly suited for opponents with vast disparities in strength. Throughout history, many mature geniuses have fallen, yet they often share a common trait: their adversaries either perish or are gravely wounded. Of course, A few have died without inflicting any cost on their opponents, typically due to being besieged by numerous experts, resulting in a tragic end. Thus, few dare to eliminate mature geniuses today. Over a decade ago, the Spirit Hall hunted Tang Hao, resulting in the demise of 2 titled Douluos and the injury of 1, a significant loss. The tattered edges of his robe fluttered as the 8 spider lances emanated a chilling light from Tang San's back, with 4 lances piercing the earth, supporting his form. The upper 4 lances quivered slightly, their red and white glow becoming increasingly radiant. The Xian Gong was entirely suppressed within Tang San's body, and under such circumstances, he discovered the hidden effects of the octagonal Xianbing grass and the Lihua Xingjiao herb rapidly dissolving. These effects rendered his body more resilient, while the Xian Gong operated fervently, dissipating wave after wave of pressure. Titan, growing impatient, immediately discerned the nature of the 8 spider lances that had emerged from Tang San's back. With the external manifestation of the lances, Tang San's ability to withstand pressure had significantly enhanced. Was that a soul bone, and an external soul bone beyond the regular 6? Overcome with emotion, Titan resolved to recruit this young man at all costs. If that truly was an external soul bone, it was no wonder his son, despite possessing 58 levels of soul power, had been defeated by him. This youth's future was boundless. Titan escalated his pressure on Tang San, intent on swiftly concluding this wager. He envisioned Tang San's accomplishments, realizing that winning this bet would illuminate the glory of his lineage. With that thought, Titan increased the pressure exerted on Tang San from 70 to 90%. The previously distorted air became frantic. Water-like ripples surged toward Tang San's form like a tidal wave. As Kakashi stepped forward, intending to intervene, he hesitated, recalling the unclear stance of the hidden titled Douluo, deciding to remain still. Then, utilizing the power of his ZG magic eye, Tang San unleashed 2 beams of golden-purple light, striking directly at Titan's eyes. This was a spiritual attack, an extension of Tang San's ZG magic eye in this realm. Titan felt the assault and sustained a mental injury, yet with his strength, he quickly recovered. Tang San could only catch his breath for a few fleeting moments. Chapter 124. Halted. Caught off guard. Titan felt as though his brain had been pricked by a needle, causing a dizzying sensation and intense pain in his eyes. Had it not been for the pressure he exerted, warping the air and refracting Tang San's gaze, the situation would have escalated further. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Tang San's complexion turned pale, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, he distinctly felt a cracking sound emanating from the Diyang Wei Mai within his body, as the surging power of Xian Gong had opened a fissure in this meridian. Though it was not yet fully connected, as the saying goes, 1,000-mile dike can be breached by an ant-hole. With this crack, the breakthrough was no longer far off. However, Tang San found no joy in this development. With 1/5 of the incense stick remaining, he was utterly incapable of unleashing another mental assault with his ZGMO Tong, let alone sustaining his body with internal energy. Even if Titan were to exert 1/3 of his previous pressure against him, defeat would be inevitable. Was he truly destined to become a mere servant in someone else's family? Tang San understood that this was not merely a matter of carelessness, but rather an absolute disparity in strength. In fact, Kakashi had been puzzled since earlier, wondering if Tang San had fallen under some malevolent influence. There was no concern about the gamble. Whether he accepted it or not, Titan would not storm into the academy and wreak havoc. The disparity in strength was so vast that refusing the bet would not invite scorn from outsiders. Against an over 80 level soul Douluo, avoiding confrontation would not render one cowardly. Why would anyone recklessly confront such a force? Apart from being bewitched, there seemed to be no other explanation. A sense of humiliation drove Tang San to muster his spirit. He straightened his chest, resolutely deciding to hold on until the last moment. As long as he had not fallen, the duel was not over. It should never have begun in the first place. Meanwhile, Titan had regained his composure. The prowess of a soul Douluo was not to be trifled with. He was internally astonished, reflecting that with only 30 levels of mental power, How could Tang San wield the mental strength of a high-level soul master? You must continue to endure. Otherwise, it may inflict irreparable damage upon your body, Titan solemnly warned. He did not wish to destroy a genius. He needed the talent to join him. How could he fail to discern Tang San's physical condition? At that moment, Zhao Wuji's urgent voice echoed. Little San, concede. Do not ruin your future. Everything else can be negotiated. No, was the single word that escaped Tang San's lips. Yet blood continued to flow from the corner of his mouth. Please continue. His words were few, but at that moment, all the teachers and students observing from the academy were deeply moved. What tenacity and pride must one possess to utter such words? Such persistence and pride were merely foolishness. There was no need to engage in this gamble from the outset. If he sought to maintain his dignity, he could have simply made a few harsh remarks. Claiming he would kill Titan in 10 years, such a statement would not invite contempt. Instead, people might consider him wise, knowing to wait until he had matured. Titan realized that negotiations had collapsed. This child could not be allowed to remain, or else one day he might seek retribution against the Leaf family, leading to their ruin. With that thought, Titan's gaze sharpened, and the air around him began to ripple once more. Kakashi, observing from the sideline, sensed the shift and pondered whether Titan had resolved to take action. Now that matters had escalated, there was no need for concealment. Kakashi shouted, Little San, use the other one. Do not forget what your father told you. Rising to his feet, Tang San was already prepared to summon the Haotian hammer. If he did not do so now, his life might very well come to an end, for the formidable opponent across from him would not show mercy. The blue-silver grass retracted completely, slow yet resolute, as Tang San gradually raised his left hand, fingers splayed. He did not look at Titan. His gaze was entirely fixed upon his left hand, inwardly contemplating whether he could withstand this final moment. Tang Hao's words echoed in his mind. Always use your left hand's hammer to protect your right hand's grass. The meaning was open to interpretation, depending on the circumstances. A dense black light surged forth from his palm, gradually taking shape. A small black hammer silently appeared within Tang San's grasp, modest in size, adorned with intricate, shadowy patterns. Yet, upon its emergence, Tang San felt a resurgence of strength coursing through him, enveloped by a dense aura. Titan's body suddenly trembled violently, and the pressure that had surged toward Tang San diminished in an instant. Tang San swayed slightly, shielding the hammer in front of his chest, resolutely resisting the weakened pressure, his unwavering gaze shining with indomitable spirit. Not only was Titan taken aback, but Tainua beside him widened his eyes in astonishment. It seemed there was no anger. Evidently, he was not an enemy. Kakashi felt relieved. This development was quite favorable. Just then, 7 brilliant streams of light descended from the heavens, cascading toward Tang San like a rainbow. In an instant, his entire body quaked violently, his skin regained its luster, and he let out a low groan. Slowly closing his eyes, Kakashi was startled, thinking that it appeared someone had intervened from the shadows. The light seemed to be from the Chibao Liuli Tower, and the 7 beams that gave him an unsettling feeling must belong to one of the 2 titled Douluos from the Chibao Liuli sect. Kakashi remembered vital information clearly. Simultaneously, a resonant voice echoed from all directions. Old gorilla, what skill is it to bully a child? Long time no see. Let's have a friendly contest. Amid the flickering lights, 3 figures materialized in the arena, unnoticed by anyone except Kakashi, who could only see the 3 shadows darting about. Ordinary eyesight was indeed inferior to the Sharingan. Standing at the center was an elderly man, gripping the arms of 2 individuals beside him. To his left stood a remarkably beautiful young girl, appearing around 14 or 15 years of age, who rushed toward Tang San as soon as she landed. To his right was a refined middle-aged man, who at that moment held a magnificent tower radiating a colorful halo in his palm. The 7-colored radiance enveloping Tang San was connected to the treasure tower in the middle-aged man's grasp. Upon seeing the arrival of these 3 individuals, Titan's pupils constricted slightly. Though he was known for his fearless demeanor, he could not help but temper his temper before these 3. I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be Poison Douluo and Sect Master Ning. I pay my respects, Titan remarked. The trio who had been observing from the shadows were indeed Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and Bon Douluo Gurong. Boldly approached Titan, stating, "Old gorilla, for the sake of brotherhood, let us call off this wager. Our sect master has taken a liking to this young man. Do not compete with us." With formidable strength backing him, Gurong felt no need for subtlety, directly expressing the Qibao Liuli sect's intentions to Titan. Although the Li family was not insignificant, they paled in comparison to the 7 great sects. In terms of strength, Bon Douluo had complete confidence in overpowering Titan. In the world of soul masters, strength was the only currency that mattered. While breaking a bet indeed contravened the rules of the game, who could object if the violator was the one who had set the rules? Knowing Titan's temperament, Gurong surmised that this fearless old man would never concede easily, even before the Qibao Liuli sect. A confrontation was inevitable. To Gurong's astonishment, Titan chuckled upon hearing his words, despite the oddity of a smile gracing his rugged features. However, Gurong was certain that Titan was indeed laughing, and his grin bore an undertone of sarcasm. "Old gorilla, what are you laughing at?" Gurong sensed a hint of unease. This smile clearly harbored ill intentions. Titan snorted and replied, "Did you not request that I grant you face? Very well, I have done so. This wager shall be concluded here. Neither of us has won." Gurong was taken aback momentarily. Such a concession was not characteristic of the old gorilla. Increasingly, he felt something was amiss. This old fellow was behaving quite unusually. In Chapter 125, titled Alliance, Titan surprisingly relinquished his hold so easily, arousing Gurong's suspicions of some hidden agenda. In the next moment, Titan provided him with an answer. "Old Bone, perhaps you should first discern what he holds in his hand before speaking. It is quite disappointing that you, a titled Douluo, lack such basic perception." Only then did Gurong's gaze shift to Tang San, following the direction of Titan's finger, where he beheld the black hammer held in Tang San's left hand. Instantly, his expression shifted drastically. He realized it was Wu Tian. Titan, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, declared, "Now that you know, I suppose my efforts have been in vain, and you shall only find yourselves at a loss for amusement." Ha ha ha. As he laughed heartily, he strode confidently towards Tang San. Kakashi, observing the scene, felt a sense of relief. It appeared that all was well. However, he noted Titan's earlier conversation with Gurong, casting a sidelong glance at the impeccably dressed Ning Fengji. Silently contemplating, is he attempting to win over the young one due to those hidden weapons? Meanwhile, Gurong swiftly approached Ning Fengji's side and remarked, "Sect Master." Ning Fengji interrupted, nodding, "I understand now. No wonder he is so remarkable. I had not anticipated he was from Wu Tian. His surname is Tang. I should have realized sooner." The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda emitted a continuous glow, enveloping Tang San's form, akin to a ripple of solid light flowing into his being. Gurong was not particularly anxious, but contemplatively stated, "This may not be a bad development. The upper 3 sects are interconnected. Tang San will not become our adversary, and we can now strive to win over that silver-haired anomaly." At that moment, Tang San felt as though he had ascended from the depths of hell to the heights of heaven. A warm, gentle aura nourished his physical strength, agility, stamina, spirit, and other indescribable elements at an astonishing rate. The emptiness within him and the burdensome injuries dissipated in this soothing presence. Even his Xiantian Kung seemed to flourish under its nurturing, flowing vigorously as the fissures in his yang meridian expanded under the powerful impact of the Xiantian Kung. Tang San remained unaware of who had aided him, immersed in the resplendence of the 7-colored light, gradually reclaiming what he had lost and even becoming more powerful. The once dull, blue-silver grass shimmered anew, while the red and white auras of the 8 spider lances radiated dazzling brilliance. Even the black hammer in his left hand flickered with vibrant light. The reputation of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda as the premier auxiliary martial soul was well-deserved, and as the sect master, Ning Fengji wielded it with remarkable skill. This auxiliary effect truly lived up to its status as the foremost auxiliary martial soul. Kakashi's expression grew solemn as he reflected on this. "Third brother, how do you fare?" Ning Rongrong inquired with concern. Tiaowu, Ning Rongrong. And Oscar had already rushed to Tang San's side. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun squeezed through the crowd, encircling Tang San in the center. I'm fine now, Tang San replied while his gaze drifted towards the source of the seven-colored glow, locking eyes with Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji smiled, and, as he lowered his hand, the wondrous martial soul vanished along with the light. Is it really you? Tang San exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Ning Fengji smiled gently. Indeed, it is you. It seems we are truly fated to meet. Ning Rongrong blinked her large eyes and asked, Father, do you know him? During Kakashi's retreat, after Tang San had defeated Talon, he and Xiao Wu had coincidentally entered the Tiando auction house, where they encountered the hidden weapon, hiding sand. There, Ning Fengji found them intriguing and purchased the weapon. Initially, he thought little of it, assuming the young man had merely stumbled upon the weapon. After returning to the sect and learning about Ning Rongrong, he intended to recruit this talented young man into the sect, which brought him to this place. Upon seeing the Haotian hammer, he realized his plans had fallen through, and now he was contemplating how to win over Kakashi. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Ning Fengji. Greetings, Sect Master Ning. Ning Fengji smiled gently and raised his hand, gesturing for Tang San to rise. Since you are Rongrong's friend, and she calls you third brother, you may call me Uncle Ning. I would prefer to hear you address me thus. With this, Ning Fengji openly extended a gesture of goodwill. Given his stature, he was a figure of great influence within the Douluo Continent, one whose mere presence could instill awe in even the imperial princes such as Shuexing. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect not only possessed formidable strength, boasting dual Douluos, but also ranked first in financial resources among the seven sections. Gaining the recognition of Sect Master Ning Fengji was a monumental event for most Soul Masters. Tang San's disposition remained unchanged despite learning of Ning Fengji's identity. He merely bowed again, saying, Greetings, Uncle Ning. Ning Fengji laughed heartily. Good. We shall discuss matters later. For now, let us address the immediate situation. Tang San's expression grew serious. From the perspective of the wager, although he had not fallen, he understood it would be challenging to withstand Titan's next assault before the incense burned out. He slowly turned his gaze towards Titan, who was also watching him intently. With a wave of his hand, Titan approached Tang San alongside his son and grandson, his face alight with excitement. I apologize, Senior, our wager was interrupted, but we can have another go. With the Yang Meridian unblocked, Tang San's capacity to withstand pressure had increased. As long as he did not truly collapse before his opponent, he would never concede easily. Unexpectedly, Titan gazed at him with a serious expression and asked, You are Tang San. What is your father's name? Is it Tang Hao? Next came the moment of servitude acknowledgement. Titan knelt before Tang San in front of the crowd, recognizing him as the young master. The shocking revelation left Tang San in a state of disbelief, and others were equally taken aback. Clearing his throat, Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, broke the awkward silence, suggesting, Perhaps we should find a quieter place to discuss your master-servant relationship. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang San quickly responded, Indeed, Senior, please rise. Let's find a more suitable place to converse. In this moment, the skeletal figure known as Douluo approached Kakashi, attempting to foster a sense of camaraderie. Young man, I perceive a remarkable potential in your bones and an impressive demeanor. Surely, one day you will soar to great heights. However, at present, you appear somewhat feeble. No matter, Kakashi abruptly interrupted, unable to endure Douluo's flattery. As for the remarkable nature of my bones, I cannot say, but I am certain yours must be quite exquisite. Otherwise, how could they support such a physique? As for my impressive demeanor, perhaps your eyesight is compromised. I perpetually appear lethargic, with my right eye only half open. If you can discern my supposed grandeur, I must commend your vision. Whether I soar to great heights in the future is my concern, and as we are not well acquainted, what is your intention? Clearing his throat, Douluo, undeterred by Kakashi's interruption, remarked, Young man, would you be interested in joining the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect? Kakashi quickly understood this was a solicitation. an attempt to recruit him now that Tang San had become unavailable. He realized it would be easier to draw in someone without a long-standing allegiance. At present, I prefer not to be bound by obligations. Perhaps in a few years, when I have indulged sufficiently, I will reconsider. Kakashi declined, adopting this as a strategic delay. Chapter 126. The intent to kill. While Tang San reunited with his Titan companion, Kakashi felt little inclination to involve himself. With no pressing matters at hand, he retreated to his dormitory to continue his solitary meditation. He was reluctant to engage with Ning Fengji and his associates. Although he understood how to navigate the dealings with such merchants, he believed it wiser to avoid unnecessary entanglements. A prolonged section of the original narrative details a conversation between Tang San and Ning Fengji, rendering it impossible for Kakashi to interject. Thus, I shall refrain from artificially inflating the word count. A rapid series of knocks echoed through the door, accompanied by Oscar's voice calling, "Kakashi, Kakashi, are you there?" Kakashi, puzzled, considered the situation. With Tang San embroiled in complications, it would be reasonable for the 6 members of the 7 monsters to be on guard. Oscar's presence, however, suggested a singular motive. A sudden realization struck Kakashi, prompting him to open the door and find only Oscar standing there, appearing hesitant. "Is there something you need?" Kakashi speculated that Oscar's visit was prompted by Ning Rongrong. Having just met her family, he likely felt a surge of ambition. As he pondered this, he noticed Oscar's reluctance to speak. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi would have closed the door, urging Oscar to be forthright, but now he found himself intrigued. Oscar, struggling for words, seemed to flounder, unable to articulate his purpose. Any ordinary individual might have grown impatient, perhaps even confrontational. Kakashi, revealing only his right eye, displayed a hint of curiosity. Internally, he was devising strategies to dissuade Oscar from harboring any unwelcome aspirations that could disrupt Kakashi's own plans. Thinking rapidly, Kakashi formulated the perfect strategy. "Very well, let us proceed. If you do not speak soon, I shall close the door." Wait, Oscar exclaimed, clearly agitated. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to explain his purpose. "Actually, what I wanted to say is," Kakashi interjected, "if this concerns pursuing Rongrong, then please refrain from elaborating." Coughing, Oscar was caught off guard, his thoughts interrupted by Kakashi's sudden declaration. Confused, he pondered why Kakashi had not mentioned this sooner, leaving him to mentally prepare for a discussion that would never occur. "My apologies, I only just thought of it," Kakashi said, scratching his head, his expression and tone conveying genuine contrition. "What does it mean to avoid discussing pursuing Rongrong?" Oscar felt disheartened. The statement either suggested Kakashi was unwilling to assist or that he was powerless in the matter. Yet, Oscar considered the latter possibility negligible, as Kakashi had always proven formidable, astute, and victorious in every encounter, a reputation deeply ingrained in Oscar's mind. Kakashi began to speak, and Oscar leaned in attentively. "Actually, I too am somewhat at a loss when it comes to interacting with young ladies in this regard." Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief, as though he had discovered a new continent. He exclaimed, "No way. It's impossible that Kakashi doesn't understand." In response, Kakashi swiftly covered Oscar's mouth. "Please, just knowing is enough. There's no need for such theatrics." Oscar struggled against Kakashi's grip, and after a moment, Kakashi released him. Gasping for breath, Oscar finally managed to speak. "All right, if there's nothing else, I shall close the door." Without waiting for Oscar's response, Kakashi promptly shut the door. "Go speak with her," he muttered to himself. "Hey, Kakashi, I haven't finished. Even if you lack a specific method, at least help me brainstorm some ideas. Don't leave me in the dark." Ignoring Oscar's pleas from outside, Kakashi slipped out of his dormitory window and made his way to the meeting room in search of Ning Rongrong. At that moment, in a conference room within Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji and Tang San were concluding their discussion. "If Uncle Ning finds this price unreasonable, feel free to lower it. The previous price was proposed by you, and I have no objections." Ning Fengji initially suggested purchasing Tang San's methods for crafting hidden weapons to test their efficacy. Having been informed by Ning Rongrong that Tang San's intellect surpassed that of his peers, after a series of evaluations, He sought to procure substantial benefits for the Seven Treasures glazed sect using what amounted to trivial sums of money. For instance, he aimed to acquire the celestial grade Chiloa tulip, capable of evolving the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda into the Nine Treasures glazed pagoda. But such treasures are exceedingly rare, and his plans fell through. Ning Fengji intended to express his sincerity through substantial financial offers, mentioning figures like 100,000 or 200,000 to unsettle Tang San's resolve and gain the upper hand. However, Tang San remained unfazed, steadfastly refusing to divulge any information regarding the crafting of hidden weapons, resulting in another failed scheme. Ning Fengji smiled faintly and replied, "There is no need to lower the price. Let us adhere to our earlier agreement. While I do not possess the authority of a divine oracle, the credibility of the Seven Treasures glazed sect is intact." Tang San nodded in agreement. "Then it is settled, Uncle Ning. Thank you for your assistance. If there are no further matters, I would like to return and rest. As for the hidden weapons, please ensure that you deliver 100 sets of components here upon completion, and I will assemble them before handing them over. The consumables for the various hidden weapons will need to be crafted by your team." Ning Fengji did not retain Tang San any longer, personally escorting him out of the conference room while discreetly slipping a gleaming golden card into his hand. Ning Fengji did not disclose the exact sum involved. He merely informed Tang San that this would serve as a deposit, with the remaining payment to be made upon the completion of the assembly of the hidden weapons. As he watched Tang San depart, Gu Rong could not help but furrow his brow, expressing his concern. "Fengji, how could you so readily agree? While our Qibao glazed sect is indeed affluent, such expenditure seems excessive." Ning Fengji lightly tapped the blueprint in his hands and smiled. "Uncle Gu, there is no need for concern. Tang San has provided a remarkably detailed schematic, specifying not only the materials required, but also the precise methods for casting each component. Furthermore, the sequence remains intact, with all parts categorized according to the hidden weapons themselves. Our Qibao Glaze sect is not lacking in skilled craftsmen. Surely we can assemble them. In my opinion, 5 million gold soul coins for the entire set of blueprints is not exorbitant. To put it another way, do you believe that 5 million gold coins could procure a single exquisite Chiloa Yujingxiang herb?" Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Gu Rong's expression softened, and he murmured, "If viewed from that perspective, it does not seem like a loss. Dad, Grandpa Gu, why do you both seem to be calculating against my brother San?" This remark echoed Ning Rongrong's sentiments from the original text, yet she refrained from voicing it now. The current Ning Rongrong had been guided by Kakashi onto the path of a competent sect leader. She was no longer the naive and charming young girl, but a true heir to her sect. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows slightly and pondered before speaking. "Dad, something feels off. Brother San would never give us an opportunity to discern the method of crafting hidden weapons. I know him too well." However, Ning Fengji dismissed her concerns nonchalantly, replying, "Oh, Rongrong, you underestimate our Qibao glazed sect. Do you think our immense wealth has come easily? Our enterprises span numerous industries, including blacksmithing. I believe this transaction will not linger for long." Seeing that Ning Fengji was unconcerned, Ning Rongrong decided against further discussion, recognizing that it would be futile. Ning Fengji was still reveling in what he perceived as a significant advantage. "Very well, Rongrong, you should continue your cultivation. Your grandfather Gu and I have matters to discuss." Ning Rongrong exited the conference room, but her heart was heavy with worry. She was no longer the innocent little girl. Her mind raced with thoughts. The blueprints from Brother San would undoubtedly prove less useful than anticipated. Her father might soon realize he had been deceived. Nevertheless, she hoped her father would remain composed, given that Brother San was backed by Haotian Sect. Upon leaving the building housing the conference room, Ning Rongrong made her way to Tang San's dormitory, anticipating that the other members of the Seven Monsters would be there. However, after taking only a few steps, she noticed a silver-haired man wearing a mask standing by the roadside. As he approached her, he softly spoke a few words. Ning Rongrong felt a jolt upon hearing his words. The news was decidedly grim. "Prepare yourself. Consider this a challenge for you, albeit one of considerable difficulty." With that, The masked silver-haired man turned and departed. This was Kakashi, the exclusive combat instructor of the Shrek's 7 monsters, as well as the nurturer of Ning Rongrong's sect ideals, and her guide on the path to leadership. Meanwhile, in the conference room where Tang San had conversed with Ning Fengji, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji began discussing the future of the world. Gu Rong felt apprehensive about Tang San's potential, and, out of concern for the Qibao glazed sect, he harbored thoughts of eliminating Tang San to prevent the sect from being overshadowed by Haotian Sect. Yet, Ning Fengji firmly rejected his proposal. No, Uncle Gu, please refrain from suggesting such things in the future. While Haotian Sect has always towered over our Qibao glazed sect, we are all branches of the same tree. From any perspective, we cannot harm this child. Although I cannot predict how far he will advance, his dual martial spirits suggest that, many years hence, he may rise to become a figure akin to a pope. While we may not be able to recruit him into our sect, we must do everything in our power to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Ning Fengji spoke with unwavering determination, leaving no room for dissent. Gu Rong, somewhat perplexed, inquired, why would we simply allow such a threat to grow? If he matures into a titled Douluo in a few decades, Haotian Sect will become a sect of 3 titled Douluos, and we would find ourselves perpetually beneath their heel. Yet Ning Fengji had already formulated a plan in his mind. Although Haotian Sect's reputation was formidable, the inherent risks were substantial. They had forged a deadly enmity with the Spirit Hall, and should they attempt a resurgence, they would undoubtedly face an onslaught from the Spirit Hall. Without absolute certainty, Haotian Sect would not easily emerge from their seclusion. Anticipating that Haotian Sect's return would require a considerable passage of time, Ning Fengji mused that by then, decades would have passed, and a new generation would have risen. The once powerful name of Haotian Sect would lose its weight, necessitating a fresh start. Moreover, when Haotian Sect had initially sealed their gates, it had occurred without warning, leading to their affiliated Soul Master families being the first to be targeted by the Spirit Hall. The 4 major families suffered devastating losses, nearly facing annihilation, while other affiliated Soul Masters had directly sided with the Spirit Hall. Given this history, even if Haotian Sect were to return, they would only have a few hundred direct descendants available for use. Each loss would be significant. The past served as a cautionary tale. Haotian Sect had treated their affiliates with indifference, leading to a loss of trust among other Soul Masters. It was laughable if Haotian Sect disregarded other Soul Masters, who would willingly align themselves with them. Even if Haotian Sect regained strength and rose anew, it was likely their ascent would be short-lived. Once their momentum halted, their demise would soon follow. Ning Fengji contemplated that if handled adeptly, the downfall of Haotian Sect might allow them to gather some of its members and absorb the Haotian Hammer martial spirit. Gu Rong, lacking understanding of these intricacies, mentioned something about protecting the sect's titled Douluo, which essentially meant employing brute force, a rather simplistic approach. Suddenly, Gu Rong recalled another matter. Fengji, since we cannot act against Tang San, what about that Kakashi? Gu Rong remembered his earlier enthusiastic attempt to converse with Kakashi, only to be brushed aside in a few words. Although he had not initially formulated a clear strategy for engaging with Kakashi, he found it puzzling that Kakashi had declined to join the Qibao glazed sect, raising questions about the sect's current standing. Gu Rong, accustomed to his life within the Qibao glazed sect, spent most of his days chatting and sparring with Jian Douluo Chunshin, becoming less adept at social interactions. Yet he thought to himself that while Tang San had a powerful backing in Haotian Sect, he was merely a commoner, and even as a titled Douluo, he should have shown more appreciation. Master, there is something peculiar about this Hatake Kakashi. When I approached him, I made physical contact and found that his physical strength is far beyond that of a 30-something weapon soul master. Ning Fengji contemplated this. A commoner soul master with extraordinary abilities was worth recruiting. Indeed, his physical prowess, as Rongrong has mentioned, is the result of extensive training. It may also stem from the energies provided by that herb. Ning Fengji stroked his chin, recalling the earlier interaction between Gu Rong and Kakashi, suddenly sensing that something was amiss. The Qibao glazed sect was indeed wealthy beyond measure, and any soul master who joined them enjoyed excellent treatment, leading a life of comfort that was nearly impossible to replicate elsewhere. Uncle Gu, are you suggesting that he declined our invitation? Possibly to seek guidance from Wuhuan Hall, asked Ning Fengji. Gu Rong nodded, affirming that indeed, our Qibao Glaze sect is immensely wealthy, and every soul master who joins us enjoys excellent treatment. It is perplexing that this young man would forego such an opportunity. Perhaps he believes there exists a choice superior to joining Qibao Glaze sect. Aside from Wuhuan Hall, no other alternatives present themselves. To be candid, Wuhuan Hall currently dominates the landscape, with most titled Douluos aligning themselves with it, for it is regarded as the pinnacle of aspiration among soul masters. Ning Fengji harbors no desire to provoke Wuhuan Hall recklessly, yet he is reluctant to watch as it grows more formidable day by day. Perhaps Kakashi truly has the potential to become a titled Douluo. By that time, it is likely that both the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo will be nearing the end of their days. Gu Rong is eager to eliminate obstacles in advance, and Ning Fengji cannot help but find some agreement in this. However, thoughts of Ning Rongrong's relationship with Kakashi cross Ning Fengji's mind. Kakashi's willingness to guide Ning Rongrong along the path of leadership indeed spares Ning Fengji considerable trouble and signifies a certain stance. Although they are not far apart in age, the fact that they are now teacher and student complicates matters for Ning Fengji. He muses that if they were merely to regard each other as siblings, time might foster deeper feelings, but the current teacher-student dynamic complicates matters further. If rumors spread, what chaos might ensue? This situation requires careful consideration. A period of observation is warranted. Ning Fengji opts for a deliberate approach. Bone Douluo grows impatient, urging, Sectmaster, this matter cannot be delayed. Did you not hear Rongrong mention that this young man's speed now rivals that of Fei Land, the Flying Soul Master? If we wait any longer, we may lose our chance. Moreover, it is said that Douluo Bo, that old poison master, seems unable to contend with this youth to some extent. Driven to desperation, he is even contemplating using his 8th soul skill. Gu Rong, filled with urgency, recalls the previous difficulties faced by Shrek Academy at the hands of Douluo Bo, asserting that they must not allow the Qibao Glaze sect to gain another formidable enemy. Sectmaster, leave it to me. I assure you, I will act without leaving a trace, Gu Rong vowed, expressing his readiness to eliminate Fei Land as easily as one would slaughter a dog. Ning Fengji, however, firmly declined. Why? Gu Rong inquired. After a moment of calm reflection, Ning Fengji replied, Uncle Gu, now is not the right time. Let us not forget that he is currently guiding Rongrong on her path to leadership, which is, in essence, aiding us. Additionally, he is Rongrong's teacher and may prove beneficial to us in the future. Then why did he decline our invitation? Gu Rong pondered aloud, admitting his own confusion, thus the need for observation. Rubbing his temples, Ning Fengji acknowledged the peculiarity of the situation. The usually astute man found himself in a muddle of thoughts. Chapter 127. The death of Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong walked alone within the academy, her pace leisurely as she headed towards Tang San's dormitory. After such significant upheaval, he surely seeks solitude, and the dormitory serves as an ideal refuge. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. Kakashi had just informed her that Oscar could no longer contain his feelings and might soon confess to her, stirring a tempest within her soul. Previously, Ning Rongrong was but an 11 or 12-year-old girl, bright and clever, yet emotionally immature, hailing from the illustrious Qibao Glaze sect. During her initial days at Shrek Academy, she was awakened to the importance of camaraderie by Kakashi, and subsequently, she received constant care from Oscar. Despite her noble heritage and innate talent, her youthful heart could not remain unaffected by Oscar's attentiveness. However, as time passed, guided by Kakashi towards the path of a worthy leader, she resolved to relinquish personal feelings in preparation for her future role as her father's successor. Thus, when Ning Fengji discussed schemes regarding Tang San in her presence, she felt no resentment. Rather, she could appreciate Ning Fengji's dedication to the sect. Ning Rongrong even foresaw that Kakashi and Tang San might one day view her as a pawn to manipulate their relationship. Coming from Qibao Glaze sect, she was well aware of numerous precedents. In her childhood, she had often pestered sect elders for stories and had heard tales of their secret histories. The elders recognized Ning Rongrong's exceptional talent and potential for cultivation, along with the affection bestowed upon her by Ning Fengji and the two guardian Douluos, leading them to believe she had a strong chance of succeeding to the sect's leadership. Thus, they endeavored to instill sect principles in her while she was still young, hoping to expedite her maturation. Regarding Oscar, it was impossible for Ning Rongrong to claim her heart was untouched. He had always shown her kindness, and as a blossoming young woman, she found herself stirred by her affections for him, especially given his handsome appearance and captivating eyes. Had Kakashi not intervened, she felt certain her previous self would have been swayed. Due to her leisurely pace, when Ning Rongrong arrived at Tang San's dormitory, the other 5 members of Shrek S7 were already outside. Tang San needed his peace. Xiao Wu, filled with concern, returned to her room. Zhu Zhuqing resumed her training as usual, and the fatty, under Oscar's subtle hints, had also departed, leaving only Oscar to accompany Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong understood that her next challenge awaited her. In the shadows, a figure observed everything. A red dot appeared in the head of this figure, fixated on the lips of Oscar and Ning Rongrong. This was a lip reader, with silver hair and a black mask. The figure revealed a forehead protector with the character raised, and the scarlet Sharingan in Kakashi's eyes betrayed a glimmer of ferocity as he scrutinized their lips, decoding the conversation that had already begun. Rongrong, I didn't expect you to return so soon. What are you planning to do? Oscar smiled as he spoke. Ning Rongrong shook her head, a gesture to mask her inner anxiety. She was increasingly aware that Oscar's influence over her had escalated to a critical level. If she did not swiftly extricate herself from this state, she feared what she might become. I don't know. I want to train, but I can't settle my mind. My father sent me out, and I am unsure what he and Grandpa Bone are discussing. Perhaps they will speak with teacher Zhao as well. Is it not acceptable for me to return quickly? Oscar replied without hesitation, of course, it's fine. You have no idea when you left. I feared your father would not allow you to return at all, and that would be. Ning Rongrong halted, calmly gazing at Oscar, seemingly unfazed by the issue. Oscar had gathered his courage before Ning Rongrong's return, yet now faced with her youthful countenance, he inexplicably felt a lack of courage to speak. Additionally, whether it was an illusion or not, Oscar believed he glimpsed a flicker of wisdom in Ning Rongrong's eyes, contrasting starkly with her previous angelic demeanor. Yet at that moment, he was too preoccupied with his own anxieties to notice. What is it? Ning Rongrong asked with a radiant smile, devoid of makeup yet still enchanting, her smile captivating all. Now, displaying more emotions could prevent her genuine feelings from affecting her facial expressions, thus safeguarding her secrets from Oscar's discerning gaze. Oscar appeared somewhat dazed, his gaze entranced by Ning Rongrong's enchanting smile. An overwhelming surge of determination welled up within him, compelling him to confess his feelings to her without hesitation. Rongrong, could you possibly grant me an answer? Ning Rongrong's expression shifted, a hint of surprise crossing her features as her heart began to tremble. Yes, please give me an answer. If it is a negative one, I shall resign myself to despair. When we are together every day, I hardly notice anything amiss, but now that you have departed, though only for a brief day, I feel as if I am sitting on needles, your image occupying my every thought. If there comes a day when you truly leave my side, I cannot fathom how I might change. As the saying goes, it is better to endure a short pain than a prolonged one. If you harbor no feelings for me, I implore you to reject me now, allowing me to extinguish this notion. Perhaps I shall endure a moment of anguish, but it is far preferable to a lifetime of sorrow. Oscar spoke with unwavering resolve, his conviction bolstered by Ning Rongrong's radiant smile. She did not respond immediately, turning away, her eyes shimmering with intelligence, a gentle sigh escaping her lips. Xiao Ao, do you know? For reasons unknown, Ning Rongrong's voice took on a tone tinged with melancholy and solitude. Oscar's brow furrowed in confusion, unprepared for her unexpected words. What do you mean? Since I was very young, the elders of my family have recounted numerous tales of other daughters of the sect leaders, much like myself. Ning Rongrong faced away from Oscar, her petite frame exuding an air of unattainability. "What do they say?" Oscar managed to inquire, finding it increasingly difficult to bear the noble aura that emanated from her, which rendered his every action a struggle. The previous sect leader had 2 daughters, my 2 aunts, who married the current heads of 2 subordinate families within our 7-treasure glazed tile school, binding nearly 300 soul masters to our cause. My grandfather's 2 sisters and 1 younger sister were each wed to a soul king and 2 soul emperors, and they now occupy high-ranking positions within our sect. Furthermore, there was once a prodigious young woman, gifted like myself, who achieved the rank of soul king by the age of 18, ultimately leading to the current sect leader marrying a formidable title Douluo, which allowed our sect to flourish during tumultuous times. As Ning Rongrong spoke, her voice trembled inexplicably, a hint of suppressed sobs threading through her words. Oscar stepped closer, using his height to catch a glimpse of the tears welling in her eyes. His heart clenched painfully, igniting an impulse to howl at the heavens. The sight of her tears was heart-wrenching, stirring a profound sorrow within him. There had once been an extraordinary predecessor, whose talents surpassed mine, who fell in love with a gifted young man. Yet, they were tragically torn apart due to his affiliation with the food system, rumored to be a potential title Douluo. Ultimately, the man was slain, and the woman was condemned to a lifetime of confinement, never to step outside the sect's gates again. Finally, Ning Rongrong covered her face, her gentle sobs escaping through her fingers. Oscar instinctively reached out, resting a hand on her shoulder, but found his words of comfort stifled. Indeed, he had only considered his own feelings in his confession, never contemplating her perspective. "I have always hoped for a true savior to rescue me from my helpless state," she said, her voice wavering, crystalline tears tracing down her cheeks, marking the ground below. "That savior would be someone who could illuminate my darkened heart and genuinely care for me, allowing me to experience warmth I have never known." Her fragmented words plunged Oscar into despair. Had he not approached Ning Rongrong so recklessly, she would not have been reminded of such painful memories. Unable to contain her emotions, Ning Rongrong abruptly broke free from his grasp and fled, her steps unsteady and erratic, as if she might collapse at any moment. Oscar's heart ached fiercely, vowing to carve out a remarkable future for himself, aspiring to become the savior Ning Rongrong envisioned. In the shadows, Kakashi withdrew. This was a secluded corner of Shrek Academy, seldom frequented by others, yet at this moment, it was occupied by a man and a woman. The man bore an eccentric appearance, while the woman was strikingly beautiful, draped in a pure white gown that exuded an air of nobility. "You performed admirably this time," the man remarked, his voice calm and devoid of any fluctuation. "Nothing much. The elders once mentioned that a predecessor encountered a similar situation, so I merely adapted it for my own performance," Ning Rongrong replied, regaining her composure. Aside from slightly reddened eyes, she showed no significant change. Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt a pang of compassion. The vibrant Ning Rongrong of the past had faded. No longer the lively and carefree girl she once was. Kakashi said, "Though it may be too late to ask, I must inquire. Do you harbor regrets?" Ning Rongrong responded with tranquility, "I do not regret. If it were not for you, I would not have realized how significant my family is to me. Though my motivations stem from selfishness, it may serve as a strength for you in the future." Kakashi sighed, "I wonder if I've gone too far. Such things do not apply to me. For someone like myself, I had no other choice. Had I chosen to flee, you would have likely killed me outright. Would you not?" Ning Rongrong's tone remained flat, seemingly indifferent to the potential loss of her life, as if the near-death experience had not involved her at all. "My plans cannot be disclosed to you just yet. At least for the next few years, you should allow yourself some indulgence, as a farewell to the past." Kakashi turned to face her, his half-opened right eye revealing no discernible emotion. "Very well," Ning Rongrong smiled brightly, her smile radiant enough to outshine the beauty of 1,000 blossoms. Yet, beneath that smile lingered a bittersweet shadow, reflecting her inner turmoil. She knew she would need years to shed her former self in order to confront Kakashi's future plans. Once a vivacious and spirited girl, adorned in a white gown that accentuated her delicate figure, she would gradually extinguish the essence of who she once was. Chapter 128. Tang San's heritage. Ning Rongrong's actions were commendable. She neither explicitly rejected Oscar nor diminished his confidence, instead igniting his fighting spirit. Should Ning Rongrong's strategies prove effective, she could undoubtedly bind Oscar to her will, manipulating him at her leisure. While this may involve a degree of emotional manipulation, for a leader of a powerful faction, such actions are merely routine, as long as they remain true to their own interests. They may disregard others and employ any means necessary to achieve their goals. This is the nature of power. Yet, it is equally cruel for Ning Rongrong, a blossoming young woman who once radiated innocence and joy, to have attracted the admiration of a handsome, exceptionally gifted man. He had cared for her tenderly, shielding her during perilous times. Such a remarkable youth could not fail to stir her heart. However, in the face of a harsh future, she found herself compelled to relinquish everything. However, she is capable of successfully inheriting her father's legacy, being ruthless to herself, yet beneficial to the sect. By this alone, she qualifies as a worthy member of her clan and an apt successor. Kakashi feels deep remorse for having personally destroyed a person's perfect life, yet he feels compelled to do so. Otherwise, the consequences in the future would be unimaginable. With the departure of Hercules and Ning Fengji, the master of the Qibao Liuli sect, life at the academy returned to its usual rhythm, albeit accompanied by a flurry of rumors. Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and others undoubtedly became the subjects of fervent discussion among the students. This included Kakashi, who was affectionately regarded by Poison Douluo in public settings. Even the advanced classes received particular attention from the teachers. The day after Titan recognized Tang San's identity, a new figure, Tai Long, began to shadow him. Whenever Tang San appeared, Tai Long would immediately follow, citing Titan's instructions to protect Tang San closely and serve as his aide. Tang San found this somewhat unnecessary, yet Tai Long remained resolute in his companionship, leaving Tang San with little recourse but to accept it. After all, he couldn't simply beat him up again. Tai Long's expression clearly communicated that he would either be beaten to death or allowed to accompany Tang San. Reluctantly, the originally prominent student of Lamba Academy became Tang San's shadow, following him even during meals and bathroom breaks under the guise of close protection. Kakashi couldn't help but find this peculiar, reminiscent of the time Might Guy sought him out for a duel. Let's duel, Kakashi, a phrase Kakashi hadn't heard in quite some time. Yet it inevitably brought to mind another matter, this world's Might Guy. He was not only identical in appearance, but also mirrored the same combative spirit as his past life, exhibiting a self-taught prowess with no guidance. Kakashi, who occasionally revealed himself at the training base, was deemed a lifelong rival. Dai Mubai appeared revitalized, seeming taller and exuding a commanding presence, embodying both charisma and composure. His aura was restrained, though its essence was not tangible. Each member of the Shrek 7 monsters recognized that their leader's strength had grown. Kakashi continued his seclusion, urgently seeking to enhance his soul power to avoid lagging behind his students. He had numerous tasks to accomplish, and his cultivation of Shansu was far from completion. Time was of the essence. "Thank you, Xiao-san," Dai Mubai exclaimed, rushing to embrace Tang San, grateful for his assistance. Fortunately, Tang San's robust physique withstood the enthusiastic embrace without injury. Oscar chuckled nearby, teasing Dai, "I didn't know you had such an affinity for hugs. I thought you would hug Zhu Qing instead." Despite being motivated by Ning Rongrong's circumstances, Oscar's nature still inclined him to jest, revealing his penchant for banter. Dai Mubai shot him a glare, retorting, "Xiao, Ao, are you feeling feisty after a few days apart? You seem particularly spry." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhu Qing, who remained as aloof as ever, seemingly indifferent to Dai Mubai's return, which dampened his spirits. "I embraced Xiao-san because of his assistance. After acquiring the soul ring, I truly felt the extent of my soul power's increase. I have now reached the 33rd level. Although it may appear as a mere 2 levels gained from the 40th to the 33rd, one must understand that the further one progresses, the more immense the soul power required for each level becomes. This is far better than I had anticipated. More importantly, I can now distinctly feel the significant increase in my physical strength, and my internal meridians are wider and more elastic than before. All thanks to that extraordinary Qirong, Tong Tianju. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, everyone nodded in agreement, except for Xiao Wu, who still held onto the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong and had yet to experience the benefits of Xinfao Cak. The others had received tremendous help from Tang San's precious herbs. With a grin, Dai Mubai encouraged, everyone must strive harder now that your levels are already substantial. We cannot let Xiao San's gift of a heavenly treasure go to waste. Before the upcoming Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, let us aim to reach level 40 as much as possible. Our only goal is victory. Any other ranking holds no significance for us, Shrek 7 monsters. We must ensure that all the Soul Master Academies across the continent recognize us as the monsters that we are. While Dai Mubai rallied the group, Zhao Wuji provided a detailed account of the Academy's affairs following Flinder's departure. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's remarks, the master immediately rose, stating, I need to speak with Xiao San. We cannot allow issues of lineage to hinder his cultivation. Lu Erlong attempted to interject, but Flinder's glance silenced her, leaving her to watch as the master briskly exited the room toward the student dormitory. Flinder, do you think Xiao Gang is a blockhead? Why is he still the same? I feel that seeing him again is more painful than not seeing him at all, Lu Erlong expressed with a hint of melancholy. Ever since Tang San was captured by Poison Douluo, the trio's rescue attempt had nearly cost them their lives. Returning to the academy, the master reverted to his former demeanor, neither particularly close nor distant with Lu Erlong. Whenever Lu Erlong attempted to draw nearer, he always found excuses to evade her, leaving no opportunity for closeness. This deeply frustrated Lu Erlong. Flinder sighed, you know Xiao Gang's temperament. As long as he cannot resolve that knot in his heart, he will remain this way. I suggest you focus on Tang San. Right now, the most significant matter for Xiao Gang is likely Tang San. His words will resonate more with Xiao Gang than ours. Lu Erlong's eyes brightened. I'll give that a try, but it may be difficult. I know Xiao Gang too well. Unless he comes to terms with it himself, it's hard for anyone else's words to have an effect. Approaching the student dormitory, the master heard the Shrek 7 monsters chatting inside before even entering the room. The door was ajar, and he knocked lightly before stepping in. Upon seeing the master, the habitual shadow cast by his presence caused everyone to rise quickly. The intense training they had undergone left a lasting impression, instilling in them not just respect, but also a hint of fear. Of course, there was also admiration. Though the master's strength was not formidable, his tactical guidance was unparalleled, making their training feel remarkably efficient. Xiao San, come out with me, the master gestured, signaling the others to remain seated as he called Tang San aside. Tang San promptly stood and followed the master to his residence, closing the door behind them and inviting Tang San to sit on the mat. The master's quarters were clearly far superior to the student dormitory, as Lu Erlong had previously relinquished her office to him. The room was not only spacious, but also adorned with nostalgic decorations and bright, transparent glass, creating a very comfortable atmosphere. Teacher, you are aware of everything, Tang San said, sitting on the mat with a distant look in his eyes. Although no one had disturbed him in recent days, the issue of his lineage continued to plague his mind, preventing him from focusing on his cultivation as he once did. He dared not push himself too hard. If he were to fall into a state of turmoil, it would be a grave misstep. The master nodded, indicating his understanding, or rather, his prior knowledge. Tang San raised his head in astonishment, gazing at his teacher. The master seated himself before Tang San, assuring him, do not be surprised. Allow me to finish my words. Do you recall your arrival at Nuoding Academy? Upon your entrance, I accepted you as my disciple, recognizing your exceptional dual martial soul potential. However, I did not initially discern that your second martial soul was the Haotian hammer until one day, your father personally sought me out and presented me with this. As he spoke, the master revealed a gleaming token from his soul guide, intricately carved with 6 lifelike designs. Although the colors were understated, Tang San, familiar with the master's tales, recognized it as the highest emblem of the Spirit Hall. Only individuals of elder rank or above within the Spirit Hall could possess such a token, second only to the authority of the Pope. The master continued, "It was then that I recognized your father's identity. He is none other than the illustrious Tang Hao, renowned throughout the continent, and my idol, the youngest title Douluo. His title is Haotian Douluo. While others might deceive themselves, Tang San knew the master would not. In that moment, he was certain that his father was not an ordinary person, but rather a pinnacle figure in the world of soul masters. The master elaborated, I was not well acquainted with your father. He merely entrusted me with the responsibility of caring for you. This token bears 6 designs, which I previously mentioned represent 6 individuals who have made significant contributions to the spirit hall or are elders within it. You may not know, but there are only 6 such tokens. The designs can be divided into 2 groups. 3 representing the 3 titled Douluo from the spirit hall, and the other 3 representing the 3 titled Douluo from the top 3 sects among the 7 major sects today, who have been honored as honorary elders by the spirit hall. Tang San's gaze fixated on the token, which depicted a sword, a hammer, a crown, an incomplete humanoid figure, a dragon, and a chrysanthemum. This token, known as the Tiendo 6 Emperor token, signifies status. The sword represents the sword Douluo Chenshin from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, of which this token belongs, overseen by the sect leader Ning Fengji, whom you met a few days ago. The dragon symbolizes my ancestral family, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, governed by my father, while the hammer signifies the Haotian hammer of the Haotian school, overseen by your father, not the current sect leader Tang Tian. The Haotian school was once renowned for the twin Douluos, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, whose prowess once shook the entire soul master community. Tang Xiao, your uncle, is 15 years older than your father, and at 60, successfully broke through to level 90, attaining the rank of title Douluo. Your father, however, achieved this title 13 years ago, at merely 44 years of age, which is why I refer to him as the youngest title Douluo in the world, also my idol. Tang San felt a stirring within him. 13 years ago was indeed the year of his birth. The master paused momentarily. Yes, that must be the year you were born. Your father reached the pinnacle of the soul master realm that year, and according to rumors, he defeated 2 titled Douluo of the spirit hall, represented by the chrysanthemum and the humanoid figure on this token, who are the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, respectively. Keep in mind, they have been established for many years, with strength surpassing level 95, yet they could not withstand the might of your father's Haotian hammer. Though I did not witness it firsthand, I can imagine how exhilarating that battle must have been. Why did my father engage in combat with 2 titled Douluo? Tang San could not help but inquire. The master shook his head. I cannot say. Few are privy to this, as it seems a secret between the Haotian school and the spirit hall. After that battle, your father vanished, and the Haotian school withdrew into obscurity, maintaining its reputation as the premier soul master sect. Yet many new soul masters are unfamiliar with it. Your father reappeared 6 years later before me. I am not well acquainted with the internal affairs of the Haotian school, but I have heard whispers that the relationship between your father and your uncle is not harmonious, and he had already left the Haotian school prior to his battle with the 2 titled Douluo. Tang San stared blankly at the master, momentarily at a loss for words, his expression reflecting confusion, yet his eyes glistened with unshed tears. The fact that his father sought out the master and entrusted him with such an important token as one of the Tiendo 6 Emperor tokens demonstrated his deep care. His departure might have stemmed from inevitable circumstances, perhaps laden with responsibilities. Yet, he pondered, why had his father not returned for even a fleeting glance? The master said gently, Little San, do not overthink it. In a certain sense, perhaps your father has never truly left your side. Tang San was taken aback. Why? The master's face broke into a peculiar smile. Do you recall what you did upon arriving at Shrek Academy? Tang San shook his head in confusion. The master continued, I heard this from Flender. At that time, Zhao Wujuan, feeling restless, personally assessed you children, only to be outwitted by Kakashi's battle plan. He felt as though he was being manipulated at every turn and nearly struck you down in frustration, correct? Tang San nodded, recalling the close brush with death. Kakashi had deftly maneuvered Zhao Wujuan, causing him to feel inexplicably at ease until he failed to react. Had Kakashi not intervened by throwing Xiao Wu to disrupt Zhao Wujuan's assault and striking him with a brick to break his defense, he might have perished that day. Although Zhao Wujuan's attack had not landed, the overwhelming killing intent he exuded afterward had terrified him. The master smiled, but did you notice any changes in Zhao Wujuan afterward? Tang San strained to remember, but his thoughts were clouded by his father's revelations, rendering him momentarily forgetful. The master remarked, "You indeed have not noticed." However, Kakashi did. Thereafter, Zhao Wujuan regarded you with a peculiar gaze and mentioned sensing an ominous presence that night. As long as one does not intentionally conceal their aura, a titled Douluo cannot hide from Kakashi's perception. No one can constantly suppress their aura, as it is too taxing, even without concealment. A titled Douluo typically reveals their presence only in the presence of equals. At that time, Tang Hao had specifically called Zhao Wujuan away, making it impossible for him to escape Kakashi's awareness. "You mean my father came to see me?" Tang San exclaimed, rising in excitement, his body trembling slightly. The master nodded. "Yes, this was just over a year ago. He came to see you, but did not meet you, fearing that once he laid eyes on you, he would find it hard to part." After unraveling the mystery of his lineage, the master then proceeded to instruct Tang San on the uniqueness and power of his dual martial souls. Tang San's eyes sparkled with hope for the future. In the ensuing 6 months, the 7 prodigies of Shrek became embroiled in a fervent training frenzy. The master did not provide them with any intensive training. Instead, he offered tactical guidance at intervals, particularly focusing on their cooperation and the techniques for optimizing the use of their soul skills. It appeared that each individual possessed their unique soul skill, which could simply be unleashed. However, in reality, this encompassed profound knowledge regarding the timing and conditions under which to deploy specific soul skills, as well as the subtle intricacies hidden within each scenario. The master devoted decades of research to these aspects, enabling the Shrek's 7 monsters to avoid countless detours under his guidance. On the other hand, Kakashi was astounded, pondering how these children, seemingly geniuses, required instruction for such matters. If they struggled to calculate their own consumption, how could they strategize against others? Kakashi's combat style differed significantly. He fought entirely based on the enemy's capabilities, necessitating a thorough understanding of their strengths before formulating a battle plan. This included predicting enemy moves and calculating the preparation time for their soul skills, which allowed for evasive maneuvers. 6 months prior, during his encounter with Douluo, he evaded the latter's swiftest 6th soul skill by employing this very strategy. As Douluo's soul power gathered in his eyes, Kakashi prepared for his Shunshin no Jutsu. And when Douluo initiated his soul skill, subtle movements betrayed his inability to control it, granting Kakashi the opportunity to evade. Kakashi wished to impart this wisdom to Tang San and the others, but observing their inability to even calculate their own consumption, he realized they had little time for anything else. At the age of 12, Kakashi participated in a ninja world war, earning the title of the hero with the Sharingan, and he had endured countless battles to achieve his current prowess. Thus, practical experience is forged through combat, not merely conceived in thought. Initially, when the master mentioned tactical guidance, Kakashi was taken aback, reflecting on the remarkable individuals that existed in this world. Although they lacked some practical experience, the 7 monsters exhibited rapid progress in their training. As Tang San noted when presenting the celestial grade herbs to everyone, the effects of such herbs extended far beyond their immediate release. With continued training, all except for Xiao Wu, who had not consumed the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, could sense changes within their bodies. Not only did their soul power increase at a pace faster than before, but the celestial grade herbs also transformed their martial souls and physiques, as Tang San meticulously selected herbs that were best suited for each of them. Kakashi was a special case, harboring many secrets that Tang San could not assist with. He had to make his own selections. As they engaged in training, the inherent energy within the herbs gradually fused with their bodies, enhancing their overall strength. Even the 9th-tier purple Ganoderma, which could not be classified as celestial grade, assisted the master in elevating his soul power from level 30 to 35 in just 6 months. Among the Shrek's 7 monsters, Utilizing this half-year period, aside from Daimu Bai, whose soul power increased by only 1.5 levels, reaching 44 and nearing 45. The remaining 6 had only Xiao Wu yet to break through the level 40 barrier. The first to surpass the threshold of level 40 surprised everyone. Initially, it was presumed that the candidates would be Zhu Zhuqing, who had already attained level 38 while consuming celestial grade herbs, or Tang San, known for his diligent cultivation and exceptional talent. However, to everyone's astonishment, the first among the 6 to break through level 40 was the food-type Soul Master Oscar, who found it most challenging to cultivate. After 4 months of training, he successfully shattered his bottleneck, stepping into level 40, needing only to acquire a soul ring to officially ascend from Soul Master to Soul Sect. While others were oblivious to Oscar's efforts, Tang San was acutely aware of them. Although he did not know what had transpired, he noticed that Oscar had become noticeably more diligent since Ning Rongrong returned from her family. Previously, Oscar, aside from Kakashi, was the most lethargic of the group, yet in recent months, Tang San had not seen him sleep even once. He rarely returned to the dormitory and instead dedicated his time to diligently honing his martial soul in the cafeteria, the most conducive environment for his cultivation. His rapid advancement was undoubtedly linked to the 6-petal fairy orchid, yet his dedication and effort played a decisive role. After 5 months of training, Zhu Zhuqing also broke through level 40, followed 2 days later by Tang San. 10 days later, Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong followed suit, each overcoming their respective bottlenecks. Notably absent from this list was Kakashi, as he was an individual with extraordinary advantages. The bodies of the Shrek 7 monsters could not directly merge with the natural energy, while Kakashi, having mastered celestial techniques, could. Therefore, his cultivation speed was the fastest, allowing him to break through the bottleneck and reach level 40 in just 2 months. However, he chose not to continue fervently training. Rather than solely focusing on increasing his soul power, he prioritized documenting his insights from cultivation. Each breakthrough brought about unique levels, different realms, and advancements in bodily sensations. Kakashi did not intend to transform into an unparalleled soul master. He merely sought to ensure his soul power remained competitive, as he had other matters to attend to. The purpose of recording these insights was not for personal gain, but to leave a legacy for future generations. The existence of soul masters has spanned countless years, yet only the master has delved into the intricate principles of soul mastery due to inherent limitations, while others engage in conflicts to establish their powers. Kakashi, confident that he need not exhaust himself in cultivating soul power, believed that he would undoubtedly achieve success in the future, alleviating any concerns about his prospects. Having traversed this world, if one lacks ability, they should simply live well, experience life, and even playing a supporting role in the grand narrative of the world suffices. However, possessing the capability to contribute positively to future generations is preferable. Having lived 2 lives, Kakashi had already experienced a full life. Now, in this second chance, he felt compelled to achieve something significant, lest he squander this new life. The notions of unparalleled strength and supremacy were inconsequential. Regardless of how formidable one may be, they are ultimately illustrious. Those genuinely wishing to leave a legacy for future generations should forsake fleeting fame and focus on tangible accomplishments. Upon reaching level 40, Kakashi halted his cultivation to concentrate on refining Raikiri, aiming to perfect his unique technique. Additionally, he sought to quickly regain mastery over the transformation of chakra properties. Compared to cultivating celestial techniques, these tasks were relatively straightforward. Thus, apart from Xiao Wu, who had not consumed celestial grade herbs, the remaining 6 members of the Shrek 7 monsters and Kakashi all attained level 40 in soul power. According to the master's theoretical framework, breaking through a bottleneck did not necessarily require obtaining a martial soul first. Continued cultivation would still accumulate soul power, which would be released upon acquiring a soul ring. Due to the similarity in soul power levels among the group, the master decided they would only hunt soul beasts once all had reached level 40. However, Xiao Wu could not wait. By the time the others reached level 40, she, having not consumed celestial grade herbs, was still striving to progress from level 37 toward 38. predicting that it would take at least another 6 months to a year to achieve level 40. Tang San had previously urged Xiao Wu several times to consume the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, but she steadfastly refused, cherishing the herb that she kept close by, expressing an inexplicable fondness for it. Strangely enough, despite lacking any nutrients, the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong thrived alongside Xiao Wu, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, showing no signs of wilting, but rather becoming more vibrant and radiant, complementing Xiao Wu in a harmonious interplay of brilliance. The seemingly fragile branches adorned with blossoms possess petals that are more resilient than any metal, evoking astonishment. Over the past 6 months, Tang San has fulfilled his agreement with the Liuli sect. The sect's financial prowess is indeed formidable. Within merely half a year, they produced the necessary components, which Tang San assembled to complete the equipment for the direct disciples of the sect, with some surplus set aside for future use. It was precisely due to the time required for the fabrication of these items that Tang San's cultivation progressed at a slower pace than that of Oscar and Zhu Qing, being the third to break through to the 40th level. During this period, a minor incident occurred. After Ning Fengji retrieved the blueprints, he commanded his craftsmen to fabricate and study them, even comparing them to finished products. However, no matter the effort, they were unable to replicate any of the concealed weapons. Even if a single component was disassembled, the artisans of Liuli sect could not reassemble it. Ultimately, the task of assembly fell solely upon Tang San. While this did not constitute a loss for the Liuli sect, it nonetheless left Ning Fengji somewhat embarrassed. Little did he know that Tang San employed techniques honed by the Tang Sect over centuries. Was the Tang Sect not concerned about others imitating their concealed weapons? Hidden within all these creations are specialized skills known only to disciples of the Tang Sect, akin to a code embedded within each weapon. Should any element of this code be flawed, the secrets of these weapons cannot be unraveled. This is precisely why Tang San felt secure in entrusting the blueprints to Ning Fengji. It can be said that the only individual capable of surreptitiously acquiring the assembly methods without Tang San's consent is none other than his mentor and friend, the 8th member of the 7 monsters, Maibaya, also known as Hatake Kakashi. However, Tang San remains unaware of this fact, as Kakashi has not explicitly disclosed the abilities of his Sharingan. The Sharingan's capacity for replication allows it to record everything observed, meaning that should Kakashi witness Tang San assembling a concealed weapon once, even Tang San would be unable to safeguard its secrets. Nevertheless, Kakashi would not act in such a manner, as the implications of such theft are significant. He would face scorn for belittling the efforts of others and risk legal repercussions. The matter at hand pertains to ethics. As night descended, Tang San, unusually refraining from cultivation, sat before the wooden cabin, leaning against its wall and gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky. As a plant-type soul master, his training in mimicry naturally required an environment rich in vegetation. In the tranquil wooden cabin once inhabited by Lu Erlong, now belonged to Tang San. He cherished the surroundings, the serenity, coupled with the fresh air and the fragrance of the plants, made it his favored retreat. Xiao Wu sat beside him, her feet gently swinging, her hands resting on the log beneath her as she tilted her face upward, illuminated by the moonlight, enhancing her charm. 6 months had elapsed, and the intense training, alongside sufficient nourishment, had brought noticeable changes to the Shrek 7 monsters, who were in their growth period. Tang San's height had now slightly surpassed Xiao Wu's, reaching nearly 1.8 meters, while Xiao Wu had become the tallest among the 3 girls, standing at an impressive 1.75 meters. At this moment, Tang San had just celebrated his 14th birthday, while Xiao Wu was still a tad shy of that age. After some lighthearted banter, Xiao Wu said, "Brother, could you help me with my hair? It's a bit messy." The following morning at the gates of Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu asked, "Why does your braid look a bit crooked?" Chapter 130, Prelude to the Journey in the Setting Sun Forest in the Early Morning. The rosy dawn cascaded like shards of gold, bathing all in warm light. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, the golden iron triangle and the unmoving King Zhao Wujia stood with appreciative gazes fixed upon the 7 spirited children before them. Kakashi, at that moment, held the title of practical combat instructor and thus did not stand alongside the group of children. He was 4.5 years older than Tang San now. At 14, Tang San was nearing adulthood, while Kakashi had just turned 18, edging towards 19, thus entering adulthood himself. By Japanese standards, in another 6 months, he would be of legal drinking age, though this custom had long been disregarded for various reasons. In this moment, Master and the others brimmed with pride, thoroughly satisfied. Achieving the 40th level is typically a milestone reached by soul masters around 30 years of age, and even then, only those possessing a certain aptitude. Yet here stood these children, the oldest merely 17, the youngest not yet 14, yet they had reached such heights. While miraculous circumstances played a part, what stood out most was the astonishing talent of these young prodigies. How could their mentors, including Flander, not feel a swell of pride? Ning Rongrong nudged Xiao Wu from behind, whispering, "Xiao Wu, why does your braid look a bit crooked?" Xiao Wu's face flushed, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward Tang San. Although Tang San's hearing was not as acute as his sight, it was still quite sharp, and he naturally heard Ning Rongrong's comment. At that moment, Tang San was awkwardly staring at Xiao Wu, their eyes meeting briefly before they both hurriedly looked away. Oscar, observing the subtle dynamics, lowered his voice in surprise. "Could it be Xiao San that you?" Tang San promptly interrupted him. "Stop talking nonsense. It's not what you think." This morning, he had only just managed to convince Tai Long not to accompany them. Tai Long's cultivation level was evidently inferior to theirs, having only just broken through to 38, still shy of 39. Furthermore, Tai Long was not truly a member of the Shrek 7 monsters. Although he adhered to his grandfather's instructions and regarded himself as Tang San's protector, Tang San could not genuinely consider him as such. Although they had spent the past 6 months cultivating together, their time was limited, yet occasionally, Tang San shared some of the techniques imparted to him by his master. Their relationship had shifted from rivals to ordinary friends. Naturally, Tai Long could no longer harbor feelings for Xiao Wu. Setting aside Tang San's identity, even without that, he understood he could never be Tang San's equal. Xiao Wu would certainly not choose him either. Not to mention him, nearly every student at Shrek Academy was aware that in Tang San's eyes, it seemed Xiao Wu was the only woman, and Xiao Wu would never show interest in another man. Many girls who attempted to approach Tang San were directly rebuffed by Xiao Wu. While Tang San was aware of this, he had never spoken on the matter. They had not established a romantic relationship in front of anyone, yet they were already perceived as a couple by the Academy. Only the 7 monsters knew that the bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu was indeed pure. Kakashi alone sighed, for unlike Tang San, he had experienced the tribulations of life, and in his heart, he had already foreseen how their story would unfold. Kakashi could only sigh. Matters of love and affection were beyond his control, and he was not adept at navigating such complexities. The bond between sworn siblings sometimes surpasses that of biological siblings. Yet despite its depth, it remains a sibling bond. Cases like Tang San's evolving into a romantic relationship are exceedingly rare. Ning Rongrong's comment, "Xiao Wu, why does your braid look a bit crooked?" instantly sparked the imagination of those present. Oscar immediately adopted a knowing expression, affirming, yes, it's not what I think. You needn't explain, we all understand. At this moment, it was not only Ao Si Ka, but also Daimu Bai Ma Hong Jian, and even Zhu Zhu Qing who regarded them with somewhat peculiar glances, expressing their astonishment. Tang San could not help but utter a curse, exclaiming that they knew nothing. The only comfort for Tang San was that Kakashi still maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, not joining in the ruckus, leading Tang San to reflect that it was indeed preferable to have a respected elder around. However, the thought that Kakashi would always appear in such a manner throughout all seasons left Tang San feeling a mix of amusement and despair. Fei Lan Day declared, "We shall set off immediately towards the Luo Risenlin, although we have the 4 of us accompanying you. I must make one thing clear beforehand. While the 4th spirit ring may not serve as a bridge like the 3rd, it is equally significant. In order for you to better engage in practical training before the Soul Master competition begins, I have discussed with the Master and decided that the entire process of hunting spirit beasts will be undertaken by you. Unless absolutely necessary, we shall not intervene lightly. Under normal circumstances, rather than protecting you, we require you to protect yourselves. This hunting journey serves as the first phase of your graduation examination, while the second phase will be the forthcoming Advanced Soul Master Competition. Do you understand? Ma Hongjian, who had been taken under Fei Lan Day's wing since childhood and was the most unafraid of him among the seven, could not restrain himself from asking, "Teacher, how will we know if we have passed?" Fei Lan Day responded, "Excellent question. Passing is not difficult at all. In the first phase, you may rely on collective strength to hunt the spirit beasts suitable for you. As long as the four of us do not intervene, you'll have passed. As for the second phase, simply bringing back a championship title will suffice for graduation." "Oh, is that what you call not difficult?" Alcika exclaimed in disbelief. Despite being exceptionally gifted, their youth limited their abilities from reaching extraordinary heights, and they were to face elite soul masters from across the continent, all under the age of 25. Achieving victory and advancing to the final stages of the competition was no easy feat. Fei Lan Day rolled his eyes. "Do you have an opinion, Alcika?" "And no, not at all, Director. Your wisdom is unmatched," came the meek reply. Kakashi stood quietly to one side, listening. The way of conversing in this world was entirely different from his previous life. Aside from necessary matters, it was challenging for him to engage with others. He was not concerned about this, as he bore mission. These years had merely served as a reprieve, and he would eventually return to the role of the sixth Hokage, overseeing the world's affairs. However, these thoughts were secondary. He missed Fu Fu dearly, who had not been by his side for over half a year. Fu Fu, who had always perched on Kakashi's shoulder, was suddenly gone. Initially, he was fine, but as time passed, he realized that even after half a year, he could not adapt to the absence of Fu Fu. The recollection of that lively call filled Kakashi's heart with warmth. Having been inseparable for years, when he once helped Fu Fu break free from mental soul technique, she had glimpsed Kakashi's memories. At that moment, Kakashi was indeed taken aback. Fu Fu was, without a doubt, the only being aware of all Kakashi's secrets. "Let us depart," commanded Fei Lan Day, and the group of 11 set forth on the road to Douluo. Fei Lan Day and his 3 companions walked ahead, while the Shrek 7 monsters followed behind. Fei Lan Day was in no hurry, engaging in laughter and conversation with the master, Liu Erlong, and Zhao Wuji as they strolled leisurely, resembling a group on an outing. Kakashi did not join them. Instead, he took the lead, his manner of operation feeling quite out of place within the group. While the Shrek team walked along the main road, Kakashi opted for the swifter paths through the woods. A ninja, without accounting for a reduction in combat strength, could continuously run for days and nights. The others could only marvel at Kakashi's inhuman stamina. During their 6 months of training, they had once experimented. After depleting their soul power, Kakashi had shared a chakra with them. Their impression was that while it offered some enhancement, it was far weaker than soul power. Kakashi's chakra was merely a temporary boost. The transmission of chakra's essence, aside from inheritance, was likely a skill exclusive to the Sage of 6 Paths. Having separated from the group, Kakashi utilized the chakra tail. The increase in speed was not his objective. He aimed merely to acclimate his body to the usage of the chakra tail. With practice, it would become as instinctive as moving his limbs, leading to a seamless integration that would blur his own understanding. This was true mastery. Chapter 131. The Journey Through Douluo, simplified version. This transitional phase encompasses a significant portion of the narrative, as the details within are not particularly vital. It would be disingenuous to merely copy and paste to inflate word count, which would deceive readers and be an injustice. In comparison to Douluo, aside from its vastly different size, possesses many distinctions. Douluo is situated in the central region of the continent, being the largest spirit beast forest in that area. It falls within the tropical range, primarily dominated by tropical flora. Conversely, Douluo lies in the heart of the Tiando Empire. Although it does not reach the frigid climate, its temperatures are considerably lower than those of Douluo. This results in a greater prevalence of temperate plants unique to the northern regions. Tropical plants create a denser, more humid atmosphere, while temperate plants, though refreshing, lack the same density. Thus, traversing Luo Risan Lin is significantly easier than navigating Xingdo Dasan Lin. Nonetheless, powerful spirit beasts generally prefer the tropical rainforest environment of Xingdo Dasan Lin. Consequently, while Luo Risan Lin does host numerous spirit beasts, those with a cultivation age surpassing 10,000 years are rare, with most residing between 1,000 and 10,000 years. Additionally, due to the indiscriminate hunting by soul masters, the overall quality of spirit beasts has diminished. Now, one must possess both strength and patience to hunt a suitable spirit beast. Kakashi took the lead, setting off alone. This time, under the bright daylight, there were no fierce battles like the previous night. The predators that roamed at night were fearsome. Obedient creatures would not venture out in the dead of night. After considerable effort to navigate Douluo's poison formation, Kakashi found Fufu. Upon communicating with her, he learned that due to a celestial herb gifted by Tang San, Fufu had undergone a significant evolution and was now a 10,000-year spirit beast. It is important to note that a spirit beast classified as 10,000 years old does not necessarily imply it has lived for that long. The labels of 10 years, 100 years, and 1,000 years are merely tier classifications, akin to the ranks of soul masters, whether spirit beasts or soul masters. Those who cultivate in fortunate locales certainly experience accelerated progress, while some formidable spirit beasts may even devour other powerful beasts to enhance their own cultivation. In reality, spirit beasts of the so-called 10,000-year level are fortunate to have lived for over 50,000 years. However, most are likely below that threshold, as only those with extraordinary luck can reach such levels, which is a rare opportunity indeed. The evolved Fufu boasted even whiter fur, shimmering and radiant, with an ethereal glow that occasionally flickered. Moreover, a pair of fox-like eyes contained a gentle, watery essence, their enchanting gaze undeniably captivating. Even in its beastly form, it exuded such charm. One could only imagine the stunning beauty it would possess upon achieving its transformation after 100,000 years, undoubtedly breathtaking and capable of mesmerizing all. The little creature, Fufu, was ecstatic upon seeing Kakashi, immediately darting onto his shoulder, its fluffy head affectionately nuzzling against Kakashi's face. However, it soon expressed its indignation, scolding Kakashi for leaving without it. Kakashi later learned that during his absence, the somewhat dazed Fufu had succumbed to slumber, only awakening recently. This transformation was significant. It was improbable for it to leap directly from 4,000 years to 10,000 years in such a short span. In the days that followed, Fufu explored the surroundings of Douluo's abode with great enthusiasm, as finding sustenance was not overly challenging. The toxic formations here were daunting to Fufu, yet the outside soul beasts could not intrude, rendering the area remarkably safe. Kakashi did not rush to hunt soul beasts for his fourth soul ring. His mastery of Shansu had reached an impressive level, granting him formidable sensory abilities. Standing here, he could perceive everything within a radius of several hundred miles, leaving no place for concealment. In contrast, Phylan and his companions continued their traditional hunting methods, searching during the day and resting at night. This was not due to their ignorance. Rather, the soul beasts active at night were seasoned veterans, having thrived in the soul beast forest for many years, equipped with innate skills that allowed them to fight unaffected by the darkness. In pitch-black conditions, the advantage for them was minimal. Take snakes, for instance. Their vision is inherently poor, rendering them nearly blind at night. However, as cold-blooded creatures, they can sense the temperature of other entities and utilize their tongues to taste the air, proving to be more effective than sight in certain respects. The last time Tang San was captured by Douluo, Kakashi pursued him relentlessly, engaging in numerous large-scale battles, employing powerful ninjutsu for swift resolutions, resulting in considerable exhaustion. During his confrontation with the cloud-patterned tiger, he expended the most chakra and ultimately sustained injuries. This was all to avoid wasting time. Motivated by concern for Tang San's safety and a desire to prevent prolonged skirmishes that could allow the enemy to fully unleash their capabilities and complicate their victory. For several consecutive days, Kakashi accompanied Fufu, exploring Douluo's medicinal garden without any intention of venturing out. Furthermore, Kakashi set up a cooking station, laying out a large iron plate and extracting an array of ingredients from his soul guide to prepare teppanyaki. Unfortunately, most of the ingredients were subpar. Many had different names in various realms, making it impossible to gather them all. As they indulged in their meal, Fai Lan and his group arrived. Xiao was nearly infuriated, as they had endured several days of hardship, while Kakashi appeared to be enjoying himself. During their separation, Ma Hongjun and Oscar had both acquired their 4th soul rings, achieving the soul master rank. Of the 6 individuals who needed to obtain their 4th soul rings, 2 had already met their goal, marking 1/3 of their journey complete. Kakashi could not disclose his mastery of Shansu, lest it reveal his secret. Given the slow progress of their expedition, Tang Sect proposed a plan to attract numerous soul beasts using the alluring fragrance of the Yao Shang Chiluo Shanfeng. With Douluo's protective formations in place, there was generally no need to worry about being besieged by soul beasts, as long as they remained vigilant against those that might be immune to the poison. Tang San, sacrificing his blood, concocted a potion from more than 10 rare medicinal materials to nourish the Shanfeng, rendering its toxin-repelling properties ineffective while allowing its scent to swiftly spread 10 miles away. As a result, while other soul beasts were drawn in, Fufu was more captivated by the Shansok, repeatedly extending its tiny paws in an attempt to seize it. Unlike humans, soul beasts possessed far more acute senses, particularly in accurately assessing the dangers posed by toxins. If they detected a lethal poison beyond their capacity to resist, they would not take the risk. With a half-circle of toxic formations established, the Shrek Academy members could conserve considerable effort, merely needing to select from sufficiently powerful soul beasts. With all preparations complete, they stood ready for any eventuality. The allure of the Yao Shang Chiluo Shanfeng exceeded Tang San's expectations. Within mere moments of arranging everything, they encountered their first soul beast. A low growl filled the air, accompanied by a faint metallic scent as the nearby woods swayed as if swept by a fierce wind. Cloud from the dragon. Wind from the tiger. It must be a feline soul beast. Everyone, be cautious, Master calmly deduced. No sooner had he spoken than a striking striped tiger leapt from a thicket. This majestic creature, entirely black with a distinctive white king pattern on its forehead, measured over 3 meters in length and stood around 1.5 meters tall. Despite its imposing size, it was remarkably agile. Tang San shouted, "Attack!" Ultimately, this 5,000-year-old soul beast became Zhu Zhuqing's 4th soul ring. Subsequently, Master selected a 4,000-year-old armored beast for Ning Rongrong, augmenting her enhancement abilities with a defensive skill. In the selection process between Tang San and Kakashi, driven by his determination to surpass his limits, Tang San chose the 10,000-year level underground magic spider to absorb its soul ring. However, Kakashi hesitated. Having cultivated Jinfa and undergone transformation from the first Hokage's powers, coupled with his possession of the 9 tails, he should have been more decisive than Tang San. Yet, ultimately, he refrained from choosing such a perilous route. He bore a mission that could lead to significant consequences if he were to vanish. Thus, he opted for an 8,000-year-old giant mantis, acquiring a skill for a clone that could execute multiple slashes. In the end, Kakashi realized he had overthought the situation. Absorbing an 8,000-year level soul, beast posed no considerable difficulty. Nonetheless, he bore no regrets, as this affirmed his robust constitution, allowing him to be more lenient in the future. However, it is worth mentioning that during the pursuit of the underground magic spider, due to its unexpectedly cunning behavior, Fai Lan had to enlist Tang San's assistance. Kakashi intended to help, but upon stepping out, he was surrounded by several formidable 10,000-year soul beasts and numerous 1,000-year ones. Upon turning back, he discovered that Zhao Wujie and Lu Erlong had joined the fray, alleviating the pressure considerably. Because of this, when a human-faced magic spider launched a surprise attack from behind, Kakashi could not respond in time, resulting in Xiao Wu's injury and inciting Tang San's fury. However, they ultimately escaped unharmed. Tang San's 8 spider lances evolved after piercing the human-faced magic spider, turning misfortune into fortune. thus concluded their expedition in the Sunset Forest. Throughout this journey, there were also minor episodes, such as Xiao Wu, for various reasons, acknowledging Lu Erlong as her godmother, and Master eventually setting aside past grievances to reconcile with Lu Erlong. Additionally, after Tang San absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring, Xiao Wu's behavior transcended what typically characterized relationships. Furthermore, after Kakashi's guidance, Zhu Zhuqing's relationship with Dai Mubai progressed more swiftly. After all, their bloodlines destined them to be together. Unless they entirely resisted feelings for another, it was best to be more open, as this tension was a form of torment for both parties. As for Ning Rongrong and Oscar, there was little advancement. Ning Rongrong was led aside by Kakashi for some guidance, aiming to alter her mindset. Meanwhile, Oscar was quietly engrossed in his cultivation, having transformed into an ardent practitioner. After hearing about Ning Rongrong's experiences, he genuinely aspired to be the gallant prince who rescues her, deeming the establishment of a relationship or confirming her feelings for him insignificant. His sole focus was to persistently strive until he could pull Ning Rongrong from the abyss. Chapter 132. Conversations under the moonlight about past lives. With the enhancement of their fourth soul skills, the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters experienced yet another qualitative leap. The malevolent-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai, stood as a formidable assault system battle soul master at level 44, adorned with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. His 4 soul skills included White Tiger Shield, White Tiger Radiant Wave, White Tiger Diamond Armor, and White Tiger Meteor Shower. Oscar, the sausage specialist, was a level 41 food system weapon soul master, with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, his soul skills being Restorative Sausage, Detoxifying Sausage, Rapid Flight Mushroom Sausage, and Excitement-Inducing Pink Sausage. Tang San, the Thousand-Handed Azura, with a level 41 control system battle soul master, with 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black soul ring. His skills comprising Binding, Parasitism, Web Restraint, and Blue-Silver Prison. The Fiery Phoenix, Ma Hongjun, also a level 41 assault system battle soul master, wielded 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, with skills such as Phoenix Fireline, Phoenix in the Fiery Bath, Phoenix Wing Sky Soar, and Phoenix Howl Strike. The Gentle Boned Enchantress, Xiao Wu, was a level 37 assault system battle soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring, possessing 3 skills, Waist Bow, Charm, and Instant Teleportation. Ning Rongrong of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, a level 41 support system weapon soul master, also carried 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, with her 4 skills being Power Amplification, Agility Amplification, Soul Power Amplification, and Defense Amplification. The Spectral Spirit Cat, Zhu Zhuqing, a level 41 agile attack system battle soul master, wielded 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, with her 4 skills comprising Spectral Stab, Spectral 100 Claws, Spectral Slash, and Spectral Shadow Clone. Their combat instructor. The second generation of Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi, was also at level 41. Originally an assault system master, he was now of an unknown type due to the disorder of his soul skills, with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. His 4 skills, unnamed, included an enhanced wind blade, a displacement skill allowing rapid movement under any circumstance, the ability to manipulate air over a certain distance, and a newly acquired clone slashing technique. The White Fox clan member, Fu Fu, known for her formidable mental prowess, seemed to have awakened an illusion-type ability that could only be countered by a soul Douluo. This clan's power, both awe-inspiring to soul beasts and a target for soul masters, was as rare as that of the Titan giant ape. The saying, "A common man bears the burden of his riches," aptly describes this situation. Had it not been for Kakashi's years spent in the small town of Notting, where few experts resided, he would have faced more danger from soul beasts. Otherwise, under the protection of powerful individuals at the Wuhuan Temple during assassination missions, he would have been less likely to attract attention. Fu Fu would have likely become someone else's soul ring by now. In Kakashi's dormitory, he lay leisurely on his bed, engrossed in a book, while Fu Fu dozed beside him. Recently, he had regained mastery over Raikiri, and the sage arts could be momentarily set aside as instructed by the 9 tails, for they were not tasks to be hastily completed, but rather considered in the long term. "Hey, Kakashi," a youth called from outside the window. "The Continental Soul Master competition is approaching, and you seem so relaxed." Kakashi stretched lazily and replied nonchalantly, "I don't need to do much. I just have to keep defeating my opponents." He rubbed his eyes, fatigued from prolonged reading. However, he soon turned his gaze toward the young man at the window. "Hey, Shao-san, isn't it a bit rude to barge into someone else's dormitory like this?" The youth at the window was Tang San, summoned by the master to discuss matters regarding the Soul Master competition. However, it seemed unnecessary now, as Kakashi had stated his task was straightforward, simply to continue winning. Indeed, this was their plan. The main participants, including Tang San, would not take the stage until the finals, allowing them to conceal their true strength and avoid unnecessary exposure before facing the ultimate adversary. Although Kakashi understood they had no chance of winning the championship this time, he was willing to lend a hand. "All right then, I'll take my leave," Tang San said, turning to depart. He too recognized Kakashi's formidable strength, which was undeniably intimidating. They would handle the preparations, while Kakashi would clear the path for them, allowing them to eventually claim victory. Just as everything was settled, Kakashi suddenly called out to Tang San, "Wait, there's something else." "What is it?" Tang San turned back, puzzled. Kakashi gestured behind him, saying, "Is it really necessary for you to enter through the window?" The moment he spoke, Tang San's expression turned peculiar. "You shouldn't talk. Oscar mentioned the dust at your entrance is so thick, while the window seems clean, indicating it's frequently wiped." He implied that Kakashi rarely exited through the front door, preferring to leap out of the window instead. Let it go. Just leave it," Tang San replied with a resigned expression as he prepared to leave. "Wait a moment." Kakashi called out again. "What now?" Tang San sighed in exasperation. "Could you not just say everything at once?" "No, I'm referring to something else," Kakashi clarified. "What is it?" Tang San inquired. "Tonight, let us meet on the rooftop to continue discussing our past lives. Keeping such a significant secret bottled up is not good. Sharing it will help us understand each other better," Kakashi stated calmly. "Holding such a vast secret within oneself can be a torment, unless there is something truly important to distract from it." Kakashi understood this all too well, as he had been quite idle, and harboring these secrets was genuinely discomforting. "Sounds good," Tang San readily agreed. In truth, he looked forward to these moments. His previous life had been monotonous, filled solely with cultivation. Although he felt a bit pent up, he did not feel compelled to vent, as there was not much to discuss. However, recounting the past, as Kakashi suggested, was intriguing, akin to a captivating story filled with extraordinary characters, befitting someone who had lived a fulfilling life. Thus it was settled. As night fell, the sky sparkled with stars, and the moonlight cast a hazy glow. The moonlight was pure, like fallen celestial feathers, shimmering over the distant lake, which sparkled with a mystical. Kakashi gazed blankly at the group before him, his mind buzzing, nearly petrified. "Hey, Kakashi, what with that expression?" A girl's voice, laced with displeasure and irritation, broke through the silence. "Kakashi-sensei, did we disturb you?" Ning Rongrong, refined as one from a prestigious family, displayed proper etiquette towards respected individuals. "Wow, so much food!" exclaimed Ma Hongjun, drooling at the sight of peculiar delicacies on a low table. "You glutton," Xiao Wu pouted. "Xiao Wu, if the story isn't fascinating, I won't believe you anymore. I was supposed to be cultivating. Oscar had morphed into a new cultivation fanatic. Humph, my judgment may falter, but I must be cautious. I fear that after hearing this, I may lose my motivation to cultivate," Xiao Wu retorted. "I am very much looking forward to it." Zhu Zhuqing, though not one for many words, has already expressed her trust in Xiao Wu and Kakashi. Hee, Zhu Qing is indeed wonderful. Xiao Wu beamed with satisfaction at this trust. Alongside Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai smiled in agreement. "At least he has some opinions." Kakashi turned his gaze towards Tang San, his eyes seemingly inquiring. "What is the situation here?" Faced with Kakashi's gaze, Tang San could only offer an apologetic smile, explaining that he encountered Xiao Wu on his way here. "And as you know, I'm not adept at lying, especially to Xiao Wu." Kakashi covered his face, contemplating that the situation had escalated rather significantly. Originally, Kakashi had intended to share the tale of the life of the nameless shadow with Tang San, hoping it would touch him and lead him to abandon his quest for vengeance. However, with so many people gathered, it became troublesome. This was a chronicle of heroes shrouded in darkness, inherently lacking in glory, and also involved the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Even though this might belong to another world, discussing such matters publicly would be quite inappropriate. Alas, plans must be altered. Kakashi, having previously recounted the success of Uzumaki Naruto becoming a ninja, now felt compelled to continue. What happened next? Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. A long, low table was laden with food, a makeshift array of Japanese cuisine, as many ingredients were unavailable, including seasonings. On either side were two mats, originally meant for 2 people, but now accommodating 4, creating a somewhat cramped atmosphere. At this point, Oscar could no longer contain himself, failing to maintain the calm demeanor of a cultivation fanatic. I can't believe it. You really should lose some weight. You are quite hefty. Eat less of the food on the table, Oscar cried out. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai took the opportunity to indulge, but went a bit too far, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to coldly retort, "Get lost." Seeing the scene turn chaotic, Kakashi produced 2 additional mats, allowing for seating all around. However, Dai Mubai still murmured, "The Soul Master competition is just a few days away. Is it really wise to relax like this? What does the Soul Master competition matter? It can be handled with ease." However, Kakashi's gathering for food and storytelling is quite rare, occurring only after a long time. In Xiao Wu's eyes, listening to an exciting story was far more important than the Soul Master competition. Chapter 133, The Man Named Uchiha Itachi. No, what I'm about to recount is a different story. After much contemplation, Kakashi ultimately resolved to share that dark tale, for future opportunities to do so may be scarce. Recently, he had often sensed a powerful aura nearby, and if it were Tang Hao, he might take Tang San after the Soul Master competition, potentially causing a ruckus beforehand. Kakashi's free time was dwindling. If it were for the sake of the plan, he would end his free period early. If he did not seize this moment to unveil the truth, it would be too late once the entire truth was revealed to him. Thus, he decided to speak now. The Soul Master competition was merely days away, and preparations would commence tomorrow. Kakashi did not wish to disrupt Tang San's mindset for the competition. The words spoken now might quell the tumultuous emotions stirring within him due to the impending busyness, thereby preventing any detrimental effects on the final decisive battles to come. Under the expectant gazes of many, Kakashi commenced his grim and tragic tale. Once there existed a large village, one that could almost be deemed a city. In essence, this place was nominally referred to as a village, comprised of many clans, where the populace thrived and the villagers lived in harmony. Stop, Xiao Wu interjected Kakashi. Is this the same village we spoke of before, Naruto's village? Indeed it is. Nothing more. Please continue. Wait, Kakashi-sensei, were all these clans powerful? Ningrongrong inquired, sensing that today's tale was exceptional. No, they were both strong and weak. Forgive my interruption. Please continue. No need for apologies. In Ningrongrong, Kakashi seemed to glimpse the shadow of a gentle girl from a past life, indicating that his teachings were not in vain. In this village, there were once 2 of the strongest clans, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. However, over time, and due to the incessant wars, the once glorious Senju clan gradually declined, while the Uchiha clan emerged as the most formidable clan in the village. The Uchiha's endurance stemmed from their potent hereditary abilities and the fact that the village's police force was entirely composed of their members, allowing them to avoid sending a majority of their clansmen to battle. The Uchiha's immense power instilled a sense of apprehension among the village's upper echelons, yet they did not overly target them, as the Uchiha were part of the police force, ostensibly granted significant authority while being effectively isolated from the village's political affairs, an arrangement devised by a former village leader as a precaution. Wait, why would people from the same village plot against one another? Xiao Wu queried, her large eyes revealing a hint of confusion. The others merely listened quietly, uninterested in engaging with such a naive question. In terms of maturity, Xiao Wu appeared to lag behind. Kakashi sighed softly, reflecting on how heart-wrenching this story was. In truth, It would not matter if it were any other clan. However, this particular clan could not be entirely trusted. Why? Xiao Wu asked, perplexed as to why this clan faced such scrutiny. Was it to suppress a clan deemed too powerful for the village's stability? Because the former clan leader, Uchiha Madara, once wielded the clan's abilities to control an immensely powerful beast, engaging in a fierce battle with the village leader of that era. Although he ultimately failed, the beast survived. The scale of the conflict was terrifying. They fought from land to sea, and Uchiha Madara's strike even reached a small island across the way. Had they not distanced themselves from the village from the outset, the village's territory would have expanded hundreds of times, potentially leading to its complete annihilation. To go to such lengths just to battle the village, was Uchiha Madara insane? Or did the village leader err? Dai Mubai struggled to comprehend the situation. Before Kakashi could respond, Xiao Wu casually interjected, waving her hand dismissively. Dai Lauda, rest assured, Kakashi's stories are always like this. They may be incomprehensible, yet they ultimately make logical sense. Kakashi bypassed their idle chatter and continued. The true purpose of the battle between Uchiha Madara and the village leader, despite countless speculations over the years, was known only to Madara himself at that time. Years later, the Uchiha clan underwent a significant upheaval, and three exceptionally rare geniuses emerged, all closely aged and capable of referring to one another as brothers, with two being true blood brothers. Just like us, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, stuffing his mouth with food. We are also a rare gathering of talents. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but be moved, and Dai Mubai appeared proud, believing that he and those around him were indeed exceptional talents. Ning Rongrong smiled silently, aware that the geniuses Kakashi spoke of could not be compared to her companions. Oscar remained silent, yet his eyes gleamed with determination. If I am a genius, then with effort, I can surely help Rongrong escape her troubles. Tang San and Xiao Wu wore expressions of eager anticipation. Having heard stories before, they knew Kakashi's tales consistently defied logic, yet remained perfectly reasonable. These trifles cannot shake their steadfast hearts in anticipation of the story. Uchiha Shursui, at that time revered as the mightiest man of the Uchiha clan, possessed a precociousness that rendered comparison with him futile. Uchiha Itachi, both mentor and friend to Shursui, was a prodigy in his own right and under Shursui's guidance. He became extraordinary, sharing the same indomitable will. Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi's younger brother, was also a genius. With Itachi's affection and mentorship, he exhibited great zeal and rapidly enhanced his strength. Although his talent did not quite match that of the former two, it was still remarkable in its own right. After speaking, Kakashi surveyed the other 7 individuals surrounding the low table. Do not presume that they are akin to you. Each of them surpassed my current self by the age of 16. The weight of a metaphorical hammer struck Tang San's heart, leaving him in disbelief. He had thought Kakashi to be exceptionally gifted, but it appeared that Shursui, Itachi, and Sasuke had all eclipsed Kakashi by the age of 16. Indeed, they had surpassed him. And even with Kakashi's mastery of sage techniques and the experience of 2 lifetimes, he was still no match for these mere adolescents. Just how formidable were the inhabitants of that world? Yet, Tang San was the only one pondering this, for none other knew that Kakashi spoke the truth. These 3 individuals truly existed. Brother, what is troubling you? Xiao Wu inquired with concern, noticing his pallor. Kakashi's unwavering assertion that these 3 surpassed him made it seem as if they were indeed real. Dai Mubai was unconvinced, firmly believing Kakashi to be the foremost young master in the world. Oscar felt a jolt, pondering the existence of such superhuman beings, while others remained skeptical. They refrained from voicing their doubts. As 2 representatives had already spoken, further objections seemed futile. The Uchiha clan had anticipated a glorious era. Yet 2 of the 3 geniuses led to the near-total annihilation of their clan, leaving only the youngest, Sasuke, to survive. Days before the night of the massacre, Shursui's body was discovered in a river, ruled as suicide. However, suspicions within the Uchiha clan pointed toward Itachi as the perpetrator. Provocations ensued, ultimately inciting Itachi, on a fateful night, eradicated his entire clan. This revelation stunned the others, leaving them momentarily speechless before moving on. Only Tang San felt as though he had been struck by a mighty hammer, nearly losing consciousness. This was a reality that existed. What madness had driven Uchiha Itachi to commit such acts? Indeed, he had annihilated his clan, including his revered father and his gentle, graceful mother, whom he had slain with his own hands. In the chapter titled The Man Named Uchiha Itachi, Itachi killed his kin, his parents, and later tacitly acknowledged the murder of his dear friend Shursui, as well as his beloved, leaving only his brother behind, claiming it was to facilitate his ultimate transformation. Oscar gasped and asked, "Ultimate transformation?" Indeed, the Uchiha clan's abilities underwent a unique metamorphosis upon reaching a certain threshold, resulting in extraordinary power, albeit with grave repercussions. The more one utilized their abilities, the greater the toll on their body, ultimately leading to a painful demise. This transformation required a vital essence from a direct brother's body. Yet for reasons unknown, Itachi harbored a deep-seated hatred for his clan, leaving no survivors in his wake. To achieve this transformation, another's abilities needed to reach a certain level of intensity, which is why he spared his younger brother, Sasuke, intending to fill him with vengeful hatred to bolster his strength. To go to such lengths for oneself, Xiao Wu remarked, gritting her teeth. After annihilating his clan, Itachi could no longer remain in the village. He ultimately joined an organization known as Akatsuki, where he found refuge. To foster Sasuke's growth, Itachi sought opportunities to provoke him, inflating Sasuke's desire for revenge and thereby enhancing his capabilities. This scoundrel, Dai Mubai, struck the ground with his fist. He is utterly unworthy of being called human. Even Tang San could only echo this sentiment. How can such a twisted individual exist? Oscar's face was etched with anger. Ignoring their expressions, Kakashi continued recounting the past. This opportunity arose following the machinations of a dangerous individual who orchestrated the village's destruction. This villain left an indelible mark on Sasuke, granting him power while subjecting him to immense suffering, all in pursuit of the Uchiha clan's abilities, aiming to usurp Sasuke's strength. Poor Sasuke, burdened by such a brother, and targeted by such a perilous figure. The plan to annihilate the village ultimately failed, yet the village leader perished in battle. Amidst the ensuing chaos without a new leader, Itachi seized the moment, confronting some of the village's elite before departing with ease. Indeed, I was one of those elites. Although he defeated me with a single blow, it demonstrated that he had to employ that technique to overcome me. Kakashi half opened his right eye and glanced at the crowd, continuing, as you anticipate. Itachi ultimately met his demise. However, this confrontation was rife with anomalies. Firstly, during their duel, Sasuke covertly ambushed Itachi, injuring his thigh and impairing his mobility. Yet, the members of Akatsuki observing from the shadows were astonished, exclaiming, "Strange, Itachi should not have been able to evade that technique." Was it intentional on Itachi's part? Was he seeking redemption? Because of Tang San, who was such a brother, Xiao Wu held a particular regard for the concept of brotherhood, having been conditioned to believe that all brothers in the world were virtuous. However, another companion remarked, "It seems Itachi has succumbed to illness. I knew this scoundrel was no good." "Let me finish the story before you pass judgment," Kakashi admonished. Though he yearned to interject, he refrained. Itachi, who bore the brunt of infamy, never truly cleared his name until his death, enduring countless malicious words. What did that matter in the grand scheme of things? If such words are spoken now, they may ultimately impact the efficiency of the narrative. Thus, it is perhaps best for these children to experience a complete and unreserved setback. Another point of contention arises. Itachi clearly sought a complete corpse, yet during the battle, he employed a technique that cannot cease until the enemy is utterly obliterated, which is quite anomalous. If he were to destroy Sasuke's body, he would gain nothing. Has he descended into madness, inadvertently unleashing a catastrophic move? Remarkably, not only did this technique fail to annihilate Sasuke, but he also turned it to his own advantage, converting it into a source of power to strike back at Itachi. This was Sasuke's final strike, immensely powerful, yet still did not claim Itachi's life. At this moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The dangerous entity Sasuke had consumed suddenly manifested its ability to transform into an enormous serpent with 8 heads, through Sasuke's body. This formidable being's method of seizing others' abilities is none other than the direct appropriation of their bodies, turning everything about them into its own. Every 3 years, it must exchange its body. However, the abilities it acquires remain preserved, and there is no stipulation that it can only change bodies every 3 years. Thus, it possesses a unique trait. It can achieve immortality. As long as its mark exists, it can resurrect itself, rendering all attempts to kill it futile. Although Sasuke had absorbed its power, he typically left behind a will to suppress its consciousness. However, the failure to vanquish Itachi with his final blow drove him to the brink of collapse, resulting in a brief loss of control over his body. The tale of this aberration is filled with genuine monstrosities, leaving Xiao Wu with a look of utter dismay, as if she had just ingested a fly. Yet, it was at this moment that the equally exhausted Itachi uttered, as expected, what was meant to appear has finally appeared. He then invoked his first transformation ability to defeat and seal this being, causing the mark on Sasuke to vanish. What exactly is Uchiha Itachi? This was a shared thought among the Shrek 7 monsters. After sealing the formidable entity, even Itachi could no longer hold on, frequently coughing up blood, teetering on the brink of death. Yet he persisted to approach Sasuke and softly uttered, "This is the last time. Forgive me, Sasuke." Concurrently, Itachi gently tapped Sasuke's forehead before collapsing to the ground, fully succumbing to death. Chapter 135 is titled "The Man Named Uchiha Itachi." The light touch on Sasuke's forehead signifies the utmost intimacy between Itachi and Sasuke. During such moments, Itachi always sought Sasuke's forgiveness, making this act profoundly perplexing. Nevertheless, at that time, no one noticed this detail, for as Itachi staggered toward Sasuke, a dramatic contest for the eye was unfolding. "My eyes belong to me," Itachi proclaimed. Exhausted and severely wounded from the battle, Sasuke, having briefly lost control of his body, fainted upon witnessing Itachi's demise. Although they heard of Itachi's death, the Shrek 7 monsters did not feel a sense of relief. Setting aside the unanswered questions, the mere fact of Itachi's death left them with an inexplicable emptiness, devoid of any joy for Sasuke. The reason remained elusive, merely a profound sense of void. Sasuke's teacher had once warned him, "Do not live with revenge as your goal. Otherwise, all that remains will be emptiness." Kakashi spoke slowly, a sentiment known only to him and Sasuke. That teacher was indeed he. In truth, when Sasuke awoke from his faint, his eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, his body drained of strength, as if he had lost all vitality, his heart feeling as though it had been hollowed out, uncertain of what to do in the future, having lost the conviction to live. Originally, Xiao Wu and others, who would occasionally interject with grievances, found their hearts heavy, enveloped by Kakashi's words that resonated with Sasuke's feelings. However, at this juncture, a masked figure claiming to be Uchiha Madara emerged, showcasing the emblem of the Uchiha clan's abilities, seeking to gain Sasuke's trust for his own ends. Xiao Wu gasped, her mouth agape, exclaiming, "Isn't Uchiha Madara dead?" Uchiha Madara's control over the aberration led to a fierce battle against the current village leader, creating a ruckus that left a lasting impression. Upon revealing the clan's emblem, Sasuke, bewildered and powerless, gazed at it, but an unexpected transformation occurred. Sasuke's eyes suddenly shifted, and he unleashed the ocular technique Amaterasu upon the masked man. Amaterasu is a peculiar flame emitted from the eyes, igniting whatever it gazes upon, inescapable in its wrath. Once it clings to a person, it will not extinguish until they are reduced to ashes. In their confrontation, Itachi had employed this very technique against Sasuke, nearly leading to his demise. Yet Sasuke had escaped using the unique shedding ability of that dangerous entity. However, the Amaterasu failed to eliminate the masked man, who then began to reveal the truth. What truth? The 7 monsters raised their inquiries, for it seemed there was nothing of significance to disclose, save for those inexplicable doubts. It pertains to the truth of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. After narrowly escaping, the masked man mused, "It seems even Itachi could not fathom all of my intentions. Ha! He wasted his effort this time, or I would truly be dead." The masked man's words conveyed a profound trepidation towards Itachi. In truth, during Itachi's lifetime, The masked man's plans had made little progress, as he dared not act too boldly. With a sinister chuckle, the masked man remarked, "This is Itachi's final resistance. However, it is ineffective against me. True to Itachi's nature, even in death, he astonishes me. I never anticipated he would think so far ahead." "What are you talking about?" Sasuke, seemingly devoid of purpose in life, finally mustered the energy to confront this so-called truth. "Itachi placed a technique on you to eliminate me, or rather, to prevent me from approaching you. It is likely set to automatically release Amaterasu the moment you behold my emperor." The masked man evoked Sasuke's memories. "Itachi must have done something to you. Before his death, he cast this technique upon you." This recollection involuntarily brought to mind Itachi's final gentle tap on his forehead, their only physical contact. What truth lies therein? Xiao Wu, unable to contain her impatience, inquired. That fateful night, Itachi murdered every member of the Uchiha clan before fleeing the village, which is indeed true. Yet this was a mission bestowed upon him by the village's higher-ups. How could there be such a task as exterminating an entire family within the village? Indeed, on that night, Itachi cast aside his own identity to fulfill his mission. What kind of tale is this, where a mission entails the slaughter of one's own kin? Years prior, an incident occurred, as I previously mentioned, the monstrous boy whose body housed the very beast. That calamity, which led to the chaos, was the cause of the village's distrust of its inhabitants. The beast, in fact, was the one manipulated by Uchiha Madara, battling against the current village leader, causing a commotion that raised suspicions among the village's elite, leading them to suspect it was a scheme devised by someone within the Uchiha clan. Could it be that the Uchiha orchestrated this rebellion for power? The higher-ups pondered. Consequently, the Uchiha clan was placed under stringent surveillance by the village, their living quarters relegated to a remote corner, effectively isolating them. The seven did not inquire about the circumstances of their isolation, for those captivated by stories seldom pay heed to the minutiae of ailments, apart from the village chief, who expressed dissent regarding this treatment. The martial faction and other high-ranking officials of the village did not share his sentiments. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan remained a mistrusted entity. The chasm of distrust between the two factions bred discrimination, leading the Uchiha clan to attempt a coup to seize sovereignty over the village. Under constant surveillance from the village elite, the changes within the Uchiha clan did not escape their notice, prompting the high-ranking officials to install a spy among them. This spy was none other than Uchiha Itachi, whom Sasuke both loathed and idolized. Thus began Itachi's descent down a path from which there was no return. He took the lives of his gentle mother, the father he revered, their close kin, and his well-mannered lover. There exists no term more fitting to describe the destination of this journey than hell. Sasuke, Itachi, who sought to instigate a coup, is a spy. Sasuke's voice trembled, hardly able to believe his own ears. If this was indeed the case, then everything he had done thus far was rendered meaningless. Sasuke could not bear to contemplate further, fearing the truth that lay ahead. His father, Uchiha Fugaku, was the mastermind behind the coup, and Itachi served as the spy directly under their father's command within the village's upper echelon. Yet, Itachi ultimately made the harrowing decision to leak crucial information about the Uchiha clan to the village's higher-ups, effectively becoming a double agent. What immense burden this was, one that no one could truly comprehend. Itachi was vital to both sides, and the agony he must have endured to arrive at his final decision is unfathomable. Why? Why would Itachi betray the Uchiha clan? Sasuke could not grasp Itachi's choice, for his very existence was predicated on avenging his clan. Sasuke believed that, in Itachi's heart, as in everyone else's, the clan held paramount importance. You, who have never witnessed war, likely cannot fathom, the masked man replied with a hint of exasperation, feeling as though he were communicating with a child devoid of understanding. At the tender age of 4, Itachi had witnessed the horrors of war as it erupted between villages, experiencing the deaths of many. He had encountered the hellish reality of war long before his time. The ever-observant Kakashi, who had been narrating under the night sky, suddenly paused, surveying the seven before him. "What is war truly like?" asked Xiao Wu, despite having lived through extensive years without witnessing human conflict. Daimu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing fell silent. Though they hailed from noble lineage, they too had never beheld the ravages of war. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, having come from the village, likely had never even read a book on warfare. I might have some insight, Tang San ventured, reflecting upon the gazes of his companions. Finally, he uttered, "Better to be a peaceful dog than a man of chaos." Kakashi could only marvel at the abundance of talents in that world. Indeed, quite apt, he remarked. Without waiting for the others to interject with jest, Kakashi swiftly transitioned into storytelling mode. The shadow of war instilled in Itachi a profound aversion to conflict. He prioritized the stability of the village and dedicated himself to peace. Such was his character. He was a man unshackled by the so-called obligations of clan and deeply cherished his village. A fact that the village elite capitalized upon to assign him a highly confidential mission. That mission was, without a doubt, the total annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The emotional turmoil Itachi must have experienced during that time is beyond imagination. Endowed with extraordinary talent, he possessed formidable strength from a young age. Yet, he was compelled to wield this power against his own kin. The might of the Uchiha clan was overwhelming, and should they incite a civil war, it would destabilize the village, inviting neighboring villages to take advantage, thereby igniting a new conflict, merely due to the Uchiha clan's selfish desires. A war that Itachi wished never to endure again would be unleashed, resulting in the demise of countless innocents. Thus, Itachi resolved to personally conclude the clan's history, not out of hatred, but out of a lack of alternatives. He sacrificed himself, creating this situation. No one could blame him for bearing the stigma of a traitor. Sasuke still struggled to believe it. If this were indeed the truth, what had he devoted his life to in pursuit of vengeance? But he almost killed me several times. Sasuke protested in his final struggle. Had Itachi been serious, you would have perished long ago, that much is certain. Utilizing the Amaterasu technique, which does not extinguish until its target is reduced to ash, cannot be considered a mere jest, he retorted. Your countermeasures were anticipated by him long before. Itachi needed to force you into a corner during that confrontation, a rationale you should have recognized. Sasuke recalled the moment he had overexerted himself, when the dangerous figure he had always suppressed within him had taken control, and Itachi had remarked, "The inevitable has finally arrived." By eliminating your hidden threats while witnessing the deaths of those closest to you, Itachi orchestrated this battle to elevate your abilities. All of it was prearranged by him. Itachi is a villain, a murderer of his clan, a criminal who defected to Akatsuki. Akatsuki was a perilous organization, initially a group of mercenaries undertaking missions, but as it grew, it began to confront various villages, particularly the one of Itachi. With members as formidable as Itachi, none could contend with them. Itachi bore an indelible mark of guilt as he departed the village, joining Akatsuki to monitor an organization that posed a threat to the village while remaining deeply concerned for its welfare, and for you as well. The moment Itachi had appeared before Sasuke to provoke him occurred against the backdrop of the village chief's recent demise, a promise made by the chief to protect Sasuke. This particular village chief was the sole individual who sought to resolve the Uchiha clan's issues through peaceful negotiations, but time constraints led to failure. However, Itachi placed great trust in the chief and felt secure leaving Sasuke behind. After the chief's death, only 3 high-ranking officials remained to protect Sasuke, 2 of whom were advisors without real power, and the last was a martial faction member who had always harbored ill will towards the Uchiha. Thus, Itachi's purpose in returning to the village was to convey to the higher-ups of Konoha he was still alive, and they should refrain from rash actions. When he had initially left the village, he had threatened the martial faction. As long as you dare to harm Sasuke, I will disclose all of the village's confidential information to our rival villages. Simultaneously, Itachi returned with another purpose. He remained distrustful of the village elite. Thus, his provocation of Sasuke aimed to ignite within him the desire to grow stronger rapidly, prompting him to leave the village in search of the dangerous individual who sought Sasuke's body. This individual had once laid hands on Itachi, but he had since acquired the ability to seize others' bodies, rendering his own flawed, a flaw that the Uchiha clan's abilities could counter, resulting in Itachi's victory over him. He set his sights on Zuoshu solely for that extraordinary ability, and Itachi was well aware of this fact. He firmly believed that Zuoshu, endowed with remarkable talent, would be capable of discerning the weaknesses of formidable adversaries. Thus, he prepared everything with utmost confidence for Zuoshu. Itachi had killed friends, superiors, lovers, his father, and his mother, yet the one life he spared was that of his younger brother, Zuoshu. Naturally, Itachi would not allow Zuoshu to exist in this world in a state of emptiness. Hence, he bequeathed a unique ability from his dear friend Jishui to alter Zuoshu's convictions. This peculiar ability could directly transform the beliefs of others, and Itachi designated it as guarding the village, employing a distinctive method on Naruto, who had persistently pursued Zuoshu. Whenever Zuoshu encountered Naruto under specific circumstances, the technique would activate, and his conviction would shift towards protecting Mai. Kakashi exhaled deeply, regaining his composure as he rose to his feet. Itachi's life had reached its conclusion, and the narrative was at an end. Chapter 136. The Grand Scheme and Suspicion Wuhuan Temple. Elder Hall. This structure stands as the largest edifice within the Pope's palace, symbolizing the most potent force of the entire Wuhuan Temple. Inside the towering dome, upon entering, one is greeted by a spacious hall with a ceiling nearly 30 meters in height, surrounded by 3 tiers, each containing 10 chambers. Unless in exceptionally rare circumstances, the prerequisite for residing here is a soul power exceeding level 90, possessing the strength of a titled Douluo. This is indeed the true seat of supreme authority within the Wuhuan Temple, where even the Pope is subject to its limitations. Ultimately, it is a matter of strength. If the elders residing here were to unite, they could obliterate a city within a day, a statement that is far from exaggerated. At that moment, the Elder Hall was enveloped in silence, devoid of even a single servant. As Qian Rinshu entered the vast hall, the hair on her body bristled momentarily. In the innermost part of the hall, before a colossal statue of a 6-winged angel crafted from pure gold, stood a solitary figure, facing away from the entrance. Gazing upward at the golden effigy, from the silhouette, it was apparent that he was a man of considerable height, though not particularly robust, clad in a simple gray robe, with long black hair cascading neatly down his back. His presence exuded an extraordinary aura, and Qian Rinshua, possessing the martial soul of the 6-winged angel, felt an acute awareness, as if he were one with the statue itself. The sunlight streaming through the vast windows seemed to converge solely upon him, bestowing an air of reverence despite his unassuming attire. This place was seldom visited, for few possessed the qualifications to enter, and aside from a select few, others would not come here without pressing matters. They feared the overwhelming sense of oppression that accompanied the sight of the man before the statue. Those permitted entry were unparalleled masters, renowned outside, reluctant to endure the weight of authority they had experienced before their own growth. Yet today, an infrequent visitor arrived, one of the 6 revered offerings of the Wuhuan Temple, belonging to a rare group unperturbed by the sanctity of this space. However, he had pressing business to attend to, a matter that had been weighing heavily on his mind for quite some time. The golden crocodile Douluo, clad in silver attire, appeared somewhat impatient. Having lived for over a century, he had not felt such urgency since the events of 13 years prior. The grand offering, golden crocodile Douluo, spoke slowly. It is still about that enigmatic individual. I reiterate my previous counsel. Do not engage him. The man in gray did not turn around, remaining steadfast with his back to the formidable 98-level pinnacle Douluo. Are we truly to leave that young man unchecked? His collaboration with BB Dong has been remarkably effective, yielding impressive results. Some of those specially trained individuals have even managed to kill a Soul Emperor. Golden Crocodile Douluo could hardly believe it. Those trained as ninjas exhibited exceptional prowess. In a contest, they could rival a Soul Sect, yet in a battle for life and death, those without special abilities managed to slay a Soul Emperor. These individuals indeed possessed formidable strength, though they often engaged in peculiar tactics. Yet they were capable of killing a Soul Emperor. Furthermore, they were currently developing powerful special weapons to compensate for the ninjas' deficiencies. That silver-haired youth's unique energy reportedly could not be shared with others, rendering any ninjutsu requiring intricate hand seals ineffective. However, if those potent weapons were indeed developed, combined with the energy that young man might eventually be able to distribute, could those masters not contend with a soul saint? This was intolerable. It would be one thing if they were aligned with their own faction, but to bolster that wicked woman Bibi Dong was unacceptable. Grand offering. We cannot allow Bibi Dong to continue to rise. She now wields immense power, and if that young man, who is gradually growing stronger, assists her, what will become of our control? Golden Crocodile Douluo felt anxious. Recently, news from the Tiando Empire regarding Qian Rinshua indicated that the mysterious 6 Hokage had clashed with the Poison Douluo. Although he was deemed the weakest among the titled Douluo, the Poison Douluo was still a titled Douluo, and his strength was undeniable. To think that a 16-year-old boy could engage in battle, despite possessing extraordinary skills. The gap in absolute power was insurmountable. That young lad, with a mere glance or wave, could easily dispatch an opponent. Yet, Douluo Bo still sought to fight. The boy's speed was indeed remarkable, and while he had previously outmaneuvered Qian Rinshua through cunning, his rate of growth was astonishing. At this rate, would that young man not eventually evolve into a genuine titled Douluo? If he were to reach level 96, then level 97, ultimately standing alongside Golden Crocodile Douluo, would he not pose a genuine threat to the Wuhuan Temple? Although it was unlikely that the young man could usurp the power of the Wuhuan Temple, as his intentions appeared sincere, retaining command over the trained individuals was not his aim. Additionally, he would have little support, being an outsider. Even the elders of the Wuhuan Temple understood that no one would allow an outsider to seize control from the temple. Yet, the outcome remained the same. Should Bibi Dong seize power, she would likely sever ties with the angel lineage. Grand offering, we cannot allow this situation to persist. Golden Crocodile Douluo pressed urgently, unwilling to witness the potential annihilation of the angel lineage he had sworn allegiance to. I have stated my position, do not engage him. The man in gray remained unmoved, disregarding Golden Crocodile Douluo's entreaties as though he had not heard them at all. Jinra Douluo could hardly believe his ears. The notion that his subordinate, the second offer, could conceive such an idea meant that the grand offering must have done so as well. But did he truly believe that those individuals on the other side could not cross over? Of course, throughout history, aside from those unique regions blessed by divine inheritances, there had never been any records of someone like that boy. So how did he manage to come here? It was not an accident. Jinra Douluo realized that the grand offering had never truly believed in that boy. The grand offering suggested that if the first could come, then the second could follow. Should a large number of individuals from that side arrive in the future, they would undoubtedly pursue the whereabouts of this person. What would happen to Owen Dan if they ultimately uncover the truth? Without allowing Douluo to respond, the man in gray continued. The plan proposed by this individual is quite commendable. If successful, our Wuhan would not only reduce casualties, but also enhance its strength, creating a balance with the two great empires. The very thought of such a scenario is indeed enticing. Yet Douluo remained unconvinced, stating, what if unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, or if that boy has ulterior motives? Perhaps his allegiance to Wuhan is merely a means of seeking refuge until he grows stronger. You haven't forgotten the conditions he set forth for his plan. The man in gray interrupted your objections, referring to the grand plan which mandated that true warfare could not be initiated and casualties must be minimized. Jinra Douluo could not help but reflect on the truly unbelievable stipulations. Prohibiting warfare and minimizing casualties would essentially serve to aid Wuhan and the continent itself. If those from overseas harbored intentions of invasion, it only exacerbate the chaos on the continent. He understood that his concern lay precisely in this regard. These conditions were far too difficult to trust. In the current continent, the overwhelming majority of soul masters and factions yearn for war. For war brings opportunity. Smaller factions might choose to abstain, and when the chaos subsides, some powerful factions could be reduced to ashes, allowing the smaller factions to rise. Even the 7 great sects were not complacent, eager to improve their standings amidst turmoil. forming alliances to attack the isolated. Only the common folk, lacking power, sought peace and despised war. Was the sixth generation truly considering their plight? No. The so-called Hokage should be a ruler, and rulers seldom concern themselves with the lives of the common people. As long as their power is strong, that suffices. To propose such a magnificent plan with the conditions of prohibiting war and reducing casualties, it was no wonder the Grand Offering would harbor doubts about that boy. The Grand Offering feared that the boy might alter the plan midway, inciting great disorder on the continent, and then collaborate with those from foreign lands to invade. The man in gray slowly remarked, "If these two conditions are indeed sincere, it would be a tremendous boon." That boy once stated to sacrifice oneself, to guard peace in the darkness as an unnamed ninja. Only in this manner can one be considered a true ninja. The man in gray continued softly. Such individuals are hard to believe in. Haotian Douluo. The notion of self-sacrifice to protect the majority seemed to belong solely to fairy tales. He shouted in frustration. With a soul power level of 98, he had lived for over 140 years, engaging in countless bloody battles. Throughout his rise in strength, friends had perished, as had his wife and children, and ultimately, all his relatives succumbed to the passage of time. Only Wu Owendan remained as his object of loyalty, along with a handful of powerful old friends, in those times, who would willingly sacrifice themselves for others. He had long seen through the harsh law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, an immutable principle in the world of soul masters. At his age, such thoughts had become deeply ingrained. Generally, an old man could be labeled as stubborn, having devoted his life to certain principles, unable to change his beliefs. What peace? Are you telling a story? In over 100 years, he had never witnessed a cessation of the struggles on the continent. Once Xiaoxie seizes control of the Tiando Diguo, she would undoubtedly launch an assault on Shenhe, and they would likely not surrender. Thus, they would advance directly, making him pay. How exhilarating that would be. Negotiation? Nonsense. If necessary, eliminate the higher-ups. If that fails, cripple their combat strength to instill fear. Victory assured, one would simply charge in. The idea of avoiding conflict and minimizing casualties sounded utterly disingenuous. Return to the drawing board. Even if a direct comparison with Dong is made, do not act against him. If that person has always been sincere, then a rash attack would deprive the continent of a significant opportunity for peace. The notion of peace on the continent seemed like a farce. However, if executed by that silver-haired outsider, it might indeed come to fruition. The man in gray, Chan Douluo, differed from Jinra Douluo. Although he himself was inflexible and stubborn, he had a young granddaughter in whom he placed great hope. Her opinions were undoubtedly correct. Ultimately, Jinra Douluo left with a complex array of emotions, pondering whether the sixth-generation Hokage truly harbored intentions for the continent's stability. Could that grand plan genuinely be executed with utmost certainty? Wu Huandang would wield unparalleled power, and he had never heard of such peace in his lifetime. Furthermore, that boy would likely not assist Dong when they confronted her, as this was an internal matter of Huandang. If the previous stipulations regarding the prohibition of warfare and minimizing casualties were sincere, then that boy would surely understand that he, as an outsider, could not interfere in Wu Owendan's internal affairs. However, it was prudent to observe his character before making any decisions. Chapter 137. Competition rules. The Grand Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent is organized by the royal families of Fu and Shu with the assistance of Owendan, making it the most prestigious Soul Master competition. The competitor strength is second only to the elite selection of Owendan. The rules encompass several stipulations that must be adhered to. Firstly, participants from each academy must be under the age of 25, and the number of competitors in each match must consistently reach 7. Secondly, the competition aims to foster camaraderie and skill exchange, with every effort made to avoid injuring opponents, let alone resulting in fatalities. Any act of killing an opponent would lead to that academy not only bearing the corresponding losses, but also facing expulsion from the tournament. Although blades and swords are unpredictable, and the use of soul skills cannot be retracted, accidents may occasionally occur. However, the The purpose of this tournament is to identify exceptional talent, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Without this clear stipulation, the tournament would devolve into a battleground for major factions, with young competitors serving as weapons to eradicate rival forces' futures. That would transform the arena into a gladiatorial spectacle, where soul masters would be reduced to mere beasts, pitted against one another for the spectators' entertainment. Aside from these two rigid rules, there are also more standardized regulations, all premised on fairness. For instance, during the competition, no substances or food created by non-food type or healing type soul masters may be utilized. Only food type or healing type soul masters present on site may provide sustenance to their teammates, meaning that if one wishes to obtain supplies during the matches, a support type soul master must occupy one of the available slots. This effectively mitigates the potential drawbacks associated with possessing a team of food type soul masters. Additionally, there exists a regulation prohibiting the use of any weapons beyond the martial souls. Consequently, Tang San's unique weapons become unusable, and Kakashi's ninjutsu is also rendered ineffective. While this may be tolerable in Soto City, a mere small locale where the battle arena would neither inquire nor dare to probe, fearing the exposure of powerful secrets, the situation is markedly different here. Should one delve deeper, Kakashi's deceit regarding the herbal remedy would also prove futile. Although not explicitly stated, this aligns with the essence of the prohibition against special weapons. Such actions would be deemed a violation, and one would face unavoidable repercussions. Within the two great empires, the total number of advanced soul master academies sums to nearly 100. Each academy is allotted a quota for participation, with each empire possessing one official advanced soul master academy, thereby securing 2 quotas. For instance, the Tiendo Empire's Tiendo Royal Academy is among these 2 official advanced soul master academies, which are further divided into a main team and a secondary team. The main team is granted direct progression to the final rounds, serving as a testament to the prestige of the Empire's royalty, while the secondary team competes alongside other academies in the preliminary matches. Therein lies a significant dilemma. Direct advancement to the finals can be a double-edged sword. While it ostensibly enhances the Empire's stature, should the main team falter against a team that advanced from the lower ranks, it would invite ridicule and question the main team's prowess, thereby casting aspersions on the Tiendo Royal Academy. If the Empire were to renounce the notion of direct advancement, it might cultivate a more favorable reputation. Demonstrating genuine skill allows for the establishment of dominance through successive victories over opponents, thereby solidifying their standing among various Soul Master academies. Ultimately, the victors command the world, and who dares to defy them? The preliminary matches will be conducted in designated divisions. In the Tiendo Empire, centered around Tiendo City, all advanced Soul Master academies not affiliated with other kingdoms or principalities will engage in the preliminary rounds within Tiendo City. The academies from various kingdoms and principalities will participate in preliminaries categorized by their respective nations. The Tiendo Empire comprises 4 kingdoms and 1 principality, meaning that, including Tiendo City, there will be a total of 6 preliminary divisions. Apart from 1 team that is automatically qualified for the finals, these 6 divisions will compete for 15 participation slots. Given the abundance of advanced Soul Master academies in Tiendo City, which is directly governed by the Empire, there will be 5 slots available for advancement. Each of the other 4 kingdoms and 1 principality will have 2 slots each. The circumstances in the Xinglua Empire closely mirror those of the Tiendo Empire. Through the preliminary rounds, a total of 30 Soul Master teams will progress to the next stage. All 30 teams will partake in the finals. However, prior to the finals, there will be a ranking match. This ranking match serves to determine the order of appearance in the finals based on performance. The formats of the preliminary and ranking matches differ. The preliminary matches will occur in a team battle format, while the ranking matches will adopt a unique approach. Although each participating team will still field 7 competitors, the matches will be conducted in one-on-one duels, with the victors remaining on the field and the defeated team substituting in new members until one side's competitors are entirely vanquished. Therefore, the preliminary rounds showcase team strength, while the ranking matches serve as a stage for individual prowess. The inclusion of ranking matches aims to enable the two great empires and the higher echelons of the Wuhuan Temple to better identify exceptionally talented young soul masters among the participants. The total number of teams in the finals will be 33, determined through a lottery system for elimination rounds. These 33 comprise the 30 teams that emerge from the preliminary rounds, along with 2 seed teams from the two great empires and 1 seed team from the Wuhuan Temple. The strength of the Wuhuan Temple is beyond question. It stands as the sanctum of soul masters, having historically gathered numerous extraordinary talents, with an abundance of knowledge in soul master cultivation, thus nurturing exceptionally formidable young soul masters. The ranking of the 30 teams will take place within the two great empires, producing positions from 1 to 15. The advantages of this ranking will manifest in the finals, which will follow an elimination format. In each round, several teams will receive a bye. In the first round, the 3 seed teams will receive byes, while the remaining 30 teams will compete head-to-head, with the 15 victorious teams advancing to the next round. In the second round, including the 3 seed teams, a total of 18 teams will compete. At this point, the 2 highest-ranked teams from the ranking matches will receive byes. The remaining 16 teams will determine 8 to advance to the third round. In the third round, only 10 teams will remain, and again, the 2 highest-ranked teams from the ranking matches will receive byes. However, the teams that have already received byes will not receive additional byes. Following the third round, 6 teams will remain, representing the final 6 contenders for the championship. At this juncture, there will be no more bye teams. In the fourth round, the 6 remaining teams will draw lots to compete against one another, ultimately determining the final 3 positions. The final rankings of these 3 teams will be established through both team battles and individual elimination matches to ensure fairness. Initially, individual elimination matches will be conducted in a manner akin to the ranking matches, wherein the 3 teams will engage in a contest whereby each side dispatches its 7 members in turn. The losing team will be eliminated, while the victors will continue to face the subsequent opponent until all members of the other 2 academies are defeated, with the winning academy advancing directly. The remaining 2 academies will then engage in a team battle to determine another qualifying position, culminating in a final team battle championship against the team that progressed through the individual elimination matches. While the structure may appear convoluted and somewhat dizzying, it bears minimal impact on the participants. The competitors need only to focus on their performance, leaving the intricacies to the team leader, who will generally shield the participants from these complexities to prevent any influence on their performance. The strategy of the Shrek team is straightforward. There is no need for additional substitutes. They will retain Oscar, the level 40 food-type Soul Master, as their trump card. Among the 7 who enter the fray, only Kakashi and Xiao Wu will engage in combat, while the others need not even summon their martial souls, merely observing the spectacle to conserve their strength. Xiao Wu will select an opponent, while the remaining 6 will be Kakashis. They harbor immense confidence in Kakashi, whose unparalleled speed and strength have never faltered against the title Douluo in previous encounters. There is no reason for doubt. Naturally, Kakashi will not assist them in claiming the championship. His aim is merely to sustain their presence until the final match. And a team composed entirely of level 40 members will undoubtedly not disappoint. Observing the eager anticipation of the team, a faint smile graces Kakashi's concealed visage. However, even if he wished to aid them in the ultimate battle, he doubts it would be sufficient to guarantee victory. Chapter 138. The competition commences 3 days later. In the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, the grand opening ceremony of the elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent will take place. This grandest of Soul Master competitions captivates not only the attention of Soul Masters, but also draws in the interest of the royal family, nobility, and common folk alike, as every citizen of Tiando City regards this event as the most significant festival. The opening ceremony was held within the majestic Tiando Douluo Arena located in Tiando City. Remarkably, tickets for this event had sold out a month in advance. It is noteworthy that the ticket prices were equivalent to those of the main Douluo Center's admission. As the primary venue for the Tiando division, the Tiando Douluo Arena had ceased all Douluo competitions a month prior to undergo significant renovations. The venue's various sub-arenas were integrated with the main Douluo Center, creating an extraordinarily vast competition space. Apart from the VIP area, which remained on the northern side of the arena, the revamped Douluo Arena could now accommodate 80,000 spectators simultaneously. Although the ticket sales generated substantial revenue, the costs incurred by the arena were equally considerable. In the upcoming period, all preliminary rounds for the Tiendo division would take place here. In the early morning, before the sun had risen in the east, the transformed Tiendo Douluo Arena was already bustling with a massive audience. The early arrival of the spectators was not merely to secure early entry, as each ticket had a designated seat. Rather, they were eager to witness the young soul masters competing up close on the inaugural day of the ceremony. Among them were many hopeful young maidens. As the master stated, the total number of soul masters across the continent barely reached 6 figures, and those representing prestigious advanced soul master academies were truly the elite among them. Coupled with the age limit of 25, these young soul masters undoubtedly became the ideal objects of affection for many girls. The prospect of marrying a powerful soul master was certainly a delightful combination of fame and fortune. This blend of Eastern and Western cultural nuances is quite distressing. It is said that Americans lack the custom of treating others when dining out and do not expect others to do so either, which carries significant educational value. Even some nobles who purchased VIP tickets gathered outside, perpetually eager to recruit soul masters. The elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent is a veritable breeding ground for talent. It is not only those who achieve notable results that are coveted. Even participants in the grand competition are highly sought after by noble families. Due to Xiao Wu's inability to reach level 40, she opted to face an equally matched opponent during battles, while the other 6 were all Kakashis. Before the competition commenced, a group of provocateurs from Tsanghue Academy confronted them. Although a conflict was ultimately averted, Kakashi took note of their instructor's demeanor. This individual, known as Wuhuan Kanming, was notorious for his cruel and treacherous nature, often tormenting opponents with illusions until they succumbed to despair. His name was recorded in the annals of the Spirit Hall, despite being merely a soul sage, as his unique Wuhuan warranted such notability. In the eyes of the Spirit Hall, individuals of the soul sage rank were generally insignificant, with only a few exceptions, such as Zhao Wujia, who had stirred trouble far and wide, even incurring the wrath of the Spirit Hall. In summary, those whose insufficient strength still earned them a place in the records often possessed questionable character, frequently bordering on villainy. As the competition began, and Emperor Shuye of the Tiendo Empire delivered his speech on stage, Kakashi experienced a myriad of complex emotions. Several of the Emperor's sons had perished at his hands, with Shueqinghe being utterly obliterated. After he'd dispatched the others, their bodies were subjected to a technique that animated their hearts temporarily, allowing for manipulation. Consequently, those princes collapsed suddenly before the watchful eyes of the crowd, their deaths deemed bizarre upon examination. No external injuries were present, leading to the conclusion of sudden death. In truth, this was the result of severed blood vessels surrounding their hearts, an effect achievable only through a chakra scalpel. Although Kakashi was not a medical ninja, he could wield a basic chakra scalpel. His extensive training in assassination arts provided him with a thorough understanding of human anatomy and its critical points. Causing an unusual death was not particularly challenging. This was largely due to his Sharingan, which allowed him to replicate techniques that would otherwise be beyond his reach. While it did not significantly enhance his overall strength, such skills were undeniably advantageous. Kakashi's gaze fell upon Emperor Shuye, aware that this man would likely meet his demise at his hands in the future. Contrary to the original narrative, there were no poison incidents here. That was mere folly. With Kakashi's assassination techniques, even if suspicions arose, no evidence could be found. The only flaw in his plan was that each of the princes had been without skill protection for a minimum of 30 seconds prior to their deaths. Such a brief window left little room for explanations beyond curses, and even if severed blood vessels hinted at foul play, no one had discovered them. The technical ability to conduct an autopsy was rare, and even those with the skill often lacked the courage to pursue it. After all, these were the bodies of princes. Who would dare propose such a demand that could lead to the extermination of entire clans? Douluo might have had the audacity, but he was only proficient in murder, lacking the finesse for such intricate techniques. It could be said that soul masters stood in stark contrast to the realm of peculiar skills. Even without soul power, possessing farming tools such as hoes, knives, and shovels, the populace accepted their fates. They prayed fervently, hoping that even if they could not become soul masters, they might at least be granted useful agricultural implements. This very mindset had shackled the spirits of the people, rendering them incapable of critical thought or self-improvement. Kakashi felt a pang of regret for the inhabitants of this world, yet he also relished the success of his actions. Were soul masters ultimately a blessing or a curse in this realm? If one day the essence of soul masters vanished, would chaos ensue, leading to the ruin of Douluo Continent? Or would it foster positive development, awakening the populace to pursue their own wisdom? No, those were not matters for me to concern myself with. The most pressing issue remained the grand plan, which bore significant implications for the fate of the continent and the lives of countless individuals. From his vantage point in the VIP area, Kakashi recognized many familiar faces. During his assassination missions, he frequently encountered high-ranking individuals surrounding the princes, and now they occupied the VIP seats. Among them were Prince Xuesheng, the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy, and several other dignitaries of equal stature, all seated in the second row of the VIP section. The first row, however, was occupied by only 3 individuals. At the center sat a man clad in a gold and crimson robe, adorned with a crown of diamonds. His countenance reminiscent of an ancient moon, appearing slightly older than Prince Xuesheng, though bearing some resemblance. Yet, the dignity emanating from this man was far beyond that of Prince Xuesheng. Despite his apparent age, his presence commanded the room, as if everything revolved around him. It was evident that if even Prince Xuesheng occupied the second row, the identity of the individual seated in the central position of the first row was unmistakable. Who else could it be but the emperor of the Tiando Empire? To his left sat an elder, even older than he, draped in a long scarlet robe, adorned with a 5-pointed platinum crown. His eyes were half closed, giving the impression that he was in a state of slumber. His narrow shoulders and elongated frame resembled a spear. To the right of the emperor sat an individual with whom Kakashi was not particularly acquainted. Tang San was not only familiar with but also well acquainted with the esteemed figure before him, the head of the Qibao Lili sect, Ning Fengji, who was also the father of Ning Rongrong. Today, Ning Fengji adorned a white robe and wore the Qibao purple gold crown, a symbol of his distinguished status. As one of the leaders of the 7 great sects, he was entirely justified in occupying this prominent position. On the other side stood a man in a red robe, distinguished by the pentagonal platinum crown atop his head, unmistakably the platinum bishop of the Wuhuan Palace. The highest authority within the Wuhuan Palace was, without question, the Pope, beneath whom were 4 bishops, each signified by their pentagonal platinum crowns. The individual before Tang San was undoubtedly one of these platinum bishops, likely the esteemed leader of the Wuhuan Temple in Tiando City, holding an exalted position. This person Kakashi was well acquainted with, having collaborated with him on numerous assassination missions in Tiando City. He was also among the few who knew the true identity of Xuesheng in the world of soul masters. Without the strength of a title de law, one would not be privy to such confidential matters. However, as the master of the Wuhuan Temple branch in Tiando City, he was an exception to this rule. Now, I invite our emperor to declare the commencement of this grand tournament, the MC announced. I made slight adjustments to the address, as this event was held on the territory of the Tiando Empire, where the original text included His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiando Empire. The MC displayed remarkable audacity, daring to be so disrespectful. It was likely that he would face dire consequences later. Seated prominently in the center of the front row of the distinguished guests, the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, clad in a crimson and gold robe, slowly rose amidst a fervent applause. Raising his right hand, he gestured to the audience and the competing soul masters below, causing the thunderous applause to gradually cease, leaving the vast square enveloped in silence. His deep, resonant voice echoed through the amplification soul device. I, Shui, Emperor of the Tiando Empire, hereby declare the commencement of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition on behalf of the Tiando Empire and as the host of this event. The applause erupted once more, cheers resounding in waves. Once the applause subsided, the Emperor continued here. I hope all participating Soul Masters can fully unleash their strength and achieve remarkable results. You are the pride of the Empire. Let your brilliance shine for the glory of the Empire. A third round of applause resounded, and the Soul Masters at the center of the arena radiated with fervent ambition. For them, this grand competition was the most splendid stage to showcase their abilities. The Emperor returned to his seat, and the MC's voice resonated again. Next, we invite Mr. Ning Fengji, the head of the Qi Bao Liuli sect, to deliver a speech for this tournament. As Ning Fengji rose, applause erupted once more, accompanied by attentive gazes. For he was the foremost auxiliary soul master of the soul master community. Who would not wish to witness his eloquence? Ning Fengti Smilet Genti, gesturing with both hands to calm the audience, expressing his gratitude for the invitation to speak at this momentous occasion. As the head of the Qi Bao Liuli sect, he fervently addressed the crowd. All the talented youth participating in this Soul Master tournament undoubtedly possess the potential to bring glory to the Empire. The Empire needs individuals like you. Ning Fengji, as the leader of the Second Sect, delivered an impassioned speech, his words consistently revolving around the Empire. This subtle influence could gradually sway those without strong opinions. However, those with their own convictions could easily discern his intentions. Despite Ning Fengji's illustrious reputation, some individuals in the shadows scoffed with disdain. How embarrassing for a sect leader to become a mere pawn of the royal family, they sneered. What are those from the Royal Academy? They dare to aspire to be my superiors, huh? The royal family raised me, but it was my academy and my mentors who truly nurture my growth. What relevance do they have? The reputation of the Tiando Royal Academy was well known, and the title of the empire brought more than just prestige. As Emperor Shui Yi began his address, the red-robed bishop of the Wuhuan Palace, Salus, who had remained motionless in his seat, finally opened his eyes. He gently swayed his head. According to the instructions of the esteemed one, that individual was expected to appear at this tournament. The task at hand was daunting. Should it commence, even he lacked the capacity to execute the orders left behind. The esteemed one seemed to have an ulterior motive. Salus, who had never witnessed the true form of that esteemed individual. Only elders had that privilege, understood that if it was indeed that esteemed one, any actions he took would surely attract attention. Kakashi noticed Salus's peculiar behavior. He had observed that the bishop had been scanning the VIP area with an intense gaze, presumably scrutinizing every individual present at the competition. Some perceptive individuals, endowed with sufficient strength, also felt the weight of his gaze. They furrowed their brows, pondering the intentions of this powerful elder. What is Bishop Salus searching for? Is there someone he deems particularly noteworthy? The thought lingered among them, wondering who could be so extraordinary as to warrant such scrutiny from Soul Douluo. It was time. He had surveyed everyone present, and that esteemed one should have noticed him by now. The directives from the esteemed one instructed him to relax his mind and search the shadowy corners devoid of onlookers, as the sixth generation would find a way to contact him. In his thoughts, Salus recalled the words of that illustrious figure, who had left an indelible mark on the continent decades ago. The figure, cloaked in black, possessed a towering stature, which was merely a disguise. The true form revealed beneath his tattered black robe was a mass of earth and stone. This hinted that the imposing figure was armored in a shell of solid rock. Such a method of assassination, devoid of leaving any external wounds, coupled with the uncanny ability to animate the deceased, rendered him a paragon of versatility. Most astonishing was the intricately devised battle strategy, which Salus had never encountered in his long life. In truth, when that esteemed individual shared the plan with him, Salus was momentarily rendered speechless, instantly recognizing its potential for success. He understood that merely knowing the strategy left him at a loss for how to respond. Though he had not seen the esteemed individual's age, the nature of his soul rings, or the level of his soul power, he felt an inexplicable admiration. Salas, having lived many years and participated in numerous conflicts among soul masters, understood well the dynamics of victory and defeat. Regardless of the means employed or the strokes of fortune that led to success, the reality of that individual's achievement remained unaltered. In the realm of planning, human endeavor played a role, but destiny dictated the outcome. Hard work alone could not guarantee triumph. Luck was a crucial factor. The esteemed individual may have employed cunning tactics, eliminating witnesses while lingering to cover his tracks. Why not simply incinerate the evidence? The flames of a soul master are far from ordinary, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, he employed various methods of execution, severing arteries, inducing cellular death in the brain, mystifying techniques that were difficult to comprehend. Others may share the same thoughts. Yet only Salas understands that regardless of the complications, the ultimate goal is effectiveness. Salas observes the turmoil faced by the Tiendo royal family, overwhelmed by the peculiar deaths of multiple princes, leaving them in a state of disarray with no viable solutions. They're unable to ascertain the exact causes of these deaths, and aside from bolstering their guards, they find themselves at a loss. However, this has led to the disappearance of the guards while the princes continue to evade responsibility, ultimately resulting in further bizarre fatalities. It appears Salas is seeking me. I conclude that Kakashi must bide his time. The esteemed patron once mentioned that the sixth generation would not reveal his false identity to me. Thus, Salas continues to act as instructed, shutting his eyes to meditate. Salas's actions seem peculiar. It suggests a means for me to contact him without revealing my current identity. No, Salas could not have conceived this. He must be under someone else's direction. Kakashi is startled. Could something unforeseen have occurred? The initial agreement was that I would return on my own. Hence, no communication method was established. If there were indeed an urgent matter, there are other rather risky alternatives, such as mobilizing his subordinates en masse. Of course, it would not involve seeking out a silver-haired youth with a mask. It would merely be a ruse to ensure Kakashi's return. Yet, what is the current situation? Such a discreet maneuver seems amiss. If Salas were not receiving instructions from another, he would not resort to contacting me in this manner. But who is the mastermind behind him? Is it one of the 6 among the 7 high priests, or perhaps the formidable high priest? These 3 groups possess vastly differing operational styles, which Kakashi, drawing from decades of experience, can discern. Why such subtlety? Kakashi ponders. Until I ascertain the truth, I shall refrain from acting rashly. The only individuals capable of directing Salas are the Pope, the 7 high priests, and the elders. The elders are unlikely to engage in such matters. They have been renowned for at least 20 years, and in that span, few remember them. In other words, they have little to concern themselves with outside and devote their energies solely to cultivation within the Elder Hall. This is not a trivial matter. If it were official business, they could manage it themselves without urgency. Thus, what is the purpose of such intricate calculations? Merely to have me reveal myself and establish contact? Such folly is inconceivable. The situation is far from simple. It is best I refrain from making any hasty moves and instead utilize a clone to investigate. Kakashi made his decision. So, what is the true objective this time? Chapter 140. A major transition. It has always felt as though I am merely filling the word count. Writing has become tedious, and I suspect it may be equally dull for the readers. Following this transition, we shall enter a significant change. This will be the true theme of the book. Kakashi did not adopt a cautious approach and chose to meet Salas in his true form. Subsequently, following Salas' instructions, he departed from Tiendo City after the preliminary rounds concluded. Upon leaving the city, he ventured into the forest, where he faced an ambush by 6 soul saints. Kakashi did not bring Fufu along, as participating in the competition with a soul beast might lead to unnecessary complications. The ambush by the 6 soul saints was less of an ambush. The Ninetales had long sensed their presence, allowing Kakashi to execute a counter-ambush. However, Kakashi refrained from delivering lethal blows, avoiding critical injuries. Each individual, while having witnessed considerable bloodshed, did not perish. Afterward, Kakashi departed, albeit with injuries. Even encountering the ambush, The tactics employed to incapacitate the six soul saints were rather strained. If he had opted for outright killing, Kakashi would have faced little difficulty. Ending an enemy's life is far simpler than deliberately leaving them alive. Although unaware of who orchestrated this or the reasoning behind it, he had done all he could, leaving the rest to the opposition. In the subsequent competition, Kakashi and Xiao Wu divided their tasks, with Kakashi battling the six opponents alone. Although injured, the impact was minimal, with only his dominant hand wrapped in bandages. Confronting the individuals from his Xiangjia Academy may have posed a challenge for others, but for Kakashi, even with his non-dominant hand, he could wield hundreds of pounds of force. It has been a continuous adjustment to suddenly possess such power, a gift from the first Hokage. Of course, Obito's contribution was paramount. After all, if his body had been largely composed of the first S cells, Kakashi would not have attained such pure Hashirama-like strength. As for the issue of revealing 1S strength, there are no explicit regulations in the arena mandating that participants must manifest their martial spirits or disclose their soul rings. Following this, Kakashi encountered a soul saint specializing in illusions, who attempted an assassination. In a moment of pride, the assassin was pierced through the heart by a blood-red chakra tail from behind. Did you truly believe that such foolish illusions would work on everyone? In my past, I would have undoubtedly fallen victim, as I was then plagued by absolute fear, unable to confront myself. However, one who stands as a beacon of hope, such as the Hokage, cannot harbor even a trace of darkness within. Otherwise, they would not be worthy of the title. While you may not comprehend this, let me impart a lesson. In your next life, do not assume that everyone possesses a shadowed heart. Kakashi once believed he was responsible for Rin's death, but Obito later revealed that it was Rin who sacrificed herself for the village, colliding with the Chidori. Failing to protect, Rin weighed heavily on Kakashi, yet Obito forgave him. Ultimately, Obito lent him the power of his two Sharingan through chakra, allowing Kakashi to live without regrets, never succumbing to baseless thoughts, as he remained firmly in control of his path. Subsequently, during his confrontation with the Chihua Academy, Kakashi employed his third soul skill to convert their flames for his own use, amplifying their power before retaliating. The opponents were momentarily taken aback, as the tactic of returning their own methods against them often incited frustration. During the battle against the Tianxue Academy, Kakashi was compelled to retreat. Their captain and vice-captain executed a martial spirit fusion technique, the Ice Crystal Phoenix, which was beyond Kakashi's capacity to withstand. Therefore, Tang San had no choice but to reveal his soul ring prematurely, leaving the audience in shock. When the Ice Crystal Phoenix unleashed its snowflakes, everyone except Tang San immediately retreated. Ultimately, Tang San revealed his fourth soul skill and exposed his immunity to ice attributes. However, the impact was minimal, as it was merely his revelation. Kakashi progressed through the competition relying solely on raw strength and speed, devoid of any intricate techniques. He had already learned about Tang Hao's circumstances and would not impart further teachings to Tang San until he could relinquish his hatred. The other six, save for Ning Rongrong, would not receive any more guidance from him. Ultimately, among the 15 teams, Shrek Academy claimed the top ranking, achieving the best position in the Tiendo Empire S division. However, from this point onward, Kakashi would withdraw from the team, leaving the next phase to the Shrek 7. At this juncture, Xiao Wu also reached level 40 and, accompanied by Lu Erlong, ventured into the Soul Beast Forest to obtain her fourth soul ring. Regarding Tang San's matters, Kakashi sought out Qianrenshi once, urging her not to interfere, assuring her that he would manage the situation. Qianrenshi agreed without a moment's hesitation, facing the enigmatic man before her, who remained inconspicuous on the continent, yet possessed an aura akin to that of a deity. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, surely he could accomplish anything he set his mind to. The finals were to be held in Wuhuan City. It seemed that one of the 4 Elements Academies, the Chihua Academy, had discovered the truth about Shrek and recognized that Kakashi, who had always fought alone, was unlikely to participate in the finals. Consequently, they allied with the Shunfeng Academy to form a team of Soul Masters, all at least level 40, intending to challenge Shrek once more. Prior to this confrontation, Shrek encountered the Xingluo Royal Academy. Chapter 141. Xingluo. No need for such a king. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing sought to send a request to the other members of Shrek 7. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing revealed her background, which she had only previously shared with Kakashi. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai were members of the royal family of the Qingdao Empire, belonging to two prominent families that shared a close kinship through marriage customs. Within their families, only the most outstanding individuals could become future heirs. Neither of them were born as legitimate sons. The term legitimate son refers to those born of the primary wife, while illegitimate pertains to those born of concubines. Typically, legitimate sons would be younger than illegitimate ones, as concubines are only taken when the primary wife does not bear children. Much like the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu from the Three Kingdoms period, where Yuan Shu was the legitimate son and thus the designated heir. Even if he were younger, Dai Mubai, being an illegitimate son, stood no chance. The elder brother could act in secrecy, likely without fear of repercussions. The only reason Dai Mubai had survived until now seemed to be due to his father's influence. Rather than being a legitimate son, he was merely the eldest, given that he was 6 years older. If they could triumph over their siblings, they would secure their right to inherit. Tang San remarked, "So, your siblings are part of the Xingluo Royal Academy's Advanced Soul Master team?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded silently. Initially, she had thought they had no hope, but upon arriving at Shrek Academy and meeting them, she suddenly realized that with their assistance, they had a genuine chance of victory. Xiao Wu could not restrain herself. Is power truly that important? Even if you inherit the family, will it truly bring you happiness? Zhu Zhuqing let out a bitter smile, stating, "If it were that simple, I would wish it so. Do you think we value power that much? No. Our families have exceedingly strict regulations to ensure that future heirs excel. Once the competing offspring are chosen, they're trained to see each other as rivals. The victor inherits the family, while the loser faces a grim fate. To prevent internal strife, the unsuccessful competitor is erased. Thus our struggle is not merely for power, but for our very lives." At this point, Zhu Zhuqing's emotions became visibly heightened. "Do you understand why I've always been so cold towards Mubai? Because I'm certain I will die before I reach 25, perhaps not even making it that far. Mubai's brother is 6 years older than him, exceptionally intelligent, and immensely powerful. His sister is 7 years my senior. Competing against them leaves us with little hope. Hence Mubai chose to falter upon arriving at the Tiando Empire, indulging in the company of women. Given this, how can we hope to survive? I am furious with his complacency." Finally, Dai Mubai spoke. "How can we compete? My elder brother is 6 years older. He is already the family's almost certain heir. Choosing me as a backup merely serves to exert more pressure and motivation on him. It was only 2 years ago, upon seeing Xiao San, Yu, Xiao Wu, and Rong Rong join the academy, that I began to see a glimmer of hope. Our family has set a deadline for us at the age of 25. Aside from intelligence, our strength will be tested in this elite competition. Zhuqing and I must defeat them while they are participating in the contest. They are nearing 25. This competition is our sole opportunity. If we fail, we must excel in other areas to gain recognition, but the support they receive far outweighs ours, making it nearly impossible. I despise my family, yet for Zhuqing's sake, I will no longer evade. In today's battle, even if it costs me my life, I will not concede defeat." His eyes gleamed with a sinister red hue, and the atmosphere suddenly grew oppressive. No one had anticipated the immense pressure and background that lay behind Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, a threat to their very existence. Tang San extended his right hand, gazing into Dai Mubai's blood-red eyes, uttering 2 words, "Victory is ours." Oscar stepped forward, extending his right hand to place it atop Tang San's. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A hand clad in a black half-fingered glove grasped Oscar's wrist firmly. Everyone's heart raced at this unexpected action. Who could it be? Several gazes converged upon one individual. "Kakashi, you have caught Oscar's wrist, rendering him immobile," he exclaimed. "Do you have other intentions?" The master asked, frowning. Such an action could only be interpreted as a disruption, with no other explanation. "I do not agree with your plan to defeat them," Kakashi stated. "Why?" Dai Mubai pressed urgently. Zhu Zhuqing grasped his arm, urging him to remain calm. Kakashi's approach should be more advantageous. Resolving this matter through negotiation is the best course of action. Kakashi released Oscar's wrist and articulated, negotiation, there are established protocols, and there remains room for discussion. Oscar rubbed his wrist, remarking, Kakashi did not respond to him, but instead focused on Dai Mubai. Do you wish to seize the position of heir, or are you more concerned with preserving your life? Without hesitation, Dai Mubai replied, I care not for the position of heir. My elder brother was raised on the teachings of inheritance, devoid of any freedom. He turned to the other members of Shrek, stating, more than power, I yearn to be with these brothers, living freely and joyously. That is well. I hope you do not come to regret it, Kakashi replied. May I ask, is your team leader present? At the Xingluo Royal Academy's residence, 3 unexpected guests arrived. You are the prince's entourage. The individual who came to greet them seemed to recognize Dai Mubai. Please do not make a commotion. This matter is of great importance. We must speak with your team leader. The visitors were Kakashi and the 2 from the Xingluo royal family, Zhu and Heir. They exhibited the necessary etiquette, save for bowing and kneeling, which still left a decent impression. An elderly man, nearly 80, with hair and beard completely white, possessed soul power at the pinnacle of soul Douluo, of fearsome strength. He immediately discerned Kakashi and the other's intentions. You seek me regarding royal regulations, do you not? Indeed. Kakashi affirmed naturally. In that case, you may return. This regulation has been in place for many years, and you are not the first to wish for a change. The elder decisively rejected their request and turned to leave, his robe billowing behind him. We do not intend to alter the regulations. Surely similar matters have occurred in the past. The elder turned his head, gazing calmly at the silver-haired youth, while also scrutinizing Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who stood anxiously behind Kakashi. This venerable figure belonged to their royal lineage and was of advanced age. Since we are here, we should engage in a proper discussion, he stated. Chapter 141, Xingluo, a king unnecessary. There is no need for protracted deliberation. It is merely a series of straightforward procedures, Kakashi remarked. They were in a secluded chamber free from distractions, with only Kakashi and his 2 companions in the presence of the elder. Given the elder's formidable strength, no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. The elder, with hair as white as snow, hesitated, casting a skeptical glance at the 2 behind Kakashi. After assessing the 2 whom he had presumed would meet their demise, he turned his gaze back to the silver-haired youth, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Time passed slowly, and after a brief interval, he declared, I wish to see their soul rings. Very well, Kakashi replied. Dai Mubai's martial spirit did not unleash its usual roar, for before him loomed a mightier beast. Although this elder had aged, his formidable presence had not waned. Although he had not been chosen during the royal contest, he had narrowly missed the opportunity, and perhaps in his lifetime, he could still attain the rank of titled Douluo. Under the weight of his unspoken authority, the instinctual roar of the tiger was suppressed. Nevertheless, the soul rings emerged, 4 yellow and 4 purple, totaling 8. The elder was momentarily taken aback, but then slowly shook his head. Seeing this reaction, both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were startled, fearing that their display had not met the elder's expectations, and they looked toward Kakashi for assistance. Are there any additional conditions? Kakashi inquired. I require them to swear a toxic oath, the elder stated decisively. This is imperative. Upon hearing this, the 2 involved were instantly bewildered. What was the meaning of this? They had been led by the fervent Kakashi to undertake a series of perplexing tasks. Kakashi had assured them that this matter could be resolved peacefully, yet uncertainty lingered in their hearts. They had thought that merely showcasing their soul rings would suffice to demonstrate their talents to this elder, but now. You must swear that you will never set foot in the territory of Xingluo for all eternity, the elder commanded, his hair thick, yet his piercing gaze like that of a fierce tiger, compelling them to tense up. The 2 were struck with shock, their heads feeling as if they had been dealt a heavy blow, leaving them momentarily speechless. We are the royal family of Xingluo, of the highest bloodline, endowed with exceptional gifts. Why must we make such an oath? They exclaimed, turning to Kakashi, whom they deemed the root cause of this predicament. This is the most prudent resolution, Kakashi replied calmly. What does this even mean? Dai Mubai questioned, his grip tightening. Zhu Zhuqing's complexion paled. She never imagined that the one she had placed her utmost trust in would demand such an oath from them. This is a profound humiliation. You may refuse, but know that such a choice will lead your fate to mirror that of the vanquished, Kakashi stated, his tone steady and devoid of pressure. Even without you, we still have Xiao San. He may not be as formidable as you, but he will surely lead us. Kakashi interrupted. No matter how capable he is, he cannot lead a group of injured individuals against the royal family of Luo. This is an unequivocal threat. What does he mean? Is he suggesting we must first deal with Shrek before confronting Luo? They pondered. What more is there to discuss? There is nothing left to say. Why treat us this way? Dai Mubai asked, despondent. His tone bore no question, only frustration and despair. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized something, her gaze intensifying as she looked at Kakashi. I believe this reason will not disappoint us, she asserted, her voice resolute, her expression a blend of confidence, excitement, pride, and relief. Dai Mubai opened his mouth, unable to comprehend Zhu Zhuqing's sudden transformation. Let us swear the oath first, Kakashi smiled. He was surprised that a girl he had met outside the spirit hall could vaguely discern his thoughts. I, Zhu Zhuqing, and I, Dai Mubai, hereby swear that for this lifetime and beyond, we shall never set foot in the territory of the Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was firm and clear, establishing her as the principal speaker. We must take our leave, Kakashi said, leading the two spirits, now despondent, toward the exit. Please wait, the elder called out. Allow me to borrow an ancient title. We refer to capable scholars as Xinqing in our culture, as there seems to be no equivalent in Douluo. Kakashi turned back, glancing around, and pointed at himself, asking, Are you addressing me? The elder clasped his hands together, saying, Your talents are truly remarkable, esteemed Xiansheng. My Luo is vast and rich in resources, with exceptional individuals and a strong national power. I humbly admire your capabilities. Kakashi understood this was an olive branch, an invitation. I sincerely hope that after the grand competition, you will honor us with your presence in Luo, where our emperor will treat you as a distinguished guest. Kakashi recognized that this invitation could easily lead to servitude. The elder had been extolling the virtues of Luo, suggesting that one could find comfort or prestige there. Your generous invitation is one I cannot decline, yet my current abilities are insufficient. If the emperor treats me as a distinguished guest, there will undoubtedly be dissenters. Luo belongs solely to our emperor. Once a decree is issued, no one dares to defy it. And you need not worry, the elder reassured. That may be so, but those who outwardly comply while harboring dissent in their hearts will inevitably become a threat in the future. Venturing there under such circumstances would be perilous. I prefer to wait until my skills have improved. Rest assured, our Imperial Guards are all formidable and will ensure your safety. That is not the point. If I am to be a guest in Luo, I must do so with integrity, leaving no room for doubt. This is a matter of my own standards. Esteemed Xiansheng, how can you concern yourself with such trivial matters? The two stood divided, one insisting on going, the other resistant, leading to a spirited debate. Initially, the discussion was amicable, but soon devolved into concerns over safety and a clash of personal dignity. Dai Mubai was somewhat dazed. This was his first encounter with the elder, yet they seemed oddly familiar with one another. Since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. However, should you ever decide to visit Luo, simply present this token. On their way home, Zhu Zhuqing urged Kakashi to explain his reasoning once more. You have such faith in him, and I wish for an answer that can satisfy me as well. Dai Mubai, regaining some composure, added, How did you know this would work? It seems you were aware of this unspoken rule all along. It is merely a fundamental principle, Kakashi replied. Rules are rigid. Humans are not. Given the long-standing existence of Luo on the continent, exceptions to these rules are likely. For instance, when one brother excels, yet their bond remains exceptionally close, the more accomplished one may willingly relinquish their claim to ensure the other's well-being. Impossible, Dai Mubai interjected, this matter indeed exists. but those who partake in it ultimately meet a miserable end. His tone lacked conviction. Before Kakashi, all his previously held theories seemed utterly ignorant. That faction is composed of geniuses. Even if they breach clan rules, your family cannot be so foolish as to obliterate the nation's future without a second thought. Dai Mu Bai's expression shifted. Suddenly enlightened, he realized why. Decades after these individuals faced execution, Xing Luo either sought out unparalleled masters or produced a late-blooming genius from within their ranks. "I am unfamiliar with your history, merely speculating," he remarked. A thought struck Dai Mu Bai, and his demeanor darkened. "Kakashi, you haven't been planning to have me usurp the throne from the beginning, have you?" "Indeed," Kakashi replied with certainty. "Regarding your previous query about seizing the throne, should you attempt it, I would undoubtedly thwart you." "Why?" "Your elder brother has long been groomed as the heir. I cannot comment on his interpersonal dealings, but in terms of sovereign capability, he undoubtedly surpasses you, especially given your prolonged association with indulgent establishments. Admittedly, I lack the talent of my elder brother. However, if I were to renounce the throne, there would be no need for such oaths." Simultaneously, the venerable elder of Xing Luo, nearing level 90, was issuing commands. "Immediately deliver this missive to His Majesty, requesting the dispatch of experts to assist me. If this silver-haired youth cannot be utilized, he must be eliminated." A shadowy figure accepted the letter, vanishing swiftly to fulfill the order. 2 days later, the Emperor of Xing Luo received the letter and absorbed its contents. Such a talent cannot be left unchecked. Send reinforcements to ensure the demise of that silver-haired youth. Simultaneously, he scoffed at the notion of the unambitious contender mentioned in the missive. With such innate skill, and yet he does not vie for the throne. It is evident he harbors no aspirations of sovereignty. How could he ever lead the Xing Luo Empire? We do not require such a ruler. Yet, there was a silver lining. Had he contested the throne, it would have tarnished the dignity of our great crown prince of Xing Luo, marking an eternal blemish upon our royal lineage. Chapter 142. The departure of the Xing Luo team. Wuhan City, the sacred ground for soul masters, has recently become the focal point of the entire continent. Not for any other reason, but due to the ongoing Youth Elite Soul Master competition. The grand finale of this tournament has been designated to take place here. Typically, this site serves as a pilgrimage destination, and now, with the added excitement, Wuhan City has thrived with activity. At this moment, numerous prodigies have gathered here, alongside countless influential figures, marking a significant convergence of power. However, within the most pivotal location of Wuhan City, the Papal Palace, a covert struggle unfolds. "Your Holiness, the 6th generation has sent an urgent report. Xing Luo may take action against him and requests our assistance." In the shadows, the figure of Douluo reported to Pope Bibi Dong, presenting a letter. Upon Kakashi's arrival in Wuhan City, the Pope's appointed personnel took notice of him and established contact. Douluo, possessing a unique and formless martial spirit, was the optimal choice for this liaison. After perusing the letter, the Pope readily agreed to Kakashi's plea for aid. While Douluo provided a general overview, the specifics were detailed in Kakashi's correspondence, prompting the Pope to initiate a series of preparations. Pope Bibi Dong addressed Yuguan. "Yuguan, you shall lead the team. Exert all efforts to eliminate the forces of Xing Luo." "Understood," responded Judo Luo Yuguan, accepting the command. "Hui Mei, inform the 6th generation that we shall handle this matter, but ensure he exerts his utmost to locate Tang Hao's offspring." With a swirl of black mist, Douluo vanished to execute the command. Once the others departed, the Pope closed his eyes, murmuring, "Tang Hao and that offspring born of the soul beast, possessing blue silvergrass, is not surprising. It is even possible that they may manifest twin martial spirits. 6th generation, I hope you make the right choice. Do not disappoint me." The following day, astonishing news spread. The Xing Do Empire's delegation, the Xing Do royal team, withdrew from the competition and returned home. Xing Luo claimed that the emperor had fallen victim to an assassination attempt, sustaining severe injuries and lying incapacitated. The royal participants of Xing Luo, displaying profound filial piety, resolutely forfeited the competition and returned home alone. Consequently, the Xing Luo royal team, having suffered combat losses, was compelled to withdraw from the tournament. The entire situation bore a singular portent. The day prior, a silver-haired youth, accompanied by two others, had visited the lodging of the Xing Luo Royal Academy. However, few were privy to this information. Those who should not have known were swiftly dealt with by a clan elder from Xing Luo. This matter pertained to internal issues within the Xing Luo Empire, and no unexpected developments could be tolerated. Within the Wuhan Palace, aside from the highest-ranking pope and the titled Douluo elders, the rest remained oblivious to the circumstances behind these events. They appeared bewildered, recalling how the Shrek team had previously triumphed over opponents, with most encounters resolved by Kakashi. Other participants had scarcely revealed their soul rings. Initially, the Xing Luo Royal Academy was considered a formidable contender. They had sought to gauge the capabilities of the previously enigmatic Shrek team. Yet, without any forewarning, the situation had taken a dramatic turn. What on earth were those from Xing Luo scheming? A cowardly act. The notion of the Emperor of Xing Luo being attacked seemed ludicrous. Who would possess such audacity? The upper echelons of the Wuhan Palace expressed their discontent with low growls. While they recognized the talents of the Wuhan Palace's participants, they remained unaware of the specific circumstances. Confidence without knowledge proved futile. Xing Luo's actions clearly indicated fear of their adversary. Fortunately, before the Wuhan Palace's team could confront Shrek, the Four Elements Academy would step forward to gauge the situation. Despite Shrek's prowess, the Four Elements would serve as a preliminary test. Meanwhile, the team formed by the Four Elements Academy was in a state of uproar. What were those from Xing Luo doing? Huo Wu, with her fiery temperament, shouted in frustration, venting her emotions. The Emperor of Xing Luo was attacked. Is such a thing truly possible? Her brother, Huo Wu Shuang, scratched his head, pondering. The timing of such an assassination coinciding with our encounters against the undefeated Shrek seems rather ill-fated. Wen Xiaotian, the strongest among them, remained composed. The Emperor of Xing Luo is no weakling. He must possess at least Soul Sage-level strength, with experts to protect him. To be injured is no small feat. He hesitated to continue. Few would dare to assassinate the Emperor of Xing Luo, as the repercussions from an empire would be dire. Even for the most powerful titled Douluo, those with connections would be equally apprehensive, for the retaliation from an empire is formidable. Only Wuhan Palace would have the audacity to undertake such a risky endeavor. Yet, they were not foolish enough to orchestrate a grand operation to assassinate the emperor. After a series of curses and complaints, Wen Xiaotian contemplated the situation carefully. Next, we shall face Shrek. Currently, we possess no intelligence on our opponent. Those rascals from Xing Luo have jeopardized our plans. Thus, even without Kakashi's presence, Shrek had gained an advantage. Damn it, Dai Mu Bai lamented, feeling a sense of regret. Not being able to engage in a proper contest with my elder brother leaves me somewhat unsettled. Dai Mu Bai raised his voice, vociferously expressing his dissatisfaction. Zhu Zhuqing remained quietly by his side, her demeanor subtly shifting, betraying her discomfort. It was likely that she yearned to compete with her sister. They had endured the oppression of their siblings for far too long, and now that they had a rare opportunity to assert themselves, they found their aspirations thwarted. Despite their discontent, they managed to maintain their composure. This was precisely why Kakashi elucidated the situation to them, ensuring they did not tarnish the royal family's reputation. Both were discerning enough to distinguish between what was trivial and what was significant. Otherwise, unilateral suppression could lead to chaos in the future. The corpulent Ma Hongjun also expressed his discontent, stating, "To be honest, I truly cannot fathom what Teacher Kakashi is thinking. Why not confront Xing Luo directly and diminish their arrogance?" Kakashi had refrained from explaining the entirety of the situation to others. As it pertained to the internal secrets and dignity of Xing Luo, the fewer who knew, the better. Moreover, Kakashi showcased his prowess in this grand competition, single-handedly battling an entire team, which was impressive enough that the members of the Shrek 7 monsters had begun to refer to him as teacher. Xiao Wu, too, was restless, as she had an innate affinity for combat. Her frustration at not being able to engage was palpable. Indeed, Kakashi's oversight in missing the opportunity for a fight was regrettable. Having just acquired her fourth spirit ring, she felt her strength surging, yet had no outlet for it, which left her feeling stifled. Let us not be too hasty. Teacher Kakashi surely has his reasons. Such empathetic words could only be spoken by Ning Rongrong, who had been tutored by Kakashi. I believe Rongrong is correct. Kakashi undoubtedly has his rationale, and it is assuredly not unreasonable. It was evident who was echoing Ning Rongrong's sentiment without needing to think. The narrative continued into chapter 143. Before the grand competition, in the Holy Hall, a sanctuary for soul masters, the esteemed Pope of the Wuhuan Temple was currently hosting a young man with the utmost courtesy. With silver hair and a mask obscuring his left eye, he was Hatake Kakashi, the leader of all ninjas in this alternate realm. On the tea table, exquisite tea sets were neatly arranged, with 2 cups of freshly brewed tea releasing a delicate white mist. The air was infused with the fragrant aroma of the tea, invigorating the senses. The Pope, adorned in a luxurious black robe with golden patterns and a regal 9-curved crown, exuded an air of elegance and poise. Kakashi had shed his Konoha ninja attire in favor of a flowing Hokage's ceremonial robe, enveloping his entire form. He initiated the conversation, remarking, "I never anticipated such a rare and thrilling battle between 2 teams of 40-level youths would prompt the esteemed Pope to retreat indoors, lacking any interest." The Pope raised a smooth, alabaster hand to lift his cup, gently swirling the tea before his lips. The arrival of a distinguished guest, known over many years, undeniably held greater significance than a mere gathering of children playing games. The Pope, with a courteous smile, responded, "What does it matter if they are 40-level teams? These trivialities are inconsequential. My plans are already in motion. Whether these youngsters survive is uncertain. No, the plan for their survival is Kakashi's. Their demise is precisely what she intends." "Thank you, esteemed Pope," Kakashi replied succinctly, though his mind was clouded with uncertainty. It was all due to the words of the 9 Tails. "Kakashi, be wary of this woman's overwhelming hatred. Her ability to endure until now is remarkable." "What hatred?" Kakashi pondered, perplexed by the depths of animosity concealed within the Pope's heart, which he had failed to discern. Calmness was imperative. He must not reveal any unnatural expressions. If this Pope could harbor such profound hatred, her inner turmoil was indeed formidable. Shifting the topic was essential to divert attention. Otherwise, the situation could become precarious. Unbeknownst to him, the Pope was already eager to discuss how Shrek would face off against the second of the 4 elements. Before Kakashi could speak, the impatient Pope broached the topic. "It is nothing, merely a unity of 7. The Pope's hand trembled slightly, nearly spilling the tea within the cup. "Nothing merely? That nonchalant tone, what is it?" The 7-in-1 fusion technique, though not a Wuhuan fusion skill, involved the combined strength of 7 individuals. The sheer potency of such a skill was staggering. How could he appear so unconcerned? This was simply his style. In truth, the intricacies of soul masters, including Wuhuan fusion techniques and 7-in-1 fusion skills, held little significance for him. These required meticulous preparation, whether involving 2 or 7 people. The process was time-consuming. Seizing the moment, a barrage of long-range soul techniques could easily incapacitate an opponent. Only a fool would stand idly by, allowing the adversary to prepare before engaging. Timing was everything. Unleashing a series of powerful ranged attacks was the way to go. How could such an obvious flaw go unnoticed? This illustrated the distinct combat styles of soul masters and ninjas. Ninjas typically initiated feints to gauge their opponent's response. If the opportunity arose for close combat, they would engage directly, rather than waiting for the opponent's abilities to manifest before clashing. The Pope, somewhat at a loss for words, sought a more suitable topic to regain her composure after being momentarily caught off guard. Though alone, she felt the need to reclaim her dignity after being bested in conversation. "Mr. Sixth Generation, I wonder if you have located Tang Hao's offspring?" The Pope's voice turned icy. Kakashi had previously requested Qian Rinshua not to report on Tang San's matter, to which she had acquiesced. At that moment, the Pope remained unaware of whether Tang San was indeed Tang Hao's son. She knew that the hybrid produced by the fusion of Tang Hao and the blue silver grass spirit was entirely plausible. The dual Wuhuan had a characteristic. Both spirits had to be exceptionally powerful for coexistence to be possible. It was akin to the principle of survival of the fittest. The weaker entity could not endure. Though speculative, in matters of such gravity, it was preferable to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one slip through. The Pope had already formulated her conclusions in her mind. The ages aligned perfectly, and the Wuhuan conformed to her reasoning. He was undoubtedly that offspring. This move was merely to embarrass Kakashi. Indeed, though Kakashi understood her intentions, he found himself powerless to act. Concealment was impossible. The battle against Tianshui Academy, with its extensive Wuhuan fusion technique, had caught him off guard. Kakashi had no choice but to rely on Tang San's immunity to ice. Tang San utilized the blue silver grass to ward off the icy energy. This matter was of great significance. The blue silver grass could cultivate the ability to directly immunize against ice attributes. Reaching over level 40 by the age of 14, along with a 10,000-year spirit ring. This information was crucial. Failure to report it could cost the intelligence personnel their lives. Moreover, this occurred after Tang San had interacted with Qianren. Otherwise, there would have been no need to ask her to keep it a secret. "Please grant me a little more time, Your Holiness," he implored, bowing his head in supplication. Kakashi could only utter these words, for it was the sole means to preserve Tang San's life. Should the Pope choose to act with severity, no one would dare to object. After all, he would be avenging the previous Pope, and what could the Tiando Emperor or Ning Fengji say in response? The quest for vengeance is universally understood, and no one could deny their right to seek retribution. Any notion of the Wuhuan temple courting disaster is misplaced. Ultimately, the true source of calamity lies with Tang Hao. He was acutely aware of what the existence of 100,000-year soul beast signified. An innocent man may bear guilt merely for possessing something precious. Coupled with the conflict between sect obligations and personal sentiments, he steadfastly chose the latter. From the very beginning, he had opted for that tragic outcome. However, the individuals from the Wuhuan temple were equally foolish. They held the initiative and could have simply resorted to coercion. They could test the limits of the Lan Yin Chao soul beast's endurance, threatening the child. Should they refuse to comply, they could eliminate one and observe who would yield. The so-called transaction hinged on who was more ruthless. At the time of Tang Hao's death, they might have hesitated due to considerations for the Haotian Sect. Yet, killing Tang San would not warrant such reservations. A hybrid creature born of a human and soul beast could be dispatched without concern. It is likely that others would feel no pity. Rather, they would breathe a sigh of relief. This was the outcome, and all Kakashi could do was plead for time. "I agree," the Pope replied succinctly. Kakashi had already lowered his head, adopting a humble demeanor, and there was no need for her to pursue the matter further, as it could strain their relationship. In the original narrative, the Wuhuan temple could have acted similarly. However, they were embroiled in a schism at that time, with one faction of worshippers aware of the truth and led by Qianren, who preferred to unite rather than eliminate Tang San. Consequently, a golden opportunity slipped away. In the 144th chapter, the final competition unfolded. Kakashi represented the ninjas, while the Pope stood for the Soul Masters. Both sides were acutely aware of their positions and remained vigilant. At times, they could cooperate, yet retreating even a fraction was not an option. This led to confusion, as they became preoccupied with what they had lost and sought to reclaim it. Despite both sides being extraordinary, this was their first encounter with such a predicament. Nonetheless, they pressed on, as any sense of loss was unbearable. Regardless of the significance, the Pope regained her dignity, while Kakashi pondered how to persuade Tang San to relinquish his so-called hatred. The arrival of Jute Douluo brought news. "Your Holiness, the 6th generation master." The Shrek Academy team has utilized a 7-in-1 fusion technique to triumph over the Shunfeng Academy. This outcome had long been anticipated, rendering any concerns superfluous. The Pope waved her hand dismissively. That Tang San employed the Haotian hammer. This revelation made Kakashi's heart tighten instantly. The Pope had previously speculated, which was manageable. But now, however, upon lifting his gaze, he sensed something amiss. The Pope maintained an unusual calmness. Hearing what should have driven her to madness, but now elicited no visible reaction. She entrusted the matter entirely to the sixth-generation master. Her tranquil words were startling. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Jukan widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the Pope, uncertain of how to respond. Yet, as the Pope signaled him, he promptly composed himself and took his leave. "Thank you, Your Holiness." Kakashi bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude loudly. With heads held high, the Shrek 7 exited their quarters. On the streets, numerous soul masters silently observed them from the sides, although their soul powers might seem insignificant in the eyes of these onlookers. The youth and courage they displayed in challenging the Wuhuan Temple Academy team garnered quiet admiration. However, such appreciation was decidedly rare. The Wuhuan Academy students were formidable, renowned for their strength, and had repeatedly emerged victorious in this competition. Their prestige was unmatched. Do not presume I consistently favor the Wuhuan Temple. I merely state the facts. For the original text is excessively one-sided, and, as someone accustomed to reality, I cannot help but point it out. Many scoffed, secretly mocking these children for their naivety, as they seemed unaware of the gravity of their situation. Previously, when the Wuhuan Academy faced off against the main team of the Haotian Douluo Royal Academy, they swiftly deployed their soul fusion technique, defeating a multitude of opponents. Such accomplishments commanded respect, except among those fixated on the quality of the Wuhuan. At this moment, the Shrek team felt remarkably at ease, convinced of their impending victory. Even in Kakashi's absence, they still had Tang San. In comparison to Kakashi, Tang San was the more fitting partner for their collaborative efforts. The opposing three leaders were hardly impressive. Captain Xiaoyu, a rank 49 assault system Soul King with the Wuhuan of Moonblade, was a weapons master. One known as Yin, a rank 49 fire tribute assault system Soul King, wielded the Wuhuan of Flame Lord. Additionally, Xiaoyu's sister, Hulaina, a rank 47 control system Soul King, possessed the Wuhuan of Fox. The soul power levels have been adjusted for narrative needs. The Pope's palace loomed ahead when Tang San suddenly appeared. With every step he took upon the stone steps, he felt an unprecedented sense of determination. He had never desired victory as fervently as he did now. Those three soul bones were coveted by all, and if they could be obtained, it would benefit them for a lifetime. The sunlight bathed the Pope's palace in a golden radiance, and the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on everyone present. As the Shrek 7 ascended the stone steps, the atmosphere grew tense. Pope Bibidong, Haotian Douluo Royal Academy's Ning Fengji, Sword Duo, Chun Exen, Ju, and the two title Duo were all gathered. Together with the Pope, for title Douluo were assembled, making for a grand congregation. The three soul bones, meant as rewards, rested quietly on a red brocade platter, emanating a soft glow. The Wuhuan Temple Academy team stood silently, exuding a chilling aura that pressed down on the Shrek 7. Under this immense pressure, their ascent to the stage noticeably slowed. Though the competition had yet to commence, the clash had already begun. The finals of the elite tournament of the Advanced Soul Master Academy were about to begin, and both teams prepared for the match. In a quarter of an hour, the competition would commence. Each side took their positions, with the Shrek 7 encircling their master. Tang San retrieved 7 emerald leaves from his Rui Bao bag, consuming one himself and distributing the rest to each member of the Shrek 7. The Longji leaves, known for their restorative properties, would enhance healing and expedite the recovery of soul power. Moreover, they would help maintain focus. Consuming them before the match ensured they could sustain peak performance for a longer duration. Although this could be deemed unfair, it mattered not if no one was aware. Dai Mubai glanced at Tang San, who nodded resolutely in assurance. "Rest assured, I am fine. The rest is up to you." The master raised his right hand first, and each member of the Shrek 7 mirrored the gesture. 8 hands stacked together, issuing a thunderous roar. "Victory is ours." Yes, victory. This was their singular belief. With ample confidence. At this moment, they felt as if victory was already within their grasp, with countless soul masters cheering for them. On the other side, the Wuhuan Temple Academy team heard the boisterous shouts from Shrek Academy. The captain, Xiaoyu, let out a cold laugh, questioning where their confidence stemmed from. The tall figure of Yin, with his striking red hair, also expressed disdain, stating that they would soon realize the cost of challenging them. Xieyu's sister, Helena, whose appearance may not have been striking but was undoubtedly captivating, remained composed and spoke up, instructing everyone to be vigilant and ready to retreat at the opportune moment. This command resonated with the group, prompting an immediate response for many. They dismissed the notion of meaningless shouting, for such acts merely bolster the confidence of the insecure. Like curses, only the timid resort to insults for self-encouragement. Xieyou rubbed his wrist, suggesting a slow approach, expressing his disinterest in battling those from Tiando, and stating his desire to confront Tang San individually. Yin concurred, expressing his intent to engage with the runaway prince from Xingluo, eager to experience the prowess of the white tiger Wuhuan. Helena, while possessing an alluring voice, did not reveal her full potential, calmly assuring that she would oversee the overall situation, seemingly offering encouragement. A brief quarter of an hour passed swiftly, and soon both teams entered the arena at the referee's signal. Today, the Wuhuan Temple Academy team donned bright red uniforms, embroidered with golden threads, showcasing superior quality. In stark contrast, Shrek Academy's garish green uniforms, adorned with numerous advertisements, appeared rather laughable. However, no one paid heed to such trivialities. The upcoming match was what truly piqued everyone's anticipation, with only those of a peculiar disposition still fixated on the uniforms. As the match commenced, both teams were permitted to unleash their Wuhuan. The red-clad referee promptly announced the start, as both sides stood ready. The 14 members of each team exchanged silent glances, the tension palpable, igniting an atmosphere thick with anticipation. Beside the Pope, Jianduo Chanexen, a formidable powerhouse at rank 96, sensed something amiss. He noticed the Pope and the Ghost Duo, Juthuo, only a few meters away, exhibiting unusual behavior. At their level, discerning one's state through aura was second nature. The proximity of several title Duo made it impossible for Jianduo to overlook their actions, which seemed distracted, as if searching for something while bracing themselves. Could it be that Jianduo's perceptive mind grasped the intentions of the Wuhuan Temple? 3 individuals may not suffice. After all, 3 had once been defeated before. A sense of relief washed over Jianduo, albeit fleeting. No, could there be more? Chun Xian's heart raced at the thought, his gaze fixating on the Pope. Speculating and calculating, he thought, this is no longer my concern. May he seek his own fortune. The Wuhuan Temple's earnestness was undeniable. Chun Xian harbored a flicker of intent to assist, but ultimately relinquished the thought. He was not alone and had attachments and reservations. This path was his to tread alone, and he pondered the potential consequences for his son. He chuckled inwardly, feeling that this might indeed alleviate a future threat. Despite a foreboding premonition, he was resolute that no storm could shake his sect. As Wuhuan were unleashed, both teams, each consisting of 40-level members, gave their all. From both camps, 14 yellow and 14 purple soul rings rose in unison. Yet, an unexpected turn unfolded. Captain Xieyou stepped away from the formation, isolating himself. This action successfully hindered Shrek's movements, leaving the 7 members momentarily stunned. Xieyou positioned himself at a distance, beckoning Tang San with a gesture. The move left the Shrek 7 momentarily paralyzed, unsure of how to proceed. This was a prime opportunity for a surprise attack, yet no one acted. Neither the agile attackers from Wuhuan Temple nor the hidden individual among their ranks, as they had other intentions. The 7 exchanged glances, uncertain of their next course of action. A duel? This was the perfect scenario. They held immense confidence in Tang San, who had previously defeated the rank 57 Soul King, Tainaa. To them, Tang San was an invincible figure among the younger generation, surpassing even their dean, Fei Londa. With his teammates' consent, Tang San stepped forward to confront Xieyou. Xieyou casually rubbed his wrist, his dual blades floating beside him, yet he did not wield them. Tang San frowned, puzzled by this approach. Fighting unarmed against a weapon-wielding opponent seemed reckless. The Wuhuan Temple members exuded confidence, suggesting that they had encountered a fool. Tang San scoffed, uttering a taunt. You will soon discover whether foolishness is your ally. Xieyou sneered, displaying unabashed disdain. Then I shall leave this to you. Yin, engulfed in flames, addressed Hulina beside him, who merely uttered 2 words of encouragement. Yin strode forward, signaling to Dai Mubai. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai charged into battle. Zhu Zhuqing, far more composed, refused to allow him to face danger alone, following closely behind. Another figure stepped forward from the Wuhuan Temple's side, his demeanor cold and menacing, eyes filled with murderous intent. I shall see whether my brute strength surpasses that girl-esque grace. Upon his emergence, Hulina's composure faltered. Mr. Kai, please do not linger. We need you. I know. I will finish this swiftly, Kai replied before stepping forward. The audience erupted in excitement, having never witnessed such a team battle. If it had devolved into 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, it would have been acceptable, but this was a deliberate selection of opponents. What was unfolding? In a corner of the spectator stands, a uniquely attired observer with silver hair and a headband sat, Hatake Kakashi. Watching the formidable Might Guy prepare to enter the fray, he sighed inwardly. This was no longer the youthful, spirited Might Guy. He had transformed into a lethal machine. Even the 8 gates, a technique achievable only through fervent passion, had been honed by this individual through reckless methods. Might Guy had endured a harrowing childhood devoid of youthful exuberance. His only creed was loyalty to those he deemed worthy. Kakashi wished to avert this course of events, yet he felt powerless to heal such deep-seated wounds. However, it seems that this fellow derives a sense of accomplishment every time he completes a task. Perhaps it is better not to fathom the thoughts of such individuals. Let him be. It is likely that for him, only death represents true liberation, Kakashi mused. Below, Tang San felt somewhat at a loss. This was not in accordance with his original plan. He had intended to hold off 2 opponents, engaging in a solitary battle against the martial soul fusion technique of Xiaoyu and Hulina. Thus, he could alleviate pressure on his comrades. Now, the situation appeared even more favorable. He was no longer merely holding off, but could swiftly eliminate Xiaoyu and then assist his teammates. The circumstances were indeed auspicious. Tang San refrained from binding himself to his allies with Lan Yin Chao, as it would serve no purpose. Xiaoyu wielded a dual-edged martial soul, a strong offensive type, and his soul power level was high. He could not guarantee that Lan Yin Chao would withstand the slicing of Xiaoyu's moonblades. Therefore, it was best to avoid futile efforts. On the other side, Might Guy faced off against Xiao Wu, with a clash of fists and soft techniques. Behind the martial soul hall, only Hulina remained, accompanied by a support type and 2 battle soul masters. I truly cannot comprehend why the original narrative allowed Hulina to directly engage in martial soul fusion. If she had stayed back, the Shrek side would have been rendered nearly immobile, leaving me uncertain of how to proceed. It appears that it is not that Tang San is too clever. Rather, his opponents are simply too foolish. Strangely, the remaining members of the Martial Soul Hall Academy did not take action. They remained stationary, with Hulina at the forefront, unleashing her charm abilities. The remaining 3 from Shrek stood back, none daring to move. Ma Hongjun and Oscar closed their eyes and plugged their ears, striving to shield themselves from her allure. Only Ning Rongrong continued to release various enhancement techniques. She need not worry about being charmed by Hulina, as days prior. She had absorbed a head spirit bone, significantly boosting her mental prowess. The battle between Xiaoyu and Tang San commenced. The pre-fight banter was plentiful, with both sides brimming with confidence. Xiaoyu coldly laughed, "Kid, today I may not be able to kill you, but I can certainly leave you half dead." "Enough with the nonsense," Tang San succinctly replied. "For soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, materialized, slowly floating around him. Xiaoyu showed no fear, charging in barehanded, without even drawing his twin moonblades. Tang San momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure, transforming his hands into a shade and meeting Xiaoyu head-on. Was he intent on fighting me? Foolish. The 2 rushed towards each other, engaging in unarmed combat. With a resounding impact, a green figure was sent flying. It was Tang San, clad in his distinctive 99 green team uniform, who had taken a heavy blow to the head. What has happened? Tang San held his throbbing head, rising unsteadily. The severe impact rendered even his formidable Ziji demon eye ineffective. His vision was clear, yet the signals reaching his brain were muddled. The head is the second most crucial part of the body, aside from the heart. A heavy blow to the head can instantly induce dizziness and disrupt control over one's limbs. What's wrong? Come to me again. Seiyu was in no rush. He relished tormenting Tang San. Knowing that he could not kill Tang San today, he aimed to humiliate him thoroughly. Shaking his head vigorously, Tang San cleared his mind a little. He realized that since his opponent had not pressed the attack, he had an opportunity to devise a strategy. Gathering strength in his legs, he pushed off the ground and leaped backward, retreating several meters. Seiyu did not pursue, continuing to laugh boisterously. Kid, weren't you supposed to be impressive? With your Haotian hammer, come on, waste. Just moments ago, that punch had been incredibly swift. Tang San, distracted by Seiyu's taunts, recalled their earlier exchange. He had evaded my grappling hand, yet managed to strike me. No, that punch didn't seem fast. I could clearly see his every move. What is going on? I have never encountered such a fighting style. Tang San struggled to understand, feeling conflicted. The speed of that punch was comparable to his own. Yet despite possessing the ZG Demon Eye, he could not evade it. What was the mystery behind this? At that moment, Kakashi, observing from the audience, chuckled. Hey, little San. Those techniques of yours are only effective against those fools who rely solely on soul techniques. Seiyu, whom I casually trained, has only practiced for a decade. It is far more effective than your decades of training. The contradiction of having an attack speed that isn't quick yet remains unavoidable is perplexing. As long as unnecessary movements are avoided, the actions of an untrained individual are often arbitrary and thus contain many superfluous motions. Tang San's grappling techniques involve more movements than an average person, let alone when facing an opponent of equal speed and strength like Seiyu. The undefeated Muay Thai of 500 years is characterized by its speed, precision, and ferocity, avoiding unnecessary movements. Thus, when matched against someone of equal speed, a Taiji practitioner would find themselves thoroughly beaten, as they tend to rely on excessive flourish. Unless one's speed surpasses that of their opponent or their strength exceeds it, the outcome is quite inevitable. Notification: regarding opinions, if readers disagree with my perspective, I will not insist, but I will also not refrain from providing explanations. Without explanations, misunderstandings will forever remain unresolved. Please refer to the newly added section in the opinions column, Character Insights. Tang Hao. If my views are incorrect, kindly point it out, and I shall reflect. If you agree with my perspective, a simple acknowledgement of my insights would be appreciated. Chapter 146. The Stalemate of Battle. With each clash, every strike was solid, landing with force, leaving the struck party bruised and battered. Tang San's vision blurred before him, tears streaming down his face. As the earlier punch had struck his eye socket, that blow could not be described as lightning fast, yet he could not dodge it. All he saw was a fist enlarging before him, followed by the sensation of pain on his face. Enough, this is far too effortless. In front of Tang San, Seiyu wore a smug grin and resumed his taunting. Let us see you fight with one hand. Seiyu placed one hand behind his back, fighting with a single arm. Tang San had lost count of how many times he had been knocked down only to rise again. Surely, something was amiss. He could see clearly yet could not evade. Tang San analyzed. Seiyu advanced confidently, one arm extended forward while the other remained behind him. With every step he took, Tang San felt a mounting pressure. He was reluctant to retreat, fueled by pride, convinced that his Tang Sect's ultimate skills were not inferior to those of his opponent. How foolish! Seiyu's hands moved with agility, while his mouth remained unceasing, continuously taunting Tang San. Tang San's anger surged. After enduring so much humiliation, he yearned to tear Seiyu to shreds. The 7-in-1 fusion technique relies on such things. Encountering a true master would lead to certain death. Seiyu displayed no air of mastery, instead resorting to relentless mockery to provoke his opponent. You now know my identity. Tang San's form trembled, his voice faltering. It is not a matter of emotion, but rather the body simply cannot endure any longer. A foolish father has given rise to a foolish son. Both of the same ilk. Seiyu is exceedingly arrogant, speaking whatever comes to mind without the slightest hesitation. Suddenly, a heavy iron hammer strikes Tang San's heart, deeply jarring his fragile spirit. This foolish father's foolish son cannot be tolerated any longer. With fierce words, Tang San declares his intent to kill. Xiaoyu bursts into laughter, dismissing Tang San's threats with utter disdain. Despite facing Tang San, whose eyes are bloodshot with madness, he remains unfazed. Tang San, fueled by determination, has already formed a plan. This match has become irrelevant. Xiaoyu must die. His body sways slightly as he channels his Xiantian Gong, striving to stabilize his condition. Regardless of how much he struggles, the outcome remains unchanged. I shall emerge victorious. Xiaoyu, at ease, halts his advance, patiently awaiting the next move. Two crescent blades hover nearby, like shadows, yet Xiaoyu pays them no mind. Whether he believes the blades unnecessary or simply a hindrance remains unclear. With violet light emanating from his eyes, Tang San has adjusted to his optimal state. Though he has just endured a series of brutal strikes, he has recovered significantly. The pain sharpens his awareness. Meanwhile, Xiaowu finds herself in dire straits against her formidable opponent, Mike K, known for his ruthless disposition. Any semblance of grace or agility is rendered ineffective as she is relentlessly overpowered. Having already utilized her teleportation multiple times, she faces the fierce Mike K, whose strength is unexpectedly formidable. Two yellow soul rings hover above him, signifying weak fluctuations in soul power. Undeterred, Xiaowu embodies the spirit of a soul master, determined to fight back despite the odds. Mike K, with his straightforward yet rapid movements, evades her attacks with ease, leaving Xiaowu unable to counter effectively. Like Tang San, she can see Mike K's movements clearly, yet evasion proves impossible. The ordinary act of dodging is futile. Only teleportation can allow her to evade his strikes. With an unorthodox movement, Xiaowu tilts her head, unleashing her scorpion tail. Her eyes widen with confidence as she attempts to decipher the secret behind Mike K's actions. His movements are straightforward, lowering his head to dodge and delivering a straight punch. This time, Xiaowu does not retreat. She summons her long-awaited fourth soul ring, radiating with golden light, an invincible golden body. Xiaowu understands well that her opponent's movements are too erratic, always able to counterattack while evading. Thus, she must choose the perfect moment to unleash this technique to block Mike K's next strike, allowing her to utilize her agility. Yet, to her astonishment, Mike K is able to retract his fist mid-attack. How could this be possible? His fist, which seemed destined to connect, can suddenly withdraw. Mike K is acutely aware that the Spirit Hall intends to dominate their opponents with absolute strength, avoiding any techniques they might comprehend. His punch nearly lands, only to be retracted at the last moment. This can only indicate one of two things. Either he had planned this from the beginning, or his speed is so exceptional that he has been holding back. Speed encompasses not only movement, but also reaction time. As a master of physical techniques, Mike K can anticipate his opponent's intentions from the slightest movement. His original speed far surpasses Xiaowu's, yet he has chosen to restrain it. In combat, even if one is a master, they must exert their full strength against an opponent. Mike K has not unleashed his full speed, yet his reflexes, honed through years of training, remain impeccable. The moment Xiaowu shifts her body, he instinctively reacts. This is particularly true against soul masters, as their techniques require soul rings to activate, sparing him much trouble. The invincible golden body falls short. Xiaowu feels the overwhelming power of her adversary, her fighting spirit nearly extinguished. The gap in strength is too vast, leaving her with no desire to continue the fight. Overexertion has left her flushed, her delicate face glistening with sweat, tears welling in her eyes. Xiaoyu, engaged with Tang San, understands that even if such abilities require considerable time to master, he must avoid revealing too much. Thus, he continuously provokes Tang San with words, seeking to incite his rage and cloud his judgment. Tang San, who could initially discern the situation, finds it intolerable to hear, "A foolish father has given rise to a foolish son." Similarly, Xiaowu is denied any opportunity to uncover Mike K's secrets. Each of his moves is methodical, dodging, attacking. This demands keen eyesight, quick reflexes, and physical coordination. At times, Even an ordinary person can perceive an opponent's movements during an attack, yet evasion remains elusive due to a lack of training. Soul Masters do not encounter this issue, yet they have not received specialized training. Consequently, when faced with an opponent of equal rank, they often rely on their already swift speed to dodge or block. With matching speeds, blocking becomes necessary. A slight increase in speed necessitates evasion. This illustrates the gap between perception and reaction, or the inability of the body to keep pace. Prolonged practice is essential to achieve mastery over these dynamics. Mike K. and Xiaoyu have undergone training, understanding how to minimize unnecessary movements. They no longer need to rely on speed alone. They can evade attacks while countering effectively. Though Tang San possesses the ghost shadow perplexing steps, it does not grant him the ability to instantaneously shift through space. He sees the incoming attack, but his reflexes and the instinctual movements of his body hinder him. In his heart, Tang San is consumed with a singular thought: to kill him, to kill him, to kill him. He remains oblivious to the failures of his father. And even if he were aware, he would not spare those who insult him. This could be deemed filial piety, yet it may also be branded as foolishness. The capacity of individuals varies greatly, influencing their character differences. In the next move, evasion is not an option. He must be struck, capturing and eliminating his foe. Tang San instinctively formulates a plan, ready to execute it at any moment. He is prepared to violate the rules of the match, to jeopardize the efforts of his entire team, to bring trouble upon Shrek, and to pay any price. As long as he can eliminate his opponent, he would forsake his team, his academy, and everything else. This reflects the essence of Tang Hao's character, who remains stubbornly fixed on his path despite knowing it to be flawed. Personal emotions take precedence over all else. Individuals of great capacity are rare, while those of narrow-mindedness abound, leading to strife and turmoil in the world. Hence, order is essential. Only through order can conflicts be minimized. Rules must be established and upheld. Otherwise, chaos ensues. The realm of soul masters is fraught with disorder, resulting in relentless conflict and bloodshed. A unified order has yet to be achieved. Thus, absolute order remains elusive, necessitating the collective awareness of all soul masters. However, individuals with such awareness are exceedingly few. The realm of Douluo Dalu's soul masters desperately requires unification. Xiao Wu hesitates, unwilling to confront Mike K. Meanwhile, Tang San has devised a plan, ready to act. His soul power is already in motion. With his next move, he intends to eliminate Xiaoyu. Behind him, Ning Rongrong unleashes various enhancement skills, unperturbed by Hu Liena's alluring techniques. Beside her, Oscar, a food-type soul master, and Ma Hongjun, providing range support, remain cautious, fearful of falling prey to the enchantment. In the realm of the Wuhuan Temple, Hu Liena quietly observed the rear ranks of Shrek Academy. Although her soul skills had ceased, the slightest movement from the adversary would trigger their swift resurgence. Beside her, a support-type soul master amplified her allies' prowess, while two soul masters of the Soul Zone rank stood ready. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Yin, driven by an almost reckless fervor, engaged in fierce exchanges, relishing the intensity of their confrontation. Unfazed by the magnitude of their opponent's strength, they relentlessly charged forward, delivering powerful blows without flinching. Having undergone rigorous training akin to striking sandbags, they exuded an indomitable spirit, forsaking defense in favor of rapid, powerful assaults. This seemingly chaotic strategy bore its own logic. As the adversary's ranged attack struck, the distance between them would inevitably diminish to its utmost limit. Should they be too remote, the likelihood of reciprocating damage would be uncertain. Dai Mubai and Yin matched each other blow for blow, their strikes echoing with fervor. Despite a disparity in soul power, it was not insurmountable. Yan's fists bore tremendous weight, to the point where Dai Mubai's arms felt nearly numb. Yet, fatigue eluded him as the joy of combat consumed his consciousness. Yin, similarly, felt no discomfort in his limbs, only a pure exhilaration. Zhu Zhuqing watched in bemusement, recognizing the fervent desperation in their brawl. Even if Hu Liena were to intervene, her allure would likely be ineffective against them. Amidst the disarray, their physical prowess overshadowed any reliance on soul skills, and the thrill of combat made them oblivious to all else, fixated solely on their relentless strikes. She hesitated to leave, wary of unforeseen circumstances, and was unable to utilize their fusion technique, for Dai Mubai was wholly absorbed in the battle, devoid of any inclination to strategize. Nonetheless, she remained vigilant of the rear ranks, aware that 3 enemy soul masters lurked behind, one of whom possessed control abilities while the others remained a mystery. With 2 allies and Ma Hongjun providing range support, she prepared for the possibility of an enemy assault, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Tang San's eyes glowed crimson, unwavering as he focused intently on Xiaoyu. The latter felt an unsettling chill, as many would when confronted with such a gaze. Unexpectedly, on another battlefield, Might Guy's attention shifted toward this encounter. It was evident that the ominous aura emanating from Tang San had provoked Xiaoyu. Might Guy regarded him with a steely gaze. Seemingly prepared to unleash his might, aware of the secret weapon the 6th generation had mentioned. He keenly sensed Tang San's intent, recognizing the urgency for a swift resolution against his opponent. Xiao Wu, who was trying to restrain him, sensed the rising tension. The atmosphere surrounding Tang San was palpably escalating. She glanced toward her brother, contemplating whether to rush to his aid. Knowing her brother well, she understood that once Tang San exhibited such a demeanor, he was likely to unleash a devastating attack. However, she recalled that her brother was not Xiaoyu's equal. "Brother, do you intend to eliminate him?" She pondered. "Forgive me, but you must take your leave first." A cold voice jolted Xiao Wu from her stunned reflection. She turned to find the source, Might Guy. Initially, she had wished to compare the strengths of brute force and technique, but as he relied heavily on soul skills, she concluded that further combat was unnecessary. Might Guy remained unyielding, yet he refrained from exerting his full strength, continually holding back. The disparity between their capabilities was stark, despite his 2 soul rings. He had not employed a single soul skill, while Xiao Wu's abilities were ineffectual against him. She had previously demonstrated her allure skill, but Might Guy's keen awareness ensured he would not fall prey to it. "You must retreat now," Might Guy declared, brimming with confidence. In that fleeting moment, a profound fear gripped Xiao Wu. The rapid escalation of his aura was astonishing. Could such a feat truly be achieved by a mere soul master of over 20 levels? His soul skills, seemingly insignificant and untested, rendered him an exceptionally weak opponent. Yet, this very individual had cornered her to a point of near desperation. He approached with blinding speed, so swift that Xiao Wu could hardly track his movements. Might Guy's form blurred, leaving only a trail of afterimages as he vanished from her sight. "Where's he? Where?" Xiao Wu spun around, desperately searching for Might Guy's presence. A sudden rush of wind grazed the back of her head, indicating an imminent attack. Her 4th soul ring shone brightly as she invoked her invincible golden body, a formidable defense that would withstand any assault for 3 seconds. Within that brief window, she needed to locate him. Yet, despite her frantic searching, Might Guy's true form eluded her grasp. Shadows flitted around her, but the essence of his being remained obscured. The audience erupted in excitement, witnessing a spectacle unlike any previous encounter, leaving them enthralled. Dai Mubai and Yin fought with reckless abandon, their fists colliding with resounding intensity that reverberated throughout the arena. Yet, fatigue was a foreign concept to them. They were consumed by the thrill of combat, akin to 2 madmen. No one dared to scoff at their ferocity. The speed and power of their strikes were beyond the capabilities of typical assault-type soul masters. At the soul zone level, they exhibited strength akin to that of soul kings or even soul emperors. They embodied a primal ferocity, their movements instinctual, each punch delivered with precision and ferocity. No miscalculations marred their attacks, prompting even the most powerful assault-type soul emperors to contemplate whether they could match such relentless determination. Evolutionary theory suggests that humanity has evolved from beasts, developing advanced minds at the cost of physical prowess. When a fraction of that intellect is fully engaged, igniting a primal heat, one returns to a state of raw instinct. This is the inherent power of sentient beings, the strength and swiftness of the animal kingdom. The capacity for rapid judgment surpasses ordinary cognition, yielding a remarkable accuracy. This phenomenon, often referred to as inspiration, materializes in such moments. Their unyielding spirit fueled their inner strength, amplifying their self-assurance. They stood resolute, undaunted by the treacherous path ahead, embodying the essence of a warrior, an exemplary warrior, charging forth without hesitation. Among strength types, their training rendered them nearly invincible among peers. They also witnessed a formidable assault-type weapon soul master forsaking his weapon in favor of raw physicality, delivering punishing blows that sent his opponent sprawling. Though the adversary wielded no soul skills, they relied on a standard weapon soul. Their opponent possessed dual martial souls, one of which was the formidable Haotian hammer. The inheritor of the Haotian hammer found himself thoroughly overwhelmed by the Wuhuan Temple's forces, utterly incapable of retaliation. Meanwhile, in another corner, a robust individual with a watermelon hairstyle clashed against a 14-year-old girl. She wielded a soul skill capable of negating any attack, coupled with agile martial techniques, while her opponent, merely over 20 levels, employed straightforward yet effective strikes. Punches, kicks, elbow blows, and knee strikes. Such simplicity belied the complexity of their execution. However, the opponent was forced to retreat step by step, and techniques such as instant teleportation and invincible body did not prove to be of great utility. It seemed that some insights had been gleaned. Sweat drenched their garments, and beads of perspiration adorned their smooth and delicate forehead, while the braids had become disheveled. Xiao Wu was nearly at her limit, yet she continued to endure. This individual appeared to react instantaneously to any of her movements. Xiao Wu assessed that this person's strength was on an entirely different dimension. She had been searching for my Kai's true form and had finally discerned a clue. I understand now. Your tricks have been unraveled. Despite her defiance, Xiao Wu was already at her breaking point, unable to hold out much longer. Yet she still needed to buy time. This was her only option. Tang San was calculating how to deliver a decisive blow to vanquish Xiaoyu. Behind him, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were rendered ineffective, unable to produce sausages or provide fiery support. Every movement they made was under Hu Liena's watchful gaze. A slight misstep could result in being ensnared by enchantment while releasing their soul skills. Dai Mubai was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Yin, losing himself in the fray. Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, dared not act recklessly, for there were still 2 battle spirit masters from the spirit hall ready to engage. It was only now that he saw through it. You truly are capable. My Kai's voice was ghostly, shifting from side to side, elusive and unpredictable. Yet, there was a mocking tone laced with disdain directed at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's attempt to expose him bore no fruit. She was momentarily stunned, sensing that the situation was amiss. Yet she understood that with this man present, their failure was already a foregone conclusion. You are currently retreating into my blind spot, making it impossible for me to see you. The reason you can evade all my attacks is akin to your captain's trickery, is it not? Xiao Wu spoke to herself, having given up resistance and preparing to withdraw at any moment. Ah, you have finally realized. It appears that your team harbors more than one intelligent individual. My Kai was in no rush. He still had time. You have undergone special training, understanding every action of a person. Whenever we raise a hand, you already predict our moves. Such an ability renders all our feints useless, unable to deceive you. Indeed, this includes Tang San's various grappling techniques, which Xiaoyu can discern in an instant. Feints are meant to mislead the opponent while simultaneously hindering one's own attacks. Each time I teleport, you can directly ascertain my location. With such prowess, are you truly only at level 20? Xiao Wu poured out all her words in one breath before collapsing onto the ground. She struggled painfully under my Kai's relentless assault, releasing soul skills like teleportation and invincible body, exhausting her energy in close combat. If blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at your own foolishness. To use teleportation directly is to signal your intent to attack, and all I need to do is prepare as your figure disappears. In every close combat encounter, Xiao Wu and Tang San's movements were easily seen through. Thus, Xiaoyu and my Taikai evaded attacks with their not-so-quick speed. They calculated the trajectory of the attacks as soon as the opponent initiated their strike, allowing them to dodge effectively. The Sharingan can slow down others' movements with ordinary eyes. As long as the body can instinctively make judgments, the same effect can be achieved. This is the essence of true martial arts. Chapter 148 commenced. The supple blue-silver grass enveloped them, radiating a dazzling azure glow. Tang San summoned all his soul power for the impending strike, wagering everything in one go. Failure would lead to his demise. Even in a state of madness, he realized that his team was no match for the Spirit Hall. Although he was unaware of why the Spirit Hall had yet to eliminate them and claim a rightful victory, he understood that the match must end swiftly. Clearly, the Spirit Hall would not act, so it fell upon him to take charge. He mustered all his strength for the next move, intending to eliminate Xiaoyu. Tang San had already noticed that Xiao Wu had lost her combat capacity. Dai Mubai was engulfed in frenzy. Zhu Zhuqing dared not act hastily. And many others in the back were immobilized. The situation was dire. This battle had been doomed from the outset. Even if Shrek had not engaged in one-on-one combat from the beginning, it would have been futile. The disparity in strength would have made separating them a trivial matter. The outcome had been determined from the start. What did it matter who won or lost? Killing Xiaoyu would force a withdrawal, and Shrek need not suffer such humiliation by fabricating a flimsy excuse to justify their actions. In the battlefield between my Taikai and Xiao Wu, she sat on the ground, unable to maintain her martial spirit, gasping heavily, her expression one of agony. My Taikai noticed the killing intent emanating from Tang San on the other side. Regardless of the method, it was time to gather strength and prepare. The first gate of the 8 gates, open. The second gate, rest gate, open. In a corner of the audience area, Kakashi shook his head. He was uncertain whether this course of action was right or wrong. This my Taikai was exceedingly lethal and ruthless, verging on bloodthirsty. The only one capable of restraining him was Kakashi, who had personally trained him. If this continued, there would be no future for my Taikai. Kakashi assessed that this my Taikai had forcibly trained the 8 gates through negative emotions, using the pain of inner torment to alleviate physical suffering. My Taikai had always been solitary. Upon discovering his martial arts talents, he grew to despise this world. He loathed the realm of soul masters that suppressed other talents and powers. As long as such hatred resided within him, he could endure the agony of his body. Through his relentless training of the 8 gates, he had succeeded. However, negative emotions are not easily controlled. A moment's lapse could lead to losing oneself, dominated by hatred. Contemplating everything through dark thoughts. My Taikai had made mistakes in the past. During one of his rages, he killed a teammate, and many who had passed through the ninja training trials perished at the hands of their comrade. Thus, every time he utilized the 8 gates, he opened the chakra gates slowly. He had to control his emotions, otherwise he would again succumb to madness, slaughtering everyone around him. In the arena below, beside Hulaina, 2 battle spirit masters moved out a distance before halting. They were far from my Taikai's current position, yet both were agile attackers, capable of rapid support. This position would remain unscathed by the explosive force of the 8 gates. They had dedicated considerable time for this moment. Yen retreat. Hulaina, who had been observing the battlefield, issued the command, her voice imbued with a unique power that surged into Yan's mind, now in a state of frenzy. Upon hearing this bewitching call, Yen, engulfed in dazzling flames, halted his fist mid-swing, his form pausing. A massive tiger paw struck out, its force overwhelming. Yan's colossal body, radiant with flames, was immediately forced back several steps, his previously frenzied expression momentarily faltering. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai, Yan's opponent, ceased his actions as well. The two nearly stopped thinking, relying purely on instinctive reactions, reverting to their primal instincts amidst the fierce battle. An unexpected turn of events occurred, and Hulaina issued a warning, shattering the atmosphere. This also restored their normal state. However, if this continued, their bodies would not withstand the strain and collapse. Coughing, the two regained their senses and fell to the ground. Emitting anguished cries, Their complexions were grim, racked with pain, their limbs weakly thrashing, and their condition deteriorating, their breaths gradually becoming faint. Only Zhu Zhuqing, who had been observing the situation, along with the controlling and assisting spirits overseeing the entire scene, understood what reckless actions these two had just undertaken. Both were evenly matched, ensnared in the frenzied realm of combatants, each strike infused with an indomitable spirit. Ultimately, every punch they threw exceeded their limits, leading to severe depletion of their physical strength. Yet, in their delirium, they remained tireless, unafraid of life or death. With each blow, they compromised their bodily functions, and after such prolonged confrontation, their bodies were on the verge of collapse. At this moment, if left unattended, neither could sustain much longer. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward and carried Dai Mubai, who had exited the martial spirit state, back to her team's rear. She designated one of the two agile attackers protecting Might Guy, sending Yin off the stage. The fourth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the injury gate, was opened. The fifth gate, the Duji gate, was also opened. The gates that truly burden the body have been unleashed, causing an instantaneous surge in the flow of energy within. The entire arena was affected, with violent energy fluctuations and an imposing aura. The audience stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Those who had always judged soul masters based on martial spirits, soul rings, quality, and soul power levels found their worldview shattered. What was this? A level 20 waste was actually able to contend with a level 40 soul master, forcing the latter to flee in panic. Moreover, the current energy fluctuations were beyond what a great soul master could emit. The human body has 8 crucial acupoints that restrict the flow of energy: open, rest, life, injury, due, scenic, shock, and death. When the limits are exceeded, the body would be subjected to tremendous force, resulting in indescribable agony. This suffering originated internally, not merely on the surface. The human body is complex, with various meridians intertwined. A frail body could be devastated, leading to unpredictable consequences. It seems the moment has arrived. The battle on the other side also paused. Tang San awaited Xiaoyu's attack, but Xiaoyu had understood Might Guy's intentions and prepared a retreat. Tang San had made all necessary preparations, awaiting Xiaoyu's strike. Yet, Xiaoyu retracted his martial spirit and turned to leave, ignoring him. Attempting to flee, Tang San taunted, trying to provoke Xiaoyu. Sensing an ominous turn of events, the opponent had all retreated. What were they planning? The energy fluctuations emanating from the second ring, Great Soul Master, suddenly became violent. The 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the scenic gate, was opened. A more powerful storm of energy wreaked havoc, affecting the entire venue. The severely injured Dai Mubai, still on the stage, coughed up blood, unable to endure. The air began to condense, creating pressure as waves of energy rippled, imposing on everyone present. Even Ning Rongrong, who had absorbed the 7-colored 10,000-year head spirit bone gifted by Kakashi, frowned at this moment. Xiaoyu hastened back to Huiyuhao's side. Now the 5 members of the Spear Hall team had gathered, and the 5 soul masters united to counter the pressure of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Tang San sensed the peril and shouted to several teammates, "Hurry! You all need to withdraw." Were they planning to? Zhu Zhuqing, the Pongzik, and Oscar were momentarily stunned, though they had expended little energy. Ning Rongrong's delicate features glistened with beads of sweat. She had been amplifying everyone's abilities, which was no small drain. How could Dai Mubai, without the assistance of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, contend with Yin, who had also undergone rigorous training? "We will assist you, Xiao San," in the face of retreat. Oscar was the first to object. Initially anticipating a vibrant clash to showcase their talents, they now found themselves in such dire straits. "Yes, that fox can no longer distract with enchantments. We can help you," Ma Hongjun added, unwilling to back down. Ningrongrong, indifferent, halted al amplifications, wiped the sweat from her brow and remained silent. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, glancing at the unconscious Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. Both had succumbed to exhaustion, their physical reserves depleted. Zhu Zhuqing could not help but ponder. Is there any point in continuing this battle? Tang San was anxious, harboring an unsettling suspicion. You all should withdraw. I will handle this. No, we cannot abandon you. Ma Hongjun firmly disagreed. Oscar hesitated, saying, if it comes to it, perhaps we. He could not finish his thought. They had only participated in 1 or 2 battles. The first match utilized the 7-in-1 technique, and they had originally planned to unleash their full capabilities in the second match. Yet, it had transformed into this predicament. No, listen to me. Tang San swiftly approached the 6, expressing his inner thoughts. The Spirit Hall may be seeking to eliminate us all at once. At this revelation, the expressions of the others changed dramatically. The 3 combat-type Soul Masters turned pale, while Ning Rongrong frowned, a look of confusion crossing her face. She possessed outstanding talent and intellect. Yet as the heir of the 7-treasure Tang Sect, could the Spirit Hall be so audacious? Listen to me. The Spirit Hall has not secured victory, but has drained our stamina, and that enigmatic Great Soul Master seems to have gained immense power. Is it possible he has invoked a final self-destruct method, sacrificing a Great Soul Master to perish alongside us? Perhaps that is indeed the case. The Spirit Hall is capable of such actions. The group was moved. This possibility was not out of the question. The energy storm emanating from Might Guy had stabilized, and he was now preparing for action. In the VIP section, Ghost Douluo Gaime, Ju Douluo Yuguan, and Pope Bibi Dong exchanged glances, their eyes shifting. A murderous aura began to permeate the air. Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7-treasure Tang Sect, frowned, feeling the weight of the murderous intent from numerous titled Douluos. He found it genuinely unbearable. Beside him, Jin Douluo Chan Xian wore a faint smile, exuding an aura that protected Ning Fengji. In a corner of the audience, a robust man clad in tattered clothing stepped out of the shadows. His murky eyes fixed on the lofty VIP section, a grave expression emerging. He then turned his gaze in another direction. There stood a figure clad in peculiar attire, silver hair and a masked forehead. Seemingly sensing something, that individual turned around, their crimson left eye meeting the robust man's gaze. Indeed, you have come. Chapter 149. Haotian emerges. The storm surges. The other 6 members of Shrek retreated from the arena, leaving Tang San alone on stage. The secretive Xintiangong operated, resisting the rampant energy in the arena. Might Guy stabilized his state, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Tang San felt hollow inside, unwilling to perish in such a manner. Is it coming? What a pity. I have yet to see my father once more. A murderous aura enveloped Tang San, a chilling sensation flooding his entire being, causing the operation of Xintiangong to falter. This was Tang San's skin prickled with goosebumps, even his senses dulled, his martial spirit trembling, yearning to retreat within. Was this the murderous aura? So potent, infused with madness. This individual had not only slain enemies. On the spectators' platform, a rugged man in tattered clothing took a step forward. The silver-haired masked figure nearby turned to leave. He could almost predict the events that would unfold shortly and felt no need to remain any longer. Even now, he finds himself unable to withstand the oppressive pressure on the battlefield of the titled Douluo, where he stands on the verge of double digits. There is no need to subject oneself to unnecessary suffering. Within the Pope's Hall, for venerable elders, their beards as white as snow, open their eyes, their soul power surging. The aura emanating from these 4 titled Douluo enveloped the hall in a palpable sense of oppression. On the VIP platform, Pope Bibi Dong, alongside titled Doa Ju and Gue, was poised for action. Sword Douluo Qinshin's gaze was sharp, for his task was to protect Ning Fengji amidst the chaos of the battlefield filled with titled Douluo. In addition to Ning Fengji, he was also obligated to rescue Ning Rongrong, a challenging endeavor indeed. As for the others, their fates were none of his concern. The notion of talent mattered little. Should the Spirit Hall choose to act against them, he would merely be stirring trouble for the 7-treasure Tang School. Haitake hesitated to strike, biding his time. High above, Pope Bibi Dong surveyed the ordinary audience, seeking out her target. With a mental command, she directed the action. This was a communication only soul masters of level 60 and above could execute. Upon receiving the order, Haitake sprang into action, his movements instinctual and fluid, darting like a phantom. His speed was blinding as he charged towards Tang San, yet he refrained from attacking immediately, instead circling Tang San with a whirlwind of motion, the sound of rushing wind echoing ominously. "Yield, or you shall perish," a clear voice resonated throughout the arena, reaching the ears of nearly every spectator. It was a woman's voice. Hyena spoke, her tone infused with immense spiritual and soul power, having absorbed a 20,000-year-old head soul bone, her spiritual force rivaling that of a soul emperor. Tang San felt a flicker of hesitation, yet he could not relent. He had remained to defend his insignificant pride, convinced that the Tang Sect's ultimate skills were unparalleled. He recognized that Mitake embodied the essence of ninja martial arts. Tang San yearned to defeat him personally, to eradicate the humiliation he had just experienced. Even a clay figurine has its limits. The repeated insults from Xiaoyu had nearly driven Tang San to the brink of madness. His emotions were tumultuous, and the desire to kill surged within him. To take a life would mean crossing a line, halting the match. Thus, Shrek Academy would not be branded as foolish challengers, only to suffer a humiliating defeat. This could be seen as a serious folly, driven merely by selfish motives. Errors must be acknowledged, and excuses or shifting blame were not an option. Hyena's words served as an ultimatum. However, this ultimatum was intended for public consumption. Although Tang San could hear Hyena's declaration, he was powerless to act, as Meitake's murderous aura enveloped him entirely. A chilling presence penetrated his very being, controlling his limbs and core, forcing his Shin Tiangong to come to a halt. Alongside fear, a sense of overwhelming dread consumed him. He envisioned his own tragic demise. Meitake exuded empoisonneura, his body radiating intense waves of energy. As he circled Tang San relentlessly, the pressure from all directions bore down upon him, causing his martial spirit to tremble and his physical form to falter. Hyena spoke once more. "Since you were so obstinate, be prepared for the consequences." The facade for public perception was set, and now the true nature of the contest would unfold. In the Soul Master competition, the Spirit Hall repeatedly held back, abandoning numerous team members, yet still reducing Shrek to a state of devastation. The rest of Shrek, faced with mounting pressure, wisely chose to retreat from the spotlight. Only one remained stubborn, wagering his life for a trivial sense of pride. The Spirit Hall positioned its strongest members, delivering an ultimatum of their own. Shrek's lone defiant figure was merely courting death. This was the narrative the Spirit Hall wished to project to the world, their actions justified, while Shrek's dual martial spirit members remained oblivious to the peril they faced. "Should you dare to harm my son, have you consulted me first?" A deep voice suddenly resonated, akin to an explosion in the air. The volume was not loud, yet the authority contained within caused every individual present to involuntarily tremble. Tang Hao could no longer contain himself, unleashing a torrent of powerful soul energy that swept across the arena, instilling awe. "Retreat!" The Spirit Hall's team withdrew, with all but Mitake retreating to the edges of the arena. Mitake ceased his advance, stepping back, his skin flushed a dark red, exuding a primal ferocity. His eyes fixed on the imposing figure of Tang Hao. Tang San, freed from manipulation, found himself engulfed in darkness, losing consciousness. Having first endured Xiaoyu's brutal assault, he was now tormented by the murderous intent and energy emanating from Mitake, straining both his body and spirit. In an effort to rescue Tang San, the collision of Tang Hao's overwhelming soul power and Meitake's explosive force affected Tang San severely. Subjected to such relentless torment, Tang San was on the brink of incapacitation. A shadowy figure appeared silently in midair, hovering as if it belonged there. It was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, tall and robust. Yet his attire left much to be desired. Clad in tattered robes, lacking even patches, his bronze skin was exposed beneath. His once handsome features were now obscured by a layer of waxy yellow, his eyes half closed in a daze, and his hair was a tangled mess resembling a bird's nest. A beard adorned his face, long neglected and unkempt. Behind him, an enormous black hammer floated, seemingly materializing from thin air. Tang Hao, Pope Bibidong's furious voice pierced the air. Her eyes filled with venomous intent as she glared at the airborne Tang Hao, nearly spitting fire. Title Douluo and Title Douluo rose, gazing upward, their soul power surging, their aura intensifying. Sword Douluo Chenshin seized the moment, enveloping Ning Fengji with his soul power, moving him several dozen meters away. Simultaneously, he swiftly descended, bringing Ning Rongrong and her 5 companions back to Ning Fengji's side. At this moment, the Spirit Hall had yet to make a direct move against all of Shrek. By rescuing Ning Rongrong and her teammates, he could at least avoid being branded as merciless or ungrateful by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the Pope's Hall, the 4 white-bearded elders stepped forward, rushing outside. The audience erupted in excitement as the Pope's commanding shout revealed Tang Hao's identity. The long-absent Haotian Douluo had re-emerged, stirring a tempest. Haotian, what an honor to finally meet you. The youngest titled Douluo, his presence indeed formidable. What does Haotian seek? Does he harbor a vendetta against the Spirit Hall, aiming to disrupt the Soul Master competition and entangle everyone in his schemes? After years of tranquility on the continent, does he wish to reignite chaos for his personal grievances? Among the crowd were many powerful factions, well aware of the events of yesteryear. Years ago, the Spirit Hall clashed with the Haotian Sect, 2 colossal forces embroiled in a fierce war that reverberated throughout the land. In those tumultuous times, they remained passive. Who would dare to act first? When they moved, who would not follow suit? Amidst the turmoil, many profited from the chaos of war. Countless individuals lost their lives. Some reveled in the heat of battle, while others mourned for fallen kin and friends. Among them were many prominent figures who had survived the conflict. Yet, after that great upheaval, a natural order emerged, delineating the strengths of the various Soul Master sections. In the end, the Haotian Sect closed its doors, leaving only direct descendants. While the Soul Masters were primarily held in the grasp of the 7 major sects and the Spirit Hall. If this continues, it is conceivable that the Soul Master realm may remain tranquil for several decades, even a century. Minor personal conflicts may arise, yet large-scale power struggles are unlikely. At least fewer lives will be lost, allowing civilians to live in peace. Smaller factions can continue to thrive, and the larger powers need not fear further threats. The chaos that once engulfed the Soul Master realm led to the destruction of countless small sects and the annihilation of many families. The period of stability was short-lived. Those with ambitions soon lost interest in conflict. However, now, the original source of calamity has resurfaced, causing various factions to grow tense. While much of this is conjecture on my part, it remains reasonable. All peace is purchased with blood and tears. Only through the experience of war can peace be attained. And prolonged peace inevitably gives rise to conflict. The two are inextricably linked. This passage could easily be integrated into the original text. Among the 7 major sects, the top 3 are relatively stable, possessing formidable strength and numerous affiliated Soul Masters. When conflict arises, it is the affiliated Soul Masters who bear the brunt. The bottom 4 sects, however, are different. Their direct descendants and affiliates are almost evenly split, with direct descendants often outnumbering the affiliates. They are brothers, cousins, fathers and sons, uncles and nephews, grandfathers and grandsons. When war breaks out, family members are bound to perish. This starkly contrasts with the top 3 sections. Just as peace was beginning to settle, the drums of war are sounding once more. What is the Haotian Sect's intent? Do they wish to pave their path to resurgence with countless corpses? Chapter 150. The might of Haotian Tang Hao made a formidable entrance, suspended in mid-air. A colossal black iron hammer floating behind him. Hatake retreated with a speed that bordered on the ethereal, avoiding confrontation. The Pope and the 2 titled Douluos, Juhui and Guge, immediately responded, their martial spirits manifesting, with 17 soul rings appearing in an instant. Unfazed, Tang Hao unleashed all 9 rings. The sight of his and the Pope's 10,000-year soul rings astonished the audience, creating a sensation. The renown of 10,000-year soul rings is legendary in the Soul Master realm. Their rarity and power almost mythical. Below, one of the golden iron triangle, the master was stunned. This youngest titled Douluo had always been his idol. Yet, in truth, if the master's knowledge could be applied, its impact on the soul master realm would far surpass that of any young or strong Haotian Douluo. It can only be said that the world's pursuit of power is so intense that it blinds the heart to discern true right from wrong. In a corner of the arena, an elder clad in green hesitated, uncertain whether to intervene. He was the Poison Douluo, arguably the weakest among the titled Douluos. In direct confrontation, even he could not compare to many-souled Douluos. With 4 titled Douluos clashing in the arena, retreating seemed the most rational choice for him. However, his friendship with Tang San made the decision difficult. Tang Hao's combat prowess was astonishing. He had once single-handedly defeated 3 titled Douluos. But this was Wuhuan City, the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, where countless elders remained hidden. Despite Tang Hao's apparent confidence, he was in a perilous situation. The Golden Iron Triangle, aware of their insufficient strength to assist, chose to withdraw and preserve themselves. After some internal struggle, the Poison Douluo decided to step back. Facing multiple titled Douluos in a head-on clash was beyond his capabilities. Douluo Chan Xin was keenly observing this battle, eager to see how Tang Hao, who had thrown himself into the fray, would fare in the end. Ning Fengji was also intently watching. This battle could significantly influence future developments. His gaze was not solely on the few combatants in the arena, but also on the various factions that were retreating, for they were the ones who would determine the future's direction. With eyes gleaming with intensity, Tang Hao bellowed, "Do you wish to avenge your teacher, Bibi Dong? Do you truly believe you can hold me back?" The Pope, Bibi Dong, swept her hand with a fierce gesture, unleashing a piercing cry. In response, for similar cries echoed from within the Pope's palace. Tang Hao smiled indifferently, exuding a unique aura that suggested he would remain unfazed even if faced with 1,000 troops. The 7 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall were formidable, but what could 7 do against him? The 7th soul ring shone brightly, and the enormous black Haotian hammer behind Tang Hao erupted in a surge of black light. The massive hammer expanded into a colossal head, akin to a small mountain, adorned with crimson patterns. Tang Hao's 10,000-year red soul rings flared to life, transforming the black hammer entirely into red. Ah, the Pope's palace, what a sight! Tang Hao lauget maniacally, with a swift motion of his right hand. The enormous hammer plummeted not towards the 3 titled Douluos before him, but directly toward the Pope's palace behind them. In an instant, the air within Wuhuan City twisted, rendering every non-titled Douluo soul master mobile. "Do you dare, Tang Hao?" The Pope, Bibi Dong, seethed with fury as she, along with Juhui and Guga, soared to meet the descending hammer. Simultaneously, 4 more figures shot out from the Pope's palace, a total of 7 figures converging upon the colossal hammer. Boom! A vacuum of silence engulfed the arena, and all soul masters below level 70 fell unconscious amidst the indescribable cacophony. The thunderous sound reverberated like divine retribution, shaking the very foundations of Wuhuan City. The 7 figures suspended in mid-air were simultaneously struck down, and the giant hammer vanished, spitting blood toward the heavens. Tang Hao's maniacal laughter echoed, "Bibi Dong, just wait. The Spirit Hall owes me a debt, and one day I will reclaim it all." That day is not far off. What exactly does the Spirit Hall owe him? In truth, when one reflects upon it, it boils down to the loss of his soul beast wife, the death of his father, the inability to return to his ancestral roots, and the devastation of his sect. These are his own grievances, yet it appears he is unwilling to shoulder the blame, casting all responsibility onto others. Such thinking is commonplace and mirrors that of ordinary individuals. However, he seems oblivious to his identity as the heir of the Haotian Sect, the Haotian Douluo. This identity, juxtaposed with his character, resembles that of a jester. The Haotian Sect should be grateful that such a person did not ascend to become the sect master. Otherwise, their lineage would have no future. Driven by possessiveness, he failed to persuade his wife to return to the soul beast forest to seek refuge, choosing instead to bear all burdens alone. For the sake of personal feelings and the so-called love, he brought about his father's demise. The Haotian Sect is not merely one family, but a conglomerate of countless families. The choice between sect and beloved was foolishly evaded by him. To protect one thing, one must be prepared to lose another. He does not even understand such a principle. Is he truly a so-called strong individual? In the end, he protected nothing, gained power, and lost everything. With a flicker, Tang Hao vanished, taking with him the unconscious Tang San and Xiao Wu. Sword Law, Chun Xian hesitated. Tang Hao had taken Xiao Wu right before his eyes, and he had intended to intervene. However, in the end, it is best to refrain from seeking trouble. Tang Hao is akin to a mad dog, biting anyone he encounters. His deep voice gradually faded into the distance as he expressed his gratitude. Master, Fu Landa, your teachings to the young ones over the years are a debt I cannot repay. He owed not only these few individuals, but also countless lives lost in the battle between Wuhuan Temple and Haotian Sect. The only way for him to atone was through death, yet it was evident he had no intention of doing so. After all, he considered himself worthless. How could he value the lives of those he cared nothing about? When the body of Pope Bibi Dong hit the ground, her face flushed crimson. Taking a deep breath, the redness slowly receded. Behind her, alongside Jiglaw and Gaitlaw, stood 4 individuals clad in crimson robes, their faces obscured by a faint glow. All 4 possessed white hair, indicating their advanced age. Tang Hao's strike was not aimed at the Pope, but rather at the Papal Palace, a symbol of the Wuhuan Temple. Had the Pope, Jiglaw, and Gaitlaw attacked him at that moment, he would undoubtedly have sustained severe injuries. Yet the Papal Palace would have been left in ruins. The true power of the Haotian hammer, wielded by Haotian Douluo, could not be accurately assessed without first-hand experience. The 7 individuals who confronted him only managed to injure Tang Hao. The Pope was not the only one enraged. The 6 individuals behind her were equally furious. There was no point in pursuing him. It was futile. A sense of despair crept into Bibi Dong's voice. For years, she had diligently trained, finally reaching the rank of title Douluo. In her mind, her imagined rival had always been Tang Hao. Yet today, confronted with him, she realized that despite sharing identical soul rings, she fell woefully short in terms of presence. Tang Hao remained Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo, a true embodiment of power. Such strength, combined with his disposition, rendered him a calamity in the Soul Master world. Tang Hao's arrogance was unbearable. Your Majesty, this concerns the dignity of the Wuhuan Temple. Gue Douluo could not restrain himself from reminding Bibi Dong. It was not yet the time to confront him. Worrying was pointless. Yuan remarked, "What shall we do with these people?" As he gestured towards the Shrek group, Ning Fengji understood and said nothing further, stepping forward to make his intentions clear. The strength of the Wuhuan Temple was evident, and Shrek could not compare. This match was a resounding defeat for them. Acknowledgement of this reality would simplify many matters. The Shrek group had no choice but to accept the truth. The disparity in strength was too great. Tang Hao's disruption had tarnished the Wuhuan Temple's reputation. However, he could change nothing. Once order was restored, the Wuhuan Temple would proceed with the award ceremony. It would be simple for him to take 2 individuals. But should he attempt to seize those soul bones, he would find it impossible to leave, as the Elder Hall and the Enshrinement Hall still had people unengaged. Chapter 151. The conclusion of the tournament. Despite Tang Hao's interference, the Wuhuan Temple still held a magnificent award ceremony, distributing soul bones under the watchful eyes of thousands. On the Shrek side, Master and Fu Landa appeared quite despondent. Dai Mubai's physical condition was severely depleted, undergoing treatment. Surviving was one thing, but his future remained uncertain. Tang San and Xiao Wu had been taken away by Tang Hao, leaving the remaining 5 of the 7 monsters. In the final tournament, Kakashi did not make an appearance, leading them to suspect that the invincible war god, Hatake Kakashi, had perished. Ning Rongrong, for reasons unknown, had changed considerably during this time, emitting a natural aura that affected those around her. Oscar and Ma Hongjun felt deeply frustrated, unable to make their move, as this tournament had barely involved them. At that moment, they glared with gritted teeth at the triumphant figures of Xiaoyu and Hulaina receiving their awards. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, sensing something amiss. The combat style of the Wuhuan Temple was remarkably peculiar, unprecedented in the Douluo Continent. Yet, She felt she had encountered something similar before. It must be said that a woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. Ning Rongrong was indifferent during the time of Kakashi's ambush. He had gifted her to the 10,000-year head soul bone, making her participation in the tournament worthwhile. The teachers of the Shrek group felt uneasy after the tournament. The students had been significantly affected. Tang San and Xiao Wu had been taken. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing appeared troubled. Dai Mubai's injuries left uncertainty about the future, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar were agitated, feeling extreme resentment over the situation. After the awards ceremony, Shrek had to make plans. They had soared through the tournament, undefeated, culminating in their fusion skill that astonished the audience, yet they ended in such a dismal state. Defeat is defeat, with no excuses, no claims of underperformance, and no mention of formidable opponents. These are merely justifications, as victory and defeat are already determined, and excuses forever evade responsibility. Lord Ning, please take Rongrong with you. Fu Lando addressed Ning Fengji. A small temple cannot house a great Buddha. Those who must leave will inevitably depart. He spoke voluntarily, at least preserving some dignity for himself. Should any enemies be present, they would certainly mock him mercilessly. The tournament concluded, and these children had graduated. As you have seen, we may have offended the Wuhuan Temple, and our future days may not bode well. Ning Fengji nodded, saying, Rongrong has been away from home for too long. It is time for her to return with me. Ning Fengji was adept at maintaining good relations, offending no one. However, the Wuhuan Temple would not go so far as to trouble an entire academy. As long as Shrek Academy remains discreet in the future, Ning Fengji advised. Lord Ning, may I inquire if I can join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Oscar mustered the courage to ask Ning Fengji. Ning Rongrong, with her cascading hair like a waterfall, elongated figure, and eyes like autumn waters, appeared ethereal, untouched by the mundane world. She emanated an aura of nobility that instilled pressure upon Oscar. Once adoring her playful charm, he now perceived a newfound, indescribable elegance and rationality in her, stirring within him a desire to conquer, yet also a sense of distance. As someone endowed with talent, but lacking a background, he felt a pang of inferiority while striving to bridge the gap to her increasingly distant figure. Upon hearing Oscar's request, Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback. Then his face brightened with delight. Of course, any of you wishing to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are more than welcome. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai had yet to regain consciousness, but Zhu Zhuqing could represent him. Zhu Zhuqing stated, Our situation is unique. We have not yet decided our future path. Originally, without the appearance of Hatake Kakashi, she and Dai Mubai would have returned home in glory. However, with Kakashi's emergence, they could not return. She had sworn never to set foot in Xingluo again. Yet, she held no regrets. Had Kakashi not appeared, she would have remained oblivious to how her actions would stain her family's history by defeating the most promising heir of Xingluo before the public eye. She understood well that Dai Mubai, who wandered aimlessly, was not fit to be a ruler. If Xingluo were to unify the world, it would suffice to have a passive emperor, but in these tumultuous times, the empire required a capable leader. This era did not allow Dai Mubai to reign. Xingluo had no future under such king. Dai Mubai is ill-suited for the role and has naturally withdrawn. However, how shall the annals of the Xingluo royal family document such a vacated position only to be relinquished? This is indeed a disgrace imposed by foolish clansmen. Ning Fengji then turned his gaze toward Ma Hongjun, inquiring, And what about you? Ma Hongjun chuckled softly and replied, I think I shall pass as well. I cherish my freedom. Having finally graduated, I wish to roam the continent and broaden my horizons. Perhaps I will return to help my teacher at Shrek Academy. Flander was somewhat taken aback as he regarded his only disciple. Ma Hongjun had always presented himself as rather foolish, displaying little interest in matters beyond his fascination with women. He never expected such profound sentiments to emerge from this student, and a wave of emotions surged within him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ning Fengji smiled gently and remarked, In that case, I shall not press you further. Just remember, The doors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will always be open to you. Dean Flander, we must take our leave now. Roang Roang, Oscar, let's depart. In a flash, a shadow darted like the wind, racing along the rugged path without the slightest deceleration. Suddenly, a foot came down heavily upon the ground, halting his form. Ahead, a tall silhouette obstructed the way. One hand held a pen, while the other clutched a small notebook. The silver-haired masked man was swiftly inscribing something. Finally, you've arrived, he said without lifting his head. It was Hatake Kakashi, who had left the Soul Master competition early to await their arrival here. There are other routes away from Wuhuan City, he stated slowly. It is a clone. This individual had recently caused a significant uproar at the Soul Master competition, confronting 7 titled Douluo, including the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. He had subsequently made bold claims, perhaps empty threats, before departing, having dealt a resounding slap to the face of the Wuhuan Temple, the highest authority in the Douluo Continent. Such actions had undoubtedly stirred anxiety among various factions, as this person was the root of the earlier chaos. After the upheaval, peace had been sought and the various powers had stabilized. The Wuhuan Temple and the 7 major sects commanded numerous soul masters, rendering their positions unassailable. The continent had finally ushered in a brief period of tranquility. Yet, this peace was exceedingly short-lived. A decade or so later, the source of calamity reemerged. Despite Tang Hao's formidable reputation as the Haotian Douluo, recognized as the youngest titled Douluo who had triumphed over 3 titled Douluo simultaneously and slain the Pope, he was regarded with utter disdain among the factions. Akin to a rat scurrying across the street, universally reviled. Without his prowess, he would have perished countless times. Kakashi retracted his notebook and pen, stating, I have come to pose a question to you. Please, everyone, peruse my new book, Moku no Hidogatai Beast. It matters not if you are unfamiliar with Naruto. The protagonist begins without full awareness of the plot. That era in Naruto was only vaguely referenced, yet I am confident in my ability to craft a compelling narrative. Once again, I must emphasize the importance of this explanation. I am seeking to explore elements of the Douluo continent that have not been adequately represented due to my unilateral perspective. Some readers have suggested that I am disparaging it. Allow me to clarify the distinctions between Naruto and Douluo. I am comparing the capacities of both worlds, envisioning Hatake Kakashi arriving in the Douluo continent, which will not lack a future as it does in the original work. The Douluo continent has existed for countless millennia, yet it lacks the advancements we have achieved over thousands of years. My protagonist, Hatake Kakashi, ascends through rigorous training, ultimately without any monumental achievements leading to godhood or immortality, instead using his abilities to benefit humanity. Had I chosen the former narrative, I would not have written about Kakashi. I could have easily fabricated a character. That would have rendered writing Douluo fanfiction meaningless. The protagonist faces challenges alongside Tang San, concluding as in the original text, or perhaps establishing a harem before the end. As a reader, I naturally relish the notion of a protagonist with a harem. However, as I began to write, I found myself unable to produce such content. Having absorbed all of Naruto and understood its values, I could not continue to cater to the original narrative-esque conclusion. Let us compare the lives of the inhabitants of the Douluo continent with ours. We possess electric lights, they do not. We have washing machines, they do not. We utilize natural gas, they do not. We enjoy fans and air conditioning. They can only wield a simple fan. We have televisions and computers. They're devoid of such luxuries. We no longer face excessive taxation. The Douluo continent still endures various taxes that have yet to be mentioned. Their existence mirrors that of our ancient ancestors, devoid of advanced technology. I have deliberately established the protagonist as the 6th Hokage, Hatake Kakashi, to aid in the development of the Douluo continent. Our nation does not emphasize ideological education, resulting in many of our people possessing narrow viewpoints. The protagonist arrives in a parallel world, battling monsters to grow stronger. This notion suffices. This mindset is prevalent among readers of the isekai genre. As an admirer of Japanese manga, I find it pertinent to compare Japanese manga artists with many of our own novelists. Let us refrain from labeling anyone as traitorous. During the initial reforms, we had nothing no talent, no technology, no capital. Only through relaxed policies, allowing us to study abroad and opening our borders to foreign enterprises, did we propel our nation forward. I am employing the ideological focus of Japanese manga artists to underscore our deficiencies, resonating with national policy. In the isekai genre, I enjoy. Talented individuals utilize their skills to foster cultural development in retrogressive worlds, offering immense conveniences to their people. Yet, we only know how to defeat monsters and bosses. What is the actual significance behind it? The protagonist may become formidable, ascend to godhood, or achieve immortality. Ultimately, what is the substantial meaning? Even if this protagonist stands unrivaled, living blissfully with family, he pales in comparison to the infamous Sui Yong Emperor. The Grand Canal, despite its burdensome costs, brought enduring benefits. With the canal, transportation became convenient, allowing trade to flourish rapidly. During droughts, the canal's many tributaries alleviated the need for long journeys to fetch water for irrigation. In floods, the canal's branches prevented accumulation of water, extinguishing flooding altogether. That unrivaled protagonist may ultimately enjoy life with his family, indifferent to others. Just as Tang San in the Douluo Continent, aside from his trivial title of Sea God, what legacy does he leave behind? The Grand Canal and the sacred texts he authored, did he create any ingenious tools, benefiting the populace and ensuring their peace of mind? Setting aside revolutionary inventions like diesel engines, he has not even produced agricultural technologies. After waging war, he and his family ascend to the heavens, achieving immortality without leaving anything behind. In this world, there exists an individual whose impact may be deemed less significant than that of more than one Sui Yongdi. The transgressions of Sui Yongdi are often highlighted in contemporary discourse, yet his contributions, which possess enduring merit, have largely been overlooked, leaving many unaware of his achievements. However, the emergence of similar figures in our present age would prove beneficial rather than detrimental. Some individuals still maintain that, given a choice, they would prefer to emulate the likes of Tang San. After all, they could achieve immortality, live in comfort with their families, and disregard the fates of others. Such individuals elude my judgment. The capacity for understanding among people varies considerably. Some possess a narrow scope of perception while others, lacking exposure to such educational paradigms, may not have contemplated these matters at all. With the right guidance, they may eventually realize the extent of their vision and the breadth of their understanding. My writings evoke varied responses from individuals of different capacities. Ultimately, whether one abandons my work or remains to witness the evolution of my narrative is a decision left to them. I endeavor to write a unique novel from the perspective of Japanese manga, which will undoubtedly be an extraordinary tale. It is possible that some may inquire about my nationality. To that, I shall affirm my Chinese identity, though it seems not to satisfy their curiosity. My explanations are woven into the fabric of my narrative, and further inquiries may leave me at a loss for words. During my elementary school years, I read Douluo and found it quite captivating, with a delightful conclusion that allowed for a personal connection. However, after becoming an avid fan of Japanese manga, particularly following my experience with Naruto, the transformation in my perspective is evident. It is imperative to note that one cannot fully grasp the values presented within Naruto without completing the series. Only those who have immersed themselves in Naruto can truly understand its ethos. Yet, many who have not finished the series still engage with the storyline through fan works, leading to confusion regarding whom to trust. Some readers may have encountered numerous Naruto fan creations. In summary, remember this: if the protagonist ultimately stands solitary at the pinnacle, transcendent yet devoid of achievements, merely engaging in conflict that results in mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, then those are individuals who have not completed Naruto, and thus the essence of the narrative need not be believed. To ardently support such figures shows a profound disrespect for this educational anime. Regrettably, the length of the series deters many viewers from completion, resulting in a scarcity of those who comprehend its values. However, there is no need to invest excessive time in watching Naruto. Through my Douluo fan work and my new book, Myokuji Rinshin Isho, one can still experience the values inherent in Naruto. If you're interested in discovering the extent of your own understanding and the breadth of your vision, I invite you to read and cherish my works. The above concludes my discourse. In chapter 152, the conversation yields no fruitful outcome. Speak plainly, Tang Hao stated, his tone icy as he regarded the youth before him. In the face of the overwhelming presence of the Haotian Douluo, Kakashi opted for a calm smile. It seems you have suffered considerable injury. If you do not leave promptly, you may encounter unforeseen dangers, for your ability to defend yourself is severely diminished. Engaging single-handedly against 7 titled Douluos may appear foolhardy, yet Tang Hao is indeed gravely wounded, having coughed blood multiple times during his journey. Tang Hao, Undote, was astonished that his formidable presence failed to intimidate his opponent, thereby achieving the desired outcome of avoiding conflict. Is a confrontation inevitable? Even now, I am not an adversary you can vanquish with a mere clone. Tang Hao scoffed, though internally he wagered on the escape routes from the spirit hall, of which there were several, equally convenient. Thus he departed with a semblance of nonchalance. The individual before him appeared to be a clone, seemingly blocking multiple paths simultaneously. You have seen through my ruse, Kakashi remarked, feigning fear. But do not adopt such a solemn demeanor. That merely conceals your true intentions. I have shadowed you for years, yet you have evaded me each time. It appears you possess an array of intriguing abilities. Tang Hao held Tang San with one arm and embraced Xiao Wu with the other, his hands too occupied to engage in combat. However, some matters do not require physical intervention. In an instant, a chilling aura emanated from him, icy, sinister, and terrifying. A formidable killing intent surged forth, akin to a ravenous beast prepared to consume its foe. Tang San and Xiao Wu, nestled under Tang Hao's arm, involuntarily shivered, awakened from their slumber by the bone-chilling malevolence. Kakashi remarked, "Do not flaunt your murderous intent before me. Such antics are laughable. You are indeed no ordinary child." Tang Hao sighed softly, recognizing that his desire to depart might be in vain. The ominous Haotian hammer materialized between them, exuding a palpable bloodlust. Must you always assume a combative stance? Can you not simply listen? Kakashi responded, nonplussed. His earlier words were merely taunts, not declarations of war. I find this approach safer for myself. Tang Hao remained vigilant, the Haotian hammer radiating waves of powerful soul energy, his trust in Kakashi waning. He felt remarkably vulnerable, and caution was prudent in the face of Kakashi's words. For he knew nothing of this adversary. Engaging Kakashi in battle would be a troublesome endeavor. Very well, let us proceed thus, Kakashi conceded, shaking his head in resignation as he sat cross-legged. His readiness to engage in conversation demonstrated sincerity. Tang Hao remained unchanged, the Haotian hammer hovering ominously, its murderous aura directed at Kakashi. First, allow me to pose a question, Kakashi initiated, his gaze piercing. Let us discuss your capacity for understanding. In your eyes, do the thousands of affiliated soul masters of the Haotian sect pale in comparison to your wife? Is the sense of duty towards your sect overshadowed by personal affection? Kakashi's words were audacious, unafraid of the repercussions, for this was merely a clone, and should Tang Hao's anger lead to its demise, it would bear no consequence. Kakashi was eager to discern the depth of Tang Hao's sense of responsibility. Within the Haotian clan resided Tang Hao's father, brother, uncles, and hundreds of kin. Yet ultimately, he chose to flee with his partner, inciting his father's wrath and leading to the ruin of their sect. The soul beasts, true to their nature, failed to comprehend the meaning of love, lacking the faculty for self-sacrifice. Had that soul beast been capable of discerning the circumstances, it might have chosen to depart or make a sacrifice, thus preventing the Haotian sect from its current fate. Indeed, this epitomizes the chasm between man and beast. It appears that neither individual grasps the essence of love that entails sacrifice. They speak of it with such sanctity. Itachi, in a bid to protect his clan and village, slaughtered his entire family, burdened with infamy. Engaging in a civil war against the formidable Uchiha clan would undoubtedly destabilize Konoha, and neighboring nations would seize the opportunity to invade. The village maintained its stability, preventing foreign incursion, while the Uchiha bloodline continued through his younger brother. Itachi was undeniably a hero, sacrificing everything for his brother and village, perpetually deceiving his sibling until his demise. Even in the face of his brother's hatred, he endeavored to ensure his survival. This is the essence of a brotherly bond. In comparing the love between the two, the former appears utterly ludicrous. Can it even be deemed love? What do you mean? Dang hao in gui? This is a classic case of asking questions with full knowledge of the answer. Essentially, it means you are worthless, with hundreds of direct descendants and thousands of subordinates. As the future of the sect, you abandon all of this merely for personal emotions. Tang Hao frequently returns to Sea Tang San and has heard the tales of Uchiha Itachi, understanding his own shortcomings. His father, elder brother, and uncles all turned a blind eye, all for the sake of a soul beast. In conjunction with this, he tarnishes human ethics, becoming intolerable in the eyes of the world. Perhaps it is not that the world cannot tolerate him. He is simply targeted by the Wahandian. The might of the Wahandian is unmatched, and Haotian might engage in battle. However, without justification, Tang Hao damages moral integrity outside, fighting fiercely against the highest-ranked title Douluo of the human race for the sake of soul beast, shattering one of his legs. Who can absolve him of the shame? The Wahandian stands united with a shared purpose of opposition. Within Haotian, there exists a mentality of why should the entire sect bear the responsibility for Tang Hao's troubles? How can one fight under such circumstances? Historically, wars have sought a justified cause to boost morale, allowing one to seize the initiative, winning half the battle before it even begins. As the saying goes, to expel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. If the inside is unstable, how can one resist external enemies? Tang Hao understands that this marks a complete rift between the two parties, and a confrontation with Kakashi is likely on the horizon. The Scarlet Sharingan fixates on its target, its gaze sharp yet filled with disdain. You know precisely what I mean. Your feigned ignorance is far worse than my initial transgressions. His countenance darkens. He did not anticipate that this renowned figure before him would prove to be such a coward, unwilling to acknowledge his own faults. I care not what you are. I only know that if I am humiliated, I must seek justice, regardless of who the opponent is. Tang Hao's words resonate with conviction. Even at the cost of the sect that raised him, Kakashi regains his composure, understanding the nature of this individual. Such character would never befit a teacher of formidable techniques in Konoha. Personal emotions superseding communal responsibility. In a place like Konoha, such individuals ultimately meet a grim fate. Tang Hao remains silent. He has not even contemplated the cost. In his eyes, he merely desires a peaceful existence with his beloved, questioning why fate has conspired against him. It is all the Wahandian's greed that has led to his wife's plight, and thus Haotian suffers. A tremendous aura erupts from Tang Hao, exuding an oppressive force, infused with murderous intent. The domain of the god of death unveils itself, exuding a chilling atmosphere, causing the temperature to plummet drastically. The burly man fixes his gaze on the individual ahead, a black hammer hovering before him. He stirs restlessly, the figure before him evoking painful memories from the past. The mark of the unformed condenses chakra, wielded to resist the pressure of the murderous aura and soul power. This is merely a shadow clone, unable to withstand the might of the Haotian Douluo. It appears I cannot glean any information, so let this matter be addressed by Shao San himself. With a nonchalant remark, Kakashi's shadow clone dissipates into smoke, vanishing from sight. Chapter 153, Departure Nightfall. A refreshing night breeze rustles the leaves, casting a patchwork of shadows illuminated by the moonlight. Xiao Wu slowly awakens from her stupor, instinctively sitting up and surveying her surroundings. The campfire blazes brightly, its flames dancing with fervor. Beside the fire, there are two others, an elderly and a young Tang Hao, father and son. Now that she has awakened, it is time to make a decision. Tang Hao's deep, resonant voice reaches Xiao Wu's ears. Silently nodding, her gaze remains fixed upon Tang San. At this moment, Tang San is in a meditative state, having awakened earlier than Xiao Wu. but his physical condition is poor, requiring him to channel the Tang Sect's techniques for restoration. Currently, Xiao San lacks the ability to protect you. Remaining would be detrimental to both of you. I understand. At this juncture, Xiao Wu is no longer the naive child she once was. The tale of Itachi has profoundly affected her. Regardless of the truth of that story, I hope you both do not reach such an end. Tang Hao speaks little. Bringing up that tale stirs complex emotions within him. The end he refers to is akin to the fate of Xiao Wu and Tang San's mother. Perhaps the final outcome may differ, for Itachi's story has already left its mark on these children. If they could reach that end, it would not be so bad, at least in a different sense. They could remain together forever. Xiao Wu smiles. This time her smile is gentle, a contrast to her usual playful demeanor, evoking warmth yet tinged with sorrow. The actions of Xiao San's mother remain uncertain, but I am surely in the wrong. Tang Hao's eyes cloud over, his expression melancholy. His wife sacrificed herself. And perhaps the ultimate meaning was simply her unwillingness to part from him, devoid of any desire for vengeance. Yet, he knows he is undoubtedly mistaken. His wife's intentions may have been to quell conflict, though it was never articulated. To quell conflict, Tang Hao could return to the sect with overwhelming strength. Despite committing a grave error, such power might lead to forgiveness. Tang San would then enjoy a blissful childhood, free from such suffering, a sect with two titled Douluos, one of whom possesses unrivaled might. Haotian Zong might ascend to unprecedented heights. However, driven by personal emotions that overshadow all else, Tang Hao inadvertently reverses the situation. He has never contemplated what his wife's intentions might have been. All that matters is venting his pent-up hatred. Her feelings never crossed his mind, and had it not been for the tale of Uchiha Itachi, he would have remained oblivious. Xiao Wu gracefully rises, approaching the seated Tang San, gazing lovingly at her beloved. Her delicate hand reaches out, caressing Tang San's cheek gently. Should I ultimately find the resolve, I will become a significant support on your path to doing so without causing you trouble. Her voice quivers and tears begin to flow. As the night wind stirs, the campfire flickers wildly and the leaves in the forest rustle. Until you become a supreme expert, we cannot walk hand in hand in the sunlight. The cruelest aspect of this world is time. It grants neither a second longer nor a moment shorter. The journey to becoming an unparalleled master will be arduous and the process lengthy. Yet with my presence, time will be significantly shortened. Tang Hao cannot bear to close his eyes. He truly does not wish for such a fate to befall his son. Ignoring Tang Hao's presence, Xiao Wu bows her head and gently kisses Tang San's lips, leaving behind a salty taste mixed with her unique scent. Suddenly standing, she leaps away, disappearing into the distance. Tang San, still in a meditative state, trembles slightly, his eyelids fluttering as if he might awaken at any moment. Tang Hao watches the direction in which Xiao Wu vanished, his heart troubled. He murmurs, perhaps, even if your outcome mirrors ours, you may yet possess a different future. For now, all that remains is to await Tang San's awakening to commence his special training. Chibao glazed sect. Oscar is beset by uncertainty, unsure of what to do next. Ning Rongrong's previous tears, a release of her inner turmoil, have invigorated Oscar. While he feels sorrow for Ning Rongrong's plight, he also strives to uplift his own spirits. Since Ning Rongrong chose to confide in him, it signifies that she has opened her heart, already holding him in her thoughts. As long as he continues to exert effort, he will surely rescue Ning Rongrong from her suffering. However, he discovered that after being introduced to the inner circle by Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong became somewhat aloof towards him. His efforts were evident to all. As a mere food-type spirit master, he remarkably did not find himself distanced from his equally talented teammates, which was no small feat yet. Despite his sincere intentions, Ning Rongrong maintained an air of casual indifference. He yearned to seek clarity, but felt it would be too forward to inquire directly. As night fell, the Chibao Liuli sect gradually quieted down. He found himself outside Ning Rongrong's door, gently tapping on the window frame. Oscar was at a loss for words, unsure of how he had arrived at this moment. All he knew was that he desperately needed an answer. Previously, Ning Rongrong had always responded with a polite invitation to enter, her voice gentle and inviting, instilling a sense of closeness. As the daughter of a great sect, she had received exemplary upbringing. Although she later exhibited a rather witch-like demeanor, the manner she had been taught remained ingrained. Oscar stepped into the pink-hued space, warm and somewhat innocent, which was Ning Rongrong's room. "Rongrong, are you still awake?" he inquired with concern, though his tone betrayed his own troubled state. Ning Rongrong turned to him, her smile warm and friendly, yet Oscar could not shake the feeling of an emotional distance between them, a chasm that seemed insurmountable. Her white dress accentuated her ethereal beauty as she suggested, "The moonlight is lovely tonight. Shall we take a stroll?" Torn by his thoughts, Oscar readily agreed, needing time to untangle his emotions. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle and serene light upon the night. Stars twinkled playfully against the backdrop of the night sky. As they traversed cobblestone paths and meandered through lush bamboo groves, they remained silent for an extended period. Ning Rongrong's delicate features were bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, radiating an otherworldly purity. She walked slightly ahead, silent and composed, her serene demeanor unruffled by the night's ambience. Oscar, trailing half a step behind, furrowed his brow. Several times he opened his mouth to speak, only to swallow his words back down. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, they reached a cliff on a mountain peak. With no path ahead, they stood still, the night wind gusting around them. Ning Rongrong's garments fluttered as she ascended to the summit, creating an ethereal image. Oscar lagged behind, sensing the distance between them. A full moon hung in the night sky, its pristine light cascading over the beautiful figure before him. He gazed up at her, the luminous moon casting a mystical aura around her, making her appear almost celestial. Yes, it was precisely this sense of distance. Oscar, handsome with alluring peach blossom eyes that enchanted many a young heart, found himself feeling inadequate beneath her ethereal presence. True elegance transcended mere appearance. One could possess an unremarkable visage, yet exude an undeniable charisma, commanding respect and admiration. Such a presence could evoke an instinctive desire for subservience. Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, was said to be plain in appearance, yet his commanding presence drew followers, contrasting with the grandiose looks of Xiangyu. Oscar gazed at the exquisite figure before him, lost in thought. To possess such grace and inner strength indicated a remarkable spirit. A narrow-minded individual could never cultivate such an aura. It was not something one could merely feign. Unless one had a secret method to radiate divine light and amplify their voice, perhaps one could deceive some. Was it a matter of the size of one's inner being? Oscar pondered, seeking insight into his own actions. Ning Rongrong remained atop the mountain, basking in the moonlight, exuding an air of sanctity. Oscar did not avert his gaze, his captivating eyes serious and focused. After a long while, Ning Rongrong descended from the peak, meeting Oscar's gaze directly. "Do you understand anything?" she asked. Oscar shook his head, uncertain of how to proceed despite feeling something stirring within him. However, he spoke earnestly. "We share a sense of distance, but I will find a way to bridge it." "Perhaps," he added. Ning Rongrong smiled enigmatically, her expression blooming like a flower. "I do not know the answer, but I feel that remaining here will not yield it." Oscar, with unwavering resolve, met Ning Rongrong's eyes without flinching. "So, what will you do?" she inquired. The situation seemed to develop favorably, everything under control. She appeared ethereal in her white dress, smiling and approachable, truly a vision of beauty. "Apart from leaving, I may have no other means to seek an answer," Oscar replied without hesitation, turning decisively to depart, his steps firm and resolute. This assertiveness embodied the essence of a true, outstanding individual. What was the measure of the size of one's inner world? Oscar was contemplating this question. Coming from a small village, he had little exposure to the vastness of life and lacked profound wisdom. Initially, he had no grand ambitions, merely wishing to continue as he was, relying on his talent and high-level food-type martial spirit to gain favor. However, after encountering Ning Rongrong, he felt an overwhelming desire to strive for her sake, even now. He contemplated how to dissolve the seemingly close yet distant barrier between them. Watching Oscar's retreating figure, Ning Rongrong sighed, her thoughts tangled. Do you regret it? A ghostly figure materialized behind her, whispering softly. Ning Rongrong nodded slightly, a hint of a bitter smile gracing her lovely face, before shaking her head. There was no need to deny it. A girl would naturally wish for a devoted and handsome man willing to face hardships for her. The figure stepped closer, the silver light reflecting off his forehead in the moonlight. His crimson left eye spun slowly. I have failed. Kakashi had long sought to awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan without the death of a beloved one. He had delved into numerous tragic tales and observed the nature of human separation. Yet, for someone accustomed to such experiences, the emotional impact had not been sufficient to trigger his awakening. As a ninja with a rich life, he was not so sentimental as to reach that point. This time, too, lovers ultimately could not be together. Even among acquaintances, the emotional resonance was minimal. Announcement. Currently, due to viewing Douluo from another perspective, I have faced criticism from die-hard fans. Some readers have expressed that the story cannot proceed due to Kakashi's identity being exposed. Speaking of which, my thoughts have been rather chaotic due to the dual updates, and the new book's progress has been quite poor. Thus, I have resolved to embark on 2 significant transitions. Tomorrow, I shall decisively conclude the book, and the day after, the other volume will resume its regular updates. I implore the readers who cherish Huaying to pay attention. In chapter 154, the grand finale unfolds as Aosi departs from Chibao Lulazong, bringing great relief to Ning Rongrong. She has only recently begun her education under Kakashi and has yet to fully transcend the realm of an ordinary young girl. Confronted with Aosika's sincere affections, she finds herself wavering from time to time. The sect leader, Ning Fengji, is acutely aware of the path his daughter has chosen. Although he dotes on her, as the leader of the sect, he bears the weight of his clan's aspirations. There is little he cannot relinquish. This is the mark of a competent leader. Moreover, with Ning Rongrong's exceptional talents, she is destined to assume the role of sect leader in the future, which is a comforting thought. Thus, Kakashi becomes a guest, or rather, is acknowledged as Ning Rongrong's mentor. However, this very act provides Bibidong with an excuse. She places her trust in Kakashi wholeheartedly. His integrity is apparent, and all the ninjas under his command have been indoctrinated. They heed only the words of their pope, Bibidong, disregarding even Kakashi's counsel. Her faith in Kakashi stems from her aspiration to forge a world that benefits both parties, one free from the continent's strife. Yet, she refuses to endure her own suffering in the hope of bettering the world. Once a prodigy, she devoted herself to the Wuhuan Dian under the tutelage of the previous pope, a once-in-a-century genius. The prior pope intended for her to become the Wuhuan Dian Saintus and ultimately its pillar. Having been nurtured by the pope since childhood, she felt an obligation that was, in truth, quite natural. However, in her youthful naivety, she sought to abandon everything for the sake of a so-called love with Xiaogong. A love for such a trivial matter. She disregarded the kindness of her mentor and the dedication of a formidable power. If one were to insist, this could be regarded as karmic retribution. Initially, one might feel sympathy for Bibidong, yet upon reflection, it becomes evident that few in the world of Douluo are virtuous. And ironically, they all end up as saints. Her mentor invested considerable effort into her education, and the Wuhuan Dian exhausted its resources on merely to have her remain within its ranks. This was predestined from the outset, requiring no further contemplation. Yet, who ultimately reneged on their commitments? At times, the world does exhibit a semblance of fairness. In the end, the previous pope had no alternative but to employ his final trump card, rendering his disciple unconscious, and ultimately perform some affectionate deeds. This was remarkable. Despite his advanced age, he deserves a thumbs up for decisively impacting his disciple's life. Bibidong found herself too ashamed to face Xiaogong, fabricating lies to deceive her beloved. Heartbroken, Xiaogong departed, despondent, and subsequently encountered Liu, resulting in yet another tragedy due to their blood ties. Bibidong harbors resentment towards her mentor, towards the Wuhuan Dian, and indeed, towards the world itself. Therefore, her objectives stand in stark contrast to Kakashi's. She has witnessed the tumultuous times of the continent, understanding the severe consequences that arise from various factions' conflicts. Thus, Kakashi's desire to unite all parties and achieve harmony is something she vehemently opposes. Why should she endure such torment? And why should she cooperate with Kakashi in creating a peaceful world? She simply lacks a compelling justification and has yet to seize the opportunity to eliminate Kakashi. She is acutely aware of Kakashi's prowess. Mere mortals cannot defeat him, and those of great strength are accompanied by the vigilant Fufu, who would detect any impending threats. Kakashi managed to infiltrate the papal palace undetected, remaining unnoticed due to the fear of disturbing the Pope's mental domain. While even the formidable title Douluo could not perceive Kakashi's concealed presence. However, he infiltrated the papal palace at the tender age of 10, breaching the defenses of 60-level guardian knights and controlling a formidable soul master through illusion. This individual warrants her utmost caution. Yet, she recalls that upon first encountering Kakashi, she did not believe that only he could traverse such distances. Thus, the 7 great offerings would likely share a similar sentiment. As Kakashi drew closer to her, it became evident that he had distanced himself from the 7 offerings. Despite assisting Qian Rinxue in vanquishing the Tiendo prince, this was merely a duty, and the offerings never fully entrusted Kakashi. At this moment, his close association with Qibao Lulazong, regardless of motive, has provided Bibidong with an opportunity to cast aspersions. Kakashi's connection with Ningrongrong is tantamount to establishing ties with Qibao Lulazong. While the plan is related, it does not necessitate such intimacy. Bibidong seizes this opportunity to sow discord among the offerings. Given Qian Rinxue's approval of Kakashi's capabilities, her lack of scrutiny regarding his origins, and his repeated injuries sustained while assisting them, she has placed her trust in him. Bibidong, being astute, recognizes this shift. Qian Rinxue's backing is derived from the 7 great offerings. Once this hurdle is overcome, the situation will be solidified. The 7 great offerings harbor great trepidation towards Kakashi's unique abilities and rapid growth, which is nearly beyond comprehension. The Grand Offering has long harbored suspicions regarding whether others from Kakashi's side would arrive and what they might do upon their arrival. The recent deepening of Kakashi's relationship with Qibao Lulazong has only intensified their apprehension. What is he attempting to achieve by forging connections? You serve the Wuhuan Dian, and your future is bright. Why seek out Qibao Lulazong? Is there treachery afoot? Are you attempting to establish a reliable ally before bringing your people over? The Wuhuan Dian reigns supreme. Does it require uncontrollable elements? Thus, they turn to Qibao Lulazong, forming a temporary alliance. Their unity stems from a shared animosity towards Kakashi, or rather, towards the influx of outsiders he intends to usher in. On another front, Tang San's strength is on the rise. Tang Hao imparts the authentic cultivation methods of the Haotian zone, while also providing Tang San with a soul bone for the head of commendable quality, at least over 40,000 years old. Since uncovering Kakashi's hidden motives, he has felt uneasy about him. Having previously theorized that should Kakashi indeed be intertwined with a Wuhuan Dian, there would be no hope for the Soul Master competition. He has meticulously planned. Since he cannot acquire the soul bones from the Wuhuan Dian, he shall assist Tang San in the search, with the might of Haotian Douluo. Even if he must operate in secrecy, he has found an opportunity. Through various leads, he has reached out to a former adversary, employing the Haotian hammer for a swift resolution. In the past, he had eloped with soul beasts, and it was not just the Wuhuan Dian that sought to exploit them. The value of a 100,000-year soul beast is immeasurable, particularly one that has taken human form. Tang Hao has many enemies, and this serves as a means of reclaiming some interest. Tang San has also been influenced. The tale of Uchiha Itachi has caused quite a stir in the worldview. Nevertheless, he remains resolute in his belief that no matter the circumstances, he shall never allow harm to befall his family. Uchiha Itachi's massacre of his entire clan ultimately did not prevent him from sparing his brother. For him, his brother holds greater significance than the village itself. Thus, yet another individual has emerged, misinterpreting Uchiha Itachi's true intentions. Furthermore, Tang San understands that in this world, there exists no absolute good or evil, Power alone dictates discourse. What it means to relinquish the self for the greater good, the so-called Uchiha Itachi, is nothing but an ethereal illusion, entirely non-existent. The Wuhuan Temple owes them a debt that must be repaid. It is truly lamentable to see one's own errors ultimately blamed on others. Such individuals lead to the disbandment of the Shrek 7 monsters. Oscar travels far and wide in search of answers while diligently honing his skills. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing eventually depart, wandering and cultivating. Having vowed not to return to Xingluo unless summoned by the emperor, they ponder their future paths, contemplating the necessity of growing stronger to assist their homeland at the opportune moment. Ma Hongjun ventures into the bustling world, unbound and eager to savor the pleasures of life. Xiao Wu returns to the Stardow Forest, accompanying the two great kings of the forest while simultaneously enhancing her own abilities. Ning Rongrong, however, faces a more challenging path. She must learn the essential skills of a master while not neglecting her cultivation. Yet she finds joy in having a competent teacher who focuses on the essentials, dismissing the superfluous. A teacher's role is to guide students toward critical knowledge. Self-study is a gradual process. If one could learn independently, what need would there be for a teacher? The time-consuming nature of self-discovery only serves to highlight the brilliance of true geniuses. Thus, a mere supervisor suffices. What further instruction is necessary? Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo are astonished, contemplating how devoted this young man is to the little princess. With such talent, and considering Rongrong seems to harbor a certain admiration for him, he may well become a desirable son-in-law. Gu Douluo had once extended an olive branch to recruit Kakashi, but was met with rejection. He had even contemplated eliminating Kakashi, a man of no connections. Yet it now appears unnecessary. Years have passed, and they have all achieved success in their respective studies. Kakashi abandoned conventional ninjutsu training midway, focusing exclusively on cultivating his soul power, making rapid progress. His training in Shinsu was also set aside as the Nine Tails advised him that the time was not yet ripe. Once the power of Hashirama is fully restored, Kakashi will be able to channel natural energy into his body from anywhere. With the Nine Tails' assistance, Kakashi's soul power training accelerated dramatically, ultimately breaking through to level 70 and attaining the rank of Soul Sage. He no longer worries about the stability of his foundation. What he urgently needs now is strength. He senses an unusual attitude from the Pope, appearing somewhat perfunctory and evasive. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue approaches him with an odd inquiry. Have you done something? This perplexes Kakashi, who thinks to himself that he has done nothing at all. Qian Rinxue maintains her disguise, still presenting herself as the Prince Xueqinghe. She discreetly informs Kakashi that the Grand Priest has instructed her to monitor his movements and report any anomalies immediately. Kakashi realizes he is no longer trusted and feels a pressing urgency to act without delay. He enters the soul-hunting forest of Tiando to return Fufu. He senses he has become a target, though the reasons remain unclear, yet he recalls the idiom Goku. His situation becomes perilous, potentially endangering the 7 treasure glazed tile school, especially since it is associated with the Wuhuan Temple. Thus, returning Fufu to this place is the best course of action. Fufu lets out a soft sigh, clearly reluctant. Although Kakashi shares her sentiments, he knows it is the wisest choice. The soul-hunting forest is devoid of powerful foes, ensuring Fufu's safety. After all, she has developed her own intellect and, after accompanying him for so many years, has learned numerous ninja techniques. She is capable of self-defense. He then visits the Tiando Royal Academy, where he encounters a person with flowing blue hair, an elegant figure, and a face veiled by black gauze, exuding an air of mystery. I require your assistance, Kakashi candidly requests. I will assist you, the blue-haired woman replies succinctly, without asking any further questions. It might be worth mentioning her identity as the world's only 9-hearted Sea Pearl Soul Master, Yi Lingling. The Shrek group has gathered, aside from Xiao Wu, who remains hidden in the Stardow Forest. Everyone else has returned. It must be noted that over the years, the Xingluo Empire has repeatedly sent experts to eliminate Kakashi. The initial attempts were manageable, as the Wuhuan Temple intervened. However, as Kakashi faced multiple assassination attempts, he found himself in extreme peril, ultimately retaliating with the aid of the Nine Tails. The Pope has ceased to care for Kakashi's well-being, perhaps even wishing for his demise, hence she has refrained from sending anyone. Now, she cannot act personally, fearing it would appear too hasty. Eliminating those who assist her could expose her intentions, especially given Kakashi's significant contributions. She resolves to take decisive action, though her true motives, while seemingly absurd, will certainly draw the vigilance of the Grand Priest, leading to complications. Soon, Kakashi's nightmare unfolds. The plan is rejected, and the soul-hunting operation commences. He is redirected without his knowledge, joining the mission to hunt Xiao Wu. The Wuhuan Temple becomes perplexed as to why Tang Hao has taken Xiao Wu away, but after investigation, the truth becomes clear. They can access Xiao Wu's records and, upon examination, discover that the origins of all her soul rings are shrouded in mystery. The Wuhuan Temple possesses substantial documentation, and these peculiarities are quickly identified as soul beasts. The Pope tears off any pretense, relaying this information to Kakashi and demanding that he assist in capturing Xiao Wu. Kakashi sighs. He has long suspected that Xiao Wu is extraordinary and had entertained such notions before. Yet, upon confirmation, he can only shake his head in disbelief. The prospect of killing a companion is once again thrust upon him. This time, the team comprises not only Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo, but also a title Douluo, ostensibly tasked with protecting Kakashi. This fool can surely deduce what is at play. It is merely an excuse, a facade. Kakashi finds himself unable to refuse. Even if he tried, it would be futile. Perhaps he could exert himself to send this person back, but that would only exacerbate their relationship, leaving no room for reconciliation. This is a one-sided sentiment, as Bibi Dong has long harbored intentions against Kakashi. Although he senses this, he cannot fathom the melodramatic events of decades past. This time, Kakashi experiences an unexpected gain. He and the elder beside him merely follow from a distance, observing from above without engaging. The elder, a formidable title Douluo, has the sole task of monitoring Kakashi. Ultimately, Kakashi is unable to alter the course of events. Xiao Wu makes her sacrifice, her blood staining her white attire. Her smile hauntingly beautiful. Kakashi is moved. Through his Sharingan, he perceives Xiao Wu's silent words to Tang San. He reads her lips. Live well, and do not seek revenge for me. The Crimson Sharingan undergoes a transformation, the three tomo spinning rapidly into a pattern. Simultaneously, a stream of blood tears flows from Kakashi's left eye. Amidst the blood and tears, he activates his Mangekyo Sharingan, but he cannot change the outcome. Xiao Wu's sacrifice remains unchanged. Wiping away the blood and tears, he understands that there are still matters to attend to. The elder beside him remains patient, continuously scanning for any anomalies in Kakashi. Observing as Wuhuan Temple personnel are taken down one by Tang San, he refrains from intervening. However, when Xiao Wu sacrifices herself, he can no longer remain passive and rushes forward. Yet, he cannot alter the situation. It has come to this, and he must employ the Wuhuan fusion technique to seal the two great kings of the forest, Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo, and take them away. The two individuals had long confined the two formidable 10,000-year soul beasts, their soul power depleted and on the brink of collapse. At that moment, the two forest kings disregarded them and directed their wrath towards the sacrificial figure Xiao Wu. The elder, having rescued the individual, promptly departed. His mission had always been singular. As long as Kakashi remained still, his task would be deemed a resounding success. Kakashi had believed he was in control of everything, only to find himself the subject of mockery in the end. The Pope had misled him. His nightmare was merely beginning. Upon returning to Wuhuan Hall, Kakashi received news of the successful soul-hunting operation, with two of the three upper sects completely annihilated. Upon hearing this, darkness clouded Kakashi's vision, nearly causing him to faint. In the 155th chapter, after the conclusion of the soul-hunting operation, Kakashi weakly sought answers, only to find the Pope utterly unapproachable. He had not anticipated that his sincere efforts would yield such a disheartening outcome. Nevertheless, there remained a chance for redemption. Qianren Xue had yet to falter. Originally, it was believed that with his assistance, Qianren Xue would encounter no difficulties. To some extent, he felt invincible. However, Bibi Dong denied him that opportunity. Initially, the Pope had tasked him with participating in the hunt for Xiao Wu, ostensibly to ascertain Kakashi's loyalty. As an outsider, Kakashi was evidently still deemed untrustworthy. Following the conclusion of the hunt, Kakashi did not succumb to despair. Xiao Wu's final words struck him profoundly. She refrained from uttering vows of vengeance, instead urging Tang San to let go of his hatred. This impressed him greatly, as he had not anticipated that Xiao Wu would ultimately consider the future. This instilled in him a belief that there must exist individuals within the soul master community who yearn to withdraw from the chaos of conflict. Thus, Kakashi held onto this conviction. In his previous life, the major ninja villages had united to establish communication and cease hostilities. No longer did they lose something to the adversary through force one day, only to reclaim it through force the next. Mutual trust, it seemed, could ultimately be realized. The inhabitants of Douluo were human too. They had endured the tribulations of turmoil and longed for peace and tranquility. Yet in the end, he was deprived of even the opportunity to assist Qianren Xue. After the soul-hunting operation concluded, Kakashi continued to be branded with accusations. The offering hall was perplexed. What had transpired? Hadn't they seemed to grow closer? Now, Bibi Dong had transformed into a rabid beast, relentlessly attacking the outsider. However, this was of little concern to them, as Kakashi was never truly aligned with them. If he were to perish, so be it. As for Bibi Dong's actions, what did it matter? As long as it did not impede their affairs. The soul-hunting operation had been meticulously planned for a long time. Kakashi's proposal for modification, though permitted, was ultimately at their discretion to implement. As merely an outsider, his intentions were of little significance, for he had never received genuine trust from the outset. Subsequently, Bibi Dong incessantly urged Qianren Xue to act swiftly. Qianren Xue hesitated, believing further deliberation was necessary, having secretly investigated Kakashi. His talents were evident, and, at that moment, with the upper three sects obliterated, the lower four sects were merely the lapdogs of Wuhuan Hall. Kakashi had no allies left to rally. However, the Pope soon discovered the situation and immediately communicated with the offering hall. The fact that she could feel such trepidation towards him, seeking out the very offering hall she typically despised, indicated Kakashi's influence was not insignificant. The offering hall could no longer remain passive and swiftly reacted. Qianren Xue was held in high regard. After Bibi Dong, she was to be the one in power. To consult an outsider was unacceptable. This young man could not be allowed to live, and Qianren Xue was commanded to take action. The chief offering personally issued the order for Qianren Xue to act immediately, while numerous elders mobilized to hunt down Kakashi. Moreover, a level 96 offering was dispatched to deal with him, indicating lethal intent. Kakashi fled, pursued by several titled Douluo, including a few notable figures since Tang Hao. Qianren Xue attempted to reason with him. Although she had been defeated by Kakashi multiple times, her understanding of public and private matters was clear. She remained uninvolved, but once she engaged, the pursuers among Kakashi's assailants included two more offering-level figures. He sought refuge in the Star Do Forest, utilizing the terrain to his advantage against them. During this time, with the aid of a singular Mangekyo Sharingan and the immense chakra of the Nine Tails, he activated Susanoo once more. This absolute defense repelled numerous strikes from the offering-level assailants. However, it was incomplete, merely a skeletal framework, lacking adequate strength. Under the force of an offering's full power, the first form of Susanoo was obliterated. He found himself unable to use Kimui to escape, as the opportunity was not favorable. Utilizing the space-time ninjutsu Kimui on himself would significantly slow his speed, and the element of surprise was lost as he captured an offering-level Douluo. However, he did not kill the elder. Instead, he absorbed him into the space-time realm and later released him. Of course, he compelled the elder to swear an oath not to pursue him. The elder, lacking motivation, thought to himself that the young man had committed no real offense. Why was there such a demand for his death from above? Though he hesitated regarding the orders from his superiors, he ultimately did not refuse. Moreover, under his influence, the fervor of the elders pursuing Kakashi diminished. They too were puzzled as to why they were suddenly ordered to eliminate one of their own. What outsider? It was none of their concern. They were merely laboring for their superior. This outsider was also one of them, and indeed a colleague. Kakashi's Kimui required mastery of spatial coordinates for relocation. However, he had yet to attempt arbitrary movement. Furthermore, the forces dispatched by Wuhan Hall were substantial. This was his predicament, and it was unnecessary to involve others. He even contemplated using the pursuit team to continue communication with the Pope and the offerings. Yet, it proved futile, as he remained relentlessly pursued, with the 3 offering-level pursuers affording him no respite. Hiding within the space-time realm proved unproductive. The misunderstandings would never be resolved, rendering it meaningless. But where could he go? Originally possessing such a divine technique as space-time ninjutsu, he ultimately realized that there was no place for him in the world. Simply seeking refuge in any location was no different from hiding in the space-time realm. Moreover, if the pursuit continued, it might even serve to placate the offerings. At the very least, this would signify a different kind of control over him. Before long, Qianrenchue's situation was exposed, and over a decade of covert operations was rendered futile. The offering hall regarded the offspring of Tang Hao and the soul beast as a nuisance. Yet did not take it too seriously. It was mere luck. Who could have known that the 4 major single attribute families would also rally to him? Upon Qianrenchue's return, she realized that she could no longer involve herself in Kakashi's affairs. Unable to prevent it, she resolved not to complicate matters further and focused on her own responsibilities. Shortly thereafter, Qianrenchue began to accept the inheritance of the angel god, while Tang San and his companions ventured to Sea God Island. The matter of vengeance was unspoken. This grudge must be avenged. Xiao Wu's insistence on foregoing revenge was well understood by Tang San. It was her way of encouraging him to live without such burdens. However, failing to avenge Xiao Wu and his mother would forever condemn him in his heart. Revenge was imperative. Several years later, Tang San returned, having significantly enhanced. Kakashi had long been hiding in the Qingdao Great Forest, feigning cooperation with the elders. The offerings had long departed, while the Wuhuan Temple incessantly dispatched powerful experts to restrain Kakashi. The Wuhuan revealed its fangs and established the Wuhuan Empire. With a single call, all bowed in submission. Various soul master sects flocked to them, and several kingdoms also sided with them. Tiandou and Xingluo were displeased and promptly formed an alliance, mobilizing their armies to unite all forces opposed to the Wuhuan Temple. They aimed to strike first and ignite the flames of war. Kakashi grew rapidly in the Qingdao Forest, entering the habitat of the 2 kings of the forest, where he cultivated with the immense energy available. The 2 kings hesitated, sensing an aura within this individual that seemed not to belong to humanity. It was the presence of a 9-tailed fox. The 2 kings speculated whether this could be another soul beast that had transformed. The purified power of the 9 tails, devoid of any malevolent aura, instead exuded a vibrant life force that made the 2 kings feel a sense of kinship. Kakashi surprisingly settled there, albeit not without some coaxing and deception. Indeed, a 100,000-year soul beast possesses an intelligence akin to that of an adult. However, they had never been educated on fraud prevention, rendering their intellect somewhat useless. Having never been schooled and living in isolation, even genuine humans could become foolish. Kakashi frequently ventured out to hunt soul beasts over 50,000 years old. The 2 kings were perplexed, wondering why he, if truly a transformed kin, would engage in such activities. Kakashi continued to deceive them, claiming that an accident had occurred during his transformation, resulting in an unusual outcome. The 2 kings were puzzled, but upon seeing his short-bladed Wuhuan, they felt reassured. Indeed, the presence of dual Wuhuan indicated a mutation. A 100,000-year soul beast was already rare, and those that transformed into human form were even scarcer, with little documented history. Passed down only through oral tradition, Kakashi played the role of a con artist, leaving the 2 simple-minded kings bewildered. Ultimately, however, he could not escape his fate. The Pope personally led a team, accompanied by 7 or 8 titled Douluo, to hunt down the 2 kings of the forest. He attempted to explain himself, but without a word, Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo launched a spirit fusion technique. They granted him a measure of dignity by only imprisoning him. Yet, Kakashi would not sit idly by. The chakra of the Nine Tails surged forth as he struggled. The 2 kings of the forest also rushed to assist, but ultimately, their efforts were in vain. Kakashi's heart was ruthlessly extracted, leaving him bloodied and near death. Had it not been for the assistance of the 2 soul beasts, there would have been nothing left of his body. The 2 kings roared in fury, yet they understood that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses and chose to flee. Once they had departed, Kakashi exerted all his strength to unleash the space-time ninjutsu. Shinwei, a youthful woman, appeared, her blue hair cascading down, her face veiled in black gauze, with bright, compassionate eyes. Despite the extraction of his heart, even the chakra of the Nine Tails could not fully restore him. Moreover, at that moment, 8 of the seals on the Nine Tails had been undone, with the last remaining intact. Remarkably, Kakashi's white fan Wuhuin had nearly broken the 9 tail seals even before reaching level 90. The woman extended her delicate hand, and a wondrous flower appeared, vibrant and alive, with 7 soul rings floating around her. Her name was Yi Lingling. The 2 kings of the forest had faced calamity, and even with Tang San's greatly enhanced strength arriving, he could not alter the outcome. Chapter 156, The Grand Finale. Yi Lingling was a contingency left by Kakashi. His Mangekyo Sharingan allowed him to perceive spatial coordinates, enabling the use of space-time ninjutsu to shift his position. With the assistance of the Nine Tails, Kakashi's sensory range was extraordinarily vast. He utilized the space-time ninjutsu, Shinwei, to locate Yi Lingling and sought her help. This carried risks. If Kakashi were to perish, Yi Lingling would also be trapped within the space-time realm. Yet, he was at a loss, yearning to comprehend why, despite his sincerity, the Pope sought his demise. The Wuhuin Temple had already established itself as a nation, and the 2 empires had begun to take action. War was imminent, and he felt powerless to intervene. Without hesitation, Yi Lingling willingly allowed Kakashi to transfer her into the space-time realm. The gaping wound in her chest slowly began to heal, albeit at a glacial pace. Perhaps Kakashi would succumb before her recovery was complete. This restoration stemmed from the chakra of the Nine Tails, combined with the power of the first Hokage. Originally insufficient to sustain Kakashi, the presence of the Nine Tails and Yi Lingling's assistance now provided hope. The 2 empires faced a threat. Apart from warfare, no other recourse was conceivable. The ambitions of the Wuhuin Temple had long been apparent, aspiring to dominate. They had once held considerable opportunity, but ultimately brought about their own ruin. The 7 treasure glazed tile and the blue lightning tyrant dragon clans need not be annihilated. Merely applying pressure could yield opportunities for alliance. These 2 sects were not foolish. If the Wuhuin Temple genuinely possessed absolute confidence and displayed formidable strength, they would not recklessly confront the Wuhuin Temple at the risk of annihilation. Tiando and Xingluo were nations. If the Wuhuin Temple sought nationhood, it would also be a nation possessing a far greater chance of success by wielding dominion over the vast majority of soul masters. The rationale for not aligning with them was twofold. First, does the opposing side possess the qualifications to earn your allegiance? Second, what would be the conditions of allegiance? The strength of the Wuhuin Temple was undeniable, thus satisfying the first criterion. As for the second, it was unlikely they would annihilate your clan. Furthermore, the primary offensive beast Wuhuin and the foremost supportive weapon Wuhuin would entail differing treatment. Moreover, once the Wuhuin Temple established itself as a nation, it would do so under the guise of soul masters. Consequently, all soul masters would gravitate towards that side, which would not be shameful. The notions of resisting to the death or refusing to surrender are sentiments directed at those who would slaughter one's kin. They had yet to initiate conflict and had not inflicted harm upon you. Such sentiments do not align with loyalty to one's country. Aligning with them would not tarnish one's reputation. No one would label you treacherous or disloyal. This reasoning was entirely justifiable, Every rationale for allegiance had been provided. Why then would one seek to annihilate the opposing sect and forcibly eliminate potential allies? The only explanation lies with Bibi Dong, who intended precisely that. Why? To create more enemies for herself. Her objective was to plunge the continent into chaos, counter to Kakashi's aspirations. The only force capable of causing universal suffering is war. Previous conflicts were mere skirmishes, battles among soul masters that, while affecting civilians to some extent, were limited by the number of soul masters involved. Thus, she sought an all-out continental war, one from which neither soul masters nor civilians could escape. However, the Wuhuan Temple held an overwhelming advantage, necessitating a strategy to weaken them. By eliminating two of the three upper sects, the potential for them to become formidable allies was eradicated, while simultaneously inflicting significant costs upon the Wuhuan Temple. On the side of Qian Renshua, Bibi Dong endeavored to thwart her at every turn, ensuring her identity was exposed to some degree, preventing Tian Do from being completely under her control. Another potential hindrance, perhaps a source of assistance, was Hatake Kakashi. This individual possessed bizarre abilities, exhibiting a plethora of combat techniques that made her wary. Hence, she dispatched agents to pursue him. Her ideal outcome was for Kakashi to eliminate several elders before being killed himself. Thus, the power dynamics between Wuhuan Temple and Tiando and Xingluo empires strive to reach a state of equilibrium. When conflict arises, regardless of the outcome, chaos shall ensue across the land. Empires will fracture, wars will plague the realm, and bodies will be cast into rivers, lost to the bellies of fish, leaving the populace too fearful to partake in their catch. How will those who subsist on fishing endure such calamities? Perhaps large-scale battles will devastate embankments, leading to floods and plagues. This is the result of her vengeance upon the world. The two great kings of the forest were ultimately rescued by Tang San, yet their fates remained irreversibly doomed. Kakashi lay on the brink of death, unconscious. Soon after, war erupted. It is worth noting a brief interlude. Upon Kakashi being marked as a target for assassination, Might Guy resolved to depart from the Wuhuan Temple. However, he had already drawn attention and was obstructed. Realizing his trust had eroded, he understood that lingering would likely result in his demise unbeknownst to him. Might Guy's abilities had limitations. Once closely monitored, he posed no threat. The Pope hesitated, recognizing that Might Guy's powers could still serve a purpose, as direct poisoning would yield little advantage. Consequently, not long after, Might Guy's relationship with the Wuhuan Temple soured for undisclosed reasons, for accusations can easily be fabricated. Moreover, Bibi Dong was cautious, dispatching only a handful of low-ranking soul masters to confront him. The outcome, of course, provided Might Guy with an opportunity to unlock the Sixth Gate. Over the past decade, Might Guy had not stagnated. Upon realizing the Sixth Gate was insufficient against the tidal Douluo that emerged, he decisively opened the Seventh Gate. As a result, Bibi Dong achieved her aim, inflicting casualties among the Wuhuan Temple's tidal Douluo, one severely injured, two lightly wounded, and one deceased. The remaining supporting minions also suffered significant losses. Exhausted, Might Guy's body was shattered, leaving no trace behind. Bibi Dong expressed satisfaction, having drained some of the Wuhuan Temple's strength. The war had commenced, yet Kakashi inexplicably appeared. However, he took no action, merely observing the battlefield from a lofty mountain. Nevertheless, his eyes underwent a transformation. It should be noted that in his dying state, he encountered the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Despite being an outsider, Kakashi bore the powers of Uchiha and Senju, both bestowed upon him. This was an unprecedented occurrence throughout history. The sage, utilizing the chakra residing within Kakashi, came to understand everything. Faced with such a situation, he felt powerless. To be frank, this world was beyond salvation. Thus, he entrusted his power to Kakashi, allowing him to address these matters. Unable to intervene himself, he left it to future generations. Kakashi silently observed the battlefield, witnessing the deaths of countless lives. His once ordinary right eye transformed into a crimson Sharingan. His previously red left eye morphed into a ripple-patterned Rinnegan. Ultimately, Tang San achieved the position of Sea God in return for the decisive battle. Once again, countless lives were lost, and Kakashi made no effort to intervene, for he had already formulated his plan. These were all warriors, with 99% being men. After 2 fierce battles, nearly 1,000,000 men had perished. They were fathers, husbands, brothers, and sons. Wives lost their husbands, brothers lost their siblings, children lost their fathers, and elders lost their progeny. After this great war, would the world be draped in mourning? No, it would not. Even with so many dead, the demise of a single king would have a far greater impact that would truly evoke a world in mourning. Only their families would feel sorrow. The rest would revel in the joy of the empire's victory, especially the kings and nobles, whose power remained assured. Furthermore, that individual revered as the Blue Hao King, Tang San, along with his companions, would bask in glory, accompanied by the remains of countless souls. These individuals shared no connection with him, yet their corpses would serve as a pedestal, elevating his divine stature. Future generations would inevitably recount the tale of that great war, where the dead numbered in the hundreds of thousands, blood spilt across miles, with the Blue Hao King and his companions lauded for their valor. This began as a personal vendetta, yet ultimately entangled so many. The deaths of these individuals amplified his influence immensely. Initially, it was intended for Tiando and Xinghua to pause, gathering an assembly of unparalleled experts to march directly toward the Pope's palace. Mere minions were swiftly dispatched, as their presence held little merit. The Wuhuan Temple would not foolishly assemble their future elite Soul Master legions in such a manner. The gathering of tens of thousands of Soul Masters was no trivial task. Tang San merely needed to lead the skilled fighters to annihilate the Wuhuan Temple's upper echelons. The Haotian clan disbanded solely for self-preservation, as others lost hope, who said that Wuhuan City must harbor the full might of the Wuhuan Temple's elite. Regardless of the prowess, if not on the same level, the elite would be mere fodder. The 6 elders of the Haotian clan were all titled supplemented by Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, totaling 8 title wielding the Haotian hammer. Then there was the Sword Douluo, Chan Exen, the Bone Douluo Gurong, and the Shrek Academy itself. With such an assembly, did you have any confidence? Why persist in a battle that would only claim more lives? The outcome remained unchanged. The Sea God Tang San clashed with the angel god Qian Renshua, resulting in Qian Renshua's defeat. However, Kakashi intervened, employing space-time ninjutsu to remotely transfer Qian Renshua into the realm of time and space. Soon after, Pope Bibi Dong arrived, concealed in the shadows, taking note of Kakashi. She had ascended to become the Rakshasa god, her power formidable. As she struck out, intent on ending Kakashi's life, she discovered that no matter how she attacked, her strikes passed through his form. Instinctively, she perceived him as a specter, an intangible soul incapable of being touched. Those from overseas might possess unique souls, impervious even to divine beings. After some time spent healing Qian Renshua, the 3 gods engaged in combat, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, who could have merged to become the god-level Yaming White Tiger, ventured to the Xinghua side to support the Xinghua Empire. It was merely a performance. They would feign being their elder siblings, merging to establish a godlike image for them. Yet, they were intercepted midway by a formidable opponent, who swiftly dispatched them within a few exchanges. This individual was none other than Kakashi. With the power of Kimui, a space-time ninjutsu, he could appear anywhere at will. The result of the 3-god battle was that Tang San perished, facing a 2-on-1 scenario that inevitably led to his demise. However, Kakashi intervened. Though Tang San had fallen, he managed to exhaust Bibi Dong to the point where she could no longer attack. Kakashi unleashed Kimui, drawing the sluggish Bibi Dong into the realm of time and space. Subsequently, as Kakashi absorbed Tang San's remains, an anomaly occurred. From within Xiao Wu emerged a blood-red demonic sword, the Shura Demon Sword. In an instant, it pierced Kakashi's body. Yet it failed to halt the process, as Tang San's remains were still transferred into Kakashi's realm of time and space. The Shura Demon Sword ascended into the sky. In the divine realm, the Sea God and the Shura God scoffed. This boy was truly doomed. Such a promising successor had been lost. The sea god wore a grim expression. After waiting for so many years, perhaps the next time he would encounter a more suitable candidate. The Shura god, inherently indifferent, was unconcerned with anyone's demise. Below, Kakashi's life hung by a thread. Although Qianrenshue had sustained severe injuries, she still retained some strength, thanks to Kakashi's occasional interventions in the battlefield. Kakashi, with his final strength, entrusted a book to her. I beg of you, follow these instructions. Hatake Kakashi. The ninja who awakened the Rinnegan and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was betrayed and met his demise. Epilogue. Kakashi left behind a book, and his life was extinguished by the Shura demon sword. However, the tale does not end here. Although Qianrengshu was gravely injured, she was not easily subdued by mere mortals. It is worth mentioning that an unexpected turn occurred. The god of food and a nine-colored fairy did not select their respective successors. They clearly understood the situation concerning Oscar and Ning Rongrong, and thus, such a direct selection would never lead Ning Rongrong to accept. Just moments ago, in an attempt to aid Tang San, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo perished, leaving the seven-treasure glazed tile school without its pillars. Already on the brink of annihilation, they lost two titled Douluo protectors and their immeasurable wealth. Innocent individuals often suffer the consequences of possessing valuable treasures. Educated Ning Rongrong would never abandon her clan for the sake of achieving immortality alone. No one dared to hinder Qianrengshu as she departed. With the might of the angel god, no one dared obstruct her. The Tiando Empire did not even entertain the notion of war, retreating shortly thereafter. Yet, Qianrengshu did not grant them the opportunity to escape. She launched a ruthless assault. The brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao fell in battle. While Dugabo could not evade capture, the Tang clan's army, numbering in the thousands, was entirely wiped out, and all Tang Sect hidden weapons were destroyed. Following this, she swiftly made her way to Tiando City. The 6 elders of the Haotian Sect understood the gravity of the situation and acted decisively, confronting her with 6 Haotian hammers. However, the outcome was inevitable. Mere mortals could not withstand the divine might. The 6 titled Douluo fell in battle, yet Qianrengshu pressed on towards the Tang Sect stronghold. She had become numb, unaware of the countless lives she had taken. All who joined the Tang Sect were brutally slain, and all hidden weapons obliterated. Afterward, it was time for a serious discussion. The high-ranking officials of the Tiando and Xingluo empires convened, with their emperors present. They needed to demonstrate sufficient strength and authority to gain leverage in negotiations. No outsiders knew the details of their discussions that day, but soon after, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Cities began to rise around every soul beast forest. The Spirit Hall issued a summons, urging all soul masters to join or risk being labeled heretics. However, they made an exception for imperial nobles and royalty. All other soul master sects were called upon to join. Thus began a massacre, claiming countless lives. The few remaining soul masters on the continent were coerced into joining the Spirit Hall. Naturally, not all were compelled. The 7-treasure glazed tile school serves as a prime example, as they desperately sought protection. Aligning with the 2 great empires was akin to courting danger. As long as a strong leader emerged, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would not abandon its own interests. As for the matters concerning Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, there are no eternal enemies. They were deceased, and it was unnecessary to bury the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school for the sake of 2 fallen warriors. Wise individuals understood the course of action. What deep-seated grudges existed were trivial in comparison to the imperative of preserving the remaining clan members. The 4 single-attribute sects of the Tang Sect, foolishly clinging to their vendettas, left no survivors among the weak, elderly, and women, all perishing in the slaughter. Furthermore, it is necessary to mention the events concerning Shrek Academy. The master, upon hearing of Tang San's death, fell into despair, longing for death himself, and his companion, Lu Erlong, followed him into the abyss. Flinder, in a fit of rage, battled Qianrengshu fiercely, resulting in his old comrades, who had initially planned to bide their time and seek revenge, being mercilessly slain without a chance to retaliate. Oscar, with a cold demeanor and filled with hatred, met the same tragic fate. The 9-level food system Soul Master would only bring future troubles if allowed to live. Xiao Wu ventured to the Sunset Forest, where the once mischievous girl, the only one who understood righteousness in Shrek, had no intention of seeking revenge. In the Sunset Forest, Tang San's mother, Yin, was persuaded by Xiao Wu to simply shake her head and sigh, devoid of any thoughts of vengeance. The remaining 3 members of the Shrek's 7 monsters were killed by Kakashi's own hands. That year was marked by bloodshed across the land, plunging the continent into chaos. Yet none of this could derail the plan. Several years later, the 2 great empires introduced some peculiar inventions. The source of these innovations was a book held by the newly appointed Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qianrengshu. The printing press, gunpowder, and other inventions began to emerge gradually. These innovations were simple, and the world slowly began to adopt new theories. Agricultural tools were developed, resulting in increased crop yields. From that year forward, the era of machines replacing manual labor dawned. The steam engine was developed, heralding the arrival of the steam age. As the steam age unfolded, modern technological advancements began to emerge. Although the roads were not fully paved, automobiles came into existence. After nearly a century, bicycles evolved into fully developed automobiles. The advent of diesel engines also propelled agricultural technology forward, leading to a myriad of inventions being developed. Of course, not everything stemmed directly from that book. Humans are intelligent beings, requiring time for development and evolution. The steam age persisted for over a century before it came to an end, giving way to the electrical and electronic eras. Fans, televisions, air conditioners, computers, and mobile phones were swiftly invented. The primitive era, which had lasted for countless millennia, was propelled into rapid advancement by a single book, resulting in a significant leap in technology within a mere century. Epilogue 2 concludes, it was a brutal war, resulting in a loss of nearly 1 million lives and the fall of deities. A silver-haired man was slain by the blood-red magic sword, collapsing before the angel god. Before subsequent events unfolded, this man's corpse was taken away by a blue-haired woman, veiled in black, her eyes shimmering with brilliance, her figure graceful, her blue hair cascading like a waterfall. She was named Yi Lingling. 2 days later, she appeared hundreds of miles away, for she had already prepared a carriage. No one impeded her departure. As the first line of the book Kakashi left for Qianrengshu read, "Do not stop her from taking my corpse." The body of the silver-haired masked man, Hatake Kakashi, was gently placed down by her. Just at that moment, a familiar voice echoed behind her. In front of her, the corpse of Kakashi that had been on the ground vanished. Behind her, a silver-haired masked man materialized out of thin air. One eye shimmered like ripples, while the other gradually closed. Yi Lingling rose and turned to face him, saying, "Your eye." She noted the crimson right eye and questioned why it was closing. Perhaps it is pertinent to mention this man's name, Hatake Kakashi. Izanagi, a forbidden technique of the Sharingan, alters any unfavorable outcome, including death at the cost of losing sight. It implies that by employing this forbidden technique and sacrificing one Sharingan, even if killed, one can be resurrected. I did not have the opportunity to experiment. It seems the duration is merely a few seconds, Kakashi explained. Izanagi's duration varies from person to person. Within that time, no matter how many times one is killed, they can continuously resurrect. Just a few seconds, and yet several days have elapsed, Yi Lingling inquired. However, there is no doubt that this man is truly legendary. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan can configure certain settings, enabling the release of ocular power, including a timed release. Uchiha Itachi infused his brother's eyes with power, establishing a mode to unleash the Amaterasu technique upon sighting the masked man. Kakashi, on the other hand, set a timer for the forbidden technique. I had foreseen that calamity would eventually befall us. When I defeated the divine-level, ghostly white tiger, those in the heavens had already begun to feel apprehensive. Kakashi referred, of course, to those entities dubbed as gods. What are your plans? Yi Lingling inquired. He opened his right eye, revealing a pupil turned to a lifeless gray. This eye had become defunct. The power of this Rinnegan is remarkably unique, capable of constructing a void space. This Rinnegan cannot regress into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. No one can access Kakashi's spatiotemporal realm any longer, Thus, BB Dong and the deceased Tang San will remain trapped within it eternally. Kakashi looked up at the sky and remarked, "Humanity is on the brink of entering an age of technology. Those beings will surely not tolerate such developments that escape their control. The existence of martial souls confines human thought, rendering mind sluggish. I possess a home martial soul, which allows for swift tilling. I wield a sickle, enabling rapid harvesting. Alas, we are not soul masters, but perhaps our descendants will be. Martial souls have fostered a populace of ignorance, shackling their minds. What further tools do we require? Heaven has bestowed upon us hoes, shovels, and sickles. We are self-sufficient. However, it is only when they taste the sweetness of progress that they realize the significance of technology. We are not soul masters. May the heavens grant my children the power of souls. They only know to beseech the heavens, utterly oblivious to the art of creation. This is the product of martial soul's influence on human thought. With the two realms interconnected, there must exist spatial nodes. I shall wield the power of the Rinnegan to effect change, and those beings will likely come to obstruct humanity's progress." Kakashi turned to Yi Lingling and said, "The tranquil pastoral life I promised you may require a period of waiting." Yi Lingling gently shook her head, saying nothing. The people of Douluo, during their advancement, have not encountered war. The Spirit Hall, through decades of recuperation, has restored its vitality. In the divine realm, some can no longer contain themselves and wish to interfere. However, after traversing many pathways, they discovered only dead ends. Qian Rinxue developed a secret technique to voluntarily relinquish her angelic divinity. As a native of this continent, my sentiments run deep. I shall not permit you to intrude. She hurled the divine artifact, the Sword of Angels, into the heavens. An interception occurred, executed by a silver-haired man. The power of the Rinnegan activated, transporting the Sword of Angels into the void world. My journey is far from over. I shall quietly observe the world's evolution, unearthing every trace left by the gods and obliterating them entirely. Furthermore, I will devise a means to uncover the secrets of those gods' immortality, dismantling it, and ensuring no one possesses such an abominable gift as eternal life. Those gods appear to have achieved little of merit, yet they indulge in immortality. While many injustices exist in this world, there is one certainty. Death is an inalienable fate shared by all. Synopsis: the collision of soul masters, Tang Men's hidden weapons, and ninjas shapes the future of Douluo. Hatake Kakashi, in the name of Hokage, repudiates all aspects of the original narrative. The magnificent figures from the original work, including the Sea God Tang San, the Haotian Douluo, the Poison Douluo, and the gentle and virtuous mother of Tang San, are belittled by Kakashi to the point of insignificance. They are nothing more than a collection of utter detritus, bearing the weight of darkness with the brilliance of a Hokage's life. This is Hatake Kakashi,